Broken swords lay scattered across the battlefield, accompanied by agonizing groans. Yet, no one dared to say it out loud, because they all knew the moment those words were spoken, it would truly be the end. But in that devastating moment, a voice broke the silence. So, is this it? Have we really lost? We've been defeated. The greatest heroes gathered in one place, their faces painted with the same crushing despair. Is it really over?
I never thought we'd have to say goodbye to each other like this. I knew it had to end eventually, but still, just then the man who seemed to be the strongest among them turned away, breaking the mood.
Cut the depressing crap and let's get this over with. We're all dead meat anyway. Suddenly, a spear slammed violently into the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. What do you mean it's over? The one shouting, covered in wounds and missing an entire arm, was none other than the great sage, Sun Wukong. He roared out, "This ain't over yet!" The other heroes stepped closer. Despite his outburst, there was no mockery in their eyes. "You've got a big mouth for a dying man." Wukong gritted his teeth, firing back. "I ain't dying anytime soon." The man standing there, trying to talk sense into the great sage, was Hercules. "You might be immortal, but facing the outer gods, do you really still have the guts to act so arrogant?" Hercules stepped forward, desperately trying to calm him down. "It is only a matter of time before they find us here." "Damn it!" At that exact moment, a voice echoed from a glowing orb. "Actually, they might have already found us." Light burst from the orb, and a mysterious man materialized, grabbing everyone's attention. That man was Kim Yugan, our main protagonist. Seeing Yugan return, Hercules breathed a slight sigh of relief. "So, you made it back alive?" Yugan walked forward slowly, his heart heavy with exhaustion. "I barely made it out alive." He slumped down against a broken log. "Wait, is it just you?" Yugan's eyes were filled with absolute agony. His voice made the already grim atmosphere drop even heavier. "Yeah." The others couldn't believe their ears. "Even Merlin, Asura, and Vishnu?" Despite their desperate clinging to hope, Yugan could only give one answer. "Yeah." That single heavy word dissolved into the dead silence. "They're all dead." The mysterious orb lay completely still, not moving an inch. Only then did the rest of the group finally notice it. "And who the hell is this guy?" Yugan replied with a deeply exhausted sigh. "That's foolish chaos." "What?" The great sage's face twisted in pure shock as he snapped his head toward Yugan. "Hold on. You're telling me that thing is one of the outer gods?" Amidst the lonely, desolate shadows, a voice poured out like a final confession. "Now, I know for sure. We, the beings of the inner world, can never defeat the outer gods." Right at that moment, a strange magic circle materialized in the air. There is simply no way to win. A cloaked stranger suddenly dropped from the sky, interrupting their tragic realization. That is only true for the present. Yugan's face went blank, his mind racing with chaotic thoughts. "So, is this really our only option left?" The stranger was a godlike entity, arriving to set a brand new story into motion. Return to the world's past timeline and start over. In the world you are being sent to, I will likely have vanished. This is a fair price to pay for the only method capable of reversing time and changing history. So, do not waste your time trying to find me. Yugan asked anxiously, needing to be sure. "Does that mean you'll just cease to exist?" He shook his head in response. "I do not know what form I will exist in." Kronos summoned his clockwork magic, assuring him, "But my disappearance will not cause any significant issues." Tears of pure agony welled up in Yugan's eyes. Shoving all his grief and hesitation aside, he forced himself to stand tall. "If I could, I would end everything right here as well. But this is our very last chance." Yugan raised his head, asking the one question no one wanted to answer. "So, who's going to be the time traveler?" Not a single hero had the courage or the qualification to answer that. He stayed silent for a long moment before hesitantly asking, "I had a feeling, but is it really going to be me?" As if waiting for that exact cue, they instantly replied, "Yup, exactly." Yugan glanced over at the great sage protesting. "But Wukong is a perfectly good candidate. Why does it have to be me?" Despite his usual arrogant attitude, this time, the great sage didn't have much to say. "Yugan, you entered the tower way after all of us. Yet, you adapted to this world faster than anyone else alive. You mastered the tower, and now you stand right here, fighting alongside us. Standing shoulder to shoulder with us, the ones who climbed to the absolute top, forged legends, and claimed our godhood and divine titles." Hercules took a heavy, imposing step forward. "You haven't forgotten, have you, Yugan? It is incredibly difficult for entities on the upper floors to interfere with the lower ones. Therefore, to truly change the fate of this tower, someone has to start all the way from the very bottom. That is why you are our only option." Another warrior stepped up from behind, offering Yugan some final words of encouragement. "When you go back to the past, our bond won't be the same as it is right now. So, if we don't recognize you, please don't hold it against us, okay?" The great sage even stepped up to offer his own brutal brand of advice. "If any punk doesn't listen to reason, just beat the sense into him. And if that doesn't work, just end them on the spot. Stay safe out there, kid. Yugan let out a helpless, affectionate sigh. Man, you guys seriously talk way too much. He reached out and accepted the fateful pocket watch. A deeply satisfied smile finally broke across Yugan's face, realizing just how hopelessly stubborn his comrades really were. Yugan stepped into a new world, a place where history would soon repeat itself. Looks like I'm in for one hell of a rough time. A brilliant light flashed. He looked down at his own hands, his newly youthful eyes completely stripped of their former despair. Staring at his new form, Yugan was caught off guard. Ugh. My body feels so heavy. All the stats and divine mana that once empowered him were completely gone. He clenched his fist tight, muttering to himself, so my own personal time got reversed. I wasn't just sent back in my prime body. While he was still caught in a daze trying to figure things out, something suddenly hurtled right toward him. That means I literally have to start from absolute zero. First things first, I need to figure out exactly how far back I traveled. But before he could even finish his thought, the newly regressed Yugan was instantly greeted with a brutal punch straight to the face. Caught off guard, he had to slam his foot hard against the floor just to brace himself. Out of nowhere, that obnoxious blonde punk showed up, sneering. Huh, you actually took that hit? Seeing him just stand there without fighting back, the blonde guy looked completely baffled. Staring at the emblem pinned to the guy's chest, Yugan finally recognized it. Jungsun University. Right. Before the apocalypse started, I was just a college student. It's been so long I completely forgot. He stood frozen in place, finally piecing the situation together. What was this punk's name again? The guy wound up for another punch. You think you're so damn tough, huh? Learn some damn respect for your seniors. But this time, unlike before, Yugan swiftly ducked, dodging the blow with ease. The senior's eyes bulged in shock. Meanwhile, Yugan was muttering something entirely incomprehensible. Was it today or tomorrow? What the hell? Yugan looked up at him with cold, terrifying arrogance, dropping all respect. What's today's date? Answer me quickly, and I might just let you live after throwing those pathetic punches. Seriously, you hit like a weakling. The guy's face twisted in fury. He raised his fist, ready to strike again. You son of a bitch, what did you just say to me? Have you completely lost your damn mind? What did you just yap at me? And drop the attitude. Where's your respect? Quick as a flash, Yugan caught the incoming fist with absolute ease. He didn't show a single ounce of fear or remorse. Meanwhile, inside his pocket, a phone screen faintly lit up. It was starting. The screen displayed the time. 3 p.m., December 31st. For Kim Yugan, it was exactly 9 hours before the tutorial began. Before long, the sky darkened into night. December 31st, 2019. 8 p.m. Inside a bustling pub in District H, the guy sitting there with a mask pulled over his face, grumbling endlessly, was Kim Myung-hun. He muttered under his breath. Damn it, why are there so many annoying punks buzzing around here? Hey, Kim Myung-hun. His buddies waved their hands wildly, shouting over the noise to get his attention. Over here, man! We're over here! What took you so long, slowpoke? One of the classmates from earlier teased him. You're an hour late. That's a 1,000,001 penalty, buddy. Pay up. Myung-hun grabbed a glass of beer, clearly annoyed. Shut your trap. Bullcrap. He threw his head back and chugged the beer in one massive gulp. Damn it. One of the idiots sitting across from him snickered mockingly. Why is that bastard such a pathetic loser? Didn't you feel any better after beating the crap out of him to vent your anger? Myung-hun waved them off, in no mood to talk about it. Just pour me another glass. His friend filled his cup, taking the chance to pry a little more. So, what actually went down between you and Kim Yugan? Just hearing that name made Myung-hun grind his teeth in pure rage. Kim Yugan! The humiliating and painful memories from that morning came rushing back. The feeling of being beaten until his eyes were swollen shut. That morning, after utterly thrashing him, Yugan had looked down with ice-cold eyes and said, I've memorized your face now. You can take a break from school, but seriously, don't you have anything better to do with your life? Still, I suppose you deserve a reward for trying so hard. Time is running out, after all. Myung-hun glared furiously at his own bruised and bloody hands. That arrogant bastard spouting that cryptic nonsense and just walking away. I swear I'm going to smash him to pieces until he can never lift his head again. But right now, in the middle of the pub, Myung-hun stood up, loudly bragging to save face. I beat the living daylights out of him. Honestly, I just hope he still had enough energy to crawl his way to the hospital. His so-called buddies laughed, trying to calm him down. All right, take a drink. At this rate, the guy might just drop dead on his own. Emboldened, Myung-hun kept spitting the most vicious, hateful insults at Yugan. Who gives a damn about a pathetic loser who doesn't even have parents anyway, right? Who does he think he is to mess with us? The whole group of cronies eagerly nodded along. Exactly. If he can't even take a few hits without whining, that's his own damn fault. After thoroughly dragging Yugan's name through the mud, the group settled back into their heavy drinking. Time slipped by in a drunken haze. It was already 11:50 p.m. Man, why is it so freaking crowded in here? They kept stuffing their faces with food and booze, huddled in a corner talking absolute nonsense. After all, it was a long holiday weekend, and the year 2020 was just moments away. Hey, how about we hit a third round after this? Myung-hoon let out a long, heavy sigh. If you guys want to keep drinking, then hurry it up. I'm still perfectly sober. We gotta party until we drop, man. Right at that moment, the sharp rolling sound of a suitcase echoed through the crowd, moving swiftly toward them. Hey, isn't that... Yugan's familiar figure suddenly appeared, striding purposefully through the bar. Kim Yugan? The gang spotted him immediately, smirking. Well, look at him, dressed up all sharp and fancy. What's the deal with the suitcase? Myung-hoon swallowed hard. A sudden wave of panic hit him, terrified that the truth about the morning's fight was about to be exposed. Why the hell is that bastard here of all places? He cursed internally. All right, fine. You're a dead meat now. Brushing off his fear, Myung-hoon ripped off his mask and aggressively stormed over. Hey, come say hello to your seniors. Or what? You looking for another beating? He charged forward like a raging bull. Without hesitation, Myung-hoon shouted at the top of his lungs, forcing Yugan to stop and look. Hey, Yugan! The group of delinquent seniors quickly surrounded him. Myung-hoon tilted his chin up, glaring down with extreme arrogance. What the hell do you think you're doing here, punk? The people passing by in the street glanced over at the commotion, then quickly ducked their heads and hurried away. Completely unfazed, Yugan just calmly adjusted his wristwatch. The digital dial blinked. 11:52. He looked at them with dead eyes. It's almost midnight. You guys should really enjoy the last 3 minutes of the year, because after that, hell is coming. Completely ignoring Myung-hoon's relentless barking, Yugan silently knelt down and popped open his suitcase. You little punk, the hell are you babbling about? His face completely drained of color the moment he saw it. The suitcase he held was packed to the brim with lethal weapons. Kim Yugan, have you lost your damn mind? His trembling buddies frantically nudged him. Hey, why the hell does he have all that? Just apologize to him, you idiot. Yeah. Kim Myung-hoon, you are dead wrong. He calmly picked up the heavy axe, completely ignoring their frantic pleas. Yugan, you too, man. This isn't right. No matter how pissed you are, you can't just... Yugan casually slung the bag over his shoulder, deep in thought. This is the busiest street in Seoul. Everyone is staring right at us. But Yugan was already in a combat stance, fully prepped for a brutal bloodbath. His expression was as cold as absolute zero. It is starting. A shattered watch on the ground ticked away. 11:59 and 57 seconds. 59 seconds. The hands locked into the exact moment the nightmare would begin. An ear-piercing siren ripped through the air, and blinding pillars of light crashed down from the sky, plunging the already bustling city into pure, deafening chaos. Yugan walked right past them, leaving behind a chilling, cryptic warning. Your 3 minutes are up. They eyed him with trembling suspicion. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed violently, shaking everyone to their core. Area 20,131. Population 12,214. The tutorial will now commence. Survive the zombie horde. They will be eradicated in exactly 30 minutes. Grotesque, twisted undead began clawing their way out, sending shockwaves of pure terror through the crowd. Are those real zombies? What the hell is going on? Yugan narrowed his eyes, his senses sharper than ever. There are way too many of them here. It is because the difficulty is locked on hard mode. The rotting monsters shambled around, hungrily hunting for fresh meat. The higher the population, the larger the horde. It was the only way the system balanced the zones. He reached back, his mind calculating every variable as he accessed his interface. This place has a massive population densely packed into a small area. Your escape routes are completely cut off by the zone borders, and these monsters will be lurking in every single corner you run to. In short, this entire street is about to be painted in blood. The system chimed in again, laying down the absolute laws of survival. You may check your current condition by speaking the activation phrase, status window. You have also been granted a basic survival weapon, a utility knife. Absolute pandemonium broke out. People were frantically scrambling as they received these so-called weapons. One guy stared at the flimsy hammer in his hand, groaning in despair. A basic weapon? To fight off real monsters? Yugan casually tossed the system's knife away and unzipped his heavy bag. The theme of round 1 is survival. I would be thrilled just to make it out alive, but right now, just surviving is not enough. He pulled out a peculiar metal tube, swiftly twisting the cap off. In a flash, Yugan unsheathed a razor-sharp combat blade, leagues beyond the garbage the system handed out. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he gripped the hilt. All right, let us do this. Without another word, he dashed forward and decapitated the nearest undead, violently kicking off the slaughter. As the body dropped, the system rang out with a score notification. For being the first to slay an undead in your current zone, you are awarded 100 points. Combat proficiency increased, you will now level up. And just like that, he tore through the horde one by one. You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up. Watching Yugan slaughter them so effortlessly from a distance, the terrified crowd suddenly felt a surge of false courage. Look at him go! Are those things actually that weak? I think we can take them too. Come on, let us wipe them out. A civilian fiercely swung his axe with a battle cry. Rah! He had successfully conquered his fear, but tragically, the monster's rotting flesh was insanely tough. The blade got completely wedged in its shoulder. Panic instantly washed over his face. Wait, why won't it? The undead lunged, swiftly granting him a gruesome one-way ticket to the afterlife. Yugan cast a cold, mocking glare in their direction. You fools cannot do a damn thing with those pathetic stats. They might be sluggish and weak, but they feel absolutely no pain, making them incredibly hard to put down. Worst of all, one single bite will infect your body and drag you to hell. As the survivors desperately tried to climb to the higher floors of the tower, these things are going to be a massive, blood-soaked roadblock. Suddenly, his own razor-sharp blade got jammed deep in a creature's neck. A flash of tension hit Yugan as he swiftly front-kicked the beast away to free his weapon. Did the buff already run out? He urgently reached back, pulling something else out from his heavy backpack. They might be tough to kill, but they still have a fatal flaw. Yugan tossed a glass jar into the air. In a split second, he swung his blade, cleanly shattering it in midair. A memory flashed through his mind, a conversation with a gruff, middle-aged man. Your abilities are on a whole different level compared to mine, kid. Honestly, it is not just you. The others are freaks too. He had quickly replied, Even so, you still made it out alive, did you not, old man? The guy let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Just dumb luck, kid. But I did figure out something pretty damn surprising during that first tutorial. Do you have any idea what I did for a living before getting trapped in this cursed tower? The older man crushed the water bottle in his hand, his eyes burning with deep resentment. I managed a salt farm, and the fatal weakness of the undead in that first tutorial is salt. Back in the present, as the lethal trick melted the horde away, the system rang out with a grand notification. Congratulations, you have achieved an unbelievable feat. You have eradicated 100 undead within 10 minutes during the tutorial. You have received 3 free stat points. Free stat points were a game changer, completely different from the random boosts you got from leveling up. They allowed you to manually upgrade any specific attribute you wanted. Current unassigned points, 3. Free stat points will be randomly distributed when the tutorial ends. Yugan stood atop a pile of desiccated corpses, calculating silently. Free stat points, so I can earn them during the tutorial rounds. He tapped the system panel lightly, hesitating. Should I use them now? After a moment of thought, Yugan made his choice. Nah, I'll just save them for later. I can't waste the points I just earned slaughtering dozens of zombies. The timer showed exactly 10 minutes left until this living hell came to an end. Yugan had a new plan. First, I need to find a good spot. Suddenly, a gruesome guttural groan echoed from behind, catching his attention. It was Mihun, desperately swinging his system-granted blade to stay alive. But no matter how hard he tried, the blade just wouldn't pierce the monster's rotting flesh. He furrowed his brows in utter frustration. Damn it, what the hell is going on? How can Kim Yugan slice through them so easily? But I can't. Not stopping at that childish jealousy, Mihun secretly wished he had the weapon that bastard was wielding. The zombie let out a series of guttural shrieks. He kicked it hard in the chest and roared, Just die! The monster was sent flying 8 meters away. His buddies rushed over in a panic. Mihun, his 2 so-called good friends yelled, trying to warn him, Don't you feel like these bastards are just multiplying? Their numbers aren't dropping at all. Yugan, where the hell did he go? We could actually survive if we just stick to him. Fear flickered in Mihun's eyes. Kim Yugan. He frantically looked around, searching, but all he saw was an endless sea of the undead. Kim Yugan! Kim Yugan! Kim Yugan! Fuck, where did that bastard disappear to? While he was distracted in a daze, a desperate warning shout rang out. Mihun, look out! Right in front of you! He hastily swung his blade up to block the attack. The clash was so intense that his sword nearly shattered, the demonic hands reaching out for him. I'm dead! Mihun reflexively threw his arms up to shield himself, but in a split second, the demonic pressure vanished, and the monsters all collapsed. What just happened? Why did they suddenly... I think something just fell from above. Up in the sky, a white mist began to scatter and drift down. He reached out a trembling hand to catch it. Showing no fear, Mihun actually stuck his tongue out to taste it. It's salt! Salt! In the pitch-black night, a silhouette was leaping effortlessly from one spot to another. Ding! You have leveled up! You have leveled up! You have leveled up! It was Yugan. He was the one who had dropped the backpack full of salt. Awesome! Ding! You have leveled up! You have leveled up! After spending a moment raining down salt, he slid gracefully across the ground, sticking the landing. The system's voice chimed in with a global announcement. The first tutorial round has ended. Survivors, 4,077. He grimly realized that a massive number of people had just died. After the battle, a barrage of system windows popped up endlessly. You will receive rewards based on the number of enemies eliminated. Enemies killed, 1,427. You have earned 1,427 points. You have received bonus stat points, strength +1, endurance +1, free stat points +1. As the player with the most kills, you receive a bonus of 500 points. That's 8. You have achieved the Unbelievable Feat title. Reward, 1,000 points. The notifications were spamming him so hard that even Yugan felt helpless against the barrage. Man, I really slaughtered a ton of them. Just how many notification windows popped up? His current point balance sat at 3,027 points, so I've racked up a total of 3,000 points. And to think I assumed I'd be starting off with barely 10 points like before. It's absolutely ridiculous to rake in this many points just from the first tutorial round. Then, the damn system pinged again. The second tutorial round will begin shortly. Yugan clicked his tongue and grumbled, "Not even a second to catch my breath, huh?" As the exhausted survivors braced themselves, dreading the next phase of hell, a strange noise suddenly cut through the air. "Hello everyone! A huge congratulations to all the survivors out there! It looks like quite a lot of you managed to make it. The zone got expanded, so I bet you were all pretty caught off guard by that." The crowd instantly burst into a panicked uproar. Who is that? Did you guys hear that too? Where the hell is that voice coming from? The strange voice cheerfully offered, "I have some things I need to deliver to you survivors. Normally, I wouldn't announce this until after the second tutorial ended. But this time, we have a special exception, and that's all because a certain someone has already reached the threshold." Yugan narrowed his eyes, quickly deducing the situation. Just some low-ranking lackey. The voice continued, "I just have one thing to say regarding how you can use your points. All right now, let's hear a round of applause." The survivors were completely freaking out in terror. What the hell is going on?
Aren't they going to tell us how to get back home? Hey, shut up and let's listen to what it says.
The mysterious voice explained, "There are two main ways to use your points. The first way is to spend them at the system shop. We have prepared items that go way beyond your wildest imaginations. And the other way is to use them right here, right now. Everyone loves money, am I right? You can freely trade your points with anyone simply by shaking their hand." Yugan turned his back on the voice, feeling an overwhelming sense of cynical resignation. Yeah, I already know all of this. That was exactly why people said that with enough money in this place, you could even become a god. Especially since the shop played such an absolute life or death role in this new world. From this moment on, it's just going to be a brutal bloodbath to level up in horde points. Having said its piece, the voice cheerfully bid them farewell. "All right, time's up. You've all rested enough, right?" A massive yellow barrier radiated outward, enveloping the entire city. That concludes our announcement. It is time to begin the slaughter once more. System analysis on the yellow zone complete. A safe zone has been established in the center of every district. Please proceed to the safe zone immediately. You will earn 100 points every 3 hours. The second phase of the tutorial has now begun. The safe zones were fully established. The survivors wandered the ruined city in pure panic. Safe zone? What the hell are they even talking about? You mean that glowing area? Myung-hun's buddy patted his shoulder, trying to cheer him up. Haha, hey, let's go, Myung-hun. He slapped his forehead, unable to believe his eyes. Fuck, what kind of sick joke is this? Someone walked over, catching Myung-hun's attention. Where is Chang-ho? Tough luck, I am pretty sure he is dead. They stood around, gossiping, or rather, cursing the dead. What is wrong? Are you looking for something? Nah, it is nothing. Just realized I haven't seen that bastard anywhere. Hope he drops dead. Little did they know, right at that moment, Yugan was creeping quietly right behind them. He fought like an absolute monster. Is it even right to call him human at this point? Suddenly, Myung-hun rushed over to Yugan, leaving his friends utterly confused. Hey, let's get out of here. Where should we go? He slapped Yugan on the shoulder instead of calling his name, putting on a fake, friendly mask to offer some advice. Kim Yugan, where do you think you are going? That is the wrong way. Didn't you hear the announcement? We need to get to the safe zone. He forced a concerned look, playing the good guy. Come on, let's go together. I will watch your back, senior. But deep down, his true intentions were rotten. I hate to admit it, but sticking close to this bastard is my safest bet. If I play nice with him, he will definitely be my meat shield. Crushing his little fantasy, Yugan coldly replied, I know. Yugan shoved Myung-hun's hand away without a second thought. I have somewhere else to be. See ya. Yugan patted his shoulder lightly, seeing right through his pathetic scheme. If you want to stay alive, stop trying to leech off of other people. Be a good little boy and hide in the safe zone. Yugan dropped one last piece of savage advice. Know your place. With that, Yugan walked away, leaving Myung-hun boiling with rage. What the fuck is wrong with this arrogant prick? Myung-hun clenched his fists, shaking with pure fury. That son of a bitch Kim Yugan! Not wasting another second, Myung-hun rushed toward the glowing boundary. It is too late for anyone else to get in anyway. Forget him! There is no way following that maniac is safer than staying inside the barrier, right? The panicked whispers from the crowd behind him suddenly caught his attention. Wait, what? It is locked down? I think the system wants us inside. He froze, realizing the barrier was completely sealed off. In a matter of seconds, Mi Eung-hoon's face drained of all color. The system panel flashed mercilessly. Population 2038 out of 2038. Mi Eung-hoon's mind raced. The population here is over 2,000. Capacity 2038. 2,038. That is only half of the survivors. Then what the hell happens to the rest of the people stuck outside the safe zone? Outside the barrier, something was violently writhing and tearing its way up from the ground. Mi Eung-hoon watched in absolute horror. What the fuck is that? Monstrous giant worms erupted from the earth outside the safe zone, swallowing the stragglers alive. Somebody, please, save me! Meanwhile, out in the open, a razor-sharp blade pierced through flesh, sending a fountain of dark blood into the air. Yugan twisted his wrists with deadly precision, effortlessly slicing a massive worm right down the middle. Yugan listened to the desperate, blood-curdling screams of the fools dying in the distance. What exactly are these things? Help! Save me! So, it has finally begun, he thought to himself with a chilling calm.
Immediately, a system notification rang out, congratulating him. You are the first player to slay an Oathworm.
You have earned 300 points. You have acquired 2 random stat points, strength +1. Agility +1. His face grew serious, his eyes turning sharp and predatory. These earthworms ambush their prey by burrowing up from beneath the dirt, meaning you cannot rely on your eyes to track them. But if you close your eyes and just feel the vibrations, the world around him went dead silent. A faint rumble. The ground shifted lightly beneath his feet. Suddenly, a massive tremor erupted. The second he felt the vibration, he moved. Right now! Yugan slashed his dagger upward with brutal speed. The blade sliced through the air like the autumn wind, flawlessly decapitating 2 more worms before they could even react. While he was suspended in midair, the system chimed again. You have leveled up. Strength +1. Agility +1. Perception +1. Yugan was slightly surprised, but there was no time to celebrate. Another one was already bursting from the ground. I only killed 2 of them and I leveled up already? He landed gracefully, his mind racing as he descended a flight of stairs. At this rate, I'm going to farm an insane amount of points. After navigating the area for a while, he came to a dead stop. In front of him was an ancient, pitch-black underground tunnel. Yugan scanned the darkness, fully on guard. Earthworms live deep underground. They carve out massive tunnel systems and build their nests inside. A cold smirk crept onto his face. In other words, this is the absolute perfect hunting ground. A grotesque, writhing cluster of giant earthworms crawled over each other in the dark. A hidden dungeon has been discovered. You are the first to explore this area. Hongdi Station, you have earned 100 points. Bingo. Not wasting another second, he twirled the dagger in his hand, a predatory grin on his face. Now that I have found their main nest, wiping them out will be an absolute cakewalk. First things first, let's hit level 20. A giant earthworm lunged forward with a sickening screech. With ruthless efficiency, Yugan sliced through the horde, sending every last one of them straight to hell. Dark blood splattered in every direction, painting the walls red. He moved like an absolute demon, utterly lost in the thrill of the slaughter, until suddenly, a glowing purple orb dropped onto the ground. Yugan stared at it for a second. Is this a drop item you can only get during the second phase of the tutorial? He picked it up, eyes gleaming with sheer excitement. Haha, now this is getting interesting. He chuckled darkly. Looks like these ugly worms are actually worth something after all. Yugan clenched the glowing gem in his hand, a rush of pure adrenaline surging through his veins. I am sorry, you overgrown maggots, he whispered with a savage grin, but I have got a very good reason to hunt every last one of you down. Up on the surface, everything had descended into absolute chaos. The people huddled inside the safe zone watched in sheer horror, terrified for those left outside. This is a nightmare. I'd rather bite my own tongue and end it all than die like that. Suddenly, the system screen popped up. Time is up. 3 hours have passed. You have received 100 points. Seeing the glowing panel for the first time, the survivors were completely stunned. Points? Wait, is this like money? Is 100 points even a lot? A blaring alarm echoed through the air, signaling the start of a brutal new phase. A new bloody battle is being activated. The red zone has been deactivated. Current population, 1,867 out of 1,500. Since the population has exceeded the maximum limit, individuals will be randomly expelled from the safe zone. Panic swept through the crowd as they frantically looked around. How small is it going to shrink? What the hell? My body! Something's dragging me away! In an instant, countless people were violently hurled out of the safe zone. The moment they hit the ground outside, monstrous beasts were already waiting for them. The braver ones scrambled to their feet, desperately running to find a place to hide. Time remaining, 2 hours, 57 minutes, and 11 seconds. Survival instincts kicked in. Seeing others blocking their path, they didn't hesitate to slaughter each other on the spot. Get the fuck out of my way! You want me to beat you to death? Only now did the atmosphere truly shatter, plunging them into a desperate, bloodthirsty fight for survival. Run! I need to get out of here! Don't block my way! Amidst the absolute madness, a sudden booming voice roared out, forcing everyone to stop. "Everybody shut the hell up!" Out of sheer reflex, the crowd fell dead silent, snapping their heads toward the source of the voice. Myung-hoo, his face twisted in a fierce scowl, stared them down, ready to spit out the brutal reality of their situation. "Starting right now, we have to decide who gets killed so the rest of us can live." Myung-hoo clenched his trembling fists, forcing out the wretched words he never wanted to say. "If I don't do anything, I'll end up getting thrown out of here too. I have no choice. I have to kill someone if I want to survive." With that dark thought, he lunged forward, violently grabbing an old man by the collar. What are you doing, young man? Have you lost your mind?" Myung-hoo growled, thick veins bulging across his flushed face as he tightened his grip. "I'm going to kill this old bastard." He was completely past the point of giving a damn about morals or reason. Meanwhile, deep underground, a completely different kind of slaughter was taking place. Yugan swung his blade in a ruthless sweeping arc, slicing a massive earthworm clean in half. He planted his foot firmly into the dirt, anchoring himself. In a flash, Yugan pivoted, his body spinning with lethal fluid grace. Strike after strike, he mercilessly sent wave after wave of those grotesque worms straight to the afterlife. In the blink of an eye, the cavern fell dead silent. The massacre was over. You have leveled up. Yuan opened his pouch, casually tossing in the glowing cores he had just harvested. Your wisdom has increased by 1. Your constitution has increased by 1. Your perception has increased by 1. You have reached level 20. Yuan completely ignored the barrage of system alerts, simply slinging his bag over his shoulder and preparing to move out. Arcane power has been unlocked. A faint smirk crossed his face. I actually pulled it off. He wiped the sweat from his brow, a deep sense of satisfaction washing over him after the exhausting battle. Has it been 3 hours already? That was a rough grind, but this is sorry. But thanks to my boosted stats, my body feels a hell of a lot lighter. I got rewarded with 3 random stat points just for hunting down those oversized earthworms, didn't I? Plus, I still have 1 unallocated stat point left. Not bad at all. I guess I really can't expect any better rewards until I finally hunt that specific thing down. A system prompt flashed before his eyes, asking for confirmation. Without a second thought, he hit yes. Unallocated stat points available. Remaining points, 5. Would you like to use them? As soon as he tapped the button, the system panel vanished, automatically distributing his hard-earned points. Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the raw surge of energy coursing through his veins as his stats spiked. Arcane power plus 5. This arcane power is going to be the absolute foundation for every single ability I gain from here on out. There isn't a single stat more critical than this. Current arcane power, 18. Even the rare few who are literally blessed by the tower only start out with 12 points. So yeah, I'd say I'm off to a damn good start. I'm really glad I hoarded those points. Now the only thing I need is, suddenly, his sharp senses picked up on a presence approaching. Yuan slowly turned his head, calling out into the empty space. Hey, you've been watching me this whole time, haven't you? Hiding within a massive crater in the ceiling, the mysterious stalker seemed reluctant to show its face. How did you know? Yuan flashed a cocky, arrogant grin at the ceiling. Come on, you saw it yourself. I'm pretty damn flashy, aren't I? Staring at anything else around here would just bore you to death anyway. Am I wrong? The hidden creature let out a genuine raspy chuckle. You know what? You're completely right about that. The bizarre entity slowly crept out from the shadows, revealing the side of its body. Honestly, I should be thanking you. You've made this incredibly dull job so much more entertaining. It was a lower-tier system manager, twisted into the grotesque, unsettling shape of a clown. And, wow, you actually managed to hit level 20 already. Yuan casually rested his heavy blade against his shoulder, his tone perfectly flat. Just got lucky. The clown floated down, twisting and wriggling through the air in a deeply unsettling manner. Lucky, you say? You do realize that the people who pull things off through pure luck are the most terrifying ones of all, right? So, why did you call me out here? Yuan didn't waste a single breath. The shop. Oh, are you looking to buy some new shiny items? No? Yuan stared him down with an icy, demanding gaze. I need to buy some skills. The clown tilted its grotesque head, clearly intrigued. Even as it summoned the shop interface, it couldn't resist probing him. I'm fairly certain you are the very first player to buy skills this early in the second tutorial round. Yuan didn't even bother to reply. He just silently strode up to the newly materialized glowing shelves and reached out. The clown grinned wickedly. Go ahead then, pick whatever your heart desires. Yugan browsed with interest. There were so many options that just skimming through them would take an eternity. As the small skill panels popped up, a hint of curiosity struck him, and he turned to ask, Do you seriously own all of this? The guy spoke as if this stash was something sacred. This is everything you can buy in the tutorial round, he probed, trying to dig into Yugan's real intentions. What's up? Is there something specific you're looking for? Yugan kept his guard up, refusing to let a single careless word slip. Asking any more questions would only draw unwanted attention. After a moment of thought, he made his choice. The monkey's eye, an eye that once belonged to a beast on the peak of Mount Hogo. I'm going to buy this. The guide looked a bit baffled, his face twisting into a slight sneer. The monkey's eye? Honestly, it's not really a great skill, you know. Ignoring the guy's useless babble, Yugan just went ahead and bought it. You have spent 2,000 points. I just thought the name was unique. The guy tilted his head, clearly confused. Right? The system chimed in. You have acquired the monkey's eye. Total points remaining, 1,527. Yugan scanned the list and picked out a few more items. Next up is this one, the basic arcane sword. It coats your blade with mystic energy, adapting to how you wield it. In the right hands, it can become an absolute reliable weapon. 1,500 points. You have spent 1,500 points. You have received the basic arcane sword. Total points remaining, 27. The guide trailed right behind him, showering Yugan with over-the-top praise. Oh ho, an excellent choice. The basic arcane sword will perfectly make up for the attack power you lack compared to the early participants. Yugan didn't say a word, but in his mind, he scoffed. So damn noisy. After a short while, the guide finally decided to stop pestering him. Farewell. I hope you truly enjoy the rest of your time here. I have high expectations for you, you know. Hearing that, an intense wave of suspicion washed over him. High expectations? So, are they monitoring me as some sort of special management target? Fine, it doesn't matter. No matter how closely they watch me, I haven't broken a single rule to get this far, so they have absolutely zero grounds to punish me. My only real headache is figuring out how to return, but I wonder, can they even sense it? The reversal. The clock used to turn back time was an artifact forged by Kronos, Mimir, and Odin. And Kronos, the absolute core of this artifact, was brutally punished. His very existence erased from reality just for it being used. On top of that, those lower-ranked lackeys, even the managers, have absolutely no way to bring it back. Regardless, taking note of the system, the skill Yugan had just purchased was the monkey's eye, the eyes of a beast from the peaks of Mount Hogo. Upon activation, vision and strength are increased by 5 points. Rank F. Proficiency 0.00%. His gaze hardened with absolute resolve as he marched forward. My ultimate goal will never change. So, this is what those guys were seeing. I need to max out this proficiency as fast as possible. The true value of these eyes lies somewhere else entirely. Meanwhile, deep within the pitch-black underground, the swarm of vile bugs had already devoured countless humans. Catching sight of Yugan from afar, the disgusting creatures began to squirm out in droves. The system clock flashed red. Time remaining. 29 minutes and 58 seconds. He tightened his grip on his blade, dead set for the slaughter. All right then, just Looks like I've still got plenty of time. Yugan gave his sword a sharp flick, standing his ground fearlessly against the massive, brainless horde. I know it's lurking around here somewhere, the boss monster of the second tutorial round, the Overlord Worm. Yugan kicked off the ground, using the monster's colossal, meaty body as a springboard to launch himself into the air. The gigantic worm reared up, seemingly trying to gauge the situation. He stared down at it, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. To suddenly mutate into a man-eating freak, it must be desperately bound to its spawn. But at the end of the day, it's still just a brainless bug. Hey, look beneath you! The massive monstrosity lunged violently, jaws snapping wide open. Yugan effortlessly vaulted higher into the dark abyss. He gripped his sword with bone-chilling confidence. I'm going to end you in a single strike. A deafening shockwave violently erupted through the cavern. Yugan charged relentlessly forward, his heavy battle axe roaring. He ripped right through the beast, tearing a horrific shriek from its throat. The monster's gargantuan body came crashing down into the dirt. Yugan didn't stop. He rained down a brutal flurry of strikes, leaving the creature writhing and squealing in pure agony. He glared down at the mess, flashing a vicious, triumphant smirk. Well, what are you gonna do now? Gonna try and roll over? I'm telling you right now, that's not exactly the smartest move. He mercilessly carved into it again. Yugan locked eyes with the beast, sensing it wasn't dead yet. The monster shrieked in agonizing pain, thrashing its body wildly across the cavern floor. He kept up the brutal barrage. Just a little more! Raising his weapon high, he threw himself directly at the dying beast. Yugan dove straight into its widely unhinged, gaping maw. Thanks for coming all the way out here to find me. The hulking monstrosity was utterly obliterated by his fatal, back-to-back strikes. Meanwhile, Kang Seongchan was shaking uncontrollably, desperately clinging to Minhoon's leg. Please, spare me. Please, you can't do this. It's not right. How could you do this to me knowing it's a death sentence? Minhoon viciously kicked Seongchan right in the gut. Shut your damn mouth. Know your damn place. Everyone here already agreed. We have to pick someone as a sacrifice to survive in their territory. The other survivors groveling on the ground furiously spat back. Bullshit. You're the bastard who made that twisted decision on your own. Yeah, when the hell did we ever agree to that? Minhoon sneered back, his face twisting with rage. Everyone agreed, except for you pathetic rats. Gritting his teeth, he raised his bloodstained knife, pointing it straight down. So, do you have a death wish, or are you going to try and fight back? Because I'm going to kill you with my own two hands, you hear me? System notification. Time remaining 30 seconds. Everyone stared at the countdown in absolute terror. 17 seconds. 13 seconds. Agonizing screams echoed all around. 6 seconds. 4 seconds. Mihun looked around on high alert. The clock hit 3 seconds. Suddenly, he froze. The countdown had stopped completely at exactly 3 seconds. He stared blankly at the screen. Did the timer just stop? System notification. You have cleared the second tutorial round. The safe zone will no longer shrink. Mihun was completely bewildered. But why? The people around him were just as confused. Wait, are we safe now? We lived. We actually lived. The screen flashed again. You now have 600 points. 15 hours remaining until the second tutorial officially concludes. Meanwhile, over on Yugan's side, the administrator's familiar cheered excitedly. Whoa, you actually managed to kill it. Yugan replied flatly. It was a bit of a hassle. The familiar quickly made an offer. Do you want me to heal those wounds for you? Yugan rejected the offer without a second thought. If you're trying to pass that off as my reward, I'll pass. It's just a scratch. Leveling up my stamina is more than enough to heal this. The familiar looked at him in genuine awe. Come to think of it, for a normal human to make it this far in just the second tutorial, that's absolutely mind-blowing. Yugan sighed, annoyed. You're as loud and annoying as ever, aren't you? He thought to himself. It's been 30 minutes since I killed the alpha worm. This guy showed up way later than I expected. The low-level managers running this tutorial probably never imagined that the alpha worm, the apex predator meant to balance the ecosystem of this second round, would actually be killed. So, naturally, they didn't even bother programming a reward for hunting it down. Which means they're scrambling right now to figure out what kind of reward to give me. Yugan glared at the familiar. So, where's my reward? The familiar tilted its head, analyzing him. Since you already knew you'd get a hidden reward for a special achievement, it seems you're quite familiar with how this world works, huh? Yugan scoffed inwardly. Of course I know. It'd be weirder if I didn't. The familiar floated closer, whispering. You know, most people are completely clueless at this stage. But I wonder, do you know about this? Yugan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Just hand over the reward. Flustered, the familiar backed up. All right. You get to choose 1 out of 3 options. Yugan raised an eyebrow. And what exactly are they? The familiar cleared its throat and began its pitch. Option number 1, a free pass to skip straight to the 5th tutorial round. This skip also grants you all the basic information and clear rewards for rounds 3 and 4. Yugan clicked his tongue mentally. Sneaky bastards. They know the hidden pieces in the 3rd and 4th rounds are too valuable for me, so they're trying to bait me into skipping straight to the 5th. The familiar continued. Option number 2, pure points. I don't think I need to explain how useful that is, right? Yugan cut straight to the chase. And the 3rd option? The familiar puffed its chest out proudly. The final option is a direct connection to Olympus. You might not know this yet, but the tutorial is merely the starting line of this vast world. Within the tower, there are massive syndicates and countless beings who wield godlike powers. If you choose this, I will personally recommend you to Olympus. Olympus is one of the ruling factions that dictate the laws of the tower. With their backing, your safety and success are absolutely guaranteed once you clear this tutorial. Yugan paused, his eyes narrowing. Did you just say Olympus? His mind raced. I hadn't considered this angle before. It's true. Olympus is one of the absolute supreme factions ruling the tower. Kronos is also a major powerhouse tied directly to Olympus. If I could borrow their influence, climbing the tower would be significantly faster and a whole lot safer. But Yugan's expression remained ice cold as he gave his answer. I'll take the second one. Give me the points. The familiar stared at him in utter shock. Wait, what? System notification. Distributing reward. You have received 10,000 points. The familiar began panicking frantically. Hold on, wait. Since you haven't spent the points yet, I'll bend the rules and let you pick again. You need to think this through. I bet you only picked the points because you have no idea how massive Olympus really is. You're going to regret throwing away an opportunity like this. Yugan glared down at the floating creature. Hey, you low-level lackey. If you're down here playing the role of a subordinate, then shut your mouth and just do your damn job. That 3rd option you just pushed on me, you didn't run that by the other managers, did you? In fact, I'm absolutely certain the main administrator never approved of that offer. The familiar gasped, visibly trembling. How do you know about the administrator? Yugan pressed his advantage, digging deeper. Are the other low-level managers taking backdoor deals just like you? Are they all desperately trying to recruit for Olympus? Or is it the heavenly realm pushing this? Maybe Diva? Or even Lemegaton? The familiar shrieked in absolute terror. What the hell are you? Yugan calmly stood up, brushing off the dust. Thanks for the chat, by the way. Because you couldn't keep your big mouth shut, I just found myself another fun little objective to take care of. The familiar panicked, frantically trying to block his path. Wait, hold on. What exactly are you planning to do? The screen displayed a glowing text. Would you like to spend 1,000 points to request an audience with the administrator? You press the pay button on the screen. You'll find out soon enough. Suddenly, the ground around him began to tremble violently. The system chimed in. The administrator has accepted your request. He stared deeply at the screen, deep in thought. The tutorial phase is supposed to be completely cut off from the tower, but aside from the participants, is Olympus actually pulling the strings of those lower-ranking admins? I can't just let this slide. It's going to mess with my future plans. The tutorial administrator materialized. A meeting request during the tutorial phase, costing nearly 1,000 points. So, you're the one who called for me? You replied with icy calm. I am Kim Yugan, a participant in this tutorial. The admin chuckled dryly. I know you slaughtered over 1,000 zombies in the first tutorial phase. The ground floor of the tower, wasn't it? I've heard quite a bit about you, Kim Yugan, the admin said, his tone turning sharp as he interrogated him. Did you already know I existed? And more importantly, how did you figure out the exact conditions to summon me? You simply recited the very first rule of the tutorial. All information within the tutorial must be acquired solely through the participant's own abilities. It shall never be provided by a tower administrator. That is the absolute rule that you yourself established. He locked eyes with the admin. By stating that all information had to be self-gathered, the admin, more than anyone else, should know perfectly well that you wasn't lying. Within your domain, you have the absolute power to tell truth from lies, don't you? The tutorial administrator fell into a heavy, dead silence. His casual demeanor vanished. You calmly dropped the bombshell. Instead, there is outside interference bleeding into the tower right here. The admin repeated his words, eyes narrowing in suspicion. You laid it out perfectly clearly.
Olympus has been maintaining secret contact with your subordinates. I was even offered the sponsorship of Olympus as a hidden reward.
A lesser subordinate appeared, stammering frantically under the admin's murderous glare. Administrator, sir, that's not true. The admin flew into a blind rage, delivering a devastating explosive punch straight into the subordinate. Panting with fury, the tutorial administrator slowly raised his blood-soaked hand. Those absolute bastards from Olympus, of all places, they dare try to expand their filthy influence into my domain? He took a breath, calming down. I have to thank you. Because of you, I was finally able to purge the rot from the inside. You replied, his voice completely detached. The second rule of the tutorial. During the tutorial phase, every single achievement earned by a participant must be converted into a perfectly equivalent reward. The tutorial administrator stared at him in silence. You pushed his advantage without hesitation. I burned through a massive amount of points just to summon you here. What do you plan to do about that? Quite a tricky situation, isn't it? The admin finally spoke up. When my subordinate pulled up your file, there wasn't a single anomaly or special trait worth noting. But honestly, that turns out to be the most fascinating thing about you.
Very well, you may not have killed it with your own two hands, but the result is virtually the same. A glitch. An entity practically bordering on a cheat code, completely eradicated during the second tutorial, especially for someone who is supposedly just an ordinary participant. You stared unflinchingly at the admin. I'll take that as a compliment. The admin burst into an amused laugh. Well then, you've done me a massive favor today. So, what would be an appropriate reward for such an achievement? Let's see here. You're already swimming in points. So, alright, you absolutely deserve at least this much. Yugan quietly analyzed the admin's hand movements. That was the standard gesture for transferring points. So, the reward wasn't going to be anything groundbreaking after all. Suddenly, the system flared to life. You have acquired the skill, Mana Mastery. Your mana recovery, mana resistance, and mana sensitivity have substantially increased. Your arcane stat has increased by 5 points. Yugan stared at the glowing text, completely unable to believe his own eyes. The tutorial administrator flashed a deeply arrogant smirk. I have a feeling that will more than satisfy you. Well, my traitorous subordinate has been dealt with, so I'll be taking my leave now. We will cross paths again in the third round of the tutorial. And with those words, he vanished into thin air. You looked down at his own hands, gazing at the raw mana flowing through him in sheer disbelief. Mana Mastery! He was stunned. How could a god-tier skill like this drop during a mere tutorial? He vividly remembered what Mana Mastery truly was. It was one of the absolute administrator privileges, the power of a being that could bend mana entirely to its will. He clenched his fists tightly. The efficiency was still at a beginner's level, but this was a true mana manipulation skill. A force controlled entirely by the arcane stat, and unequivocally the single most important power inside the tower. Yugan raised his hand, casually lifting a concentrated mass of mana into the air. The Mana Sphere, an advanced mana manipulation technique that was only supposed to unlock once the arcane stat hit level 40. The holographic screen flickered, displaying his current status. Kim Yugan, arcane stat 26. He focused, forcing the unstable Mana Sphere to compress in his palm. Then he hurled it straight at the ground. Boom! The explosive shockwave blasted the surroundings to absolute pieces. Yugan stared at the violently shattered earth around him. He never expected the compensatory boost of the skill to be this terrifyingly effective.
It was still highly unstable, but that didn't matter right now. Should I actually be writing a thank you note to Olympus for this one? But for now, this was more than enough power. I can't just be satisfied with hoarding low-level items and trying to painfully mimic the strength I had before I regressed through time. The system flashed. Time remaining until the end of the second tutorial phase. 13 hours, 25 minutes, and 48 seconds. You glared into the distance, watching the hordes of monsters swarming closer. I need more power, more variables. The kind of variables that can utterly butcher those so-called omnipotent outer gods. I need far, far more than this. The timer steadily ticked down on the holographic screen, showing the final countdown for the second round of the tutorial. 10 minutes and 11 seconds left. Kang Seong-chan threw his hands up in sheer frustration. This is exactly why I kept telling you we should just wait it out. Do you honestly think the government is just going to sit back and do nothing while Hongdae is turning into a literal bloodbath? Myung-hun snapped, roaring back at him. Shut your damn mouth! Who the hell guaranteed you that after this second round ends, there won't be a third or a fourth? What the hell do we do if the safe zone straight up disappears while we're sitting here like sitting ducks? Kang Seong-chan begged, desperation bleeding into his voice. Then please, just let us hold out until the very last second, until the timer hits 0. Just let us... Myung-hun wasn't having a single word of it. Without warning, he lunged forward, violently grabbing Seong-chan by the collar. You really are a colossal pain in my ass, he snarled. He turned his terrifying glare to the others. Hey, you lots, didn't I strictly order you to form a new scavenging squad and get your asses out there? If you pathetic cowards can't handle it together, maybe I should just throw you out there all by yourself. Don't look so miserable. We were all supposed to die anyway. But hey, thanks to you being monster bait, the rest of us get to live another day. Welcome to reality, kid. Because that's exactly the kind of hellish world this has become. He's so fast! Suddenly someone stammered out. Wait! Isn't that a person? The crowd erupted into fearful whispers. He must be out of his damn mind. Is he actually wandering outside the safe zone? Is he brave or just completely brainless? Suddenly, a desperate warning rang out. Watch out! Below you! Watch out! The ground beneath Yugan caved in, and a towering monster erupted right in front of him. It unhinged its massive jaws, ready to swallow him whole. Yugan launched himself into the air, instantly obliterating the beast with a single, devastating kick. The onlooker's jaws dropped in pure shock at the sight. A system screen popped up. Time remaining until the end of the second training round. 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Myung-hun ground his teeth in annoyance as Yugan brushed him off. Just ignore me and get back to your little discussion. A status screen displayed Yugan's information. Level 26. Kim Yugan. Area 10,131. Total points, 10,027. Unallocated stat points, 0. As Yugan stared at the slaughtered monster, about to step forward to claim his reward, a voice called out to him. He silently sized up the group in front of him. It seemed a few irrelevant bastards were acting like they owned the place. Myung-hun threw an arm around Yugan's shoulder, faking friendly intimacy. Where the hell have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. I was worried sick when you just vanished like that. A system screen appeared. Survivors remaining, 1,427 out of 1,500. The crowd murmured in confusion. Are they close? He just killed that monster with his bare foot. They stared in terror at the other thugs wielding knives to keep them in line. Myung-hun shoved Yugun forward. Come on, get inside. Yugun demanded, pointing at the shivering survivors. You forced them to gather items. Myung-hun immediately made excuses. They could have died anyway. It's for the greater good of all of us. Yugun challenged him, his tone sharp. So you made them gamble with their lives just to fetch food again? The atmosphere grew heavy. Myung-hun glared at him, a threatening glint in his eyes. Yugun, listen carefully. If you want to survive here, you need to learn how to be a coward. Do you seriously think laws and morals mean a damn thing in a place like this? If we want to stay alive in this twisted world, we have to be vicious, selfish, and ruthless. That's just common sense. Come on! Don't tell me you haven't realized that yet. Yugun stared right back at him, completely unfazed and defiant. Ding! A system alert echoed. Second training round timer, 0. The second training session has officially ended. 500 points and survival items will be deducted from everyone inside the safe zone. Due to casualties, the item creation feature will be disabled. Yugen turned his back and walked away. If that's how you want to survive, be my guest. I'm not playing your game. And I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. But do not cross the line no matter what. Myung-hun glared daggers at his retreating back. The line? Another system window popped up. The third training session will begin immediately. Myung-hun clicked his tongue in rage. That arrogant bastard Ufabaz showing off again. The screen flashed the new objective. Hunt 50 monsters in the designated area and collect 50 essence cores. Time remaining, 72 hours. The current area will be destroyed once the timer expires. The portal will activate in 70 hours. The entire city plunged into absolute chaos, ravaged by hordes of monsters. The survivors desperately braced themselves to fight off another wave. Damn it, when is this nightmare going to end? Even so, the safe zone remained untouched. Whoa, So it's really happening. It's exactly like this? It's literally like the video game, huh? Myung-hoon muttered darkly. Kill monsters and collect essence cores. Am I seriously supposed to gather 50 of them all by myself? His voice dropped to a menacing growl. You all heard the system, right? I know exactly what needs to be done. Meanwhile, in a different sector, glittering beads of mana essence showered the ground. Yugan nonchalantly harvested the mana cores from the beast's corpse. The screen updated. Mana essence, 132 out of 50. He tossed the dead monster aside and grabbed the next one. Yugan smirked at the massive swarm of beasts closing in on him. Looks like we've got a whole army here. Could I actually hit the 1000 mark today? He condensed his mana in the palm of his hand. The screen read, Mana level 30. Radiating confidence, he closed the distance to the monsters. A passive skill activated. Mana Master Efficiency, 0.5%. Yugan thought to himself, I got lucky hoarding so much essence in the second round. But that's nowhere near enough to satisfy me. The sphere of pure energy in his hand grew exponentially. System alert. Manosphere. Completion rate 100%. Monosphere construction complete. The skill Monosphere has been acquired. Yugan gritted his teeth, his eyes locking onto the swirling vortex of power before launching a devastating assault right into the heart of the horde. He gasped in pleasant surprise. It actually worked. It drains all my reserves to cast it, and controlling it is a total nightmare. But if I can just raise my stats and efficiency, this is going to be incredibly deadly. He panted heavily, wiping sweat from his brow. Using the Monosphere is a good way to test my mana control, sure, but fighting from a distance? That's just not my style. The surviving monsters began to cower, intimidated by his overwhelming aura. Yugun stepped forward, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Why are you all backing away? Come on, let's go another round. I'm not planning on wasting any of my remaining time. The system clock ticked down. 22 hours, 43 minutes, and 22 seconds left on day 2 of the third training round. Leading another group of survivors, Kang Seong-chan looked around in confusion. Did we venture too deep into the zone? A chorus of nervous agreements echoed from behind him. Yeah, it's kind of creepy, Han Gun-ho, level 10, muttered in frustration. We don't have a choice. We started with 1,400 people, and now we're down to just 400. We have to hide wherever we can. Kang Seong-chan, also level 10, let out a heavy sigh. Low murmurs echoed through the area. Has Hongdae Station always been this massive? Beats me. The whole world went to hell, so it makes sense this place is in ruins too. Lim Jo-yeon, level 10, suddenly gasped from behind them. Wait, you guys, look over there! Han Gun-ho blinked in confusion. Huh? What is it? Kang Seong-chan squinted, equally skeptical. Is that a convenience store? Lim Jo-yeon's face lit up with excitement. Thank God! We can finally stock up our inventories with some real food! Han Gun-ho dashed forward. Let's go! I'm starving. Man, I hope they have some ramen left. Kang Seong-chan scoffed. We don't even have water to boil it with. You idiot! Han Gun-ho just chuckled. Man, whatever. I'll just eat the damn thing raw. Suddenly, a monster obliterated him in a split second. The rest of the group froze in absolute horror. They screamed in agony. Yunho! Kang Seong-chan gritted his teeth. Damn it! There's too many of them. Lim Jo-yeon frantically calculated their odds. Can we even win this? I've fought so hard just to stay alive, and my level is pretty high now. But why won't my legs move? Kang Seong-chan roared. The swarm of monsters lunged straight at her. She swung her sword fiercely at the beasts, but their relentless attacks broke her guard, and one clamped its jaws onto her. Kang Seong-chan cursed in pure frustration. Son of a bitch! The monster screeched deafeningly. One of them hurled itself at him next. Agonizing screams echoed relentlessly through the station. Lim Jo-yeon watched in sheer terror. No, it can't end like this. I want to live. I've endured way too much. Why do I have to die here? Suddenly, a beast ambushed her from behind. Her body went entirely stiff. She stared helplessly as the monster swarmed from every direction. Out of nowhere, a lazy voice cut through the chaos. Man, you guys are way too loud. It was Yujian. He stood there casually spinning a tin can in his hand. Well, I'm awake now. Lim Jo-yeon's jaw dropped in disbelief. That's impossible. I leveled up, my stats are pretty decent. But he just obliterated that monster with a tin can. Yujian flicked the can at the beasts, wiping them out in the blink of an eye. Drawing his sword, he charged. He carved through the surrounding monsters with terrifying ferocity. Gaining momentum, Yujian launched a brutal kick right into the horde, drawing out agonizing shrieks. They were completely wiped out, sending showers of blood splattering across the walls. The survivors stared at the bloodbath in absolute shock. Yujian let out an exhausted sigh and casually strolled over to the two of them. Kang Seong-chan managed to choke out a thank you. Lim Jo-yeon, who was supporting his weight, quickly echoed, thank you for saving our lives. We'll see. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees. Seong-chan! Lim Jo-yeon screamed. Yujian just tossed a potion bottle at them. Smear that on his wounds first. It works like a charm, Yujian said flatly. What's his vitality stat? Kang Seong-chan groaned. Huh? Around 17, Yujian nodded in conclusion. Well, you're not gonna die from that then?
You just won't be able to use that arm anymore, Lim Jo-yeon desperately urged her friend.
Hurry, put it on. Meanwhile, Yugan cracked his neck in annoyance.
I guess I slept for about 6 hours. I'm not tired anymore, but man, an extra hour of sleep would have been glorious. That was my first real rest in 4 days. I really pushed myself to the absolute limit. I even had to buy odorless powder just to catch some damn sleep. A system prompt hovered in the air. Odorless powder. 100 points. A scent erasing powder that completely neutralizes the sharp senses of monsters. He glared sideways at the two of them. I can't believe they ruined my nap. Lim Jo-yeon hesitated nervously. Excuse me, are you going to keep hunting? There are way more monsters down here than on the surface. If you're unlucky, you might run into the Earth Vipers. Yugen replied blankly, I'm not planning on staying here. This place is my cafeteria and my personal rest area. She blinked in utter confusion. Taking a breather, he glanced back and spoke up. My hunting grounds are somewhere else. They followed him down into a deeper underground chamber, one that even had an entire lake. Kang Seong-chan looked around in absolute disbelief. There's actually a dungeon down here on basement level 2. Lim Jo-yeon nodded in agreement. The layout down here is completely different, isn't it? Now this is a real hunting ground. Yugan interrogated them. What about you two? You knew how dangerous it was, so why did you still come down here? Lim Jo-yeon gripped her sword tightly. You've probably been down here this whole time, so you have no idea what's happening up there, do you? Gangs are already starting to form on the surface. They're constantly paranoid, slaughtering each other left and right. Plus, the bloody scramble for essence is turning that place into a living hell. Yugan turned his back, realizing the two of them had taken the chance to slip away before they became targets. Kang Seong-chan chimed in. Those guys wouldn't dare follow us all the way down here. Lim Jo-yeon nodded in agreement. Right, Yugan kept walking, his voice echoing. But now that you're down here, you still almost got yourselves killed anyway, they immediately replied. But we're still breathing, all thanks to you. Kang Seong-chan suddenly went on high alert. Wait, what was that sound? Yugan stared dead at them. You said it was all thanks to me. I wouldn't be so sure that I won't just kill you both right now to take your essence. Kang Seong-chan secretly gritted his teeth. We let our guard down just because he saved our lives. Compared to the thugs on the surface, this guy was far more terrifying. Kang Seong-chan spoke up, his voice tense. You've probably already gathered all the essence you need. There's no reason for you to kill us. Yugan shot him a dark, chilling glare. And what if I told you, I want more? He stammered a reply, but then Yugan warned them. Even if I don't kill you myself, the two of you are going to die down here anyway. I shouldn't have to explain why. Lim Jo-yeon was completely baffled. This is so strange. If he actually wanted to hurt us, why would he waste his breath saying all this? Could it be? She looked at Yugan and asked, what exactly do you want from us? He let out a faint smirk and glanced at them. His next words left them both utterly stunned. It's not a bad deal. If you two pull your weight, I'll share the essence drops with you. Let's move. Just then, a monster burst out from the shadows, its massive jaws snapping wide open as it lunged at them. It chased them down relentlessly, leaving Kang Seong-chan absolutely terrified. The poor guy looked like he was about to burst into tears. This is what he calls not a bad deal? He suddenly remembered what Yugan had asked him earlier. Are your legs holding up okay? He remembered replying. Huh? Yeah. Yugan had simply smirked and said, good, then run. Kang Seong-chan sprinted for his life, screaming in pure terror. Somebody save me! Out of nowhere, Yugan flashed right in front of the beast. He slashed his blade right across its face. The monster collapsed howling in agony, while Yugan immediately dashed forward to clash with the next one. It lunged with its jaws gaping wide to devour him, but Yugan drove his strike straight down its throat. In seconds, that monster was obliterated too. Kang Seong-chan collapsed to his knees, bracing his hands on the ground as he gasped for air. This guy's hunting speed, it's seriously no joke, he thought to himself. If he always clears out monsters at this pace, just how much essence has he stockpiled by now? Glowing mana essence scattered across the ground. He stepped closer to inspect them. Since the level of these monsters was higher, the essence drop rate was clearly massively boosted. It had only been 2 hours, yet he had already farmed 50 essence cores. His strength was completely off the charts. Kang Seong-chan scrambled to help Yugan pick up the glowing loot. Yugan helped them toss the items into their bags. This guy. He's just built different, Kang Seong-chan thought in awe. Yugan glanced over. How many is that? Kang Seong-chan stammered nervously. A total of 6 drops. Yugan turned back to him. You can keep one of those. Kang Seong-chan was stunned, recalling how fast it all went. We couldn't even lure the monsters fast enough to keep up with his hunting speed. What is he even planning to do with all this essence? Kang Seong-chan was totally bewildered. What's taking Jo-yeon so long? Yugan casually replied. I'm sure she'll be back any minute now. Burning with curiosity, he couldn't help but ask, Hey, what level are you right now? With a hunting speed like this, you must be leveling up like crazy. Yugan gave a nonchalant answer to clear his doubts. Leveling up has actually gotten a lot slower.
I'll have to wait until the next training phase kicks in just to level up at a normal rate again. King Seong-chan was left completely speechless. Just how ridiculously high is the level cap that it won't go up anymore, huh? Yugan found it amusing. Besides, a person's level is strictly confidential. Don't go asking around, and if anyone asks you, keep your mouth shut. Same goes for your stats. Seong-chan broke into a cold sweat, staring at him. But, you literally just asked for my physical stats a second ago. Yugan gave him a deadpan look. Oh, right. I guess I should have just let your arm get crippled then. Seong-chan clutched his head. Okay, message received. Yugan casually flicked the blood off his blade. Don't just act as bait. Take advantage of this and hunt a few yourself. On top of gathering essence, you need to focus on leveling up too. Just then, Juyeon came sprinting toward them, completely out of breath. Yugan! She was dragging an entire horde of monsters right behind her. I'm over here! Seong-chan groaned in exhaustion. Man, I only got to rest for a second. Yugan glanced over his shoulder. Here they come! He stepped forward to intercept her. A series of sharp impacts echoed through the air as Seong-chan also leaped in, striking down the rushing monsters. A system chime signaled a level up. He let out a massive sigh of relief. Got him. Jo-yeon immediately turned to him. Did you just level up? Seong-chan nodded. Yeah, what about you? She chimed in right away. I leveled up too! He bent down and scooped up the glowing mana essence from the ground. Yugan strolled over to them. You guys done? Seong-chan nodded firmly. All done. Is it okay if we keep this essence? Seong-chan asked, crouching to gather the remaining crystals. Of course, Yugan replied. You're the ones who killed those monsters. He tossed his share of the essence over to Juyeon. You two have 50 essences now, right? She beamed back at him. Yeah, when we first got here, we only had 20. I honestly didn't expect us to gather them this fast. Thank you so much, Yugan. Yugan kept his tone casual. Don't mention it. Thanks to you two playing bait, my hunting efficiency shot up by 50%. Not to mention, I raked in way more essence than usual, he thought to himself. The timer read 2 hours and 57 minutes remaining. The portal would activate soon. He turned his back to them. If we're done here, let's get moving. Seong-chan pumped his fist. Finally, we can go back up! Juyeon murmured nervously. Do you think it's still total chaos out there? I bet it's even worse than before, Seong-chan replied grimly. The third phase of the tutorial is almost over. I'm really worried about the people topside. A sudden shout rang out across the cavern. Look, the portal just turned red. We're about to go in. Brownhair shoved his hands into his pockets. Everyone around them was subtly trying to conceal their weapons, making fake, polite small talk just to secure an advantage later. His system interface displayed his essence count, 45 out of 50. Baldy glared at the gathering crowd. The drop rate for essence is garbage. Instead of risking our necks hunting monsters, it'd be way faster to just kill the others and take theirs. Brownhair scoffed in annoyance. Yeah, well, everyone else is thinking the exact same thing. Baldy stroked his chin thoughtfully. True, but it looks like nobody wants to make the first move just yet. Brownhair gritted his teeth. Once that portal opens, it's going to be a different story. He knew exactly how this played out. The second those doors opened, it would be an absolute bloodbath of looting and slaughter. Baldy nudged him. Hey, boss, the head honcho over there is staring right at us. Myung-hoon began a slow, deliberate walk in their direction. He's heading this way, Baldy warned. Brownhair scowled, visibly irritated. Yo! Myung-hoon called out to them. Long time no see. How have you boys been holding up these past 2 days? Brownhair shot him a cold glare. I don't think we're exactly on speaking terms, so cut the crap. Myung-hoon let out a raspy, mocking laugh. Still acting like a tough guy, huh? Even when you know exactly what's about to go down. You do grasp the situation, don't you? The moment that portal opens, it's going to be a literal sea of blood. Brownhair ground his teeth together. That son of a bitch. Myung-hoon had gathered a massive group for this exact moment. Brownhair finally caved, asking roughly, how much essence do you want? A sinister smirk crept across Myung-hoon's face. Well, seeing as my crew has a lot more mouths to feed than yours, how about 700? Brownhair flinched in shock. 700? He clenched his fist tight. His entire group barely even had 300 combined. It was a completely absurd demand. Clearly, a bloody clash was unavoidable now. Myung-hoon gave a mock, sympathetic smile. Tell you what, hand over 400 and I'll graciously spare your miserable lives. We'll hunt down the rest ourselves. Brownhair stared at that punchable, arrogant face. Fuck me. If I say no, we're gonna have to fight his entire mob. It's 50 versus 20. Even if we survive, we'd be crippled. Does he expect me to get on my knees and thank him for dropping it to 400? I'd rather bleed out fighting. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the tension. Coming through. Excuse me? Juyeon's group parted the crowd. Brownhair jolted as he recognized the man, staring in utter disbelief at the guy casually carrying a massive crate. It was Kim Yugan. Yugan didn't hesitate, slamming the heavy crate down onto the ground. Myung-hoon raised an eyebrow. I haven't seen your face around here lately. Where the hell did you wander off to? Yugan met his gaze coolly. I had some business to take care of, Myung-hoon sneered. And? Did you manage to scrape together enough essence? Yugan just shrugged, his tone maddeningly nonchalant. Obviously. He pulled open his bag and glowing crystals cascaded out, revealing an entire crate overflowing with pure mana essence right in front of everyone's eyes. Holy shit. Whispers erupted through the crowd like wildfire. How much is that? That's gotta be 1,000 at least. Mi-hun gritted his teeth. How the hell did that bastard hoard so many? Wait, no, we don't need to be afraid of him. Look at how many guys we've got backing us. We have 50 people. No matter how tough he is, there's no way he can take us all on. Yugan spoke up. The floor. Look closely at the floor, he muttered in confusion. The floor? What the hell is that? A drawn line? Yugan asked him coldly. You guys need these, don't you? I don't. I already have more than enough. The crowd immediately erupted into a frenzy. Then give them to me. Me too. Yugan tightly grasped the mana in his hand. Nothing in this world is free, he smirked. 100 points each. If you want to buy, ask for my permission and step inside this circle. The crowd started calculating the cost. 100 points? That's way too expensive. How many points do I even have left? The system shop doesn't sell essence cores. We can only buy them from him. Mi-hun gripped his sword tightly. Are you kidding me? You selfish piece of trash. If you just gave them away, you could save so many lives, but you're actually trying to sell them. What an absolute joke. And what if we don't have enough points? Yugan looked at him in dead silence before calmly replying. What a stupid question. Buy if you want. I'm not forcing anyone. If you want a core, come here. Pay the points up front or trade your items and stats. I don't care how you get your points. Hearing this, the crowd burst into nervous whispers. Selling items? Can we even do that? Seeing his incitement fail, Mi-hun ground his teeth in pure rage. Since he couldn't get what he wanted, he decided to completely ruin it for everyone else. You sick bastard! I bet you murdered other people and robbed them of all these essence cores, and now you have the nerve to sell them for profit? You really think everyone here is just going to accept that? Despite the venomous provocations, Yugan didn't even flinch. And what if I didn't steal them? Mi-hun stubbornly doubled down. Who the hell is going to believe that? Just then, from a distance, John came sprinting over. You have absolutely no right to falsely accuse someone of robbery. You're the one who murdered my friend. Do you have any idea how desperately we had to run from you psychos? Mr. Chan also stood up to expose them. If he really robbed people like you claim, we would be dead by now. We've been traveling with him this entire time. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. What the hell do you guys even know about him? Mi-hun bit his lip, trembling slightly for a second. Absolute total bullshit. So what? What can the three of you even do about it? You really think hiding behind Yugan is going to keep you safe? The moment the words left his mouth, he roared at his underlings. Kill them all! Almost instantly, the entire mob gripped their weapons and lunged aggressively toward Yugun's group. Suddenly, a shadow shot forward like a lightning bolt, moving at a speed so terrifyingly fast that no one could even see it. In a single flash, Yugan cleaved the heads completely off the two swordsmen leading the charge. It seemed he was genuinely pissed off now. Yugan glared at them with lethal intent. You've crossed the line. The closest thug stared in sheer horror at the two headless corpses violently spewing blood. Not just Mi-hun, but every single one of his cronies felt a sudden bone-deep chill. Mi-hun finally registered Yugun's words. Could cross the line literally mean? Looking back, Yugun's warning remained exactly the same. He continued, if you have the means to pay, I will sell the cores to you. Whoever wants to buy must get my permission before stepping inside this circle. Buying is entirely your choice. I'm not forcing anyone. But if anyone tries to cross this line with any other intentions... Pausing for a second, he shot a deadly, warning glare straight at Mi-hun's gang. You will die. The system suddenly popped up with a notification. Basic Blade Arts activated. Mi-hun completely ignored the warning and screamed at the top of his lungs. Fuck this! Get him! Tear him apart! The entire mob decided to swarm him together, but Yugan didn't flinch. He took on the whole gang all by himself. Anyone who charged forward was met with a single strike from Yugan, their heads instantly severing from their bodies. He practically glided through the crowd, and within moments, they were collapsing to the ground like cut grass. Terrified and unable to believe his own eyes, Mi-hun instinctively stumbled backward. How is this even possible? In that horrifying moment, his soul practically left his body. Was he the one who had forgotten the true, ruthless nature of this world? He had to run. That's right, the line. He said only those who cross the line will die. I can do this. I'll be totally fine. I'm gonna live. Yugan glared at him with bloodlust. You really think you're safe just by standing out there? He looked at him, a wicked, sadistic grin spreading across his face. I've already memorized every single one of your faces. Mi-hun felt a sudden bone-deep chill, cold sweat trickling down his back. He memorized all of our faces. What the hell does that mean? Before he could even process an answer, the swordsman's blade flashed. A ruthless, sweeping strike, and another severed head went flying. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, completely soaking the dirt right at the line he had drawn on the ground. And it wasn't just that. Mangled corpses were piled up in a grotesque, horrifying display. Out of the entire mob Mihun had brought with him, including the man himself, not a single soul was lucky enough to make it out alive. Yugan scooped up his belongings, letting out an annoyed sigh. What a damn mess. He started walking, bearing the terrified stares of everyone present. They were looking at him like he was some kind of absolute monster. No one dared to utter a single word. Crushed by his overwhelming aura, the crowd instinctively parted, scrambling out of his way to clear a path. A man watching from a distance couldn't stop his body from trembling. One person slaughtered all those guys alone? A single individual possessing enough overwhelming power to crush an entire gang? So, this is exactly the kind of brutal world we're in now. I thought I had adapted to this place, but I was dead wrong. Gathering his resolve, the man threw his hand up and shouted, "Hey, I'll buy your course." One of his lackeys looked at him, totally baffled. "Boss, wait, what?" The lackey stammered. "How do we even have the points for that?" The man replied sharply, "I already asked the system servants. This knife alone can sell for 500 points. The lackey was still hesitant, but the boss explained. "Think about it, Doi. Every single core he's holding, he probably got them just from hunting monsters." The underling blinked. "How do you know that?" The boss gritted his teeth, spelling it out. "Look at how insanely strong he is. How many monsters do you think a guy like that has butchered? Hell, he didn't even bother looting the cores from the players he just killed." That proved one thing. These cores weren't stolen, and this was going to be a completely clean transaction. Yugan turned his head just as the man approached, eager to strike a deal. "Sell me 7 of them." The man thought to himself, the rules and laws of this world, they are dictated by monsters like him. They quickly shook hands, sealing the deal. In an instant, Yugan received an additional 700 points. The crowd immediately erupted into whispers. "That's right. If we buy the cores, we can pass through to the next training gate." "How many points do I have left?" "Damn it, I only have 200 points. Watching the man successfully disappear into the training gate, the survivors completely lost it. "Me next. I want to buy them too. I'll take 7. I'll take 10. Does anyone have spare points?" "I swear, I'll pay you back in the next round. Just help me out." Meanwhile, the administrator's lackeys were aggressively appraising items. "This item is slightly damaged. I'll give you 300 for it." The seller protested furiously. "Are you kidding me? You're robbing me blind." When the next person stepped up, the lowballing continued. "This isn't a very practical item. 200, take it or leave it." The crowd was seething with frustration. "You swindling bastards!" Someone screamed. "You sold this to me for 1,000 points and now you're buying it back for scraps?" Another deal was struck nearby. 1 stat point equals 100 points, right? So sacrificing 3 perception stats gets me 300 points. Thousands of points were continuously pouring into Yugan's account. He watched the chaos, thinking dryly, what a bunch of scam artists. There should be a limit to how hard you squeeze people. Well, it's still better than dying here, he mused. But once they start climbing the tower, they're going to bitterly regret selling off their raw stats today. His own total points had now completely shattered his initial expectations, hitting exactly 167,400. Either way, it works out perfectly for me, he calculated. I thought hitting 100,000 points would be good enough, but raking it in like this was practically child's play. Now, I can easily afford that item. Jung called out from a distance. "Are you leaving right now?" Yugan looked at them, wondering why they hadn't crossed the gate yet. She stepped closer. We want to go with you." He rejected them without a second thought. "I'm not looking for teammates." Songchan pleaded with desperate sincerity. "You can use us as pawns, just like before. I swear, if we become useless dead weight, you can just throw us away." Hearing that, his expression darkened. He stood there in dead silence for a long moment. Finally, Yugan spoke up, his voice flat. "Unfortunately, this is where we part ways." "Don't rely on anyone else," he warned them, "or you two won't survive what's coming. Besides, I'm not going through that gate." Seong-chan was stunned. "Wait, what? You're not going?" The two of them froze, staring at him in utter disbelief, at a complete loss for words. Yugan casually held up his empty pouch. "As you can see, I don't have a single core left." The moment he said it, he tossed the worthless bag onto the dirt. Songchan was so shell-shocked he could barely form a sentence. "Why? Why would you do that? What the hell are you planning to do now? You were supposed to save 50 of them for yourself. You crazy bastard!" Yugan remained completely unfazed. "I told you. I'm not leaving. Hurry up and get out of here. This place is about to turn into a complete bloodbath." Joan chased after him, crying out, "Yugan, wait!" He never looked back. She stared at his retreating figure, tears welling up in her eyes. Seong-chan, completely speechless, could only gently pull her arm. He muttered softly, "Let's go, Jun." And just like that, the two of them finally stepped onto the path they were meant to take. As for Yugan, he had his own brutal work to finish. He muttered to himself, reviewing the system phases. The next training round is defense. There are 4 stages in total. Survival, competition, hunting, and finally, defense. Suddenly, a man rushed up to him. "Hold on a second. Did you seriously just sell every last one of your cores?" Yugan gave him a cold, piercing glare, cutting him off with a short reply. "Yeah, I sold it all." Hearing that, the man instantly began to tremble. He collapsed to his knees in utter despair, but Yuan couldn't care less. He figured he should move quickly. This place was about to turn into a complete bloodbath over the cores, and just like that, he wandered alone down the street, leaving the agonizing, desperate crowd behind him. Yuan calculated that there was only 1 hour left. Suddenly, he spotted a shop nearby. Right then, a vivid purple streak flashed across the sky above the city. That oppressive aura was growing thicker and heavier by the second. The sheer pressure caught him off guard, making Yuan instantly go on high alert. What the hell is that? He wondered to himself. Out of thin air, a scruffy bearded man abruptly materialized right in front of him. The man looked at Yuan in confusion and asked, "Did you summon me?" Yuan replied, "I wasn't exactly planning on calling you. Where is your lackey?" The man sighed. "I'm in the middle of recruiting newbies, but I'm severely short-staffed right now." "A whole bunch of personnel just got laid off and you're planning to cut even more?" Yuan asked in surprise. "Did you already narrow down the area?" The man grumbled, "1 in every 3 of those monsters is linked. Everyone is so damn lazy these days. And thanks to you, most of my subordinates are wasting their time down here, which means progress in the other zones has slowed to a crawl." "Why is that my fault?" Yuan questioned. The man explained, clearly irritated. "Because over 100 people just use the shop to buy items through you." Yuan calmly shot back, "Isn't it better for business that way? Besides, do you really need that much manpower just to run a single shop? Is this the real reason you came all the way down here?" The man scoffed in annoyance. "A single shop? This isn't just about the shop. Do you seriously not understand what's going on here?" Yuan calculated his position. He knew he was becoming a special target for the admin. Usually, if an administrator couldn't control a situation, they would just turn a blind eye. But it seemed like this time was going to be completely different.
The man continued, "You cleared the third round with 160,000 points. Your level is incredibly high, and you possess enough power to completely flip this entire tutorial system upside down." Yuan replied indifferently,
"That is exactly what I want. If there aren't any other issues, I'll be continuing on my way now. This is the path I'm taking. I'd like to use the shop." "You are unbelievably stubborn," the man grunted. "I have been an admin for a very long time, but you're the first person I've ever met who's quite like this." Immediately after, he waved his hand and the system shop flickered open. A holographic store displaying everything he could possibly need materialized in the air. The administrator spoke up. "Here is what you need." Yuan tapped the screen. "Let's start with this." A system notification quickly popped up. "You have spent 10,000 points and acquired the intermediate player inventory. Your items can be accessed with the command inventory." Yuan then purchased a sword imbued with the freezing aura of the True North. He spent another 50,000 points on it. Yuan quickly opened his storage. The admin raised an eyebrow. "The Arctic Iron Blade? You picked a pretty difficult weapon to handle." After that, he dropped another 80,000 points on the Astromancer's heat cloak and some magic resistance gear. The cloak was woven from special materials and enchanted with ancient magic, while the other item was a shield capable of repelling spells. Yuan thought to himself, "Just as I suspected, it's no surprise that the tutorial system is completely out of whack. These items will be incredibly useful for the upper floors. It's a good thing I managed to buy them now." He then spent an additional 20,000 points on 4 frost crystals. These pure ice crystals were forged at temperatures well below 0 degrees Celsius. He wasn't done shopping just yet. "And finally, I want a standard sharp sword." He spent a mere 2,000 points to purchase the blade. The admin chimed in, "Your final item is just a basic, ordinary sword? It completely pales in comparison to that pile of special gear you just bought." Yuan, on the other hand, looked perfectly satisfied. "But I like it." His remaining balance was now exactly 5,400 points. The administrator continued, "Well, no one can challenge you anymore. None of the players in this tutorial have any chance of piercing through your defense, though, of course, that only applies to the players." Hearing this, Yuan was slightly intrigued. Once the transaction was complete, the administrator prepared to leave. "I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing how this plays out." After the man vanished, Yuan was the only one left standing there. He stood in silence for a moment, deep in thought. Looking up at the countdown on the system interface, he muttered to himself, "It is starting." The third round of the tutorial was officially over. The moment the announcement concluded, the holographic screen shattered into pieces. A grim new system message echoed. "You have failed this round. The annihilation of this sector will now commence." A massive crackling electrical grid rapidly materialized, fully enclosing the entire city and all the monsters trapped within it. Yuan remained entirely unfazed. "It's been a long time since I've seen a sky like this." He took a closer look at the cloak's item description. It was an artifact deeply enchanted with ancient magic. Crafted from rare materials, its primary effects were high resistance to fire magic and a massive boost to magical power. Yuan calculated that it would perfectly shield him from the searing heat of the flames. "This is a solid piece of gear to help me survive the inferno in this tower." Just then, agonizing screams began to echo all around him. "It's too hot! Save me! Somebody, please! I don't want to die!" Unbothered, Yuan calmly followed the source of the screams, walking straight into the chaos. He heard that 3 of them hadn't made it out. They were dragging themselves across the ground, desperately crawling to escape the scorching heat. Catching sight of Yu, one of the men gritted his teeth in disbelief. Why are you... He stared in shock at Yugan, who was standing there completely unfazed, as if nothing was wrong. Suddenly, a massive tremor ripped through the ground. The earth began to split apart, and a split second later, a devastating explosion erupted. The three men were instantly engulfed in flames, screaming in agonizing pain. "Save me, please!" Their blood-curdling screams echoed in the air. It all happened so fast, Yugan didn't even have a second to react. All he could do was stand there and watch. Then, the system interface popped up. The annihilation by the 176 giant has begun. In the blink of an eye, the entire city was swallowed by a sea of fire, reducing everything to absolute ruins. Crawling out from the burning fissures was a skeletal monstrosity. Its empty eye sockets flared with an eerie, blazing light. But the real problem was, it wasn't just one. An entire horde of them emerged. The scavenger demons. Yu stood his ground, his weapon and shield already in hand. He couldn't help but scoff. That's a lot of them, but they aren't the real threat here. He narrowed his eyes and spoke up. "We meet again." There's a reason they call this an annihilation, Yugan thought to himself. Soon enough, a lesser demon boss made its entrance. The demon, Sarucha. Yugan stared it down, his expression completely unfazed. "We meet again, Sarucha," he thought. During the Ragnarok event, this guy was known to be as massive as a mountain. But here, he's barely the size of a house. Its true form slowly began to materialize. A towering monstrosity made entirely of raging hellfire. So this is how another world gets completely devoured and wiped out, you thought. The 176th demon of sin, trailing behind it dozens of those scavenger demons. Yugan let out an exhausted sigh. A world destined to be ruled by doom and turned to ash, possessing, shouldn't have existed in the first place. He raised his voice, taunting the beast. "Hey, Sarucha, are you going through demon menopause or something? Why so emotional? Drop the dramatic act and let's just get this over with." The demon glared down at him. Something about Yugan's face reminded Sarucha of an old rival. Unable to hold back, the demon growled. "You've got the exact same eyes as that wretched monkey from Mount Huo." It let out a deafening roar. "I highly doubt you'll be making it out of here alive." Without a second of hesitation, it commanded its demonic minions to swarm him. It was Yu against 100, but he didn't even flinch. He charged headfirst straight into the horde. His sword slashed viciously, tearing right through the face of the monster in front of him. Spotting an opening, Sarucha instantly hurled a massive wave of fire, trying to burn Yugan to a crisp. The demon watched with sadistic glee, fully expecting to see the human writhing in agony. A massive explosion shook the area, sending thick clouds of smoke into the air. The monsters waited for the dust to settle, but to their bitter disappointment, he was completely unharmed. Sarucha took one look and instantly knew. That was no ordinary cloak. "You actually brought that just to fight me?" The system's mechanical voice quickly chimed in. "The Flame Mage Robe has successfully nullified the explosion's damage. The Flame Mage Robe's fire resistance passive has been activated." Yugan smirked, a look of pure satisfaction crossing his face, as he stared down the fiery beast. "Everything comes with the price," he sneered. "I didn't bring this just to survive you. I brought it to completely destroy you." The demon burst into a mocking, thunderous laugh. "Destroy me? Such arrogant, shameless words! This is your first time here, and you dare run your mouth like that? Foolish boy." Getting annoyed, Yu snapped back. "Just shut up and fight." Sarucha's voice boomed. "Let's see how long you can keep up that cocky attitude." He was completely done wasting breath on this monster. Yu glared fiercely at it. "You seriously talk too damn much." The moment the words left his mouth, he launched himself high into the air, diving right into the center of the mob. The system chimed again. Level up successful, just as he effortlessly wiped out a cluster of the lesser demons. But what really pissed him off was the boss playing dirty. The fiery giant launched a sneak attack right at his blind spot, and in a fraction of a second, a deafening explosion blasted through the battlefield. The destructive power of this thing was no joke. Yugan survived the hit, but his magic shield was already fracturing from the sheer force of the impact. But backing down wasn't in his vocabulary. Yugan immediately dashed forward, closing the distance. He charged solo, making a beeline straight for Sarucha. Another system window popped up. "You have leveled up. Agility, strength, and arcane power have all increased by 1. Even so, Yugan could feel his breathing getting heavier. His mind raced, calculating his next move. Even with the Flame Mage Robe equipped, after pushing through 2 straight hours of this intense heat, my core temperature is spiking dangerously high. The death explosions from these suicide grunts are way too risky. The damage isn't huge, but there's no room to dodge, so I'm tanking the blasts head on. I could use mana orbs to snipe them from a distance, but that's a terrible long-term strategy, and it burns way too much mana. My shield is at its absolute limit. It's going to shatter after tanking nearly 100 blasts. Looks like it's time to pull out the big guns." With his mind made up, he locked eyes with the giant monster and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Hey, Sarucha, why don't you drag your fiery ass down here and tell these small fry losers to back off?" Sarucha glared at him resentfully. They are my special creations. I am genuinely curious to see how you managed to survive against them during the tutorial. Hearing that, he was briefly caught off guard, right before the demon unleashed another brutal, aggressive strike. Though slightly stunned, you didn't miss a beat in throwing back a taunt. Oh yeah? What about you? Don't you feel pathetic just sitting on your ass watching the tutorial like a spectator? Sarucha boomed back. This is a punishment reserved for the unworthy. But you are worthy. You have absolutely everything it takes to climb to the higher floors, to become a top-tier player and completely dominate the tower. So why the hell are you still down here? Are you seriously planning to throw your life away for those pathetic weaklings? You smirked. I told you already. I'm only here to hunt you down. Hearing this, Sarucha let out a dark, amused laugh. You actually think you can defeat me? In a flash, he aggressively raised the massive sword in his hand. All right then, let's see what you've got. That's exactly why I'm facing you. Yu gritted his teeth, bringing his shield up to block. I've met the hidden conditions, he thought to himself. He was absolutely certain he was going to pull this off. As the shield absorbed the impact, the cracked spiderwebbing across its surface deepened. That colossal, brutal sword came crashing down straight toward him. Little Yugan stood firm against that overwhelming strike, and miraculously, he remained unscathed. That fierce, cunning look in his eyes, it was exactly like someone Sarucha had crossed paths with long ago. Yugan could hear the voice of the Monkey King echoing in his mind. Want to know how I got these eyes? There's a special method, actually. I failed in the third round. Not because I was weak, mind you. There was a specific reason for it, but that doesn't matter now. What matters most is, do you know what kind of absolute destruction that training round brings? Listen closely, Yugan. These eyes are actually... He paused, shifting his intense gaze towards Sarucha, catching the monster entirely off guard. Sarucha stared at the shattered rubble, baffled. Strange. I felt the impact. He didn't dodge. He took that hit head on. So why, defying all logic, was the boy still alive? What shocked Sarucha even more was that Yugan was still standing. It made absolutely zero sense. I honestly thought that he would melt me alive, Yu thought, his mind drifting back to the Monkey King. That battle-crazed maniac had challenged him 100 times over. And out of all those fights, I only managed to win a handful of times. There were a few solid reasons for that. First, his golden cudgel could extend infinitely. Then, his somersault cloud could summon storms and cross the horizon at the speed of light. Plus, he had that secret immortal power from eating the heavenly peaches, a divine treasure. But the absolute biggest reason he was so absurdly strong, just then a system notification chimed in his head. Conditions met. Unlocking hidden item. The monkey's eye has appeared. Hidden items were a core feature of the system, taking the form of gear or skills to give players a crucial edge. The truth-seeking eye, a manifestation of the monkey's eye, could synchronize with fire attribute monsters. It granted the ability to see true good and evil and perfectly distinguish truth from lies. On top of that, it provided massive fire resistance, nullifying status effects and drastically weakening fire-based attacks. And right in this critical moment, Yugan had acquired it. Back to reality, Yugan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Even with this gear on, I thought I was going to be roasted alive. Don't tell me that crazy monkey actually endured this kind of hell just to get these eyes, without any special items to protect him. His body really was built to defy the heavens. Sarucha stared, utterly bewildered. Those eyes! I can't believe the day has actually come where I have this much respect for that damn monkey, Yu thought. He flashed a confident, arrogant smirk. Hey, thanks a lot, Sarucha. Because of you, I'm fully prepared to kill you now. Yugan fell into a flawless battle stance, ready to strike. The monster glared down at him with pure disgust. How utterly pathetic. What exactly do you think you can achieve in that miserable state? Without missing a beat, Yugan swallowed the frost crystal. Instantly, his core temperature plummeted, wiping out the burn effects. Ice attribute has been added to your mystic abilities. Yugan could feel the suffocating heat that had been roasting him finally fading away. He gritted his teeth. Actually, my entire body's freezing over now. Still, he couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Sarucha, you know better than anyone else here. The aura radiating off my body right now is the absolute antithesis of your flames. In that exact second, the monster unleashed another ferocious, lethal strike at him, the very air warped and boiled from the sheer, overwhelming power. The star-woven robe flared to life, actively repelling Sarucha's destructive flames and granting him even more fire resistance. At the same time, the fiery golden eyes flashed, staring down the inferno. His body temperature was dropping rapidly, completely neutralizing the burn effects. Sarucha was stunned. It had been an eternity since he had faced such a terrifyingly stubborn opponent. Seizing the opening, Yu fired back with a devastating frost attack. The sudden freezing impact caught the beast completely off guard. He couldn't even react in time. But Yugan wasn't done. He launched himself into the air, driving a brutal, explosive kick straight into Sarucha. The monster's massive frame was too slow to dodge, and a shockwave of sheer agony ripped through his body. Sarucha roared in blind fury. How dare you! Yugan's eyes flashed with fierce determination. Perfect, I can actually pull this off. But Sarucha refused to back down. hurling yet another vicious, deadly strike right at him. Yugan instantly went on high alert. Damn it, that attack is lethal. I have to dodge. In that split second, the fiery golden eyes activated, predicting the exact trajectory of the strike. Sarusha was relentless. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, sending shattered rocks and debris flying everywhere. The intense heat of the onslaught violently melted the ice encasing Yugan's sword. Constantly dodging such heavy blows was taking its toll. Yu stood his ground, panting heavily as he caught his breath. He quickly swallowed 2 more frost crystals. The intense frostbite effect kicked in, causing his body temperature to plummet dangerously low. My body won't be able to handle this extreme freezing effect for much longer, he thought grimly. I have to end this now. With that in mind, Yugan went dead silent, sharply analyzing the battlefield to formulate his next move. In a flash, he vaulted into the air, narrowly dodging another strike, and soared high above the monster. At this point, there's zero reason to hold back on mana, he calculated. The secret blade skill sparked to life. Gripping his sword tight, he instantly flipped from desperate evasion to absolute offense. Exactly as Yugan planned, the beast couldn't react in time and let out a deafening roar of pain. Riding the momentum, Yugan followed up instantly, detonating his Mana Burst skill. He was putting everything on the line to finish this fight right now. The sheer kinetic force of the attack blew the entire surrounding area to pieces. Shifting his angle, he vanished from the front and launched a blinding strike aimed straight at the monster's blind spot, sending a fresh wave of agony through his enemy. The Mana Burst skill flared up once more. Sarusha thrashed wildly, spinning in every direction to pinpoint Yugan's location, but his back was already completely frozen over from Yugan's aura, thick cracked spiderwebbing across the ice. Without a second's hesitation, Yugan lunged, delivering a brutal slash that shattered the ice into a million pieces. Driving his palm forward, he blasted a savage strike right into the back of Sarusha's neck. Yu vaulted directly onto the beast's massive back. This was it, the killing blow. The monster roared in absolute, humiliated rage. You, arrogant brat! You are nothing but a lowly insect who hasn't even climbed the tower. How dare you speak to me like this? Sarusha shrieked, his voice exploding with apocalyptic fury. The ice and astral thermal energy were violently clashing against Sarusha's flames. He figured he had already burned through every single countermeasure he had just to survive that bastard's fire. And yet, he still couldn't close the gap. Yugan used his fiery golden gaze to absorb Sarusha's flames, but he completely failed to overpower it. Burn effect increased to level 2. Then level 3. Your fire elemental resistance has increased by 1. Sarusha roared in absolute fury, unleashing his terrifying raw power. I am the victor! But the monster never expected him to channel every last ounce of his strength, driving his blade straight into the back of Sarusha's neck. Because the opponent was just too overwhelming, that final desperate strike caused countless cracks to web across Yugan's sword. And right after that, the system interface flashed rapidly. You have defeated the tutorial's annihilator. Yugan panted heavily, totally exhausted. His entire hand was swollen and blistered from severe frostbite. Finally, he had leveled up. Yugan let out a tired but triumphant shout. I actually beat that son of a bitch! But this was only the true beginning of his journey. Thinking about it, his mind drifted back to the agonizing battles he had fought side by side with his old comrades in the past. Yugan let out a deeply satisfied smirk. Now that was one hell of a brutal ride. You crazy bastards! Suddenly, a massive notification window popped up. An unimaginable achievement, because you have accomplished the impossible. The calculation of your rewards will be temporarily suspended. Yugan slowly fluttered his eyes open, waking up from the grueling aftermath of the battle. It seemed like he had just had a genuinely deep sleep. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up, even though his body was still screaming in agony. Yugan let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced down at his hands. The burn marks were still fresh, so he figured he hadn't been passed out for too long. My body still feels freezing, and I am completely battered, he muttered. Remembering the brutal fight, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. I seriously thought I was a goner back there. All this insane trouble just to get the fiery golden gaze. But the tutorial wasn't even over yet. The road ahead was still incredibly long, so there was no point in complaining now. Looking over at Sarusha lying motionless on the ground, he judged silently, man, without all that fire, he is one ugly bastard. But this wasn't just some ordinary corpse. Demon corpses usually dropped high-tier loot, and since this was Sarusha, there had to be something good. With that in mind, he immediately started rummaging through the monster's remains to see if he could find anything interesting. Just as Yugan predicted, there was indeed some top-tier loot hidden inside. His eyes instantly lit up. It was a giant's heart. The literal heart of the demon Sarusha, a giant born directly from the scorched lands of fire. This heart was deeply saturated with the raw power of a giant, radiating an intensely fierce aura. Item category, Elixir. Effect, grants the physical strength of a giant, along with a massive amount of corresponding mana. He carefully weighed his options. I want to swallow this thing right now, but I am nowhere near strong enough. It would drastically mutate my body. To survive a change like that, I would need way more physical stamina. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, completely shattering Yugun's train of thought. Hey! The administrator sounded incredibly impatient as he called out to him. Are you finally done down there? Yugun immediately felt a headache coming on. Oh, great! You are here again? Yugun sighed. The old man snapped back irritably. I am the one who should be saying that. You again? Yugun just shrugged at the old man. Hey, my journey is still a long way from over. The administrator grumbled furiously. The entire balance of the tutorial is completely screwed because of you. Thanks to your little stunts, those other guys won't stop whining in my ear. The old man remembered how this crazy kid constantly hunted down and slaughtered every single monster in sight, and he couldn't help but rub his forehead in absolute exhaustion. You are such a massive headache. He glared at Yugen and said, You are going to be teleported straight to the next zone. The 4th stage of the tutorial has already started, and they are almost done with it too. Surprised, he quickly asked, Seriously? How much time do I have left? The administrator casually replied, About 4 hours? Yugen smiled, feeling completely satisfied. 4 hours? Man, that is more than enough time. The old man scoffed. Obviously, I actually had to argue with the administrators from the other floors just to figure out your damn rewards. It took forever to sort it all out. Right on cue, the system distributed his rewards. You have received 10,000 points and the Star of Annihilation. Yugen's eyes widened in sheer shock. The Star of Annihilation? He muttered to himself, I thought I knew absolutely everything about high-tier skills. But this is my first time ever hearing about it. An A+ rank skill is definitely not something you would normally ever find inside a tutorial phase. The system guide flashed before his eyes. You are destined to shatter the very heavens with your absolute power. The value of your destiny will dynamically shift based on the worth of the lives you have extinguished. Rank, A+. Completion rate, 0.00%. Effect, all base stats are permanently increased by 3 points. Bonus stats will scale up depending on the enemies you slaughter. He calculated the odds in his head. Not every high-tier skill is actually good, but since this directly boosts my raw stats, it is going to be incredibly useful. Not to mention, it even has a growth completion rate. This skill is basically still incomplete, but hey, a free stat boost is always sweet. The administrator cleared his throat and continued. All right, you got your rewards. Do you need anything else before I go? Yugen immediately replied. Yeah, buy me 1 minor crimson elixir. The administrator flinched, staring at him in disbelief. Throwing around points like it is pocket change, aren't we? In a flash, he received the item burning through his entire 10,000 points in seconds. It was a notoriously bitter elixir that permanently boosted both mana and endurance stats. Once the transaction was done, the administrator quickly prepared to leave. He left him with one final warning. Swallow that pill, get some rest, and just wait for the portal. The moment he consumed the elixir, his maximum mana and endurance instantly increased by 1 point. The administrator gave him a brief wave goodbye before completely vanishing into thin air. The tutorial system chimed in. Your physical injuries and stamina will now undergo rapid regeneration. Yugun finally let his entire body go limp, sinking deep into his own thoughts. I have exactly 4 hours. By the time that clock runs out, I need to be fully recovered and locked in for the 5th stage of the tutorial. It's finally over. The 5th tutorial was a brutal race against the clock. He leaned back, letting out a long, heavy sigh as the thoughts swirled in his mind. After what felt like an eternity, he finally opened his eyes. The monster's massive corpse lay exactly where it fell. Thanks to the rest, Yugan had managed to recover a good chunk of his stamina. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flared up beneath his feet, swallowing him completely. In the blink of an eye, Yugan was warped to an entirely different dimension. The final phase of the tutorial had officially begun. The moment his boots hit the ground of this new environment, Yugan immediately scanned his surroundings, taking in every detail. He wasn't alone. A whole crowd of people had already gathered there. Nearby, a man took a deep breath, catching the distinct salty scent of the ocean. The guy standing next to him muttered in confusion, Where the hell are we? Look at all these people. Just how massive is this place? To put it simply, this was an unprecedented event. For the very first time, participants from entirely different worlds had been summoned to the exact same location. This was what the tower called the final tutorial. A sleek system panel materialized in the air. Worlds merged. The final tutorial will now commence. Murmurs rippled through the anxious crowd. The final tutorial? Is this nightmare really almost over? But of course, it wasn't that simple. It was still just a tutorial after all. A cold mechanical voice echoed across the area. The island of Paraganda is slowly sinking into the ocean. There is only one condition to escape this place and prove your worthiness. Slay the boss monster at the very peak of the island. Your contribution level in defeating the boss will be converted into points. Your final rewards will be calculated based on your total points and the time remaining. The time limit is 30 days. The island will be completely submerged once the timer hits 0. The countdown began the very second the system message vanished, leaving the crowd in absolute shock. Wait, what? An entire month? Yugan thought to himself, observing the panic. Their shock made sense. Up until now, the survival timers had ranged anywhere from a single hour to 4 days at most. There was no need to rush blindly into battle this time. Having plenty of time to reach the finish line was definitely a blessing. But on the flip side, it also meant this boss was terrifyingly strong enough to stall them for an entire month. It was just that ridiculously powerful. Yugan quietly observed the expressions of the players around him, sizing up the competition. It seemed a few of them had already grasped the gravity of the situation. A man confidently stepped up to the front, raising his voice. "All right, listen up. You all heard the system, right?
There's a reason all of us were brought together in this one spot. I say we form an alliance and work together."
The crowd murmured, hesitant but intrigued. Seeing their uncertainty, he quickly pressed his advantage. "Great. Let's start by introducing ourselves one by one." Suddenly, a chillingly arrogant voice cut through the noise. "I refuse." Dead silence fell over the crowd. A young man stepped forward, a haughty smirk plastered on his face. "Did someone magically declare us teammates while I wasn't looking?" A teammate is someone I trust to watch my back, which means I'll be the one doing the picking. And just one glance is all it takes to know. "That none of you pathetic weaklings are worthy," someone in the crowd gasped. "What the hell did you just say?" Yugan instantly recognized the arrogant bastard. Ah, so that lunatic was here too. A blonde man lost his temper, roaring furiously as he charged straight at him. "You cocky little shit!" The arrogant guy's expression turned ice cold. His eyes suddenly flared with an intense, blinding light, and crackling bolts of lightning erupted all over his body. With a single flex of his aura, a devastating shockwave of electricity blasted outwards, sending the entire group of players flying like ragdolls. He clearly had zero intentions of holding back. The sheer voltage violently launched them into the air. With a casual, dismissive flick of his wrist, he slammed them all mercilessly into the dirt. The sickening crunch of breaking bones echoed through the clearing. Looking down at them with absolute disgust, he scoffed, "Fucking insects." His name was Han, the self-proclaimed heir to the throne of Olympus and a direct descendant of Zeus.
The rest of the crowd stared in horror at the paralyzed bodies twitching on the ground, furious whispers breaking out. "What a psycho." Someone nearby gulped, terrified. Was that a skill?
Yugan narrowed his eyes. To be this ridiculously overpowered by the 5th tutorial. No wonder he drew so much attention from the tower's administrators. This was the terrifying might of a pureblood. Purebloods were anomalies, beings born and raised within the tower itself, who had decided to climb its floors. Because they had been absorbing the mystical energies of the tower since the moment they drew their first breath, they existed on an entirely different plane of existence compared to regular players. From the very beginning, this sick game was never meant to be fair. Even back in the past, that guy had racked up the highest contribution points in the 5th tutorial. Yugan silently turned on his heel to leave. There was zero benefit in tangling with a maniac like that right now. "I really can't stand loud, flashy idiots," Yugan muttered to himself. But right at that moment, a booming voice shouted out, stopping him dead in his tracks. Talk about the worst possible luck. Yugan shot a side glance, baffled as to how Han had instantly closed the distance between them. Han stared him down and demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Yugan kept his face completely blank and replied coolly, "Are you talking to me?" Internally, his alarm bells were ringing. When the hell did he move that fast? Han glared at him, his intense gaze piercing right through. "Yeah, I'm talking to you." He aggressively pointed a finger straight at Yugan's dark mantle. "That's the astrologer's robe, isn't it?"
That is definitely not an item you can just randomly pick up during a damn tutorial phase. So tell me, how exactly did you get your hands on it?
Yugan didn't miss a beat, answering in a dry, matter-of-fact tone. "I bought it with points." That blunt answer actually caught Han completely off guard. He stared in genuine disbelief, secretly impressed. He actually managed to buy something that ridiculously expensive already? Unable to suppress his burning curiosity, Han practically interrogated him. "What the hell is your level right now?" Yugan didn't flinch, tossing a question right back at him. "Don't you think asking someone that out of nowhere is a little rude?" Han paused, aggressively scratching the back of his head with an awkward grunt. "Yeah, whatever. Fair point. But since when did holding back information become common sense in a brutal tutorial?" Seeing that Yugan had absolutely zero intention of opening his mouth, Han waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, whatever. I won't pry any further. But since you're clearly not garbage, do you want to party up with me?" Yugan shot him down without a second of hesitation. "Yeah, no thanks. I'll hard pass on that." Known for his massively arrogant ego, Hagen never expected to be rejected so mercilessly. He just couldn't believe it. Seeing the guy walk away, he yelled out after him, "Hold on! You might not know who I am, but I am!" Yugan cut him off without even bothering to look back. "Not interested. See ya." For a prodigy like him to be brushed off so easily. Hagen's face darkened with absolute frustration, leaving him completely speechless. The sheer, crackling intensity of his rage practically bored a hole straight into the ground beneath his feet, fracturing the earth. A furious roar echoed through the deep forest. "Get back here, you bastard!" A while later, the other participants were already locked in high-speed battles against the monsters. Hagen fearlessly took on the giant beasts all by himself. Every single strike he landed fierce and brutally decisive. In no time at all, those massive beasts were slaughtered, their heavy corpses rolling across the dirt. Even so, Hagen was already feeling the fatigue. He couldn't shake the creeping dread in his mind. How the hell is that punk so fast? It didn't even look like he used a speed skill, just how insanely high are his base stats. Could he be a pureblood too? I mean, I guess there are some ridiculously fast freaks out there. Is he from Alfredo? Or maybe a martial arts master straight out of the martial realm? A descendant of the moon god, maybe? A flood of questions and wild theories about the guy kept spinning inside Hagen's head. But then, a rush of excitement hit him, and here I thought this was going to be a total bore. Looks like things are actually getting interesting. Meanwhile, Yugan was sprinting at full speed, blazing a trail straight ahead. Having covered a massive distance, he finally skidded to a halt and glanced back. Did I finally shake him off? That guy was seriously fast, even though I'm pretty sure his main attribute isn't speed, but pure brute strength fueled by lightning. After a moment of thought, Yugan leaped down gracefully from the tree branches. He recalled what he was told. The balance of this tutorial stage has been completely turned upside down. He figured the admins didn't just say that because of him alone, but whatever. It didn't really matter now. Deep in thought, he found himself standing right in front of a massive cave entrance. Sometime later, the inside of the cave was completely painted in blood. A system prompt chimed in. You have slain alone. Star annihilation completion rate has increased by 0.001%. For every monster he slaughtered, Yugan only gained 0.001%. The number was painfully small. God knows where they kept crawling out from, but Yugan just kept slaughtering them one after another. The system panel updated again. Your star annihilation has reached rank A+. Current completion rate is 0.01%. He stared down at this mountain of monster corpses with a disappointed sigh. I killed dozens of those loans, and it only went up by 0.01%. If I want to level this up properly, I'm going to have to hunt some much stronger beasts. But hunting isn't exactly why I came here, he muttered to himself, carefully scattering an odorless powder all over the surrounding area. Yugan flexed his muscles, feeling that his body had recovered more than enough. The lingering frostbite effects inside him had completely vanished too. I'm ready. He quickly opened the system menu, tapping on the glowing holographic screen floating right in front of him. He pulled out the heart of the giant. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Listen to me very carefully, Kim Yugan. The giant's heart must be completely absorbed before the tutorial ends. Without wasting a single second, he shoved the massive heart into his mouth and bit down viciously. The moment he swallowed it, he could feel his own heart and veins violently mutating. The system immediately chimed. You have absorbed the fresh blood of a demon and a giant. The giant's blood is beginning to course through your body. The demon's blood is beginning to course through your body. Yugan clutched his chest as an agonizing, suffocating pain completely overwhelmed him. Right then and there, a brutal tearing war between the demonic blood and the giant's blood erupted deep inside his body. He gasped for air, his breathing growing dangerously ragged and shallow. It felt like a raging inferno was trying to incinerate his internal organs alive. He gritted his teeth, fighting through the sheer torture. Because the blazing fire was erupting from the inside out, his astrological thermal cloak was completely useless. Meanwhile, his fiery golden eyes were fiercely pushing back against the giant's roaring flames. Unable to withstand the sheer agony any longer, he collapsed to the dirt. It felt as if every single bone and muscle in his body was being violently twisted together, while his blood boiled and flowed in reverse. Then, the worst happened. The fiery golden eyes failed to suppress the giant's flames. His mind was spiraling in a frantic struggle. There was no easy way out of this hellish torment anymore. He just had to rely on pure, unyielding willpower to push through. I have to endure this. I have to absorb as much power as I possibly can. The great sage. Equal to heaven sounded completely and utterly done with him. A giant's blood is meant to be bathed in, you idiot, not shoved down your damn throat. Eating that thing during the tutorial stage is practically suicide. That's exactly why I told you that you absolutely needed the fiery golden eyes. If you had somehow failed to get those eyes, you should have just thrown that heart away. You only get one shot at this. Your strength and endurance stats have increased by 1. The harder Yugan fought to survive the agonizing pain, the higher those 2 stats skyrocketed as the seconds ticked by. Thick, pulsing veins bulged across his face and forehead from the sheer torture. Just how much time has passed? Based on his rough calculations, it was just about time for that specific skill to finally trigger. Just as he thought that, a system alert flashed before his eyes. The fiery golden eyes and the giant's fire are violently clashing. You are now able to control the giant's fire through the fiery golden eyes. Because you have fulfilled the hidden conditions, you have acquired the great blazing hellfire. Drenched in a freezing sweat, Yugan gritted his teeth. What the hell is a great blazing hellfire? The skill I actually want isn't showing up. He desperately tried to force himself up on his hands and knees, but his body completely gave out, slamming right back into the dirt. Yugan felt like he was going to lose his damn mind. Evening was already creeping in, and the sky overhead was crystal clear, shimmering like the surface of a quiet summer lake. The countdown timer on the system interface was slowly ticking away. Yugan's entire body felt like it was engulfed in invisible flames, leaving him lying paralyzed on the ground. He didn't even have a single ounce of strength left to sit up. His entire body just lay there, violently trembling from the sheer, unending agony. Yugan stared in utter despair as he realized that half a day had already passed. His vision was slowly starting to blur from the mind-numbing pain. Was I completely wrong? Honestly, to even acquire that specific skill, a person had to slaughter 10,000 giants and literally bathe themselves in an ocean of their blood. There's no way in hell I could just get it this easily. Yugan clenched his fists, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. Should I just settle for this? But right at that moment of doubt, another notification suddenly flashed before his eyes, making him jolt.
You have fulfilled the hidden conditions.
A tiny flickering spark of hope finally ignited in the darkness. Yuan struggled to move his heavy body. A system alert popped up right before his eyes. You have completely absorbed the blood of the demon and the giant. You have successfully assimilated the giant's heart during the tutorial. Reading this, it seemed his endurance had finally reached its absolute limit. Yuan's eyes slowly fluttered shut, a faint smile of satisfaction on his lips. I actually did it. And just like that, he passed out cold. He had no idea that the gigantification skill was granted to him right after. When Yuan finally woke up, his eyes darted straight to the system clock. Panic set in. I was out for half the day. Damn it. I didn't think I'd pass out twice in a single tutorial. I have to hurry. The absolute fastest record for clearing the final tutorial is exactly 1 week. I've already wasted too much time here. The one who set that insane record was the greatest magic swordsman in history, the supreme leader of the Asgard faction, Odin. Still groggy, Yuan immediately opened the system rankings to check. He gritted his teeth, silently vowing that he wouldn't lose to him. As he scanned the leaderboard, it was exactly as he expected. Hargan was sitting in first place, leaving everyone else in the dust. Elidor and Paladinte, the half-elf sisters from Pantherium, a world where magic and swordsmanship are incredibly advanced. If I remember correctly, they've participated in the tutorials of 2 different worlds, maybe even more. Z is a pureblood? Huh, I've never even heard of that name before. And as for this guy, judging by his name, he's probably from my world, but I don't recognize him at all. Maybe the ones I don't know never even made it into the tower and just died right here. Forget it. Overthinking this won't change a damn thing. I've wasted enough time already. Let's check my stats and get moving. Thanks to absorbing the giant's heart, my constitution skyrocketed a bit too much. I need to be careful and keep my stats balanced. As the thought crossed his mind, a new skill description popped up. Hellfire, born from an eternal inner flame that can never be extinguished. Even after death, it burns for a long time, passing down to future generations. The skill's power scales with my proficiency and mana output. Yuan calculated the potential. The level isn't that high right now, but I guess it's pretty useful. I definitely need an area of effect attack right now. With his mind made up, he didn't stick around any longer. By the time Yuan stepped out of the cave, the sun was already rising. Fully awake now, he immediately decided to test drive his new skills. The clairvoyance skill instantly proved its worth. A miniature screen projected directly into his field of vision, like a high-tech drone feed. Yuan could see miles away from where he stood in this desolate wasteland. Just a short distance out, he spotted a massive horde of monsters camped together. He quickly closed the distance. The moment they caught his scent, they roared. A human! It's a human! Fresh meat! Yuan raised his hand, a cold glint in his eyes. An orc tribe. Not a bad target dummy to test out hellfire. In the blink of an eye, a vicious, roaring inferno swallowed the orcs alive. Total chaos erupted as they scattered in absolute panic. Hot! Fire! The human did this! While they were burning alive, Yuan charged right into the flames, his sharp blade swinging without mercy. Caught between the raging fire and his relentless frontal assault, the orc horde completely crumbled in terror. Like an absolute demon of war, Yuan slaughtered the entire camp single-handedly. Slicing through a throat, he glanced up at the system timer. Only a few days left. He hardened his resolve. He had to clear this tutorial faster. Meanwhile, on Hargon's side, he was also staring intensely at the ranking board. This name? It's definitely him. I didn't catch his name back then, but this has to be that guy. Hargon flashed a wicked, excited grin. Man, this is getting really interesting. I thought he was just a coward with fast legs since he kept such a low profile, but he actually climbed all the way up here. Just then, a young man walked over. What's got you smiling like an idiot, Hargon? Hargon didn't hide it. There's a guy I absolutely need in my party, no matter what it takes. The young man chuckled knowingly. Let me guess, Kim Yuan? This was Sang Yoon, a participant from the Earth realm. His innate talent for mana control was remarkably high. Hargon raised an eyebrow. Oh, you know him? Sang Yoon shrugged. Well, judging by his name, he's probably from my country. I don't know him personally, just guessing based on the name. But his rank is seriously sticking out on that board. Sang Yoon smirked. At this rate, I bet he'll snatch your #1 spot. Let's see how his points hold up. Hargon scoffed, quickly making excuses. Hey, that's only because I've been busy gathering you guys. He did the math in his head. He had assembled a pretty solid team, but there was still one crucial empty slot. His name was Kim Yuan, right? Hargon practically radiated cocky confidence. All right then, let the real hunt begin. The scene shifted to a rugged landscape where one of the party members called out, "Hey old man, this is it, right?" "I finally found it!" This was Paladinte, the half-blood born between an elf and a dark elf, hailing from Pantherium. Hargion's veins popped. "I told you 100 times, you little brat, I am not an old man." Grumbling, he marched over. "Whatever, good job finding it. Let's take a look." Hargon held up a hand, warning his team. "Step back unless you want to get fried alive." Taking a deep breath, he began to channel a terrifying amount of internal aura. Instantly, his entire body was engulfed in a massive surge of crackling, high-voltage lightning. With a fierce roar, he threw a devastating, explosive punch straight forward. The solid rock violently exploded into pieces, blasted apart by his raw kinetic force. Sang Yoon stared in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? This is the place you've been busting your ass trying to find all day?" Hargon brushed the dust off his shoulder. "Hey, without Paladinte's tracking, it would have taken us another few days to find this hidden entrance. You know that, right? Anyway, let's head inside." As they stepped through the threshold, one of the members gasped in awe. "Whoa, this place is massive. It's like a whole underground cavern." Paladinte immediately went on high alert. "Stay sharp. We need to do a full sweep of the perimeter before making a move." Noticing the sudden dark shift in Hargon's expression the moment they entered, Paladinte asked nervously, "What's wrong?" The so-called old man stood frozen, his mind racing. Something's off. The dungeon discovery notification should have popped up by now. So why hasn't it triggered? Yugan wondered, cautiously stepping inside. "Wait, did someone else clear this place first?" Sungin panicked, his voice pitching up. "Captain, check the leaderboards!" Yugan frowned, not quite understanding the sudden urgency, but quickly pulled up the interface. To his absolute shock, in just that brief window, Yugan had claimed the #1 spot, violently shoving him down the ranks. Staring at his own downgraded name, Yugan stood there completely dumbfounded. The name Kim Yugan and that glowing rank 1 flashed endlessly in his mind, mocking him. And then, Aegon snapped. He unleashed his raw, boiling fury onto the monster horde. The massive, grotesque worms were instantly sliced to pieces by Aegon's violent surges of high-voltage lightning. Watching his explosive rampage from the sidelines, the girl muttered, "Well, looks like he's going to be a massive headache." Songjin shook his head. "I wouldn't be too sure about that. To me, he's not a headache at all. Honestly, he just fires me up even more." She tilted her head, confused. "Do you really think he's an enemy?" Shio asked, her cheeks suddenly flushing with embarrassment.
Yeah. I guess so," a deep voice echoed from behind them. "But if this keeps up, we aren't going to get any real hunting done."
"That maniac is hogging all the kills for himself." Sangjin made a quick call, deciding to split the party into 2 groups. Jai remained silent, giving a slight, approving nod. Ichian stepped up. "Perfect timing, we just hit a crossroad anyway. Elidor and Paladinde, you two can each lead a squad down a different path. Keep your comms open." He pointed out the members, Jonchi, Sungyun, Elidor, Faye, and Typhon. "You guys take the right flank. You've got G with you, so you'll be fine." G smoothly drew his twin blades, a sharp metallic ring filling the air as he spoke. "Understood." With that, the team quickly went their separate ways. "Catch you all later." Right after parting, someone unleashed a devastating mana orb, blasting straight into a fresh pack of monsters. The pure magical pressure behind the attack was insane. A single strike sent the hideous creatures flying backward. Not willing to be outdone, G dashed forward. He launched himself into the air, diving headfirst into the chaotic swarm. With one breathtakingly graceful swing of his blade, he sliced clean through a whole row of beasts. In the blink of an eye, Ichigan's squad had completely wiped out the monster horde. The dark-skinned warrior bringing up the rear let out an exhausted sigh. "Man, grinding for hours straight with 0 breaks is seriously draining." Sangjion nodded in agreement. "You're telling me." He calculated his remaining stamina, realizing he only had enough juice left for about 2 more mana orbs. "I really need to conserve my mana now," he muttered to himself. Then his eyes widened. "Wait, what the hell is that door?" "It's absolutely massive," one of the party members gasped. "I don't know for sure, but it feels like a boss room." Elidor raised an eyebrow, curious. "A boss room?" Sangjin quickly explained, "Yeah, like in video games. Back in the world I used to live in anyway. I've run into setups exactly like this before. 9 times out of 10, there's a raid boss waiting behind those giant doors." Jonchi instantly tensed up. "Stay sharp, everyone. Don't let your guard down just because we cleared the mobs." The moment you lose focus and relax, that is exactly when death comes knocking. Sangjin just let out a bright, carefree laugh, happily chattering away. Yeah, I hear you." While talking, he casually swiped his hand through the air, pulling up the live leaderboard. Instantly, the color drained from his face. He froze, looking completely horrified. Seeing him suddenly paralyzed, Jonchi stepped closer, worried. "Hey, what's wrong?" The leaderboards. Sanjin stammered. Before he could finish, a violent, earth-shattering tremor ripped through the cavern, knocking everyone off their feet. Panic erupted among the team. What the hell is going on? I think the quake, it's coming from behind that door. Jiangqi roared over the noise. Everyone, battle formations now! San Yun, get your ass back to the rear guard. Her mind raced. This terrifying shockwave, combined with whoever had just skyrocketed to the #1 contribution spot, they had to be connected. Slowly, ominously, the massive doors began to grind open. Jiangqi gripped her weapon, hyper-aware. Don't tell me, he's actually in there. As the heavy dust settled, the gruesome scene inside the boss room was revealed. Blood painted the walls, and severed grotesque monster limbs were scattered across the floor like absolute carnage. Just as the party nervously stepped inside, a bright system window flashed before their eyes. Boss subjugation complete. The second Sanjin locked eyes with the lone figure standing amidst the gore, he knew exactly who it was. It was the monster who had just crushed them all on the leaderboards, Kim Yugan, holding an absolutely ridiculous score of 1049B. Yugan was just sitting there, his dark, piercing eyes casually shifting towards Sanjin's stunned group. Right beside him lay the mangled, lifeless corpse of the boss. Even with the raid officially over, a vicious, bloodthirsty aura still radiated off his glowing eyes. Just minutes ago, he had butchered this boss entirely on his own. It was a colossal demonic worm that tried to crush him, covered in impenetrable scales and razor-sharp spikes that would have ripped a normal hunter to shreds if they weren't fast enough. Stubborn bastard, Yugan muttered, shaking the blood off his hand. A moment later, golden text popped up. He leveled up. Agility and arcane power increased by 1. He mentally reviewed the fight. I practically tested every single skill in my arsenal on that thing, relying purely on my raw combat specs. All things considered, this is a solid win. Still, I really need to build up my physical stats before I trigger Titan transformation again. The recoil is just way too heavy on my body right now. Another chime rang out. He had just been rewarded 3,000 points for single-handedly wiping the boss room. Completion progress of the Star of Celestial Slaughter has increased by 1%. Seriously, the mastery for the Star of Celestial Slaughter goes up at a snail's pace, Yugan sighed inwardly. But hey, at least a raid boss actually gave me a whole percent. Guess mindlessly farming trash mobs isn't the way to level this thing up. Maybe I should just focus on hunting higher tier monsters, or maybe even bosses. Since there's no telling exactly how much each skill will affect things, I need to push my mastery even faster. Back in the present, Yugan looked coldly at Sang Yoon's group and called out, "You guys are a bit late. This thing just died." Elidor looked unsure, but the person next to him cut in. "No way! Did you seriously slaughter all these monsters by yourself?" Sang Yoon was terrified deep down. Even the captain, who was considered the strongest in this training camp, could he really clear a boss room all by himself? Looking at those slash marks, how could a participant who grew up in the same world and went through the exact same training as him possess such terrifying skills? This guy is a total monster. No wonder the captain wants him so badly. Sang Yoon spoke up politely. "Are you Kim Yugan? Do you have any teammates around?" Yugan replied casually. "As you can see, I'm flying solo." Alarm bells instantly went off in Sang Yoon's head. "I'm absolutely certain we need him on our team." "No. He's a massive threat if we're not on the same side." Realizing this, Sang Yoon quickly offered, "In that case, would you be interested in joining our team?" Yugan looked at Sang Yoon, quietly sizing him up. "Korean, this guy is Lee Sang Yoon." After a moment of thought, his gaze deepened, observing the group with an unreadable expression. Based on the fact that Elidor is here, this must be Hargan's squad. They split up to hunt and rack up their meager points. "I don't recognize that face. Is she Jiangqi?" "She's second in command right after Hargan. Judging by the fact that she made it all the way here, she's definitely a big shot in this tutorial. That guy picked some solid teammates. This squad has a bright future ahead." However, seeing his silence, Sang Yoon spoke up again. Yugan's answer remained the same. Yugan replied coldly, "I'll have to say no." Sang Yoon sighed in disappointment. "I figured." Even the captain got rejected. Jiangqi chimed in. "So, are you planning to take down the boss Paraganda all by yourself?" "We have 1 month for this tutorial, and the boss is designed so that multiple people have to combine their strength to defeat it." Yugan asked back, "So what?" Jiangqi continued trying to persuade him. "The core focus of this final tutorial is teamwork. It's about how far you can grow within the time limit, how many allies you can gather, and how well you can work with them." She seemed to make a lot of sense. Yugan listened in silence without saying a word. Then he bluntly asked, "So, what exactly do you guys want?" Elidor muttered softly, "I contacted the captain the moment we found you. He said he's heading here right now." Sang Yoon stood there, dumbfounded. This is going to be a huge headache. Just then, a blinding streak of light flashed in through the doorway. Hargan shouted with absolute joy, "Kim Yugan! I finally found you!" But before he could even finish his sentence, Yugan aggressively shoved him back. His sudden action left everyone in the room panicking. He asked coldly, "So, do you guys want to survive?" Pausing for a second, he continued, "Or do you want to become rankers?" Jiangqi flinched. How does someone who isn't a pureblood of the tower know what a ranker is? To put it simply, a ranker is a being who has cleared all the tests within the tower and conquered every single floor. A being possessing the power of aura and immortality. Yugan answered seriously, I'm sorry, but I have zero interest in things like that. He thought to himself, eventually, I'll have to become a ranker anyway. But that's just one part of the process. Zhang-Chi snapped in anger. Something like that? For someone who wasn't chosen by the tower, becoming a ranker is nothing more than a pipe dream. The king leading our clan is an honorable ranker. Thinking of this, she sneered with endless contempt. What makes you think you're so special? If not a ranker, are you saying you're going to become a high ranker? Yugan listened quietly until she finished. Only then did he speak up with an icy tone. No. Even higher than that. I'm going to smash through the very top of the tower. Yugan thought to himself. My final destination isn't just the top of this tower. Hearing him say that, everyone's faces went dark. Zhang-Chi couldn't hold back and retorted. That's utterly absurd. But suddenly, Hargan jumped up and roared. Kim Yugan! He paused for a moment before whining loudly like a child. What the hell do you think you're doing? That hurt. Yugan replied calmly. You charged at me with that kind of force. I thought you were trying to kill me. Hargan grumbled in frustration. I just wanted to grab you. Yugan continued to argue. If someone as strong as you rushes at me like that, of course I'm going to get scared. Hearing this, Hargan's anger miraculously vanished. Hargan lowered his voice and muttered, Oh, really? Well, sorry about that. Sang Yoon was absolutely speechless. That's all it takes to satisfy him? Hargan continued. You said you're going to smash through the top of the tower? Now that's interesting. What an awesome plan. My old man used to tell me that there's an even greater power outside the tower. You probably don't know who he is, but he's a super important guy. Yugan didn't even bother to expose him, just thinking to himself. How could I not know Zeus, the king of Olympus? Hargan went on. Yugan, I heard you rejected the invitation to join our team again. I guess you're trying to say that sardines can't compare to whales. But don't you dare think of me as some lowly sardine. Because one day, I'm going to become the king of Olympus. Hearing him declare that, every single member of the squad froze in stunned silence. Captain Yugan thought in amusement, a bold declaration from a direct descendant of Olympus. Well, at least his ambitions were sky high. Seeing his silence, Hargan pushed on. If you do not believe me, I will prove it right now. Let's make a bet. Let's see who can take down the boss first and claim the biggest share of the rewards. You are totally free to form your own party. I do not care how many people you bring, but I promise you this. My squad will have no more than 9 members. Yugan remained perfectly silent. Perfectly? What a tempting offer. I could build an army of dozens, maybe even hundreds of players, while they are locking themselves to just 9. Hargan pressed on. Of course, when I win, you have to join my crew. Yugan finally replied, and what if I win? Hargan answered bluntly, I will work for you, under the banner of Hyungmin. Hearing this, Yugan felt a genuine spark of amusement. He let out a genuinely satisfied smirk. Resting his chin on his hand, he said, You can leave that Hyungmin business out of it. I do not need a sworn brother like you. He pondered to himself. The future was bound to change anyway. Hargan could be a very useful wild card for the upcoming events. Yugan stood up and declared, Instead, if I win, you owe me one favor whenever I need it. Hargan blinked in surprise. Just one favor? Are you absolutely sure? Hargan shouted with booming excitement. Since that is not asking for much, I gladly accept. Hell, if you want, I will even throw in my personal items. Yugan looked entirely unimpressed. We can discuss the details after it is done. Hargan slammed his fists together with a loud smack. All right, it is a bet then. I will see you later on the first floor. Do not pretend you do not know me when we cross paths. Yugan's face darkened. I swear, every single time I meet this guy, I can feel a headache coming on. He is just way too energetic. Still, I guess that sheer chaotic energy is how he managed to wipe out the entire tutorial in just 9 days. Overflowing with boundless energy, Hargan turned to his crew. Everyone heard that, right? Isum suma de itampasati. We have got a lot of work to do. Let's move out. Yugan chimed in. I really hate to rain on your parade, but there is no need to rush off just yet. He pointed up at the massive countdown bar and said, I'm going to pause the timer for a bit. Up on the system interface, the ticking clock abruptly froze in place. Hargan stared blankly. What the hell just happened to it? Why did the clock just stop? Yugan casually reminded him. Baraganda is not actually an island. It is a massive mythical beast. Hargan looked totally confused. Then what are all these things around us? Yugan picked up where he left off. They are parasites. They latch onto giant beasts and drain their life force. Baraganda sank because of them. If the seawater floods in, these parasites will not survive either. Hargan asked further, So, is that the overlord of the parasites or something? Yugan explained, Something like that. It is a monster that has evolved way past just being a simple parasite. Hargan grew a little wary, thinking to himself, Should I really trust what this guy is saying? He knows secrets that even Olympus is clueless about, yet I have zero idea who he really is. Snapping out of his thoughts, Hargan replied mechanically, yeah, keep going. Yugan continued. The timer will remain frozen until the system resets itself, or until an admin or a moderator steps in to fix it. Yugan vividly remembered the secret about Baraganda that Odin had shared with him. The 5th tutorial round is an absolute race against time. The remaining time on the clock after defeating the boss is the ultimate key. Back then, Odin had chuckled. You ask how I managed to kill it in just 1 week? Ha! It actually did not take a week at all. I simply stopped the flow of time. Yugan calculated his next move. I need to squeeze every drop out of this paused time to power up. Because the moment that clock starts ticking again, this tutorial is over. 2 members of Hargan's party stared in utter shock. Wait a minute, is the system bugged? I am not the only one seeing the frozen clock, right? Is it going to just instantly drain all our time later? Damn it, that timer is probably going to start ticking again any second now. What the hell are you guys doing? Hurry up and grind those points while we still have free time. Let's move. Meanwhile, up in the system control room, the moderators were in absolute chaos. The parasitic dragons were actually killed. This is the very first time this has happened since Odin. What about the head admin? Does he even know the tutorial is completely bugged out right now? He is currently busy arguing with the gods of Olympus. He has his hands full with that mess. Someone contact the admin immediately. It is not supposed to be easy to find those parasitic dragons. Back in a desolate and quiet forest, the very earth began to split open. A massive tremor ripped through the ground, sending flocks of terrified birds scattering into the sky. A colossal monster stood frozen in a daze, a massive sword buried deep in its skull as fresh blood poured endlessly from the wound. Yugan leaped high onto its massive body, bringing down a brutally savage strike. Worse yet, there was not just one of them. Seeing their mighty leader collapse, the other 2 beasts recoiled in pure shock. That tiny human just butchered the boss! Before they could even process the horror, Yugan's blade was already slicing through the air with deadly precision. One of the hulking creatures shrieked in terror. Monster! That human is a total monster! Yugan's eyes glowed a blood-red hue, his face twisting into a terrifying, demonic smirk. Who exactly are you calling a monster here? The massive beast squealed in utter panic. Danger! Run for your lives! Yugan just stood there, momentarily speechless at their absolute cowardice. He glanced back up at the timer. The countdown had started ticking again. It looks like those useless moderators finally patched the system. Just as I suspected, hunting that parasitic dragon did not extend the bug. Well, lightning rarely strikes twice in the same place. Either way, I managed to buy myself 4 extra days. That is way more than I expected. He looked up at the shifting sky, sinking into deep thought about his next move. Should I head over there? To the Tower of the Gods? Resting on the peak of that colossal mountain in the distance. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the very peak of that mountain. The devastating shockwave carved a massive crater, violently caving in the surrounding landscape. Sang Yoon kept an eye on their progress. Everyone's starting to gather around, he noted. Elidor chimed in. They can only rack up a high score by taking down the Alpha, after all. That's why all the heavy hitters are trying to get a piece of the action, he trailed off, sounding a bit hesitant. Well, judging by their mana output, I'd say most of them are well past level 2. Jochi replied coolly. Doesn't matter, they made it here one way or another. You'd need to be at least that strong to even set foot in the tower. Sang Yoon tilted his head, curious. Wait, does that mean every single player knows how to use mana? Jochi spoke up. Only the players from the outside, not the natives. He blinked, totally caught off guard. Natives? Those of us born and raised inside the tower. Like me and the boss, Jochi explained. If the tower chooses us, we receive the system's blessing and awaken as purebloods. Hearing this, it finally clicked for Sang Yoon. Still, a wave of anxiety washed over him. So, do you really think we can take down the Alpha? Jochi let out a breath. Honestly, I don't see that happening. Not a chance. Right at that moment, Hargan slid down the slope, landing smoothly next to the group. Jochi glanced at him, then muttered, Then again, I can't even begin to fathom just how monstrously strong our boss actually is. Snapping out of her thoughts, she immediately turned her attention to Hargan. You're late! We were supposed to maximize every second we had out here. Sang Yoon craned his neck, looking around. Is Kim Yugan not coming? He's already here, Elidor pointed out. Wearing a striking crimson-red cloak, Yugan slowly made his way toward the group. Yugan was already running the numbers in his head, fully intending to wipe out the entire mob entirely on his own. As he glanced at Elidor and Sang Yoon, he noticed the mana flowing through their bodies felt completely different from before. He thought to himself, they must have leveled up a ton. Then his eyes shifted to Hargan. And then there's this crazy bastard. The moment Hargan spotted him, his face lit up with absolute thrill. Kim Yugan! He yelled out excitedly. There you are! Where's your squad? Don't tell me you're planning to take on the Alpha all by yourself again? Yugan didn't even blink. Yeah, that's the plan. I'll rack up way more points if I solo it. Hargan just facepalmed, letting out a heavy sigh. Man, people call me a battle freak, but you're way worse. Hargan calculated the gap in his head. He's ahead of me by 7,000 points. I have to kill the Alpha before he does, with or without my team. Just then, a random player stepped up to him. Hey, are you Kim Yugan? Looks like you're flying solo, huh? We're all heading out to hunt the Alpha anyway. If you don't have a party, why don't you... Before the guy could even finish his sentence, Hargan furiously unleashed a blast of lightning right at him. He glared at the intruder with burning rage, acting like someone was trying to steal his precious prey. Back off, you annoying little bugs! The surrounding players instantly panicked, screaming as they scrambled away in pure terror. Run! It's Hargan's crew! Yugan secretly rejoiced. Perfect! Guess I don't even have to lift a finger to deal with the extras. Hargan shot him a smug, proud grin. Handled that pretty well, didn't I? Wait, what? You're heading in right now? Yugan didn't even bother looking back. Time is everything in the tutorial phase. Hargan threw his head back and laughed, thoroughly amused. This thing is supposed to last an entire month, and you're clearing it out in less than 5 days. You really are an absolute monster, Hargan yelled after him. Hey! Yugan! Let's go together! Suddenly, Yugan skidded to a halt right at the edge of a steep cliff. Without a second thought, he launched himself over the edge, plummeting straight down. The exact moment his boots hit the ground, the system's voice chimed in. You have entered the first boss room. Spread out before him was an absolute sea of monsters. A quest window popped up. Clear the objective to reveal the first boss. Countless wicked, jagged spears were aimed forward, daring any challenger to step up. The horde rapidly locked their shields together, forming an impenetrable, towering barricade. Compared to their tiny group, the monster army was as dense as a forest, completely blocking the path forward. 2 of Hargan's party members broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell is all this? There's way too many of them. Yugan calculated the odds. There were supposed to be multiple waves to clear before reaching the boss, but it looks like every single monster in the area swarmed here for a final stand. Wiping them all out instantly might be impossible. But crowd control? Yeah, I can do that. Yugan smoothly drew his blade. I already know exactly where the boss is hiding. I just need to end this fast. A system prompt flashed before his eyes. Skill great. Catastrophe and Magic Sword. The 2 skills successfully fused. Sang Yoon and Elidor watched him intently, sharing the exact same thought. Are we finally going to see him fight going all out? This guy is a monster ranked even higher than our own boss. We'll finally see if his rank is just for show, or if he's truly as terrifying as they say. Hargan stood right behind him, watching his every move in absolute silence. His blood was boiling with anticipation, desperate to witness Yugan's true power. Yes! Hargan screamed in his mind. That's it. Show me what you've got. Kim Yugan! Without a moment's hesitation, Yugan exploded forward like a blur. He was moving so fast, no one could even track his movements. The onlookers stood completely dumbfounded. He vanished! Where the hell did he go? Dude, Sang Yoon stammered, pointing a shaking finger. Oh, over there! Wherever Yugan moved, a violently raging inferno erupted in his wake, completely engulfing the entire battlefield. Sang Yoon's jaw dropped, utterly paralyzed by the sheer scale of the destruction. What in the world is that? Completely solo, Yugan ripped straight through the massive horde of monsters like a force of nature. They couldn't even manage to land a single scratch on him. He descended like a reaper straight out of hell, plunging his blade right into that red demon. Everyone froze in absolute shock. He's a monster, even stronger than the boss. Sang Yoon realized he had slipped up. Glancing over at Hagan's terrifyingly dark, murderous expression, he flinched and immediately slapped a hand over his own mouth. But deep down, Hagan was thrilled. Just as I expected. There is no way I'm losing this, right? Right after that, he roared, Hey, wait up, Kim Yugan. At that moment, a barrage of monster spears completely surrounded Hagan, but he didn't even flinch. If anything, it only fueled his fire. He leaped into the air, using those very spears as stepping stones to launch himself forward. Suddenly, Han felt a chilling bloodlust creeping up from right behind him. A blinding flash of golden light blasted through the air. Yu had swooped in just in time to back him up. Without exchanging a single word, the 2 of them fought with absolute perfect synergy. The others watching from the sidelines were too intimidated to even step in. Sang Yoon finally broke the silence. We shouldn't just stand here watching, right? But, man, it's not like there's anything left for us to do. Ji quickly chimed in. Don't drop your guard. There are still traps out there. Stay sharp, everyone! Paladinte and Elidor didn't waste a second, charging straight into the fray to slaughter the remaining monsters. Paladinte yelled over to Sang Yoon, telling him to clear a path while they provided cover from behind. Sang Yoon immediately fired off a monosphere, shouting out a warning to the team. Watch your heads, guys! At that exact moment, Yugan gripped his sword and dashed across the ground at lightning speed. Well, he thought to himself, at least they are strong enough not to be dead weight. Looks like they won't get themselves killed in whatever comes next. They're actually pretty reliable, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, Yugan! I think there is something over there. Over on the other side, Hawk sprinted ahead to check out the situation. He stood completely mesmerized, staring up at the wall. A bizarre mural. he muttered under his breath, tracing the incomprehensible ancient patterns carved into the stone. A wave of nervous whispers rippled through the group. Is that a war? Pretty much, Yugan thought to himself. Man, this is my first time seeing something like this in real life. He reached out, resting his hand against the cold wall, sensing whatever was lurking just behind that door. Seeing him acting on his own again, Han furiously barked, "Hey, are you seriously planning to charge in there alone without saying a damn word again?" Yugan just nonchalantly replied, "Well, I was planning on going in by myself from the very beginning anyway." Han glared at him, absolutely exasperated. "That is not the point. We are supposed to be a team, aren't we?" "Would it really kill you to just wait for a second?" Suddenly, a bone-chilling, agonizing shriek echoed through the air, instantly plunging the entire room into a terrifyingly oppressive gloom. Sang Yoon began to tremble violently. "What the hell? Is that the boss?" One of the others choked out, "Just hearing it scream is enough to paralyze me. What kind of monster are we even dealing with?" Hagen immediately went on high alert. "I already have the data on this boss, but damn, it really is a terrifying beast." Pushing his fear aside, he quickly called out to the group. "All right, let's head in." As they crossed the threshold, it was eerily quiet at first. There was no sign of the boss yet, so Hagen began channeling a massive surge of power into his fists. "Everyone, fall back!" The whole squad gasped in sheer horror as they laid eyes on a massive dragon, heavily bound by glowing chains. It thrashed around wildly, fighting fiercely against its restraints. It fixed a murderous burning glare right at the tiny humans who dared to disturb it. A glowing system prompt flashed before their eyes. "You have entered the chamber of the third boss." It was locked behind massive iron bars, but its savage bloodlust was suffocating. The quest objective quickly popped up. Defeat the imprisoned boss, Chimera. Once this objective is cleared, the training session will officially conclude. Han stepped forward, his brow furrowed in confusion. Wait, is that seriously the final boss of this whole training round? Yugan pondered his question for a long moment before finally muttering, "The final boss, you say?" The system guide chimed in. "Only one individual can shatter the Chimera's chains and form a bond with it. If you destroy the crystal sealing orb, the time limit will instantly expire, and you will clear the training stage regardless of any other conditions. The newly recognized master of the Chimera will receive bonus points based on the number of fellow participants they eliminate." Sang Yoon's jaw dropped. "Wait, master of the Chimera?" Elidor looked utterly bewildered. "Hold on, so we have to hunt down the Chimera, but at the same time, we have to protect that sealing crystal from our own teammates?" G tried to rationalize it. "Look, there are 10 of us here. With this number, it shouldn't be too hard to keep an eye on everyone's movements. So, maybe it won't be as crazy as it sounds?" Besides, she thought to herself, even if someone tries to pull a fast one on us, we have got the boss here, and absolutely nobody is faster than him. But just as the whole group stood frozen in uneasy silence, Yugan suddenly broke from the pack and marched straight toward the beast alone. Han panicked and threw an arm out to stop him. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Yugan didn't even look back, his voice dead cold. "Back off, let me go!" Han was frantic. "You can't just betray us, not after we've bled together to make it this far." "Am I wrong?" Hagan roared, his frustration boiling over. "Did you already forget the bet we made? You are not supposed to just solo the boss. We do this together, as a team, and clear this damn training." Yugan's expression remained completely icy. "I am going to win that bet, and I am going to be the absolute only one walking out of this training stage." Hearing that, Hagan absolutely lost his mind. "What the hell are you talking about? Why the hell would you even do something like that?" Yugan just scoffed, "And that is exactly why I wanted to run this solo." Having completely run out of patience, he instantly summoned his blade right out of his system inventory. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the room, sending rocks and dust blasting into the air from where he stood. Needless to say, Han was beyond furious. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kim Yugan!" Immediately, the system voice chimed in. "The crystal sealing orb has been obliterated. The boss Chimera will now be released from its chains. The rightful master of the Chimera is now recognized as Kim Yugan." In a heartbeat, the colossal dragon broke free from its iron bindings. The magical barrier that had kept it imprisoned began to dissolve into thin air. The beast's brutal glowing eyes snapped open, blazing with ungodly fury. Another prompt flashed. Defeat the unchained Chimera. It was a horrifying three-headed dragon of absolute towering magnitude. The sheer, overwhelming aura it unleashed the second it was freed caused the entire cavern to violently quake and tremble without end. Chigan was absolutely furious. He gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at Yugan. "You bastard! How dare you!" Yugan didn't say a word, merely clicking his tongue. The moment the massive three-headed dragon heard its master's call, the Chimera stepped forward, awaiting his command. He pointed at the far wall and gave a cold order. "Tear that wall down!" The moment the command left his lips, the dragon lunged, violently smashing the wall, to rubble with its massive claws in the blink of an eye. Yugan and Ishgan stood in dead silence, watching the destruction unfold. The surrounding crowd instinctively stumbled back a few steps, completely shaken by the violent tremors. Needless to say, every single face drained of color. terrified by the overwhelming raw power of the three-headed dragon. Yugan glanced back at the group. I'm controlling the chimera now, so it won't attack you. But from here on out, I have a different enemy to deal with. Hearing this, Yugan blinked in total confusion. Wait, what? Yugan continued. The chimera is a monstrosity born from fusing countless beasts on this island. Who do you think created it? Staring at the dragon, whose scales had now morphed from deep blue to a toxic purple, Yugan was left utterly speechless. Wait, if the chimera isn't the real boss, then that means... Yugan cut through his thoughts. Whether you fight alongside me or not, you need to make your choice right now. The moment he finished speaking, he and his dragon were already walking ahead, leading the way toward the cavern entrance. Sang-Yoon stepped up, visibly anxious. What should we do? Han gritted his teeth. Let's go check it out first. And with that, his entire crew followed Yugan straight into the dark abyss of the cave. As they ventured deeper, grotesque, twisted corpses lined the walls around them. A chilling wave of pure dread washed over everyone. What the hell is all this? Are these people? Han went on high alert. I didn't think the path would be this damn long. Where the hell are we? Yugan calculated internally. The system hasn't given us a single notification about room 4 of the 5th training stage, but he was absolutely certain this was the bastard's hideout. Suddenly, the system chimed. Ding! You have entered the 4th boss room. Yugan let out a mild sound of surprise. The notification window clearly stated that the boss had been upgraded. Yugan stepped forward, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Were you taking a nap in there? In the shadows, a bony, withered hand was frantically stitching together pieces of dragon skin. And that figure was none other than the creator of the chimera. Quest updated. Defeat the boss, the creator of the chimera. The moment his dragon laid eyes on the man, it instantly turned violent, growling with primal rage. Yugan spoke up.
Well, this isn't the first time the creator of the dragons has shown himself, the twisted man sneered. Even though you managed to control the chimera, you didn't just turn it against the swarm, but actually track down my chamber.
He flashed a wicked, psychotic grin, staring straight at Yugan. How fascinating. And the guy standing over there? You look like a descendant of Zeus, don't you? Though, you're probably just some dirty half-blood, right? But I suppose you'll still be of some use. Hearing that, Han's temper flared like gasoline hitting an open flame. He furiously stormed forward, cursing loudly. Who the hell are you calling a half-blood? You rotting piece of trash? Yugan calmly stepped in to explain. He's the Dark Mage, Craner. He vanished from the tower a long time ago. Han's eyes widened in realization. Wait, Craner? The infamous ranker who used to be the floor master of the 50th floor? I've heard plenty of stories about him, Yugan thought coldly. He used thousands of innocent challengers as living test subjects, fusing them with endless monsters just to create that chimera. Why is someone of his caliber stuck in a training stage? Yugan spoke out loud. Don't be so shocked. At the end of the day, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of a single player. And because he broke the absolute laws of the tower, he lost nearly all of his powers. That's exactly why he's been condemned to act as a training boss for the last 1,000 years. But even if another 1,000 years passed, he's never getting that strength back. Hearing Yugan expose everything, the Mad Mage flinched, his voice trembling. How do you know about me? Yugan pointed to his own face, mocking the man. Perhaps this might refresh your memory. His expression oozed absolute provocation as his eyes suddenly flared with the legendary, blazing red aura of the great sage equal to heaven. Unsure of what Yugan was implying, Craner just completely lost his mind, screaming in rage. You arrogant little punk! Han staggered back, absolutely stunned. What the hell is this kind of mana? I thought you said he lost all his power, Han yelled. Yugan calmly explained, this is him without his full power. If he still had his stats from when he was a ranker, we would have been obliterated in a single shot. Craner continued to scream, practically frothing at the mouth. Where the hell did you get those eyes? You bastard! Are you related to that damn monkey? Yugan casually provoked him further. Why are you getting so worked up? You're the one who locked up and experimented on innocent challengers. Even though you were supposed to be an examiner, the mage looked like he was about to burst into madness. Answer my question right now. Yugan, of course, had no intention of doing so. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not here to satisfy your curiosity. I'm here because I simply cannot stomach the fact that a scumbag like you is still breathing. Craner shrieked in absolute frustration. God damn you! What the hell is all this? Sang-Yoon muttered, pressing forward. I don't know what the hell is going on, but we just need to take care of these freaks, right? Right, boss? Han glared fiercely at the undead horde and barked to his team. Wipe them all out! As soon as the command dropped, Han's squad charged straight into a brutal clash with the undead horde. Even though they were just stitched together corpses, their raw strength was absolutely terrifying. The team fought tooth and nail, struggling desperately against the nightmarish creatures. Yugan silently calculated the situation. These aren't normal zombies. They're chimeras capable of leveling up. These exact things will start swarming the tower in exactly 1 year from now. Looks like there's still a whole swarm of them left. But his little experiment doesn't seem to be finished just yet. Thanks to the combat power of Team Hgan, things are going a hell of a lot easier for me. But right in the middle of his thoughts, a sudden wave of pure bloodlust rushed straight at his face, putting Jan on high alert. A heavy purple stone coffin materialized out of nowhere, followed by the glowing sound of the system. Skill activated. Dark coffin. The old bastard let out a wicked, grating laugh. You can't break this box, kid. Even my chimera can't claw its way out once it gets trapped inside. So what if I failed and lost my original power? How dare you pathetic lowlives from the training ground look down on me? He sneered. I was actually planning to turn you into a chimera too, so... But before he could even finish his sentence, a strange, heavy cracking sound echoed from inside the coffin. Fractures spiderwebbed across the stone. In a flash, the cracks multiplied, and with a savage roar, Yo smashed right through it with his bare hands. Shards of stone exploded everywhere. The old man screamed in terror. What the hell is this? How? What the hell kind of trick did you just use? Right before his eyes, the boy's arm had swollen into something massive and monstrous. The old man gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with sheer panic. Wait, that arm... No, it can't be. That's impossible. At that moment, the fierce look on the boy's face perfectly mirrored the old man's greatest enemy from the past. Chai shrieked in absolute rage. You little bastard! What is your connection to Olympus? Olympus, the key player in the Gigantomachy war against the giant race. The legendary son who completed the 12 labors and the undisputed holder of the title, Giant Destroyer. A man who showed zero mercy when slaughtering monsters, yet held boundless compassion for the weak. He was the most revered hero, possessing a monumental strength that surpassed everyone else. The boy had just triggered the giant transformation skill. The system chime rang out. Your arm has integrated the power of the giant. Proficiency level, low. Vitality stats will temporarily convert to raw strength. Warning, vitality is critically low. The giant transformation will soon begin to dissipate. Yugan gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Even after eating the heart of the giant and boosting both my strength and vitality, is this still my limit? But a fierce smirk crossed his face. Whatever, this is more than enough. Chai glared at him, absolutely livid. Fine then, I'll beat the answers out of you after I crush every bone in your body. Even if you are a descendant of Olympus, you're still just a pathetic little brat to me. Now, Yugan was genuinely pissed. His voice dropped to a dead, icy whisper. Shut your mouth. The moment the words left his lips, chunks of shattered stone began to levitate around him, reacting to his raw, seething fury. The system blared again. Skill activated, triple dark coffin. But just like before, Yugan brutally shattered the massive coffins into dust with his bare hands. Chai launched a desperate counterattack. Not bad, you're still breathing, the old man sneered. I still have a lot of things I want to drag out of you. He unleashed his dark venom skill, blasting a toxic wave straight at Yugan. In that split second, a past conversation flashed through the boy's mind. What I really need is the giant transformation. If I can't learn to control it perfectly, I can kiss the idea of beating the Chimera creator goodbye. Even if he lost his original power and got banished to the training grounds, that freak is still insanely dangerous. My plan is just way too rushed. Heckwin, do you really think I can master the giant transformation in just a few days? It won't be a walk in the park, kid, but I wouldn't say it's completely impossible either. Snapping back to reality, Yugan channeled his inner aura and unleashed a devastating sweeping strike right through the cloud of toxic smoke. In a single breath, the deadly poison was completely eradicated, blown away as if it had never existed. Yugan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Chai was so utterly stunned that he started to stammer. How is this possible? Even if he is a descendant of Heckwin, how the hell can he destroy my attacks with such low strength stats? But refusing to let the boy hold the upper hand, the old man frantically raised his staff once again. Skill activated, Wall of Dark Thorns. Instantly, towering jagged barricades of black thorns erupted from the ground, looming over them like massive beasts. Chai smirked, his arrogant confidence returning. This is my absolute ultimate defense. Let's see you try and smash your way through this one, brat. Before you even scratch it, your hands will be torn to... But before he could even finish his taunt, a deafening crack split the air. He never imagined his ultimate trump card would be obliterated this fast. His jaw dropped and he screamed in horror. What the hell kind of freak is this kid? A terrifying, overwhelming force slammed right through the Wall of Dark Thorns, instantly covering the absolute defense in a massive web of deep cracks. Chai was violently blasted backward. You could literally hear the brittle, cracking sounds echoing from his old, fragile bones as he hit the ground. Panting heavily, he stared through the dust, and when nothing came charging at him, a sickening wave of relief washed over him. Did he stop? I bet the little bastard finally burned out all his energy. He must have completely shattered his own arm trying to punch through my wall. Thinking this, a twisted, gleeful smile crept back onto the old man's face. But the moment he arrogantly stepped forward, a massive hand shot out from the smoke and viciously clamped shut around his throat. It was Yugan. The old man had no idea how the boy had closed the distance so fast, but right then, Yugan was already moving. With ruthless speed, Yugan launched a brutal kick straight into the old man's chest, sending him crashing helplessly to the ground. Even now, the villain couldn't process what was happening. He just lay there, gaping like a stunned fish. Refusing to give Chai a single second to counterattack, Yugan dropped down and drove a savage direct punch straight into his face. And then another. The impacts were so heavy it looked like the old man's face was going to cave right into his skull. A voice echoed from his past memory. All right, let's keep going. If you fail to master both the all-seeing eyes and the giant transformation, do not even attempt to fight him. If you manage to secure at least one of them, we'll leave the choice up to you. But if you successfully acquire both, then you have to go out there and completely destroy the Chimera creator. The scene shifted back to Hakuin and the others as he spoke up. Hey, Wukong, don't you have anything else to add to this? If my memory serves me right, you were the one who originally beat down the father of the Chimeras while clearing the 50th floor. Wukong flashed a mischievous, cocky grin. I don't really have much to say about it. As long as you've got these eyes, you can see absolutely everything. But as he said that, the great sage equal to Heaven's face actually grew serious, the playful smirk completely vanishing from his lips. Back in the present, Yugan had already beaten Chu Din to an absolute bloody pulp. The battered old man lay helplessly on the ground, coughing up blood, yet he still forced out a twisted, defiant laugh. No matter how hard you try, you can never kill me. I am an immortal! Hearing that pathetic claim, a look of pure, icy disdain crossed Yugan's face. You know what? He paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing. You really are just as stubborn as the rumors say. The old man's body had been fortified through 1,000 years of dark magic experiments, making it tougher than raw steel. He really had become an undying chimera. But, Yugan sneered, with a body patched together from a bunch of random stolen parts, leaving behind weak seams and stitches is completely unavoidable. Yugan brimmed with absolute confidence. As long as I have these eyes, I can see right through everything. Golden flames erupted in his gaze as he activated the fiery golden eyes skill, easily staring straight through the old man's twisted, sick experiments. Without a second thought, Yugan ruthlessly snapped his arm. The bastard shrieked in agony. No, my arm, stop, please stop! Before the plea could even leave his lips, another violent wave of pain washed over him. Yugun just tilted his head, genuinely baffled as the man kept begging him to stop. Yugun finally spoke, his voice ice cold. Why are you begging me to stop? Did you suddenly forget how many people you've torn to shreds? Meanwhile, the true gods were locked in a fierce battle with Sarucha, fighting to claim the fiery golden eyes and the power of Giant's might, by absorbing the behemoth's heart. In their eyes, a truly extraordinary human was about to be born. Suddenly, a system alert chimed. You have unlocked an impossible achievement. You have defeated the boss, the father of chimeras. Due to unlocking an impossible achievement, your reward calculation will be temporarily suspended. The tutorial has concluded, and you have successfully leveled up. Strength and agility have increased by 2. Endurance and agility have also increased by 1. The mastery level of the Heaven-Slaying Star has increased by 8.34%. Yugan's eyes widened in surprise. To think I'd actually pull this off, he mused. Since that guy was classified as a boss on the same level as Sarucha, the rewards are going to be absolutely massive. I even leveled up twice and got some solid stat boosts thanks to the mastery increase of the Heaven-Slaying Star. Right then, another notification popped up. Heaven-Slaying Star. You carry the power and destiny to annihilate the heavens. From this moment on, your fate will shift depending on the value of the lives you extinguish. Rank, A+. Mastery level, 10.30%. Your stats will scale based on the sheer number and caliber of the enemies you slaughter. All stats increased by 3%. He quickly did the math. So, my stats get a boost for every 5% of mastery I gain. That means by the time it hits 100%, all my base stats will increase by 20 points. I honestly thought the passive effects for this rank would be underwhelming, but this isn't bad at all. Meanwhile, back with the rest of the group, everyone was standing around in utter disbelief. What the hell is going on? Why did all the monsters just drop dead out of nowhere? Is it over? They're not going to just suddenly spring back to life, right? Yugun quickly stepped out of the shadows to deliver the good news. Relax, the boss is dead. These things aren't getting back up. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group. Thank God, Sang Yoon admitted, wiping his sweat. I seriously thought I was a goner this time. Elidor, still rattled, rushed over to check on the others. Is anyone hurt? He asked urgently. Suddenly, someone shouted from the back. Over here! We need a medic over here! Zhang-Chi is badly wounded. Hearing that, Hagen's expression instantly darkened. He silently stared at his battered comrade kneeling exhausted on the ground, a heavy, indescribable guilt washing over him. Hagen finally spoke up. I'll handle the rest. You guys just focus on patching up Zhang-Chi. The team immediately scrambled to follow his orders. Noticing that Yugan was about to walk away, Hagen stepped right into his path, blocking him. Kim Yugun, we need to talk. The atmosphere between them grew dangerously tense. Hagen cut straight to the chase. I won't ask who you really are or how you knew about that ranker's connection to the tutorial, but because of your reckless choices, He paused, clenching his jaw before continuing. One of my men was severely injured. Did you really have to go out of your way to kill the Chimera's father? If you had just defeated the Chimera itself, we could have cleared this tutorial without any casualties. Yugun met his furious gaze with deadpan calm. Normally, yes, you'd be right. Hagen was taken aback. Normally? You could have set the greatest all-time record without pulling a stunt like this, Hagen snapped. Just how far are you planning to push things until you're satisfied?
Will it only be enough when every single one of your teammates is dead? Hearing that accusation, Yugan closed his eyes, taking a moment to genuinely process the question.
How far? He asked himself. Honestly, I don't even know how far I have to go. Fragments of a horrific past flashed through his mind. The outer gods, abominations from realms beyond the tower, beings that never should have existed. Their despair had once blackened the very heavens. He remembered the suffocating gloom they bled into the swamps of death, and the mindless apocalyptic chaos they brought with them. He remembered that blood-red twilight sky. Just to kill a single one of them, countless rankers had to lay down their lives. And even then, they never even found out how many of those bastards were actually out there. That was exactly why he couldn't stop. He had to keep getting stronger, no matter the cost. I have to purge the rotting core of this world. I have to forge it into something unbreakable, so it never has to face that absolute annihilation again. So, to achieve all of that, how far do I really need to go? Opening his eyes, he looked at Hagen and answered with blunt honesty. I don't know. Hagen's face twisted in rage. You don't know? Yugen's tone remained unshaken. That's right. You're looking for a squad that can fight by your side, aren't you? Well, this right here is exactly why I don't look for teammates. Because no one can walk the path I'm taking. Hearing that, it suddenly clicked for Hagen. He means anyone who teams up with him has to be insanely strong just to survive the sheer danger he courts. Hagen stared at him, conflicted. Yugun? Just how brutal is the path you've chosen? At that moment, Yugun spoke again, cutting through his thoughts. Give up on recruiting me. If you drag me into your party, who knows when a disaster like this will happen again. And since we're done here... Yugun brushed right past him, walking up to a strange figure nearby. Sorry about that. Did you wait long? The man awkwardly cleared his throat. Well, it looked like a serious conversation, so I... Hagen blinked, utterly confused. Who the hell is that? He muttered. Some homeless guy? Yugun casually introduced him. This is the tutorial administrator. Hagen's eyes practically bugged out of his head. What? He screamed internally. Why is a god-tier entity like him just standing around here? He immediately snapped into a deep, respectful bow. I am Hagen from the Olympus Guild. It is an absolute honor to meet you, sir. Sir! The administrator just gave a dismissive, utterly unamused grunt. Yugen chimed in, almost scolding him. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Greet the guy properly. It's not like he had anything to do with that mess. The administrator shot Yugun a glare filled with pure exhaustion and annoyance. No, just thinking about the mountain of paperwork I have right now makes me want to rip out that old geezer Zeus's beard. And on top of that, just thinking about how I'm about to get an earful of complaints from those guys upstairs because of you makes me... He cut off with a heavy sigh, hopelessly rubbing his temples. The contract to create a boss for the tutorial section, given to the so-called father of the Chimera, was supposed to last 1,000 years. But in the end, the guy kicked the bucket before I could even prep the next boss. The administrator couldn't help but shoot him a sideways glare. Well, thanks to a certain someone, my job managing the tutorial is about to get a whole lot easier. Yo was losing his patience. Did you come all the way down here just to whine? Just hand over my reward already. The admin grumbled under his breath as he pulled the item out. You look cool, but you're surprisingly impatient. How you use this is entirely up to you. How you protect it is your call too. This is the Dark Holy Crystal, a shard containing the darkness of the origin. It holds immense magic with the properties of infinite darkness. The shard is still unrefined. Only a master artisan can unlock its true power. You stared at the item in his hands for a long time, still in a slight daze. The Dark Holy Crystal. It was also known as a shard of the Helm of Invisibility, belonging to Hades, one of the 3 great gods of Olympus. The helm was a legendary piece of gear wielded by him, and one of the most powerful artifacts in all of Olympus. The most crucial material needed to forge that helm was the Dark Holy Crystal. Yu thought to himself, this was one of the key items he needed to track down after regressing to the past, but he never expected to get his hands on it this early. I already know where the Sea Holy Crystal is. Now the only thing left is the Lightning Shard. Seeing Yu suddenly staring at him, Hagen looked confused. What is it? He asked. Yu pondered for a moment. I'll probably get my hands on it sooner than expected. The administrator continued. Satisfied now? Since you've met the requirements, you will be teleported to the tower. Everyone else will receive their rewards based on their contribution points as well. Hagen, your reward won't be too shabby either. Hagen's face lit up with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Administrator. The admin looked back at Yu and said, this will be the last time we cross paths. Asong. Once you head up there, I sincerely hope you aren't planning to cause as much chaos as you did down here. Who knows? Yu replied casually. I can't make any promises. The administrator quickly caught his drift. That definitely didn't sound like a no. He figured, now that you've got your hands on that item, you're probably going to raise even more hell up there. If you're going to cause trouble anyway, becoming a tidal wave that shakes the entire tower wouldn't be such a bad thing. The moment he finished speaking, Yu vanished into thin air. Who knows if he even heard those last words. The timer notification popped up, the clock still ticking down. He was still sitting firmly at the top of the rankings. After completing this mission, he had received 67,488 points. For setting a new record, you have received an additional 50,000 points. And Yu's inventory was looking incredibly stacked right now. Something inside was vibrating. The system announced he had received an egg from an unidentified creature. A notification flashed before his eyes. Welcome to the first floor. The moment he arrived, he thought to himself, I already got my rewards during the transfer. Is there anything else besides the points? He stared at the egg in his inventory and felt a wave of annoyance. It doesn't even have a name. What the hell is this useless thing? At the same time, Hargan touched down just a few seconds behind him. Out on the perimeter of the first floor, the starting zone, two men in the distance were chatting. What the? Newbies? I thought there was still plenty of time left until the tutorial ended? Are they here already? Yu scanned his surroundings. The participants? No, they were players now. There were probably quite a few scouts from various guilds here to recruit fresh blood. Hargan looked around, completely puzzled by the strange outfits people were wearing. With just one glance, he realized, is Olympus here too? I definitely recognize a few faces. He turned to Yu and asked, what about guilds? You got any plans to join one? Yu replied coldly, not sure. Hargan scoffed. Knew it. A guy who won't even form a party definitely isn't going to join a guild. Anyway, since I lost the bet, I'll keep my promise. Recalling the attitude the administrator had toward him earlier, he asked curiously, hey, about earlier, did something happen between the admin and Olympus? Hearing this, Yu fell silent for a moment. Yu threw a question back at him. This Olympus you're talking about? It's always portrayed as a faction fighting for justice and maintaining order inside the tower, right? Hargan, still not getting it, asked, what do you mean by that? But Yu chose to keep it to himself. If you want to know people's true colors, it's better to figure it out for yourself. Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't believe me. Hargan yelled out at Yu's back. Hey, are you seriously just gonna walk away like that? When you get to town, at least register yourself as a player. That way we can stay in touch. He genuinely seemed worried about Yu, not forgetting to shout one last warning. And hey, watch out for those wild dogs. Yu didn't even look back. He simply waved his hand in acknowledgement as a goodbye. Hargan stood there watching him fade into the distance, completely unaware of the looming shadow stepping up right behind him. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed out. I, Agamemnon, request an audience with the one born of the legendary bloodline. Hargan turned around. So you're here, huh? He continued. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Agamemnon bowed respectfully. I am honored that you remember me, my lord. Hargan spoke up. You're an apostle of Ares, aren't you? I heard he recently ascended to a high-ranking ranker. Pass on my congratulations to him. Thank you, my lord, he replied. Agamemnon then added, however, Lord Ares values bloodline and family above all else. He specifically ordered me not to deliver any of your messages until you finally find your birth mother. Hargan's eyes widened in shock. What was that? A sneer crept into his voice, dripping with mockery. You know perfectly well the god of the sky has little interest in playing parent. Besides, considering you don't even know who your own mother is, Han exploded. You insolent bastard, he roared, letting his fury take over. The man merely offered a shallow bow. Please, my lord, do not make a scene. I am quite certain you are already familiar with Lord Ares' temperament. Lineage is something he forged with his own two hands. I truly hope that one day you will build a legacy of your own. Han ground his teeth in rage. This absolute bastard, slapping his face, then offering him candy. But he had a point. The one looking down on him wasn't this guy, it was that eccentric freak Ares. If he picked a fight right now, his ties with Olympus would be completely severed. He forced himself to swallow his anger, quickly regaining his composure. Fine, I will let this slide. Agamemnon bowed respectfully. As you wish, my lord. Piqued by curiosity, he spoke up again. By the way, who was that person walking with you earlier? Seeing him leave on his own? I take it he's not a part of your party? At the mention of the boy, Han stumbled over his words. Him? Is he a friend? Something like that. You could call him a friend. Agamemnon raised an eyebrow. Something like a friend, you say? Speaking of the jackals, that was the nickname given to the scum who gave up on climbing to the next floor. Instead, they lurked around the starting zones, purely focused on robbing and slaughtering new players. Their absolute favorite prey? Solo players who hadn't joined a guild yet. To them, the brief window right after the tutorial ended was simply known as harvest time. Jan calculated his situation. They're already on my tail. Thanks to his high perception stat, he didn't need magic eyes to figure out there were about 20 of them. He casually skimmed through the details of the dark holy crystal. It was a shattered fragment containing the abyss of the origin. It hummed with boundless dark magic. The shard was entirely unrefined. Only a master artisan could unlock its true potential. Yugo smirked, thoroughly amused. Jackals, huh? They're the perfect guinea pigs to test out my stealth. Just as he predicted, a pack of sharp, greedy eyes all eyes was locked onto his back, tracking his every single move. The wild dogs muttered among themselves. The tutorial's already over? Damn, that was way faster than we expected. Clearing it that fast is a flat-out record. That means there's gotta be some loaded brats carrying top-tier loot. The alpha of the pack was a boss named Fatio. They schemed in hushed whispers. No guild backing that kid, right? Not even a single party member with him.
Something feels off about this one. Maybe we should just let him walk.
Are you out of your mind? Let him go. Do you seriously not see it? That kid is wearing the astrologer's cloak. Wait, seriously? Then we just hit the absolute jackpot. Give the order, boss. Let's gut him. But there was one massive problem. The boy vanished into thin air. Fatio blinked, utterly bewildered. Where the hell did he go? He just disappeared. What the hell? He was standing right there a second ago. Without keeping them waiting, he launched a lightning-fast ambush from behind, throwing the entire pack into absolute chaos. The leader screamed in pure panic. Enemy attack! We're under attack! Ear-piercing shrieks erupted from the pack of wolves. They instantly descended into a panicked frenzy as their leader furiously bellowed, "Who the hell are you?" "Show yourself. I said get your ass out here, you coward." His lackeys scrambled blindly in all directions. "He's over here. No, wait, he's over here too." "Boss, I think that kid was just bait. I mean, make it make sense. How could a fresh newbie get their hands on the astrologer's cloak?" One of the jackals desperately activated the Hawkeye skill to scan the area. "Wait, it's not an illusion skill? Boss, we need to pull back. Let's retreat." Facho stood there, completely dumbfounded. How the hell is a greenhorn who just set foot in the tower using a high-tier stealth skill? That's impossible. His movements were ruthlessly decisive. With a single, fluid strike, heads rolled. Did they really think he was just going to let them run away? Yu's eyes went cold. He was going to hunt down every last one of these mutts. Pinned down and captured, Fatio trembled violently, his mind racing. This guy isn't some weak prey. He's a Grim Reaper here to slaughter us all. He has to be a high ranker from the upper floors. Yu sneered fiercely, stepping on him. "Don't even bother running. It's just a waste of breath. I'm going to hunt you down anyway." Fatio's panicked thoughts spiraled. But a high ranker would get slammed with a massive penalty for interfering with the first floor. So why risk it just to butcher us? Yu crouched down, his expression turning ice cold. "I've got a few questions for you. Answer me honestly, and I might just let you walk out of here alive." Fatio roared back with a burst of stubborn bravado. "I'd rather fucking die than—" Before the words even left his mouth, Yu brutally severed his Achilles tendon. Dark red blood sprayed everywhere in a violent arc. Yu's voice dropped to a terrifying whisper. "Keep acting tough, and I swear to God I will make you beg for death. Do we understand each other?" The pain and terror finally broke him. Fatio's voice cracked as he sobbed. "I'll talk, please, I'll tell you everything." Yu didn't waste time beating around the bush. "Do you know the whereabouts of a man named Mu Unchun?" Hearing that name, Fatio visibly flinched, his eyes widening in sheer shock. How the hell do you know that name?" Yu flashed a wicked, triumphant smirk. Bullseye on the very first try. The scene fades to a quiet evening in a remote town. Inside a warmly lit house, a lavish spread of food and steaming tea was already laid out on the table. This was the first floor's central zone. Sitting alone and observing the surroundings, Yu thought to himself, "Guess this is one of the perks of turning back time. Thank God I got the intel I needed so quickly. Now I actually have some time to breathe." The heavy fatigue from going all out was finally starting to melt away. Watching the townspeople gather and trade, a rare sense of peace washed over him. I wonder, what kind of worlds did everyone else come from? The image of glasses clinking in a toast flashed through his mind. A wave of nostalgia hit him as he remembered the good old days, back when he and his two best friends used to laugh and drink just like this. Back then, his smile had been so genuine. Those were the carefree days, before everything went to hell. But he quickly snapped himself out of it. All right, that is enough feeling sorry for myself. Now, let's see here. This little toy works wonders on dropouts like those jackal bastards. But it's still nowhere near the perfect stealth of the Helm of Invisibility. Sure, my stats are still low right now, but the main issue is that this thing hasn't been refined yet. This was an artifact people used to joke about, calling it an infinity stone. That is just how absurd its mana capacity was. If the power of this fragment gets fully amplified, mere invisibility would be child's play. Honestly, I don't even know the true limits of its power. But first things first, I need to get it refined. The only reason that bastard managed to conquer the skies and crown himself the king of Olympus was because he got his hands on the lightning fragment. And Hades, that guy never steps into a fight without his Helm of Invisibility. Those artifacts are the absolute pillars keeping Olympus in power, both now and far into the future. And the only person capable of refining something of this caliber is, just thinking about it brought a rare smirk to his face. It's been a long time since I last saw the old man. The man he was looking for was a master blacksmith, and right now he was likely still hammering away at his forge. Yu affectionately called him Old Man. Now, a player's gear operated by reacting to its master's mana.
Once, since you registered your unique mana signature at the ranking office, your player stats and ID would sync with your basic gear. It gave you access to the tower's network, allowed you to communicate and trade with other players. It was an absolutely vital tool for surviving inside the tower. Gripping his device, Yu muttered to himself, "All right, my player registration is done. Now, if I remember correctly, his shop should be somewhere around here. Was it down that alley? Man, forgetting the exact layout makes this a pain to find." Suddenly, a frail voice called out from the shadows. "Excuse me, kind sir, could you please spare a few points?" A ragged figure trembled as he slowly approached. "Please, my child is starving." When Yu didn't even flinch, the beggar finally lost his patience, dropping the pathetic act. "Hey, cough up everything you've got!" But before the thug could finish his sentence, Yu spun around with lethal speed and launched a brutal strike. It was an ambush. Seeing their decoy get instantly floored, the rest of the gang hollered in rage and swarmed out from the alleyways. "You little bastard! You dare mess with our crew?" Yu's eyes went cold as he deflected a strike from a screaming, heavyset thug mocking him without an ounce of pity. If your life is in the gutter, then crawl your way out. Don't go taking your pathetic rage out on others. He didn't even break a sweat as he single-handedly decimated the entire gang. Leaving the groaning thugs in the dirt, Yu continued his search. Tucking into a wide-back alley, his eyes locked onto a worn-out signboard. "Found it," he thought with a smirk. Pushing aside the heavy curtains, Yu stepped inside and called out, "Hey, anybody home?" A wave of intense heat instantly blasted his face. "Jesus, it feels like a sauna in here." A gruff voice echoed from the back room. "Didn't you say you were busy all morning?" A burly man strode out from the workshop, wiping his hands. But the moment he laid eyes on Yu, he stopped dead in his tracks, completely bewildered. "Huh? Who the hell are you?" he barked in confusion. "Wait, is that an astrologer's robe? You definitely don't look like you're from around this sector." "Did you get lost, kid?" Yu glanced around at the scattered weapons before casually replying. "Nope, I am exactly where I need to be, unless this isn't a blacksmith's forge." The man raised an eyebrow. "What? You're here to buy gear? Look, if you want to dig through that pile of scrap, be my guest. But I highly doubt any of it is better than what you're already wearing." Yu picked up a dull broadsword from the pile. It was a sloppy piece of work, completely edgeless, looking more like a heavy iron club than a cutting weapon. "Yeah, these are definitely rejects," he noted silently. "Seems like you're having a rough time making decent trash," Yu smirked. "Your name is Vulcan, right, old man?" In an instant, the blacksmith's eyes flared with explosive irritation. A terrifying, crushing bloodlust radiated from his massive frame. "You little shit, who the hell sent you here?" Despite the killing intent, Yu just shrugged calmly. "Whoa, relax. No need to be so defensive. I'm just a rookie player who barely set foot on floor 1, he introduced himself smoothly. Vulcan narrowed his eyes, secretly analyzing the boy's stats. The highest floor he's conquered is showing as 1, so the kid isn't lying. Yu secretly let out a sigh of relief. If he actually swung that hammer right now, it would be an absolute disaster. And if I had dared to call him by his true name, that hammer would have instantly caved my skull in. Better play it safe for now. The old man grunted, lowering his guard slightly. "Then what do you want?" Yu wasted no time getting straight to the point. "Oh, nothing much. I just want to commission you to work on a little item of mine." The moment Yu pulled it out, Vulcan's annoyance vanished into sheer trembling excitement. "Is that... Wait, let me get a closer look at that." The master blacksmith gasped, his jaw practically hitting the floor in absolute awe. "This is an unrefined crystal. You asked for his professional opinion. Think you can refine it for me?" Bunkaro examined the stone with meticulous focus. "Of course I can do it, but where the hell did you get your hands on something like this?" Yu didn't bother hiding it. "It's a reward for clearing my tutorial." The old man gasped, shouting in pure disbelief. "What? You got a drop like this from the tutorial?" "Wait a second, shouldn't the tutorial phase still be ongoing right now? Just how many days did it take you to clear it?" Yu replied casually, "Around 5 days and 2 hours. I got the highest rank." The moment Varro heard that, he instantly knew this kid had shattered the all-time record. No wonder he's rocking such high-end gear on the very first floor, the blacksmith thought to himself. This guy, he's an absolute monster. Snapping back to reality, he continued. "The best I can do right now is just refine it. Tacking on cheap materials will only ruin a masterpiece like this." "You're going to need top-tier materials that can handle the raw power pulsing inside this crystal. But hey, you've seen the absolute junk I sell in this shop. Are you seriously crazy enough to leave this in my hands?" Yugan didn't even blink. "Yeah." The old man clenched his fists, unable to hold back a curse. "You're a total lunatic, you know that?" "Aren't you afraid I'll just pack up and run off with your precious loot?" Yu smiled, half joking but deadly serious. "I'm a pretty good judge of character. If you actually wanted to steal this crystal, I would have seen the greed in your eyes the second you laid eyes on it. Right now, all I see in those eyes is pure, unadulterated excitement. Plus, I highly doubt a guy like you is going to screw this up. I might not look it, but I have incredibly high standards." While the old man was still processing things, Yu picked up a rusty blunt sword from a nearby rack, giving it a few test swings to feel its flawlessly crafted center of gravity.
You can't forge a balance like this just by throwing time and high-grade ores at a furnace. This level of craftsmanship, it only comes from the deeply ingrained muscle memory of a true master blacksmith. To think a genius smith is just rotting away in a dump like this, you thought to himself before finally speaking up. You might have purposefully dulled the blade and slapped on a trashy hilt to make it look like garbage, but old habits die hard, huh? You completely forgot to ruin the sword's perfect balance. The old man froze, staring blankly at the kid for a second, and then Funcaro threw his head back and burst into booming, hearty laughter. Ha! You're an interesting piece of work, kid. What's your deal? Are you some kind of pureblood or something? Which top-tier guild are you secretly backing? Yugan just shrugged. I'm flying solo, no guild, and I guess you could say I just sound a bit like a pureblood. The blacksmith's grin only grew wider. The hell does just sound a bit like mean? Well, whatever. Doesn't matter to me? Alright, kid, you've got yourself a deal. Since you've got the guts to trust an old man like me, I'll pour my absolute soul into refining this beauty. Well, however, I have one condition. The playful energy vanished, replaced by an intensely serious glare. You breathe a word of this to absolutely no one. You keep your mouth shut about the fact that it was refined, and more importantly, where it was refined. Think you can handle that? A confident smirk curled on Yu's lips. Of course, my lips are sealed. Cut to a bustling street food stall in the city hub. A massive piping hot feast was slammed onto the table. Yu had just dropped 3 points on a breakfast meant for one. He dug into the food, his mind racing. I already gave him my contact number, now all I gotta do is wait. He said the whole process would take about 10 days. I need to grind on this floor for a bit anyway, so hanging around that long works perfectly. Based on the intel I squeezed out of those wild dog thugs, their little syndicate meeting is going down in exactly 2 days. Honestly, just wiping them all out myself would be the easiest route, but since I can't exactly go full overkill right now, before he could take another bite, a familiar figure casually slid into the empty seat across from him. Yu blinked, caught completely off guard. How the hell did you find me here? Han just grinned breezily. Oh, I just wandered around the inns asking if anyone had seen a guy named Kim Yugan. Besides, my connections run pretty deep in these parts. Let's just say I pulled a few strings and abused my authority just a tiny bit. Makes sense, you thought. Olympus holds the most influence over the first floor, and since this guy is literally the son of Zeus, tracking someone down is probably child's play for him. Han leaned forward. Anyway, you've already registered your player device, right? Come on, give me your number. He nudged playfully, already tapping away on his interface. I never thought I'd see the day where a guy asks for my digits, Yu deadpanned. Han practically shouted in amusement. Ha! So you actually do have a sense of humor, and here I thought you were just a stone-cold edgelord through and through. Yu was actually in a pretty good mood today, so he humored him with a bit more conversation. I wouldn't go so far as to call myself funny. So, when exactly are you planning to start climbing the tower? Han stuffed his face with food as he answered. Probably in about 5 days or so. I'm planning to grind some levels in the outer zones first. Plus, I want to build up some solid teamwork with my party, so that's going to take a little time. Yu gave a non-committal nod. Is that so? Yugan's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. In that case, how about you do a little job with me? Han tilted his head in confusion. Just one thing. What is it? Yu continued. I want to wipe out those jackals once and for all. Hargan replied casually. The jackals? Taking them on is already a headache. But even if we bring my whole squad in, with just 10 of us, I don't think we can pull it off. Yu cut him off. Not 10, just 2. You and me. Hearing that, he froze for a second. Hargan suddenly grew tense. Hold on, I need more details. Yu remained completely calm. It's a bit too early right now. Come back here the night after tomorrow, and I'll tell you everything. If you back out, I'll just do it myself. Hargan tried his best to suppress the excitement bubbling up inside him. No way, we're doing this together. All right, the night after tomorrow. With that, he quickly stood up. Anyway, I'll see you later. Yugan looked surprised. Leaving so soon? Hargan looked dead serious. If we want to make it in time, I've got to hurry. I'll be taking my leave for today. Yugan let out a long sigh. He really cares about that team he made in the tutorial, huh? Trying to level them up so they can climb the tower together. Pretty dedicated of him. He continued running the calculations in his head. Looks like I kept you waiting. Yu spoke up again. I'm all done here. Why don't you tell me what you want from me? The man finally spoke. Seeing Hargan pop out of nowhere like that actually caught me off guard. He stepped forward to introduce himself. This is our first time meeting, isn't it? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm from Olympus. Do you have a moment to chat? Yugan was puzzled. Hargan is a descendant of the ruler of the sky, you know. Shouldn't you have at least said hello to him? Agamemnon simply sat right down. My sole purpose for coming here was to meet you, so you can't really blame me. You! I heard you took first place in the tutorial this time around. Meanwhile, Lord Hargan only managed second place, and word has it, the gap between first and second place is absolutely massive. People are even whispering that an absolute monster has entered the tower. Yugan replied politely, That's quite a flattering compliment. Thank you. The man brought his teacup to his lips and took a sip.
Lord Hargan claimed the two of you were like friends. Like friends? Sounds a bit strange, doesn't it?
Yugan replied casually, not really. He thought to himself in surprise, he wants to be friends? Guess he just wants to get close to me. Well, I've got nothing to lose. Agamemnon continued. And yet, you still haven't partied up with Hargan. I have to say, that's a very smart move. The relationships built in the tutorial rarely ever last long, because not many people actually want to climb the tower, and those who can actually become rankers are even fewer. You, however, are different. You have the potential to go far beyond a normal ranker and become a high ranker, a truly supreme being within the tower. So don't you think you should find someone worthy to climb the tower with? Join Olympus. Pledge your loyalty under the protection of Lord Ares. We can provide absolutely anything you desire. Lord Ares is completely different from those lowly mutts who don't even know their own mother's face. He is the true blood son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus, supreme beings who became high rankers ages ago. Become Lord Ares' man. It's infinitely better than throwing your lot in with some filthy half-breed. You looked visibly displeased. Stop right there. He didn't say anything else, just tilted his head back and took a large gulp of tea, thinking to himself, Olympus really is a guild that pours a ton of effort into scouting rookies, huh? However, cutting his thoughts short, he set his cup down and spoke. Thanks for the tea. I'll be taking my leave now. Agamemnon was completely taken aback by this attitude. He couldn't help but ask, Are you seriously rejecting an offer from Olympus? Yugan replied flatly, Yeah, I have absolutely no intention of joining. I even turned down a personal request from the son of Zeus, Hargan. What makes you think I'd listen to you? You say I need someone worthy? You call him a lowly mutt who doesn't know his mother's face? Half-breed? Zeus and Hera are Ares' parents, not yours. Agamemnon never expected the kid's tongue to be so razor-sharp. He was so enraged that veins popped on his forehead. What did you just say? Pausing for a second, he snapped back. Olympus is... You swiftly cut him off. I only have one answer for you. I refuse to join up with pathetic losers like you. Immediately after, Yugan turned on his heel and left, leaving the man sitting there alone. His anger flared up violently. Seeing him stay completely silent for so long, an anxious voice rang out. Are you all right, Lord Agamemnon? He asked in a dark, menacing tone. How many of the jackals can we call in? The voice echoed back in shock. The jackals, sir? Don't tell me you're planning to... The subordinate stammered out in panic. The jackals are currently gathering, sir. We will have to wait until that is settled before we can assemble our full forces. Yeah. He snapped furiously. All this prep work just to kill one damn rookie? The subordinate pleaded, Please reconsider, sir. He is the one who set a new record and even defeated Sir Hagen. Do you really think a few measly jackals can actually take him down? Agamemnon sighed heavily and stood up. Then get 100 of them ready, he ordered with a vicious sneer. The moment this harvest season ends, we slaughter Kim Yugan. 2 days later, Yugan and Hagen finally met up. Hagen impatiently pressed him about the plan. So, how exactly are you planning to wipe out those jackals? Yugan replied, First, we need to meet someone. It took me quite a while to track down his hideout. Hagen hurried after him, confused. Who exactly do you need to see? Just follow me for now, Yugan answered. For some reason, his eyes had suddenly shifted to a piercing, glowing red. Hagen thought to himself, those eyes again. He recalled what Chai had said back in his room. You arrogant brat, are you of the same breed as that monkey? Back then, Chai was clearly referring to the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Hagen knew that Wukong was the most brilliant fighter in the history of the rankings. Since he started climbing the tower, it took him less than 100 years to become a high ranker. However, Yugan did not just manipulate fire like Wukong, but also like Apollo himself. Staring at the boy's back, Hagen could not help but wonder, who the hell is this guy really? Could the reason he refused to join Olympus be that he is already affiliated somewhere else? Glancing at Yugan's arm, it suddenly hit him. Right, he even has the gigantification skill. That is a skill only Hercules, who slaughtered tens of thousands of giants, managed to acquire. But then again, any native giant naturally possesses that ability. Could Yugan actually belong to the giant race? If that is the real reason he turned down Olympus, suddenly a voice broke through his train of thought. Hagen had been so lost in thought that he did not even realize they had arrived at a door. Before opening it, Yugan warned him, Make sure you behave yourself in here. Hagen blinked, utterly confused. Behave? What do you mean? Yugan did not bother explaining. He just called out loudly for the shop owner and stepped inside. The person inside shouted back, Sorry, we are already closed, but if you are looking for something, please leave your name and number. I will get back to you tomorrow. Yugan simply stated, Mu Uncheon. The owner's hand suddenly froze. Yugan continued, I am looking for a man named Mu Uncheon. Out of nowhere, the man vaulted over the counter and made a run for it, cursing out loud. Son of a bitch! Yugan instantly bolted after him. And just where do you think you are going? Even with a head start, Yugan swiftly caught him by the back of his neck. Struggling fiercely, the man whipped out a hidden dagger and thrust it straight at Yugan's chest. But Yugan was not about to give him a chance to strike. He delivered a brutal kick, sending the man crashing hard into the floor. His eyes were glowing a bloodthirsty red now, radiating pure killing intent as he coldly commanded, "Stay exactly where you are." The moment the words left his mouth, the very spot where the man had fallen collapsed into a massive gaping crater. The man named Unchun sucked in a panicked breath, gritting his teeth. Damn it all, how the hell is he this strong? Yugan quickly confirmed his target's identity. Real name, Mu Unchun. Alias, Cho Namgun, a player from the martial realm who gave up on climbing the tower. He glared down at the man with a menacing smirk. "So, you are the king of the jackals." Unchun screamed defensively. "Why are you doing this to me? You have got the wrong guy." Yugan mercilessly exposed his lie. "Wrong guy, my ass. Then why did you try to run away just now?" Trembling in pain, the man desperately made an excuse. That is just because your eyes look so freaking terrifying." Hagen stepped forward, looking skeptical. "Are you absolutely sure this is the guy we are looking for? Just because he tried to run, jumping to the conclusion that he is the king of the jackals feels like a stretch. I mean, look at him. He looks pathetically weak." Yugan quickly set the record straight. "Does this look like an ordinary dagger to you? Take a closer look at the floor where he just dropped it." Hagen gasped in surprise. "It is completely melted away. Is that poison?" "Exactly," Yugan replied. "This is a highly corrosive poison sourced from the upper floors. Using it on other players has been strictly forbidden. Getting your hands on this stuff is already incredibly difficult. Not to mention it requires a special association permit. Do you honestly think a regular shopkeeper could possess something like this? And that is not even mentioning the fact that he keeps it hidden up his sleeve, ready to strike." At that moment, the man finally dropped his act and revealed his true colors. "Where the hell did you get your information? How do you know my real identity? But more importantly, how did you know my name?" Hagen was startled as the man's face and voice morphed from a young lad into a weathered old man. Yugan answered with a nonchalant shrug. "Who knows? How did I figure it out, I wonder?" Unchun snarled angrily. "You ignorant, fearless little punk. If you knew who was backing me..." Mid-sentence, he suddenly got a good look at Hagen's features. That hair. Those eyes. Could it be? Hagen blanked for a second before remembering Yugan's earlier warning. "Make sure you behave yourself in here." Hagen finally realized. Wait, so when he told me to behave, this is what he actually meant. With that realization, he immediately flared up his internal mana. Crackling arcs of golden lightning erupted, engulfing the space around him. Unchun's eyes widened in realization. "So? Olympus has finally betrayed me, huh?" Hagen was utterly bewildered by that remark. Yu continued, "Calling it betrayal is a bit of a stretch. We are just here to ask for a little favor. You just received a request from Agamemnon, did you not?" The man quickly admitted it. "I did." "So what?" Yu went on. "Right now, the ruler of the sky has taken a slight interest in a few matters down here on the first floor. His son just finished the tutorial. Tell me, how much longer do you plan on playing lapdog for Agamemnon on this pathetic floor? He is not even part of the three great gods. Agamemnon is nothing more than a rookie who just barely scraped his way into becoming a high ranker. If things go well, the ruler of the sky himself will personally watch over you wild dogs." Hagen stood in stunned silence, his mind racing. What the hell was this guy talking about? Yu pressed on with his bait. "Play your cards right, and you might even land a high-ranking seat within Olympus." The gang leader seemed completely sold. "Then, what is the favor, sir? What can I do to serve you?" Watching this scene unfold, Hagen could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Yu began to extract information from the leader. "How many wild dogs do you have in total?" Yu asked. "We have about 1,000 men, sir." Yu handed him a piece of paper. "Gather all of them at this exact location tomorrow at midnight." Yu added a warning. "Make sure Agamemnon and Ares' lackeys do not catch wind of this. It will be better for your own neck. Can you handle that?" After that, he walked over, patted the still frozen Hagen on the shoulder, and said, "Let us go." It was obvious Hagen was burning with a million questions he desperately needed answered. The two of them headed to a nearby tavern. Hagen finally snapped. "You are really damn good at pretending to be best buddies with someone else's father," he roared in anger. "Explain everything, and do not you dare leave out a single detail." Yu remained completely unfazed. "It is exactly what you heard. The wild dogs and Olympus are working together." Hagen trembled with sheer rage. "Do you honestly expect me to just buy that?" "That is impossible. They are definitely just using the Olympus name for clout." Seeing him so worked up, Yu coldly cut in. "Hagen, I do not know what kind of paradise you think Olympus is, but it is high time you take off those rose-tinted glasses and look at their true colors." At those words, Hagen's face darkened instantly. Hagen seriously pieced everything together. He recalled the administrator's words. "Just thinking about the mess I had to clean up makes me want to rip off old man Zeus's beard." And now, that gang leader had practically confirmed their connection. Had Olympus really betrayed him? And Yu had told him, "If you want to know what people are truly like, you need to find out for yourself." "Even if I told you, you would not believe me," Hagen muttered to himself. The true colors of Olympus. 2 days later, Yu was sitting alone in deep thought. He seemed to be waiting for someone. The sound of approaching footsteps made him frown. If you were even a second later, I would have left without you. So, have you thought things through? Hargan spoke up. I was born and raised within Olympus. Olympus is my home, my family, and my father is a hero. I do not have many memories of my mother. Honestly, I cannot even remember her face. But I do remember her voice, and the one thing she always told me. My precious son, never lose your pride as a child of Olympus. The name Olympus is my absolute pride. I have thought long and hard about this. Even if this is wrong, even if I am committing treason against Olympus. You interrupted him. So what is your decision? Hargan did not answer the question directly, but continued. I still do not know if you are telling the truth or not. But those wild dogs still need to be exterminated. They are nothing but disgusting parasites feeding off this first floor. And if they truly are a shameful, dirty secret of Olympus, then I will wipe them out permanently with my own 2 hands. As he spoke, Hargan's face twisted into a fierce scowl, a terrifying aura of pure rage erupting around him. And so, the 2 of them ventured into a pitch-black cave. The interior was incredibly vast, dimly illuminated by small torches mounted along the damp walls. Countless pairs of glowing yellow eyes lurked in the shadows. It seemed every single wild dog had gathered. They murmured in awe among themselves, "Whoa, I had no idea a place this huge even existed. It is massive, but man, it is so damn damp. The ground is just straight up mud. I never realized there were this many of us wild dogs. There has got to be at least 1,000 guys in here. Well, we are usually scattered all over the place doing jobs. This is the first time the whole crew has ever been called together. Hey, I heard the squad over there managed to score some frog venom." "Say what? That stuff is worth a staggering 10,000 points. Unbelievable. Our squad could not scrape together a single damn thing this time around." A short while later, the king of the wild dogs finally arrived, his voice echoing loudly. "Is everybody here?" Instantly, the thugs snapped their mouths shut, formed neat ranks, and bowed their heads in deep respect. The leader swept his gaze over the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. "Raise your heads." Beneath him, the grunts started whispering again. "Whoa, is that really Boss Unan up there? He has never shown his face in public before. Then why now? Word is he has got some massive big shots backing him, which is why we have managed to dodge the Bureau all this time." The boss suddenly roared, "From this moment on, the next bastard who opens his mouth will lose his head." Immediately after, he violently drew his sword, thrusting it high into the air in a majestic display. One of his captains also drew his blade and screamed, "All of you, shut the hell up!" The boss continued, "We have a critical mission to complete. Since they demanded every single one of us to participate, I can guarantee this will not be a walk in the park. But I can promise you all one thing. After today, our wild dogs will ascend straight to the heavens." The entire crowd erupted into wild, deafening cheers. Unan raised his voice. "Allow me to introduce our esteemed backers for this operation!" Right on cue, 2 towering, masked figures stepped into the room. Unan quickly turned around and gave a deep, groveling bow. "Thank you both so much for coming all this way. It is just a small token of our appreciation, but please accept this. It is Asga currency, sir." Just for context, Asga notes were a special currency forged by the Great Asga Network. "You can use these directly to purchase points, functioning exactly like real cash," Unan continued. "Each note is worth 1,000 points. This is the entire yield from our latest harvest, sir." One of the masked men was Yugan. Since its value is backed directly by Asga, there is no risk of inflation, Yugan thought to himself. His voice, cold and authoritative, cut through the noise. "Can you guarantee this is everything?" Unan nodded eagerly. "Yes, every last drop, my lord." Yugan smirked with grim satisfaction. "Just at a glance, I can tell this stash is worth at least hundreds of thousands of points. So, the bastard really decided to switch sides completely, huh? I bet Agamemnon has been eagerly waiting for this exact payoff." He seamlessly swept the money into his system inventory, then spoke. "I see. We graciously accept your gift." Unan bowed even lower. "The honor is all mine, sir." Without missing a beat, the bandit leader looked up. "And now, what would you have us do for you next?" Yugan didn't bother stringing him along anymore. It was time to show his hand. Now it's time to say our final goodbyes." With a single sharp snap of his fingers, the entire hideout was instantly swallowed by a roaring sea of flames. The spell was cast. Grand Hellfire. Scorched by the sudden, intense heat, the Wild Dogs gang shrieked in absolute panic. "Oh, what the hell is going on?" Caught completely off guard, Unan screamed as the flames licked at his boots. His mind raced in sheer terror. How the hell did the fire spread this fast? Oh boy. Wait, was that puddle on the ground actually oil, not water? But I didn't smell a damn thing. The bandits were flailing and screaming in agony. "It burns! Get out of my way! Run for the exit, now!" It was only then that the horrifying realization hit him. The floor was coated in a highly combustible, odorless powder. Unan's eyes locked onto Yugun, burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. "You motherfucker! What the hell do you think you are doing?" Yugun just stared back, utterly unfazed.
What does it look like we are doing? Taking out the trash? What else? Unan stammered, his voice trembling with rage. You bastards! You are not from Olympus! Beside him, Han viciously drove his blade right through a screaming bandit. Oh, we are from Olympus, all right? Unan roared in absolute confusion. Then why the hell are you attacking us? Han's eyes gleamed with fierce intensity. Because scum like you are a stain on Olympus's name, and I will wipe you out with my own two hands. Without wasting another second, Yugan threw himself into the slaughter. Wielding his sword like a god of death, Yugan tore through the enemy ranks, butchering dozens of men in a single devastating sweep. Unan shrieked from the back, "Damn you! I will skin you both alive!" Desperate, he barked out orders to his surviving men. "Get them! There is only 2 of them! Rush them!" But the sheer, overwhelming pressure radiating from the duo made his blood run cold. Shit, this is bad. They actually plan to slaughter every last one of us. Agamemnon! I need to contact Lord Agamemnon now! Panicking, he yanked out his communication orb, but reality violently crushed his hopes. The transmission failed completely, leaving him frantic and utterly bewildered. Unan screamed in sheer despair. The message won't send. Why? Why the hell isn't this thing working? Yugan casually deflected an attack and sneered. Did you really think a toy like that would work in the middle of all this chaos? Player communication gear encodes messages into mana. In an enclosed space completely saturated with volatile magic like this, your little orb is completely useless. The brutal truth made his heart completely stop. Unan stood frozen, watching helplessly as his entire crew was swallowed alive by the roaring inferno. With his back pushed firmly against the wall and no avenue of escape, he had only one desperate choice left. Howling like a mad beast, Unan charged straight at Yugan. I will drag you to hell with me, you son of a bitch! Die! His withered, aging face twisted into a grotesque, terrifying mask of a man violently fighting his own execution. Yet, Yugan didn't even flinch. He simply stood there, locking his piercing crimson eyes dead onto the charging bandit. A primal dread gripped Unan's very soul. My body. It won't move. In a flash of steel, Yugun spun and brought his blade down. Glaring at the so-called king of the wild dogs, his voice dropped to a deadly whisper. Unan, it's time to say your final goodbye. The moment the words left his lips, his sword cleaved through the air in one merciless, fatal strike. With the leader finally dead, Yugun calmly walked over to Han. You holding up okay? Han let out a long, heavy sigh. What about you? We literally just slaughtered 1,000 men. Yugun raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Oh, so he isn't physically exhausted. He is actually feeling guilty about the massacre? I am perfectly fine, Yugun replied, his tone indifferent. Yugun assessed the man silently. Given that Han didn't look like a hardened battlefield veteran, it was only natural for him to be rattled by mass murder. Han looked at him in disbelief. How can you be so completely unfazed by this? Yugun met his gaze coldly. Murder, robbery, kidnapping, human trafficking, that is exactly how the wild dogs made their living. For every one of these scumbags I put in the ground, I am saving dozens, maybe even hundreds of innocent lives. So tell me, why the hell should I lose any sleep over them? Han frowned. You are not wrong about that, but... Yugun cut him off sharply. Of course, for some people, it is just much more convenient to look the other way and drown in their own hypocritical guilt. Hearing those biting words, Han was completely struck dumb, plunging into silence. After a moment, he slowly pushed himself to his feet. For a guy with your looks, you have got one hell of a sharp tongue, Yugun. You really know how to twist the knife, don't you? Yugun didn't bat an eye. I'll take that as a compliment. Han just grabbed his head and let out a dry, defeated laugh. Yeah, it was a compliment. Yugun watched him carefully. I noticed it earlier, but this guy's mental resilience is honestly pretty damn impressive. Just a few harsh words from me, and he has already managed to completely snap out of his funk. Unable to help himself, Yugun voiced his thoughts. You know, you are really perfectly built for this kind of exhausting lifestyle, aren't you? Han flashed a faint, teasing smile in return. Coming from the guy who is the exact opposite of what he looks like, I'll take it. You never really struck me as the type to go around doing good deeds. He replied with a calm, indifferent tone. Well, I'll just take that as a compliment. Harkin continued. I meant it as one. It's not exactly easy going out of your way to do something that doesn't give you any kind of profit. But just like back in the tutorial, you always seem to make your moves with a much bigger picture in mind than I ever could. I was taught growing up that acting like that was for the greater good, you know. Yu's face completely darkened. I honestly didn't expect you to be the type to blurt out such embarrassing lines with a straight face. But you're dead wrong about one thing. Of course there's a profit to be made. As he said that, he pulled out an incredibly heavy, bulging bag of cash. Harkin flinched, stammering in shock. Yu just kept talking. You actually played a pretty crucial role in pulling this off. So, what do you say? Are you going to take your cut? If you don't have the stomach for dirty money, feel free to walk away. The moment Harkin laid eyes on the cash, his vision practically swam, and he nodded like a machine. So, in the end, even he couldn't resist the sheer temptation of those sweet, crisp bills. I'll take a little then.
Yu gave a satisfied smirk. Now that's more like it, he went on. All right, I've got a question for you. You placed second overall in the tutorial, right? Harkin blinked in confusion.
Yeah?
Why do you ask? Hearing that, Yu's expression instantly shifted, turning dead serious. What was your reward? Meanwhile, in another location entirely, a fist violently slammed down onto a table, followed by a furious roar. Why? Agamemnon was seething with rage. Why the hell can't I get in touch with him? His terrified subordinate could only stammer. I don't know, sir. I tried sending a message to Magunshin, but... Agamemnon cursed internally. Damn it, unless the bastard has completely lost his mind, there's no way he'd dare take my money and run. Right at that moment, another lackey came sprinting into the room, screaming in panic. Lord Agamemnon, we found the Jackal Gang, but... I really think you need to see this for yourself, sir. Moments later, he and his men rushed to the scene. The entire area was littered with heavily charred corpses, completely burned beyond recognition. Agamemnon trembled violently. What the hell is this? Breaking into a cold sweat, his mind raced as he stammered out a wild guess. Don't tell me. Even Mugenshon is... The lackey quickly cut in. Yes, sir. He's buried somewhere in that pile, too. Panic setting in, Agamemnon desperately demanded, What about the money? Where's all the cash they collected? With his massive fortune completely unaccounted for, his eyes went bloodshot as he let out a maddened, ear-piercing scream. Shifting back over to Yugan, the guy was currently busy counting the massive haul he had just swiped. A grand total of 384,000 points. An absolutely staggering number. Usually, only high-tier rankers could even dream of seeing this kind of cash. And that was already after splitting it 50-50 with Han, too. Well, at least thanks to this little windfall, I definitely won't have to stress about paying for food or a decent room anytime soon. I wish I could just stroll into Asgard and cash all these points in right now. But if I do that, the Olympus Guild will definitely track me down and realize I'm the one who wiped out their precious jackals. Stirring up any more drama on the first floor is just going to be a massive headache. This much cash probably isn't enough to buy all the high-end crafting materials I need, but it should definitely cover the core ingredients for the Dark Sacred Crystal. Looks like I'll be able to craft that item way ahead of schedule. The Dark Sacred Crystal is currently the absolute highest tier artifact in my entire inventory. By now, it's probably already taking its true shape under the hammer of the tower's greatest blacksmith. But the real problem is... As that thought crossed his mind, he extended his hand, channeling his inner mana to carefully analyze its latent power. He stared down intensely at the nameless egg. There was absolutely no way to tell what kind of beast laid it. What exactly was going to hatch from this thing? And more importantly, how the hell was he even supposed to make it hatch? Incubation progress 0%, huh? Yugan murmured in deep thought. This item description is a total riddle. Where am I even supposed to use this thing? Usually, if an item is only half-crafted, the system description is vague simply because it's incomplete. But an item that's literally just a mysterious egg? I've never seen a description like this before. Han got second place and walked away with the Thunder Emperor's gauntlets. Those gauntlets are a top-tier piece of gear, powerful enough that even high-ranking veterans use them. If that's the baseline reward, then this egg absolutely cannot be some ordinary, run-of-the-mill item. There's a massive chance that this thing's value rivals, or maybe even completely surpasses, the Dark Sacred Crystal. Frustrated, he roughly ruffled his own hair, letting out a heavy, defeated sigh. He just couldn't figure it out. But suddenly, as he peered just a little closer at the shell, he jolted in surprise. Wait a second, what the hell are these strange patterns? I swear I didn't see these markings the last time I inspected it. He quickly turned the egg over in his hands, examining it from every possible angle. I've definitely seen these symbols somewhere before. They belong to the Outer Gods. Right at that very moment, a system window abruptly popped up into his vision. The Egg of Ni welcomes you. Yugan couldn't help but furrow his brow in deep confusion. Nigh what exactly? After taking a brief moment to rest, he immediately headed straight for the blacksmith's forge. The surrounding area was dead quiet, without a single soul wandering about. Yu let out a long, tired sigh. There's just been way too much on my mind these past few days. I honestly don't know if whatever hatches from this egg is going to be a loyal ally, or some apocalyptic entity ready to destroy the world all over again. Most creatures born from eggs instinctively imprint on the very first living being they lay eyes on, treating whoever stayed closest during the incubation process as their mother. That was exactly why so many top-tier rankers went through absolute hell to hunt down the eggs of mythical beasts, desperately trying to raise them into powerful familiars. If incubating this egg worked the exact same way, then this was an unfathomably massive gamble. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Stop overthinking it for now. Worrying myself sick over this isn't going to change a damn thing. I just need to focus on what's standing right in front of me first. Shaking the distracting thoughts from his head, he pushed the heavy doors open and stepped inside the forge. Hey, it's me. The moment the old man saw him, a bright, welcoming grin spread across his face. Ah, you finally made it, huh? Vulcan's rough, calloused hands never once stopped their rhythmic hammering. He casually tossed the dark crystal onto the workbench and scoffed. I gotta admit, this little rock is insanely tough.
The reason I called you all the way down here is because I've got a question for you. Show me the weapons and armor you're currently using.
If you're wielding a sword, what specific type is it? Give me the exact length, the thickness, all the fine details. What kind of gear are we looking at, and how heavy is it? Yugan asked, looking a bit puzzled. Why do you ask? Bunkaro explained, well, I've got some leftover dust from that crystal here. I want to use it to forge something special.
That crystal is so incredibly powerful that even its dust is worth more than almost any other crystal in this world, Yugan recalled silently. That's right, even the massive scythe Hades wielded was forged from the residual dust left over from refining the Helm of Invisibility.
Ah, Yugan realized, but wouldn't you need a base material strong enough to handle it? Bunkaro jumped up. I might not have adamantium on hand, but I've got the next best thing right here. Since we're just using the crystal dust, Midrin should do the trick perfectly. I've got about 1.8 kilograms of it ready to go. It's not a massive haul, but if we forge them together, it'll be more than enough for a solid piece of gear. A system prompt popped up.
Midrin, while not the hardest material, this rare metal boasts incredible mana conductivity. Depending on the refinement process, it can even generate its own magic power. Classification, crafting material.
One look was all it took for him to know just how insanely expensive Midrin was. Mixing just half a kilogram and with other metals would yield top-tier gear, let alone 1.8 kilograms. A stash like that would cost at least 300,000 points. If I pool all the points I got from wiping out those jackals, I just barely have enough. But I can't blow it all right now. It's a damn shame. But I can probably only afford a third of this. Seeing his hesitation, the old man quickly caught on and offered a solution. I'll just put it on your tab. Yugan's eyes widened in surprise.
On my tab, what if I just take off and never pay you back?
The old man laughed freely. Hey, it's my own greedy desire as a craftsman that makes me want to forge this. Besides, I'm the one offering. Even if you took the gear and ran off, I wouldn't hold a grudge against you. Plus, the material you trusted me with is worth dozens of times more than this stupid chunk of Midrian anyway. Honestly, its value goes way beyond mere points at this stage. You trusted me enough to hand over something that precious. Isn't it only natural that I return that same trust? Hearing those words, Yugan was genuinely moved, standing there speechless for a moment. He hasn't changed a bit from what I remember, he thought. A warm, satisfied smile broke across Yugan's face. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out a sword and presented it to the old man. Bunkaro's jaw practically hit the floor. Yugan handed him the blade and said, I need a sword. As long as it's not so heavy that I can't swing it, the exact weight doesn't matter. Just match the shape and length of this one, and we're good. Bunkaro let out a booming laugh, his face glowing with absolute confidence. A sword, eh? Now you're speaking my language, lad. That's my specialty. Time flew by. 1 week later, at the Olympus Branch Guild, Agamemnon was pacing back and forth restlessly. He was clearly plotting something sinister. A smug, triumphant smirk crept across his face. To think an opportunity like this would just fall right into my lap. The annihilation of the jackals was nothing but a trial set by the tower, a stepping stone leading me to true greatness. As long as I pull this off, my past blunders will be wiped clean, and the ruler of the skies himself might finally take notice of me. A subordinate hurried over and bowed deeply. Lord Agamemnon, we have mobilized every available player between floors 1 and 10. We have a fighting force of roughly 200 troops. Wait. Agamemnon narrowed his eyes. And what about the reinforcements? He demanded. The minion quickly replied. After calculating the tower's restrictions and the administrator's potential interference, a tailored wave of reinforcements has just arrived, my lord. Agamemnon smiled with wicked satisfaction, sliding his sword into its scabbard. He couldn't hold back his excitement. Absolutely perfect, he hissed. Then, raising his voice to a booming command, he roared, Warriors of Olympus, move out! Agamemnon drew his blade and commanded, From this moment forth, we hunt down a criminal. Meanwhile, on the other side, the brutal battle against massive beasts raged on. The lifeless body of a giant spotted leopard dropped heavily at Yugan's feet. A system alert chimed in. Godslayer Star's completion rate has increased by 0.006%. Yugan sighed inwardly. Grinding this skill is going to take an absolute eternity. And that's with me doing nothing but slaughtering monsters straight for 10 days while waiting for the crystal refinement. He pulled up the skill window for the Godslayer Star. Godslayer Star, you possess the destiny and power to bring down the heavens. From this moment forth, your fate and true worth will evolve based on the value of the lives you extinguish. Istel. Your stats will permanently increase corresponding to the quantity and caliber of the enemies you slay. So, it boosts all my stats, huh? Yugan ran the numbers in his head. Looks like there's a hard limit on how much proficiency I can grind out here on the first floor. Not to mention, after all this endless hunting, I've barely managed to level up once. Whatever, I guess I'll just have to deal with it. Still beats sitting around doing absolutely nothing. Suddenly, his communication orb buzzed to life, snapping him out of his thoughts. It was a new message, from Bunkaro. The old blacksmith's voice boomed with sheer joy. I'm done with the refinement. Get over here right now. Back at the forge, Vunkaro was gazing at his masterpiece with absolute awe. Gods, it's stunning.
I could stare at this beauty all day and never get tired of it. To think I'd live to see this glorious light a second time.
I'm dying to forge the ultimate gear out of this. But my skills right now just won't cut it, he lamented internally. He kept polishing the crystal gently, bringing out an even more radiant, breathtaking sparkle. Just as he was lost in admiration of his masterpiece, a loud clamor erupted outside. Bunkaro's brow furrowed in instant annoyance. Grumbling, he marched over to his workbench and snatched up his heavy hammer. Why the hell did they have to ruin the mood right at this exact moment? I always knew this day would come, but they couldn't have just given me one more day of peace. With that bitter thought, he threw the shop curtains aside and stepped out. Waiting for him was an armed, imposing battalion from Olympus. Agamemnon sneered, raising his voice with utter contempt. Well, well, to think you were hiding away in a miserable little rat hole like this. Then, no wonder it took us this long to finally track you down. Bunkaro scowled, his fiery temper flaring up instantly. You punks are making a racket and disturbing the neighbors. What's so damn important that you had to march all the way out here? Agamemnon chuckled darkly. My, what a beautifully naive question. Your time is up. Hephaestus, the sinner! The moment those words left his mouth, he aggressively leveled the tip of his sword straight at the old blacksmith's throat. The soldiers jolted in shock. What the hell? Hephaestus? The blacksmith of Olympus? One soldier gasped. I thought we were just here to take out that rookie making a mess down on the first floor. Turns out, we're up against a rancor. Another one muttered, his voice shaking. How the hell are we supposed to capture a rancor? Despite their overwhelming numbers, panic set in, forcing Agamemnon to step up and calm his men. A rancor's power is heavily restricted here on the first floor. But the moment those words left his mouth, the old blacksmith furiously hoisted his massive hammer and brought it crashing down on them with a devastating strike. Restricted power? Vulcan glared fiercely. Don't make me laugh. If you've got the guts, bring it on. I'll crush every last one of your pathetic skulls. Agamemnon sneered with pure contempt. You're a crippled old fool, cursed by the ruler of the skies. You don't even have a single scrap of armor on, yet you still dare to run your mouth like a rancor? Besides, we've got a rancor on our side too. The man stepping forward was a high rancor serving under Apollo, Chrysis. Hearing that name, Vulcan's eyes widened in shock. Chrysis, you've actually become a rancor? Vulcan growled. You know damn well how severe the penalty is for interfering with matters down here on the first floor. But Chrysis remained completely unfazed. You're a rancor too, old man, so what does it matter? Vulcan furiously raised his hammer, channeling his overwhelming aura. You bastards really know how to cook up some dirty, underhanded schemes. He locked his fierce gaze onto the enemy and roared, Bring it on! Seeing his raw fury, Chrysis immediately went on high alert. The two sides instantly clashed in a chaotic brawl. Blinding light and violent storms erupted around his forge. The lowly grunts couldn't even withstand the shockwaves of this terrifying power. The lightning surging from him was so intense it left the soldiers screaming in sheer agony. Right now, Vulcan looked like a maddened god of thunder, unleashing his absolute wrath. Facing the raw fury of a veteran rancor, Chrysis was quickly pushed onto the defensive. Fresh blood painted the courtyard crimson, and the casualties were piling up by the second. Chrysis stared coldly at Vulcan. I used to look up to you, you know. Thousands of years ago, when you first became a rancor, you didn't crave endless power. Instead, you picked up a hammer and stayed true to your own creed. Vulcan scoffed in disgust. Is that really why you admired me, boy? The moment he finished speaking, Chrysis sharply dodged backward, narrowly escaping another devastating swing from the old man. But Vulcan wasn't about to let him off that easily. Eyes blazing with unyielding rage, he gripped his hammer tightly and surged his aura, readying an even deadlier blow. And against that primal frenzy, Chrysis simply couldn't hold his ground. He took a brutal hit. At this point, Vulcan looked like a beast entirely out of control, his eyes flashing with a terrifying, unstoppable rage. It was clear he had no intention of letting a single enemy walk out of here alive. The entire vanguard of soldiers was utterly decimated in seconds. His battered body was drenched in the blood of his enemies, yet the roaring fury inside Vulcan showed absolutely no signs of burning out. Chrysis smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Since you just assaulted a player from so many floors below your level, the system's penalty is going to be pretty damn brutal, don't you think? I meant it when I said I respected you. That sheer resolve to throw away all your power, to discard everything just to chase your own convictions. That's exactly what I admired about you. Swiping his spear forward, he continued. Because of that, I never really wanted to cross blades with you. But despite those pretty words, the second he stopped talking, he launched a vicious, full-force strike straight at Vulcan. The old man instantly blocked the spear with his massive hammer, his face twisting in pure disgust as he roared, Cut the bullshit! The violent clash of their auras created a massive shockwave, completely blowing the roofs off the nearby buildings. The entire battlefield was swallowed by a thick, blinding haze of fire and smoke. Slowly, from within the ash, a blood-stained, petrified statue began to reveal itself. Vulcan was severely wounded, his thick arms dripping with blood, but a far worse nightmare was taking hold. His entire body was rapidly turning to stone. "You bastard!" Vulcan roared. "That shield!" "Shield!" Crisis calmly smiled, answering the old blacksmith's realization. "It's your very own masterpiece," Crisis mocked softly. "The Aegis. Sure, it's just a replica, but against an exhausted, penalized old man, this is more than enough." The Olympus grunts watched with cruel satisfaction as the legendary blacksmith was reduced to a lifeless stone statue. Crisis maintained a perfectly cold expression, but a faint flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes as he thought to himself, "It all ends here." Meanwhile, Agamemnon couldn't even mask the twisted ecstasy bubbling up inside him. The thrill of victory was plastered all over his greedy face. Finally, he spun around and barked out an order. "Chain up this sinner and take him away!" But before a single soldier could move, an icy voice cut through the air. "Yeah, that's not going to happen." The rookie had finally arrived. Yugan moved like an absolute blur, ruthlessly severing the leg of the guard standing right next to Agamemnon. "My leg!" the man shrieked in unbearable agony as Yugan firmly planted himself in front of Vulcan's petrified body. Yun asked with a deadly chill, "What business does a pathetic mob like you have stepping foot into a sacred forge like this?" Even facing down a high ranker in the elites of Olympus, the young rookie didn't show a single ounce of fear. Agamemnon glared at him, his voice dripping with venomous mockery. "Oh, so it's just you, Yugan." The rookie didn't say a word back, merely staring him down with dead eyes. Yugan was waiting to see exactly what kind of dirty tricks this bastard still had up his sleeve. Anxious whispers immediately broke out among the soldiers. "Wait, is Yun that crazy rookie who shattered the tutorial records? You mean the fresh meat who utterly bulldozed everything in his path?" I honestly thought he was some kind of ranker in disguise, but one of the bolder soldiers suddenly scoffed, shouting in contempt. "Hey, punk, who the hell do you think you are, sticking your nose into Olympus business?" Yun completely ignored the loudmouth, his sharp eyes locking straight onto the real threat in the room. The ranker, Crisis. Two rankers throwing down in a tiny slum like this. What an absolute joke, Yugan thought to himself. If this fight drags out and the administrators are forced to step in, Olympus is going to lose a massive chunk of their influence over the first floor. Agamemnon snapped, "What exactly do you think you're doing, boy?" Meanwhile, Yun was calmly putting the pieces together in his head. Do they really need the old man's skills that desperately to prepare for the Gigantomachia? Agamemnon burst out laughing. "What, are you planning to just stand there like an idiot until the petrification wears off?" Yun simply tilted his head and replied with deadly calm, "And what if I am?" Agamemnon glanced nervously back at the stone statue, a sudden spike of dread gripping his chest. Did the old man just twitch? The Aegis could only trigger its petrification once per day. And worse, this one was just a flawed replica. Damn it, I have no idea how much longer the effect will hold. Agamemnon panicked internally. If the curse lifts and that monster starts moving again, we're dead. We cannot waste another second. The ominous sounds of a cracking stone began to echo from the statue as it fought to break free. Utterly terrified, Agamemnon screamed at his men, "What the hell are you idiots just standing there for?" "Kill him and drag Hephaestus out here." A soldier hesitated. "Pardon me, my lord, but if we kill a rookie, we'll be hit with the tower's penalty." He didn't say a single word. He just drew his blade and viciously slashed the soldier down. Fresh blood instantly splattered all over his armor. To hell with the penalty. Whoever kills that brat and brings me the prisoner, I'll personally promote you to a management position on the first floor. Seeing the gruesome fate of anyone who dared to defy Agamemnon, the soldiers had no choice but to risk it all. "Screw it, I'll be the one to take his head." Meanwhile, the system quickly chimed in. The power of extreme heat has been imbued into the blade. Yu charged straight at the oncoming swordsman, the roaring flames from his aura completely incinerating them. The mob screamed in agony from the intense heat. "We're going to get caught in the blast!" someone shrieked. Agamemnon frantically barked his orders. "Keep your distance! Attack him from afar!" Yu glared at them with fierce intent. His system panels flashed. Flame Eye is analyzing enemy tactics. Breaking through their siege single-handedly, he smashed the soldiers to pieces. At the same time, Flame Eye was actively resisting their fire attribute mana. These grunts were absolutely no match for him. Anyone who dared to step up was instantly slashed to death. Suddenly, from behind Yu, a blinding flash of light struck him right in the face, catching him completely off guard. Spheres crackling with lightning were hurtling towards him in a deadly sneak attack. They launched into the air with terrifying destructive power. But Yu didn't even flinch. He deflected the blast right back at the army of soldiers, sending them screaming in pure panic. Yu smirked with disdain. "Is this really the best you guys can do? Looks like having greater numbers doesn't exactly make you stronger, huh?" The guards desperately yelled at each other. "Don't lose your nerve, corner him, drive him into the wall." Agamemnon was literally shaking in his boots. What the hell is this guy? Some of my men have even cleared the 10th floor. I knew he took first place in the tutorial and beat Hogan, but to have this kind of aura and raw power? He couldn't hide his absolute shock. You're telling me this monster is just a rookie? Yu unleashed his skill. Extreme Heat Fire Pillar, violently sweeping the raging inferno straight through the enemy ranks. Yu gritted his teeth, glancing back at the massive statue behind him. Out of frustration, he roared, "Hey, old man, how much longer are you gonna sleep?" But the petrified figure showed absolutely no signs of waking up.
He had no choice but to keep holding the line, desperately buying time for the old man to wake up. Suddenly, system alerts flooded his vision. Flame Eye is resisting the sun fragment. Stellar Heat Cloak is resisting the sun fragment.
The sun fragment? Yu thought to himself. So he's finally making his move. Crisis. The high-ranking warrior stared at him, bewildered. Just what exactly is your relationship with Hephaestus? Yu casually wiped the sweat from his forehead and bluntly replied, "I'm his customer." Crisis couldn't believe his ears. His customer? You interfered in this war over such a ridiculous, petty connection? Yu thought to himself, he's a ranker, all right. Even though his body is torn to shreds by the tower's penalty, the sheer pressure he's giving off is no joke. This guy is the right hand of Apollo, the ruler of flames. If I let my guard down for even a second, I'll be roasted into a pile of ash. Factoring in his current injuries plus the penalty he's taking for attacking a lower floor player, he can't attack me more than 5 times. Yu immediately activated his giantification skill. Good thing this matchup is right up my alley. My fire resistance from Flame Eye and the Stellar Heat Cloak is holding up pretty well. I can do this! Hell, I've already survived getting blasted by Surger's Flames of Destruction. Crisis narrowed his eyes. You possess multiple skills that even rankers haven't managed to obtain. Then, he scoffed with pure contempt. But what exactly can a total newbie who just entered the tower do? Yu clenched his teeth, planting his feet firmly to withstand the incoming torrent of flames. The system analyzed the clash of power. Giantification has collided with the Sun Fragment. Flame Eye is resisting the Sun Fragment. Stellar Heat Cloak is resisting the Sun Fragment. A massive explosion violently ripped through the air, shaking the entire cavern. The system ruthlessly announced, resistance against the Sun Fragment has failed. Burn status effect activated. I freaking knew it, Yu cursed in his mind. Brute force alone isn't going to cut it. If I had just bought some frost crystals beforehand, I could have at least boosted my fire resistance. He was pissed. This bastard isn't going to give me a single second to breathe. Reacting on instinct, Yu triggered his Mana Burst skill. Suddenly, 3 bizarre blue magical circles materialized right out of the raging inferno. Crisis's flames were so devastatingly powerful that they could incinerate an entire city block. All the surrounding structures were caught in the catastrophic crossfire of their battle. In an instant, the devastating strike engulfed the entire area in thick, blinding smoke. The system relentlessly flashed. Stellar Heat Cloak is resisting the Sun Fragment. Resistance against the Sun Fragment has failed. The burn status aggressively spiked to level 2. Yu gasped for air, his lungs burning. Damn it, at this rate, I'm going to be roasted alive. But since he went all out like that, the tower's penalty is really going to screw him over, isn't it? Just as he predicted, Crisis was trembling violently, overwhelmed by the agonizing backlash of the penalty. He couldn't stop a pained groan from escaping his lips. Yu rapidly calculated in his head. That makes twice. If I can just drag this out a little longer. But before he could even catch his breath, Crisis launched another terrifyingly fast strike that caught him dead in his tracks. Yu's entire body was viciously swallowed by the aggressive flames, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sheer force of Crisis's blow sent him hurtling backwards through the air. Yu was severely injured, but suddenly, Crisis himself violently threw up a mouthful of blood, his face twisting in absolute shock. Crisis's entire body was covered in deep bleeding wounds. It looked like he wasn't faring much better than his target. Meanwhile, Yu was writhing in excruciating pain, continuously coughing up fresh blood. Did I seriously underestimate him just because we're fighting on the first floor? Yu thought, his vision blurring. Even while his body is tearing itself apart from the penalty, he's still this much of a monster. I can still fight, but I don't think I can actually beat him right now. If I have to tank 2 more hits like that, I'm dead. He forced himself to his feet and looked around. He thought he had been blasted into nowhere, but he had actually crashed right into the old man's workshop. That black crystal, the one that had just been forged, it was still sitting right there on the workbench. It pulsed with a mesmerizing, radiant light that instantly grabbed his attention. This item was the True Void Holy Crystal, a primordial fragment harboring the absolute power of darkness from the dawn of time, radiating an endless supply of dark mana. Item category, Refined Artifact. Panting heavily, Crisis suddenly remembered words spoken to him long ago. The tower's penalty? You will only truly understand its weight once you experience it firsthand. Only then, Crisis, will you realize just how unimaginably vast the power flowing through this tower truly is. Enduring the agonizing pain, he struggled, slowly forcing himself to stand back up. His lordship was right, but he muttered. It was as if the tower itself was alive. This was the absolute, divine force designed to suppress anyone who lost control, to strictly protect the fragile safety of the lower floors. This was the sheer, undeniable will and judgment of the tower. Thinking of this, Crisis bowed his head in deep reverence. I offer you my utmost gratitude. Meanwhile, Agamemnon barked impatiently. Well, hurry up and capture that traitor, and get me a damn casualty report right now. Yes, sir, the soldiers chorused. Agamemnon glared toward the rubble where Yu had been blasted away, wondering about his fate. Crisis suddenly spoke up. Just leave him be. Agamemnon looked at him, completely baffled. What? But if we let him live, in the future he'll... Crisis cut him off. Our mission is already complete. We've blatantly violated the tower's laws by causing this much chaos on the first floor. I wish to avoid any further senseless killing. Agamemnon clicked his tongue. Fine. Understood. In that case... But before he could finish his sentence, a massive, deafening shockwave erupted from within the collapsed walls. Agamemnon panicked. That half-dead little bastard. Crisis immediately stepped forward, blocking his path. Wait, Agamemnon snapped furiously. Are you seriously telling me to spare him again? Crisis stared intensely into the ruins. No, he's incredibly dangerous. The moment he started radiating dark attribute mana, everything changed. Even though he looks like he's about to pass out, that terrifying flow of mana... But blindingly arrogant, Agamemnon completely ignored his warning. It's okay, sir. You've pushed yourself too hard. Please, rest up. We'll handle this guy. But what caught him completely off guard was that the boy had vanished without a single trace. Agamemnon jolted. He spun around wildly, frantically searching as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Where the hell is he?" The boy dashed toward Vulcano's petrified body and snatched him back in a flash. Agamemnon panicked. Damn it! Petrification doesn't freeze the target's consciousness. He's going to break out, he thought, frantically barking out orders. What the hell are you idiots doing? Are you just going to stand there and watch? Agamemnon was practically losing his mind as he roared, "Kill him!" The boy swiftly channeled his internal energy. A brilliant blue aura flared up around him, instantly condensing into a massive, surging wave of power. With a fierce shout, he slammed his fist into the ground, sending a shockwave of energy blasting straight toward his enemies. The moment the blast hit, they felt the whole world spinning, gasping desperately for air. Crisis let out a soft chuckle. Whatever he's holding is incredibly dangerous. It seems the tower has summoned an absolute monster this time. Agamemnon frantically urged him. This is no time to stand around amazed, sir, Crisis replied with a cool, nonchalant tone. What's the rush? Didn't you just say you'd take care of him yourself? From the very beginning, my only mission was to bring Hephaestus back. Agamemnon gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with frustration. Are you seriously doing this right now? Seeing how panicked he was, Crisis offered a lazy reassurance. Calm down. I've been watching everything too. But as he turned his gaze back to the boy, a dangerous, predatory glint flashed across his face. Meanwhile, Yugan was tearing through the battlefield, leaving countless soldiers laid to waste in his wake. As he fought, he kept his senses sharp. He could feel an overwhelmingly powerful presence closing in. So, Crisis, you finally decided to step up, he thought. Amidst the smoke and raging fires of the battlefield, the two heavyweights stood face to face, locking eyes. Crisis raised his hand, channeling his power as a sinister black mist swirled around him. Impressive, Crisis thought to himself, controlling two completely different elemental types of mana at the exact same time. That's something even top-tier rankers struggle to do. If this guy joins Olympus, he'd be an absolute diamond in the rough. I want him. With that thought in mind, Crisis spoke up. Your name is Kim Yugan, right? Why don't you join our faction? If it's top-tier gear you're after, I promise I can get you something way better than whatever that old man can forge. Yugan replied with cold indifference. Gear isn't the only thing I'm after. Besides, I already gave my answer to that other guy. Crisis flared his mana, the pressure intensifying. So, you're turning me down? What a damn shame. The very next second, he lunged at Yugan, tearing through the air like a starving beast pouncing on its prey. Yugan didn't flinch, his gaze filled with pure defiance. You really think you've got what it takes to fight me? Crisis let out a mocking sneer, his voice ringing out. Listen to the cocky little rookie, he thought to himself. But honestly, 100 years from now, I'll probably be bragging about this very day. I'll be rambling about my fight with Kim Yugan when he was just on the first floor, fighting a monster who would eventually become even stronger than the gods themselves, but I'll have to survive this fight first to tell that story. Seeing the deadly serious shift in his demeanor, Yugan instantly realized, shit, Crisis isn't holding back. He's fighting to the death. Do you guys really want the old man that badly? If he stays out of Olympus, the next great war might actually be prevented. To stop that absolute disaster from happening, I have to hold the line. With that resolve, he planted his feet firmly into the ground. On the other side, Crisis was already charging right at him, unleashing a terrifying wave of power. In a split second, they clashed in a violently explosive showdown. Crisis relentlessly threw a devastating strike straight at Yugan. Yugan was genuinely shocked. He can still pull off an attack this powerful? He grinned fiercely. You know what? You're actually pretty damn impressive. Crisis was momentarily stunned by the boy's compliment. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the battlefield. It was, without a doubt, the most intense, fiery showdown in history between a high-level ranker and a first-floor player. Agamemnon jumped back in terror. What kind of absolute madness is this?
No ranker has ever dared to go all out like this on the first floor. He should be counting his blessings that the system's penalty hasn't completely erased him yet. He craned his neck through the dust.
Wait, who won?
Seeing Yugan lying completely motionless on the ground, Agamemnon burst into a maniacal fit of laughter.
It's over. It's finally over.
Even a freak like him, Yugan, couldn't survive a hit like that.
But out of nowhere, a massive blow slammed into his back, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. Agamemnon looked back in sheer horror. It was Volcano. The old man roared with pure, unadulterated fury. Over! I'll end your damn life! A savage, bloodthirsty glare flashed in his eyes as he bellowed. This ain't over yet, you little shits! Agamemnon cursed right back at him in a panic. Damn you, you crazy old fool! Aren't you terrified of the system's penalty? The massive hammer swung down with crushing force. I don't give a flying fuck! Agamemnon violently vomited more blood. Volcano declared with a booming, thunderous voice, I couldn't care less about the rest of them, but you, I am definitely going to kill you. Agamemnon's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing the demonic rage on the old man's face, he could only whimper and beg. Somebody, save me! Suddenly, a tall, imposing man appeared in the blink of an eye, effortlessly blocking Volcano's lethal strike. A deep, authoritative voice echoed across the battlefield. You've taken this way too far. Volcano clicked his tongue in extreme annoyance. Why the hell did you have to show up right now? Agamemnon was so paralyzed by fear he could barely form words, trembling as he stared at his savior. It was none other than the administrator of the first floor. The administrator glared back, heavily irritated. What is that supposed to mean? Did you really expect me to just sit back and watch a high ranker run completely wild on the first floor? If you want to fight properly, take it to the higher floors. Agamemnon let out a weak, pathetic sigh of relief. I think there's been a huge misunderstanding here. I wasn't planning on fighting at all. The administrator glared at him, snapping out the words. So, you bastards are from Olympus, huh? Agamemnon trembled in fear. Yes, sir! Oh, is that right? The administrator jabbed a finger right at his forehead and roared. Go back and tell that Zeus of yours! Agamemnon yelped as a glowing mark seared itself onto his flesh. The administrator sneered. If he ever dares to pull a stunt like this again, I'll go up there and rip his damn beard off myself. Agamemnon just stood there, completely dumbfounded. You better deliver that message word for word, the administrator threatened. Standing off to the side, Volcano was practically jumping for joy. Serves you right, you scum. With that mark burned into his head, he won't have a choice but to repeat every single word, Volcano thought to himself. He couldn't even hide the smug grin spreading across his face. Those arrogant Olympus dogs. Today is your absolute crushing defeat. Flashing back to Yugan and Chrysis's battle earlier, right when things were at their absolute worst, the system suddenly rang out. As the entity within bared its fangs, Yugan jolted in shock. This is way too dangerous. Is it trying to swallow me whole while I'm completely drained? Or, wait, is it actually trying to protect me? Almost immediately after the quest was cleared, the entity slipped right back into a deep hibernation. Yugan's consciousness slowly drifted back to reality. His mind was spinning. Just how long have I been passed out? Suddenly, a gruff, booming voice snapped him fully awake. You what? Yugan weakly turned his head, blinking up at Volcano. Oh, it's just you, old man? Volcano immediately bristled with annoyance. Who the hell are you calling old man? Watch that mouth of yours, kid. You little brat. But seeing Yugan struggle to sit up, his tone softened with genuine concern. How's your body holding up? Yugan let out a breath. I've been better, but I'm okay. And what about you, old man? Volcano raised an eyebrow. Just how long do you plan on calling me old man, huh? Yugan gave a playful smirk. Well, what else should I call you? Old lady. Volcano exploded, shouting at the top of his lungs. Are you ever going to drop that attitude? Yugan just shrugged, teasing him. Hey, you're only alive right now because of me, you know. Doesn't that mean I get to call you whatever I want? The old man clicked his tongue. You really are a shameless little punk. But then he suddenly pressed his lips together tightly. It looked like Volcano was struggling to get something out. The normally gruff blacksmith stammered awkwardly. Thanks. Yugan cupped his ear, pretending he didn't catch it. What was that? Volcano's face turned red with frustration. I said thank you! How many damn times do you want me to say it? Yugan put on a perfectly innocent, totally wronged expression. Hey, that was only the second time. The old man just grumbled to himself. I swear, I don't know who raised a kid like this. Yugan let out a soft chuckle. He's definitely just embarrassed. Then, the old man cleared his throat and spoke up. To be completely honest with you, kid, Volcano isn't my actual name. I am Hephaestus. I was once the Grand Blacksmith of Olympus. Yugan already knew all of this, of course, but he just sat there in total silence, which completely caught the old man off guard. You're not even a little surprised? Yugan finally spoke up.
Can't you tell? I'm totally mind blown right now.
The old man scowled. Seriously, I can't tell if you just suck at lying or if you're not even trying. He stared at the kid, deep in thought.
This little brat, he knew exactly who I was from the very beginning. That's exactly why I suspected he was one of Olympus's lapdogs the first time he walked in here.
But now I know for a fact he isn't from Olympus. Still, he's definitely no ordinary player either. Brushing the thought aside, he waved his hand. Whatever, let's just drop it. After everything that just went down, those Olympus bastards are going to have to lay low for a while. So, I went ahead and threw down some serious cash to rent out a massive top-tier forge for the next few days. Hephaestus gave a knowing look. I'm the kind of man who pays back a debt, whether it's a favor or a grudge, 10 times over. Just give me a few days. I'm going to forge you the absolute greatest sword you've ever seen. Hearing that, Yugan just sat there on the bed, quietly absorbing the moment without another word. It was obvious that Yugan held a lot of respect and fondness for Hephaestus. Ever since they had reunited, he had been quietly watching the old man, and now a warm, genuine smile crossed his face. Slipping out of bed, Yugan nodded. I understand. He had already mapped it out in his head. Once that sword was finished, his real climb up the tower would finally begin. Meeting Hephaestus' eyes, he said with absolute sincerity, I'll be looking forward to it. Taking one look at Yugan's battered, bruised, and ragged state, the old blacksmith glared at him and barked, Get your ass to the hospital first! A few days later, after fully recovering, Yugan headed straight to the training grounds to stretch his muscles. And his targets this time? A massive pack of giant apes. Yugan let out a long breath, analyzing his own condition. After lying in a hospital bed for days, it feels so damn good to finally move freely again. I was originally planning to clash with Olympus around the 10th floor or so, but it looks like the timeline shifted a bit. Honestly though, things played out totally in my favor. Olympus won't be able to lay a finger on the first floor for at least a few years now, not with the administrator watching them like a hawk. On top of that, my bond with the old man is almost exactly back to how it used to be, but the best part is that I got my hands on this. This little beauty is going to be a massive game changer in the second Gigantomachy. Still, this Dark Sanctuary stone is a total nightmare to control, but the raw power pouring out of it, it's completely leagues above Hades' helm of invisibility. Though, since it doesn't work exactly like the helm, I wonder if a different user might unlock entirely different effects. I've already figured out the 3 biggest differences since it was refined. The true Dark Sanctuary crystal is quite literally a fragment that holds the very origin of darkness itself. It contains a magical energy with a boundless darkness attribute. All of its stats, like resistance, power amplification, and mana efficiency, have been significantly boosted. And finally, the power to summon the underworld. The underworld, a symbolic term for Hades, which perfectly matches his true source of power. Looking at this restriction warning, it seems I can't draw out its full power just yet, but honestly, this is more than enough to give me a taste of the Dark Holy Crystal's actual strength. The Dark Holy Crystal feels more like a catalyst that summons power, rather than an artifact that just stores it. After messing around with it for a whole day, I think I've finally got the hang of it. Thinking about this, he let out a long sigh of relief. Guess it's time to head back. Right at that moment, a message popped up. The sender was Hephaestus, and it was straight to the point. Get over here. Yug was taken aback. This old man always has the perfect timing, doesn't he? The scene shifted to a bustling main street, where he had quickly tracked down the address. Stepping inside, Yug couldn't help but marvel at the place. What a massive forge. This must have cost an absolute fortune. Then again, any piece of gear he pours his heart into is worth at least 100,000 points. Plus, with a cut of Olympus's sales flowing straight into his pockets, he's probably sitting in the top 1% of the wealthiest people alive. Not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous. Yug quickly stepped further inside and called out, It's pretty quiet in here, so I'm guessing it's done. The old man sounded thrilled. Ah, you made it. Hephaestus generously tossed an item his way. Here, take it. Yugan thought to himself, straight to the point, just like always. Curiosity got the better of him. I know about the sword, but what's this? The old man urged him on. Just open it already. Yug carefully popped the box open. He was dying to see what the old man had gifted him this time. He stared blankly. Is this some kind of prank box? There's absolutely nothing inside. The old man sighed patiently. Look closer, you idiot. Yugan reached out and felt around. I'm telling you, there's nothing. Suddenly, he froze as his fingers brushed against something. Whoa, it's so soft. Wait, are these gloves? Those are the invisible gloves, a pair of ultra-thin gauntlets woven from a highly specialized material. Their amount of conductivity is absolutely off the charts. You can also adjust them to make them visible. Yugan quickly deduced. Ah, so these were forged using an alloy mixed with mithril. Hephaestus nodded in satisfaction. You catch on pretty fast, kid. He examined the gear closely. It seriously feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Why would he even bother making something like this? Pulling off an invisibility enchantment like this couldn't have been a walk in the park. Yu inspected every tiny detail until he spotted something. Wait, there's a small socket right here. The moment he pressed into it, the crystal snapped into place and erupted in a blinding light. The old man turned his face away, refusing to look. I'm guessing I don't need to spell out how to use it, right? To be honest, I was short on both time and materials, so I just threw some scraps together and hammered it out. Use it however the hell you want. Yug immediately saw right through him. He was totally triggered watching me channel the dark holy crystal barehanded, wasn't he? Yu grinned playfully. I promise I'll put it to good use, old man, the blacksmith scoffed. Save the sweet talk for after you check out the sword. It was a pitch-black blade, forged with absolute mastery, down to the intricate, meticulous engravings along its edge. Yu was utterly mesmerized. There's not a single flaw. I'm just holding the hilt, and I can already feel its terrifying sharpness. He couldn't help but gasp in pure awe. This is an absolute masterpiece. Hephaestus crossed his arms. Go ahead, give it a name. The system chime rang out in his head. Blacksmith Hephaestus has requested a name for the sword. Please enter a name. Yu fell deep into thought. The profound black of the dark holy crystal dust has completely swallowed the azure glow of the mithril, blending flawlessly with the blade's aura. It truly is a sword born from the night. Making up his mind, he looked up. I'll call it the Night Veil Fang. Yugan happily hummed a cheerful little tune to himself, while the old blacksmith just stood there, completely stunned. Say what now? The kid's naming sense was an absolute disaster. A system window flashed before him. You have acquired the Night Veil Fang. As per blacksmith Hephaestus' will, the Night Veil Fang is now soul-bound to you. A blade defined by its serene pitch-black hue, much like the stillness of the midnight sky. This name was earned not just through its striking appearance, but through the terrifying aura it commands.
The Night Veil Fang is a masterwork weapon forged from mithril and the remnants of an abyssal crystal by the legendary blacksmith Hephaestus. It constantly absorbs dark mana. In the shadows, stamina regeneration is boosted by up to 200%, magical power amplification by 100%, and mana recovery by 100%.
Yugan let out a low whistle. This passive mana absorption and those insane recovery buffs are just broken. With this, I could literally fight in the shadows all night long and never break a sweat. It completely shatters my expectations. But for some reason, Hephaestus was just standing off to the side, glaring at him with a darkened expression. The old blacksmith's frustration was completely justified. To a creator, a weapon's name was the final piece of its soul. And this punk just slapped some cringy, graveyard-sounding edgelord name onto his masterpiece. But seeing the kid practically skipping around and humming, the old man just clicked his tongue and let it slide. Whatever. At least the brat looks happy with it. It's the brat. As long as the blade matches the wielder, who cares? Pushing past his annoyance, the old man asked. So, you're planning to head to the upper floors now? Yu smirked. Obviously. Hephaestus narrowed his eyes. And what exactly are you going to do about Olympus? Yu shrugged, his voice utterly nonchalant. What do you mean do about them? I'm going to tear them off their thrones, of course. Yu pointed upwards, tracing a line in the air. I'll drag them all the way from their shiny peak right down to the rock bottom. The old man scoffed, letting out a dry laugh. Is that so? But Hephaestus couldn't help but wonder. Getting dragged into such a massive mess, yet the kid didn't look the least bit worried. What a strange brat. There wasn't a single trace of fear or hesitation in him. With that, he quickly shooed the boy away. All right, get out of here. We're done, and I'm not walking you to the door. He headed for the door, though he clearly still felt a lingering fondness for the old man. A rushed goodbye, just like always, Yugo thought, even though it's been ages since we last saw each other. A wave of nostalgia hit him as he remembered the past. Hey, old man, is this made of adamantium? I thought we were totally out of iron. So how did you... And back then, the old man just casually replied, You said you lost your sword, didn't you? If you're going to fight those outworlder bastards, you need at least one decent blade, don't you? He had been so incredibly touched back then. You melted down your own hammer for this, didn't you? Did you use your bare hands instead of a hammer to forge it? Why? Whoops. Hephaestus had just scowled, looking completely exhausted by him. Quit your whining and just take the damn thing. Despite his grumpy attitude, the old man had a huge heart. Thinking of this, Yugo gently brushed his hand against the hilt of his sword. You poured your entire heart and soul into making this for me. Getting to see you again, I'm really glad. With that thought, he gave a deep, respectful bow, a silent thank you and farewell to his old friend. And of course, Hephaestus didn't see it. The scene shifted to a study room, where everything was perfectly organized. Inside, a girl was cheerfully humming a little tune to herself. She was Suri, the examiner of the arena. Taking a bite of chocolate, she scrolled through the data on Kim Yugan, a rookie who had just entered the first floor 12 days ago. He had already set a brand new record in the tutorial, and on top of that, he had his class potential. This year's rookies are actually pretty insane, she thought. That guy Haken was strong too, making him pretty fun to watch, but this Kim Yugan had actually blown right past him to snatch the #1 spot. To charge in here completely solo, even knowing he could have teamed up, is he basically saying no one on this floor is even worth his time? This place is an absolute fortress, built to withstand attacks even from high-level rankers. Well then, feel free to show me what you've got.
The scene shifted again, this time to the first floor testing area, the Colosseum.
Yugo scanned his surroundings, a test of pure strength, the absolute core of any warrior. The rules were incredibly simple, just slaughter every enemy that spawned. He glanced up at the leaderboard. Knew it. Sitting right at the number 1 spot was Sun Wukong. Compared to his own record before he regressed, that score was seriously high. Even back then, I only managed to make it to round 12. Oh, there was a familiar name on the board too. Round 16, huh? That's actually pretty damn impressive. I think that's even higher than what he got before I went back in time. It's probably thanks to those Thunder Emperor gauntlets. He cracked his knuckles, fully prepared for what was coming. I have no idea what floor he's on right now, but whatever. I'll catch up to him soon enough. A system notification rang out. The test will now begin. His mission was simple: eliminate the targets. This was an endurance test, one where absolutely no one had ever seen the final wave. Since the reward scaled infinitely with the number of enemies killed, every single player gunning to become a ranker tested their limits here. With that in mind, he threw open the giant gates. A monstrous beast was already waiting aggressively inside. It was absolutely massive, exuding a savage aura. The heavy grinding of the doors was deafening, instantly alerting the creature to the intruder's presence. It let out an ear-piercing roar, towering over the arena as it waited for him to step into range. But Yugo didn't hesitate for a single second. The moment he laid eyes on it, he unleashed his lethal secret blade skill and charged straight in. Gripping his sword tight, he vaulted into the air with explosive force, kicking off the ground so hard that the solid stone beneath him violently shattered. In a mere fraction of a second, the monster's giant head was cleanly cleaved right down the middle. By the time Yugo smoothly spun his sword away, the creature's massive, heavy body was already crashing to the floor. Proficiency for Heaven-Shattering Star has increased by 0.008%. He had just effortlessly cleared the first wave. Well, it's just the first floor, so I guess the test is pretty basic, Yugo thought. But this is only the warm-up for what I'm about to do. The system immediately flashed a new prompt. Would you like to proceed to the next challenge? Please say the word, fight. More system alerts cascaded down. You have chosen to proceed, commencing the second wave now. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Suri was staring at the screens in pure disbelief. She practically screamed, "How the hell is that even possible?" I mean, sure, seeing him butcher those orcs wasn't all that shocking. Haken had done the exact same thing. But to clear it this insanely fast? Wasn't this literally a historical first? He's even faster than Sun Wukong, the guy who holds the titles of Great Sage, equal to Heaven and Victorious Fighting Buddha. Watching Yugo's fierce, lightning-fast movements blur across her monitors, Suri was left completely speechless. Wave after wave of terrifying monsters were effortlessly slaughtered by Yugo in the blink of an eye. Suri was just left shouting alone in her office. He just keeps fighting without taking a single breather, and to conserve his mana and stamina, he isn't even using a single skill. He's not even treating this challenge as a real test. He's dead set on a much bigger goal. He's aiming straight for the records of the top-tier rankers. Another system notification popped up. Would you like to proceed to the next challenge? Yugo gave a blunt one-word reply. Fight! And with that, he tightened his grip on his blade. His fiery eyes commanded the intense heat, and Yugo responded by unleashing his great Hellfire skill. Swinging his heavy greatsword, Yugo was genuinely surprised. He actually blocked that? Fine then. I really shouldn't drag this fight out any longer anyway. At that exact moment, a ferocious wave of fire erupted from his blade, violently illuminating the entire arena. The system flashed. Your arms have been enveloped by the power of the giant. Warning, your proficiency is too low. Your endurance stat is too low. Giantification will only be partially applied. Unable to withstand the sheer intensity of Yugo's blazing heat, the sword in the enemy's hands rapidly began to crack and splinter. But Yugo didn't stop there. With a savage sweeping strike, his blade tore right through the creature's arm. In one fluid motion, Yugo's heavy blade cleaved the Iron Knight's helmet cleanly in two. Completely overwhelmed by his terrifying raw power, the towering enemy crashed to its knees, utterly defeated. Beneath the shattered armor was the face of an older, battle-hardened man. Coughing heavily, he muttered, "Well, this makes my second defeat. That blonde kid is actually pretty tough. He's the very first guy who just refused to stay down, no matter how many times I slashed or stabbed him. That battle was a dead heat. But you're on a whole different level." You replied, "If your blade hadn't been so old and chipped, I would have been in serious trouble." The old man scoffed lightly. "What a pointless compliment. You would have won in the end regardless." "But I'm truly grateful. Thanks to you, I got to experience the thrill of battle one last time." You gently closed the old man's eyes, officially clearing his trial. The system immediately chimed in. Level up, strength increased by 1. Agility increased by 1. Endurance increased by 1. Proficiency of Heaven-Ruined Star has increased by 4.78%. You have cleared the 19th trial. You thought to himself, with this, I've finally matched the Monkey King's record. He had finally reached the 20th trial, a stage no one had ever beaten. The familiar system prompt popped up once again. Do you wish to challenge the next trial? The answer was the same as always. Fight! Yugan cursed under his breath in frustration. Seriously, they don't even give you a damn second to breathe. But then again, if they gave everyone plenty of time to rest, this arena would completely lose its meaning. He quickly regulated his breathing, recovering his stamina for the upcoming round. Yugan initiated the final trial, his face showing absolutely zero hesitation. Instantly, a massive hurricane erupted, whipping up a violent storm of sand and wind all around him. Yugan was secretly terrified. The sheer volume of magic and killing intent is insane. It's giving me total goosebumps. Is that thing really going to come out here? The system announced, your arms have been enveloped by the power of the giant. From behind that massive gate, a ferocious, bloodthirsty aura exploded outward, violently blowing away the rocks and debris. The boss of the final trial had finally appeared. A series of savage, echoing hisses filled the air. Yugan gritted his teeth, pouring out every ounce of his strength just to withstand its terrifying pressure. He hadn't even gotten a clear look at the monster before it aggressively lunged straight at him. Yugan was genuinely shocked. I'm already using giantification, and I'm still getting pushed back. The beast thrashed and surged relentlessly toward him. Yugan was struggling hard just to dodge. His hands fiercely clawed into the ground, desperately anchoring himself so he wouldn't be blown away. The great sage's voice echoed in his memory, recalling the event with intense frustration. In the 20th trial of the first floor, I got whipped unconscious by that bastard's tail and was eliminated. If you want to survive, your vitality better be on par with mine. Almost nobody walks away in one piece after taking a hit from that thing. Even though it only has one head and one tail, it's definitely that monster. I know it's the final trial, but come on, this is still just the first floor. He had asked tiredly back then, are you sure you didn't mistake it for some other creature? But the great sage was dead serious. Listen, do you really think I'd make a mistake about something like this? A colossal snake with 8 heads, massive enough to stretch across 8 hills and fill 8 entire valleys. It's a being on par with mythical beasts, or even dragons, an ancient fragment of the outer gods. It was supposed to have been sealed away by Susanoo ages ago. Who would have ever expected it to show up here? Yugan lashed out in pure frustration. Those damn administrators really just do whatever the hell they want, don't they? His mission this time was to defeat the 8th head of the great serpent, Yamata no Orochi. Yugan couldn't hold back his rage. What kind of ridiculous difficulty spike is this? The ferocious monster glared at him with glowing yellow eyes, looking like it wanted to swallow him alive. An instant later, it violently lunged forward, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Yugan analyzed the situation. Just like he said, it only has one head, and it looks like the smallest one too. Even so, with my current body, just one wrong step and I'm completely dead. The snake's massive, imposing body violently slithered forward, aiming to tightly coil itself around him. Yugan desperately maneuvered to avoid getting struck by the beast. Needless to say, he was constantly skidding across the dirt, looking incredibly battered and torn up. Up until this point, he hadn't found a single opening to launch an attack. The giant serpent just kept recklessly thrashing about, its massive size alone making things incredibly difficult for the player. Yugan suddenly shouted, taunting it, "Your attacks have zero coordination. The Orochi I know wouldn't fight like a mindless beast." The moment the words left his mouth, he instantly activated his black holy crystal kick. It took until this exact moment for Yugan to finally secure a window to strike. Meanwhile, the monster continued to let out piercing, ear-grating screeches. His entire body felt like it was burning up from the toxic fumes the serpent was spewing. He twisted his body with everything he had, desperately dodging out of the way. The creature relentlessly spewed out the scorching smoke. Right after, it dragged its heavy, colossal body forward, dead set on crushing him. Yugan was getting heavily annoyed. My Fang of the Dark Knight is already boosted by the Black Holy Crystal, and yet its scales still managed to completely absorb most of the impact. Looking at it now, this really felt like an impossible trial. Just as his focus wavered for a split second, its massive tail swept past, slamming hard into him, and sending Yugan tumbling across the ground. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing to analyze the fight. No, the tower would never create an unbeatable trial. I just need to find it. That weakness has to be somewhere on Orochi's body. High up above, Suri stood watching his ongoing battle without blinking. She wondered why he had suddenly stopped attacking. Has he finally realized just how reckless he's being? Well, he's already achieved something completely unimaginable anyway. Just give up, Yugan. The fact that you even managed to scratch Orochi is a miracle in itself. But before she could even finish her thought, he had already found it. Suri couldn't believe her eyes. He had actually pinpointed the giant serpent's weakness. Without missing a beat, he unleashed every last drop of his strength, launching a brutal strike toward that exact spot. He stomped fiercely onto the beast's massive body, using it as a springboard to launch himself high into the air. The moment it spotted him, it whipped its head around, letting out a sharp warning hiss. But Yugen's eyes flashed with a savage, predatory glare. Who would have thought it'd be hidden right here? As Suri observed his movements, she instantly realized his target, a tiny indentation located right near Orochi's heart. And she knew exactly what that was, the absolute only spot on its entire body lacking armor. Yugan had correctly guessed that this was Orochi's reverse scale, the singular golden scale. With his target locked, he viciously plunged his sword straight into that exact spot. Just as he predicted, the second the blade pierced the scale, the colossal serpent thrashed about in agonizing pain. And very quickly, it stopped breathing entirely, its terrifying eyes fading into a hollow, lifeless stare. Seeing that it was no longer moving, he slowly pulled his sword out, unable to hold back his heavy panting. The beast's massive corpse crashed down, the sheer weight of it causing the ground to completely crack and shatter beneath it. He grumbled in annoyance. Even at the very end, it's still so damn loud. Suri jolted in shock, stammering to herself. Unbelievable. This is completely unprecedented. No, a giant snake of sin, so massive it could cover 8 entire mountains and 8 valleys, capable of wielding bizarre curses and dark magic. The only one who ever stopped the floor from being entirely annihilated by that great calamity was the high-tier deity Susanoo. Susanoo wielded an indestructible magic sword, enchanted to seal away any entity it pierced, and with it, he carved an eternal, unhealable wound into Orochi's chest, forging the beast's legendary reverse scale. Looking at his majestic figure, Suri could only conclude one thing. She was witnessing a myth reborn in the flesh. The system chimed in. You have slain the 8th head of Yamata no Orochi. You have leveled up. The mastery of the Heavenly Slaughter Star has increased by 12.85%. Strength, agility, and endurance have all increased by 1. You have conquered the final milestone. Your legacy will be forever etched into the Grand Colosseum. He ran the numbers in his head. I leveled up on the 19th floor too. But looking at my current stats, once I hit level 60, a single hunt won't be enough to level up anymore. Just 31 more levels until I hit level 100. I'm leveling up way faster than I thought. Suddenly a voice echoed through the area, snapping him out of his thoughts. Player Kim Yugan. He glanced over, his eyes scanning Suri as he sized her up. Her movements were incredibly swift and perfectly stealthy, leaving no trace behind. An elf woman armed with 6 throwing knives strapped to her back and waist. It was the overseer Suri. She stepped forward, her voice filled with disbelief. Are you really the one who brought down Yamata no Orochi? You actually knew about its reverse scale? Yugan calmly explained. The tower would never design an impossible trial. Even for a final boss, the difficulty felt way too high. So I took a closer look, and I found the fatal flaw. She stared intently at his eyes. Those eyes, are they the golden eyes of truth? Yugan smirked slightly. Not quite there yet. Suri analyzed him in her head. So it's demon eyes and giantification, a single player wielding the abilities of 2 supreme constellations. A faint smile crossed her lips. This guy was fascinating. Are you backed by Olympus? Or maybe you're siding with the heavenly realm, like some successor to the great sage equal to heaven? She prodded. Yugan just shrugged. Well, whatever the case, I totally get why you're so insanely strong now, Suri continued. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. An overseer is strictly forbidden from leaking any details about the trials or the players taking them. Yugan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, I'm pretty sure she's misunderstanding something here. Well, it doesn't really matter, he thought. Just then, she presented a sword to him. This is a special bonus reward directly from the administrator, she said. I was instructed to hand this over to the player who flawlessly cleared every single trial on the first floor. Honestly, because of that Orochi monster, I thought the day I'd actually hand this over would never come. But it seems this sword has finally found its true master. Take a look for yourself. I honestly have no idea what it even is. But the moment Yugan drew the blade, Suri gasped in shock. What the? It's broken? Yugan stared at the shattered blade for a long moment. So this is where it's been hiding. A system window popped up. Item, the Tatsuka blade. Sedatus fragmented. Eons ago, the war god Susanoo wielded this very blade to seal away Yamata no Orochi. A tremendous and ancient power slumbers within it. However, because the blade is shattered, you must gather the remaining fragments to awaken its true devastating potential. A satisfied smirk crept onto his face. Perfect. With this in my hands, my master plan is going to roll out smoothly. Suri looked apologetic. If you're disappointed with the broken reward, I can file a formal complaint to the administrator for you. Yugan waved his hand. No need. This is exactly what I wanted. He chuckled inwardly. This is just a little bonus gift. The real jackpot is still waiting. Right on cue, a massive wave of system notifications flooded his vision. You have flawlessly conquered all the trials of the first floor. You are awarded 20,000 points. Every single stat has increased by 2. You have acquired a fragment of the Tatsuka blade. You have acquired the legendary 8th heart of Orochi. The 8th heart of Yamata no Orochi was torn from its body when Susanoo sealed the beast. It violently pulses with a lethally potent venom. He quickly analyzed his options. The venom inside this heart is way too toxic for normal use, but if I can successfully neutralize the poison, it'll turn into a god-tier elixir. Even the Supreme Constellations would kill to get their hands on this. Suri chimed in again. I had my suspicions, but they actually gave it out as a reward. That thing is a highly unstable artifact. It's almost impossible to appraise its true value in points. Congratulations on the massive haul, she smiled. But if I may offer a piece of advice, absolutely do not consume that heart the normal way. Yugan nodded smoothly. I'll take that advice to heart, thank you. He was just reaching out to close the system window when a bizarre sound made him freeze dead in his tracks. The system's cold voice rang out once more. The unidentified egg is reacting. The unidentified egg is starving. Yugan's eyes widened in sheer confusion. Before he could even process what was happening, the system fired off another alert. The unidentified egg is breaking out into the open. Instantly, a violently oppressive aura exploded outward, engulfing the entire area around him. Suri stumbled back, completely caught off guard. What the hell kind of demonic energy is this? Yugan thought frantically. The egg isn't hatching. Wait, breaking out into the open means... His face twisted in chaotic realization. Suddenly, countless razor-sharp spikes violently erupted from the ground, looking exactly like the deadly stingers of a giant scorpion. Suri cried out in disbelief. How did it even breach a zone protected by the tower's absolute authority? Look, Orochi's massive corpse. It's moving on its own. Panic flared in Yugan's chest as he yelled, Whoa, wait a damn minute, hold on. But before he could finish his sentence, the system ruthlessly announced, the unidentified egg is violently devouring the 8th head of Orochi. The terrifying spikes were tearing into the colossal beast, eating it alive. Watching the gruesome spectacle unfold, a violent shudder ran down Suri's spine as she shrieked, It's actually cannibalizing the corpse? In all my years as an overseer, I've never seen a monster like this. What in the name of the gods is that thing? Trying to regain her composure, she took a shaky breath. Look, I won't press you on the details since the loot rights to the carcass fully belong to you. But is this horrifying thing another one of your skills? Still utterly bewildered himself, Yugan muttered, Yeah, I think it's something along those lines. He paused, swallowing hard before admitting, But honestly, I don't even know what the hell it's doing. Meanwhile, the ravenous egg continued to mercilessly absorb the gargantuan, bloody carcass of the beast. A little while later, he looked at it and asked, You full yet? The system chimed in. His egg was actually nodding and singing a happy little tune. Yugo thought to himself, It looks like a total freak, but acts just like a baby. What the hell is this thing anyway? Right after devouring the massive monster's corpse, the creature drifted into a deep sleep. Yugen was puzzled. The egg hadn't shown any reaction for the longest time until it suddenly popped out. Could this mean the hatching rate went up? He wondered. Suri stepped forward, curiosity getting the better of her. Do you have any idea what that thing just was? She asked. Yu answered honestly. Just a little bit. Suri was secretly terrified. She thought to herself, I assumed he was just a second Monkey King, but after witnessing that kind of power, I'm not so sure anymore. Heaven would never hide a freakish strength like that. Snapping out of her thoughts, she continued, You probably have a lot of secrets you want to keep, so I won't breathe a word about what happened here today. I hope to hear your name ringing out from a much higher place. Yugan smiled to himself. She was still exactly the same. It was her classic way of saying goodbye to those who cleared her trials. Thinking back to what he knew about her from the past, she was a wise, righteous, agile, and fiercely beautiful warrior. Yugo gently took her hand and spoke softly. It was a real pleasure meeting you. Meanwhile, on the official ranking board, his name was sitting proudly at the absolute top. Outside, the crowd was in an absolute uproar. Hey, did you hear? The guy who held the #1 spot for over 1,000 years just got dethroned. Yeah, I heard about it too. Rumor has it that this guy also took first place in the trial. Is there really another monster out there like the Monkey King? Is he a moon pureblood? Where the hell did he even come from? Another man chimed in to answer, I think it was Earth. Honestly, I've never even heard of that place. The first guy continued. He gets first place in every single trial he enters. Give it a few years, and he might just become a vanguard. The scene shifted to a massive, sprawling labyrinth. This was the trial of the 9th floor. A massive explosion echoed through the air as rocks and debris began blasting apart nonstop. It turned out to be none other than Yugan, ruthlessly smashing his way through the surroundings. A system notification popped up. You have cleared the 9th floor labyrinth trial. A new pathway has opened. An additional reward will be granted for achieving a first clear milestone. Because the labyrinth trial had multiple fake exits, finding the real one usually made challengers sweat over the insane difficulty. But the struggle was unavoidable, especially since the clear rewards were incredibly generous. He smiled to himself and thought, should I go pay that guy a visit now? The scene cut back to Hephaestus' forge. The blacksmith's face was totally strained, dripping with sweat, while Yugan stood there trying his absolute hardest to put on the cutest, most innocent face possible. Finally, Yugan broke the silence and greeted him first. It's been a whole month, hasn't it, old man? His smile grew even brighter. I'm here to pick up that little something I left with you. The blacksmith scowled. Old man? Did you just call me old man again? You really have zero shame, don't you? Just wait right there. I'm almost finished. Yu obediently stood still and waited. The old man was in a state of intense concentration. His hands moved endlessly, sweat pouring down his body like a waterfall. With a deeply focused expression, he suddenly glanced up at the boy. Aren't you hot? Hephaestus asked, clearly puzzled. Yugan replied completely casually. Of course it's hot. The blacksmith couldn't help but wonder. The kid looked completely unfazed despite the extreme heat of the forge. Just how high was his fire resistance stat anyway? That thought suddenly jogged his memory. Wait a minute. Didn't the 9th floor trial take you a whole 10 days? Why did it take you so long? What the heck were you even doing in there, Yugi? I don't know, really, Hephaestus growled, visibly annoyed. Spit it out, or do you not want the item you begged me to make? Yu obediently started explaining. Well, the labyrinth doesn't exactly have just one exit. It just took me a little bit of time to, smash out some brand new pathways. Hephaestus paused to process that. Wait, not just a pathway, but pathways plural? He thought to himself, this crazy kid went and did something completely insane just to milk out extra rewards again. He was completely speechless. Why is it that you literally cannot do a single thing the normal way? I'm honestly starting to get morbidly curious about what you're going to pull in the next trial. You burst out laughing. Don't worry, I'll come back and tell you all about it later. Hephaestus sighed, pulling out the item. So is this what you need for the next test then? I've never forged a weapon quite like this before in my entire life. Instead of having high mana conductivity, this item was none other than the Nameless Sword. A blade forged from a chaotic mix of different materials. Its mana conductivity was practically zero, but the blade itself was insanely sharp, perfect for effortlessly slicing through flesh and bone. The blacksmith explained, its mana conductivity stat is absolute garbage, but low conductivity also means its mana resistance is completely off the charts. That's exactly why I forged this thing mostly out of armor crafting materials. Yugan guessed to himself that it was probably made from heavy ores like Phil, Ta, and obsidian. Hephaestus proudly declared, it's my worst failure yet when it comes to mana channeling, but based on your weird request, I can guarantee it's a massive success. Yugan quickly tried to activate his secret sword skill, but a system error popped up. Activation failed. An unknown force is blocking the flow of mana. Yu was completely satisfied. It was even better than he had hoped. He looked up and answered honestly, I love it. Seeing his reaction, Hephaestus couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as well. I gotta admit, taking on this challenge was pretty damn fun. Seriously, who in their right mind thinks of forging a weapon out of armor materials? Wait. The moment the words left his mouth, Yugan reached out and gripped the old man's hand tightly. Right then, a system notification flashed. You have transferred 10,000 ASG points to the blacksmith Hephaestus. The massive payment caught the blacksmith completely off guard, making him stammer. What the hell is this? Yu flashed a cheeky grin. Keep it. If I get too used to freebies, I'm going to end up in real trouble. It was finally time to say their goodbyes. He gave a soft smile. I'll be back, old man. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the workshop, where the warp gate had swiftly materialized. The system chimed in. Record for clearing the 9th floor confirmed. You have paid 10 points to use the warp gate. Please select your destination. Yu thought to himself with a satisfied smirk. Finally, the double digits. Without missing a beat, he called out, Floor 10, take me to the martial realm. The quest log popped up again. Qualification verified. Warping to floor 10. Welcome to the martial realm. This was the starting ground of the 10th floor. The martial city of the north, a colossal continent completely surrounded by the sea. The martial realm was an ecosystem governed entirely by the law of the jungle, totally different from the previous floors. The 10th floor trial kicked off the exact moment he set foot there. Martial artists were shouting at the top of their lungs, We are currently recruiting for the Dragon Sword sect. Anyone is welcome to join, as long as you have the burning passion. If you wield a sword, come join the Wolfblade Pavilion. The Heavy Iron sect will forge your body to be as hard as steel. No other martial arts out there will help you climb the tower better than ours. Right on cue, the system chimed in. The 10th floor trial will now begin. Please select a sect to join and pass your chosen sect's initiation test. All around him, the relentless shouting continued. Come join our sect! No, choose ours. This particular trial required climbers to pass a sect's initiation by mastering their specific martial arts. Because of how drastically different this trial was from the previous ones, countless players had hit a wall right here, never able to pass. Yugo scanned the area for a moment. It's like a chaotic fish market, he muttered. Suddenly, a voice called out. Hey there, first time in the martial realm, kid? Judging by your gear, you look like you've got some real skills. Do you happen to wield a sword? Oh, this has got to be fate. You absolutely have to join our Azure Sword sect. Seeing you stay totally silent, the guy just kept rambling on, hyping up his faction. You know, the Azure Sword sect was actually founded way before that tower even existed. The major sects probably don't have much interest in a place like this. And even if they did, they definitely wouldn't be out here desperately begging for recruits like street vendors. The guy just wouldn't quit. So, the Azure Sword sect? Get top. Noticing Yu's completely spaced out expression, he snapped, Hey, are you even listening to me? Yu blinked. Oh, sorry, but I've already decided on a sect. Excuse me. The recruiter instantly flared up in anger. Are you looking down on me and my sect right now? Yu replied with effortless calm. That wasn't my intention, but honestly, you're not wrong. Furious, the guy immediately drew his sword. You look like a walking scarecrow. If you just got lucky making it this far, you better watch your mouth. Do you have any idea how mighty the Azure Sword sect is? A scarecrow? Yu thought to himself. Great, now I've dragged myself into something annoying. Still, putting on a little show of power in front of all these clueless new players to grab some attention, maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. He stayed completely composed, asking back, aren't you afraid of the system penalties? Besides, picking a fight with a player who just stepped onto this floor is a pretty terrible look for your sect's reputation, don't you think? The guy let out a cold scoff. Be that as it may, the martial realm has its own rules. I will not stand by and let our sect's name be dragged through the mud. He then raised his voice to a booming shout. It is way too late to beg for mercy now. I never had any intention of begging, Yu replied flatly. And if you're really going to be this stubborn about it, I guess I have no choice. The moment the words left his mouth, Yu's expression turned dead serious. His eyes locked onto the martial artist, radiating absolute, bone-chilling killing intent. Bring it. The recruiter's heart immediately seized with pure terror. What the hell? How can someone have a gaze like that? The martial artist's entire body began to tremble violently. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to glare back at Yu. Murmurs rippled through the gathered crowd. Whoa, what's going on? Hold on, isn't that Yangunen? You mean the absolute disgrace of the Azure Sword sect? Yeah, I heard he stirred up a bunch of trouble recently. What's he even doing out here? Oh, you know how strict the sect leader is about outsiders. He probably got demoted to recruitment duty as a punishment. Wait, then why is he on his knees? The onlookers kept whispering and gossiping among themselves. Earlier, I saw some outsider just... Burning with unbearable humiliation, Yangunen suddenly scrambled to his feet and roared, Get out of my way! With that, he bolted away as fast as his legs could carry him. As he ran, Yangunen gritted his teeth, absolutely seething with rage. Damn it, that was humiliating! If I ever cross paths with that bastard again... The scene abruptly transitioned to a massive, sprawling forest. Yu was darting forward at blinding speeds. It had been exactly 10 days since he first arrived on the 10th floor. By this point, exhaustion was really starting to creep in. This is ridiculously far. Over the past 10 days, I must have covered over 4,000 kilometers already, Yu thought to himself, his expression turning serious. This is the massive flaw of the martial realm. Since there aren't any decent warp points, you literally have to run your way through everything. In no time, he finally reached his destination. Standing at the peak, Yu peered down at the view below, unable to hold back his awe. So this is the legendary Heavenly Mountain, the western peak of the 10th floor. Looks like I'm finally closing in on the spot. I need to pick up the pace. The sky quickly shifted, fading into late afternoon. The sunset bleeding through the forest canopy was absolutely breathtaking. He continued to wander alone through the deep woods. The overgrown foliage and tangled roots made the area feel incredibly wild and desolate. Yu moved with silent, feather-light steps beneath the massive canopy, casting a solitary and lonely figure. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks. A distinct prickle on the back of his neck told him he was being watched. Yu immediately sensed their presence. About 20 people. And they weren't just a large mob. They were highly skilled experts. As expected of the Heavenly Mountain, he marveled silently. This place really is a den of total monsters. Out of nowhere, a shadowy, gravelly voice echoed from the dense brush. Who are you? You certainly don't look like you've just lost your way. Did you step into these woods knowing exactly what this place is? Yu kept his cool and finally spoke up. Hey, relax. You don't need to be on such high alert. I'm not the enemy. Yugan voiced his deduction. This is the Western Heavenly Mountain, the stronghold of the Heavenly Demon Cult, isn't it? The group stopped hiding and stepped right out of the shadows. One of them spoke up, his voice cold. So, you already knew. Yu thought to himself, I'm surrounded by wild dogs again. But this time was entirely different. The Heavenly Demon Cult was the eternal enemy of the Martial Arts Alliance. They were a faction bound to the Heavenly Mountain, yet they fully deserved the title of the world's absolute strongest sect. And the man standing before him was Guang Hamuk, a pureblood of the cult from the 40th floor. Hamuk narrowed his eyes. Judging by the aura you're giving off, you're clearly no ordinary guy. What floor are you from? If you want to join us, state your name and your floor level. Then we might just test your skills. Yu cut him off. That's not why I'm here. Hearing this, the man paused, eyeing the boy with a mix of surprise and heavy suspicion. Yu firmly introduced himself. I am player Kim Yugan, and I want to take the trial of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Instantly, a system notification popped up. The trial of the Heavenly Demon Cult has begun. Hamuk's lips curled into an amused smirk. It has been a long time since a player dared to take our trial. If you dragged yourself all the way out here, you must know exactly why players avoid our test, like the plague, right? Yu replied casually, Isn't it just because the passing rate is ridiculously low? Wrong, Hamuk shot back. It's not that the passing rate is low, it's completely impossible. Not a single player has ever survived our trial. Because of that, there's an unspoken rule, never attempt it. Yu thought to himself, so aside from accepting players from the higher floors, there's absolutely no other way to join this cult. That means no matter how powerful they are, their influence is bound to slowly decay. Hamuk turned around, leading the way. This way. You quickly stepped into the magical barrier. The system's voice echoed. You are attempting to resist the barrier's effects. Resistance failed. If you step off the designated path, you will fall into an abnormal status effect. Hallucination. You kept his eyes peeled. This path, it feels completely different from before.
Do I seriously have to find the one true path out of dozens? Hamuk threw a warning over his shoulder. Watch your step. One wrong move and you're lost forever.
Unless the heavenly demon himself intervenes, there is absolutely no way to find you. So stay sharp and follow my lead. But before he could even finish his sentence, Hamuk froze. He looked around. Nothing. The boy had vanished into thin air. He gasped in shock. He was just right here. The scene shifted to a desolate part of the woods, swallowed by an incredibly thick fog. The entire area felt like it was trapped inside a massive, invisible spiderweb. Yugan had activated his insight skill to carve out a path. He frowned and thought, I've already crossed over 10 different trails. Where the hell is the end of this road? The deeper he went, the more the forest seemed to drown in an endless, suffocating mist. Yugan pushed his hearing and vision to their absolute limits, desperate to find the true path. Suddenly, he reached a fork in the road. There were two completely different routes staring back at him. After analyzing them with his insight, the result was chilling. Both paths were real. You calculated his odds. Neither of these is an illusion, so stepping on them won't trigger the barrier's trap. But I know for a fact there can only be one true way forward. He tilted his head back, closing his eyes to focus. There, a faint breeze coming from the left. Yu stood frozen in place for a long time, carefully calculating the perfect route. Finally, his feet moved, stepping confidently onto the path he had chosen. He kept observing as he walked. The further I go, the more the scenery twists and changes. Suddenly, the narrow trail opened up. Right in front of Yugan stood an old house, with a traditional weaving loom resting outside. But the bizarre part was the single burning candle placed on top of it. Its flickering flame illuminated the loom, making it stand out eerily against the pitch-black darkness. Yugan stepped inside, spotting an old man with flowing white hair and a long beard, quietly working on something nearby. He didn't make a single sound. He just stood there in absolute silence, watching. Yugan knew exactly what this was. It was a living illusion, a scene straight out of the martial world's history. And this man, this was the Supreme Elder who had survived the era before the entire martial world was dragged into the tower. Sensing a presence approaching, the old man finally spoke. You have arrived. This was the heavenly demon of the heavenly demon cult. Just like his title, the atmosphere around him was overwhelmingly dark and demonic. The system flashed. You have passed the first trial of the heavenly demon. You thought rapidly. A breeze blowing into a room with 0 open doors. This place. It physically exists somewhere completely different from what my eyes are showing me. The actual room I'm standing in right now is not this tiny hut. The old man's raspy voice broke the silence again. I will ask you this. Since when did you realize that following him was also part of the trial? Yugan replied, his tone perfectly calm and measured. From the very beginning. There is no trial in existence that simply asks you to blindly follow someone else. Not on so. Even before stepping into the barrier, I knew you would be watching. The old man couldn't hide his admiration. It seems you are someone who knows how to carve your own path. The moment the words left his mouth, a blinding flash of blue light erupted. The glare was so intense that Yugan had to throw his arms up to shield his face. When he finally opened his eyes, he was standing back in the middle of a forest. That same ancient voice echoed in his head. You have passed. You stared at the empty air. The system's result window hadn't popped up, which meant the old man's question had been the real test. Did I just earn his approval? You couldn't help but groan inwardly. Man, living up to this guy's expectations is going to be a total nightmare. According to the rumors floating around the other sects, a literal monster lived inside the heavenly demon cult. The scene suddenly shifted to a bustling, crowded village. Wait, this doesn't look right at all. The chaotic noise of the marketplace filled his ears. Hey, listen, looks like you've bumped into an old friend. Hamuk stared at him, his eyes wide with absolute shock. How the hell are you here? He pondered for a moment. Would it be too much of a hassle to tell him the truth? That he had actually met the heavenly demon? Brushing the thought aside, he spoke up. I just walked right in. King Hamuk flinched at the response. Walked in? He bypassed the barrier all by himself? And he was even faster than us, the ones who actually know the way? Yuan pressed on. How I got here really isn't that important, is it? He added casually, I'm sick of wandering around. Let's just go. This is the infamous heavenly demon cult. So you guys at least provide lodgings for the challengers, right? A subordinate stepped forward and whispered. My lord, is this really okay? I've never heard of an outsider breaching the barrier. King Hamuk cut him off. No, even I, who have been here for 50 years, can only navigate it by memorizing the path. He stared cautiously at the boy's back. Just who in the world is this guy? The scene shifted to a steaming hot spring. Yuan had been taken to wash up and get clean. He splashed water on his face, feeling utterly refreshed. His bare, muscular body sat quietly in the bath as he lost himself in thought. After so many grueling days, this was probably the longest he had ever been able to just sit back and relax. Yuan looked around and pondered. It's so small. If the trials were just a bit easier, more people would want to take them, and they'd actually have a chance to interact with other realms. He ducked his head underwater, thinking of Hephaestus. That old man is so stubborn, but he must have his reasons. He glanced at his unhatched egg. No one really knew what was waiting inside. Catching himself, Yuan quickly brushed the doubt away. Still, it definitely won't be useless. The system was currently updating the egg's status. The system chimed. Your egg is wiggling. Your egg is feeling comfortable. He stared at it. Ever since they arrived in the Heavenly Demon's territory, this little guy hadn't sat still for a single minute. The scene shifted to his memories, where a surprised voice rang out. What am I doing on the 10th floor, you ask? Challenging the Heavenly Demon cult's trial, of course. It's so insanely hard that a lot of people think it's impossible to beat. But if the rumors are true, the rewards are completely worth it. However, the Lord Heavenly Demon passed away during the first half of this war. Kronos' clock has already been created, so we can't gather any more information now. Our only option left is to just dive right in and try. And speaking of the Murim realm, you absolutely can't ignore the martial arts tournament. If you win, you'll score a Grand Crimson Pill. Not to mention, you could even learn the ultimate secret techniques from the Shaolin Temple or the Namgung clan. Another person chimed in, sure, the rewards are great and all, but actually winning is way easier said than done. At the time, he had asked in confusion, wait, has no one here ever won the martial arts tournament? The great sage, equal to heaven, snapped fiercely, are you guys trying to pick a fight with me? A tournament? How dare they host something like that without telling me? Who the hell organized it? Has a fun event like this seriously been going on this whole time? Sweating bullets, the other person quickly explained, well, who told you to just rush straight up to the next floor? The great sage threw a massive tantrum, screaming at the top of his lungs, I told you I didn't know. Damn it all, why am I the only one who was completely in the dark about this? Thinking back to this, a warm smile unconsciously spread across his lips. With a personality like his, there's no way he could stomach missing out on a martial arts tournament. He continued pondering in silence. Even though I have no idea what's waiting for me there, it definitely won't be boring. The egg kept expressing its feelings nonstop. The system flashed. Your egg is moving. Your egg feels warm. Seriously, ever since I stepped foot into the Heavenly Demon cult's territory, this thing hasn't stayed still at all. He recalled about 1 month ago, a few days after testing the waters at the first floor arena, up on the second floor, he had picked it up to examine it. It had already grown several times larger than its original size. The mysterious egg motif carrying the mark of an outer god, huh? After watching it devour Orochi, a fragment of an outer god, he had felt a strange, undeniable sense of certainty. This is highly likely the egg of an outer god, dozens of eyes and jagged fangs sprouting everywhere. He couldn't help but wonder if that was what it would look like once it hatched. No, even after fighting them for so long, I still can't predict a thing. Outer gods didn't have a fixed form. They were enigmatic entities that mirrored people's emotions, like fear, for instance. Thinking about this made him miss his friends. If they were here, at least I'd have someone to talk this over with. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Hey, are you sleeping in there? He muttered out loud, I don't even know if I should let this thing live or die anymore. But it seemed the egg actually understood what he just said. The system chimed with a notification. Your egg is shaking its head. Yuan groaned in frustration. So you only react when I actually threaten to kill you? Does that mean you've been hearing me this whole time but just deciding to ignore me? He shoved his face right up against it, scowling as he cursed under his breath. You damn egg. If that's how it is, I don't have a choice. This isn't a personal grudge or anything. Seeing him draw his sword, it violently flinched and instantly hid itself back into the system inventory. Acting on his word, Yuan viciously slashed his blade right at where the egg had been. System alerts flooded in. Your egg is completely shocked. Your egg is screaming. A thick cloud of dust quickly filled his room, but when it cleared, it seemed like nothing had actually happened. The system notified, your egg is hugging itself. He pondered. Even though it can clearly manifest a physical body, just like it did with Orochi. Does it actually see me as its master? I don't know if it's holding back from attacking on purpose, or if it simply can attack right now. I guess I'll just have to keep an eye on it. Flashing back to the present on the 10th floor, the egg was currently chilling in the hot spring with him. A message popped up. Your egg feels warm. Yuan stared at it, dumbfounded. You like that? The system responded. Your egg nods quickly. Amused, he asked, oh, so now you're reacting to me? But almost instantly, the system chimed. Your egg has fallen asleep. Frowning, he complained. You slept for a whole month straight, woke up to react for 2 seconds, and now you're going back to sleep? Come on, at least give me a hint or something. An outer god and the Heavenly Demon cult. Man, I really hope I didn't just walk straight into a tiger's den. Time quickly passed. Soon after, deep within the Heavenly Demon cult, 4 figures sat together for a meeting in a dimly lit room. Our demonic cult's gathering today has quite an interesting topic up for discussion, the Spear King announced. A new challenger. He's the first one to pull this off since Jarian's era. It's been what, 30 years, hasn't it? The Fist Monarch chimed in, his deep voice correcting the claim. 34 years to be exact. Just who is this Kim Yugan kid? The Blade Monarch scoffed in reply. Look, I know you spend all your time holed up here in the Heavenly Mountain. Here's some eyes. But I've told you 1,000 times not to be so damn clueless about what happens outside the tower. The white-bearded old man snapped back. Nagging me isn't going to solve anything. Just spit it out. Who is he? That old man is the Sword Monarch. The Blade Monarch then explained, this kid is the one who's been dominating the top of every single leaderboard since the tutorial. The Sword Monarch narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Hard to swallow. Rumors always blow the truth out of proportion. The others murmured in agreement, but the records carved into the tower didn't lie. This isn't something we can just brush off with words. Let's go meet him. Begin the setup, Spear Monarch. As soon as the words left their mouths, he raised a hand, signaling his subordinates. The entire army caught the command and marched fiercely toward their position. In a matter of seconds, the sword hall was packed with men. They roared in absolute reverence. My lords! The horde of warriors fell to their knees, not a single one daring to look up. From the outside, a familiar silhouette threw the doors open and strode in with pure arrogance. The Spear Monarch's face darkened the second he saw the boy. His voice was grim. So, you're Kim Yugan? Facing down this many warriors? No, standing before the 4 monarchs of our demonic cult, and the kid doesn't even flinch. Got a lot of nerve, this one. Yugan took one glance and instantly recognized them. Sword, blade, spear, and fist. The 4 monarchs standing at the absolute peak of the demonic cult. Were they the ones running the second test instead of the heavenly demon himself? The Fist Monarch spoke up. So, you're the punk who cleared His Majesty's test. You do have a different aura about you. Let's hope those rumors aren't just empty talk. All right then, let's kick off the second trial. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the hall. Please, wait a moment. John Jarian, the vice captain of the Black Storm faction, stepped forward. Forgive the interruption, my lords, but I have a request for the 4 monarchs. Would you grant me the honor of testing him myself? The Sword Monarch found this highly amusing. He glanced at his peers. A personal test, huh? What do you guys think? The Blade Monarch waved it off. Do whatever you want, Jarian. Jarian quickly bowed deep in respect. Thank you, my lords. Yugan observed him quietly, considering the tower was already dropping penalties on the guy just for showing hostility. He had to be insanely strong. A spark of excitement hit Yugan. This is definitely going to be a worthy opponent, he thought. With that in mind, Yugan spoke up. This doesn't exactly feel like an official test from the demonic cult, does it? The Sword Monarch stroked his chin, considering it. The kid makes a fair point. You can't call it a proper trial without a reward, right? Let's see here. Jarian interjected. I will bet one of the demonic cult's finest elixirs, the blood red pill. Does that satisfy you? Yugan smirked, clearly pleased. Oh, that's more than enough. A system prompt flashed before his eyes. You have accepted the trial from John Jarian, vice captain of the Black Storm faction. The restrictions on John Jarian have been partially lifted. The penalties on Jarian have been partially reduced. Quest updated. Defeat Jarian to earn his acknowledgement. Now, regarding that elixir. The blood red pill was famously crimson, like pure blood. It was one of the absolute best elixirs in the demonic cult, leagues above the lesser blood pill. The 2 fighters immediately locked into a standoff. Okay. 2 monstrous waves of killing intent erupted, whipping up a fierce storm around them. Yugan analyzed the situation. The penalty scale has been adjusted to roughly floor 30. That's way too damn high for a combat test on floor 10. Just how brutal is the real trial supposed to be? But with heavyweights like the 4 monarchs personally attending, the heavenly demon must have given them direct orders regarding whoever passed the first trial. What a hell of a welcome party. Jarian spoke up, his tone sharp. Hey, you said your name was Kim Yugan, right? His eyes narrowed with dark curiosity. So, you're the one who cleared the heavenly demon's first trial. Yugan met his gaze coolly. Yeah, so what? Jarian sneered in pure disgust. I have no idea what the heavenly demon saw in you to give you his blessing, but Yugan wasn't about to let that slide and instantly fired back. Barking this loud? I'm guessing you never got his blessing, huh? Saying that, Yugan flashed him a wicked, mocking grin, his voice dripping with absolute smugness. Not like me. Jarian gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Golden lightning sparked violently in his eyes. You little bastard, he roared. In a flash, he gripped his sword and launched a savage, earth-shattering slash right at Yugan. But Yugan was no pushover. The moment the blade came crashing down, he smoothly dodged to the side. Jarian screamed in fury, continuing to curse him out. Die, you piece of trash! Flurries of deadly strikes were unleashed in rapid succession, one furiously attacking, the other effortlessly evading. They looked perfectly matched. Jarian snarled fiercely. That's right, I haven't been acknowledged. I swore my actual life to the heavenly demonic cult. I spent my entire existence trying to pass that damn trial. I risked everything climbing this tower, bleeding to become a warrior who could bring glory to our sect. I mastered our martial arts. I trained until my bones broke, and I challenged that trial time and time again. And yet, An outsider like you? Who the hell are you to get His Majesty's blessing? Why wasn't it me? His words dripped with pure, venomous resentment and boiling jealousy. Yugan just sighed, casually responding, "You're throwing a tantrum like a damn toddler." Only then did Yugan finally reach for his own weapon. The bloodlust pouring from his sword was suffocatingly thick, yet he didn't even bother unsheathing it. He just used the scabbard to block the incoming strikes. He was chillingly calm, treating it like a light sparring session, while Jarian kept lunging at him like a rabid dog. Even in the middle of the clash, Yugan couldn't resist taunting him. "You really want to know why?" He let go of his sword entirely, deciding to fight back with his bare hands. Yugan launched himself into the air. Jarian looked up in total confusion. "What's this?" A system notification suddenly popped up. "Your arm harbors the strength of a giant, initiating partial giant transformation." Before Jarian could even gather his senses, Yugo ruthlessly slammed his fist down, sending him crashing hard into the dirt. Blood immediately gushed from his nose. He lay there completely dazed, entirely unable to react to that brutal strike. Yugo slowly stood up and casually looked down at him. "The reason is simple. It's because you're weak, right?" The entire arena instantly fell dead silent. Everyone was utterly stunned by the sheer force of his attack. The Sword King stood in silence, carefully observing the boy's every move for a long moment. Soon after, an unconscious, thoroughly satisfied smile spread across his lips. It had been a very long time since the Sword King felt this pleased. Utterly amused, he spoke up. "It's been quite a while since I've seen something this entertaining. To think he would be this strong. Even without mastering the sword." The Blade King chuckled in agreement. "I wonder how he'd fare if there were no penalty at play," the Fist King chimed in. "What is the point of what ifs? Just look at him." The Sword King was absolutely thrilled. "Reward him with a crimson blood pill." A system alert immediately pinged in the air. "You have passed John Jarian's test. You have received 1 crimson blood pill." The Sword King called out, "It's not a grand item, but take it." Yugo felt pretty satisfied with the haul. "This is more than enough. I didn't even have to sweat for it," Yugo said. The Fist King suddenly interjected, "Do you even know the true value of that pill? Most newbies reaching the 10th floor haven't even laid eyes on an item like that." The Blade King looked genuinely surprised. He treated the test against Jarian like absolute child's play. "I honestly can't tell if he's just putting on an act or if he really has the guts." Burning with curiosity, the Blade King asked him, "Have you ever studied any martial arts before?" "I don't recognize which sect that sword technique belongs to, but the way you deflected his blade was genuinely impressive," Yugo answered honestly. "I was simply copying what I saw." The Sword King burst into booming laughter. "You really leave us completely speechless. All right then, let me tell you the details of your next trial." Fist Lord Pungbakalim stepped forward and announced, "The second trial of the Heavenly Demon Cult will be a fight against me. Of course, it won't be a normal duel. You only need to withstand 3 of my strikes. The trial will take place in exactly 3 months. Until then, excluding high-tier pills and advanced martial arts, we will provide you with absolutely everything you need. Training grounds, fasting pills, clothing, a place to sleep. Whatever you need, just ask us." Yugo quickly calculated the odds in his head. Fist Lord Pungbakalim. His technique might be the weakest among the 4 heavenly pillars, but the raw power behind his strikes easily rivals the rest of them. There is definitely going to be a penalty. But this is still a fight against a ranker. The difficulty is so absurd, it makes me think they never intended for anyone to pass this trial in the first place. Still, 3 strikes. If it's really just 3 strikes? Making up his mind, Yugo spoke up. "Let's just start right now." Hearing his brazen words, every single disciple present gasped in pure shock. Nobody even dared to breathe heavily. The Spear King quickly chimed in with a stern warning. "Yugo! Unlike the vice captain you just defeated, the Fist Lord is a ranker. Speaking so carelessly makes it sound like you are looking down on the Heavenly Demon Cult." Yugo replied with total sincerity. "I sincerely apologize if you think that way, but I absolutely do not look down on the demonic cult." The Spear King was about to say more, but the Blade King cut him off. "It's fine." Beside them, Bakelin began to radiate a terrifying killing intent. "If the brat wants to go right now, I am more than happy to oblige." The Sword King immediately stepped in, raising a hand. "Stop. Fist Lord, this is a trial set by the cult leader himself. It is not like the previous test." He continued firmly, "The only person who holds the authority to alter this trial is the Heavenly Demon." The Sword King turned back. "I will repeat myself, Yugo. We are giving you exactly 3 months. In that time, train yourself and figure out a way to block 3 of the Fist Lord's strikes." Yugo knew damn well he didn't have a choice in the matter, so he kept his mouth shut. Understood. After the dust settled, the bystanders shot him disdainful glares and started whispering among themselves. "Is that him? That ignorant outsider who's actually stupid enough to underestimate the Fist Lord? I thought my ears were deceiving me. He doesn't exactly look like a total weakling. He probably just has absolutely no idea what the 4 heavenly pillars are capable of." Yugo suddenly felt a bit alienated. They sure are gossiping a lot, but more importantly, Sword Lord Shinmug. To think the rank 2 master is personally guiding me. Is it just pure curiosity, or is there a malicious intent behind this? Burning with curiosity, he asked, "Is this also an order from the cult leader?" The man answered bluntly, "No, just consider it my personal little hobby." Mug continued, his voice calm. "It has been a very long time since I've met an outsider. After meeting you in person, I'm actually really looking forward to this. I have a feeling you might just pass the cult leader's trial." Yugo quietly analyzed his words. He speaks as if he genuinely wants me to pass, but for some reason it sounds completely different from what most other sects want. Usually, they just want strong people to join and help the sect prosper. I have no idea what's going on to make him speak so seriously. After a moment of walking in thought, they arrived at their destination. The Sword King spoke again. "If you need to prepare, you really should visit the armory or the martial arts library." "So why did you come to the medicine dispensary instead?" Yugo replied naturally. "I'll visit the armory and the library later." Then, he suddenly threw a question back at him. "You said that excluding high-tier pills and advanced martial arts, you would provide absolutely anything I needed, right?" Mug confirmed. "Exactly." Right after that, the boy confidently walked over to his room's door, not forgetting to leave behind one final cocky remark. "You're going to regret saying that." The next morning out in the courtyard, everyone was busily drying out the medicinal herbs. Rare, precious herbs completely filled the baskets and jars, all neatly labeled and perfectly organized. The head pharmacist was visibly trembling, recalling how Yugo had relentlessly demanded every single rare ingredient inside the dispensary just moments ago. As it turned out, they weren't drying herbs at all. They were hauling everything out just to deliver it to his room. The pharmacist was utterly stunned. That's at least several 100 pounds of herbs. That amount is enough to fund the demonic cult in an all-out war against the Martial Arts Alliance. How the hell does he plan on using all of this by himself? His heart bleeding for the precious stock, he yelled out in regret. "I will say this one more time. Any herbs left over after 3 months must be returned in full. And remember, you're the only one who can use these. If any of the herbs get ruined..." He quickly cut him off. Yeah, I'll be the one paying out of pocket." I know. The entire courtyard, once packed with shelves of precious herbs, was now completely bare, swept utterly clean by him. The moment he had his loot, he turned to leave. "Well then, see you in 3 months." The pharmacist looked like he was on the verge of tears. "Don't forget you have to return the leftovers," he sighed inwardly. "Come on, I heard you the first time. There won't be anything left anyway." The stronghold of the heavenly demon cult sat high on a remote mountain peak, completely cut off from the outside world, though you could still spot airplanes passing overhead. He stood before a massive cavern, a sacred training ground for the cult. Since the heavy stone doors couldn't be breached from the outside, it was the absolute perfect spot for him. Yugan arrived here all alone, casually pulling out the massive stash of medicinal herbs he had just extorted. The sheer amount he had could easily rival the stock of a massive apothecary down in the town. He spread the herbs all over the ground, then slowly started eating them one by one. It looked like Yugan was planning to cram every last bit of it right into his stomach. Yugan felt like he was going to throw up at any second. He grumbled inwardly, realizing he had never eaten until his stomach was this painfully stuffed. "This tastes like absolute garbage. Seems like mixing some of these herbs actually created a poison." But he had purposely avoided any lethal combinations, so he could just power through the agonizing stomach cramps. After all, he had previously consumed the heart of Orochi, an item packed with an incredibly deadly toxin. He smiled to himself in satisfaction. "I was just wondering where the hell I'd find enough herbs to neutralize the Orochi's lethal poison, but looks like I hit the jackpot here." Just then, his mysterious egg suddenly opened its mouth. Yugan shot at a deadpan, terrifying glare, making the egg flinch in absolute shock. He was completely annoyed. "What, you little punk, you already pulled that stunt and you're still asking for more? If you even think about trying that again, I swear I'm going to fry you up and eat you." The system suddenly chimed with a warning. The egg was absolutely terrified out of its wits. The egg quietly went back to sleep. At that very moment, a wildly bold idea sparked in his mind. Right after, a system prompt appeared. "You have absorbed the 8th heart of Orochi. The Orochi's venom is spreading throughout your entire body. Your poison resistance has successfully countered the envenomed status effect. Poison resistance has increased by 1. Your arcane power is rapidly and continuously increasing by 1. At this point, he looked severely poisoned. Unable to hold it back, he violently coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Yugan felt as if every single nerve in his body was screaming in endless agony. He doubled over in pain. I need more herbs." All the while, his arcane power just kept surging higher and higher. Yugan desperately reached out his trembling hand to grab another handful of herbs, but the sheer agony forced him to collapse to the ground once again. He shuddered, suddenly realizing something was very wrong. "What the hell? The rate my arcane power is increasing. This isn't normal." Then, another notification popped up. He had acquired a brand new skill, Mana Domination. Yugan pondered for a moment. "I was just wondering what Mana Domination actually does. It feels like the mana itself is actively bending to my will. With this, maybe I can actually absorb every last drop of mana hiding inside the Orochi's heart." He forced himself up, grabbed a fistful of herbs, and began chewing them frantically. I never expected it to go this far. His arcane power surged yet again. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this is going to take quite a while. Fast forward 1 month later. Right outside the heavy stone doors of the training cavern, 2 figures stood waiting. Jarian scratched his head, clearly puzzled. It's already been a whole month and he hasn't done a single thing. I figured he'd at least step out halfway through to grab a secret martial art manual or something, but it looks like the crazy bastard is actually planning to stay in there for the full 3 months. Hamuk stroked his chin in deep thought. Anyone who manages to climb to this level would never pass up the chance to master a secret martial art of the Murim world. He should definitely know that by now, so what on earth is he doing in there? Just to push his physical limits, the Fistmaster went into strict seclusion and trained like a madman. The Heavenly Mountain literally shakes every single day from his sheer power. But Kim Yugan? What about him? He's been completely dead silent for the past month. I half expected him to have died in there. Jarian couldn't hide his burning curiosity. Seriously, what the hell is he even doing with all those medicinal herbs? Hamuk suddenly flinched. Wait a second, the cavern door is opening. Both of them held their breath, their eyes glued to the heavy stone doors in tense anticipation. Yugan casually strolled out from the shadows and asked in a relaxed tone, "Oh, did you guys come to pick me up?" However, the moment they got a clear look at his face, the 2 men were absolutely stunned. Being holed up in that dark cavern for so long had changed his appearance so drastically that they almost didn't even recognize him. The scene shifts as they take him straight to a local tavern. Right now, Yugan was tearing into a massive chicken leg, devouring it like a wild beast that had been starved for centuries. The 2 men just sat there in stunned silence, staring at him. Yugan, completely ignoring everyone around him, just kept furiously stuffing food into his mouth. Jarian finally couldn't hold back anymore and asked, "Hey, did you honestly starve yourself for a whole month in there? Weren't there plenty of fasting pills left in the training cavern?" He snatched up another chicken leg and mumbled with a full mouth. "I was planning to step out at least once anyway, so I didn't want to force down anything that tasted like garbage." Jarian's jaw dropped. "You're still eating? Does this guy have 3 stomachs or something?" He thought in disbelief, then asked aloud, "Wait, for this entire past month, did you seriously only eat those medicinal herbs?" "But why?" Hamuk quickly chimed in. "I don't see any signs of you being badly injured or poisoned at all." Hamuk suddenly had a realization. Poison. That's it. An antidote. There were certain ultra-rare elixirs that granted immense power, but they were notoriously difficult to absorb because they carried a highly lethal toxicity. Normally, most martial artists wouldn't risk their lives trying to absorb something that dangerous. But if someone had unlimited access to a mountain of free healing herbs, it actually made perfect sense. Still, just how insanely potent was the effect? And how deadly was the toxin to require that absurd amount of medicinal herbs? The moment he finally finished his monstrous meal, Yugan wiped his mouth and quickly stood up. "Thanks for the food, guys. I'm heading back now." Hamuk blinked, completely bewildered. "Where are you going? Don't tell me you're heading back into the training cavern." Yugan casually shook his head. "Nope." His laid-back demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a sharp, dead serious look. "Where is the martial arts archive?" The scene shifts to the Heavenly Demon Cult's martial arts archive. The atmosphere here was incredibly crisp, heavy with a profound and absolute silence. The moment Yugan arrived, he sharply scanned his surroundings. Catching sight of 2 heavily armed guards stationed at the entrance, he muttered inwardly, "Damn, security is tight." Are they all players? Judging by their aura, a few of them are practically at the level of high rankers. A martial arts archive is the absolute most critical location for any martial sect. It's the sacred vault that preserves the very roots, heritage, and foundational power of the entire clan. And naturally, as the very birthplace of the strongest martial artists, the Heavenly Demons themselves, this archive was the beating heart of the Heavenly Demon cult. Furthermore, suddenly, someone stepped forward, bowing respectfully and breaking his train of thought. "You must be Sir Kim Yugan, correct? I was informed of your arrival. I'll be your guide." With that, Yugan followed the man toward his destination. They arrived in no time. The guide swiftly opened the heavy doors, bowing as he spoke. "We have arrived, sir." Yugan stared in absolute awe. "Can I really read any book in here?" The guide nodded. "That is correct." The man made sure to add a warning. "However, the texts behind that specific door are strictly forbidden. Please keep that in mind. Other than that, you are free to use this space as you please. Take all the time you need." With a final bow, the guide left him alone in the vast room. Standing in the center of the massive library, Yugan was utterly speechless. Shaking off his shock, he quickly began searching for the right texts. There really are a ton of basic martial arts manuals available to outsiders here. This has to be 4 times the size of the Namgung clan's archive. I've been to plenty of martial libraries, but I've never seen anything this massive. He sighed. "Well, I've still got 2 months left until the trial. I have to find it within a month. A countermeasure against the Fist Lord, one of the 4 heavenly lords of the Heavenly Demon Cult, and an absolute peak expert in the martial world. The answer has to be around here somewhere." The very foundation of the heavenly demon cult, the absolute origin of the martial arts mastered by Qian Mujin. The scene shifted to the Sword King's private study. He looked up, clearly surprised. Several months, you say? The subordinate reporting to him nodded respectfully. Yes, my lord. He spent an entire month isolated in the training cave and then devoted the following month exclusively to reading in the Grand Archive. I went to check on him myself, and it genuinely looks like he intends to read every single book in there. The Sword King scoffed in disbelief. Ridiculous! That's something people couldn't achieve in 3 years, let alone 3 months. He narrowed his eyes. Everything that kid does is undeniably bizarre. It was the exact same story when he went to gather those spiritual herbs. Jarian chimed in. Not only that, sir, but his current actions are nothing short of a complete waste of time. No matter how I look at it, I truly don't believe he is worthy of your attention. The Sword King took a slow, leisurely sip of his tea. You make a fair point. I absolutely cannot fathom or predict a single thing he does. Pausing for a moment, a faint, amused smile crept onto his face. But that only makes me look forward to him even more. Back on Yugan's side, a voice called out. It's only midday. How come you're out so early, sir? You usually stay locked in there until late at night. Yugan casually stepped out of the archive. I just finished up what I needed to do. He looked noticeably less battered and exhausted compared to his time in the training cave. I've finally found everything I was looking for. Meanwhile, back with the Sword King, his thoughts continued. Furthermore, that boy constantly defies my expectations. Yet another month slipped by. Inside a private room, a deep voice echoed. 1 month in closed-door meditation. 1 month buried in the archives, and then he spent another whole month back in the training cave. This was the waiting area of the Heavenly Demon Cult's main arena. Baek Lim muttered to himself in frustration. Am I just wasting my breath here? Did he really have to waste his final 3 months doing all of that nonsense? Well, it seems like everyone is eagerly anticipating this rookie's debut, so I suppose I'll try my best not to kill him. The scene shifted to the grand arena. The atmosphere was incredibly thick with tension, yet the surrounding crowd couldn't stop whispering among themselves. It had been a long time since they had such a thrilling change of pace. Man, getting the chance to witness the skills of a Heavenly Lord in person is incredibly rare. I heard that Kim Yugan kid is pretty famous too. The major guilds are apparently going crazy trying to recruit him. The Fist Lord was finally ready. He stepped out from the waiting room, radiating an absolutely overwhelming and majestic aura. The crowd immediately erupted into awestruck murmurs. Whoa, it's the actual Fist Lord! This is insane. It's my first time ever seeing him in the flesh. He looks utterly terrifying. You seriously can't mess with him. The Fist Lord silently observed the chatter around him, scoffing internally. The cult has truly grown weak. I never expected it to be filled with such pathetic weaklings. Unable to tolerate the relentless noise any longer, Baek Lim finally snapped. He roared in fury. Silence! All of you! This upcoming bout is not some run-of-the-mill sparring match. This is the sacred trial of the Heavenly Demon. You all better show some damn respect. The moment his voice thundered across the arena, the entire crowd froze, not daring to breathe even a little. Suddenly, a profoundly powerful aura rapidly approached from the distance. After 3 months of grueling training, Yugan seemed entirely reborn. The sheer intensity rolling off his body made everyone in the crowd gasp in shock. Sensing the suffocating tension in the air, Yugan tilted his head in confusion. What's with this super heavy atmosphere? Baek Lim glared at him. You are late, Kim Yugan. Without missing a beat, Yugan swiftly drew his blade. Really? I thought I was right on time. Besides, the main character always makes a dramatic entrance at the perfect moment, right? The Fist Lord sized him up with a sharp gaze. I see your arrogant way of speaking hasn't changed one bit. Excellent. Then let us begin at once. I am genuinely curious to see just how far you've progressed over these past 3 months. With those words, the second trial of the Heavenly Demon Cult officially began. Yugan smirked, brimming with absolute confidence. I promise you, sir, you are not going to regret giving me those 3 months. His mission for this trial was simple. Dodge or block 3 consecutive strikes from the Fist Lord. But the moment Yugan finished speaking, the older man viciously surged his internal energy and launched a devastating attack. The raw pressure crushing down from the Lord was utterly monstrous. Just the sheer act of channeling his internal energy was enough to shatter the ground beneath him, sending debris flying wildly into the air. The very first strike was unleashed. Yugan froze for a split second, completely blindsided by the sheer, terrifying magnitude of the power rushing toward him. This is Heavenly Thunder. The match had literally just begun. Yet the Fist Lord was already unleashing a lethal finishing move of catastrophic proportions. Pitch black clouds aggressively swirled in the sky above, as violent streaks of lightning crashed down straight toward Yugan. That colossal storm cloud looked as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Standing before such a primordial force of nature, Yugan looked like nothing more than an insignificant speck. But despite the overwhelming odds, he didn't flinch for a single second. Yugan gritted his teeth and tightened his iron grip on his sword. I can't believe he's using this as his opening move. If that hits me, I am completely dead. Baek Lim smirked in satisfaction. So you dodged, huh? Smart choice, because if you had tried to block that, you'd be a bloody mess right now. Yuan calculated his next move. Mana. No, in the martial world, they call it inner energy. I can't believe the penalty was lowered enough for a ranker to use this much energy. He really came prepared. This is my second time fighting a ranker, but this guy, he's on a completely different level. Chrysis was already injured when fighting the old man, and he was under a much heavier penalty. He quickly sized up the situation. Besides, compared to the Fist Lord, Chrysis was way weaker. The Fist Lord gave him 0 time to breathe. Surging his inner energy, he readied his second strike. His hands blurred through the air, moving so fast that no one could even track his motions. Let's see you dodge this! 100-step lightning fist! Yuan immediately activated his mind's eye skill to predict the incoming attack. The fist aimed dead center at his face, but he swiftly slipped past it. Right behind him, the ground violently erupted into dust and debris, as if a massive hurricane had just ripped through. Baek Lim scoffed. You dodged again. He muttered in his mind, that kid, his movements aren't just fast, it's almost like he's reading my every move. Baek Lim stared him down, his eyes glowing a fierce red. Is that a skill? A skill that lets him see right through my attacks, so he actually had a reason to be this cocky. Thinking Yuan was a one-trick pony, a condescending smirk spread across his face. Baek Lim roared as he charged forward. The martial world is far too vast for you to rely on just one petty skill. The Fist King raised a hand dripping with killing intent, aiming a devastating blow right at him. He gloated. This time, as long as we stand beneath the same sky, there is nowhere for you to hide. Watching from above, the Sword King noted, it seems this strike will spill out of the arena. We need to put up a barrier immediately, or the spectators will get caught in the blast. The Spear King reacted instantly. I'm on it. Glancing down, the ground was already crumbling under the Fist King's terrifying aura. Yuan glanced up at the Heavenly Lords rushing into action. Wait, is there something different about this attack? He quickly calculated the odds. With this scale, it's going to swallow the entire arena. I can't dodge this, Yuan deduced. But with a wider range, the raw power behind it should drop. He made his choice. He would take the hit head on. Without hesitation, he channeled his power. The power of a giant surged through his arm, initiating a partial giant transformation. Baek Lim scoffed in surprise. Not dodging anymore? That might be the right call, but you've picked the wrong opponent for that. With that, a vicious glare flashed in his eyes, and he instantly unleashed his decisive strike. This was the third move, the final blow. Heaven-shattering lightning. True to its name, its destructive force was absolute, like a massive bomb dropping right into a city. Up in the stands, one of the cultists was caught in the shockwave and violently blasted away. Grasping for air, the disciple choked out, I'm gonna die. Pure terror gripped the crowd. Is this the true power of a lord? Everyone peered anxiously through the thick clouds of ash and smoke. What about Kim Yuan? Did he survive? He was perfectly fine. A system prompt suddenly popped up. You have successfully blocked 3 strikes from the Fist Lord. Baek Lim. You have passed the second trial of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Even Yuan was a bit shaken. He's a martial arts grandmaster, a player, and a high-ranking tower climber. His strength, it's exactly like the rumor said. Yuan let out a deep breath. I managed to block it, but the way he seamlessly fuses martial arts with system skills is absolutely terrifying. On the other side, Baek Lim was just as stunned. So, you actually blocked it? He evaluated the boy with newfound seriousness. I was certain he'd be crushed, but he took that head on without a single scratch. A sly, predatory grin slowly crept onto the Fist Lord's face. Trembling with excitement, Baek Lim shouted, Do you want to keep playing? A system prompt materialized. Will you continue the trial? Yuan weighed his options. The system penalties are piling up on him, so he's going to use his full strength right from the start now. But honestly, this is exactly what I've been waiting for. Without a word, he began channeling his dark aura straight into his blade. Baek Lim's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, making him stammer. How the hell do you possess the heavenly demonic aura? Yuan replied calmly. You can't call this the real heavenly demonic aura just yet. It's nothing more than an incomplete shield. The Blade King chimed in. Did he really spend 1 month in the Grand Library just to learn that? Not bad at all. Even the Fist Lord looks totally spooked. The Sword King observed intensely. The fundamental principle of the heavenly demonic aura is form, the physical manifestation of demonic energy, shaping it into something with a will of its own. Even if he only grasped the absolute basics of forming it, that is undeniably the heavenly demonic aura. Kim Yuan. Just who exactly is this monster? Meanwhile, Yuan raised his sword. Since you don't seem eager to attack, I guess I'll make the first move. As he spoke, a chilling, murderous intent swept across Yuan's face as he locked eyes with Baek Lim. Inwardly, he sighed in relief. Thank God it has some psychological effect. If this were the complete heavenly demonic aura, it would have just made taming him a whole lot easier. It was almost pathetic. In practically no time, Yuan had successfully parried the Fist Lord's 47th strike, causing the old man to curse furiously. Damn it to hell. Baek Lim gritted his teeth. Even as a mere shield, it strikes fear into the martial masters of our cult because of how absurdly hard it is to master. but it's definitely getting weaker compared to the first clash. An incomplete heavenly demonic aura is bound to degrade over time, Bakelim roared. Now, fight me fair and square! Come on now, Kim Yu-won replied effortlessly. I never thought I'd hear a ranker begging for a fair fight against a normal player. The Fist Lord unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, but Yu-won swiftly deflected every single one with his blade. By now, he had successfully blocked the 59th strike of Fist Lord Bakelim. Yu-won was starting to feel the fatigue setting in. Such monstrous, overwhelming power. Time dragged on, yet the old man's stamina seemed completely endless. Is he actually adapting to the heavenly demonic aura? Or is my aura just running out of juice? Bakelim didn't let up. 59 strikes. I must admit, I'm genuinely impressed. He glared viciously at the boy. But it looks like that little toy of yours won't hold out much longer. Am I right? As Kim Yugan spoke, he clenched his fist tight. The penalty was scaling up, and this time it would definitely... Before Yugan could even finish his sentence, he took a brutal punch to the gut. Blood splattered everywhere. He quickly activated his Titan form. The giant's power wrapped heavily around his arm, triggering a partial transformation due to his low stamina. He immediately followed up, unleashing a fierce Mana Orb attack. On the other side, Bakelim gritted his teeth, intensely channeling his inner ki. It looked like the old man was also suffering from the penalty, but he still refused to back down. His arm blurred as he threw a devastating punch into thin air. A massive explosion erupted, tearing the ground apart as if it were being violently plowed over. Thick smoke and dust filled the air, yet the old man stood as unyielding as a statue. Bakelim was genuinely surprised. Even though he managed to learn a fraction of the heavenly demon spirit, I cannot believe a rookie who just reached this floor is holding out against me for so long. He is truly on a whole other level. But then again, I am thoroughly enjoying this fight, and I won't be pushed around so easily. With that, his savage barrage of attacks was about to strike once more. Bakelim roared, "Come at me, Kim Yugan!" Yugan cursed in frustration under his breath. "Damn it!" The old master mocked him. "What is the matter with you? Where did all that confidence go?" Yugan spun around, right as the master prepared to launch another strike. Each incoming attack was growing heavier and heavier, no matter how tough he was. At the end of the day, he was still human. Facing the overwhelming might of a ranker, he was seriously struggling. By now, Yugan had successfully blocked the 89th strike of Fistmaster Bakelim, but the man showed no signs of stopping. Instead, Bakelim looked like he was deeply enjoying a thrilling game. Yugan thought to himself in a panic, "The duration of the heavenly demon spirit is over. If I take even one more hit, I am completely done for." But right now, the old man wasn't leaving a single opening to counterattack. Yugan replied honestly, panting, "But I am not having fun at all." Bakelim grinned and pressed on, "This is only the beginning, so you better not spout such weak words." Seeing that Yugan hadn't launched a single attack, he provoked him. "Are you just going to keep dodging forever? Fine then, dodge all you want." With that, Bakelim unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes straight at him. Yugan gritted his teeth, barely holding on. "If this keeps up, I am going to be at a massive disadvantage. I have to end this fast. I need to close the distance. I just need to stop his movements for a single second." He immediately activated his Titan form, his massive empowered hand swinging viciously at the old man. A system notification popped up. All Titan power has been concentrated into the right hand. Even just for a moment, this will do, he told himself. At that very second, his offensive power was temporarily converted into pure durability. The intense battle raged on, with the odds heavily favoring the Fist King. Suddenly, a flicker of hesitation in his opponent caught his eye. An opening. A ferocious punch came barreling toward him, and miraculously, Yugan brought his hand up just in time to block it. But the sheer force of the old man's internal ki was so overwhelming that Yugan's wrist immediately started bleeding. Bakelim's eyes went wide with shock. He actually blocked it at such close range? How is that possible? Wait, what is happening with the sword he is using? Before the master could even process it, Yugan viciously slashed his sword straight across the Fist King's chest. A long, deep gash was torn open, and fresh blood began pouring out endlessly. After landing that desperate strike, Yugan looked completely exhausted. His massive Titan-like hand quickly shrank back to its normal size. Bakelim stood frozen, utterly stunned. Unbelievable. To think I would actually bleed in a fight against a mere player. No. The real problem was that I left myself wide open, letting him land a clean hit on my chest. If we keep going, I will obviously win in just a few more moves. But this is not a deathmatch. It is a trial. If only Yugan had a little more time. If only his level and stats were just a bit higher. Thinking of this, the old man finally sighed and declared, "I have lost." The entire arena erupted in absolute disbelief. The Fistmaster admitted defeat? No way! That is impossible! Up in the VIP stands, the other three kings watched with deep intrigue. Ha! A miracle has actually happened! Mug thought to himself in awe. Indeed, this is a miracle. This young man truly has an incredible gift. Another one spoke up. But the trial went far beyond the established rules. The Sword King shook his head. No, our only duty is to observe. Deep down, he knew that the heavenly demon himself was personally watching this unfold. The system chimed. You have flawlessly passed the second trial of the heavenly demon cult. You have acquired the skill, heavenly demon spirit. Cutting back to the private chamber of the Four Kings, someone asked, is it really okay to just leave things as they are? The Spear King voiced his concerns. Almost everyone rushes to the Grand Library to search for the heavenly demon spirit. Mug just shrugged it off casually. It is fine. There is a very good reason why the heavenly demon spirit is kept in the low-tier martial arts section of the library. At first glance, the heavenly demon spirit looks absolutely no different from any basic breathing and cultivation technique. How many fools do you think can actually read it and recognize it for what it truly is? Not to mention, actually mastering it is a completely different story. The Blade King nodded in realization. I get it now. The simple act of finding and learning it was a trial in itself. Mug smiled comfortingly. Exactly. So, Beglim, you really shouldn't feel too ashamed about this. Who could have ever predicted that he would find and learn the heavenly demon spirit in just 3 months? Beglim sat there in deep thought. Hearing that, he let out a dry scoff. Ashamed? Suddenly, he burst into a booming fit of laughter, leaving the Blade King and Spear King utterly confused. Beglim recalled the fight. In that impossible situation, he desperately looked for a single opening. And he actually found it. Thinking of this, he spoke with absolute certainty. Kim Yugan. One day, that boy will become a high-tier ranker, and perhaps he might even surpass the sect leader himself. It has been a very, very long time since I had this much fun. The Blade King was completely speechless. How dare you casually spout such blasphemous words? The Spear King also sighed helplessly. Who would look at that grin and think it was the face of a loser? Beglim just laughed even harder, thoroughly enjoying himself. Spearmaster, Blade Master, how about you two try fighting Kim Yugan as well? Getting to go one-on-one with our future sect leader might turn out to be the greatest honor of your lives. The Blade King groaned in annoyance. You are way too loud. Meanwhile, the Sword King was deep in serious thought. The sect leader will undoubtedly seek him out soon, for the final trial. A power bar flickered onto the screen. His arcane power was currently at 98. Right now, Yugan was lying in bed, resting to recover. His arm looked like it had taken severe damage. Looking at that score, he still wasn't satisfied. Damn it. It is a shame my arcane power hasn't hit triple digits yet. He thought back to the fight. That slash across Bim's chest, it was way too shallow. If the old man hadn't thrown in the towel, I would have lost 100%. I countered with my left after blocking his strike with my right, but this wasn't just a simple gap in raw power. Yugan's mind raced. When you're up against rankers, brute force alone just doesn't cut it. Still, I guess I should just be glad I survived the second trial. He figured the wound would take about 2 days to heal. Thank God my recovery rate is so insanely fast, he thought. At least he didn't have to sit around listening to any more old man lectures. Plus, he had actually obtained the heavenly demon spirit. This was the ultimate exclusive technique of the cult, forged by the Supreme Patriarch himself. It completely overpowered all lower-tier martial arts. He checked his status, feeling pretty smug. I unlocked this skill on my own. It wasn't even a reward. Not bad at all. Even high-level rankers would kill for an A-rank skill like this. This was a technique that Chun Mu-jin had mastered to absolute perfection. I wonder, for the final trial, instead of fighting a phantom in an illusion barrier, will I actually get to face the man himself? Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Lord Yugan, are you there? The heavenly demon summons you. Without wasting a second, he made his way to the Patriarch's manor inside the heavenly demon cult. A subordinate bowed deeply, treating him with utmost respect. His eminence ordered that only you may enter. Yugan stepped straight into the pitch-black room. Where is he? I can't sense his presence at all. Then again, I guess it's totally normal that I can't track a top-tier ranker just yet. Down below, his monster egg was squirming, clearly anxious. It bared its little fangs as Yugan scanned the darkness to pinpoint the threat. It has to be this way, he figured. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura crushed down from the shadows above, followed by a heavy, gravelly voice. So, the boy arrives. It was him, the heavenly demon, Chun Mu-jin. Yugan offered a respectful bow. I heard you were looking for me. Mu-jin replied smoothly, Indeed. How is that arm of yours? Yugan held up his arm for the old man to see. As you can tell. Suddenly, his sword pulsed with energy, triggering the effect of the Twilight Blade. Under the cover of darkness, your health regeneration is boosted. Health regeneration plus 102%. The heavenly demon's sharp eyes instantly locked onto the glowing blade. That is a mighty fine sword, good enough to make even me want to steal it. Yugan scoffed inwardly. Seriously? Show this guy a shiny sword and his greed just flares right up. He rejected the hint bluntly. Sorry, but no can do. A certain grumpy old man would actually chew my head off if I didn't take good care of my own weapon. The heavenly demon continued, unfazed. That blade was forged by Hephaestus, wasn't it? Ah. Yes, that man certainly has the right to be demanding. Yugan blinked in surprise. Wait, you know that old guy.
The demon chuckled. Not personally, I just happened to wield one of his masterpieces a long time ago. Ball.
As he spoke, raging chi began swirling furiously around his hands. Mujin glared down at him. Enough idle chatter. Let us begin the final trial. Yugan flinched. Wait, you mean right now? He put on his best pitiful expression.
Are you serious? Even with my arm busted up like this?
The old man raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just brag that you were completely fine? Yugan shot back defensively. I said moving it isn't an issue, but I'm in no shape for a real deathmatch.
Mujin wasn't about to let him whine any longer. It does not matter. You won't be using your hands for this anyway. Yugan gritted his teeth in frustration. This crazy old man just does whatever he wants. And here I was hoping to tackle the final trial at peak condition.
In the blink of an eye, Mujin vanished into a thick cloud of mist. Instantly, Yugan's eyes flared a brilliant, glowing red. He gritted his teeth. Is this an illusion barrier? Then, that booming voice echoed from the void. What are you dawdling for? Step inside. He quickly scanned his surroundings. This barrier was completely different from the last one. Way more intricate, far more dangerous. Right now, his evil eye was fighting desperately to pierce through the soul-binding array. System alert! The evil eye has failed to overcome the soul-binding array. Yugan cursed, struggling against the invisible pressure. Damn it! I can't break through this thing! One wrong step and I'm going to get sucked in? Suddenly, a massive, forceful hand grabbed him by the collar and violently yanked him right through. And just like that, Yugan was forcefully dragged into the Heavenly Demon Cave. The final, ultimate trial of the Heavenly Demon cult had officially begun. Endless swirling mist choked the air where Yugan stood, forcing him to throw an arm over his face to shield his eyes. Only after he finally found his footing did he slowly lower his arm to take in the view. A familiar silhouette was walking just ahead of him. The cavern was pitch black, yet oddly enough, he could see the man's figure perfectly. Noticing the boy's dumbfounded expression, the old man spoke up. Follow me. Yugan channeled his inner chi, and instantly a bright flame sparked to life in his palm, lighting up their path. Mujin glanced back, clearly intrigued. Oh ho? So you've already mastered the Heavenly Demon Spirit? Yugan smirked, answering quickly. Yep, picked up the skill too. The old man nodded slowly. Then you should have no trouble keeping it under control. Skills, systems, and all those little conveniences, they really have made this world a much softer place. You are an exceptional martial artist, boy. Take good care of it. Yugan blinked, totally caught off guard. Wait, what? Yugan's mind spun. Take good care of it? What the hell does that mean? Just then, his monster egg bared its fangs again, practically drooling at whatever was ahead. Its wild reaction sent a jolt of alarm right through him. He snapped his gaze forward, and there, floating right in front of him, was an eerie, blazing purple flame. The bizarre fire cast a haunting glow across the entire cavern. He swallowed hard. This energy, this is a power from outside the tower. It's faint, but it's definitely there. I can literally feel the aura of an outer god. Is this why the egg has been going crazy ever since we stepped foot inside the cult? He stared at the roaring purple blaze in absolute shock. Suddenly, a translucent system window popped up. Warning! The Great Flame skill is currently vibrating wildly due to a mysterious power. Mujin's voice dropped, turning dead serious. The sacred fire, that is what we call it. There is an ancient prophecy, passed down from an era long forgotten, ever since our cult first settled on Mount Heaven and discovered this very flame. The demonic cult exists for one purpose: to protect this flame and to find its true master. That was the absolute will of the first heavenly demon, the second heavenly demon, and even my own master. They dedicated their entire lives to this singular purpose before passing on, and I shall do the exact same. Yuan questioned him. A prophecy? Do you actually believe in something like that? The old man continued. The heavenly demon cult was a religion before it was ever a martial sect, and the foundation of any religion will crumble if its faith is shaken. After an endless passage of time, factions far more powerful than the cult began to emerge. As the heavenly demon, I had no choice but to rely on deception to protect the sacred flame. And that was when he established a new absolute rule. From that moment on, anyone wishing to join the cult had to face a brutal trial to prove their worth. Yuan connected the dots. So, you designed this trial and disguised the sacred flame as the ultimate reward? Mujin nodded. Exactly. By masking the sacred flame as the final trial, I could keep it hidden and protected. That is why the difficulty became so absurdly high. Yuan probed further. Has anyone else ever made it this far? Mujin's eyes grew distant as he recalled the past. The Sword Lord, Shin Muguk, he laid eyes upon it once. He paused for a heavy moment before adding, but even he couldn't conquer it. With that, Mujin raised his hand, channeling his immense internal energy. Now begins your final trial. Endure this flame. Endure until the sacred flame recognizes you. Before Yuan could even react, he was left completely stunned as a roaring inferno of crimson fire violently swirled around him. The system suddenly chimed in. If you surrender, this trial will immediately end. Mujin watched with a dark, heavy expression. He knew that even for a monster like Yuan, surviving this would be agonizingly difficult. I practically ordered him to walk right into a blazing inferno, Mujin thought. True, the great sage Sun Wukong once endured over 40 days inside the 8 trigrams furnace, but that was a trial Wukong faced when he was already nearing the absolute summit of the tower. Mujin couldn't help but worry. Forget about enduring it. Could he even survive? Even if Yugan possessed the heavenly demon spirit and had withstood the brutal punches of the Fist Lord, against this divine, mystical power, all mortal achievements were rendered completely meaningless. Before the flame, you are nothing more than a frail, lowly human. Mujin intensely scrutinized the boy's face, yet shockingly, Yuan's expression hadn't changed at all. Yuan's eyes had already shifted to a glowing, piercing red. This flame didn't just burn flesh. It fueled itself by devouring pure fear. His fiery eyes were actively fighting back against the sacred flame, and his pyromancer's robe was desperately resisting the intense heat. Yuan analyzed the situation. This is just pure power taking the physical form of fire. It corrodes and incinerates anyone weak enough to fear it. I just have to convince myself that it's not hot, he muttered under his breath. Just then, the mysterious egg he carried suddenly snapped its eyes open, violently baring its fangs at the flames. Yuan quickly held it back. Hey, calm down. If you devour all of it, there won't be any left for me. He reached out his hand, letting the blazing aura wash over him. Man, it's been a really long time since I've felt a sensation quite like this. He thought of those cosmic horrors, entities capable of inducing a despair far more agonizing than death itself, beings that completely defied mortal logic and comprehension, the outer gods. After all those days I spent clashing and waging war against them, if I let myself be terrified by a mere flame, I don't deserve to wield it. As that thought crossed his mind, his gaze turned incredibly fierce. I don't give a damn what kind of divine fire you think you are, he snarled. I've stared down the outer gods so many times, I'm absolutely sick of it. The only thing that got weaker when I regressed to the past was my physical body. His mind flashed back to the endless blood-soaked war against the outer gods. Gripping my blade, I fought like a madman just to survive in a world that was crumbling to dust. I made an absolute vow to keep fighting when I returned to this timeline. Boom. Horrific memories surged through his mind. The suffocating despair that blotted out the highest heavens. The maddening gloom festering at the bottom of the abyssal swamps. The abomination that should never have been born. The foolish calamity. During that endless, hellish war against those monsters, I hardened my resolve hundreds of thousands of times alongside brothers in arms who bled and died by my side. And after I regressed, after clawing my way back up from the very first floor, my heart didn't grow weaker. It forged itself into something unbreakable, something immensely powerful. Yuan threw his head back and roared at the top of his lungs. I came back to this timeline for one reason and one reason only. I returned to annihilate every last one of you. The very second those words left his lips, the raging inferno lashed out, attacking him with a ferocious new intensity. But Yuan didn't flinch, not even a fraction of an inch. Instead, the absolute defiance in his eyes only burned brighter. At that exact moment, the dark sacred crystal resting in his hand erupted with a blinding light. A system notification aggressively flashed before his eyes. You have successfully cleared the trial of the heavenly demon cult. And with that final ringing chime, from this moment forward, he had officially secured the prestigious title, Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Immediately following the notification, an overwhelming surge of energy washed over him. He had acquired a transcendent skill, one vastly superior to the giant's fire. He had obtained the sacred flame. Naturally, his combat stats skyrocketed right alongside it. Having fully conquered the challenge, the pathway to teleport to the next floor was now wide open to him. Yuan took a deep breath, looking at his hands. So, I actually cleared the trial? I guess it decided not to fight me to the bitter end after all. It's real. I've actually made this flame mine. Meanwhile, standing vigil outside the trial grounds, Mujin gasped in shock as the raging sea of fire abruptly vanished into thin air. His heart pounded against his ribs. Did he surrender? The old man muttered frantically to himself. Or did the flames turn him to ash? But the very second that dark thought crossed his mind, a familiar, imposing silhouette slowly emerged from the dissipating smoke. Yuan had survived, and the sacred flame was peacefully returning to its original, dormant state. Standing tall amidst the fading embers, the boy looked less like a human and more like an absolute demon king. A storm of chaotic questions swirled fiercely inside Mujin's head. Unable to contain his overwhelming anticipation, Mujin finally broke the silence. The trial? How did it go? But, as Mujin got a clearer look at the boy's piercing aura, his jaw dropped. For a moment, the Grand Master was left completely speechless, not knowing how to even react. Just to put into perspective the immense weight of the Vice Lord title. It was a position that commanded absolute dominance, granting the supreme authority to order any cultist who had sworn a blood pact with the Heavenly Demon Cult. Although this title could technically be revoked by the ruling Heavenly Demon, the sacred flame itself was an eternal fire that could never be extinguished. Reacting directly to the fear and emotions of its enemies, the flame could output devastatingly explosive power without consuming any extra mana whatsoever. And best of all, it possessed a sentient will. It would absolutely never harm a target its master wished to protect. Several days later, Sitting alone in his private chambers, Mujin still couldn't get the boy out of his head. He sat in total silence, replaying the awe-inspiring image of Yuan emerging from the flames over and over again. It had taken days, but the reality had finally sunk in. Yuan had actually done the impossible. He had conquered the sacred flame. Suddenly, the heavy wooden doors to his room swung wide open. Yuan stood there, his gaze calm yet intensely profound. Mujin let out a soft sigh and broke the silence. "So, you've arrived." The two of them silently walked out into a tranquil inner courtyard. "You recovered consciousness a lot faster than I expected," Mujin remarked, glancing at him. "And it looks like you miraculously avoided getting burned to a crisp," Yuan replied with an icy, unfazed tone. "Yeah. By the way, you don't actually have any reason to stay tied down to this place anymore, do you? I've inherited the sacred flame, which means I'm pretty sure your grand duty as the heavenly demon is finally complete." Mujin let out a dry, nostalgic chuckle. "Old habits die hard, kid. They aren't something you can just toss away overnight. The mere thought of packing up and wandering somewhere else honestly just makes me feel exhausted." Yuan seamlessly shifted the topic. "The system granted me a new title." Mujin abruptly cut him off, a knowing smirk on his face. "Let me guess, the Vice Lord of the cult?" "Just accept it proudly," the old master urged. "After all, you now wield the absolute power of the sacred flame, and you possess the spirit of the heavenly demon. It's your right to think so, but even if I become a proxy, I am never joining the heavenly demon cult." He told him, "Do as you please. This power isn't meant to shackle you. It's the rightful reward you earned for passing the trial. We may not be what we once were, but the demonic cult has stood against the martial world for a very long time. It is the absolute authority to command that power. Consider it another invaluable reward, just like the sacred flame." Yu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank God. At least he wasn't trying to force him to become the next heavenly demon. Yu briskly stood up. "In that case, I'll gratefully accept it." Mujin called out, "Leaving so soon?" Yu replied, "Yeah, I need to get going. But I'll be back when the Great Martial War breaks out." Mujin looked at him, visibly intrigued. "You actually plan to participate?" Yu gave a faint smile. "If I can, well then, I'm off." Mujin stared intently at the young man's fading back. "Is my duty truly finished now?" The heavy shackles that had bound him for so long had finally vanished. A wave of complicated emotions washed over him. What am I supposed to do now? Wait, there's still that. The ultimate ambition the heavenly demon cult hungered for, even before the sacred flame ever appeared. Looks like it is time for us to return to the martial world. The scene shifted to the 11th floor of the tower. Underneath a brilliant, crystal-clear sky, the frantic, trembling voice of a man echoed out. "Please, let it be this time. Please, please, please!" The man muttering these desperate prayers was a player named Halliman. Finally, it's up! He had been anxiously waiting for the team placements to drop. He scanned the list, thinking to himself, "All right, Vlad and Mel are definitely on my team. Let's see who else." But as he read further down, cold sweat began pouring down his face. "Are you kidding me? What the hell is this?" he shrieked. "It's full of randoms I've never even heard of. And wait, are those blacklisted trolls on here too?" Swallowing hard, he nervously switched tabs. Then, what about Team B? Halliman hurriedly clicked the screen. "Player Zia, a rare healer, and a direct descendant of the Namgung clan. With them, anyone could breeze through the 11th floor." Wait, it's Namgung Hoon's team. He stared in absolute horror. Team B was absolutely stacked with famous names everyone knew. How could my luck possibly be this garbage? I've already failed this floor 3 times, and this lineup is straight up the worst one yet. Desperate, he scrolled back to his own team. No, wait, let me look again. It can't really be that hopeless, right? Right there on the roster, a specific name caught his eye. Kim Yugan. Halliman flinched. No way. Don't tell me it's the Kim Yugan. Rumor has it the guy's an absolute monster, but against a total skill gap of over 200 players? There's just no way we can win. Man, that guy's luck is just as rotten as mine. Meanwhile, in another location, a heavy thud echoed as someone furiously slammed their fist against a desk. 30 points? Are you kidding me?
"Why the hell is a single room so ridiculously expensive?" the man roared. The innkeeper lazily replied, "Looks like you just climbed up to this floor, newbie. That's just how things work around here. If you don't want to pay, the door is right behind you."
Standing nearby, Yugan watched the scene, utterly unimpressed. "So childish," he scoffed inwardly. All the names I recognize, the major guilds, the purebloods, all the top-tier talents, they stacked every single one of them onto Team B and shoved me over to Team A. The examiner for the 11th floor trial is Hypnos, a proxy of Olympus. So this is how they're planning to get back at me for last time, huh? Do they seriously want me dead that badly? I'll give them credit. They set this trap up perfectly. Talk about a completely garbage start. Glancing over at the innkeeper, who was busy yawning his head off, Yugan stepped up to the counter. Got any rooms left? The man barely looked at him. Only the top suite is left, and that one goes for 100 points. Without missing a beat, Yugan casually replied, "That's fine." A look of pure annoyance flashed across the innkeeper's face. Yugan didn't care and just kept talking. "By the way, do you guys carry enough physical cash here?" The moment he heard the word cash, the innkeeper instantly straightened his posture. "Yes, of course we do." The man's tone completely flipped. "Ah, but what kind of bills are we talking about exactly?" Yugan swiftly pulled out a thick stack of bills and slammed them onto the counter. 374 bills, each worth 1,000 points. "Take out your commission fee and convert the rest of this straight into points," he ordered. The innkeeper stared at Yugan, suddenly feeling as if the young man was radiating a blinding, majestic aura. Overwhelmed by the dazzling power of wealth, the innkeeper bowed furiously. "Oh, understood right away, sir." In a flash, Yugan received 366,320 points, bringing his current balance to a massive 931,420 points. A system prompt chimed. "Would you like to summon an attendant?" Yugan immediately hit yes. A split second later, a tiny glowing fairy popped into existence. "Hi there, how can I help you today, sir?" Yugan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "So this is the 11th floor administrator's taste? Well, whatever. It's still miles better than some creepy grinning clown." Shaking off the thought, he stated, "I want to open the shop." The fairy fluttered excitedly. "Ooh, just tell me what you're looking for." "We've got absolutely everything in stock. Well, except for the things we don't have. So, what'll it be?" Yugan squinted deep in thought. This little fairy is being way too overly friendly. Did it actually sniff out all my cash? He mused. Out loud, he simply said, "Just open the menu. I'll browse for myself." The fairy beamed a radiant smile and gave a crisp snap of its tiny fingers. "Right away, boss." Instantly, a massive holographic shop window popped up, packed with dozens of incredibly useful items. All right, Yugan thought. The core material I need to complete the divine black crystal. Adamantium. I have to find it. It's got to be in here somewhere. After a bit of scrolling, his eyes locked onto it. Adamantium. The absolute strongest metal in existence. The ultimate dream material of every blacksmith. Barely hiding his excitement, he immediately pointed at it. "Hey, little fairy, how much for this?" But instead of just telling him the price, the fairy cheerfully dodged the question. "Ooh, adamantium. Top tier raw material right there." The tiny fairy tilted its head in confusion. "But sir, why on earth would you buy unfinished raw materials? We have so many fully crafted legendary items that are way better," he explained. "Finished items cost a fortune. It's way cheaper to just buy the raw materials and craft it myself." The little fairy gave a bright smile. "I totally get that, but adamantium is a special case. It's an unbreakable material, a guiding ore that actually amplifies mana. Amazing, isn't it? You won't find another material like it anywhere else in this world." Yugan quietly evaluated the situation. This little guy. His intel is surprisingly detailed. The fairy continued, "Even if you forge a top-tier item, as long as you can melt it down, there'll still be some leftover scraps, right?" He was genuinely surprised. Damn, everything this thing is saying is dead on. Because of its sheer toughness and durability, fewer than 10 of the world's top blacksmiths can even melt the stuff. But thanks to its extraordinary properties, the smiths call it the phantom ore. The little fairy pressed on. "And you're pretty tight with Hephaestus, aren't you?" He narrowed his eyes. "What does that have to do with anything?" It giggled. "Of course it does. If you have this ore, you can churn out as many top-tier items as you want."
Normal players can barely even get an audience with a master smith. And even if they do, they'd have to pay an astronomical fee.
But you don't have that problem, do you? So naturally, the true value of adamantium is way higher for you, wouldn't you agree? Factoring in all that info, 1.5 kilograms of adamantium will cost you exactly 1.5 million points. Hearing that outrageous price, his face instantly darkened. "I don't have that kind of money." The little fairy was quick to pitch a solution. "Oh, don't you worry. How about a loan with an 11.5% interest rate? Actually, since your credit rating is so high, we can even drop it to 10%, just for you." You cut in. "Oh, really? Well, I guess I have no other choice." The fairy beamed. "A very wise decision, sir. We'll just put the missing points and the interest on your tab." He coldly cut it off. "I'll just buy it somewhere else." The little fairy broke into a cold sweat. "Wait, we can give you a slight discount. You might not realize this, but it's an incredibly rare item. You won't find it anywhere else." Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "It's fine. Even without it, I can still climb the tower just fine. I've got plenty of time, and there are tons of minions on the higher floors. Oh, right, there's always the auction house too. If it comes down to it, I'll just buy a different item. It's a shame. But let's just forget this whole deal." The little fairy stammered in panic. Wait, hold on a second." Ayu completely ignored it. "Good grief. I already told you, forget it. I'm not buying it." The little fairy looked up at him with big, pitiful eyes. "You're so cold." But the fairy still refused to give up. "Sir, please, wait!" "All right, I can lower it to 1.3 million. Yu shot at a look of pure disgust. Don't even bother. It desperately dropped the price again. Then how about 1.2 million? He didn't even blink. I told you, I'm not buying it. 1 million, that's my absolute limit. I won't even make a profit at that price. He sighed, pretending to be completely fed up. So annoying. Fine. If you're that desperate to sell it, I'll take it for 850,000. The little fairy's face turned pitch black with fury as it cursed inwardly. Son of a bitch! This greedy bastard! It quickly weighed its options. But who knows when I'll find another whale like him? Yu pressed his advantage. 850,000. That's my final offer. Take it or leave it. Realizing this, the little fairy steeled its resolve. I have to make this sale. It forced a pathetic, pleading tone. Could you possibly bump it up to 900,000? I'll literally be taking a loss if I sell it for 850,000. Seeing Yu looking at it like he'd just stepped in dog crap, it gritted its teeth. Okay, fine. I'll sell it for 850,000. Just please stop looking at me like that. As he calculated the savings in his head, the little fairy forced a painful smile. I will now initiate the transaction. Itsatsun. Yu smirked in satisfaction. He had managed to snag it for quite a bit below market value. The fairy swallowed its pride and asked, Will you be needing anything else, sir? He replied coldly, No, we're done. Still, having closed such a massive deal, the fairy was buzzing with excitement. It dropped its voice into a sickeningly sweet tone. If you ever need anything else, just call for me, okay? Yu grimaced in disgust. Gross. He looked down at the newly acquired item. Now, I just need to hand this over to the old man, but with those Olympus bastards sniffing around, who knows what kind of sick trick they'll pull during the test. I definitely can't leave the divine black crystal behind. It'll probably take him anywhere from 1 to 3 months to finish it. Forging something like this is no joke. All I can do is wait. Rushing him won't do any good. I need to go see him the second I finish the test. There's still a whole week before it begins. I've got plenty of time to kill. Maybe I should go for a walk. The scene shifted, introducing the pure-blooded heir of the noble Namgung family, a man destined to inherit absolute authority over a mid-tier martial arts sect, just like his father. Armed with overwhelming natural talent, combat skills, and leadership honed through brutal training, Namgung Hun was universally recognized as a genius player. Deep inside the 11th floor dungeon, the Labyrinth of Agria, the raiding party was locked in a fierce, bloody battle. One of the fighters couldn't help but shout in disbelief. Are you seriously telling me this is the easiest dungeon on the 11th floor? The group buzzed with excitement. We've got to be the only ones clearing this place so damn fast. At this rate, pushing straight to the boss room will be a total breeze. Of course it is. Just look at who's leading us. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the cavern. Move it, people. We need to sweep this place fast so we can actually get some rest before the exam. The crowd murmured in confusion. Wait, do we even need to prepare for this test? Did you catch the roster? Team A is packed with a bunch of absolute nobodies. Yeah, but Team A still has Kim Yugan. That guy, he's an absolute beast. I heard he even survived the trials of the demonic sect. So what? His luck with team matchmaking is utter trash. Namgung finally spoke up. Cut the chatter and pick up the pace. No matter the odds, we just need to give it our all. That's an order. Hearing his firm tone, the gossip instantly died down. Yes, Captain. All right. So reliable as always. Namgung fell deep into thought. Kim Yugan. I've never even seen the guy's face, but his name just keeps popping up. I have no clue where he came from, but he's clearly a monster. Man, I really hope I get to clash swords with him in this exam. Right in the middle of his thoughts, Namgung spotted something. A sudden chill ran down his spine, and he immediately barked an order to the group. Hold up! Stop right there! Something was clinging to the ceiling above them. It looked like the charred remains of trapped monsters. Namgung's team stared up in grim curiosity. What the hell is that? Was it burned? Is it glued to the ceiling? Unable to hold back his curiosity, Namgung kicked off the ground, soaring up to get a closer look. With a swift swing of his blade, he sliced the mass free to see exactly what they were dealing with. The lifeless husk plummeted to the floor with a heavy thud. The crew crowded around, completely baffled. Wait, is this lump of coal supposed to be Agria, the dungeon boss? Did someone seriously clear this place already? But that makes no sense. The boss is burnt to a crisp, yet there are 0 scorch marks or soot on the walls or the ceiling. Namgung inspected the carcass closely, his eyes narrowing as he pieced it together. It wasn't the fire that killed it. Look right here. This is a sword wound. Exactly 1.3 meters long. The extreme heat softened Agria's armor, and someone sliced right through it, in a single, perfectly clean strike. He paused, his voice dropping. Someone actually one-shotted a boss-level monster? Could it be a ranker? But why would a high-tier ranker be raiding a low-level floor like this? There was simply no other logical explanation. Taking a deep breath, Namgung turned to his squad. We're dropping this dungeon. Fall back, everyone. This place has already been cleared. Meanwhile, the loot details for Agria's silk popped up on the interface. Silk of the Spider Queen, extremely high monoconductivity, hyper-elastic, and tougher than reinforced steel. Yugan casually reached out, tossing the rare drop into his inventory. He hummed a cheerful little tune, doing the math in his head. Not bad at all. This has got to be worth at least 1,000 points. Or maybe I'll just keep it for crafting. A deep, menacing purple aura flared up in Yugan's palm. Man, this completely shatters my expectations, he muttered in awe. But you can never truly master a power until you test its limits in the field. I definitely need to run some practice drills before the real exam begins. A system notification immediately flashed before his eyes. Because his proficiency was still too low for the skill's rank, the sheer firepower wasn't at its peak yet. It was a demonic flame, one that erupted by literally devouring the enemy's emotions, scaling in raw destruction based on what they felt. He tightly clenched his fist, extinguishing the flame. And that right there is exactly what makes the power of the Outer Gods so damn terrifying. But now, that power belongs to me. Once my arcane arts and proficiency level up, this flame is going to be 100 times more lethal. I even managed to grind up the proficiency of my heaven-slaughtering star trait a little bit. I've cleared out so much on the 11th floor already. There are countless paths ahead, but at this rate, I'm going to evolve way faster than anyone ever predicted. Yugan quietly ascended the staircase, secretly hoping that his lucky streak would just keep holding up. Suddenly, the sight of several shadowy figures lingering down the hallway made him pause. A young guy with messy blue hair gasped as he saw him. Excuse me, by any chance, are you Kim Yugan? Yugan shot them a cool sideways glance, mentally raising an eyebrow. Who the hell are these guys? Keeping his tone flat, he replied, Yeah, that's me. What do you want? The blue-haired kid took a nervous step forward. We're actually in Team A just like you. My name is Halaman. Look, I'm sure you already know that our team roster is a total disaster. Half the players already forfeited before the exam even started. But the rest of us, we stayed. We didn't give up because every single one of us has heard stories about your strength. Yugan stared right through him, his voice ice cold. And what's your point? Halamun shivered under his gaze, but pushed on. It's just that Team B is stacked with top-tier elites. But we're absolutely certain they don't stand a chance against you. Yugan swept his eyes over the pathetic group, letting out a mocking scoff. You didn't forfeit because you trust me. You stayed because every last one of you is completely broke on points. The entrance fee for this exam ranges anywhere from 100 to 1,000 points. For bottom feeders on the lower floors, that's a massive fortune. You couldn't afford the penalty of giving up, so you decided to leech off someone who could carry your dead weight. Am I wrong? Halamun flinched, his face flushing with a mix of panic and defensiveness. Hey, that's a really harsh way to put it. We were just hoping to strategize and figure out a way to survive this exam together as a team. Yugan sighed, offering them a cold dose of reality. Listen to me carefully. If you actually value your own lives, you'll swallow the penalty and walk away right now. There is absolutely no glorious reward up there worth throwing your lives away for. Halamun gritted his teeth, his pride clearly wounded. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Yugan just waved his hand dismissively, not giving a single damn. If we're done here, get lost. Lurking outside a total stranger's room like a bunch of creeps isn't exactly a good look for you. Halamun stared intensely at Yugan's retreating back, his voice shaking with disbelief. Well, wait, does that mean you're backing out of the exam too? Yugan didn't even turn around as he shot back. Hell no, I'm taking the trial. Halamun gasped, practically screaming in shock. What? But you literally just told us to run away. Leaning lazily against his doorframe, Yugan threw a final piercing smirk over his shoulder. Yeah, that advice was strictly for weaklings like you. Utterly humiliated and rejected, the pathetic group of players stomped off down the hall. Whispering furiously as they rounded the corner, one of them spat, Did you see that guy? He has zero intention of being a team player. Who the hell does he think he is, acting so damn arrogant? Honestly, screw this. I'd rather take the penalty than die out there. Halamun gnashed his teeth, his face burning with frustration as he pushed his teammates along. Let's just go. We came all this way, only to be humiliated like this. His face darkened with pure malice. Harboring a bitter grudge, he silently cursed the name, Kim Yu-won. Meanwhile, in a lavish, dimly lit room, a man sat quietly on his chair, lost in deep thought. He ran the numbers in his head. No matter how you looked at it, the power gap between the two teams was absolutely massive. That guy must have the worst luck in the world to end up in such an outrageously unfair test. He massaged his temples, deeply confused. Why would someone with such a brilliant future like Kim Yu-won have a massive bounty on his head? This man pondering the situation was none other than Hypnos, the administrator of the 11th floor's trial. He recalled the chilling words of the one who gave him the order. This is a direct command from the great Olympus. Eliminate the player, Kim Yu-won. Succeed, and you shall be handsomely rewarded. Thinking back on it, Hypnos let out a self-deprecating smirk. He was being ordered around, like a loyal dog. Shaking off the thought, he mounted his majestic beast. The preparations should be fully complete by now. Suddenly, a system alert popped up. Hypnos blinked in surprise, wondering who could possibly be messaging him right before the trial. The sender was none other than Hera herself. The scene shifted to the dark and desolate Elam Forest. The atmosphere hanging over the area was suffocatingly grim. Yugan glanced up at the participant roster. Only 51 people had entered. He looked around the desolate clearing. Way more players had given up than he originally expected. Hypnos was genuinely shocked. He didn't expect the guy to actually walk straight into such an obvious trap. After a brief pause to compose himself, he projected his voice with booming enthusiasm. "Greetings, everyone." He began the standard briefing, laying down the groundwork. "I am Hypnos, the administrator for the 11th floor's trial. Team A seems a bit short on members, but that changes absolutely nothing. We will proceed with the two teams as they are. The trial will begin the moment I finish explaining the rules." "Yeah, I saw it." He then raised a flag high into the air. "The theme for this trial is capture the flag." Hypnos continued with a smirk. "It's quite simple, really. First, when you acquire these flags, you merge them together. The number displayed on your flag will represent the total amount you've collected." Pretty neat, right? You can thank cutting-edge magic engineering for that.
Now, the real question is, where do you get these flags? This entire forest has been sealed off by the administrators for a very long time, strictly for this trial.
There are countless monsters of varying ranks lurking about. The flags are scattered all over the forest, lying on the path at the bottom of cliffs, high up in the trees, and even embedded inside the monsters' bodies. You have no idea how much blood, sweat, and tears we put into designing this trial. Your objective is to simply gather as many flags as possible. The team with the most flags when the clock runs out wins. Sounds easy enough, doesn't it?
However, the name of the game is Capture the Flag, not Pick Up the Flag. Make sense?
In this trial, you are fully permitted to steal flags collected by the opposing team. The method does not matter in the slightest. Robbery, intimidation, cold-blooded murder, everything is fair game. Hearing this, a chilling shiver ran down the spines of several players. But Hypnos wasn't finished. Lastly, there will be a king in this trial.
One player from each team will be chosen completely at random. Any flags held by the king will be worth double the points. But hey, this isn't a game of chess, so don't panic. Your team won't instantly fail just because your king gets killed. Still, having a powerful king would definitely be a huge advantage. So, best of luck with that.
Doesn't that mean luck plays a massive role in this trial? Thought to himself, narrowing his eyes. Another trial relying heavily on luck, which means the system will intentionally choose the weakest player to be Team A's king. With the rules finally laid out, Hypnos threw his arms wide open. "Now then, let the trial begin." He reached out his hand, and a brilliant beam of light swiftly enveloped all the players, acting as a glowing compass. The system interface flashed, summarizing the rules one last time. The 11th floor trial, Capture the Flag, will now commence. You may steal flags from the opposing team by any means necessary.
After 24 hours, the team possessing the most flags will be declared the winner. Your contribution points will be calculated based on the number of flags you personally secure. If you surrender your flags to your king, your contribution points will be doubled. However, if the king's flags are stolen, your bonus points will vanish. Final rewards will be distributed based on your total contribution points.
Psst. Team A, 0 flags. Team B, 0 flags. Helaman stared blankly at his own body, which was now emitting a bright, glowing light. What's happening?" he stammered. "Wait, am I the king?" Panic completely washed over him. "What do I do? What the hell am I supposed to do? I'm dead meat. What should I do?" Meanwhile, Yugan stood casually in the distance, observing the chaotic scene. "I knew it," he muttered, letting out a heavy, exasperated sigh. Yugan honestly couldn't wrap his head around it. How on earth did a guy like that even make it to the 11th floor? Right at that moment, Helaman desperately chased after him. "Hey, Mr. Kim Yu-won, where are you going?" Yu-won replied with an ice-cold tone. "Seriously? Is that how you ask someone to protect you? Look, I'll keep you safe, so just calm down. You're not going to be fighting anyone from Team B right off the bat." Immediately after, his eyes ignited with a piercing crimson glow. "All right then, shall we get this party started?" Over on the other side, Namgung observed his every move in total silence, a deeply complicated look in his eyes. All around him, the other players were already buzzing with arrogant chatter. "Just look at him. This is an easy win. The numbers gap is insane. Let's just wrap this up quick and go celebrate." Namgung listened and thought to himself, "I get why they aren't worried. Our team has 4 times as many members in this trial, but they are completely dropping their guard." Suddenly, a soft voice broke through his train of thought. "Are you feeling anxious, my lord?" Namgung glanced back in surprise. "Roll." The elegant woman bowed gracefully. "It is truly an honor that you remember my name." Namgung fell silent for a moment, silently observing the woman standing before him. He furrowed his brows in thought. Healing and buffing, I understand exactly why they call her an angel. Even among the very few support class players out there, her power is exceptionally rare. Roel continued with a gentle smile. "Please, do not worry so much. The gap between the two teams is overwhelmingly clear. You can afford to relax." Namgung finally spoke up. "Don't you find it strange, even if the selection was completely random? A power gap of this magnitude?" Roel replied nonchalantly, "Isn't it just a simple coincidence?" Namgung firmly cut her off. "In a world where absolute power dictates everything, There is no such thing as a coincidence. Roel fell silent, her expression finally shifting into serious thought. Really now? By the way, who exactly is our team's king? Since nobody seems to know, it's probably just some average player. Namgung chimed in. Do you really think they care about who the king is in a mess like this? She paused, lost in thought. Now that she recalled, she did see someone glowing with a faint golden light right when the trial began. Something was seriously off. He had a perfect memory and never forgot a single thing he laid eyes on. Yet, he couldn't picture that guy's face at all. He asked himself, just what the hell did that guy look like? Meanwhile, Halliman sat there in a daze, staring blankly at the scoreboard between the two teams. Another player spoke up. There are way fewer flags scattered out there than we expected, and the ones we did find were all being held by monsters. Still, we've managed to scrape up a decent amount. With these flags, we can crush their king and take the lead. Halliman pondered for a moment. That's right. There is exactly one person on our team who could actually pull that off. Kim Yugan. The guy who single-handedly found the vast majority of Team A's 59 flags. The last time they met, he didn't exactly seem like the cooperative type, but since Halliman himself was the king, they couldn't possibly win if the team just wasted all their manpower protecting him. He left me behind without a second thought, but he did tell me to sit tight and wait. That means he'll be back soon, right? Suddenly, another player interrupted his thoughts. Man, this forest is way too massive. It's practically impossible to find a clear path out there. The group began muttering among themselves. Any idea where Team B even started from? No clue. Let's just take a quick breather for now. We'll regroup at midnight. But right at that moment, a bizarre noise echoed through the area, draining the color from every player's face. A sinister mocking voice rang out. Peekaboo! Found you! I told you idiots to be careful! At this very moment, the enemy team was out on a hunt, and their primary mission was to protect their flags from a full-blown ambush.
The crowd from Team A shouted in panic. This is bad. So what if Team A has King Yugan? Even he can't do a damn thing if our king gets taken out first.
The enemy sneered. Besides, if we capture the king, we'll rack up a massive amount of contribution points. Hearing this, one of the players from Team A gritted his teeth and charged forward. Damn it, don't back down. We have 10 people on our side. It's worth a... But before the man could even finish his sentence, a ruthless blade flashed, slashing cleanly across his throat. And just like that, the man who had boldly rushed in took his final breath. The enemy group smirked arrogantly. 10 people, you said? Well, looks like it's only 9 now. As he spoke, a wicked, bloodthirsty grin spread across his face as he glared at Team A. Team A instantly scattered like a kicked hornet's nest, desperately scrambling away from the murderer. Catching the momentum, Team B surged forward, and one of them burst into manic laughter, screaming at the top of his lungs. Where the hell do you think you're going? Blood-curdling screams quickly echoed through the forest. I give up! I quit! Somebody please help me! Seeing Halliman frozen in pure shock, another player frantically grabbed his arm and dragged him away. Halliman, this way! Run! But a split second later, a geyser of hot, fresh blood sprayed out, splattering all over Halliman's trembling body. The player who had just been leading him away was cleaved right in half.
Get out of my way! The king's head is mine! Witnessing this horrific slaughter, Halliman was so paralyzed with terror that his legs gave out, collapsing onto the dirt.
The attacker lunged like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, aggressively raising his blood-soaked sword to strike him down. Halliman squeezed his eyes shut, helplessly bracing for the agonizing death that was about to claim him. But by some absolute miracle, Yu arrived in the nick of time. With a swift, decisive move, he successfully saved his team's king. Yu glared at him, clearly irritated. I distinctly told you to sit in one spot and not go wandering off. Why the hell won't you ever listen? Halliman was so overwhelmed with relief that hot tears streamed down his face. Right now, looking up at Yu was like looking at a savior descended from the heavens. Truth be told, in this hellish place, Yu was the only person capable of keeping him alive. He cried out in absolute ecstasy. Yugan! You came! Hearing that name, the bloodthirsty grins on Team B's faces vanished, replaced by sheer, creeping dread. Wait, Yugan? Like Kim Yugan? Oh shit, it's the real deal! He had killed a player in a single strike. Watching him slowly advance, one of the enemies screamed in a panic. Fall back! Retreat right now! But before they could even turn around, a ferocious slash of a sword swept through the air, instantly obliterating 2 of them on the spot. Desperate to rally their crumbling morale, they screamed, You idiots, don't run! We outnumber him! Just kill the bastard! The moment those words left his mouth, a masked enemy dual-wielding blades lunged forward aggressively. But the second he leaped into the air, a sword casually and flawlessly sliced straight through the center of his forehead. The man couldn't even process what had just happened, his eyes wide in utter disbelief. And just like that, his body was cleanly and mercilessly cleaved in 2. The remaining players gasped in horror. Standing face to face with Yu's overwhelming, suffocating aura, the members of Team B couldn't stop their entire bodies from violently shaking in terror. One of them stumbled backward and screamed, Wait, please, spare me! But of course, Yu wasn't exactly feeling merciful. The man fell to his knees, begging pathetically. Look, I might only have 2 flags, but that's way more than what most of these guys have. I'll give them both to you, just please let me live. Seeing the man grovel so desperately, Yu paused his blade for a moment. In the end, he accepted the deal, snatching the flags and sparing the pathetic guy's life. Just like that, Yu's team secured 2 more flags, and he easily racked up 20 contribution points. He then slowly turned his cold, piercing gaze toward the rest of the trembling group. What about the rest of you? Hand everything over and get out of my sight. Or do you want to keep going? Just hearing those 2 terrifying words, keep going, sent violent shivers down their spines. With zero hesitation left, the entire group completely surrendered to him. How many do we have to give you? In the blink of an eye, Yu's team amassed a massive pile of flags without breaking a single sweat. Halaman stood there, shivering uncontrollably. Thank God he's on my side. I am so incredibly lucky to have him. I'm so sorry I glared at you and gritted my teeth earlier just because you were a little blunt with me. Breaking the silence, Yu spoke up. Well, that's already half the match down. Halaman blinked, utterly bewildered. Ah, wait, is that right? We've only been at this for exactly 4 hours, haven't we? Looking around, Yu casually asked, where are the rest of our teammates? Halaman nervously replied, everyone's scattered. Said they needed to grab a few flags first. Yugan smirked in approval. Smart move. As long as they don't get robbed, that is. Yugan began counting the flags he had snagged so far. Halaman's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. 27? How the hell did you pull off getting this many all by yourself? That's insane. Yugan shrugged it off. It's really not that much. He furrowed his brow, doing the math. Team A has 64 flags in total. If I manage to snatch this many, there should be at least 67 out there. Yugan pondered. The test has officially entered the bloodbath phase. It's all about stealing now. He turned to Halaman, his tone dead serious. Listen up. By now, they've hoarded a decent amount, so they're going to realize that hunting enemy players is way more efficient than grinding monsters, and a whole lot of them are going to be gunning straight for the king. Halaman flinched. Me? Yugan replied dryly. Is there any other king around here? Halaman stammered, anxiety dripping from his voice. Fair point, Yugan warned him. So from this second on, do not step more than 20 meters away from me. Even I'd have a hell of a time trying to win this if my king gets wiped out. Let me tell you, your name was Halaman, right? Stick to me like glue. And don't forget the 20-meter rule. Got it? The guy nodded obediently, swallowing hard. Yugan thought to himself with a grin. The real deathmatch has just begun. Meanwhile, on Nam Gung's side, the man was reeling in shock. Let me get this straight. You just handed over your flags and ran away like cowards? The survivors recounted their horror. You're only saying that because you haven't seen what that monster can do. K-Ma got obliterated in a single strike. His blade was so damn fast we couldn't even track it, and those eyes of his, they were completely dead. Just looking at him sent chills straight down my spine. Namgung pinched the bridge of his nose in sheer frustration. Pathetic. Even though their vanguard consisted of top-tier players, they had completely crumbled before Kim Yugan. It was 10 against 1, yet here they were in an absolute panic. Does this mean we can still get wiped out even if we stick together? Yeah, we had 10 guys on him, and it didn't mean squat. Roel finally cut into the chaos. Are you saying Yugan has already linked up with their king? Is that right? Then there's a huge chance he's going to play bodyguard for their king. Get in touch with the others, right now. Call in Salomo, Creo, and the rest of our heavy hitters. Namgung narrowed his eyes. Are you really planning on using that formation? Roel scoffed. There's still plenty of time on the clock, and we can't just run with our tails between our legs forever. Sure, we've lost a few pawns, but Team B still boasts plenty of elite players. Not to mention, we have you and me, the ultimate wildcards in this game. Unless you've got a brighter idea up your sleeve? As expected, no one else had a better countermeasure. A heavy, tense silence fell over the group. She smirked, breaking the quiet. Looks like it's settled then. Shall we go hunt ourselves a king and take Yugan's head? A vicious, calculating glint flashed across her eyes, and with that, the clock kept ticking. 12 hours into the brutal trial, Yugan had relentlessly racked up flags by completely steamrolling and looting Team B's players. Halaman watched him in absolute awe. At this rate, this isn't even a team battle anymore. It's just a survival test of 200 people desperately trying not to get slaughtered by a monster named Yugan. Yugan calculated in his head, this haul should net me around 100 to 1,000 points. I've gathered a solid stash, but it's not time to hand them over to the king just yet. I'm guarding him on the move anyway, so it shouldn't be a huge issue. But if this guy gets ambushed and robbed, or worse, actually killed, it's game over. There'd be no coming back from that. I'd better hold on to the stash and hand over the flags right before the buzzer sounds. Halaman scrambled to his feet. Just the sight of him is enough to send these players running for their lives. I can't even tell if they're just choking under his sheer pressure or if it's pure survival instinct, Halaman muttered. Yugan listened quietly, suddenly recalling how the last batch of Team B players had literally dropped their flags and bolted the second they made eye contact. Do they already know my face? Or... Stopping his train of thought, he suddenly spoke up. Have they been leaking intel to each other? Yugan voiced his growing suspicion. I bet they've already spread the word that you're the king and I'm your escort. Since they're all on the same team, they've definitely been tracking everyone's flag counts. They must have made a pact to just dump their loot and run the second they spot me. But why the hell would they do that? Halliman asked. If they just keep surrendering their flags, there's no way they can win. Yugan's eyes darkened. I'm certain of it. They're definitely plotting something big. In the middle of his thoughts, a sharp gust of wind suddenly tore through the air, aimed right at them. In a split second, Yugan's hand snatched the incoming arrow. The lethal steel tip trembled, stopping just an inch from piercing straight into Halliman's eye. Halliman froze, his entire body convulsing in sheer terror. His legs gave out and he collapsed onto the dirt, completely paralyzed by fear. A pathetic, blood-curdling scream ripped from his throat. Yugan's expression turned ferocious as he violently snapped the arrow in half. I get it now, Yugan sneered. So that's why they were avoiding fights, to preserve their squad's manpower just to pull off this garbage. It was an ancient, lethal siege formation straight out of the Murim world, the inescapable heaven and earth net. He clicked his tongue in pure irritation. Shh, I should have just slaughtered every last one of them when I had the chance. Halliman panicked. A split second later, Yugan aggressively raised his sword, pointing the blade right at him, scaring the absolute life out of him. Wait, Yugan! In a flash, Yugan's blade slashed fiercely across the dirt, carving out a perfect circle. Halliman stood there, completely dumbfounded. What is this? A drawn line? Say me that. Yugan continued. No matter what happens, do not step outside this circle. Consider yourself dead the second you do. Halliman flinched. What? Are you telling me to just die right here? Yugan groaned in frustration. Did I stutter? When did I ever tell you to die? I told you to stay put. Halliman opened his mouth to protest, but Yugan cut him off. I warned you from the very beginning. If you disobey me and go wandering off like last time, you will actually die. Halliman was on the verge of tears. So, I just need to stay inside this circle? Yugan patiently added one last warning.
If you so much as twitch outside of it, I won't be able to save you this time. Halliman trembled in fear. I'm going to live, right? Yugan was absolutely speechless. I already said yes, but Halliman was still frantic with anxiety. You have to promise. Promise me you'll save me. Before he could even finish whining, Yugan swiftly turned on his heel to leave. Halliman immediately scrambled after him like a lost baby chick. Yugan! Hey, Yugan! Wait! Annoyed beyond belief, Yugan drew his sword and pointed it right at him as a warning. I told you, do not leave the circle. The scene shifted to a dense thicket of bushes. Hushed whispers echoed through the leaves. Why are we targeting the king first? 55 of us have to join forces just to take down one guy, Kim Yugan. He's a total monster. That's why we have to force him into a disadvantage, making him fight while protecting the king. Another guy chimed in. That's just what you think. Even if he's Kim Yugan, he's dead meat. If the king dies... The guy next to him quickly cut him off. That's enough. Yugan is heading deep into the forest. Wait, he's moving alone? He just ditched the king? Thus, gasps of sheer shock rang out. What? By himself? Suddenly, another guy aggressively pushed his way to the front. All of you, move aside. His name was Vak. Team B was a powerhouse packed with famous players and absolute geniuses like Namgung Hun and Joel. This meant the major guilds would definitely be watching this test. Vak smirked to himself, thinking, if I manage to kill Yugan right here, right now, he sneered. Arrows are way too weak. With a vicious roar, he hurled his spear, already picturing himself as the dazzling star everyone would look up to. He grinned, incredibly satisfied with his attack. It was flawless, a perfectly calculated throw. But Yugan just stood there completely unfazed. And that spear, it stopped in midair. What the hell is going on? Before Vak could even process what was happening, the spear shot right back, brutally impaling the guy standing next to him. Vak's eyes went completely bloodshot with absolute rage. But, in the blink of an eye, every single person standing around Vak collapsed to the dirt, drenched in a pool of fresh blood. A chillingly bored voice echoed out. Nothing but a bunch of useless trash over here. Vak stared at him, screaming in sheer panic. Kim Yugan? At that moment, he realized he was the only one left alive. Yugan's eyes were pitch black, looking exactly like a demon crawling out of hell to collect souls. He stepped forward with a lethal aura. Talk! Where is Namgung Hun? The moment he got the information he needed, he blurred into motion, vanishing from the spot. Only then did the few cowards who managed to hide finally dare to poke their heads out. He disappeared again. They started whispering frantically about him. His stealth skill is insane. I can't even catch his shadow. It's so high level that unless he's standing right in your face, he's basically invisible. Wait, is Kim Yugan an assassin class? No one knew exactly when he got there. But at that very moment, he was already standing right behind that guy's back. I really don't think so, Yugan muttered. Assassins don't use longswords. And they usually wear all black on purpose. On the other hand, Yugan glanced down. Clairvoyance, that's a pretty neat skill. The guy jolted and snapped his head up. The group screamed in absolute terror. When the hell did he get here? Yugan actually sounded impressed. You guys have a fantastic scout. Plus, you're using a solid ambush tactic, trapping me like a rat. But maybe because you don't have enough people, this formation of yours is full of holes. The white-haired guy from earlier darkened his expression. Not enough people? Are you sure about that? Yugan followed his gaze, smirking inwardly. They're finally here. It was Namgung-hun and Joel. Namgung-hun spoke up with a confident tone. Leaving your king behind and wandering around aimlessly? Did you decide to just give up on the test to look for a fight? Either way, it's truly a shame that things turned out like this. Yugan stood in silence, not saying a word. Namgung-hun continued, his voice dripping with false modesty. It wasn't my intention, but I happen to have an incredibly talented team backing me up. You said we didn't have enough people? Of course, there is no shame in getting overwhelmed in a situation like this. After all, this is just a test. It just so happens that luck isn't on your side today. I have no idea what you're trying to say. Yugan scoffed. Namgung-hun kept his smile. Allow me to get straight to the point then. I'd really appreciate it if you just gave up. I don't want to waste my time on a pointless slaughter. Hearing that, Yugan's lips suddenly curled into a terrifyingly calm smile. So that's what he meant, huh? He raised his sword. You know, for someone with your reputation, you sure talk a lot. Namgung was caught off guard. I expected this, but he really isn't playing by my rules. Guess I have no other choice. Thinking this, he immediately shouted, Everyone fall back, I'll take him on myself. Yun looked a bit surprised. You want a one-on-one? Because honestly, I couldn't care less how many of you come at me. Namgung shot back, Thanks for the offer, but I'll have to pass. The moment the words left his mouth, he surged with aura and dashed straight at the boy. He unleashed a vicious slash, but Yun casually parried the opening strike. Yugan found this genuinely entertaining. Wow, for a player on the 11th floor to pack this much of a punch, it really makes me wonder what his stats look like. A fierce, aggressive light flashed in Namgung's eyes. A relentless storm of sword strikes rained down upon the boy. Yet, Yugan still made no move to counterattack. The imperial sword style of the Namgung clan, just the mere swing of a Namgung blade is enough to crush the surrounding air with immense pressure. It carries a weight far heavier than the sword of any other martial sect. Namgung gritted his teeth in disbelief. Then, what the hell is this gap in power? Even wielding this sword, I'm still being overpowered. The clash between the two was terrifyingly intense. Suddenly, an external force poured into him. Namgung's entire body erupted with a massive, overwhelming surge of aura. The Archangel's blessing grants you power. Your strength, your stamina, your agility have all dramatically increased. Mana recovery speed boosted. Namgung glared back in sheer frustration. What is the meaning of this cowardly trick? The female healer replied, Even with my buffs, you're still being pushed back, sir. Doesn't that mean this fight is already a lost cause? Just look at him. He clearly thinks this battle is already over. She continued to pump mana into him. Namgung couldn't help but wonder, over? What does she mean? It's over. Suddenly, he was completely engulfed by a blazing purple flame. Namgung flinched, staring at that pure, searing fire. That's the exact same flame I saw back in Agria's dungeon. There's no way this is a coincidence. I'm absolutely certain. He's the one. Meanwhile, the boy's face remained completely calm as he stared his opponent down. But a nagging doubt crept into Namgung's mind. Something is completely off here. The swordplay he just used is totally different from the strikes that tore through Agria's body. It almost feels like the skills of an entirely different person. With his current attack power, there's no way he could have killed Agria in a single strike. Am I just imagining things? Or is he just holding back against me? Jella watched the two of them just standing there, staring each other down, and couldn't hide her confusion. Why did they suddenly stop fighting? Just then, she heard Namgung's voice echo in her mind. We're retreating. Continuing this fight is completely pointless. If we stay, we're all going to die. Jella realized he was using telepathy. Namgung-hun is actually admitting defeat, but why? Meanwhile, unable to hold back his curiosity, Namgung looked at the boy and asked, Let me ask you one thing. You're the one who cleared Agria's dungeon, aren't you? He replied coolly, And what if I am? Namgung fell silent for a moment. I understand. Yugan thought to himself, looks like his will to fight is completely gone. True to his guess, Namgung made no further moves to attack and simply sheathed his sword. Whispers immediately broke out among the crowd. Wait, Agria? The hardest dungeon on the 11th floor that we raided? And the one who cleared it was Yugan? The others refused to accept this and stepped forward. No way, Captain, what's going on? This isn't like you at all. I know our opponent is incredibly strong, but giving up without even a real fight? If we all rush him together, we definitely have a chance. Namgung replied sternly, And what exactly would a victory like that even mean? Yugan alone is making up for a ridiculously unfair difference in numbers between our teams. Doesn't he more than deserve to pass this test? You guys can stay and keep fighting if you want, but my squad is leaving. Let's move. Jelly sneered mockingly. Well, unlike the grand rumors I've heard, you're nothing but a pathetic coward, sir. Namgung simply shrugged it off. Say whatever you want.
I value the lives of my comrades far more than my own fragile pride. His team was deeply moved. Captain? The crowd buzzed with murmurs. He's so damn stubborn. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but honestly, that's exactly what I love about our captain. Right. We can always just retake the test later anyway. Seeing that she couldn't sway them anymore, Jello was left seething in pure, helpless anger. Yugan recalled a past conversation. I'm just saying this as a precaution, but we really need to keep the casualties to an absolute minimum. It wouldn't look good for the big shots to throw a fit over a squabble between kids. Sometimes. Exactly. These are the very people we'll need to fight alongside us against the external threats in the future. Some of them are bound to become top-tier rankers. There's no reason to senselessly butcher our own allied forces, he thought to himself. If Quan were in this situation, I'm absolutely certain he would avoid killing anyone at all costs. Not only does he have the power to pull that off, but he's also a true hero who never breaks a promise. I genuinely respect that about him, but I'm no hero like he is. Yugen's face darkened with a cold shadow. I was really hoping you'd all just back off quietly, but now I can't guarantee what's going to happen to you. He muttered to himself, I told myself I'd try to hold back, but if it can't be helped, then so be it. Jelly completely ignored Namgung's warning. She refused to accept such a humiliating defeat. And so, using her Holy Blessing skill, she instantly cast a massive power buff over everyone who had chosen to stay and fight alongside her. Attack him all at once, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Yugen let out a cold, arrogant smirk. Well then, I guess it's time for me to finally join this little children's playground. He surged his inner energy to the absolute limit. In an instant, a terrifyingly oppressive aura exploded outward, completely suffocating everyone in its path. The mob panicked, yelling, "His flames are blocking our skills! Just pierce straight through it!" Yugan was entirely alone, but his enemies had completely lost their will to fight. Every single one of them trembled at the mere sight of his flames. Screams of absolute terror filled the air. A monster! He's a freaking monster! Oh. To them, the sacred fire really does look like a demon, Yugan thought to himself. This flame grows stronger by devouring their fear. If it gets too massive, even I won't be able to control it. I need to hold it back. Their sword hands were shaking violently. Still, a few of them forced themselves to scream, "We have to kill Yugan!" Looks like they can withstand the holy aura for a bit, he calculated, probably thanks to the buffs. Yugan shifted his gaze towards Zell. She clearly had a decent arsenal of buffs at her disposal, pushing her limits to empower the other players. She was dead set on taking his life. Meanwhile, Zelle was grinding her teeth in sheer frustration. What the hell is going on? She thought frantically. I've cast the perfect buffs for every single player, but they're all just standing there, paralyzed by fear. It was utterly impossible to even get close to those flames. It felt like walking into an unbreakable AoE field. They couldn't even reach him, let alone land a scratch. Pushed to the brink, she decided to unleash a lethal strike right at him. A massive spectral sword materialized, plunging fiercely toward Yugan's head. Zila bit her lip hard, pouring every ounce of her strength into the attack as she shrieked, "Just die!" But then, the impossible happened. Not only did her power fail to scratch him, under the crushing weight of his aura, her skill completely fizzled out. Surging with energy, Yugan delivered a single, ruthless slash, instantly shattering the giant blade into pieces. Zayli screamed in absolute disbelief. No! How is this even possible? The battlefield had been reduced to a devastated wasteland scattered with countless casualties. The surviving players could do nothing but tremble, utterly eclipsed by Yugan's overwhelming power. Namgung's earlier words suddenly echoed in Zayli's mind, playing out in agonizing slow motion. We have to retreat. Fighting him any longer is completely meaningless. If we stay, we all die. Call me what you want, but I value my comrades' lives over my own pride. A bitter wave of regret washed over Zeli. Namgung Hoon, you were right. Just then, Namgung's voice echoed through their telepathic link. Fall back, everyone. We don't stand a chance here. If we all wipe out right here, it won't matter even if we capture their king. We still lose. Yugan's voice suddenly cut through the chaos. If you're planning to run away, leave your flags behind. Do that, and I'll let you live. Zayli's eyes widened in shock. Wait. You can hear our telepathic channel? Yugan replied with a chillingly calm tone. I don't need to hear it. It's written all over your pathetic faces. Zayla gritted her teeth. And what if we just leave? What if we refuse to hand them over? Yugan's eyes darkened. Then obviously, I won't let you leave alive. He paused for a second before adding coldly. Stop wasting my time. Hand them over. And sure enough, just moments later, he had secured another massive pile of flags for his team. Still suspicious, Zayla couldn't help but ask, are you seriously just letting us go? We might have lost our flags now, but we're just going to collect more. You're completely on your own, and you don't even have a king to protect you anymore. Before she could finish, Yugan cut her off abruptly. So, what? Are you begging me to kill you right now? What exactly do you want? Zayla pressed on. I heard you rejected sponsorship offers from the major guilds. But you're on a completely different level, Yugan. Honestly, I can't even guarantee you'd get better treatment than I do. He shot her down without a second thought. Hard pass, but thanks. Zele blinked, completely taken aback. You're rejecting it that fast? Fine, then at least give me your player ID. Yugan remained entirely unbothered. Pass on that too. I already know exactly what you're trying to pull. Zale looked at him in total bewilderment. But why? I'm only asking for the sake of your own future. The fact that you didn't give up, even when this test was so blatantly rigged against you, proves that you have a clear goal. You can't possibly climb the tower alone. Even with loyal teammates and a massive guild backing you up with everything they have, scaling it is still a nightmare. Someone of your caliber should already know that raw individual skill isn't enough to survive in the tower. So why on earth are you forcing yourself down such a brutal, lonely path? Wow, she really doesn't know when to quit, Yugan thought. Maybe that stubbornness is exactly how she climbed the tower so fast. But right now, guilds and sponsorships would only hold me back. Those guilds tear each other apart over every little scrap of power in the tower. Their pride, their greed, and their endless paranoia end up destroying everything. That's why I refuse their help. I have to grow overwhelmingly strong on my own, so that when the absolute worst-case scenario hits, I can be the solitary pillar that holds the tower together. Yugan finally sighed. Why is everybody so obsessed with my reasons? It's really no big deal. All you need to know is that I'm fully capable of climbing the tower without holding anyone's hand. As for whether I can actually pull it off, I simply have to. As the words left his mouth, a fierce, unwavering determination settled over his face. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the dark woods where Halaman had been waiting. His stomach was tied in anxious knots. Seriously, when is he coming back? Trapped deep within the dense forest, the atmosphere around him felt terrifyingly gloomy and suffocating. This is awful. Is it always this pitch black in here? Halaman glanced around the shadows, his paranoia spiking with every passing second. How much longer am I supposed to just sit here? He was shaking so badly that he completely missed the deadly threat lurking in the distant bushes, locking right onto him. Without warning, a blazing streak of fire erupted from the foliage, shooting straight for his head. He barely managed to dodge it. A mocking voice echoed from the shadows. Oh, the little rat actually dodged. He might look completely pathetic, but I guess he still has some decent reflexes. A group of menacing players slowly stepped out from the thick brush. Are you just begging us to slaughter you? Why else would you be standing there like a frozen idiot? Let's wrap this up quickly. From what I hear, even with Namgung-hoon and Zele leading the charge, their squad is struggling like hell to take down Yugan. That freak must be an absolute monster. Hearing this, Halaman jolted in pure shock. Wait, is Yugan seriously taking on all of Team B completely by himself? He thought wildly. He's fighting off all those top-tier rankers? Alone? Halaman recalled Yuan's warning. If you move even an inch, I will not be able to save you this time. I told you not to step out of the circle, he remembered. Halaman thought to himself, even if I run, they will catch me in no time. I have absolutely zero chance of winning against them. But if I stay inside this circle and stall for time, I know Yuan will come back. My only choice is to trust him and do exactly as he said. Stealing his resolve, Halaman swung his sword and roared, "Come at me, you bastards!" The enemies just sneered. What the hell is this guy doing? Just ignore him, he has probably lost his damn mind. Do not forget we are splitting the contribution points equally. Yeah, I know. Just make sure you divide the flags properly. Right at that moment, a vicious barrage of darts flew straight at him, but an invisible barrier completely blocked them. Suddenly, another enemy charged forward fiercely. Halaman panicked. Damn it, I cannot leave the circle. The man launched a flying kick right into his face, sending blood splattering everywhere. Too easy. Halaman squeezed his eyes shut. As long as I do not step out of the circle. The attacker tilted his head. What are you muttering about? Hey, nothing personal, just blame your own bad luck. Now, goodbye. Suddenly, a trail of silver smoke crept up from behind the attacker. Out of nowhere, he was violently blasted away, leaving everyone staring in sheer disbelief. The gang panicked. What the hell is going on? Itasasu. A ghost? No, this was the heavenly demon spirit skill. Halaman let out a massive sigh of relief. I have absolutely no idea what just happened, but at least I am still alive. The scene shifted, recalling Joel's parting words. Looking at it from every angle, you truly are an incredible guy. I hope we end up on the same team the next time we meet. Yuan felt irritated. I wasted too much time and resources. That conversation dragged on way longer than I wanted. Well, at least it ended smoothly. As long as Halaman keeps his promise, there will be no problems. Suddenly, his gaze turned razor sharp. Now, there is only... Breaking the silence, he called out. Everyone else has left. You can come out now. From the dense bushes, a voice echoed back. Since when did you know? Yuan replied casually. For a while now. A figure completely concealed in dark robes stepped out from the shadows. You are just as sharp as the rumors say. The man observed him from head to toe. To wield such massive flames, yet not have a single burn mark on you.
That power is beyond impressive. I have never heard of a skill capable of burning only specific targets. A fire with a will of its own. If he sees it, he will definitely want it.
Yuan coldly asked, "What is an examiner doing here dressed like a thief?" The man flinched in surprise. "You can see my face?" Yuan replied completely unfazed, crystal clear. The examiner stared at him, utterly stunned. Is it a skill? A skill capable of seeing right through a ranker's illusion? This guy is truly extraordinary. Thinking this, he could not help but chuckle. "Man, consider me genuinely impressed. I thought you would chase after the king the moment the test began. I never expected you to stay back and fight Team B all by yourself." Yuan kept his guard up against Hypnos. He was a ranker of Olympus, notorious for his illusion skills. A ranker actively interfering with an official test. If the administrator found out about this, combined with the incidents on the first floor, Olympus would have to pay a massive price. Yuan scoffed in contempt. "They really are dead set on eliminating me, huh? To think they would set up such a lavish trap just for my sake." A suffocating, bloodthirsty aura erupted from Yuan's body as purple flames violently engulfed him. Hypnos was taken aback. A normal player would have passed out the moment I released my full mana. His stats should not be anywhere near high enough to resist my pressure. Is he fighting it off with sheer willpower alone? I thought the executives of a major guild were overreacting when they hyper-focused on a single player and dispatched a ranker to hunt him down. But now, I think I completely understand why the higher-ups are so terrified. He suddenly remembered the strict order he received from Hera. Kill him at all costs. The method does not matter. Wasting no time, Hypnos unleashed his skill, Night, plunging the entire area into absolute darkness. The Night skill inflicted powerful illusions on every living creature in its radius, forcefully dragging them into a deep slumber. "This is going to be completely different from before," Hypnos warned with a smirk. "Getting pretty hard to resist, isn't it? Stop fighting it. Just give up." True to his words, Yuan's body began to sway, his consciousness slowly slipping away. Hypnos whispered in a hypnotic, enchanting tone, "I will gift you an incredibly beautiful dream." And with that, Yuan's eyes finally closed. He stood perfectly still, fully succumbing to the deep sleep cast by Hypnos. If a low-floor player claimed they actually went toe-to-toe with a ranker of Olympus, everyone would call them a liar. Whether you put up a fight or not, they simply would never believe a total nobody even had the chance to meet someone from the great Olympus. You are experiencing an encounter people practically worship. If you somehow made it out alive, you would have had one hell of a story to brag about. What a pity. With a cold smile, Hypnos pressed his blade against Yuan's throat, ready to deliver the final strike. Suddenly, Yuan's eyes snapped open. He viciously swung his blade straight across Hypnos' chest, catching him completely off guard. Crimson blood sprayed into the air as a jolt of agonizing pain forced the ranker to grit his teeth. Yuan clicked his tongue in mockery. "Too shallow." Hypnos scowled, his jaw tight with fury. "You little bastard! Were you faking it? Using such a dirty, underhanded trick?" Yuan scoffed. "Coming from you? I really do not think you have the right to say that. Besides, I never planned on bragging about fighting a ranker anyway. But I certainly would not mind spreading the tale of beating down a pathetic, cowardly examiner from Olympus. Hypnos hissed, "Provoking me is not going to change your fate." Yuan locked eyes with him, his gaze piercing. "Oh, but it does." At that very moment, due to the lingering effects of the Night skill, his stamina regeneration surged massively. Stamina recovery boosted by 200%. Pausing for a dramatic beat, Yuan smirked. "Because the Night does not belong to you alone." Yu calculated silently. Hypnos is a close combat mage. His dark mana is perfectly suited for casting illusions. I managed to land a hit, but he's still an Olympus ranker. Gripping his sword tightly, Yuan glared at his opponent. Still, I'm pretty confident when it comes to fighting guys like him. A heavy silence hung between them, both locked in their own calculations. Suddenly, Hypnos lunged forward, but Yuan was done playing on the defensive. The clash was dead even. Despite facing a ranker, Yuan didn't lose an inch of ground. A flurry of strikes and dodges blurred between them, neither willing to back down. The sheer force of their blows shattered the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. Yuan's blade began to radiate a pitch-black aura. Covered in shadows, he looked like the very incarnation of darkness. But a ranker is still a ranker. Hypnos finally broke through his guard, landing a brutal punch straight to Yuan's face. Staggered but unbroken, Yuan instantly tightened his grip on his sword, using the momentum to spring right back into the fight. In retaliation, Yuan carved a vicious slash across Hypnos' chest, sending fresh blood spraying into the air. But just then, a chilling sensation crawled up Yuan's spine. Something was wrong. He whipped around. The figure he had just slashed wasn't Hypnos at all. It was just an illusion. The real flesh and blood Hypnos was already right behind him, launching a deadly ambush. The deadly blade slashed viciously straight for the back of his neck. But by some miracle, Yuan managed to dodge just in the nick of time. And in that split second, a massive burst of violent purple flames erupted from Yuan's body, completely engulfing Hypnos. Panic flashed in the ranker's eyes as he gritted his teeth. An unbearable, terrifying heat washed over him. The flames swelled and roared, making him feel as if he had been thrown straight into the core of a roaring volcano. But that wasn't all. The fire felt alive.
It actively hunted him down. No matter which way Hypnos tried to dodge, the demonic flames tracked his exact position and blasted right at him. Hypnos flinched in shock. What the hell is this? The flames suddenly flared up, burning even more violently, the heat multiplying by the second. But living up to his title as a high-ranking ranker, his sharp mind quickly deciphered the nature of the flames. Wait a minute, it's not actually burning me, it's just a phantom sensation. I thought it was just a sentient flame reading my emotions, but no, it feeds on fear. The more terrified I am, the stronger the fire gets. What a nasty little skill. Now that he understood the trick, Hypnos sneered. He instantly surged his aura, violently blasting the phantom flames right off his body. As expected of a ranker, Yugan thought to himself, to blow away the sacred flame just like that, but he wasn't about to give his enemy a moment to breathe. Gripping his sword, Yugan charged back into the fray. Sparks flew as their blades violently clashed again. This was going to be an agonizingly brutal fight. Hypnos vaulted into the air, moving at blinding speeds as he darted around Yugan, hunting for a blind spot. Yet, no matter which angle he attacked from, Yugan predicted every single strike, parrying flawlessly. A cold sweat broke out on Hypnos' neck. I knew it. This bastard is an absolute monster. If we just let time pass and allow him to become a ranker, what kind of horrifying calamity will he evolve into? No. We have to prevent that future at all costs. Driven by a toxic mix of deep-seated jealousy and raw fear, Hypnos unleashed his ultimate skill, Lunar Dream. His mind screamed one single thought, Kim Yuan dies here today. Yuan stood firm inside the vortex of overwhelming power. Anyone else would have had their mind crushed to dust by now. Yet, Yuan just stared back at him, his eyes dead calm. Aren't you terrified of the administrator stepping in? Yuan provoked. Hypnos scoffed. My loyalty belongs solely to Olympus. Your threats are laughable. Talk all the trash you want, you ignorant little brat. You couldn't possibly comprehend the grand scheme of things. Yuan let out a contemptuous scoff. The grand scheme? Really? I bet your tiny mind can't even begin to fathom the sheer weight I'm carrying. The words of Kronos suddenly echoed in his mind. Remember, whoever uses this to turn back time must carry the weight of the entire tower on their shoulders. You are going back to bear that crushing burden. You must fulfill your duty, so that this realm, a place where hundreds of worlds and billions of lives intertwine, doesn't plummet into absolute despair all over again. Yuan thought to himself bitterly. Even I, a man who burned the promises made to my fallen comrades right into my soul, can't speak of the grand scheme without my heart trembling. Snapping back to reality, Yuan glared at his enemy. You know what? I know one thing for damn sure. A true grand scheme is built on sacrificing yourself, not trampling over the lives of others. Hypnos ground his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, Yuan's inner monologue continued. Just like me, the regressionist who came all the way back, just to crawl through those hellish, blood-soaked battles all over again. A self-deprecating smirk touched Yuan's lips. Because doing it that way is just way cooler, don't you think? The second those words left his mouth, Hypnos unleashed a devastating strike. The ceiling ruptured, bringing down an avalanche of massive boulders that buried Yuan completely. Panting heavily, Hypnos screamed at the rubble. Cooler? How dare you spout such arrogant nonsense when you don't understand the first thing about the glorious ideals of Olympus? Hypnos tried to justify it to himself. Yes, killing him like this is an unforgivable taboo within the tower, but it was all for the sake of Olympus. A twisted smile of satisfaction crept onto his face as he closed his eyes. He was fully prepared to accept whatever punishment the tower dealt him. But suddenly, a blade brutally impaled him from behind. The strike was ruthlessly precise, driven in with absolute bone-crushing force. Eyes wide with absolute shock, Hypnos coughed up blood and slowly looked over his shoulder at Kim Yuan. Yuan's expression was utterly cold, his merciless gaze piercing right through the ranker. With a desperate, blood-curdling roar, Hypnos erupted with his remaining mana, generating a massive shockwave that blasted Yuan away. Clutching his bleeding chest, Hypnos groaned in agony. Damn it, how? Lunar Dream is a divine skill that literally manifests a person's deepest fears into reality. Even if his eyes can pierce through my illusions, it's psychologically impossible for him not to feel sheer terror when a mountain of boulders crushes him. Just what the hell are those eyes? Yuan casually flicked the blood off his blade. They're pretty good eyes, right? But Hypnos refused to stay down. Damn you, I'm not done yet. If my illusions won't work on him, then I'll just have to use something else to... Before he could finish the thought, Yuan cut him off. No, you are, Yuan stated coldly. Even though it's only half complete, my golden cinder eyes are the absolute counter to all illusions. That's exactly why I knew I'd win this fight. Locking eyes with the battered ranker, Yuan declared, it's over. Refusing to accept reality, Hypnos let out a frustrated roar, raising his blade to unleash a desperate, suicidal strike. But suddenly, an overwhelmingly oppressive aura descended upon the battlefield. Under that terrifying pressure, Hypnos' blade instantly shattered into thousands of jagged pieces. Hypnos froze, slowly turning around. Standing right there was the administrator. The administrator glared at him with murderous intent. Terrified out of his mind, Hypnos instantly dropped to his knees, babbling a pathetic stream of excuses. Disgusted, the administrator roared, "Shut your mouth! Explain yourself right now!"
Since Hypnos was the one who illegally initiated the fight, he was completely cornered. Stuttering under the crushing pressure, he finally broke. I had no choice. He bowed his head in total submission. Please forgive me, Lord Administrator. The administrator scoffed, clearly losing his patience. So you know you broke the rules. Did Olympus put you up to this? When Hypnos remained choked up with fear, the administrator pressed harder, his voice deadly. Who ordered the hit? Was it Ares, Hera, Zeus? Trembling violently, Hypnos squeezed his eyes shut. It was my own decision. I did it. The administrator let out a mocking sneer, instantly seeing through the pathetic lie. Your own decision, huh? So you're going to take all the blame and die for them? Hypnos stammered. No. The administrator cut him off. Even so, I will still hold Olympus accountable. Hypnos, from this moment on, your title as trial overseer is officially stripped from you. Furthermore, all of Olympus's authority on the 11th floor will be entirely revoked. Hypnos gritted his teeth in defiance. Administrator, how could you do this? The administrator's eyes flared with absolute fury as he roared. You dare raise your voice at me? His voice alone carried a terrifying shockwave of aura that sent Hypnos flying. He slammed brutally into the ground, a wave of agonizing pain tearing through his body, leaving him completely paralyzed. He delivered his cold judgment. The crime of an overseer fighting a trial participant is unforgivable. Therefore, you shall suffer the torment of being half dead and half alive for thousands of years. Hearing this, Hypnos was consumed by absolute terror. He desperately dragged himself to the administrator's feet, pleading, Wait, Administrator, please. Before he could even choke out another word, his body began sinking rapidly into the solid stone floor. Hypnos was so enraged that his eyes turned bloodshot, glaring viciously at Yugan. But at this point, whether it was due to blinding rage or his severe internal injuries, aside from gasping out Kim Yugan, he couldn't form another sentence. His entire body quickly sank beneath the earth. Yugan casually watched him disappear, giving a mocking little wave. After finishing his business, the administrator turned back to face him. So it is you again, Kim Yugan. Just as the rumors say, you're far from ordinary, fighting a rancor. Where does that absolute confidence of yours come from? Yugan casually shot back. Thanks to your flawed management, I had to deal with quite a few annoying problems, you know. He thought to himself. Administrators possess power comparable to top-tier rankers, the so-called rulers of the tower. But unless they broke the tower's rules, they feared absolutely nothing. Yugan spoke up. This trial had a lot of strange loopholes, starting from the team matching. Am I wrong? And I'm pretty sure the overseer acted under your direct authority. The administrator looked surprised. Are you implying this is my fault? Yugan didn't beat around the bush. Exactly. Someone has to take responsibility for this mess. The administrator looked at him with sheer amusement. You're a blunt one, kid. Fine, you're not wrong. I promise you'll be properly compensated once the trial is completely over. Yugan double-checked. You're not going to back out on your word, right? The administrator boomed proudly. I am an administrator. Do not equate my words with the empty promises of lesser beings. Noticing someone lurking in the background, he said, We have quite an audience now, so let's wrap up this little chat here. Before vanishing, he couldn't help but marvel to himself. It seems a new wave is rising in the tower. A massive one at that. Nam-Gung-hoon thought to himself, I only followed him because he was our team's king. But I ended up witnessing the unimaginable. At that moment, it all clicked for him, so this was all part of his plan. His two companions murmured in shock. Olympus really did all that? Even if it was just the overseer acting out, the fallout from this is way too huge. Nam-Gung-hoon was terrified internally. How can a single person stir up a storm this terrifying? The higher-ups must be involved too. Shouldn't we do something about this? If word gets out to too many people, the tower will be thrown into total chaos. Nam-Gung-hoon spoke up, casting a thinly veiled threat at his men. And I don't think you guys want to spark an all-out war between the Muriam Alliance and Olympus, do you? One of them quickly answered. True, but that guy, how on earth could he fight an absolute monster strong enough to be an overseer? Yugan looked completely unfazed, but he muttered in his mind. I can hear every word you're saying, you know. Nam-Gung-hoon pondered. This isn't the first time a ranker lost to a regular player. The great sage Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, also defeated a ranker back when he was a player. But considering the enemy this time is Olympus itself, Kim Yugan will undoubtedly cause a shockwave much greater than even the great sage. Thinking this, he called out, Kim Yugan, what's your next move? Olympus is in a state of emergency because of you. From now on, that massive guild is going to mark you as their primary target. Are you seriously planning to face them all alone by... Before he could finish, Yugan casually cut him off. I'm going to keep fighting until I utterly crush the king of Olympus. Dead silence fell over them. Nam-Gung-hoon was dumbfounded. What? Why? Do you hold some kind of massive grudge against Olympus? Yugan recounted calmly. I just helped a blacksmith forge a certain weapon that Olympus desperately wanted to keep unmade. Ever since then, they've been obsessed with killing me. Nam-Gung-hoon was so horrified that a violent shudder ran down his spine. A blacksmith tied to Olympus. Hephaestus? I've been hearing rumors about the massive incidents happening around the tower lately through the Namgung clan. I never imagined the main character behind all that chaos was standing right in front of me. Namgung Hoon finally spoke up. I understand. He turned around to leave. Watch your back. No matter how insanely strong you are, your enemy is still Olympus. One of his men stepped forward. Brother Hoon, where are we heading? He glanced up at a glowing system message. The Muriam assembly is starting soon. We're heading back to the Namgung clan. Meanwhile, the moment Halaman saw Yugan, he was so overjoyed that tears streamed down his face. Why'd you take so long? Man, I thought I was a goner for sure. Yugan let out a tired sigh. But you didn't die, did you? Halaman wiped his tears, cheering up. That's true, but man, Yugan thought to himself, he really held his ground. Yugan glanced at him, thought for a moment, and then awkwardly muttered, even so. Hearing him hesitate, Halaman blinked in confusion. Even so, what? Did I do something wrong? Yugan gave a faint, warm smile. Even so. You didn't give up, and you held the line well. Right after that, he swiftly pulled out the flags numbering exactly 618, handing them straight over to Halaman. Halaman was so shocked he couldn't even speak straight, thinking, with this many flags, we're definitely going to score massive points and insane rewards. But rather than being thrilled about the loot, the fact that the guy who pulled off the absolute best outcome, in a hopeless situation where winning seemed impossible, was actually praising him, I'm just incredibly glad I managed to play my role as the king all the way to the very end. The system announced, player Kim Yugan has transferred 618 flags to the king. You have received 618 flags. The total number of flags will be multiplied by 2. You have received 1,236 flags. Team A receives 12,360 points. The trial has officially concluded. Tallying the flags. Team A, 1,236. Team B, 2. The winner is Team A. But the system didn't stop there. For reasons unknown, bonus points were awarded. Yuan has received 10,000 points. You may now access the point shop. The 11th floor rankings have been updated. You have earned the right to ascend to the 12th floor. You may now proceed to the next level. On the 11th floor rankings, he comfortably held the number 1 spot with 22,360 points. Scene shift. Inside a small room on the 12th floor, Yuan sat quietly, scanning the leaderboard. Yuan couldn't be more satisfied. Over 20,000 points? I would have been happy with just 10,000, but I actually doubled it. Those extra points must have come from the administrator. Add it all up, and it's a massive haul. He glanced at the second place name. That guy had jumped to rank 36, blowing past countless high rankers. He risked his life to play his part, so he definitely earned it, he muttered. Sun Wukong is ranked 11th. Given his abilities, that's actually a bit low. But then again, team trials never were his strong suit. He chuckled to himself. If the great sage Heaven's Equal heard about this, he'd probably throw a fit. A team trial? What the hell is that? Why would I need them? I'll just smash it myself. Yuan was speechless. He didn't even need to be there to picture the monkey's exact reaction. And then there was Hargan. Just as expected, he took to the 6th place with a total of 7,860 points. It wasn't surprising at all. The guy was born with overwhelming talent, and he only got stronger as he climbed the tower. Whatever happened during the tutorial and on the first floor really lit a fire under him. He must have changed a lot since we first met. I wonder what he looks like now. Thinking of his reluctant rival, a spark of amusement lit up his eyes. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Namgung clan, the absolute pinnacle of the Muriam alliance, standing even above the Heavenly Demon cult, a prestigious family that churned out countless rankers and high rankers, and the man who had single-handedly dragged the Namgung clan back to its former glory. Olympus was this very man, exuding an aura of absolute purity and power, the clan patriarch, Namgung Jingun. After listening to Hoon's report, he fell into deep thought. To think the 11th floor trial was such a chaotic mess. Hoon bowed respectfully. Yes, Patriarch, even the administrator made an appearance. I felt that relaying this through the player's inventory system might leave a digital trail, so I returned ahead of schedule. Jingun's eyes narrowed. Olympus is gearing up for the Gigantomachia. They finally found Hephaestus, but thanks to Kim Yuan, our attempt to recruit him completely failed. He poured himself a cup of tea, his voice laced with venom. That brat is a massive thorn in my side. Didn't you mention someone on your team was backed by Asgard? Hoon nodded. Yes, sir. A guy named Gibbons. Jingun sneered. I imagine Asgard will catch wind of this sooner or later. Kim Yuan, it seems our fleeting little star is about to get caught in the dead center of a massive hurricane. This upcoming Grand Muriam tournament is going to be quite the bloodbath. Back to our protagonist. Yuan stood gripping a magnificent blade, channeling his aura into the hilt. It looked like a weapon-throwing trial. After locking onto his targets, he unleashed a fierce throw. His raw power erupted, transforming the blade into streaks of purple light that tore straight through the air. The stone targets were obliterated by the sheer force of the impact, shattering into dust. The onlookers watched in absolute horror. He hit every single one, not a single miss. even from that distance, and his speed is actually increasing. This is insane. How many is he planning to destroy? He's definitely setting a new record. In mere moments, an ungodly number of stone targets were violently pulverized. The system interface flashed. You have destroyed 1,000 targets. Yuan smirked, thoroughly satisfied. This place is perfect for practice. I'm pretty confident in my javelin throwing, but this is my first time shaping a spear out of the divine flame. And just like that, he breezed through the 19th floor trial. You may now proceed to the next level. The system quickly processed his level up and showered him with bonus points. Yuan checked the timer. There's still about 5 minutes left, but there aren't any targets remaining. Looks like I really cleared them all out. The passing requirement was only 100 targets, and I destroyed 10 times that amount, but the rewards are pitifully low. Outside, the crowd was buzzing. Did you see that? It's been ages since I saw someone rack up that many points. With a score like that, he can pick anything and not regret it. Yeah, I know. Yuan pondered his next move. I got way more points than expected on the 11th floor, so I already secured the item I wanted. But because my level and achievements blew past my expectations, I hit the bottleneck a lot faster. I'll probably need to aim for the 20th floor and above to get any decent loot. The lower floors were tough and the rewards were pretty generous, but the 20th floor trial... No, the things I actually need to do on the 20th floor are a bit complicated. I should pause my climb for now. This is the perfect time to boost my mana up to the 3rd tier, and the most efficient way to fill my mana pool right now is swallowing an elixir worth 1 million points. The Crimson Grand Elixir, a mythical pill crafted only once every 3 years in the Murim world. According to his intel, the only place to get his hands on it was the Grand Murim Tournament. Having finished his quest, he quickly made his exit, his mind already racing. It starts in a few days. I'd better get moving. Scene shift, the 10th floor, one day before the Murim Tournament. A young martial artist beamed with excitement. Wow, look at this crowd. So many people showed up this time. The guy next to him chimed in. Well, it is the biggest event in the Murim world. It totally feels like a massive festival. The winner this time is definitely going to be Namgung Hoon, right? Yeah, I heard they call him the ultimate genius of the Namgung clan. Oh, come on, even so, he's still just from a Murim sect. You can't compare him to the monsters from the giant guilds. Wait, so you think Hargan is going to take the crown? I heard he climbed all the way to the 25th floor just to wait for this tournament. That's insane! At this rate, he'll become a high ranker in less than 10 years. Suddenly, 2 people sitting on the side of the road shouted at the top of their lungs. Hey, breaking news! Kim Yuan is joining the upcoming Murim tournament. Hearing that name, the other guy jumped in shock. What? I thought he only cared about climbing the tower. Since when does a monster like him care about these events? Makes sense, right? He straight up rejected all the invites and sponsorships from the massive guilds. But why would a guy with zero intention of joining a guild enter a tournament that people usually use just to get noticed? Is he after the prize? He seems absolutely certain he's going to win. His name's been popping up everywhere lately. I bet tons of guilds will show up just because Kim Yugan is participating. Want to bet on how many guilds will try to recruit him? Let's put some points on the line. Actually, let's just bet items. Switching back to our guy. He flat out rejected every single invite from the martial factions, one by one, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. The last one to get in the boot was the guild master of the 12 earthly branches, a ranker from the Dragon Clan. Brand New scowled. Well, that's just rude. Don't you think we should at least step inside to talk? This really isn't something we should be discussing at the front door. Yugan groaned in annoyance. So much hassle. Just then, another voice rang out. The 12 earthly branches. I heard your guild has been struggling lately, but I didn't expect the guildmaster to show up in person. How very dedicated. Recognizing the vaguely familiar voice, Brand New spun around. Wait, you're Suriel? Suriel completely ignored him, his eyes locking straight onto the young man. So, you must be Kim Yugan. I am from the Gon Guild. Are you going to chase me away too? Brand New wondered to himself. I can't believe even the archangels are making a move. Is this kid really that incredible? With a sigh, Yugan finally spoke up. You're the 13th person to show up today. Suriel quickly cut him off. I understand, but if you ever change your mind, please reach out to me. We will always have a spot open for you. Internally, the archangel was cursing this arrogant brat. Yugan glanced at the card and said flatly, even if you hand me something like this, I'm still not calling you. Suriel blinked in disbelief. Excuse me? But a familiar voice suddenly broke in. Well, obviously, that's exactly what Kim Yugan would say. Hargan grinned, looking at him with absolute confidence. What about me then? You gonna kick me out too? Hargan casually flickered a flame, burning Suriel's business card to ashes. Long time no see, my friend. Yugan's face instantly darkened. You can get lost too. Nice flashy entrance, by the way. Hargan couldn't believe his ears. Huh? Wait, are you serious? Yugan showed absolutely zero mercy. Dead serious, Brand New just stood there completely bewildered. He's rejecting even Hargan of Olympus? Oh, right. Weren't they teammates during the tutorial? Seeing Hargan throw a loud, dramatic fit, Yugan just sighed helplessly. I'm just messing with you. Get in here. Hargan immediately pouted, looking totally betrayed. You're such a buzzkill, man. After that, the two of them quickly headed inside. The door slammed shut aggressively in their faces. One of the guild members in the back complained bitterly. Guildmaster, isn't that just way too arrogant? Unbelievable. He didn't even offer us a cup of tea. Just slammed the door right in our faces. The reputation of our guild will... Brand New cut him off. That's enough. We aren't the only guild he treated like this. Let's just pack up and leave quietly. The moment they stepped inside, Hargan couldn't help but whistle in awe. Damn, this is a nice room. How many points did this place even cost? You must be absolutely loaded, huh? Yugan replied nonchalantly. The points just kind of piled up. I actually paused my climb and came all the way down here just to get some proper rest. Right in the middle of their conversation, another loud shout echoed from outside. Mr. Kim Yugan, are you in there? Please, let's just have a quick chat. Yugan brushed it off, clearly completely used to it by now. Just ignore them. If it was really urgent, they would have broken down the door by now. Hargan sighed, feeling exhausted just watching him. Bro, with all this racket, you've got a fancy room but zero actual rest. I'm guessing this happens all the time? Just like what happened earlier. Yugan figured it was probably because the martial arts tournament was coming up, so today was especially hectic. Hargan slumped into the chair. You're pretty famous now, man. Finding where you're staying was a piece of cake. Yugan shot back. If you had just asked, I would have given you the address. Hargan was quick to defend himself. Where's the fun in that? I wanted to sneak in and totally surprise you. Though looking at your face, you don't seem surprised at all. Yugan raised an eyebrow. Where's the rest of your team? Hargan waved his hand. Back at the dorms. I slipped away and told them I was coming to see you. Yugan looked curious. None of them got eliminated? Hargan puffed out his chest. Not a single one. We're all going to become rankers. We've got the skills to back it up after all. His tone suddenly shifted. But enough about that. I heard you stirred up some massive trouble. Is that true? Were you really the one who stopped them from taking Hephaestus away? Look, even if I'm the outcast of the family, you do know who my old man is, right? I have eyes and ears all over this place. When I first heard the news, I thought you'd completely lost your mind. Why the hell would you do that and make an enemy out of Olympus? Yugan didn't miss a beat. And yet, here you are. Hargan's voice softened with sincerity. Look, you know I'm not exactly the cautious type, and the ones waiting to strike belong to Hera. He paused. Ares too. His relationship with Hera is already a mess. So I don't even need to explain. Yuan cut him off. What about Zeus? Yuan asked. How did he find out about this? Hargan blinked, clearly caught off guard. Wow, that's the first time I've ever heard someone drop my old man's name so casually.
My father is completely obsessed with conquering the final floor of the tower. He washed his hands of Olympus a long time ago, so I honestly have no idea. Yuan pondered this. The final floor, since no one had ever cleared the 100th floor, it made sense they would call it that.
That was exactly why players who reached the 100th floor were crowned as rankers. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of faces would they make if they found out there was a ceiling even higher than floor 100? Hargan's tone turned serious. Listen, Olympus is absolutely furious right now. You saved a branded sinner, so you need to lay low for a while. I'll try to talk to my father when I get the chance. Yuan cut in with a dry chuckle. Huh, so even you call the old man a sinner, huh? Hargan flinched. Wait, what? Yuan didn't miss a beat. I'm heading out somewhere right now. You coming or what? Hargan just stared at him, totally bewildered. Huh? What do you mean? Where the hell are you going so suddenly? Yuan smirked. To see the guy you just called a sinner. I'm going to see Uncle Hephaestus. The image of the grumpy blacksmith with a surprisingly warm heart flashed through his mind. Right at this moment, the forge was roaring with fierce crimson flames. The old man was hammering away, lost in his relentless craftsmanship. He gripped his heavy hammer tightly. It was an ancient tool, one that had stayed by Vulcan's side through an eternity of time. Sweat poured down his muscular body like rain, but he didn't even seem to notice. The searing heat of the forge cast a brilliant dancing glow across the entire workshop. Vulcan's rugged face finally showed traces of exhaustion. Damn it, he thought to himself. Has it really been 4 days already? Am I pushing myself too hard this time? But if I just sit around doing nothing, my damn hands won't stop itching to work. To be completely honest, more than half the things he wanted to forge were weapons, but he couldn't just stop now. The weapon I'm forging for that cheeky brat? No, for my benefactor. This will be my final masterpiece. Seeing how crazy the rumors have gotten, even reaching all the way down here to the first floor, that kid must be climbing the tower again. He said he'd drop by soon, but when the hell is soon? Just as that thought crossed his mind, a familiar voice echoed through the workshop. Yo, anyone home? The moment he heard that voice, a faint warmth flickered across Vulcan's gruff face. But as soon as Yuan stepped into the light, the old man barked out, Why the hell did you even ask if anyone was here when you were just going to waltz in without knocking? But his rant was cut short. Vulcan's sharp eyes instantly locked onto the stranger standing right behind him. Hargan. Vulcan's aura shifted into pure caution. He glared at the intruder, then growled at Yuan. Who the hell did you drag into my forge? Hargan stepped forward, squaring his shoulders. I am Hargan. The moment the name dropped, Vulcan recognized him. Hargan. So, you're another one of the old man's brats. Hargan's face fell, a flash of genuine disappointment in his eyes. Is it really that hard to just call me your little brother? Vulcan scoffed, his tone brutally honest. Ha! With our siblings slaughtering each other left and right in this endless bloodbath, you really expect me to play the loving big brother? Suddenly, a terrifying, suffocating bloodlust erupted from the old blacksmith. Vulcan lowered his stance, fiercely gathering his magical power. Let me guess, you're here to drag me back in chains too? Hargan threw his hands up, frantically trying to diffuse the tension.
No, of course not. Come on, I don't even have that kind of power anyway. I just came here to see you, all right?
Vulcan froze, his killing intent faltering into pure confusion. See me? What for? Why the hell would you want that? Hargan took a deep breath and confessed. Because I can't blindly trust Olympus anymore. Vulcan's eyes widened in utter shock at those words.
What did you just say?
A direct son of Zeus, doubting the absolute authority of Olympus? Yeah. Hargan's voice tightened with frustration. Ever since I was born, all they ever drilled into my head was that you, my own older brother, were some unforgivable, monstrous sinner.
But then I found out that my friend right here risked everything to save you. You won. He's opened my eyes to a lot of things.
So, I needed to come here. I wanted to meet you face to face and judge you with my own two eyes. Vulcan fell silent, quietly studying this naive younger brother of his. Now that he was really looking at him, the kid's face, the fiery determination in his eyes, he was the spitting image of their father.
Is it because the old man's blood runs thicker in his veins?
Vulcan snorted, aggressively planting his hands on his hips. All right then, so what's the verdict, kid? Hargan didn't sugarcoat it. I'm still not sure. I mean, I've only just met you, but I do know that you stopped forging weapons. It hasn't always been like this, though, has it?
Because back in Olympus, there are literally dozens of legendary weapons bearing your maker's mark.
The blacksmith didn't try to deny it. You've got sharp eyes, kid. I'll give you that. Hargan pressed on, genuinely curious. So, when exactly did you stop forging weapons? At those words, a heavy silence fell over the forge. Vulcan's expression darkened into a deep, painful scowl. Even Yuan's relaxed demeanor faded, replaced by a grim shadow. Vulcan muttered, repeating the painful question. When did I stop? He let out a bitter sigh. It was right after the Great War with the Giants. The Giants, they were an ancient ruling race, dominating the realms through sheer, overwhelming physical might and colossal bodies. Eventually, certain gods branded them as criminals, simply out of petty jealousy and deep-seated terror of their immense power. But the ugly truth was, Olympus only clawed its way to absolute supremacy because of those very same giants. Back then, Olympus stood proudly by their side. Because of that alliance, the giants truly believed Olympus was their sworn comrade. No, it was deeper than that. They genuinely thought of us as their friends. Vulcan's voice cracked with raw, unspoken grief. And I thought they were my friends too. But those friends, they ended up with the very weapons I forged driven straight through their hearts. The War of the Giants. That's the name of the bloodbath Olympus sparked when the giants were banished. The reason behind that horrific war was dead simple. It was purely political. Because public sentiment had turned against Olympus, by doing this, they could completely monopolize the power they once shared with the giants of Asgard, the giants of Olympus, and rankers from every guild. They all tore at each other's throats to claim their own piece of territory. That's why the war was an absolute nightmare. The clash of swords echoed through the heavens like roaring thunder, and the lands inside the tower were drenched in the blood of countless lives. My friends, those giants, they were all sacrificed just to expand the influence of Olympus. They were slaughtered just to wash away the stain on Olympus's reputation for having allied with them in the first place. And that was the moment I walked away from Olympus. That was the day I stopped forging weapons. Hearing this, Yuan couldn't hide the sorrow washing over his face. A heartbreaking memory surfaced. This was the exact same story the old man had sobbed out to him right before he regressed to the past. Even though so much time has passed, I'm certain it still tears him apart to talk about it. But right now, he's swallowing his pain, trying his hardest to keep his composure in front of us. Volcano's voice cut through the silence. But then, a few decades later, they suddenly demanded that I start forging weapons again. I'd bet everything it's because some giants are still alive. Hargan narrowed his eyes, a dark thought crossing his mind. Could they be planning to ignite another war? Volcano sighed. I'm sure they're just laying the groundwork for now, but yeah, there's a 90% chance you're right. At least that's how I see this whole mess. You're free to choose who you want to trust. You might think I'm completely wrong, and who knows, maybe I actually am. But no matter what, I am going to fight against Olympus. With those words, Volcano turned and headed inside. Hey, kid, he yelled back. You didn't just come here to introduce him to me, did you? Come on, follow me. We've got work to do in the vault. Before following him, Yuan cast a sideways glance at Hargan, quietly observing his reaction. The guy who was always so loud and rowdy was now completely lost in his own thoughts. Yuan decided not to bother Hagen right now. He knew the guy needed some time alone to process everything. Who knows what was going through his head, but his relaxed hands suddenly clenched into tight fists, as if he was desperately trying to suppress the storm of emotions raging inside him. Down in the forge's underground vault, the moment Yuan stepped off the stairs, Volcano broke the silence. He seems like a good kid. I think I finally get why you brought him to me. The old blacksmith looked curious. Are you planning to keep traveling with him? Yuan shrugged. I'm not entirely sure yet, but maybe I should give it a shot, especially since a certain grumpy old man who never praises anyone is actually saying nice things about him. Volcano glared at him. I certainly hope you do. You overthink things way too much. Yuan shot back with a playful smirk. Well, didn't I learn that from you, old man? I know damn well you don't fully trust him yet either. Volcano finally spoke what was really on his mind. That kid is still at an age where he's easily swayed. Since there's absolutely no way to predict which path he's going to walk down, I don't really have a choice but to keep a close eye on him. And by the way, you always have to have the last word, don't you? Bantering back and forth, the two of them finally stopped in front of a heavy door. Volcano quickly unlocked it. With a heavy clank, the ceiling chains fell away. He pushed the door open. I forged it exactly like you asked, but honestly, making this thing was a royal pain in the ass. And after hearing the awful name you came up with, I absolutely could not let you ruin it. So, I took the liberty of naming it myself, Kaini. Yuan slowly stepped closer to the artifact. So, this is Kaini? In his past life, the old man had also given the divine helm of Hades the exact same name, Kaini. He never expected him to use that identical name for a completely different artifact in this timeline. Volcano broke his train of thought, explaining, I used up every last scrap of adamantium you brought me. The divine dark crystal is embedded in the outer layer, though you won't be able to see it with the naked eye. Yuan's eyes lit up with deep fascination. Can I try it on? Volcano let out a hearty laugh. Of course you can. That's exactly why I made the damn thing. Go ahead, put the glove on. It's incredibly thin. So thin you probably won't even believe it's actually forged from adamantium. Volcano watched him closely, keeping his thoughts to himself. I don't doubt his skills for a second. The kid has been fighting rankers ever since the first floor. But raw power isn't the issue here. The real question is he truly worthy of it? As he watched Yuan slip the dark glove onto his hand, a knot of worry tightened in Volcano's chest. He couldn't help but wonder if the boy could actually handle the artifact's overwhelming presence. Yuan nodded, testing his grip. I see. Then he paused. Wait, how did you manage to compress the mass so much? But before he could finish, he suddenly froze, looking straight ahead. The room had vanished. He was standing in a void of pitch-black darkness. From out of nowhere, a massive pair of eyes slowly peeled open, as if awakening from an eternity of slumber. They were slitted like a cat's, radiating a brilliant, piercing golden light that tore through the shadows. The eyes widened, locking into his soul as a deep, reverberating voice echoed in the endless void. Who are you? Yuan scoffed internally. Who am I? That's my line, you creepy bastard. He stayed completely silent, observing the entity for a moment before it finally clicked. Ah, I get it now. This must be Kaini's trial. Steadying his voice, he introduced himself. I am Kim Yuan. The golden eyes scrutinized him for a long, heavy moment before speaking again. A soul from a different timeline. How fascinating. A jolt of shock ran through him. A different timeline? Don't tell me, this thing can actually see that I regressed from the future? Yuan's curiosity flared up. Who are you? He demanded, his tone turning sharp. What exactly are you? The golden slit pupils darted around before answering him without hesitation. I am the eye. I have no mouth to speak. Yuan deadpanned. So you're an eye, not a mouth, and that's why you can't speak. Seriously, is that it? He couldn't help but feel a sudden wave of exhaustion at the cryptic nonsense. Even considering that Kaini was forged from the divine dark crystal, there was barely any information out there about the three divine artifacts of Olympus. They had completely vanished during the invasion of the outer gods, and the only solid intel he had left was about an artifact belonging to Kronos. In his past life, Kaini was the helm of Hades. But this time, Kaini was a glove. Was this entity something sealed away inside the divine dark crystal? Or was the crystal itself a living being? I was hoping to use this chance to figure out exactly what kind of power Kaini holds. But at this rate, even having a normal conversation is going to be a massive headache. Just as he thought that, another voice abruptly broke through the void. Whose egg is this? Where did it come from? Right after that, his egg suddenly woke up and started screaming. All around Yugan, the ground was violently shaking. He panicked. The density of this dark mana was massive. This is bad. His body could melt away if it even grazed him. Holy fire quickly surged and wrapped around Yugan. Gritting his teeth, his mind raced. Do I dodge? No. Is it too late? Yugan calculated his options and made a split-second decision. I have to use the holy fire to block it. Suddenly, a streak of blue light flashed right past him. Yugan blinked in shock. Wait, that wasn't an attack? Just then, the system kept ringing with rapid updates about the egg. It looked like it was finally about to hatch. The hatching rate had already reached 41.29%. The little thing was singing away, endlessly happy. The hatching rate shot up by nearly 30%, way higher than when it devoured the corpse of Orochi. He was incredibly tense. Nobody knew whose egg this was, what on earth was going to pop out of it, or even how to hatch it. Yugan couldn't help but ask it. Did you wake up because you're hungry? He fell silent for a moment. This egg, it definitely came from the outer gods. If it's this guy, maybe he knows exactly where those bastards came from. That mysterious eye just now, it made the hatching rate skyrocket. Thinking about this, he called out, "Hey, do you have any idea what this egg is?" It just stared at him intently, like it was looking at some weird alien object, but stayed completely silent. Seeing it refuse to answer, he finally yelled, "Just say something, anything!" The eye slowly began to close, uttering only one short word, "Observe." And with that, the giant eye completely shut tight. Yugan screamed, "Wait!" But at that exact moment, a massive shockwave hit, making him feel like the whole world was tearing apart. A familiar hammer smashed down fiercely, erupting with terrifying bolts of lightning. Yugan quickly realized the one behind this attack was the old man. He gasped, violently snapping out of his hallucination in pure shock. His hammer had just smacked Yugan right on the head to snap him back to reality. The old man's face was pale with worry and frantic urgency. By now, he was fully awake. Volcano looked at him, deeply concerned. "Kid, are you all right? Out of nowhere, this bizarre, twisting mana just swallowed you whole." He let out a loud, relieved laugh. "Ha! As long as you're in one piece, that's all that matters." Yugan was still a bit shaken. "Man, I really just came back from the dead." Volcano suddenly chimed in. "Oh, right. How does it feel to use that thing?" Yugan spoke up. "Ah, yeah, it's amazing. The material is so smooth, it actually feels like I'm not wearing anything at all." His mind was racing. How fascinating. Instead of focusing on how the gear feels, Bone Sully, I got totally sidetracked when I ran into that entity. I will continue to observe. Yeah, I definitely heard it say that. The divine black crystal, also known as the fragment of Kini. It looks like there's the massive, unexpected secret hidden behind this. There are 3 fragments in total, including this divine black crystal. From what I remember, I have to collect the other 2 pieces to uncover the real truth. And out of those 2 remaining pieces, I'm pretty sure I can get my hands on one of them right now. Yugan looked down at his new glove, a satisfied smirk on his face. The next target is the fragment of Chiden. Just as the 2 of them walked out of the warehouse, Han came sprinting toward them in an absolute panic. What the hell happened in there? The whole place was shaking like crazy just now. Volcano's face turned dark. I have no idea. He aggressively hefted his giant hammer over his shoulder. "Ask that brat over there. I was just swinging my hammer." Han looked horrified. "Swinging your hammer?" Still burning with curiosity, he couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Yugan. "Kim Yugan, is that a glove? A new item? Wait, are you even okay? What do you mean by that, bro?" Yugan didn't offer any real explanation. "I honestly don't know." Han just stood there, looking completely dumbfounded. "You're saying that too? You 2 didn't get into a fight, did you?" Yugan quickly spoke up. "No way. Absolutely not. If I actually got hit by that hammer, I'd be sent straight to the afterlife." Han thought about it for a second, and yeah, that made perfect sense. Yugan reassured him. "Really, it's nothing to worry about. I'm only saying this because I genuinely have no clue what just happened." Han decided to buy it, for now. "All right, fine." Yugan changed the subject, asking him, "Have you made up your mind yet?" Han shook his head. "Not yet. Everything is just way too complicated right now. I think I need to go see my older brother and sister first." Yugan was curious. "Who exactly are you talking about? You have a ton of siblings, you know." Han replied, "I'm talking about my brother Apollo and sister Artemis." Apollo and Artemis, illegitimate children of Zeus, just like Han, and some of the very few high-tier rankers residing in Olympus. Even though he was a key player in the Gigantomachia, he still wants to meet the 2 people who know the most about it. He's actually being incredibly careful about this. Han cleared his throat. For now, I'm just going to focus on the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The prize money is one thing, but I need to get my name out there if I want real power in Olympus." Yuan chimed in. "Have you been plotting this the whole time?" Hargan smirked. "Of course, I'm not like my brother Ares. If I want people to rally behind me, I have to keep proving my worth. Besides, the roster for this tournament is insanely stacked compared to the last ones. Word is, a ton of famous rankers are coming to watch. There's no way I'm passing up a massive stage like this. Do you have any idea that over half the rankers out there are already keeping their eyes on you?" Yuan thought to himself, "Man, he looks pumped. Is he really that excited?" Hargan leaned in and continued. "Plus, rumor has it that an absolute monster is showing up." Yuan blinked, genuinely curious. "Who?" Han's expression turned dead serious. "The Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult." Seeing Yuan go completely silent in apparent shock, Hargan looked incredibly smug. "Well, getting the chills, aren't you?" Yuan just stared blankly, completely lost for words. "Wait, isn't that me?" Now, the Vice Lord isn't just any title. It's the second in command of the heavenly demon cult, granting the absolute authority to command all of its disciples. The crazy part is, the cult has been in total seclusion from the martial world for ages. The whole reason they isolated themselves up on the heavenly mountain was because a certain stubborn heavenly demon refused to stop guarding the sacred fire. So, now that the old man's lifelong burden has finally been lifted, it makes perfect sense that they're stepping back out into the world. Still, using this tournament as their grand comeback stage, that old geezer is way craftier than I gave him credit for. Either way, if the heavenly demon cult is back in action, they're going to be a massive help in the upcoming war against the outer gods. Han kept rambling. The vice lord of the cult has got to be insanely strong. Do you think he's a ranker? Wait, if he was a ranker, he wouldn't meet the entry requirements, so he has to be a regular player. Yuan cut him off. It's me. Han blinked, looking totally lost. What? Yuan sighed and said it again. I said, that vice lord of the heavenly demon cult is me. Argan jumped up, screaming in excitement. Hold on! Isn't the vice lord equivalent to the second in command of a massive noble family? Was that your reward for clearing the heavenly demon's trial? Vulcan grumbled in irritation. Damn, Brad is way too loud. The true reward of the trial was the sacred fire, but technically, the vice lord title was part of the package, so Hargan wasn't exactly wrong. Han groaned in jealousy. Damn it! Maybe I should have taken that trial too! He leaned in. Man, if word gets out about this, your bounty and value are going to skyrocket. Yuan shrugged it off. I have zero intention of joining any guild anyway. Hargan chuckled. I know that, but those massive guilds aren't going to see it that way. Hargan grinned, practically buzzing with anticipation. Oh man, tomorrow is going to be so much fun. Time flew by, and soon enough, the next day arrived, the grand opening ceremony of the martial arts tournament. This was the battleground that would crown the absolute strongest out of 10,000 players. It was the biggest event in the tower right now, featuring the most insane lineup of rising stars in the history of the tournament. Even the VIP boxes were packed with legendary figures. Who would claim the ultimate victory? Who would walk away with an artifact worth millions of points? The announcer's voice boomed across the arena.
And now, let the games begin. It's time for the preliminary rounds.
Preliminary round rules. 10 players will be placed into a single block. The absolute last person standing in the arena will secure their ticket to the main tournament. There were 0 rules regarding fighting styles, and the block assignments for this round were completely randomized. Down in the stands, the crowd roared. Look, the players are coming out. Whoa, isn't that guy from the Sion clan? He entered the tournament even though he just reached the 10th floor? Hey, that's Lee Gunnin, that mad dog from the Shura Sword School. Wait, what? Where's Lee Gunnin, that bastard? Lee Gunnin scoffed to himself. A mad dog? What a garbage nickname. But whatever, at least they recognize greatness when they see it. I finally scraped my way up to the 18th floor. Since only players below floor 25 are even allowed to compete, level 18 puts me near the top of the food chain here. I'm going to sweep this tournament, skyrocket the school's reputation, and get directly in the headmaster's good graces. Suddenly, Gunnin locked eyes on a familiar figure across the arena. That red cloak, that smug face, it's that little punk from before. Kim Yuan, you little bastard, it really is you. Up in the stands, someone else shrieked, holy crap, it's actually Kim Yuan. Gunnin ground his teeth in frustration. Kim Yuan, what the hell is he doing here? Damn it, it's only the preliminaries and I get thrown into the absolute worst bracket possible. The preliminary round was about to begin. The system announcer's voice echoed sharply. 10 seconds remaining. The commentator immediately began the countdown. Gunnin steeled his resolve. Screw it. If I'm going down, I'm taking that arrogant brat with me. Filled with rage, he roared across the arena. Hey, you in the red cloak, do you remember my face? Because I haven't forgotten the humiliation you put me through for a single second. Right at that moment, the starting bell rang. Gunnin gnashed his teeth. If fate brought us back together, then I'm going to rip you apart right here, right now. Without hesitation, Gunnin charged forward like a madman, swinging his sword with lethal force. But Yuan effortlessly sidestepped the strike. Suddenly, Gunnin froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. Wait, did I just get punched in the jaw? And that's not all. Yuan looked at him with an utterly deadpan expression. Who the hell are you? Gunnin's soul practically left his body. This bastard, he doesn't even remember me? All around them, the rest of the block charged into a massive, chaotic brawl. Amidst the frenzy, one of the fighters locked eyes on Yuan. Black hair, piercing black eyes, and that signature red cloak. There's no mistaking it. That's Kim Yuan! The fighter from the Sion clan readied his stance. Yuan sighed, brushing off his sleeves. Look, whether you guys come at me one by one or all rush me at the exact same time, I don't care. Let's just wrap this up quickly. His eyes darkened, his voice dropping to a freezing chill. But if you're too scared to make the first move, I'll do it for you. Before any of the gladiators could even blink, Yuan vanished from his spot. Yugan's speed was so unbelievable that no one could even react before getting completely thrashed. The crowd panicked, screaming, "He's coming! No, wait, he's already here! Right? No, left!" Seimun Trang recoiled in pure terror. Too fast, Baba! He's way too fast! My eyes can't even track him! Once everyone else was wiped out, Yugan instantly switched targets. Seimun Trang flinched. Is he coming for me? Before his hand could even grip his sword properly, Yugan had already dashed right up to his face. Seimun Trang gasped in shock. The hilt? He's not even attacking for real. Is he just playing with me like some kid? The very second that thought crossed his mind, he was utterly blown away. In the blink of an eye, not a single opponent was left standing on the arena. Seimun Trang couldn't hold back and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, a blinding pain ripping through his body. He struggled to push himself up. Damn it, I can't move. My ribs are definitely broken. But none of us are dead? There's no way this is a coincidence. Yugan! He definitely held back on us. A booming voice echoed across the stadium. The participant advancing to the main event is Kim Yugan. Yugan thought to himself, now I just need to wait for his match. If I remember correctly, his fight is up next. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han was rapidly overwhelming all the other participants with sheer aura. That loud voice boomed once more. The participant advancing to the main event is Han! Yugan watched from a distance. He really has gotten stronger. I can see his level rising every single time he climbs the tower. This growth rate is just unbelievable. I heard he just cleared the 25th floor recently, but his skills are already on par with players from the higher floors. If he unlocks his full potential, he'll become even more terrifying. His mana, his talent for controlling lightning, his skills, even his looks, they're practically a carbon copy. Once he becomes a ranker, he'll definitely have what it takes to fight right by my side. Suddenly, a voice called out, There, it is! It sounded somewhat familiar, screeching at the top of its lungs. Found you, you punk! Don't you dare move a muscle! Yugan stared blankly. And who are you exactly? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Gunan ground his teeth in pure irritation. I'm Yang Gunan from the Azure Sword Sect, you bastard! You literally just saw me at the preliminaries. Not to mention, we ran into each other the moment you stepped onto the 10th floor. How dared you pull that crap on me back then? Just then, a deep, ominous voice echoed through the air. Forgive the intrusion. It seems a disciple of my sect has acted rather rudely toward you. Yugan narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. This guy's aura is no joke. Is he a ranker? He spoke up, his tone flat. What do you want? The man introduced himself. My name is Mun Sobek. I am the sect leader of the Azure Sword Sect. And just as suspected, he was indeed a ranker. He continued smoothly. I came here with the hope that you would join forces with our sect. Yugan questioned back. A sect? You mean... Pausing for a second, he stayed quiet, testing the waters. Yugan pieced it together. Makes sense. If he's the sect leader, it's no surprise he's a ranker. Even so, he coldly rejected the offer. Not interested. Sobek didn't seem surprised in the slightest. Just as I expected. I've heard you rejected every single scouting offer, even those from the major guilds. Yugan frowned, genuinely puzzled. If you already knew that, then why the hell are you even here? The man simply smiled. By nature, the Azure Sword Sect is not a guild. We may belong to the Martial Arts Alliance, but at our core, we are a traditional sect. Furthermore, our school holds a long, glorious history. Though we might be slightly weakened at present, the Azure Sword Sect is still the very first sect to carry on the true legacy of the martial world. Yugan scoffed internally. I've never even heard of them. Clearly not a major sect. This old man is probably their one and only ranker. Sobek kept droning on. And so, I sincerely hope that you... Yugan cut him right off. You can keep talking to yourself. I'm out of here. The man's face instantly darkened. Is that so? It seems you've severely misunderstood my intentions. This wasn't a request. The hand resting on Yugan's shoulder clamped down with crushing force. Yugan let out a quiet sigh. I figured someone would try to beat me into joining them sooner or later. But instead of acting, he shot back, I'm pretty sure you're fully aware of what happens when a ranker starts a fight with a tournament participant, right? So you're really not afraid of the Namgung clan? Messing with a participant is basically declaring war on the tournament organizers. Sobek barked a harsh laugh. The Namgung clan? Is that why you've got so much nerve, kid? The head of the R clan is my blood brother. What makes you think I'd be scared of the Namgung clan? Yugan finally understood. No wonder he's acting so damn arrogant. He's got a big shot backing him up. Yet, he didn't show a single ounce of fear. Does the head of the R clan know his blood brother is out here throwing his name around like a cheap threat? Sobek smirked slyly. Don't be so hostile now. I just want to have a friendly little chat with you. I guarantee you'll realize just how wonderful the Azure Sword Sect is, if you just listen. Yugan coldly repeated himself. Did I stutter? I said I refuse. Sobek was slightly taken aback. I've heard plenty of rumors about his skills, but to think he was actually this strong? This is tricky. I need to prepare myself before the penalty hits. Yugan kept talking. You asked if I was relying on the Namgung clan, didn't you? Well, no. The only thing I trust is myself. With that said, the grip he used to pry the man's hand off flared with a bit more raw power. Sobek quickly unleashed his internal energy, throwing Yugan backward.
He brushed it off casually. Not bad. I was planning to use force if he refused anyway, but it looks like he won't go down easy. Luckily, the tournament is at its climax right now. It'll be a while before anyone leaves the stands. Considering the system's penalty, I can't afford to drag this out. I have to finish him in one single strike. Just then, Yugan added, Actually, there is one other thing I trust. As soon as he finished speaking, a low, deep voice echoed through the room. I was wondering why you were taking so long, my lord. What exactly are you doing here, huh? Vice Lord. The one who had just arrived was none other than the Fist King of the Heavenly Demon Cult, Pung Baek Lim. So Beck gasped in shock. Vice Lord? Wait, I thought this guy was factionless. Wait a minute. There's only one place in the entire martial world that uses the title Lord. Don't tell me. Yugan is the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult who entered the tournament? I knew Kim Yun was the only one who passed the cult's trial, but I never expected them to hand him the title of Vice Lord. Beck Lim narrowed his eyes and continued. It looks like this punk was picking a fight with you, my lord. What should I do with him? Should I just kill him off? Yuguan sighed. We haven't even started yet. Just let it go. Suit yourself. So Beck trembled slightly. This guy is no ordinary fighter. If I fight him now, I'm dead meat. And even if by some miracle I win, I'll be marked as an enemy of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Damn it all. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and back down. My deepest apologies. I had no idea that Yuguan was the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult. If I had known he was already affiliated, I would never have approached him in the first place. We are a cult, not some run-of-the-mill sect. Don't you dare lump us in with the likes of you. Knowing he had messed with the wrong crowd, the man hastily bowed. In any case, I am truly sorry. Farewell. Yuguan silently watched him scurry away, his face darkening. He was clearly annoyed. The moment the man was gone, he immediately called them out. You guys were the ones who leaked the rumor that the cult's Vice Lord was joining the tournament, weren't you? Beck Lim couldn't hold it in and burst into roaring laughter. The disciples were just way too excited about making our grand return to the martial world. They just couldn't keep their mouths shut, you know? Yuguan groaned in frustration. I freaking knew it. Beck Lim laughed heartily, openly confessing. And of course, that includes me too. Please don't hold it against us, my lord. Yuguan was completely speechless. Is he seriously always like this? Letting out a sigh, he gave his orders. Look into the head of the Yu clan. He's the one backing the master of the spear and sword sect. It's best if we keep a very close eye on them from now on. Beck Lim shouted firmly, Your will is my command! Beck Lim then added, By the way, we have a formal dinner scheduled with the Namgung clan right after the tournament ends. I'll make sure to bring this matter up with them. Any shady scheme stirring in the dark must be met with proper punishment. Would you like to attend the dinner as well, my lord? Yuguan, of course, instantly refused. I'll pass. It's just going to be a bunch of boring political socializing anyway. Later, the moment he raised his hand and knocked on a door, a calm voice from inside immediately answered. Come in. The heavenly demon, Mujin. It seemed he had known Yuguan was coming and had been waiting for him. He slowly poured a cup of tea, unable to hold back his praise. You did excellent out there. Yuguan tilted his head in confusion. Wait, you actually watched my preliminary matches? Mujin smirked. I knew you were going to win regardless, so no, I didn't watch. Seeing Yuguan stay completely silent, he raised an eyebrow. What? Was I wrong? He then gracefully poured another cup of tea, any tea for the young man. You're absolutely right, Yuguan replied. But suddenly, an incredibly dense wave of power exploded, rapidly suffocating the entire room. This pressure, Yuguan thought to himself, gritting his teeth. The heavenly demon's mana is pouring into the teacup along with the water like a raging waterfall. The sheer weight of it is insane. Is he testing me? He clenched his jaw, silently chanting to himself, I have to endure this. At that moment, the teacup in his hand began to crack under the overwhelming pressure. No, I can't let this cup break. His expression twisted in heavy strain. Slowly but surely, his own fierce kai began to leak out, desperately pushing back. Wait, Yuguan realized with a jolt. My energy! It's reacting to my emotions. After a long, agonizing moment of tension, the heavenly demon suddenly spoke up. Well then, I suppose that makes things clear. He smoothly stopped pouring, withdrawing his suffocating aura. Mujin looked at him curiously. Tell me, why did you bother entering this martial arts tournament? Your skills are leagues beyond this little children's playground. Yuguan decided to be brutally honest. Honestly, I'm a bit strapped for cash these days, and I really need that great crimson pill. Unlike you, I'm not exactly a traditional martial artist, so my system stats are absolutely crucial to me. Mujin stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see, that makes sense. The great crimson pill is indeed a phenomenal elixir. In fact, it's the very reason this tournament has grown to be so massive. Yuguan couldn't help but ask, so what exactly brought you all the way out here? Mujin's gaze sharpened. The time has finally come for the heavenly demon cult to step down from the heavenly mountain. We plan on taking in fresh blood. We'll hold new trials, build up our military strength, and firmly establish our dominance in the martial world once again. Plus, thanks to modern technology, traveling down from the summit is much easier these days.
Therefore, I have decided to officially reveal ourselves to the world. Yugan smirked, feeling a sense of satisfaction. So, you guys are finally going to hand out some actually reasonable entrance exams? He leaned back and continued. But are you really okay with this setup? Like I told you before, I'm not cut out to be your Vice Lord, and I have absolutely zero intention of tying myself down to any organization. I'm not going to sit around playing administrator while trying to cultivate my own strength. You know damn well there are going to be disciples furiously protesting my position. Mujin remained utterly unwavering. I am the heavenly demon of the heavenly demon cult. Once I have acknowledged you, there is not a single soul alive who dare defy your presence. Yugan challenged him, his tone turning deadly serious. Even if I end up dragging the entire heavenly demon cult down to ruins? Faced with such a heavy question, Mujin fell into a long, profound silence. Finally, the older man spoke. I see, the Titan War, is it? I was isolated on the heavenly mountain for far too long to experience it myself. But the sheer scale of that event was so massive that everyone climbing the tower has heard the legends. So, are you planning to stop the Second War from breaking out? Yugan answered without a hint of hesitation. Something like that. Mujin leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with realization. Is that why you boldly declared yourself an enemy of Olympus? Yuan fired back. So, I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you really willing to make an enemy out of Olympus? Mujin replied. A sailor doesn't refuse to set sail just because he's afraid of a storm. When the waves crash down, you have no choice but to face them head on. Yuan couldn't help but wonder, why go this far? Honestly, the old man and I are practically strangers. Not to mention, picking this fight puts his precious family back at the Heavenly Mountain in grave danger. So, why would he agree to this so easily? As if reading his mind, Mujin spoke up again. If you still can't wrap your head around it, just remember this one thing. Nothing else matters. But carve this into your very soul. Vice Cult Leader, Kim Yuan. From this moment on, you are the Heavenly Demon Cult. The scene shifted to a lavishly decorated room, lined with priceless antique ceramics. A sharp voice broke the silence. Sect Leader of the Azure Sword, you've been scowling this whole time. What's eating at you? This tournament isn't just pulling in massive crowds. It's packed to the brim with absolute prodigies. I mean, think about it. We've got the Prince of Olympus, the Heir of Asgard, the Angel of Zion, and of course, that kid, Kim Yuan. The kid is a total monster. Man, if only we could recruit him into our Sacred Martial Academy. Rumor has it he started climbing the tower after clearing the Heavenly Demon Cult's trial. It's honestly mind-blowing. Out of all the prestigious factions out there, he actually chose the trial of those demonic lunatics. Sobe suddenly cut in, his tone cold. Kim Yuan is the Vice Cult Leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult. The room erupted in shock. Wait, Vice Cult Leader? What the hell are you talking about? Sobe quickly recounted the incident. When I tried to greet him, maybe I was a little too eager to meet such a promising young talent. But out of nowhere, they blasted me with killing intent and practically chased me off. Can you believe that? Another master gasped. Good heavens, how arrogant can they be? It was just a simple greeting, for crying out loud. But then again, you know how those demonic cult freaks operate. Aren't they always like that? I bet those foolish disciples of theirs are cut from the exact same cloth. It was an undeniable truth. The Martial Arts Alliance and the demonic cult could never exist in peace. Sobe knew full well that to the old guard who controlled the politics of the Alliance, the Heavenly Demon Cult was a massive ticking time bomb. A sinister smirk crept across his face. Well, Kim Yuan, nobody in this room is going to roll out the red carpet for you now. Seizing the moment, Sobe addressed the room. All right, listen up. We all know Kim Yuan is the heaviest hitter in this tournament. He's the undeniable favorite to take home the crown. But ask yourselves this. Are we really going to sit back and let the Vice Cult Leader of a demonic faction claim the championship of our historic tournament? The crowd murmured in agreement. You're absolutely right, but do you actually have a plan? Sobe violently stabbed his knife right into the slab of meat on the table. Oh, I have an idea, all right. Why don't we shake things up? During the main event of the tournament. 2 days later, the arena was roaring with absolute chaos. The massive crowd had already packed the stands to the brim. Hargan frowned in confusion. Wait, the main event got delayed, and they completely changed the format into a battle royale? Guess those stubborn martial arts geezers are finally trying something new. What's your take on this, Yuan? Yuan replied without skipping a beat. Who knows? Yet, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Fine by me. At least this way it'll be over much faster. Hargan laughed, totally agreeing. You hit the nail on the head. If we had to do one-on-one duels all the way through, we'd be here until we turned to dust. Yuan raised an eyebrow. So, why exactly are you here? Where's your squad? Hargan casually crossed his arms. Oh, them? They went out to eat, chill, and do some sightseeing. Everyone cleared out since today is our last day here. Yuan looked puzzled. Wait, they aren't competing in the main event? Hargan chuckled and explained the situation. The second they heard you were entering, they all dropped out. They literally said, how the hell are we supposed to beat that guy? Smart move, honestly. Just then, the massive crystal sphere lit up, signaling the final countdown for the tournament to begin. Hargan cracked his knuckles. Well, it's about that time. Let's get this show on the road. Instantly, two explosive surges of aura flared up, engulfing the entire room in a blinding intensity. Yuan's eyes narrowed with focus. All right, let's move. Look at him. He's practically buzzing with excitement. He's been waiting for this day, hasn't he? Out in the arena, the atmosphere was electric. The grandstands were packed wall to wall with spectators, all holding their breath for the ultimate showdown. The two of them strode forward side by side, radiating the overwhelming presence of an unstoppable duo. The crowd instantly erupted in hushed whispers. Whoa, is that Kim Yuan? Holy crap, Hargan is with him. Yuan glanced around. That's a lot of eyes on us. Though, with this flashy guy walking right next to me, I guess keeping a low profile was never an option. The fact that someone as loudmouthed as Hargan hadn't said a single word since they stepped out meant he was dead serious and already in the zone. Suddenly, a voice called out, snapping both of them out of their thoughts. Yuan, it's been a minute. Don't tell me you forgot about me? It was none other than an old rival from the past. Namgung Hoon, the proud scion of the legendary Namgung clan. Yuan stepped forward with a faint smirk. Hard to forget a face like yours? Hargan leaned in, raising an eyebrow. Oh, you know this guy? Hoon nodded and explained. We took the 11th floor trial together. Though back then we were at each other's throats. Hargan blinked in genuine surprise. Wait, you were his enemy? Damn, it's an absolute miracle you're still breathing. The two of them quickly shook hands. Hargan grinned, puffing out his chest. Name's Hargan, the one and only grand heir of Olympus. Hoon gave him a deadpan look. Yeah, I've met a few guys who claim the exact same thing. Hargan just rubbed the back of his neck and awkwardly chuckled. Ah, yeah, my family's a bit of a chaotic mess, to be honest. Yu was left completely speechless. Hun, however, was quick to answer. Got it. Hun glanced over at Yugan, who had been standing there in total silence, quietly letting the two of them exchange their greetings. He pieced it together. He was absolutely certain now that Kim Yan was the vice lord of the demonic cult. He had overheard their whispered schemes earlier. The timing was just too perfect. The demonic cult had started making their move right after the first person passed their twisted trial. And now, that freakish sect was gunning straight for the championship title, even though they weren't even part of the martial arts alliance. They probably thought that with Yug passing the test, the dawn of their new era had finally arrived. Those treacherous bastards. He gritted his teeth, recalling the rest of their hushed conversation. Maybe the sudden change in the tournament's schedule and format was all because he had spoken up back then. Let me ask you something. Has the demonic cult actually broken any of the rules? Have they ever pulled any dirty tricks outside the arena? What exactly is the problem with the most talented fighter taking the win? You can't just disqualify someone simply because they don't belong to the core of the martial world. That's not fair, and it's certainly not just. Back then, one of the guys had immediately snapped back. Wow, you really love playing the hero, don't you? If you're that terrified, then just get the hell out. Hun was a proud member of the prestigious Jinon clan. Hun scowled. Jin Qian, that scheming venomous snake. Looking at that arrogant smirk, it was obvious this was an order straight from his clan. For a second-rate family in the alliance to act this boldly, it could only mean one thing. The vast majority of the martial arts schools had already sided with them. It was completely unbelievable. They called themselves martial artists, yet both masters and disciples were perfectly fine with stabbing people in the back like this. But honestly, whatever dirty tricks they pulled, they were just digging their own graves. Noticing Hun staring at him in silence for so long, Yugan finally spoke up. What is it? You got something to say? Hun pondered for a moment. I guess I should give him a heads up. I'm not exactly worried since I've seen what you can do with my own two eyes. But you still need to watch your back in the main event. Right at that moment, an announcement echoed through the arena. The main event of the tournament will begin in just a few minutes. All participating fighters, please make your way to the arena. I repeat, all participating fighters, please make your way to the arena. Han tilted his head in confusion. What did he mean by watch your back? Yugan, however, didn't look the least bit fazed. Let's just go inside first, he told Han. Inside, the atmosphere was absolutely electric, with fighters already lining up, eager for their turn in the spotlight. The second they walked in, Han let out an amused gasp. Ha! Now I get why he said that. Feeling the countless glares filled with pure bloodlust locked onto his friend, Han couldn't resist poking a little fun. Man, you are seriously popular, Yugan. Yugan instantly caught on to the situation. I get it. So that's how it is. How childish. Han crossed his arms, stating his terms loud and clear. Listen here. Your only real opponent is me, so you better not go losing to any of these extras. Worry about your own hide. Yugan firmly gripped his sword, shifting into a battle-ready stance. Not a chance in hell. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. It was finally starting. This tournament is definitely going down in history. Why don't we use this perfect opportunity to completely overhaul the tournament's format? So nodded with deep satisfaction. Brilliant idea. You've done exceptionally well. Lord of the Du clan, we were dangerously close to handing the ultimate glory of the martial tournament straight over to that demonic cult. The man sitting beside him, the patriarch of the Du clan, feigned a humble bow before replying. Oh, I hardly did a thing. This grand success is entirely thanks to your flawless arrangements. So smiled smoothly. Once this tournament concludes, I would very much like to pay a visit to your esteemed sect. Another elder eagerly chimed in, count me in as well, to let out a hearty laugh. My doors are always open to welcome you all. While they were busy laughing and exchanging empty praises, one man remained completely silent. A bunch of hopeless fools, Yugan thought bitterly. The martial world has rotted into a place where a silver tongue matters more than the edge of a sword. Even though they were merely a second-rate clan, a degenerate scum like him was able to expand his influence far beyond his own family's reach. And it was all because of Yugan's own negligence. That is why I took it upon myself to bring a true turning point to the martial world. No matter what happens, I will use this tournament as the absolute stepping stone for my ambition. Suddenly, the heavy door swung open, making every single one of them flinch in their seats. Who goes there? Yugan was caught totally off guard, stammering for a moment. Seeing Kim Yugan standing there, the entire group instantly bolted up from their chairs. One of them barked aggressively, "It's just one damn kid. Why hasn't he been dealt with yet?" But from the shadows, an imposing voice echoed. "Since when did I arrive?" "Well, it certainly looks like my Vice Lord has been putting on quite the stellar performance, hasn't he?" "Do forgive my terribly late introduction. I was formally invited here by the Namgung clan. I am the Lord of the demonic cult, the heavenly demon, Qian Mujin." One of the elders visibly panicked. Qian Mujin? Wait, what the hell is the demonic cult doing here? Jingun stepped forward, his voice steady. "Welcome. I've been expecting you." He continued with a slight bow. "Thank you for traveling such a long way to get here, Lord Heavenly Demon." The sheer pressure in the room caused the rest of the elders to instinctively take a cautious step back, with several already resting trembling hands on the hilts of their swords. Mujin's eyes darkened with deadly intent. "I promise you, the second you draw that blade, you die by my hands." Feeling a chill run down his spine, so quickly pulled his hand away from his weapon. Mujin's voice was pure ice. "Good. A very wise choice. From what I understand, if this little tournament had proceeded exactly as planned, the Vice Lord of my demonic cult would have had absolute victory. And a reality like that is just completely unacceptable to you lot. Am I wrong? How dare the wicked demonic cult claim the championship of our sacred martial arts tournament?" he mocked. Seeing the terrified silence that hung over the room, he continued. "Oh, what's with those tragic looks on your faces?" Mujin let out a low, sinister chuckle. "Do I look furious to you? You've got it all wrong. Why on earth would I be angry? After all, this grand tournament you've so painstakingly orchestrated is about to be burned to the ground anyway." Out there, he was still fighting relentlessly, as if he hadn't even found an opponent worthy of his time. And just like that, yet another challenger fell by Yugan's hand. Yugan gritted his teeth, deep in thought. A secret sword technique. No, in the martial world, they call it sword aura. For someone to pull off a skill like that in this realm, they must be an absolute master. Now, they were pouring all their strength into attacking him. Right on cue, that bastard Seiyun Trung launched a vicious, full-force strike straight at him. But Yugan's overwhelming power made him tremble uncontrollably. Sensing things were going south, he immediately leapt back to put some distance between them. Yugan didn't beat around the bush. "I get the feeling you're exclusively targeting me. Or is it just my imagination?" The guy fired back. "Don't make it sound like some personal grudge. The Heavenly Demon Cult and the Martial Arts Alliance have just been sworn enemies for ages." Yugan thought to himself, "I knew it. So that's why the tournament format changed." Whoever came up with this plan, I'll admit, it's simple but effective. In a massive free-for-all with thousands of fighters, it's totally normal for people to gang up on the strongest guy in the room. No one even considers it playing dirty. Pretty calculating, I'll give them that. However, he continued, whatever grudges you guys have, they have absolutely nothing to do with me. Besides, you're all just small fry anyway. Unleashing a secret sword skill, a mysterious energy blocked the mana, slightly dulling the blade's power. Seeing his intense aura, Jin Xian quickly realized, so that's how it is. No wonder he's such a terrifying opponent. To manifest a sword aura that massive, his mystic stat must be at least 60. But he's not quite at the rumored monstrous level. The rumors were definitely exaggerated. We can actually take him down. Having run the numbers in his head, he immediately barked out an order. "Everyone, grab him right now! Full-scale attack!" At that command, the whole mob lunged at Yugan like starving wolves. Meanwhile, Hargan quickly joined the fray. He unleashed violent, crackling bolts of lightning, sending the crowd tumbling in absolute chaos. The two of them were quickly surrounded by dozens of enemies. Hargan furiously roared, "Hey, you weak pieces of trash! Have you no shame?" Jin Qian spoke up. "Should I take that to mean you're siding with Kim Yugan?" Hargan glared fiercely. "And what if I am?" The crowd began to murmur. "My family was actually hoping to build a good relationship with you. I don't know what idiot came up with that stupid idea." Hargan snapped back. "What, did I hit a nerve? You cowards? Let me guess, the only ones backing you up are those poisonous snakes from the R family, huh?" Another guy looked shocked. "How could you say something so vulgar?" He completely dropped the princely act and kept swearing. I'm just speaking at the same level as you brainless idiots. In the blink of an eye, he blitzed right up to Jin Qian's face at godlike speed, throwing a savage, full-force punch straight at his jaw. Jin Qian's hands trembled as terror gripped him. What terrifying power! Immediately after, Jin Qian yelled frantically, I'll handle this guy. Take down Kim Yugan quickly, then come back me up. He charged at Hargan like a complete madman, his eyes flashing with vicious intent. But of course, he didn't stand a chance against someone hailing from Olympus like Hargan. Jin Qian was utterly confused. Weren't Olympus and Kim Yugan supposed to be enemies? Hargan sharply demanded, How the hell do you know about that?
The R family must have colluded with Olympus. I bet Yugan's already figured it out too.
He looked at the bastards standing around him and couldn't help but think, just how rotten are these scumbags? In the very next second, he unleashed all of his boiling rage onto Jin Qian. His raw strength was so overwhelming that it left Jin Qian absolutely terrified, yet he refused to accept it. What the hell is going on? Sure, Hargan is the son of Zeus, so of course he's insanely strong, but I am a literal genius who will lead the martial world in the future. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a brutal punch smashed squarely into his face, violently contorting his features. Jin Qian couldn't believe it. Why can't I even put up a fight? He was continuously pushed back, totally crushed by Hargan's relentless power.
Driven mad with anger, Jin Qian roared, If you hadn't stuck your nose where it doesn't belong, we could have easily taken down Kim Yugan. Hargan sneered in mocking disbelief. You seriously think it would be that easy?
Hargan's aura flared up like a raging storm. Do you honestly think you ever stood a chance against him? From within the thick dust, a silhouette radiating a monstrous pressure suddenly emerged. Yugan fiercely thrust his sword straight towards Seiyun Trong. The speed was so blindingly fast that blocking it was impossible. Yugan's expression didn't shift in the slightest. He just casually watched the guy's reaction. A moment later, Yugan violently ripped the sword back out, sending Seiyun Trong flying. Hargan smirked aggressively from the side. What a shame. You guys really prepared so thoroughly for this. And yet, you're getting wiped out by a guy who's only using half his strength. Jin Qian was trembling with absolute fury. The hell is that supposed to mean? He panicked inwardly. I already can't beat a monster like him. But is it true that Kim Yugan is even stronger? By now, Jin Qian was beaten to the point of total exhaustion. Collapsing onto the ground, he cursed through gritted teeth. You damn monsters! Yes! Not giving him a single second to recover, Hargan quickly followed up with another brutal hit, knocking Jin Qian out completely cold. Wincing in agonizing pain, he managed to choke out, I yield, please. Whoa! Stop! The surrounding mob saw the massacre and trembled in absolute terror. One by one, they dropped their weapons to the dirt, shouting, I surrender too, me too. Right after that, everyone scrambled for their lives, abandoning everything. Not a single soul dared to challenge these two freaks of nature anymore. Yugan stepped forward. Looks like it's just the two of us now. Do you want to start right away? Hargan cheered with burning excitement. Hell yes! I've been waiting for this! At that exact moment, a wildly intense aura erupted from him. Hargan echoed the very words Yugan had said earlier. Fruit is always the sweetest right when it ripens, right? Yugan spoke up. I know you're itching to fight, but let me ask you two questions first. Hargan couldn't hide his burning impatience. Why do you have to kill the mood like that? Just ask it already. I'm dying of anticipation here, Yugan asked. Do you have any regrets making an enemy out of Olympus? Hargan replied without a second of hesitation. I'm no idiot. I know exactly what the hell I'm doing. So, of course, I have zero regrets, he demanded. Next. Yugan continued. All right, here's my second question. Did you already forget the time I sent you flying with a single punch? Hearing that, Hargan's face instantly went dark with deep embarrassment. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. How the hell could I forget? That was the very first time I'd ever lost to a mortal. He's not drawing the sword at his waist, and he's not using his secret arts either. The bastard's holding back his mana. With a fierce battle cry, Han charged in. Of course I remember. How the hell could I forget? Han roared. Now it's my turn to ask. Do I still look like the same guy you beat back then? Yugan just shrugged effortlessly. Nope. Honestly, you look even weaker. Han flashed a savage grin. Good. Loud and clear, you arrogant punk. That power you're trying so desperately to hide? I'm gonna beat it right out of you. Without another word, the two of them clashed like wild beasts. But this wasn't a bloody battlefield. It was a tournament. Han was fighting barehanded against Yugan's blade, yet he wasn't pushed back in the slightest. They were completely evenly matched. The sheer shockwaves of their auras exploded outward, tearing through the arena like a raging hurricane. The spectators in the stands threw their arms over their faces, desperately bracing themselves just to stay standing. What the hell? This is absolute insanity. You're telling me those two are normal players? They gotta be undercover rankers or something. Down in the ring, the two fighters were locked in a fierce stalemate, neither giving an inch. Fueled by the thrill of the fight, Han roared with pure adrenaline-pumping excitement. Hey, put your back into it, would you? Yugan didn't say a word. He just launched himself right back at Han with crushing momentum. Han quickly sidestepped, but the spot he just vacated was instantly blown into a massive crater. The entire arena was now blindingly illuminated by the surging power of the son of Zeus. Stray bolts of lightning ricocheted wildly, shooting straight into the crowd. Some spectators, unable to withstand the electrical shocks, screamed out in terror. "I forfeit! Please, just let me out of here!" Nam Gung Hoon gripped his precious blade tightly, pushing himself to the absolute limit just to withstand the intense pressure. He watched in sheer awe. So this is what a grand finale truly looks like. I've heard the rumors about Han, but I never imagined the guy was this much of a monster in person. As the son of Zeus, he and I were always lumped together as the ultimate geniuses of our generation. I even thought of him as a rival, but looking at that terrifying power now, even if there were 100 of me, I wouldn't stand a chance. He shifted his gaze. Even Yugan seems to be struggling. Did Yugan really defeat a high ranker with just those basic skills? Yet, almost unnoticeably, Yugan's movement speed and reflexes had drastically spiked. Catching Han's blitzing reflection in his blade, Yugan swiftly twisted his body to dodge. He couldn't help but be impressed. Damn, he's fast. Just how high is his agility stat? But before he could even finish the thought, Han was already on him again, giving him absolutely zero room to breathe. The brutal exchange dragged on, yet Han showed absolutely no signs of fatigue. "Take this!" Yugan quickly raised his shoulder, causing Han to brutally smash his own head right into it. Han grabbed his aching forehead, totally pissed off. "You slippery bastard!" Yugan just flashed a smug, irritating smirk. Seeing that, Han's fury boiled over, and another massive shockwave exploded between them. Yugan's blade began to show faint spiderweb cracks. "Gotta admit, you pack a punch," Yugan teased. Han spat back. "Looks like that pathetic metal stick you call a sword is about to snap. You sure you're gonna be okay?" "I seriously don't get it. Is this really all you've got? What the hell have you been doing all this time?" Suddenly, Han glanced down, only to flinch in shock as blood poured violently down his own arm. Yugan grinned triumphantly. "Hey, I wasn't exactly standing here just to be your punching bag." Han's frustration quickly morphed into genuine shock. "He took my lightning strike head on and he's completely unharmed? I hate to admit it, but his physical stats are definitely higher than mine. But when it comes to raw magical power, I've got the upper hand. So, let's end this." Yugan shrugged casually. "Suit yourself." Han ferociously stomped the ground. "First, I'm going to shatter that stupid stick of his into pieces." With that thought, he channeled every ounce of his brutal strength, aiming a devastating blow right at Yugan's blade. Han gritted his teeth as a colossal surge of raw electricity erupted around him. Unfazed, Yugan swung his sword right back to meet the attack. Crack! Han's fist successfully blasted Yugan's sword into shards, making him cheer wildly in his head. "I got him!" But in that exact fraction of a second, Yugan effortlessly vaulted into the air. Pretty impressive, honestly. That insanely relaxed tone caught Han completely off guard. "What the hell? I'm the one pushing him back." Why does he sound so completely chill? A heartbeat later, panic struck Han as he finally realized the truth. Yugan's overwhelming mana was completely overpowering and repelling his own lightning. By the time the realization set in, Yugan's fist was already inches from his face. "Oh shit, I can't dodge!" Han took the devastating punch dead on. A deafening boom echoed through the arena as he was violently launched through the air. The sheer monstrous force of the impact slammed him brutally into the ground, shattering the earth and sending debris flying everywhere. And just like that, the son of Zeus was utterly defeated. Yugan let out a long sigh, glancing down at the guy who was now literally foaming at the mouth in the dirt. "There's still one more guy left," he muttered. "I really don't have time for this. I better wrap it up fast." Needless to say, the outcome of the match was already set in stone. The referee's voice echoed through the roaring stadium. "The champion of the martial arts tournament is Kim Yugan." His victorious image flashed across the massive screens on all four sides of the arena. System notification. The nameless sword has been broken. Item description. A blade forged from a chaotic mix of materials. Its mana conductivity was absolute garbage, but the edge was incredibly sharp, making it perfectly suited for butchering livestock. He sighed regretfully. "I've got to admit, this sword was perfect for practicing mana control, but it snapped way faster than I thought. The mana conductivity was the absolute worst of the worst. Exactly what I asked the old man for." Recalling the old man's words, "I only forged this because you begged me to. I guarantee the conductivity is absolute garbage." With his arcane power suppressed, his skill level probably looked like it was right on par with Han. Just acting wouldn't be enough to fool those rankers, but pulling that off, yeah, that probably tricked them well enough. Though I was a little worried about that last punch. Meanwhile, the referee quickly made the announcement. "Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the 834th Martial Arts Tournament is the player Kim Yugan. Tell us, how do you feel about winning the whole tournament?" Yu replied with complete nonchalance. "It's all right, I guess." His total lack of enthusiasm left the referee completely stunned. Is that it?" Yu simply gave another brief reply. Yeah, it was as painfully dry as humanly possible, leaving the referee utterly bewildered. Right. Thank you for your answer. Now, allow me to present the grand prize. As everyone knows, the reward is a Grand Crimson Elixir.
Forged by the Shaolin Temple, the Grandmasters who refined this elixir have stated that this particular batch is exceptionally potent. His expression grew serious as he calculated in his head. So, it's going to take quite a bit of time to fully absorb this thing. The next floor is the 20th floor. There's way too much I need to prepare, but first, I absolutely have to hit my target stats. Speaking of this reward, the Grand Crimson Elixir was a divine medicine crafted only once every 3 years at the Shaolin Temple. It was concocted from hundreds of rare ingredients using a closely guarded secret formula known only to the Shaolin monks. Upon consumption, the user would be granted a massive surge of arcane power. The entire award ceremony was witnessed clearly by the heavenly demon and everyone else gathered there. A deeply satisfied smile crept onto his face. Din was shaking with sheer, unadulterated rage. Why the hell did Han side with that bastard? Isn't he the son of Zeus, Kim Yugan's mortal enemy? Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was laughing and cheering in pure joy. So, the absolute favorite actually took the crown, huh? This tournament was a massive success. You said it, the martial world is incredibly blessed. Hearing this, the heavenly demon couldn't help but scoff with utter contempt. Just minutes ago, these hypocrites were cursing the heavenly demon cult, yet now they had the nerve to call the demonic cult's vice leader the blessing of the martial world. Absolutely pathetic. Unable to hold back any longer, Din screamed at the top of his lungs. Namgung Jinu, just what the hell are you plotting by joining hands with the demonic cult? The old man calmly replied. Demonic cult. Calling them that is truly in poor taste. Their true name is the divine cult of the heavenly demon, not the demonic cult. Furthermore, I didn't merely join hands with them, I proposed a formal alliance. Din shrieked back, that's exactly the problem. How could you possibly let the martial alliance cooperate with a demonic sect? Jinu fired right back. Isn't that infinitely better than crawling on our knees for Olympus? A terrifying wave of furious aura exploded from his body. The affairs of the martial world must be resolved by the people of the martial world, or were you actually planning to hand our entire world over to Olympus on a silver platter? The crowd immediately erupted into frantic whispers. Olympus? What does he mean? Finally losing his temper, the old man growled, You should feel deeply ashamed of yourself, Din. Suffocating under that overwhelming presence, he couldn't stop his body from trembling. Din gritted his teeth and thought, Jinu, you knew absolutely everything from the very beginning, yet you kept your mouth shut. It was because my faction held the majority here, so you couldn't take us head on. But now, with the absolute power of the heavenly demon backing you, plus your damn flawless logic, the scales have tipped completely in your favor. Had their era truly arrived? To think that I, Din, the leader of the Martial Alliance factions, and the grand tactician of the martial world, would meet my end like this? Suddenly, Mujin's voice cut through the tension. Forgive me for interrupting while you're busy settling your little domestic disputes, but before I leave, there is one thing I must ask. He then swept a vicious, predatory glare across the room. Which one of you is Munsob? Hearing his own name suddenly barked out, the man who had been dead silent this whole time flinched violently. Paralyzed by the suffocating tyrannical aura of the heavenly demon, he trembled like a pathetic coward. I'm dead. I'm completely dead. Time flew by in a flash. A few days later, at the Namgung clan's private training grounds, tucked away between massive mountains, stood an incredibly concealed cave entrance. Yugan chuckled to himself. Not just anyone gets to borrow a spot like this. I lucked out big time. Normally, renting this place for just 10 days would cost an absolutely astronomical fortune. But Han had smugly told him earlier, this level of VIP treatment is practically a given for the champion of the martial arts tournament. Don't go looking down on the Namgung clan now. He reminisced silently. When I first entered the tower, I actually dreamed of becoming a ranker for the Namgung clan. Back then, this estate had seemed unimaginably massive. But now, it felt surprisingly small. Pushing the thought aside, he pulled out the Grand Crimson Elixir. This was the legendary divine elixir, crafted only once every 3 years at the Shaolin Temple. Concocted from hundreds of rare ingredients, it was born from a heavily guarded secret formula exclusive to their monks. The moment it was consumed, the user would be flooded with an immense surge of arcane power. Yu calculated his stats in his head. I'm only 1 point away from hitting 100, but breaking through isn't going to be a walk in the park. If I remember correctly from my past life, I've heard rumors about this. The actual effectiveness of the Grand Crimson Elixir depended heavily on the person consuming it. That's right, the martial artists say it all boils down to mastering your ki and breathing. But the ultimate key is pure, unbroken focus. He narrowed his eyes. My guess, the real bottleneck is going to be the sheer amount of mana I can control at once. Without hesitating, he swallowed the elixir whole and immediately dropped into a deep and meditative state. Whoa! I can already feel an incredibly thick, pure wave of mana flooding every inch of my body. This energy is violently tearing through me. It's a little easier to tame thanks to my mana mastery skill, but that alone isn't going to cut it. But
Suddenly hitting a massive wall of resistance, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Damn it, I really took a 50-50 gamble on my stats going up, but at this rate, I'm going to completely fail. The scene violently shifted to the 20th floor, straight into the ocean kingdom of Portuguea. The chaotic sounds of a brutal battle echoed through the air. This was Neptune, one of Portuguea's 12 majestic islands. A terrified, trembling voice screamed out, "Please, just let us go! We haven't done anything wrong, I swear!" "Why? Why are you doing this to us?" Suddenly, a deeply cruel, mocking voice sneered back. "Look at you! You've got such a massive body, yet you're bawling your eyes out like a little baby. Are all you giants this pathetic and spineless?" These freaks aren't even 10 years old in human years, and they're already towering at least 4 meters tall. Disgusting. With a giant, freakish body like yours, it must be pretty damn hard to hide, huh? You punks never should have betrayed Asgard to side with the demons. How stupid can you get? Now quit stalling and spill it. Spill what? The terrified boy stammered. The rogue replied with a wicked sneer. The legend of Portuguea, the Ocean Stone. He was Horang, a member of the Red Wolf Guild. There's a legend passed down in the maritime kingdom of Portuguea. Whoever claims the Ocean Stone will become the true god of the sea. That's just a myth, the boy yelled. Horang scoffed. Sure, I didn't completely buy it either. But then I heard a very reliable rumor. Word is the giant clan hid the Ocean Stone somewhere. It came straight from Olympus, so the source is rock solid. The boy trembled in fear. You know our relationship with Olympus, and yet you still... Horang cut him off. Oh, I know. If I'm lucky, I'll beat the answer out of you. And if not, well, the 20th floor is under Olympus's control anyway. They couldn't care less if I slaughter a giant or two. So if you don't want to die, be smart and tell me where the... A cold voice echoed out. Acting like common thugs in broad daylight, are we? They flinched and spun around, met by an imposing, familiar silhouette. Horang barked, "Who the hell are you? Stop playing the hero and get lost." Suddenly he squinted, a chill running down his spine. Wait, this guy? Yugan closed his eyes. Skill, observer's eye, activating combat foresight. His senses were sharpening to an extreme level. He recalled the moment in the cave, when a colossal surge of mana poured into his body at lightning speed. I couldn't stop absorbing it. It felt like the mana itself wanted to belong to me. In the end, his arcane power increased by 1. Your mystic stat has reached 100. An innate skill has awakened upon reaching a stat milestone. Back in the present, his sensory stats were skyrocketing. He had acquired the sensory tracking skill, activating sensory tracking. This was the true power of the skill.
you can now detect information on all entities and living beings within a 50-meter radius. Horang fell dead silent. I'm sure of it. He's the champion of this year's martial arts tournament.
Kim Yugan. The two young giants watched him in stunned silence. The kids' faces were taut with overwhelming tension. Yugan spoke up. Playing the hero? Is that what you think this is? Then let me show you. I am not playing around. He descended like a phantom from the sky, leaving them utterly terrified. How is he this strong? A thug panicked. Damn it, what guild are you from? I don't know who backs you, but you're crossing the line. Everywhere has rules. Horang frantically stepped up, shielding his subordinates. Wait a minute, he looks familiar. He raised his voice. You're Kim Yugan, aren't you? Horang let out a sly chuckle. Well, I never thought I'd run into the vice lord of the heavenly demon cult out here. The boy, Bua, gasped. He's the famous Kim Yugan? His little sister huddled close, trembling. The thugs began to murmur. He's just some wet behind the ears punk who only recently climbed to the 20th floor. Do you really think we're like the small fry you're used to fighting? Let's go. Horang's face darkened as he whispered. The demonic cult's shadows might be waiting in ambush nearby. The other thug grumbled as he walked away, glaring back. You giant freaks! You got lucky today! Horang smiled wickedly. Kim Yugan was a thorn in everyone's side. If we play our cards right in this chaos, we'll definitely win Olympus's favor. Talk about good luck. Having formed his plan, he hurried his pace. I need to get to the 20th floor headquarters right now. The moment the gang was out of sight, Bua stammered, Thank you, sir, for saving us. Yugan looked at them, genuinely curious. Even if you two are young, taking care of a few thugs shouldn't have been that hard. Why didn't you fight back? Bua spoke bluntly. You seem to know a thing or two about us giants. Whose side are you on, Olympus or Asgard? The little girl whispered, tugging his sleeve. Big brother, he's still our savior. So what? Bua snapped back. He's still a human. Do you honestly think he helped us for free? Yugan didn't try to hide his intentions. You're a smart kid, Bua shouted. I knew it. You're looking for the Ocean Stone too, aren't you? Damn it, you humans are all exactly the same. Why won't anyone just believe us? We don't know anything about it. Why are all of you targeting us over some baseless rumors? Yugan cut him off. I know you don't have the stone. I have other business with the giant clan. Pausing for a moment, Yugan continued. Effa, I want to meet your elder. Bua trembled. The Elder isn't someone you can just meet, especially not a human. Just get lost, Bua yelled. Yugan narrowed his eyes. You said it yourself. If I wanted to, I could easily crush brats like you right now. Yugan thought to himself, the giants are far from weak. They are born with overwhelming natural power. Even though they can fight, they choose to hold back. They know that an unnecessary war with humanity could lead to their extinction all over again. For a kid, he's surprisingly sharp. Bua gritted his teeth in anger. Let's go, no! The little girl scurried after her big brother, calling out, Wait for me! Bua stared at the communication orb in No's hands. Wait, did you actually contact the Elder? The little girl nodded. Yeah, he saved our lives, so the least I could do was pass along his message. Earnestly, she held the message out to him. Whether or not he'd get to meet the Elder, that was entirely up to the old man now. Yugan stared at the orb in silence, his heart pounding in anticipation of the Elder's reply. Suddenly, the orb flared to life with a new message. Finally, the Elder had agreed to see him. Soon after, the group was tearing through the dense forest, riding on the backs of 3 massive wolves. Bua gritted his teeth, visibly frustrated. Seriously, why the hell would the Elder agree to meet a guy like this? Enya tilted her head and wondering aloud. Do you think he has some kind of taming skill? Or maybe some sort of illusion magic? How else could he get those wild wolves to obey him so easily? He's definitely not just some ordinary guy. I heard he completely dominated the martial arts tournament too. Bua scoffed, his annoyance boiling over. So what? The guy isn't even a ranker. Whatever. The point is, I just don't like him. And the fact that he somehow knows the Elder, that's super suspicious. The young boy fell silent, lost in his own thoughts. A calculating look flickered across his face. Enya saw right through him and called it out. You totally want to fight him, don't you? You absolutely cannot do that. Hearing her scolding, Bua visibly pouted, clearly unhappy. Yeah, I know. Oh, we're here. The 3 figures dashed through the forest on their wolf mounts like lightning. The sheer speed of these beasts was absolutely unreal. Approaching a new stretch of the woods, the wolves bounded up the treacherous steep cliffs with effortless grace. Finally, hidden deep within the heart of the forest, they arrived at the hidden village of the giants. Seeing his wolf affectionately licking Yugan's face, Bua yelled, Hey, bad wolf, stop licking him, he's filthy! Yugan completely ignored the angry kid. Well, at least they had finally made it. He took in the breathtaking scenery around them, a wave of indescribable emotion washing over him. Towering right in front of them was a colossal tree. It was Damba, the great tree. Bua puffed his chest out with pride. Beautiful, isn't it? Pretty impressive, right? This tree is indestructible. It'll never burn and it'll never fall. The kid rambled on excitedly. Legends say it's actually a branch from the world tree. I don't know if that's true or not, though. Hearing this, a sharp pang of sorrow hit Yugan's chest. A tree that never burns or falls. Yet it was reduced to mere ashes during the massacre of the giants, right before his regression. He was so lost in his memories that he didn't even notice the others had already dismounted. Bua shouted up at him. Hey, what are you doing up there? Hurry up and get off. Yugan snapped out of it and called back. All right, I'm coming down. Bua glared at him, issuing a stern warning. From here on out, you'd better watch your attitude. If you end up getting stomped into a pulp, don't say I didn't warn you. Now, follow us. The scenery deeper inside was as breathtaking as a painted masterpiece, radiating an absolute tranquil peace. Massive houses stood closely packed together. Since they arrived in the dead of night, there weren't many giants out and about. However, the few giant residents who did spot him stopped dead in their tracks, utterly shocked. What in the world? Is that a human? He's walking with Bua and Enya? Wait, is he a guest? No freaking way. Since when do we treat a puny human as a guest? Enya softly spoke up to reassure him. Please, don't mind them. You're the Elder's personal guest, so there's absolutely no need to feel out of place. The Elder's dwelling wasn't far off. Leading up to his home were massive, hand-carved stone steps, giving the place an incredibly picturesque ancient feel. The 3 of them quickly made their way up. Compared to Yugan, the house was unimaginably colossal. Showing a rare hint of nervousness, Bua called out respectfully, Elder, are you in there? A split second later, a deep rumbling voice echoed from within the dark room. Enter. The massive door slowly creaked open. Yugan took a deep breath. Finally, I'm actually meeting him. A high ranker, a transcendent being who survived the Great Gigantomachia. He is the literal living history of the giants. Sitting in the dim corner, leisurely petting a small fox in his lap, was the elder of the giant tribe, Ufa. The moment his eyes locked onto Yugan, he spoke. A pleasure to meet you, child of humanity. The elder tilted his head. Now, what did you say your name was again? I'm getting on in years, you see. My memory isn't quite as sharp as it used to be. Yugun answered without hesitation. I am Kim Yugun. The old man nodded slowly. Ah, yes. Kim Yugun. That little brat Hephaestus wouldn't shut up about you. Yugun blinked, completely caught off guard. Little brat? Elder Ufa didn't waste any more time and cut straight to the chase. I hear you're going up against Olympus, and doing it with some kid who barely scraped past the 20th floor. Not even a ranker yet. I'll admit, it's quite impressive. But let's not mistake that for bravery. It is pure, unadulterated recklessness. If you value your life even a little, give it up. Those gods could wipe you out of existence with a single sneeze. Yugan stood his ground, his voice steady. I heard you were a pacifist, but tell me, are you a pacifist or are you just terrified? A flash of anger crossed the elder's face. Watch your tongue, boy. You're speaking without thinking. But Yugan didn't back down. I'm sure you already know. Olympus is actively preparing for the next great gigantomachia. Things have escalated to this point, and you're really just going to sit here and watch your entire race be driven to extinction? Elder Ufa's eyes widened in mild shock. My magic! It's instinctively refusing to intimidate this child. The elder took a much closer look at the human standing before him. Yugan was radiating an incredibly intense, almost suffocating aura. The old giant studied the boy's eyes. There isn't a single shred of fear in him. It was the unwavering gaze of someone with absolute resolve. Seeing this, the elder couldn't help but let out an impressed sigh. I suppose the rumors of your guts were entirely true. Ooh. Yugan, too, was secretly analyzing the old man. His sheer magical power and the absolute control he has over it. It's downright terrifying. Elder Ufa finally spoke, his voice heavy. You are right. If we just keep running and hiding like this, the annihilation of our race is only a matter of time. It could happen in a decade, a century, or even tomorrow morning. Who's to say? Hephaestus told me that you're searching for the Ocean Stone, correct? Well, I hate to disappoint you, but contrary to the rumors, we have never possessed it to begin with. But I do know where it is. Jan furrowed his brow in confusion. Why are you telling me this? The elder replied, for 2 reasons. First, the fact that Hephaestus recommended you proves you don't side with Olympus. He paused for a moment, then continued. The second reason is you. Saying this, the elder suddenly fell silent, looking straight at him. A long moment passed, accompanied only by the soothing, rhythmic chirping of crickets outside. Jan quickly stepped outside after finishing his talk with the elder, the light tracing his every step. He raised his hand, lost in thought. Was he staring at this earlier? He recalled the second thing the old man had said. The second reason is because you are the strongest player of this era. You pondered. Hephaestus must have talked him up quite a bit to Aoife, but the old man seemed to be overestimating him. Could this be his test to see if I'm worthy of the Ocean Stone? Whatever. I'll find out where the stone is soon enough anyway. He looked around. Man, this place is huge. As Yugan walked, he took in the scenery of the garden, staring in awe at the massive Atom Tree. This size? It's got to be as big as Sun Wukong's staff, right? With my current level, leaving even a scratch on this tree is impossible. But looking at it another way, that means I can go all out. I still can't fully control the holy flame. It'll slip out of my grasp and rain down randomly, incinerating everything it touches. He closed his eyes and thought. If that's the case, in a flash, he activated his fiery golden eyes. Combat senses engaged, scanning the data of all objects and living things within a 50-meter radius. His perception instantly spiked by 50% as a massive aura of purple flames engulfed him. The fire flared violently, spreading out around the colossal tree. Wherever you flew, the flames trailed right behind him. Suddenly, his body felt a bit off. Is it because I'm using too many high-tier skills at once? My head is spinning. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his body suddenly plummeted toward the ground. Thankfully, he quickly snapped back to his senses. Yu immediately performed a mid-air flip to catch his balance, but suddenly, the purple flames reacted as if poured with gasoline, erupting into a violent, roaring inferno. Yugan collapsed onto the ground, groaning. Man, I almost kicked the bucket there. He let out a heavy breath. All I did was combine the power of domain sense with the vision of the fiery golden eyes. I never expected to see the world this clearly. Just as I thought, the synergy between these two skills is absolutely insane. The problem is, the higher my perception goes, the more it overloads my brain. I guess I'll just have to train hard until I get used to it. Suddenly, a voice called out, What the hell? Why is that guy here? The giant scowled deeply. That human? No, that damn bug. He was also a member of the giant race. I've heard a lot about you. They say you're an incredibly outstanding warrior, but I really have to wonder if those rumors are true or just blown way out of proportion. One Muslim. Another voice chimed in to warn him. Even if he is a human, he's Elder Aoife's guest. You saw Bua escorting him personally. Isn't this taking it a bit too far? You looked on in surprise. A bug, huh? Kan roared. To us, all of humanity is the enemy. Meanwhile, back in the Elder's room, a flickering blue flame illuminated the space. He sat there in complete silence, the echoes of a voice still ringing in his ears. Humanity is the enemy. Humanity is the enemy. Humanity is the enemy. Seeing the boy brought the images of the past rushing back. That battle had stolen the lives of countless giants, dyeing the rivers with their blood. He had been so furious back then, screaming, Damn it, you Olympus bastards. Then another voice had screamed out, Run, everyone, he's coming. A towering tsunami crashed down. Aoife had trembled in absolute despair. The one who arrived was the god of the sea himself, riding the waves without even sparing a single glance at the giant race. The elder jolted awake from his nightmare. A small fox was frantically licking his face, trying to comfort its master. He gently stroked its head to reassure it. I'm okay. I'm really okay. Aoife thought to himself, how many times have I had that nightmare? But today, it felt terrifyingly real. Is it because of that human boy? Exhausted by the visions, the elder's mind was completely occupied with thoughts of Olympus and Kim Yugan. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted outside. The crowd was in an uproar. Hey, there's a fight breaking out over there. Seriously? Who is it? It's Kim Yugan. The elder continued his silent train of thought. This time, things won't go exactly as you planned. Poseidon, god of the sea. Meanwhile, the brawl was escalating quickly at the base of the Atom Tree. Yugan and Kaon were locked in combat, both radiating heavy killing intent as they glared at each other. Kaon stared at him with pure fury and roared, "All of humanity is our enemy." With that, a massive fist hurled toward Yugan, but the boy swiftly caught it with his bare hand. For a moment, neither of them spoke, only shooting fiercely intimidating glares at one another. Suddenly, Yugan broke into an eerie smile, his thoughts completely unreadable. To Kaon, that smile was incredibly mocking, fueling his rage even further. "You little bastard, you think this is a joke?" As he spoke, he forced more power into his punch, but Yugan just ruthlessly crushed his hand. A blinding wave of pain shot through the giant, making him scream in agony. "My hand!" He went absolutely berserk. What the hell? How dare a puny insect like him do this to me? Was he hiding his true power? Right then, Yugan let go, sending the giant crashing face first into the dirt with a brutal thud. The onlooking giants trembled in shock. Yugan's voice rang out, cold and demanding. "There are still more than 5 of you left, aren't there? Call every single one of them out here." His expression turned completely savage. "I'll take on all of you at once." A short while later, the remaining giants were fleeing in absolute panic. "How many are left now?" One of them frantically reported, "Even Tunka and Vunka are about to lose. What the hell is even happening? I knew that guy was a freak, but how come a whole dozen giants can't even take down a single human?" Meanwhile, he was still locked in a relentless brawl with them. One after another, every single challenger was knocked out cold before Yugan. The giant glared at him with pure hatred, refusing to accept such a humiliating defeat. But Yugo wasn't done yet. He planted his hand on the guy's chest, relentlessly draining away his power. The guy couldn't hold back his rage, and roared, "You little bastard!" System notification. Your arm has acquired a portion of the giant's power. Partial giant transformation is now available. Yugan's face darkened, his eyes glowing a menacing crimson. "Stop coming at me one by one. Just rush me all at once. Are you guys seriously not giving up yet?" He sat alone in the middle of a village of giants, but none of them dared to step forward anymore. Bua said to his younger sister, "Enya, I know you don't want me to fight him, but if this is what he wants, isn't throwing down just another way of showing hospitality?" The little girl couldn't stop trembling. The crowd burst into chaotic whispers. "Damn it, are those two really going to fight him too?" Who would have thought we'd get to see the descendants of the giant clan fight in person? Yu thought to himself, "I've never heard of them before. Turns out they hold a much more important position than I thought." Bua shouted, "My hands have been itching for a fight since the second I saw you. It's about time I see just how tough the famous Kim Yu really is." Yu effortlessly swung his blade. "Test me all you want," he flashed a wicked smirk. "That is, if you actually have the strength for it, Bua." Bua grinned with pure excitement. Now that's some serious guts. Right after that, he aggressively charged toward Yugan. Judging by his speed and raw power, this guy was definitely not someone to be taken lightly. System notification. Fiery golden eyes are reading the target. Sensory domain activated. His eyes instantly tracked every single attack and movement pattern coming from Bua. A ferocious punch flew right at him, but Yugan smoothly used his skills to dodge it completely. Without missing a beat, Bua spun around and launched another heavy strike straight at him, but Yugan effortlessly dodged it again. Out of nowhere, Bua whipped around with a vicious back kick, forcing Yugan to quickly cross his arms to block the impact. He thought in surprise, "He's way faster than I expected." Bua quickly shouted out, signaling his little sister. "Now's the time!" The sudden command caught Yugan off guard. At the exact same moment, Enya launched a heavy punch right at him, but Yugan instantly brought his sword up to block the strike. Even so, the sheer force behind it sent him skidding quite a distance away. Yugan was totally stunned. "This girl hits like a damn truck. If I rely purely on physical strength without using any mana, fighting these two is going to be a massive pain. But I already decided to use this chance for training. I'll take them on using nothing but the skills I've been practicing." Bua called out, "Do you know why I can never argue with my little sister? It's because she's actually way stronger than me." The moment those words left his mouth, the little girl was already launching a fierce attack from right behind him. The two of them quickly forced him onto the defensive. 2 massive fists came hurtling straight for Yugan's face at the exact same time. He stood perfectly still for a split second. Right after, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere, but he had completely vanished. Those 2 heavy fists had slammed directly into the ground, blasting open a massive crater. Enya looked under her hands in absolute shock. She blinked in confusion. Where did he go? Without them even realizing, Yugan had already teleported far out of their reach. He had activated Hermes' steps to take to the sky. The long-lost boots of Hermes. They were completely saturated with the power of a god. They increase jump height by 50%, allow for a double jump in midair, and grant the ability to use the Void Walk skill once a day. He thought to himself, this is the very last thing I need to practice today. Judging by the ranking system on the 11th floor, my rank will be determined by the items I bought using my combat points up there. But I've already tested out the double jump, so the only thing left to try is Void Walk. Poof! In the blink of an eye, he swooped down and delivered a swift slash right across the little girl's arm. A sharp pain instantly flared up as blood began to pour out, making Enya tremble slightly. Seeing his little sister hurt like that, Bua was absolutely furious.
Are you okay? Bua roared in rage. Damn it, you slippery little bastard!
Enya, let's back him into a corner. She gritted her teeth and replied, you got it, bro. Immediately after, a silhouette blasted upwards at a terrifying speed. The sheer velocity and raw power left the giant clan completely awestruck. Bua roared at the top of his lungs. Everyone, get out of the way! The crowd gasped, scrambling back in a total panic. The two siblings charged forward, fully intending to catch him. Yu darted around wildly, like an untethered arrow. The two siblings coordinated perfectly, one moving in to grapple him, while the other threw a devastating punch. But reality was way different from theory. Yugo swiftly leaped higher into the air, completely slipping out of their line of sight. Bua growled in frustration. Damn it, what are we even supposed to do if he just keeps dancing around in the sky? Not to mention he can freely change direction midair. How the hell are we supposed to catch him? The little girl said in shock. He's dodging before we even throw our attacks. It's almost like he can perfectly predict where we're going to strike. Bua gritted his teeth. I have no idea what he's plotting, but right now he's not even fighting back. I'm not letting things go your way. Seeing her brother channeling a massive amount of inner energy, Enya panicked and screamed. Oh no, he's using his ultimate move. Bro, stop. He thought to himself, even though he's not a top ranker, he's channeling a massive amount of mana into a single strike. Yugo used his fiery golden eyes to read the attack, confirming that the guy was about to go all out. Calculating his next move, he decided, I'm not dodging this. I'm going to take him head on. Bua steeled his resolve. I need to find a single opening to break through. Meanwhile, the fiery golden eyes were still analyzing the target, meaning Yugan already knew every single move Bua was about to make. Yugan quickly calculated the raw power of this violent magical vortex. The absolute second the attack was unleashed, Yugan dove straight into the blast like a moth to a flame, leaving Bua utterly stunned. He stared blankly at Yugan, completely dumbfounded, before biting his lip hard. Damn it! In the next heartbeat, Yugan's blade was resting right against Bua's neck. Bua asked in pure disbelief, You charged straight into that? You're way crazier than I thought. I surrender. Yugan let out a satisfied, gentle smile. He only wanted to end the fight quickly. He never had any intention of seriously hurting them. The villagers watching the clash from the sidelines were left completely speechless. What on earth just happened? Enya gasped in sheer shock. My brother's attack just now was strong enough to trigger the system's penalty. And he just tore right through it? Right after, Yugan reached out a hand with a smirk. Well, at least you two put up a much better fight than the rest of them. I look forward to your guidance. Bua fell silent for a moment, staring at the hand reaching out to him. He thought to himself, just a little better, huh? Fine. Whether it is tomorrow or the day after, I swear I'm going to fight him again. And next time, no matter what it takes, I will beat you. At that thought, Bua could not help but let a thoroughly satisfied smirk cross his face. All right, the pleasure is mine. The scene shifted to nighttime in the giant tribe's village, a place that seemed completely devoid of sunlight all year round. 10 days had already flown by, and Yugan had been staying with them the entire time. Right now, Bua was tearing into a massive chunk of meat, devouring it like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, leaving Yugan sitting there in absolute bewilderment. He just stared at this plate of meat in front of him, utterly speechless. What kind of meat is this freaking huge? Bua, meanwhile, was fired up. Let's spar again as soon as we are done eating. I am definitely going to win today. He yelled impatiently, rushing everyone to finish. You guys too! Eat faster and get ready! Everyone groaned inwardly. At this rate, they were all going to get terrible stomach aches. Yugan finally spoke up. Give it a rest. I am not fighting today. Bua instantly bristled with annoyance. Huh? Why the hell not? Yugan sighed. Tomorrow is the test for the 20th floor. I need to keep myself in peak physical condition. Bua pouted like a sulky child. Psh, if you put it that way, then fine. Enya was lost in thought, recalling the very first time she and her older brother had fought him. I really thought we would beat him eventually, but even now, even with 5 of us rushing him all at once, we still have not been able to take him down. Sure, we are still young, but for a mere human to defeat 5 giants in just a matter of minutes, just how terrifyingly strong would he be if he actually used his mana? Seeing the young girl so deeply lost in her thoughts, Yugan asked, What is on your mind? Enya blinked, then replied, Oh, it is nothing. I was just thinking about our match earlier. You feel so much stronger now than you did 10 days ago. Yugan replied casually, Is that so? Why don't I feel like much has changed at all? I still have not even mastered the skill I have been practicing. Enya stared at him in pure shock. You still haven't? Bua suddenly chimed in. Oh, right. You said you were looking for the ocean stone, didn't you? Are you planning to come back here after you pass the test and move on to the next floor? Yugan shook his head. No, I plan to find it before I even move on to the next floor. Bua flinched in surprise. Wait, what? But the test is literally tomorrow. Where are you going to find the time to look for it? Don't tell me. Is it connected to the 20th floor's test? Does the Elder know about this? Probably, but I don't think Opha is the only one who knows. The giant god, for instance, is another. You guys claim to be descendants of the giant god, so your father likely knows about it too. He just hasn't said a word. Bua frowned in confusion. Is that item really that important? Yugan nodded. It is. Bua still looked utterly unconvinced. If we actually have it like the rumors say, why on earth would the Elder want you to know about it? Yugan's expression darkened for a split second before he casually tossed out his theory. Because I am the strongest, perhaps? Juan slammed his fist down, absolutely furious. Damn it all! How could the Elder do something like this? Why the hell would he keep his mouth shut if he knew everything all along? He knows perfectly well that we have been suffering in sheer misery just because of that stupid, baseless legend. And you tried to intervene. Juan, please, calm down. But Juan just screamed back at her. Am I wrong? Do any of you have any idea how many times those bastards have messed with me just because of that damn legend? I nearly died because of it. Let's be real here. I am not the only one who feels this way. Every single one of us has been suffering because of this. Is that stupid rock really worth more than our own lives? I have to constantly watch my back every single time I step outside. I have to skulk around in the shadows, and when I get caught, all I can do is lie there and take the beating. What the hell is so special about that rock that the Elder... Yugan cut him off sharply. No, he did the right thing. Hearing those words, Juan froze into utter disbelief. He could not believe his own ears. What did you just say? Yugan stared right back at him. If they had actually gotten their hands on that stone, your entire tribe would have been slaughtered ages ago. Isn't keeping quiet a hell of a lot better than total extermination? Juan completely lost it. You little insect, what the hell do you know about our pain to act so high and mighty? Blinded by rage, he lunged straight at Yugan. He threw a vicious punch, but Yugan effortlessly slipped to the side, dodging the blow. In a flash, Yugan aggressively slammed Juan face first into the table. Plates shattered and food went flying everywhere, turning the entire table into a disastrous mess. Trembling with sheer fury, Juan roared, "Get the hell off me!" Yugan pressed down harder. And what about you? What do you actually know about Opha, huh? Being ignorant isn't a crime, but it sure as hell does not give you the right to run your mouth and spout whatever nonsense you want. Got it? With that said, Yugan roughly let go of him. Juan kept screaming in frustration, but Yugan did not even spare him another glance, simply turning his back and walking away. He's gone, Enya murmured softly. Another guy quickly stepped in to hold Juan back. Hey, Juan, chill out. You have been fighting him for days now. How do you still not get it? You don't stand a chance against him. Juan stubbornly pulled away. Whatever. I am going to see the Elder right now. I need to get some straight answers out of him, he growled. Bua stepped forward to stop him. Just drop it. Look, we do not know if what he did was right or wrong, but we are going to find out the truth tomorrow anyway, so stop causing unnecessary trouble. Deep down, though, Bua was just as conflicted. Damn it, did the Elder and my father really hide all of this from us? Yugan, just how much do you actually know? Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Yugan, who had quickly retreated to his bedroom. Lying on the massive bed built for a giant, he looked incredibly tiny. He let out an exhausted sigh. Keeping my golden fiery eyes and sensory domain active for 10 days straight is giving me a massive headache. I definitely need to get some rest before the test kicks off. Suddenly, his gaze dropped to the gloves on his hands, which were relentlessly radiating a thick, dark aura. The only reason Kini would react by releasing mana like this is because of the weapon that represents the sea god, Biden, the ocean stone, or, to put it another way, a fragment of the ivory spike. It's been reacting ever since I set foot on the 20th floor, but lately, the resonance has only grown stronger and more frequent. The trident fragment is an item born from the exact same origin as the Kini Dark Starstone. Could these fragments be connected somehow? If the three pieces were originally one, it makes perfect sense that they're reacting to each other like this. If my theory is right, I can totally use this thing as a radar. Man, it would be so much easier if Kini turned out to be the key to this test. But to pull that off, I need to figure out how to awaken this thing first. He simply couldn't snap out of his deep train of thought. Kini, seek out the remaining fragments. Find out where they are. He kept silently urging it. Open your eyes. Come on, open your eyes just like last time. He continuously poured his holy fire into Kini. I'm going to put you to good use, so much that even the old man will jump for joy. So stop sleeping and wake up already, he muttered to Kini all by himself, but nothing answered back. Morning broke over a massive island where the ocean waters were incredibly clear and refreshingly cool. And this very place was the testing ground for the 20th floor, Triton Island. Not only that, but it was also crawling with colossal beasts. Yuan looked around in surprise. This island might be small, but it's seriously packed with monsters. Bua marveled. It looks exactly like the tutorial island, doesn't it? I think the tutorial island was actually modeled after this very place. Enya chimed in cheerfully. Do you remember? You almost got yourself killed by a chimera back then. The boy blushed deeply out of pure embarrassment. Bua explained. Anyway, we tagged along because the elder told us to guide you to the testing area. But honestly, I don't think there's a single thing here that could actually threaten you. Even we passed this test like it was a piece of cake. Yuan sighed. Who knows? This might not be just your average run-of-the-mill test. Enya said, I heard even the giant rankers are paying attention to this test. Not many showed up because they were afraid this place would turn into a massive battlefield, but it does seem like this test is way bigger than usual, huh? Yuan thought to himself, the giants have made a massive decision. They're being incredibly cautious. After staying completely hidden ever since the Gigantomachia, there's no way Olympus, the giants' sworn enemies, wouldn't notice this sudden shift. If things go south, I won't just lose the giants' trust. I absolutely have to find the sea stone. The system announced that the test would begin in 10 minutes. Yuan spoke up. I've got to go. I'm leaving the rest to you guys. He instructed them. Urfa sending you here means that the situation within your tribe has finally changed. So go ahead. Go absolutely wild. Bua grinned with absolute certainty. Of course, I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. Right at that moment, a massive group of aggressive thugs charged straight at them. The boy shouted, Don't worry about us, just go. We'll catch up with you later. One of the thugs roared, Don't let him get away. Capture Kim Yu-won. We can't let him reach the testing area. Take out these oversized freaks quickly, then get after Kim Yu-won. Before the guy could even finish his sentence, the boy launched a lightning-fast kick straight into his gut. The strike carried such terrifying power that it triggered a massive explosion on impact. Debris and dust blasted into the sky. The thug trembled violently, yet still tried to act tough. You cowardly little shits! Do you really want to die that badly? Bua spoke out, her voice dripping with malice. Cowardly? I wouldn't be so sure about that. Looks like you haven't gotten the memo. The tables have completely turned now, haven't they? The thug stared in sheer shock. What the hell do you mean by that? But before he could even finish his words, the little girl viciously smashed her weapon into another thug's head, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. Enya usually looked so sweet and gentle, but right now, standing before her enemies, she was nothing short of a bloodthirsty monster. She glared down at them with a terrifyingly dark, hollow expression. The thug trembled uncontrollably. What the hell is with that horrifying look? They were completely different from before. Bua mockingly announced the grim news with an exaggerated tone of pity. From now on, we're going all out, so let's play a little, shall we? As she said that, Bua's eyes quickly turned utterly vicious. Meanwhile, high above the 20th floor, two shadowy figures stood watching the entire ordeal unfold. A voice echoed out. So, Kim Yu-won actually saved 2 kids from the giant tribe. And the one who obtained this information is Horang, the guildmaster of the Red Wolf Guild? He's the examiner for the 20th floor, Theseus. The person beside him replied. That's exactly right, sir. Furthermore, we just received a report that the giants dispatched their own people to escort him to the testing area. Theseus scoffed. No matter how skilled those mad dogs are, they won't be able to stop Kim Yu-won. He's already made fools out of Olympus twice. I've sent a few guys from the bureau to stop him from taking this test altogether. We are going to tail Kim Yu-won while the admin and his lackeys are completely distracted by the test. The subordinate quickly acknowledged the order. The man standing beside him couldn't help but ask, the giants are actually helping a mere human? This is bizarre. Most giants have absolutely despised humans ever since the Gigantomachia. Do you really think such deep-seated hatred would just magically vanish just because he saved a couple of brats? Theseus replied, Who knows? While secretly thinking to himself, the giant tribe is currently holding the sea stone. He recalled the words spoken to him. Become the examiner for the 20th floor, and use that chance to find the stone. If a lowly creature like you manages to retrieve it, I will finally acknowledge you as my son. He reassured himself. There was no way his father's words were a lie. His father was so obsessed with that stone that he was even willing to defy Zeus's orders. Kim Yu-won. A human joining hands with the giant tribe, and the giants even leaving their forest alongside him. Could it be that he has some connection to the sea stone? Aside from that, there's absolutely no reason for the giants, who have kept dead quiet all this time, to suddenly take action. Just then, a voice rang out with a report. My apologies, sir. We've completely lost track of Kim Yu-won. At that exact moment, over on Yu-won's side, he was standing on a steep, jagged cliff, observing the situation as the 20th floor test was about to begin. Yu-won thought to himself, there were a few annoying hiccups on the way, but I finally made it to the testing zone. I'm sure those 2 kids will handle things just fine. It makes sense. They've been holding back all this time after all. It's only natural they'd want to let loose and go crazy. The mission this time took place on Triton Island, a place practically overflowing with all sorts of sea monsters. For the next 12 hours, fight the monsters and claim the hearts of the sea. Achievement points will be calculated based on the total number of hearts of the sea you manage to collect. He figured the core of this trial was pretty similar to the Capture the Flag game on the 11th floor. The only difference? There's no limit on how many people can pass. That's why so many of them teamed up, dreaming of making it to the next floor together. But what a pity, because other than me, every single one of them is going to get wiped out. With that in mind, he immediately launched himself off the edge and dove straight into the ocean. As Yu slowly sank into the depths, a voice echoed inside his head. I heard from Hephaestus that you're searching for the ocean stone, aren't you? Well, we don't actually have it, contrary to all those ridiculous rumors. However, I do know exactly where it is. You're going to face an endless swarm of monsters guarding it. If they wake up, remember this. You have to aim for their bellies, not their backs. And even if you somehow manage to survive and push past them, you've still only cleared a single obstacle blocking your path to the ocean stone. So, think you can handle it? I am asking you, Kim Yugan, do you truly have the confidence to claim the ocean stone? The scene abruptly shifted to a different group of people. Right at this moment, they were desperately fighting off a massive aquatic beast underwater, while the system's countdown timer kept ruthlessly ticking away. One of them shouted, "Is everyone all right?" The rest of the group panted heavily. "Yeah, we're good." This trial is actually a lot easier than I thought. We've already collected 15 of them, enough for every single person in the party to get one. We haven't even hit the halfway mark for the time limit yet. At this rate, we'll easily rake in even more Hearts of the Sea. Going for the bonus rewards isn't just a pipe dream anymore. Find Kim Yugan and stop him at all costs. Since it was a direct order from Olympus itself, I absolutely couldn't just ignore it. But with just this handful of guys, we wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance against a monster like him. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank the gods that guy had crawled off to hide in some dark corner. I'd rather take the punishment from the higher-ups later than get my teeth bashed in trying to fight him. Wherever you are, just stay put, Yugan. Immediately after, he turned and barked at his crew. If you're done resting, let's get moving. We're splitting into 2 teams. Spread out and hunt for more. Suddenly, a massive tremor erupted from beneath the water, making everyone jolt in pure shock. The leader stared at the violent geyser of water blasting into the air, panic washing over his face. What the hell is that? The whole group started screaming in total chaos. Is it a monster? Something is coming up. Get in formation. Prepare to fight. All of a sudden, Yugan breached the surface, landing squarely behind them. The group jumped out of their skin, then instantly let out a collective sigh of relief. It's a human. Wait, is he another player? Hold on a second. Did he just shoot up from under the water? One of the guys quickly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. That guy is... Yugan let out a heavy, tired breath. Then, with eyes as dead and chilling as a demon's, he glared straight at them. You lot were sent by Olympus, weren't you? The squad leader froze in absolute shock.
How the hell does he know that?
Did our intel get leaked? I heard rumors that Yugan is at war with Olympus. If that's true, what is he going to do to us? Yugan shrugged casually. I was just taking a wild guess, honestly, but looking at those dumbfounded looks on your faces, I hit the nail right on the head, didn't I? The squad stood there, totally dumbfounded. What?
He was just taking a wild guess?
Yeah. Anyway, why do you all keep backing up like that? Whatever. Look, I really don't have the time or the mood to deal with you guys right now. So you can drop the terrified act. I'm not the one you should be worried about fighting. The second the words left his mouth, a catastrophic tremor erupted from the ocean depths, making the very ground beneath them violently shake. Dozens of massive deadly whirlpools began violently churning across the water's surface. Moments later, colossal, vicious beasts breached the surface, striking pure, unadulterated terror into the squad. Their scales were pitch black, eyes glowing with an eerie light as they snapped their monstrous jaws, unleashing ear-splitting, thunderous roars. But the absolute worst part? It wasn't just one. It was an entire swarm of them. Like starving predators, they relentlessly slammed their massive bodies against the cliffs, causing the earth itself to quake. The leader's face went pale. Sea serpents? Just how many of them are there? The rest of the crew screamed in terror. Boss Akai, we are screwed. There's a whole horde of giant monsters charging at us from over there. Akai yelled in absolute panic. Fall back. We need to run, right now.
What the hell are the examiners even doing? If we don't move, they're gonna cut off our only escape route. Everyone, get off this damn island. Move!
The crew scrambled in a complete panic to abandon the island. But sir, if we leave the zone, we'll be completely disqualified from the trial. Akai snapped back. Who gives a damn about the trial right now? Can't you see something is seriously messed up with this test? Yugan suddenly spoke up. There's nothing wrong at all. He paused for a moment, a cold smirk forming as he slowly drew his sword. In fact, this is where the real test actually begins. A system alert suddenly rang out. The trial is currently being recalibrated. Yugan narrowed his eyes and thought, I need to smash the seal right on that thing's belly, the lunar rune. The moment that beast breaks free from its seal and rises from the abyssal depths, that's exactly when the trial's difficulty spikes. Hearing the alert, Akai stared in sheer disbelief. We're recalibrated? But then what the hell was all of our hard work even for? At the exact same time, a terrified voice shrieked, Boss Akai, run for your life! Amidst the chaos, Yugan recalled the voice's exact words.
The system will even command you to defeat the beast. Only when you do that will the final reward be swapped out for the Ocean Stone. Once that happens, the entire trial will be forcibly overridden by the administrator. And when that time comes, not even Olympus will have the power to interfere. You're probably wondering how I know all of this, aren't you? It's simple. Because the one who raised the golden tortoise, the one who fed it the core and forced it into a deep slumber, was me. We, the giant race, will absolutely guarantee that Olympus cannot lay a single finger on this trial until it is officially over. So, Yugan, your one and only job is to stop the Ocean Stone from falling into Poseidon's filthy hands. You have to claim it, and you have to protect it at all costs. The monsters have already caught the scent of the stone, and they are completely frenzied, hunting for it as we speak. Yugan clicked his tongue in thought. If the monsters have already sniffed it out, the gods up in Olympus must be sweating bullets right about now. Still, why the hell do these ugly bastards keep charging straight at me? Well, one thing's for sure. Those arrogant gods have definitely realized that this trial is completely out of their hands now. Right on cue, the system rang out again. The trial is currently being recalibrated. The sea turtle is about to emerge. He thought to himself, so it's finally awake? Is that the way? The abyssal turtle's body has been designated as the testing zone. Defeat the abyssal turtle and claim the ocean crystal. A new radio message chimed in. Still haven't found Kim Yugan. Team 2 here, we are scouring the upper island. We're staying in contact with the other teams, so we'll fish him out soon. How the hell haven't they found him yet on this tiny speck of an island? Joso paced anxiously. There is absolutely no way he could have escaped this island. What the hell is actually going on? Something isn't right. The ground is shaking, and the monsters, they've gone completely berserk. He gritted his teeth. That bastard Yugan. What the hell is he plotting? Suddenly, his system panel flashed with a critical notification. The test is being recalibrated. You have been forcibly expelled from the testing zone for failing to meet the requirements. This caught Joseo completely off guard. He clearly never saw this coming. In a flash, his men were mercilessly warped out of the area, completely powerless to stop it. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing in a completely different location, far from the mountain. Joseo stared blankly at the spot where he had just been standing, his face frozen in pure bewilderment. Right then, the system chimed again. The test has been recalibrated. The abyssal turtle is about to emerge. The abyssal turtle's body has been designated as the testing zone. Defeat it and claim the ocean crystal. From beneath the dark waters, a colossal beast slowly breached the surface, its glowing eyes burning with primal rage. It unhinged its massive jaws in a deafening roar before slamming its colossal body against the mountain. This was the abyssal turtle, the only beast that failed to evolve into the black tortoise, the absolute ruler of the 20th floor, and one of the most terrifying creatures in the ocean. Joseo cursed furiously. Damn it! The turtle's seal was broken, so the administrator actually bumped up the test difficulty. I never expected the reward for killing it to be the ocean crystal. That monster's gargantuan size must be mutated by the ocean crystal's power. I know it. This has to be that bastard Yugan's doing. No other psycho would be reckless enough to pull a stunt like this. I need to report this to Father immediately and call for backup. Once this test is over, you are a dead man. But just as the furious words left his mouth, a silhouette came crashing down from the mountain above. It was the members of the Red Wolf Guild. They had all been completely wiped out, their bodies battered into a miserable state. Joseo's face darkened with dread. It's been a long time since the great disaster of the Gigantomachy, hasn't it? Long time no see, Surtar. Surtar was a warrior of the Giant clan, the 21st son of Surtur. The Giant rumbled, I don't recall us being buddy-buddy enough to stand around making small talk. Joseo! I heard you were the examiner for this floor. If that's true, shouldn't your ass be in the testing zone? What the hell are you doing out here? Joseo sneered. A little complication popped up. What about you freaks? What business do you have lurking near the testing zone? Surtar scoffed. I just happened to catch these thugs picking on our kids. A bunch of grown-ass men ganging up on 2 children. So, I decided to step in and teach them some manners. You got a problem with that? Joseo growled in frustration. This is absolute madness. One damn thing after another. The whole situation has completely spiraled out of control. He forced himself to stay calm. If you giants want a war, I am more than happy to oblige. But mark my words. Joseo barked, I don't care who you are. I absolutely will not let you interfere with this test. His men immediately shifted into a defensive formation. Surtar burst into a deep laugh. Look who's talking. A frail little man who throws a temper tantrum the second things don't go his way, and you've still got the nerve to spit out empty threats? You actually think that the Giant Clan gives a damn about ruining your precious test? Not in 100 million years, kid. Now open your ears and listen closely. By the decree of the Giant Elder Urpa, from this exact moment forward, we are officially aligning ourselves with the player, Kim Yugan. The scene abruptly shifted back to Yugan, who was still locked in a relentless slaughter of monsters. Every single beast that lunged at him was brutally cut down, their bodies shredded by his lightning-fast blade. Even amidst the chaotic bloodbath, his sharp eyes scanned his surroundings. Massive shockwaves echoed from the distance. Yugan smirked inwardly. Perfect.
Was that Surtar? Looks like the heavy hitters have finally joined the party. Seems Elder Urpa decided to go all in this time, huh? If that's the case, I definitely can't let the old man down. That ocean crystal is mine. Yugan locked in his resolve, then blasted straight toward the swarming, gnashing jaws of the sea monsters. Without a second thought, he launched himself directly at the gargantuan abyssal turtle. Utterly fearless, Yugan dove headfirst into the beast's cavernous maw. The surrounding sea monsters could only float there, staring in sheer disbelief. Inside the beast's belly, it was pitch black. Special effect of the Nightshade Fang activated. Enveloped by darkness, your stamina recovery speed increases. Stamina recovery boosted by 112%. Enveloped by darkness, your mana recovery speed increases. Mana recovery boosted by 56%. Enveloped by darkness, your mana amplification increases. Ease. Mana amplification boosted by 56%. Deep inside the abyssal stomach, he kept up his relentless slaughter against the swarming parasites. Kim Yugan unleashed a torrent of fierce purple flames, scorching them into ash as the monsters shrieked in agonizing pain. The system flashed a new quest prompt. Objective: annihilate the abyssal turtle and extract the ocean crystal. Yugan grinned fiercely. Perfect! I'm going to rip through this thing and take what's mine. He remembered the old lore. Whoever holds the ocean crystal shall rise as the absolute god of the seas. That saying had been passed down as a sacred legend on the 20th floor. The deeper he fought his way in, the more his adrenaline surged. Yugan was in complete control of the chaos. The abyssal turtle swallowing the ocean crystal wasn't just a myth. Right here, right now, this towering leviathan essentially was the god of the sea. He had no idea what part of the anatomy he was in, but it was pitch black, completely choked off from even a sliver of sunlight. Yugan assessed the threat. A ton of monsters got sucked in here with me, but most of them were dragged in by the pull of the ocean crystal. A massive roar vibrated through the flesh. If I count the native parasites living inside this thing, he grinned. This isn't just a turtle's stomach anymore. This place has mutated into a full-blown dungeon with its own cursed ecosystem. Right as the thought crossed his mind, a catastrophic tidal wave of ocean water flooded down from the beast's gullet. Caught in the crushing vortex, the swarming monsters shrieked and thrashed in absolute frenzy. Yugo gritted his teeth. With a colossal size like that, every single time it opened its mouth, it would swallow an absolute tidal wave of water. He shot upward into the air, escaping the deep, swirling vortex. Yu had a plan. He ignited the holy flame at the tip of his blade, the Nightfall Fang, and let the surrounding darkness activate the sword's hidden power. Instantly, a phantom of deep purple danced through the air, making the horde of monsters hesitate. He launched himself up, gripping his sword tight, and fiercely drove it right into them. One by one, he struck the beast down, wiping them out in no time at all. His body darted swiftly and gracefully through their ranks. But man, there really are a ton of them in here, Yu smirked, feeling pretty satisfied. Even if it can't compare to the absolute invisibility of Hades, at least with this, I can slip out of their sight for a little while. Suddenly, one of the monsters lunged at him with pure rage, looking ready to eat him alive. The rest of the pack frantically sniffed the air, trying to track down their prey. It seemed they were practically blind, relying entirely on their sense of smell to hunt. But right now, Yugo's scent was completely masked. Are you freaks so used to this foul stench that you can't even stand my scent? What am I, a walking virus or something? At the exact same time, the completion rate of the Heaven-Slaying Star was rapidly rising. He quickly calculated his odds. I thought I would max out the completion rate of the Heavenly Star Cycle by finishing this challenge, but at this pace, it's going to be tough. Well, since it's come to this, I'll just have to change my hunting strategy. I'm going to ignore these annoying little pests. I wonder where the ocean stone is hiding. Don't tell me it's just lying around on the ground in some random corner of its stomach. You know, like one of those the most dangerous place is the safest place cliches. The core of a colossal creature like this sea turtle is basically its mana heart. I bet my life it's hidden there. The Kaini was reacting stronger and stronger by the second. It's probably in that direction, but whether it's the ocean stone or the mana heart, there's definitely going to be a massive layer of defense guarding it. I have no idea how many more of these monsters are going to swarm me, but I need to break through while taking as little damage as possible. Hold on a second. Come to think of it, he had been keeping his fiery golden eyes active ever since he got inside because it was just too completely dark. But if I use it just to see better in the dark, my combat prediction rate goes way down. What if I sacrifice some of my vision and boost my other senses instead? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he acted on it, rapidly hyper-activating his combat senses. Hugo stood right in the middle of a massive horde of monsters. There were so many it absolutely defied belief. The second they caught his scent, they locked onto him, ready to tear him apart. He let out a heavy, satisfied breath as they swarmed like an angry hornet's nest. All right, shut your mouths and make way! His blade violently pierced straight through a monster's chest, without missing a beat. He gripped his sword and mercilessly slashed through the vicious mob. With just a single strike, he flawlessly cleaved the beast cleanly in half. Yu was starting to feel the fatigue. Please, no more of you guys. There are literally more monsters in here than everything I've faced since I started climbing the tower combined. Luckily, his stamina and mana recovery rates had been massively boosted, all thanks to the passive effect of the Nightfall Fang. The swarm was endless. There was no telling how many there actually were. The moment he killed one, another took its place. He quickly did the math in his head. His stats were rising, sure, but if he kept burning through his mana at this rate, he'd pass out from exhaustion long before he ever found the Ocean Stone's hiding place. My mana is already down to half, but I feel like I'm getting close. Did I finally reach the right spot? Hey, snap out of it. How much longer can I even keep fighting? Over an hour had already passed since he first got swallowed up in here. Driven by pure frustration, he charged forward, plunging into a frantic, chaotic killing spree. Come on, just show yourself already. Hurry up and show yourself before my mana completely runs dry. His hands didn't stop for a single second, violently carving a path through the horde as he desperately searched. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks. His eyes locked onto something that looked incredibly familiar. Pushing past his absolute limits, he furiously bulldozed his way toward it. Yu's face lit up with absolute thrill. Found it! The area was radiating an intense, blinding crimson light. It looked just like a massive, searing hot core of molten lava. It seemed like that very light was acting as a beacon, drawing all the monsters in, which caught him totally off guard. Well, isn't this quite the crowded little party? What, are you freaks throwing a festival in here or something? With a cocky smirk, he aggressively raised his sword and aimed it dead straight at the swarm. He channeled his aura to the absolute max, glaring at them with a deadly intensity. Get out of my way. You don't have any reason to protect it anymore. Because the true master of the Mystic Ocean Crystal is me! Without wasting a second, Yu invoked the call of the underworld. This was an innate skill bound to the Kaini. By weaponizing the dark mana leaking from the Kaini's eye, it could instantly banish its targets to a specific, hellish location. He locked his fierce gaze on the glowing core. The master of the Ocean Stone is going to be me. The winged sandals of Hermes, the mighty Aegis shield of Athena, the blazing sun chariot of Apollo. Those were the absolute masterpieces, representing the greatest blacksmith of the tower, Hephaestus. However, if you had to pick the single greatest masterpiece out of the countless relics he forged, it would undoubtedly be the Thunderbolt of Zeus. A god-tier weapon where a single swing could wipe an entire island off the map and bend the weather itself to the wielder's will. And this Kaini that I'm wearing right now, this is an artifact on that exact same godlike level. Right now, he was glaring fiercely down the monstrous horde, and the beasts were snarling right back at him. He was standing completely alone, about to wage war against an army of monsters as numerous as blades of grass. Yugo ran the calculations in his head. The adamantium could absorb the full raw power of the Dark Star Crystal, the Celestial Star Crystal, and the Ocean Stone. Of course, the true power of an artifact relied heavily on the sheer skill of the one who forged it.
In the distant past, the original Kaini worn by Hades was actually forged by one of Hephaestus' disciples. But the Kaini he wielded, it was crafted by the god of the forge himself.
In other words, his Kaini was far more flawless than Hades' ever was. At that thought, a violent, raging purple flame blasted straight toward the swarm of monsters, catching them completely off guard. But the hesitation didn't last. In a flash, they lunged furiously at Yu, jaws wide open as if to swallow him whole. Yu roared back at them. You know this is a total death wish, but you're still throwing yourselves at me, huh?
You pathetic small fry are just drooling over something that is completely out of your league. He violently triggered the call of the underworld, unleashing a massive, devastating beam of light that mercilessly swept through their ranks.
Yu watched in absolute awe as the wave of monsters simply vanished into the surging currents of mana, almost as if they were being swallowed whole by an invisible abyss. Where in the world does this stream of dark energy even lead to? He wondered to himself. Damn it! It feels like my right arm is being ripped right off. Even with my mana over 100, it still hurts this much? My body alone can't handle Kaini's power. Just 2 more times. I just need to endure this 2 more times. He quickly activated his boots, and the Hermes step skill materialized. The system chimed in. Item effect triggered. Your leaping power has increased by 50%. Yugan launched himself into the air, charging straight at them. Fighting that horde of sea monsters all by himself was undeniably exhausting, but he couldn't let the giant race down. Skywalk activated. Movement speed increased by 100% for 5 seconds. You can now walk on air for 5 seconds. Just 1 more time, he told himself. Yugan was clearly running on fumes. He quickly scanned the area with his eyes. The system immediately alerted. Fiery golden eyes are analyzing the target. Yugan glared around in frustration. Where are you? Where the hell are you hiding? It seemed his Kaini gauntlet was reacting to a fragment. He finally found it. Yugan ground his teeth in pure rage. I'm gonna cleave that thing in half with a single strike. Without hesitation, he dashed forward and sliced the head right off one of the serpents. Its crimson blood erupted like a burst dam, spraying endlessly into the air. The blood quickly stained the surroundings, turning the area into a literal sea of red in mere seconds. Seeing their comrades slaughtered so brutally, the rest of the sea monsters flinched in terror. But moments later, they swarmed toward Yugan again, with one charging fiercely at the front. With a vicious slash to its body, Yugan sent it straight to the afterlife. By now, the exhaustion was really setting in, his hair completely disheveled. His face, splattered with monster blood, gave off a chillingly dark and ominous vibe. He raised a hand, wiping the blood from his cheek. The horde of monsters stood completely still, watching his every move. Yugan looked down at his arm. I can't see it because of the Kini gauntlet, but my right arm must look like an absolute war zone underneath. I need to boost my mana and stamina way higher if I ever want to control this power perfectly. For now, I just need to focus on leveling up and improving my core stats. He then shifted his sword to his left hand, glaring at the horde. Alright, step aside. I'm getting tired of this. Immediately after, he channeled his inner aura into the black stone. Meanwhile, on the other side, JCO stood watching Suta's group, scoffing. What a bunch of fools. Do you idiots seriously believe Yugan can actually retrieve the Ocean Stone? Suta spoke up firmly. He will succeed. Even the Elder believes in him, JCO thought mockingly. Absolute morons. He's going to fail. How could he possibly defeat a monster that rules the ocean and wields the power of the Ocean Stone? I'll play along for now. But the second this trial is over, I'm wiping those bastards out. Suddenly, the giant turtle began reacting violently. It thrashed around, screeching in agonizing pain. The ocean waves surged wildly, and another massive tremor shook the area, making everyone on the shore hold their breath. The system promptly announced, Player Kim Yan has cleared the trial. JCO's eyes went bloodshot with sheer rage. No way! That's impossible! Furiously, JCO barked his orders. Find Yugan and bring him to me, now! Suta fiercely stood his ground. Don't even think about it. Stop them, Suta roared his command. Do not let them touch a single hair on Kim Yan's head. JCO let out a wicked sneer. So, you're really dragging the entire giant race into this? What are you going to do when your little stunt sparks another Gigantomachia, huh? Suta exposed his hypocrisy right back. Oh, isn't that what you guys have been plotting all along? Stop playing dumb, you lapdogs of Olympus. Let's settle this once and for all. A vicious glint flashed in JCO's eyes. So foolish. History is just going to repeat itself. Gripping his sword tightly, he dropped into a battle stance. From beneath the water, a massive chariot surged forward as JCO sneered his challenge. Suta, do you remember our third clash? Back then, all you did was tuck your tail and run. Are you going to run away again this time? Hearing this, Suta boiled over with rage. JCO, you bastard, Suta roared. As a son of Poseidon, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Mom. JCO shot back. Since when did you give a damn about respecting my father? He pressed on with his threats. I told you, history will repeat itself. A deafening shockwave erupted, sending rocks and debris flying into the sky. The all-out war between the giants and Olympus had officially begun. Are we really going to fail to stop them again? Suta thought anxiously. Is that bloody chapter of history truly going to repeat itself? Remembering that devastating, blood-soaked war sent a chill down Suta's spine. Suddenly, a massive boom echoed out, causing the entire area to shake violently. Everyone startled. What was that? What's that noise? Out at sea, a monstrous wave rose up, rapidly rushing toward the shore. The crowd panicked. A wave? Is that a tsunami? No, that's not a wave. Those are monsters. Just as the words left their mouths, an army of sea monsters erupted from the water. But it didn't end there. Behind the swarm, a pair of ferocious glowing eyes and a towering, shadowy silhouette slowly began to breach the surface. It looked like a dragon, but with the slithering body of a serpent. It was clearly the alpha ruling over the smaller beasts. That sea monster was none other than the high-tier boss, Leviathan. The crowd was absolutely terrified. Leviathan? That's a monster that only spawns on the 20th floor. Wait a minute, we are on the 20th floor. Damn it, that thing is the boss of this floor. Why the hell is an entire horde of them attacking us right now? They don't even travel in packs. JCO narrowed his eyes in realization. Whoever finds the Ocean Stone will become the king of the ocean. So that's why Father was always so desperate to find the Ocean Stone. Because that ridiculous myth is actually real? The water surface rippled once more, waves crashing in rhythmically, though much gentler this time. A familiar figure casually stepped forward. Sorry to interrupt while you guys are busy with your own drama, but I'm seriously exhausted right now. So, do you mind leaving? In his hand, he was holding something. It pulsed constantly, emitting a crystal clear, radiant blue light. The moment JCO laid eyes on Yugan, his anger flared up all over again. Yugan, you bastard. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Hand it over. Give me the Ocean Stone right now. Hurry up. You haven't said a single word this whole time. Yugan stared at him intensely. It seemed the intense exertion had left him a bit sluggish. But Joser was a different story entirely. He launched himself forward in a frenzied charge, aggressively raising his trident high. A swirling vortex of water rapidly gathered as he unleashed a fierce strike at the boy. But for now, Yugan merely parried, showing no intention of striking back. Yugan quickly caught on. Looks like you're completely useless without water, just like a fish flopping on land. Joser roared, Shut your damn mouth! How dare you spout such garbage? Joser cursed inwardly. Damn it, I wasn't wrong. Something is actively interfering with my power, he realized. A massive force capable of neutralizing my water magic. That has to be it. The ocean crystal. Seeing this bizarre phenomenon, Yugan secretly deduced. Is this a system penalty? Activating his fiery golden eyes to read the movements, he triggered his sensory domain. In a flash, Yugan darted straight at Josur, leaving him absolutely no time to react. The two clashed violently, neither willing to yield an inch. A suffocating wave of intense battle aura filled the air. But the momentum seemed to favor Josur slightly, as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Yugan gritted his teeth, calculating, I need to overpower him and fast. His sword swung with ferocious intent, meeting the heavy block of Josur's trident. In that moment, the words of Josur's father echoed in his mind. Josur, find the ocean crystal. If you succeed, I will finally acknowledge you as my true son. No matter the cost, I must win his approval. I will be recognized as the son of the great sea god Poseidon, the one and only true heir to the sovereign of the seas. Fueled by this thought, he launched a lightning-fast assault. Yugan struggled to deflect the heavy blows, their overwhelming auras making it impossible for anyone else to interfere in the clash. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Josur was the one coughing up crimson. He had clearly taken heavy damage from the boy's fierce counterattack. He quickly staggered to his feet, refusing to be pinned down for long. True to his title as the son of a god, Josur immediately fired back with another devastating strike at Yugan. A long, jagged gash tore across Yugan's face, warm red trickling down. I thought his mental state would be his fatal flaw, Yugan mused, but this guy is seriously no joke. It looked like he was betting absolutely everything on this fight. Josur glared at him with pure malice. Once I'm done crushing you, those giant freaks are next. You picked the wrong enemy, Yugan. I am the son of the great Poseidon. Wouldn't this be a whole lot easier if I just maxed out Keeney's power? Yugan wondered. Without missing a beat, he pointed his blade squarely at his opponent. Knew it. I just need to wrap this up and level up already. Meanwhile, the giants were still locked in a brutal brawl with the enemy forces. The battlefield was pushed to the absolute brink with no clear victor in sight. Yugan still couldn't take Josur down, partly because he was drained from his earlier clash with the sea monsters. Both were so battered they were practically spitting out red, yet neither would back down. As for Josur, it looked like he had poured his very soul into this final stand. He slashed forward with blinding speed, but by a stroke of luck, Yugan managed to dodge. Twirling the trident in his hands, he locked eyes with Yugan like an ancient, bitter rival, before thrusting forward with a savage, piercing strike. Using Flash Step, Yugan leaped high into the air to evade. Up until now, he hadn't launched a single counter, only dodging and weaving. Who knew what Yugan was plotting? Furious, Josur roared, "You slippery bastard!"
Why the hell is this brat so tough to nail down? He thought angrily. He's perfectly dodging every single one of my attacks.
It's not just speed. It feels like he's predicting my next move before I even swing my weapon.
Could it be those glowing red eyes of his? At that exact moment, the fiery golden eyes were actively reading him, perfectly synced with the sensory domain.
Since I have the ocean crystal, his water magic is completely useless, Yugan thought, but his raw, physical strength is still insane. Is this really the power of Poseidon's son? Or is it just the sheer gap in our levels? Josur, on the other hand, was growing suspicious. Why are you stopping? Josur sneered. Finally sensing the massive gap between us? Bullshit, Yugan snapped right back, quickly following up with a sharp taunt. What about you? You're in a rush because you know the sea monsters are swarming this place, right? Josur spat back. Seeing you act this cocky, I guess you still think you've got a reason to live. I'll rip that damn mouth of yours wide open so you can never spout that trash again. But suddenly, a hand swiftly blocked his path. Lord Josur, he's gone mad. How dare you? Get out of my way! The loyal subordinate desperately pleaded. We have to withdraw our forces. Is the situation really getting that bad? Josur stubbornly brushed it off. Nonsense. He's the one who's cornered. Before he could even finish his sentence, one of his men was struck down, his head sent flying. Suwa stood menacingly amidst a scattered pile of fallen enemies he had just eliminated, roaring, "Push them back! Crush them! Don't leave a single one of these guys breathing! Rip off their arms and legs! Take them as your trophies of war!" Caught between the swarming sea monsters on one side and ruthless enemies on the other, Josur's subordinate grew frantic. Lord Josur, please, you have to think rationally. I don't know about those giants, but we absolutely cannot fight off this massive horde of monsters heading our way. We have to retreat, right now! But despite the desperate plea, Josur's heart burned with bitter resentment. He stood there, hesitating, unable to make the call. Gritting his teeth in furious denial, he snarled, "You're telling me to turn tail and run, when the very thing I've hungered for all this time is right in front of my damn eyes?" Watching his reaction, Yugan let out a quiet smirk. This guy has completely lost his mind. His subordinate desperately pulled at him. "Lord Josur, please, we have to hurry!" Filled with indignant rage, Josur let out a deafening roar. "Get your hands off me!" Reduced to nothing more than a defeated general, Zeus glared daggers at Kim Yugan. Backed into a corner, he had no choice but to sound the retreat. His forces scrambled in absolute panic. "Fall back, everyone! Get on the sun chariot now!" "Done!" Suwa roared with fierce joy. So the day has finally come where the almighty, arrogant Zeus runs with his tail between his legs? What happened to all that big talk from a minute ago, huh? Suda lunged forward, ready to give chase. "Don't you dare run away like a coward. Let's end this right here, right now." But the blazing chariot had already shot into the sky,
fleeing without a single glance back. Suta and Yugan didn't pursue them. They just stood their ground, watching until the cowards faded into the horizon. Even now, Suwa was still in utter disbelief. He turned and asked, "Hey, did we actually win?" Yugan gave a firm nod. "Yeah, we did." Gripping the Abyssal Ocean Stone tightly in his hand, Yugan added, "Looks like it." Sua's face lit up with pure ecstasy. "I get it now. We didn't just take a beating, and we sure as hell didn't run this time." He screamed at the top of his lungs toward the vast blue sea, declaring that the giant race had finally conquered Olympus. The scene shifted to nightfall at the giants' territory, where a massive roaring feast was underway to celebrate their historic victory. The crowd was buzzing with hype. "Bring out another barrel. We're partying until the sun comes up, boys." "Go get it yourself, you lazy brat. Can't you see everyone's busy having a good time?" Not a single soul could hide the overwhelming pride and absolute joy plastered across their faces. Meanwhile, Yugan sat quietly in his private quarters, sipping a warm cup of tea by himself. The exhaustion from the brutal battle was finally catching up to him. He gazed out the window, quietly soaking in the lively, chaotic energy of the festival below, throwing a massive bash the second they got back. Well, considering how many centuries they've bled waiting for this one victory, you really can't blame them. Should I head down there and join the madness? Nah, forget it. Now is definitely not the time to be letting my guard down. In reality, I lost that clash. If it wasn't for the Abyssal Ocean Stone, there's no way we could have held out that long. If the fight had dragged on for even a second longer, he would have completely crushed me. Suwa wouldn't have stood a chance either. In the worst case scenario, the entire giant race would be wiped out right now. He stared down at his trembling hands. This level of power, it's still nowhere near enough to strike at the absolute heart of Olympus. But hey, at least things are moving way smoother than I originally planned. To think I've managed to climb this high in just 5 short years. With a swift motion, he handed the glowing artifact over. Hephaestus gasped in absolute awe. Unbelievable! Go. Is this really the Abyssal Ocean Stone? You sly little demon, you seriously have a terrifying knack for hunting down top-tier loot.
Where the hell did you even dig this up? My uncle has been tearing the realms apart for 1,000 years and still couldn't find it.
Yugan let out a relaxed, easygoing laugh. I guess I just had better luck, that's all. The master blacksmith clicked his tongue in annoyance. Oh, cut the fake humility, would you? You say that so casually, like you just picked up a stray penny off the street. By losing the Ocean Stone... And yet, combined with Zeus throwing his reckless little temper tantrums, Olympus is going to be way too busy to even think about targeting you for a while. Hephaestus shot him a knowing look. You must be pretty damn pleased with yourself, huh? Yugan flashed a confident grin. Having one less sword hanging over my neck? Of course I'm thrilled. Hephaestus muttered to himself. Yeah, my old man is going to be tied up trying to keep my furious uncle from blowing a gasket. It doesn't matter how terrifyingly smart this kid is, there is absolutely no way he could know the deep internal politics of Olympus. And yet, he just flipped the entire chessboard again, bending everything perfectly to his will. Just how in the world does he pull this off? How was any of this even possible from the very beginning? He stared intensely at the young man who was currently yawning his head off. Pushing those thoughts aside, Hephaestus began examining the stone. All right, let's take the look. Just as I suspected, the elemental affinity is totally different, but the core structure is remarkably similar to my father's divine lightning. Yugan leaned in, curious. Can you actually forge it, old man? The forging part isn't the problem. The issue is that I need specific secondary materials to craft an artifact that actually synergizes with this thing. Yugan slumped back, instantly bored. So we're back to the usual grind, huh? Roughly how many days are we talking for the crafting process? Hephaestus crossed his arms. I'd say about 10 days. He sighed heavily. But that's a moot point. Right now, there isn't a single place left to harvest adamantium. Yugan didn't miss a beat. I'll get it for you as soon as humanly possible. The divine blacksmith blinked, totally caught off guard. Wait, what did you just say? Adamantium? Are you crazy? Yugan just nodded firmly. Yep. Hephaestus's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Do you honestly have that kind of insane cash lying around? What, are you the hidden son of some legendary billionaire or something? Yugan waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, right. I wish. Honestly, I'm practically broke since I blew almost everything on manufacturing the Kaini. The older man furrowed his brows in utter confusion. Then how the hell did you plan on getting your hands on it? Yugan shrugged, completely unfazed. I'll just have to get creative and figure it out. Though, I gotta admit, it'll probably eat up a bit of time. Hephaestus let out a long breath. Well, knowing you, that isn't just some empty bluff. If you're that confident, then I'll trust you on this. He crossed his arms and asked, So, what's your next move? Yugan's eyes sharpened with ambition. Exactly what you mentioned earlier. Olympus is going to be completely blind to my movements for a while. I'm going to seize this golden opportunity to focus entirely on leveling up. There is absolutely no way I'm letting this hard-earned peace go to waste. He stared at Yugan. You seem pretty dead set on making an enemy out of Olympus, huh?
Yugan replied with a cryptic smile. If only it were that simple. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Just what kind of earth-shattering mess are you planning to cause next? Yugan didn't answer. So, I'm leaving the forging entirely in your hands, Uncle. Don't worry about the payment. I'll pay the deposit later. With that, he quickly said his goodbyes. I've got to run. Catch you later, Uncle? He quickly stepped out of the old man's forge and headed into town. On the way, he chuckled to himself, realizing just how shocked his uncle had been. If he actually knew what I was plotting, the old man would probably pass out on the spot. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. His egg was twitching. Yugan stared at it in surprise. It's moving again? Is the incubation rate getting higher? It's been awake for at least half a day now, Yugan muttered. Just hold on a little longer. We'll be meeting your brethren soon enough. The egg practically tilted itself, as if confused. He coaxed it with a sly grin. It's gonna be fun, I promise. The corrupted scum of the tower will come crawling to us one by one, and you'll grow big and strong by devouring them, right? The egg bobbed up and down like it was nodding. Yugan gently patted it.
All right, just be a good kid and wait a bit longer. You'll get a massive feast soon enough. Your food is waiting for us exactly where Odin said it would be.
His eyes narrowed in thought, getting robbed of the one thing he's lusted after for so long. I don't even need to guess how Poseidon is going to react. Now, I just sit back and watch if their little family dynamic is exactly like Hercules remembered. Odin had once warned him, that ocean stone. It is an artifact that must never fall into the hands of Olympus. But if you are the one who takes it, the consequences will be unimaginable. You will become the absolute target of Olympus. Back then, Hercules had brushed it off, telling him not to worry. My father, is currently the absolute ruler of Olympus. Uncle Poseidon won't dare lay a finger on a mere player, someone who isn't even a ranker yet, just to get his hands on the ocean stone. If the king of a massive guild makes a direct move, the other guilds definitely won't sit idly by. And if that happens, things will get incredibly messy. Odin had questioned it. Then what about the possibility of Poseidon acting entirely on his own? Hercules had shaken his head. With my father keeping him in check, he won't be able to make a move that easily. Even though the three supreme gods of Olympus shared the exact same blood, they were chained to a never-ending war for ultimate power. My father and Uncle Poseidon especially have been at each other's throats for the absolute throne, but once my father secured the Sky Stone, one of the three primordial crystals, and forged his lightning, he essentially seized half of all the power in Olympus. That was when he realized something crucial. The remaining two crystals, the Ocean Stone and the Underworld Stone, absolutely could not be allowed to fall into the hands of his brothers. Yugan had smirked then. You already know what we have to do, don't you? Hercules nodded solemnly. Yeah.
We can't just hand over the Ocean Stone. We have to make Zeus and Poseidon tear each other to shreds. Back in the present, inside a grand chamber, everything was violently smashed and scattered across the floor.
A furious roar shook the walls.
Why?
How dare he dictate what I can or cannot do? A man knelt amidst the wreckage, biting his lip in bitter resentment. Just because I lost a stupid bet, I have to sit here and weather my father's insane wrath like this. He was Orion, the third son of Poseidon. He gritted his teeth in sheer frustration.
Zeus! This is all because of that arrogant
bastard. Orion finally spoke up, keeping his head bowed. The heavenly realm has explicitly forbidden us from sparking any more conflicts with the giant race, father. Poseidon's eyes went bloodshot with madness. It's not those overgrown freaks. This entire mess was orchestrated by a single, lowly player. Damn it, it's nothing but a pathetic excuse for that bastard to block me from getting my hands on the Ocean Stone. And he actually dared to lose his temper with me for interfering with the capture of Hephaestus? Those absolute bastards. At the mere thought of it, Poseidon's rage erupted like a violent tsunami. He glared down at his son. What do you think, Orion? Don't you think Zeus is acting just like a venomous snake? Orion kept his head firmly pinned to the floor. How could a lowly servant like myself ever dare to harbor such thoughts about the Heavenly Lord? Poseidon spat in disgust. Heavenly Lord, my ass! You're right. What's the damn point in even asking you? Zeus had always been exactly like this. A cold-blooded, ruthless, and terrifyingly pragmatic monster. It didn't matter how unbelievably talented Kim Yugan was. At the end of the day, he was nothing more than a player. Zeus had calculated the risks and simply chose to ignore the annoying little insect, focusing all his energy on his true, greatest rival, Poseidon himself. He expects me to just sit down and behave? I let the Ocean Stone slip right through my fingers, and now I don't even have a valid excuse to dispatch the rankers. Why am I the only one losing everything? Poseidon went on another frenzied rampage, shattering everything in sight. Meanwhile, at the castle of the giants, rumors were spreading like wildfire. Hey, did you hear? The Ocean Stone actually fell into the hands of a mere player. Odin chuckled, his eyes gleaming with deep amusement. So, a nameless little brat managed to snatch up the Ocean Stone, huh? Serves them absolutely right. I bet the entirety of Olympus is sick to their stomachs right now. Somewhere in a dense, dark forest, a booming voice echoed. This Kim Yugan you speak of, you're telling me he hasn't even become a ranker yet, and he's already this formidable?
I really have to wonder, will I get the chance to clash blades with him someday? A wicked grin spread across his face. This was Asura, the demonic god of war. Far away on the legendary Mount Huaguo, the great sage Heaven's Equal had also caught wind of the boy's roaring reputation, Kim Yugan. So, that's the name of the crazy bastard who snatched the ocean stone, huh? How interesting. And here I thought he was just a greenhorn. I can't wait to see what happens next. The first floor of the tower, we finally reached the first floor. Thank you for using the Sun Chariot, the pride of Olympus. You have spent 1,000 points. Fun. It was a pleasure serving you, and we hope to see you again. You blinked in surprise. Are both this one and the one Zeus uses just replicas? Just how many copies are out there? But he brushed the thought aside. Thanks to the chariot, he got here early. Looming right in front of him was the outer wall of the first floor, the edge of the world. Yu reached out his hand. Rumor has it, no one has ever been able to break this wall. Yet, who would have thought that in the future, it would just collapse on its own? He shook his head. Now wasn't the time to be getting distracted. I was told it was somewhere around here. His fiery golden eyes glowed, scanning through the hidden pathways. He pulled a blade from his inventory. This was the very sword Susanoo used to seal the eight-headed serpent. The sword harbors a special sealed power. Currently, it is in a fractured state. You need to gather the remaining fragments to unleash its full power. Yu pondered. Odin wasn't wrong. The difficulty of this trial, there's no way something like this should exist on the first floor. The dungeon of the 57th ranker and one of the 3 noble siblings, Susanoo. Before I regressed, the dungeon he created wasn't discovered until 100 years later. I heard the other 2 noble siblings already reclaimed the 3 sacred treasures. It wouldn't surprise me if Susanoo figured they would eventually track down where he hid his artifact. They are siblings after all. Honestly, I do feel a little bit guilty. But I have to be the one to claim it in this timeline. With that fiery resolve, he aggressively drove the sword into the ground. The system chimed. You have discovered the hidden dungeon containing Susanoo's artifact. Yu smirked. The movement of Kronos' clockwork is pretty damn convenient, isn't it? The system rang out again. Checking player qualifications met. You may enter. He praised himself. By doing this, I just skipped ahead by 100 years, didn't I? This time, the quest is to conquer the tower and seize Susanoo's artifact. You will only be allowed to leave the dungeon once you find the key. Pretty high up, huh? The artifact and the key must both be up there. So, even just entering this tower isn't going to be a walk in the park, you thought casually. Fine by me. In fact, the more, the merrier. And just like before, he single-handedly clashed with the pack of phantom hyenas. But there was one major problem. The proficiency of the heaven-slaying spirit was barely increasing at all. Yu viciously drove his sword into another hyena. He violently grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and hurled it away. The corpses of the beast were already piling up into a mountain. The entire area was quickly dyed red with the blood of the hyena pack. He ran the numbers in his head. It only went up by 0.003%. I guess getting 0.5% after killing that sea monster was already a lot. What a shame. It would have been amazing if it had just hit 100% back then. But thanks to the sensory domain, my perception stats are way higher than before. Immediately after, he raised his hand and pushed open the heavy doors to the first floor. The light from outside slowly seeped in. Inside, it was pitch black and completely deserted. He slowly descended the stairs, and right away the system announced, "You are now entering Susanoo's dungeon." His objective this time was to reach the 100th floor, and in no time at all, he had breezed through Susanoo's test. Compared to its height, it's not actually that wide, is it? You thought. Could this be a labyrinth-type dungeon? 100 floors? It was like a miniature version of the tower itself. Even though I've never met Susanoo face-to-face before, I've heard more than enough nasty rumors about him. Susanoo? His trash personality is right on par with those damn death heralds. It honestly couldn't get any worse. That tells you everything you need to know. I want to fight him. I hear he's an absolute monster with a sword. I bet he's got the highest kill count in the entire tower. However, right alongside all that infamy, there was one universal truth everyone agreed on when his name was brought up. He was overwhelmingly powerful. Suddenly, he felt something off. He looked down at his own body, endlessly wondering, why is my inventory acting up out of nowhere? What's going on? Yu quickly drew a longsword from the system. But wait, it wasn't him drawing it. For some reason, the weapon had popped out entirely on its own. Something vague and indistinct materialized, staring intently at Yu. It took the shape of a tiny warrior. It muttered to itself, "Where am I? Am I inside a miniature tower? Oh, that's right. I died." It glared up at him. "Hey, who the hell are you? Are you the one who brought the Tetsuka sword here?" Yu replied calmly. "That's right." The figure continued. "Is that so? Judging by the way you speak, you must not know who I am." He thought to himself, in stark contrast to that tiny appearance, I can feel a terrifying, suffocating bloodlust pouring out of him. He spoke up. You must be one of the 3 noble siblings. Susanoo, You're not just a sword saint, but also a spirit summoner and a necromancer. You were known as a bloodthirsty killer, ranked 57th in the tower when you were alive.
Susanoo looked surprised. You know quite a bit about me, don't you? You pressed on. And you died fighting the 8-headed serpent. Hearing that, the old man flared up. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You just kept going. Look, I get that you were some big shot, but let me ask you something. After living a life like yours, didn't you ever want people to actually respect you? Susanoo scoffed. I'm already dead, kid, so none of that matters anymore. I had plenty of respect in my time, and besides, I didn't throw my life away just to win a popularity contest. But let me get one thing straight with you. Don't you dare look down on how I lived. As far as I'm concerned, my life was absolute perfection. You shot back bluntly. I can't believe you're actually proud of having a body count so high you can't even keep track. Honestly, it's a good thing you're dead. Susanoo was taken aback. You little brat, I'm genuinely amazed. You know exactly who I am, and you still have the nerve to run your mouth like that. You don't look like a regular straggler. What guild or faction do you belong to, huh? You answered without missing a beat. I'm just a player who made it to the 21st floor a little while ago. The old man scoffed in disdain. The 21st floor? You've only made it that far and you're already acting this cocky. This is no place for a weak little bug like you. The things lurking in here make the monsters on the 21st floor look like absolute jokes. You just shrugged. Yeah, I already ran into a few of them on my way inside. Susanoo raised an eyebrow. Wait, you slaughtered all of them? Well, color me impressed. Anyway, as long as you're holding on to that fragment, I'm stuck tagging along with you. That's just how the system works for me now. You waved it off dismissively. Do whatever you want. The spirit kept pushing. Do you have any party members with you? And what about your race? Are you a pureblood? You certainly don't look like one. You sighed. I don't have a party, and no, I'm not a pureblood either. Susanoo relentlessly grilled him. So where are you from then? And how exactly did you manage to find this place? More importantly, where in the world did you get your hands on a fragment of the Totsuka no Tsurugi? Yu's face darkened. Man, this old ghost never shuts up. Seeing him ignore the question, Susanoo snapped, Hey, why aren't you answering me? Yu glared back, visibly annoyed. You're distracting me, so do us both a favor and zip it. But the old god was surprisingly persistent. Fine, then just answer this one question. Where did you get that sword fragment? Yu decided to strike a deal. If you're really that desperate to know, then at least make yourself useful and show me the way out. Nothing in this world is free, old man. I absolutely despise labyrinth dungeons. They're a massive waste of my time. Susanoo pondered for a moment before finally giving in. Fine, whatever. He pointed ahead. You're going to have to walk quite a distance to reach the gate to the next floor. For now, just head straight down that path. Yu glanced around, quickly calculating that this maze was massive and ridiculously complex. Hold on a second, Yu thought. Maybe I can just use that method. The ghost immediately demanded his payment. All right, I did my part. Now answer the damn question. Where did you find the fragment of my sword? Yu casually replied, I got it down on the first floor. It was a reward during the Colosseum trial. Susanoo's eyes widened in shock. The Colosseum? Are you telling me my sword was handed out as a cheap prize for a first floor trial? Yu elaborated. Only because a certain someone decided to crash the final wave of the trial. Hearing that, Susanoo suddenly went dead silent, deep in thought. He repeated slowly, A certain someone? As the realization hit him, a jolt of shock ran through the old god's spectral body. Don't tell me, was it the Yamada no Orochi? The very second the words left his mouth, Yu violently smashed through the solid wall right in front of them, sending shockwaves through the stone. Susanoo stared at the boy in pure disbelief. This scrawny kid actually defeated the 8-headed serpent. Meanwhile, Yu's grip tightened around his blade as a terrifying surge of aura began to erupt from his body. Yu's explosive energy was suffocating. He stood tall amidst the rubble, radiating the overwhelming presence of a seasoned warlord on a blood-soaked battlefield. Suddenly, lost in his own thoughts, a wild grin spread across Susanoo's face. Yu shot him a weird look. The hell are you smiling about, old man? Susanoo quickly brushed it off. Nothing, just keep moving. But internally, his mind was racing. A mere brat holding a strange artifact actually managed to slay the great serpent? Just who the hell is this kid? This is getting interesting. I can't wait to see how he tears his way through this floor. Oh, this is going to be incredibly entertaining. Susanoo snapped back to reality. Wait, why the hell did you just smash through the wall? I literally just gave you the directions. Is there some grand strategy to this? You deadpanned? 'Cause I felt like it. What's the problem? Seriously, you talk way too much. Right on cue, a system alert rang out. Ding, you have leveled up. Your endurance has increased by 1. Your perception has increased by 1. Agility has increased by 1. Yu analyzed the situation in his head. Every single monster in this place has either the ghost or undead attribute. Wait, could it be? Putting the pieces together, he glanced at the spirit. Don't tell me. Are all these monsters the souls of the people you slaughtered? Susanoo smirked. Could be. Yu felt a chill. Despite looking like a harmless old ghost right now, the entity floating beside him wasn't just some swordmaster acknowledged by Asura the war god. He was also one of the most terrifyingly powerful spirit summoners and necromancers in the entire tower. For a monster like him, eternally trapping the souls of his victims inside this labyrinth was probably child's play. You grimaced. Climbing this tower literally feels like I'm stepping on a mountain of corpses. That's absolutely messed up, Susanoo sneered in disgust. What's with the face? Are you supposed to be some shining champion of justice or something? You scoffed. Justice my ass. I've crossed paths with all sorts of absolute scumbags, but honestly, you're a brand new level of twisted old man. The ghost barked a laugh. You've only crawled your way up to the 21st floor, yet you talk like you've seen the whole damn world. But their banner was cut short. Suddenly, another system notification flashed before his eyes. You have reached the 10th floor. The moment you step inside, a solitary figure stands waiting. You have entered room 1. Please defeat the enemy. The door leading to room 2 will open once you clear room 1. After completing room 5, you may proceed to the next floor. You lowered his voice, staring at the undead before him with pity. There is no need for you to force yourself up. He swiftly summoned his holy fire, incinerating the undead's body. The flames clearly brought him agony, yet somehow, tears streamed down the monster's face. And just like that, he cleared room 1. Susanoo spoke up, his tone dripping with arrogance. Let me tell you a little secret, kid. Just as you guessed, these are all the wretches who died by my hands. From wandering souls to rotting corpses, they are all imprisoned right here. Ha! The oldest one among them has been rotting away for over 5,000 years. Unless your mastery over necromancy and spirit magic surpasses my own, there's absolutely no way you can save them. Well, at least they'll be freed from this hellhole if you kill them, but fair warning, kid, once you hit room 6, the difficulty spikes like crazy.
So, what are you gonna do now, huh? Oh, great alley of justice. Are you just gonna abandon the rest of them in the later rooms and scurry up to the next floor after clearing room 5?
Yu's face darkened. The rumors were dead on. You really are nothing but a piece of trash. Susanoo gasped in outrage. You, how dare you? You fired right back. Even if you didn't run your mouth, I was going to do it anyway. So hold on tight, old man. Don't go crying to me if you get left behind. In the blink of an eye, he smashed through floor 15. Then he conquered floor 20, floor 33. Countless undead fell by his hands, and with each strike, their tormented souls were finally set free. The undead wept bitterly, begging him, Save me! No, please, just kill me! I just want to escape this place! Swiftly, he absorbed their lingering resentment. Agonized whispers echoed in his mind. I don't want to suffer like this anymore. At long last, he successfully cleared floor 40. You frowned in deep thought. Absorbing resentment. What exactly does that mean? He breezed through floor 50 with ease, and it was here that you discovered Susanoo's first ancient artifact. Without a second thought, he pulled the grand robe over his shoulders. A system notification popped up. You have obtained the robe of the 4 great elements. Smothered by the fabric, Susanoo cursed furiously. You little brat, that is the robe of the 4 great elements. It carries the divine blessing of the primordial kings, fire, water, wind, and lightning. It grants absolute resistance against those elements, and you can even channel your mana to boost its defenses even further. The old spirit shrieked, struggling. Now get this damn thing off me right now! You assessed it calmly. Not bad. The physical defense drops a bit, but I can easily make up for that by using my sensory domain to dodge attacks. Susanoo stared at him, unable to hide his awe. To snatch up such a top-tier item so early on? Color me surprised, kid. All right, let's keep moving. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 42 days had passed since he first set foot into Susanoo's miniature tower. Yu let out an exhausted sigh. He didn't know when it started, but every single time he killed something in here, their haunting voices would echo in his ears. Then, that bizarre message would pop up, saying he had absorbed their resentment. What the hell is that all about? He muttered. Hearing the voices of the dead, that's something only high-ranking necromancers are supposed to be capable of. Could it have something to do with Kini? Whatever it is, this feeling is absolutely dreadful, like it's slowly gnawing away at my sanity. Susanoo was quick to notice. You're looking pretty worn out there, aren't you? Your clearing speed is definitely dropping. Well, this dungeon is no walk in the park after all. Still, considering you're just a newbie who's only climbed to floor 21, you're doing all right for yourself. By the way, that gauntlet of yours clearly has some kind of hidden power. Why haven't you been using it? Is that your secret trump card or something? You frowned, completely lost. What the hell are you talking about, old man? Susanoo chuckled darkly. You and I, we are exactly the same. Is that why you aren't using it? Wait, it's not that you won't use it, it's that you have no idea how, don't you? Ayu glared back. What are you getting at? How am I supposed to use this thing? Susanoo scoffed. Hell if I know. You shot him a look of pure disgust. And here you are, acting like an almighty know-it-all when you're completely clueless. Susanoo flared up. You insolent brat, I just threw you a massive hint. Kids these days have absolutely zero respect. Despite the banner, Yu fell into deep thought. Use it properly, huh? I haven't used the power of hell at all since coming in here. But is there something else I'm missing? It's true that I don't have much information about Kini. It's currently taken on a different form, and on top of that, I'm exactly not best buddies with its original owner, Hades. Among the three supreme gods, his whereabouts have always been the most elusive.
There definitely has to be some other function besides mana amplification. Well, at least the old ghost gave me a decent lead. Susanoo piped up again. By the way, kid, you've definitely gotten a bit stronger since we first stepped in here, but compared to a high-tier ranker, you're still way too green.
For a rookie who only just reached floor 21 to make it this far, it's a bloody miracle, but you're still lacking...
Yu sighed heavily. Stop buzzing in my ear like a damn fly. He walked forward, coming to a halt right in front of another set of ominous doors.
Susanoo's tone suddenly grew serious. This one's going to be rough. Oh? So you're finally paying attention to me. Whatever, I've said my piece. Go in and see for yourself. Yu smirked, teasing the spirit. Oh, are you throwing a tantrum? Don't be so petty, old man. The moment he stepped inside, the system chimed. You have entered floor 60. Yu scanned his surroundings, eyes narrowed. What is this? Why is it completely empty? Suddenly, a chilling sensation washed over him, causing Yu to flinch on instinct. No. Something was there. Emerging from the pitch-black shadows, a towering figure slowly stalked toward him. Its glowing blue eyes locked onto Yu with pure savage hostility, the absolute gaze of a predator facing its sworn enemy. But this was entirely different from the previous encounters. The sheer, crushing weight of the aura it emitted forced Yu to stumble back a few steps. Yu's heart pounded with dread. What horrifying killing intent! There is no way this guy was just an ordinary player when he was alive. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the silence, shaking the very foundations of the room. His new quest flared to life. Defeat the Death Knight, King Arthur. Completely unlike the mindless, rotting corpses on the lower floors, this entity stood clad in full, terrifying battle armor, wielding an impossibly majestic sword. Yu stood frozen in sheer disbelief. Arthur? Yugan's memories of Arthur surfaced. The first time I met him, he had just become an official player. His swordsmanship was simply out of this world. Just feeling his aura, I knew right then and there he was no ordinary guy. His comrades trusted him with their lives. Suddenly, the past rushed back, and the bright voice of a young man echoed in my mind. Merlin! The young man dashed over to his friend, not even needing to shout. Heading to the library again, huh? Give the books a rest and come get some exercise with me. But his friend didn't seem too keen on the idea. No, I'm good, really. The energetic youth wasn't taking no for an answer, stubbornly dragging his friend along. Oh, come on, let's go! Arthur's loyalty was fiercer than anyone I've ever known. Man, I miss him, my dear friend. Those were Merlin's memories of Arthur, from a long, long time ago. Snapping back to the present, the man standing before him was Arthur himself, the king of knights, the ruler of Britain, and the head of the Round Table. Without missing a beat, Arthur slowly rose to his feet. Yugan immediately shifted into his fighting stance, ready for whatever came next. A pang of sorrow hit Yugan. I never imagined Arthur would die at the hands of Susanoo and be trapped in a place like this, but is that thing still intact, even after he turned into an undead? The thing he was staring at was Arthur's weapon, the legendary greatsword Excalibur. Arthur wasn't a high-tier ranker when he was alive, but I heard he leveled up at an absolutely terrifying speed. Before he could finish his thought, Arthur gripped his sword and blitzed right at him with blinding speed. As Arthur unleashed a lightning-fast strike, Yugan flinched. Ice attribute magic? Of course, he managed to dodge it, but the moment the attack hit the ground, a massive explosion tore through the air. Yugan had activated the Shoes of Hermes skill just in time to leap away, instantly following up with Airwalk. The two of them fiercely clashed in midair, trading blows in absolute silence. Holy fire ignited at the tip of his blade, Nightfall Fang, as he activated his secret magic sword. Yugan quickly calculated the odds. Normally, I wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance against Arthur, but Susanoo, the master of these undead, actually managed to kill him, which means Arthur's power must have dropped drastically compared to his prime. Noticing a split-second opening in Arthur's guard, Yugan smirked. Where do you think you're looking? He instantly drove forward with a devastating strike, but suddenly, a chill ran down Yugan's spine as he realized something was terribly wrong. His eyes widened in sheer shock. What stood before him wasn't Arthur, but a thick wall of solid ice. Arthur had completely vanished. Yugan gritted his teeth, his senses on high alert against that insane speed. In a flash, Arthur's blade was already thrusting straight for his heart. By some miracle, Yugan managed to twist his body away, but the blade still sliced a shallow cut across his shoulder, sending fresh blood spilling down his arm. He gasped in awe. He truly lives up to the title of King of Knights. His swordsmanship is the absolute textbook definition of perfection. Pressing forward, Yugan thought to himself, now I get it. I see exactly how he managed to climb to the 60th floor while he was alive. Suddenly, a barrage of ice swords rained down from the sky, dripping with a bone-chilling frost. A massive impact rocked the area, triggering a chain of blinding explosions that swallowed everything in a thick cloud of dust. Right then, the system rang out. Warning, your body temperature is dropping rapidly. You have been inflicted with the frostbite status condition. Pure white snow was already beginning to freeze over Yugan's body. Thankfully, his cloak of the 4 elements flared up, desperately fighting off the freezing aura. Yugan's mind raced. I barely dodged the ice bullets using the eyes of truth and my sensory domain, but this cold is something else. It feels like I just swallowed a whole block of ice. Meanwhile, a relentless barrage of attacks kept raining down from above. He analyzed Arthur's strikes. They looked simple on the surface, but every single swing was so flawlessly precise it was almost terrifying, and Arthur showed zero signs of stopping. The entire battlefield was quickly choked by layers of heavy, blinding smoke, like a raging bonfire. Suddenly, out of the hazy void, an eerie purple light flashed. The system chimed again. Your body temperature is rising rapidly. Resisting frostbite status condition. Resistance successful. Yugan smirked, satisfied. That was a solid tactic. But immediately after, a surge of energy rushed through him. Your arm has been enhanced with the strength of a giant. Stamina will be temporarily converted into strength stats. Due to low stamina, partial gigantification will now activate. It's gonna be different this time, Yugan roared, gritting his teeth as he glared dead at his opponent. You don't have to fight anymore. The moment the words left his mouth, he unleashed a vicious, full power slash straight at Arthur. His blazing flames instantly shattered Arthur's armor. With a sickening tear, Yugan's blade sliced clean through, severing Arthur's arm entirely. But he didn't stop there. He whipped his sword around for another brutal strike, throwing Arthur completely off balance. Still not taking any chances, Yugan unleashed a relentless flurry of slashes. And finally, the scales of victory tipped in Yugan's favor. He walked over, looking down at Arthur, who now lay completely motionless on the ground. You can finally rest now. Whispering those words, Yugan quickly absorbed the lingering resentment from Arthur's soul into himself. Yugan looked up, his gaze drifting into the distance. If only Merlin could see you one last time. It would have been nice. Suddenly, that very name triggered a weak voice from the ground. Merlin! Yugan's eyes went wide. Arthur's voice trembled, suddenly filling with desperate urgency. Did you just say, Merlin? Listen to me. If you grant my one request, I will swear any pact with you. I will gladly become your loyal servant for the rest of eternity. Just please. In exchange, let me see Merlin again. There's something I absolutely must tell him. Arthur's voice was shaking uncontrollably. Lancelot has betrayed Britain, Yugan jolted in shock. Lancelot. I've heard that name countless times. The new master of the Round Table. The high-tier ranker who turned them into a massive powerhouse guild. Someone like that actually betrayed Britain? Arthur pleaded once more, his tone heartbreaking. Will you help me? Yugan sighed softly. I'm not a necromancer. I can hear your voice right now because of this item I'm holding, but I don't have the power to resurrect you as an undead. Arthur was bewildered. How could this be? You continued, but I'll still do everything in my power, because I refuse to believe we're completely out of options. I'm going to cross paths with Merlin eventually anyway. He calculated his next move. It seemed he would have to eliminate Lancelot for the sake of Britain, so having Arthur as an ally wasn't a bad idea at all. Then Yugan spoke up. I accept your request. A deeply satisfied voice echoed in response. Thank you. I am forever in your debt. A system window popped up. You have accepted King Arthur's request, commencing the purification of Britain. Upon completing this quest, you will earn the absolute loyalty of King Arthur. You have acquired the soul of the King of Knights. Yi was taken aback. Absolute loyalty? I thought this was just a simple favor, but who would have guessed there was a hidden reward like this attached to it? Susanoo chimed in. What an anticlimactic ending. But whatever, he's at least one of the more useful ones among that horde of the undead. Yu raised an eyebrow. You're back again. Where exactly did you run off and hide earlier? Yu interrogated him, his face darkening with annoyance. Was it just a coincidence that you killed Arthur? Susanoo replied cryptically. Who knows? What do you think? I'll give you your answer if you manage to reach the very top floor. Suddenly, Yu aggressively hurled his sword straight ahead. Susanoo let out a startled yell. What the hell are you doing? Who in their right mind chucks an item into their inventory like that? Yugan shrugged it off. My bad. I was just lost in thought, wondering what kind of sick bastard designed this god-awful trial. Though I have to admit the grip on that sword wasn't half bad. Let's just keep moving up. I need to clear this trial fast so I can finally get some rest. Meanwhile, on the 50th floor, inside the rank management bureau, 2 guards stood trembling in fear. That guy? Where the hell did he come from? And more importantly, where is he right now? A heavy fist slammed violently onto the desk. A booming voice roared, Stop your damn stuttering and answer me! Suddenly, another voice cut through the air, breaking the suffocating tension. Are you planning to keep throwing a tantrum in my office? Sun Wukong. Or rather, should I address you as a mere clone of the Monkey King? Sun Wukong snapped back in pure annoyance. That is none of your damn business. The young man calmly continued. I am the managing director of this facility. You could at least show me a little respect. Or are you seriously planning to wreck the entire rank management bureau with just a single clone? Furthermore, I cannot answer your question. That is strictly classified personal information. This young man was the administrative director of the 50th floor's Rank Management Bureau. Wukong clicked his tongue in disgust. Stingy bastards! What did kill you to share a little intel? With that, soon Wukong stormed out in a fit of rage. The heavy door slammed shut behind him with a deafening crash. One of the guards let out a massive sigh of relief. The spiritual pressure he gave off was absolutely terrifying. And you're telling me that was just a clone? The director replied coldly, if his true body had shown up, the administrators themselves would have been forced to step in. Regardless, unless it's an authorized party, no matter who demands it, we are strictly forbidden from leaking anything other than their ranking. Is that completely understood? The staff immediately bowed their heads. Yes, sir. But setting aside the strict confidentiality rules, even they, the very people who supposedly knew everything about the tower, had frustratingly little data on him. Why is his entire background a blank slate? The director pondered. I highly doubt this is just a system glitch. No wonder the administrators have taken such a keen interest in him. He's been stuck on the 21st floor for almost 3 months now, but there's no way someone of his caliber would just settle down and stop climbing. He narrowed his eyes in deep thought. Kim Yugan, what exactly are you plotting? Meanwhile, back on Yugan's side, he was still relentlessly slaughtering hordes of the undead, and shortly after, he successfully cleared the trial of the 99th floor. He stared at the evaluation screen, letting out an exhausted sigh. I busted my ass out there, and my stats only went up by this much? I am so done with this. Well, only the 100th floor left to go. Considering how insanely the difficulty had spiked since the 90th floor, the final level was bound to be an absolute nightmare. Susanu's voice echoed, What's the matter? Why are you just standing there spacing out? Aren't you even a little curious about what's waiting behind that door? Because I'm actually looking forward to it. Yu gritted his teeth in annoyance. Great, he's nagging me again. I just need to get this over with. Susanu continued rambling. Honestly speaking, I never expected a cocky little brat who just hit the 21st floor to actually make it this far. Even after witnessing your skills with my own 2 eyes, I'm still having a hard time believing it. The fiery golden eyes, gigantification, and even the sacred flame. It seriously makes me wonder, are you some kind of walking cheat code? Yugan replied coolly, I am no longer just a cheat. Susanu was genuinely puzzled. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Without hesitation, Yu pushed open the heavy doors to the boss room. System, you have entered the final floor. If you succeed, you will obtain the relic of Susanu. Yugan suddenly realized that the soul of Susanu had completely vanished from his side. An eerie voice echoed through the vast chamber. There you are. So you are the one who murdered me. Yugan flinched in surprise. Huh?
Wait a second, wasn't the person who killed Arthur? A disturbingly familiar voice interrupted him.
You arrogant little brat from the 21st floor. Yu froze in shock. Could it be? The figure sat leisurely in the shadows. Why don't we pick up our unfinished conversation? Yugan gasped. It was Susanu. He continued. I have a terrible habit of being curious. When you said you're not a ranker right now, does that mean you used to be one in the past? Yugan replied, Who knows? But thought to himself, hilarious. I can't believe he turned himself into the boss of his own dungeon. Susanu smirked. Drop the act. It'd be better for you to just answer my question. At that exact moment, the fiery golden eyes were already analyzing the target. Yugan spoke up. How about we make a little wager? Because I have a question I want to ask you too. The loser has to answer one question from the winner, no matter what that question is. What do you say? If you don't have the guts, we can just drop it. Susanu burst into roaring laughter. What was that? No guts? In your dreams, kid. Fine, you're on. With that, he swiftly drew his blade. A system alert chimed. A wager with Susanu has been established. If you win, you will receive the answer to one question from Susanu. The answer must be the absolute truth. I can feel the sheer, suffocating presence of an immense number of vengeful spirits. I'm certain it's the raw fury of everyone who has perished by his blade. Yugen's thoughts raced. I finally get it. I know why Susanu left this dungeon behind. It wasn't a memorial for the souls, the artifacts, or the wealth he amassed from slaughtering countless people. He's not the type to obsess over petty things like that. He bound his very soul to the system even in death, just so he could keep on fighting. And my quest this time is to defeat the Death Knight, Susanu. Susanu sneered. Are you done getting ready? Yugan gripped his sword, on high alert. He shot back. Don't say it like that. It's bad luck. Susanu just gave a wicked grin, then unleashed a massive wave of aura to crush him. Yugan gritted his teeth. His bloodlust. It's on a completely different level from before. This is the pure killing intent of someone who has slaughtered thousands of rankers, tens of thousands of players, and millions of people. Susanu stood tall, glaring down at him. I'm thrilled to find someone like you in this tower. Don't disappoint me. Give me everything you've got. In a flash, he swung his greatsword down with terrifying force. Yugen gripped his own blade tightly, clenching his jaw as he desperately blocked the crushing strike. Susanu looked at him in surprise, genuinely impressed. Oh? You actually blocked that? The two instantly clashed again, their overwhelming bloodlust suffocating the air around them. Yugan's sword lit up the entire space with a blinding flash. This was the first time Yugan had ever faced such an insanely bloodthirsty opponent. Susanoo kept roaring with excitement, and Yugan, refusing to back down, charged straight at him. He pushed his fiery golden eyes to their limits to read his moves, fully activating his sensory domain. Yugan was utterly shocked. How is he still this incredibly strong when he's just a damn corpse? He raised his guard even higher. If I lose focus for even a second, I'm dead. Facing such an overwhelmingly powerful foe, he was clearly struggling to land a hit. Yugan quickly channeled power into his right arm, enhancing it with the brute strength of a giant. They clashed over and over in a brutal, desperate stalemate.
But it was obvious that Susanoo's combat prowess was simply on another level. The sheer wave of demonic energy radiating from him forced Yugan to shield his face.
Suddenly, out of the shadows, a skeletal hand snapped out and grabbed him. Susanoo grinned wickedly. Gotcha! Yugan reacted instantly, unleashing his holy fire to strike back at the Death Knight. The fierce flames swept violently towards Susanoo. He was quickly engulfed in the blaze. Yugan gritted his teeth in thought. The gap in our strength and skill level is just too massive. He panted heavily. Strength, speed, mana, everything. Even the holy fire wasn't doing a damn thing to him anymore. Susanoo stared at the blazing flames, completely unfazed. This pathetic fire again? How ridiculous, he chuckled darkly. But it's fun. This is getting really interesting. How long has it been since my blood boiled like this? Ah, now I remember. His mind drifted back to a time he was standing in a forest, speaking with a mysterious figure. Susanoo had been totally taken aback. So you're telling me you want me to kill Arthur? He's not even a high-tier ranker, just some snot-nosed brat. Why the hell should I bother? And who do you think you are to come asking favors of me? The client was wearing a heavy cloak, completely hiding their identity. Who I am doesn't matter. What truly matters is what you desire. Isn't that right? Susanoo was completely caught off guard. What I desire? The stranger had clearly dug deep into Susanoo's past. The figure purred. War. If a war breaks out, you won't need to worry about any penalties or interference from the administrators. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy a bloody, thrilling game. What do you say? Isn't that a rather tempting offer? Snapping back to the present, Susanoo smiled. That's right. Someone once stoked the burning fires of my bloodlust, exactly like this little brat is doing right now. Yugan tightened his grip on his black sword as a golden aura surged around it. Noticing his slight distraction, Susanoo barked, Where the hell are you looking? You actually have the luxury to look away? Yugan was still desperately dodging the relentless strikes. This is insane. If that sword actually hits me, it's not just going to leave a bloody scratch. Susanoo taunted him. It's no fun if you just keep dodging like a coward. Then again, what else could I expect from some brat who barely made it to the 22nd floor? If you're going to be this boring, I might as well just end you right here. By now, the sword in his hand had chipped slightly. Susanoo didn't hesitate to deliver another slash. He quickly dropped to the ground, narrowly dodging a fierce strike aimed right at his neck. The man charged forward with brutal aggression, raising his hand to launch a vicious blow. But to his absolute shock, the clash this time was far more explosive than before. Susanoo smirked in satisfaction. Excellent, so you're finally willing to use it. Don't go dying on me too soon, kid. We still have a lot of catching up to do. Yugo gritted his teeth. The reason he could hear the wailing voices of the restless spirits here, even though he wasn't a necromancer. The reason Kini absorbed those souls, and what Susanoo had said when he laid eyes on Kini. He recalled the man's mocking words about the gauntlet. It has a very special ability, you know. Why don't you use it? Is this your trump card? You and I, we really are cut from the same cloth. His mind raced. The Ocean Stone held the power to dominate all creatures of the sea. The Sky Stone controlled everything in the heavens. And as for the Black Star Stone, at that thought, his eyes shifted color. An overwhelming surge of power began erupting from his body. Susanoo's bloodlust flared. Perfect! Now the real slaughter begins, Kim Yugan. And right at that moment, Kini finally opened its eyes. Blazing with an intimidating aura, he glared dead at Susanoo and gave a chilling command. Submit! In an instant, a torrential aura exploded from him like a violent storm, swallowing the surrounding space. His power right now felt terrifyingly close to that of a death god. Susanoo gripped his sword, utterly thrilled. Excellent, let the true battle commence. Suddenly, floating in the empty air, countless ferocious eyes snapped open, glaring straight at Susanoo. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Shocked and panicking, he screamed, What the hell is this? The spirits, they're breaking free from my control. You're just a brat who barely made it to the 22nd floor, Susanoo roared. Kid, what the hell did you just do? Yu replied with deadly calm. Didn't you tell me that Kini's true power was something else entirely? Absolute dominion over death. And thanks to that, I've finally awakened that very power. Susanoo stood completely stunned. I never should have opened my mouth. But do you seriously think you can bring me to your knees with just that? In your damn dreams! The moment the words left his mouth, he fiercely lunged at the surrounding spirits, then swept his blade straight for the boy. They said, Yu wasn't holding back anymore. He surged forward with brutal force, clashing his weapon right against Susanoo's longsword. They fought relentlessly, trading blows for an eternity.
until Susanoo slowly began to lose his overwhelming momentum. Yu let out a soft chuckle. Dreaming? You're giving yourself way too much credit, old man. A system notification echoed. Your arm has been enhanced with the power of a giant summoning the abyss. With Keeney backing him up, he was definitely feeling a lot cockier. To me, you're nothing but a weed on the side of the road. Susanoo secretly sized him up. He's completely different. No, it's more than that. Even the highest tier rankers couldn't keep their cool when facing me, but this little brat, Kim Yugan. Staring at the oppressive aura radiating from the young man standing before him, he actually felt a flicker of awe. With that fleeting thought, the two violently clashed again in close quarters combat. He relentlessly unleashed a barrage of strikes, but the boy deflected every single one. If what Susanoo said was true, Yu's power at this moment completely dwarfed that of a high ranker. Frustrated, he glared at the boy. Damn it! Why can't I command the spirits anymore? Suddenly, Susanoo realized something was terribly wrong. He stared blankly into Keeney's eye. Total panic set in as Susanoo screamed, "What the hell is wrong with that eye?" Right then, a terrifying purple flame shot straight into Susanoo's body, burning him alive from the inside out. He shrieked in absolute agony and despair. How is this possible? I'm nothing but a skeleton. How can I feel this kind of pain? Yu finally spoke up. Looks like you're terrified of something, aren't you? He casually explained that the dark flame fueled itself by devouring pure fear. Driven completely mad by a lethal mix of terror and blinding rage, Susanoo recklessly charged at the boy, ready to risk it all. He practically tore his throat out, screaming, "A nameless little brat like you dares to—" The boy didn't say a word, but a mysterious, chilling smirk suddenly crept across his lips. Susanoo lunged forward, thrusting his sword with the desperate intent to kill him in a single strike. But to his absolute horror, just as his body was about to reach the boy, he froze stiff. He couldn't move a single muscle. Panic drowned Susanoo. My body, why won't it move? No matter how legendary of a ranker you used to be, right now you're nothing more than the lingering ghost of a dead man. The boy slowly walked up and placed a cold hand right on Susanoo's face. What a pathetic way to go. Goodbye! The moment those words left his lips, Susanoo's entire body dissolved into the void, as if he had never existed in the first place, leaving absolutely zero trace behind in this world. A system notification rang out. You have successfully cleared Susanoo's dungeon. You have obtained the soul of Susanoo. Yugan stared into the empty void. It's finally over. The system chimed again. You have obtained Susanoo's relic. Yugan let out an exhausted breath. This fight had dragged on way longer than it should have. You have acquired the title, Wraith King. You may leave this dungeon by using the return command. And right after he warped out, a final warning flashed. This dungeon will collapse in 30 minutes. The scene cut back to the first floor boundary wall of the tower at the edge of the world. He had hauled in a massive loot drop after wiping out Susanoo. Arthur's voice suddenly echoed. Did you seriously just kill Susanoo? Yu replied flatly. He was already dead to begin with. Technically speaking, I just severed his soul's connection to that rotten corpse. Arthur quickly caught on. Ah, I see how it is. Yu quickly scrolled through his newly acquired inventory. Alright, let's see what kind of haul we got today. First up is the Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi Spirit Sword, the legendary prize Susanoo claimed after slaying the 8-headed serpent and one of the 3 divine treasures of the noble deities. This spirit blade can instantly skyrocket the wielder's power, but it will heavily erode your life force in the long run. Yeah, hard pass on that one. Now, as for this, the Wraith King. Man, I'm already way too familiar with this kind of title. The King of the Dead, a rank S title. You have become the monarch of death. As the ruler and overseer of wandering souls, embrace this heavy burden and become their absolute leader. You can command spirits using your mana. You can breathe life into an empty vessel using your mana. You can summon the physical form of a spirit using your mana, and you can channel their lingering resentment to empower your undead. Yuan finally understood. So, this is where Hades' powers actually came from? This felt less like a reward for clearing a necromancer's dungeon, and more like the grand prize for unlocking Kinei's true power. I never expected to actually get this, he thought to himself. Arthur looked at him curiously. What is it? Yuan replied, I just got a title related to necromancy, but I have absolutely no idea how to use it. Arthur explained, the undead inside Susanoo's tower possessed both physical bodies and souls. It's the ability to command entities like that. How about you start by breathing a soul into an empty vessel first? Yuan pondered this seriously. An empty vessel? You can summon the physical form of a spirit using mana and channel their resentment to empower the undead. Yuan found this highly amusing. Look at you, acting like my personal necromancy tutor. Thanks for the lesson, man. Arthur snapped back, deeply offended. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? A necromancer? Don't you dare lump me in with those lowly scum. I am Arthur, the mighty king of knights. Yuan let out a sly chuckle. Oh, Arthur, of course I know you're the king of knights. Right after that, Yuan tested out his newfound power by summoning his very first undead. A system prompt appeared. Would you like to name this summon?
Yuan answered without hesitation, Arthur. And just like that, Arthur's name was permanently registered. The knight was absolutely furious. What the hell is this? Give me back my real body right now! Yuan shrugged dismissively. Suzanu's little tower completely collapsed, so your original body got wiped out along with it. Just make do with that skeletal one for now. Arthur looked like he wanted to cry as he examined his crude, bony new form. Yuan thought to himself, it's a shame I couldn't recover his actual corpse. But this really isn't too bad. All right then, Yuan shifted his gaze to his gauntlet. You should come out too. Didn't you say you'd keep your promise? Silence. Suzanu clearly heard him, yet stubbornly refused to answer. It was obvious the old god was still harboring resentment. Eventually, a reluctant voice grumbled out, to think the day would come where I'd pay for my own actions. Absolutely sickening. Fine. What is it that you want to know? Does it have to do with that loudmouth idiot standing right behind you? Idiot! Arthur barked, visibly triggered. Yuan ignored him and kept his focus. Who was the one who ordered you to kill the King of Knights? Suzanu let out a dry scoff. My apologies, but I cannot answer that question. Because I don't even know who that bastard is myself. Yuan frowned, his voice dropping coldly. You don't know? Suzanu continued speaking. Instead, I will show you my memories. In a flash, Yuan's vision blurred, and he found himself pulled directly into the old god's mind. He gasped in genuine surprise. So this is inside Suzanu's memories? Suddenly, two voices echoed through the void. You're telling me to go kill some brat named Arthur? Not some powerful high ranker, but just a wet behind the ears kid? Why the hell would I do that? Better yet, who the fuck are you to think you even have the right to ask me for a favor? Who I am is entirely irrelevant. Isn't what you desire the only thing that truly matters? What I desire is total war. If a true war breaks out, you will never again have to worry about the administrator's penalties or their annoying little interventions. All you need to do is sit back and savor a bloody, ecstatic game of slaughter. Listening to this, Yuan's eyes widened in realization. He knew that voice, an entity capable of becoming anything, of doing everything. The most ancient divinity to have ever invaded the tower, the outer god of calamity. The memory continued to play. Well, how about it? Isn't this a delightfully tempting offer? The past Suzanu replied, I admit, it is quite tempting. The calamity continued its insidious seduction. The death of the King of Knights will be nothing but a tiny seed. But soon, those very seeds will sprout and spread chaos across the entire tower. Past Suzanu let out a wicked, bloodthirsty laugh. A seed? A little seed of chaos, huh? Very well. I love it. I look forward to dancing in the bloodbath upon the stage you're preparing. Hearing this, Yuan fell into a heavy, dark silence. The memory shattered, yanking Yuan back to reality. Having witnessed that savage conspiratorial conversation, he stood there completely speechless for a long time. Arthur, entirely oblivious to what had just happened, looked around in utter confusion. Suzanu's voice echoed from the gauntlet. Well, you saw it, didn't you? Yuan's eyes narrowed with intense disgust. You sick old bastard, you actually enjoyed it? You're worse trash than a pack of lowly scavengers. Suzanu merely scoffed, continuing his tale. I still have no idea who that was, but shortly after our little meeting, the great cataclysm, Gigantomachia, broke out. Such a damn shame, really. I was so ready to bathe in the glorious fires of war, but that wretched bastard Hades just had to ruin everything. He was utterly obsessed with bloodshed. Noticing Yuan's dark, shifting aura, Suzanu asked, What's with that grim look on your face? Don't tell me. You actually know who that was? Yuan's voice turned ice cold. Oh, I know him perfectly well. He's the monster who slaughtered my friends. And now, he is the very bastard I'm going to annihilate, no matter the cost. The scene faded, transitioning back to Yuan's private residence. The late afternoon glow cast a heavy, melancholic shadow over the silent room. He lay on his bed, lost in thought. After turning back time, he really thought things were finally going his way. But who would have guessed those damn outer gods were already one step ahead? It had been 1,000 years since Suzanu struck down Arthur. It was finally time to reap what had been sown. Lancelot, the current king of Britain, was also tied to Arthur's death. Just what other dark secrets were hiding behind the British throne? Well, whatever the case, Arthur had already become Britain's trump card. He had no choice but to keep climbing the tower. For everyone's sake, I'll change this fate no matter the cost. Yugan slowly closed his eyes as the agonizing memories of the past flashed vividly through his mind. Back then, he had stood completely paralyzed, staring blankly at the absolute carnage around him. Yugan remembered thinking, Merlin, Asura. Except for me, everyone is going to die here today. When that merciless battle erupted, countless soldiers swarmed in to capture him. Yu trampled over an endless sea of corpses, the heavy sickening stench of blood dyeing the entire battlefield. He and his comrades had fought valiantly, standing side by side against those outer gods. Hein had let out a mocking laugh. Didn't expect this, to think you'd be the one leading the charge. Yu remained completely unfazed. I know, I should have been doing this right from the start. He gritted his teeth. Yeah, If only I had known this back then, I could have saved so many more people. He hardened his resolve. No matter what world you hide in, no matter what timeline you appear in, I will hunt you down and kill you, for everyone's sake. In the dream, he gripped his sword and charged forward fiercely like an unstoppable warrior. The intense vision made Yugan jolt awake with a start. He couldn't help but curse in frustration. Damn nightmare. Shaking it off, he quickly changed his clothes and stood up. That's right, it's way too early to say those outer god bastards are ahead of me. This was only the beginning. Before heading up to the 21st floor, I should probably go visit the old man. The spirit clash was intense. He had probably finished what I asked for by now, though I'd likely get an earful for not visiting him sooner. Down at the forge, the moment Hephaestus saw him, he ruthlessly hurled his heavy hammer right at him. Yugan hadn't expected the old man to be this aggressive, but he didn't even bother to dodge. A sharp wave of pain shot through him, dropping him straight to his knees. Ouch, so it wasn't just going to be a scolding, huh? Hephaestus roared, "What the hell took you so long to show your face around here, you little punk? Just get out of my sight, you rotten brat!" Yugan didn't get angry at all. "Are you feeling a bit better now, old man?" Hephaestus grumbled in annoyance. "Why didn't you dodge, idiot?" Trembling from the pain, Yugan still offered a gentle explanation. "Because I figured you'd cool down a bit after taking a swing at me, and consider it my apology too." The blacksmith was completely speechless at his logic, but Hephaestus still kept up his angry facade. "I haven't even seen you at the floor test lately. Just what the hell have you been doing these past few months?" Yugan thought to himself. Looks like he was actually really worried about me.
He even knew I haven't been taking any tests lately. He casually explained, "I went to clear a hidden dungeon. The difficulty was pretty high, so it took up a bit of my time."
The old man thought to himself, where the hell did this brat go wandering off to this time? Right after, Yugan eagerly spoke up. "By the way, old man, about that thing I asked for?" Hephaestus cut him off. "It's done. Check it yourself. Every time I remembered your stupid face, I just wanted to smash the damn thing to pieces. You're lucky I held back." Inside the box was pure oceanite, a crystal forged from water, brimming with water attribute magic. Crafting material. Grants oceanic dominance. Converts mana to water attribute and allows the user to summon the ocean. Yugan was puzzled. Aside from the elemental attribute, it isn't much different from a black crystal. But what does oceanic dominance mean? Hephaestus continued. "Hand over your gauntlet." Yugan was confused. "My kini? Why?" "So I can mount the oceanite right onto it, idiot. Makes it easier to carry around. What else?" Yugan playfully buttered him up. "Man, you're really the only one who looks out for me, old man." Hephaestus instantly denied it. "Shut up. I'm just finishing what I started. Give me about half a month." Hephaestus muttered as he worked. It'd be great if Kini could wield both types of power at the same time, but an item can only channel one attribute. Yugan replied, "Got it." He pondered for a second. Should I give the old man a little hint? Without missing a beat, he asked, "Could you just upgrade Kini itself?" Hephaestus looked at him, completely baffled. "Upgrade the gauntlet itself?" Yugan nodded. "Yeah, like fusing it with other materials or injecting pure mana into it, something like that." Hearing this, Hephaestus jolted in sheer shock at how wildly bold the idea was. Yugan noticed his reaction and tilted his head. Did he figure out what I'm trying to do? Was that hint a bit too obvious? Hephaestus couldn't hold back a quiet mutter. "Is this brat a freaking genius?" Yugan didn't quite catch it. "Huh? Did you say something?" The old man glared at him. "Nothing," he quickly continued. "It's a good idea. I guess you're actually useful once in a while, punk." Yugan grinned, teasing him. "You just called me a genius, didn't you?" Hephaestus aggressively pointed a forging knife right at him, yelling, "When the hell did I say that? You rotten little bastard!" Later at the forge, Hephaestus seriously pieced together what Yugan had suggested, feeling a wave of astonishment. An upgrade? He recalled Yugan asking him, "Could you just upgrade Kini itself? Like fusing it with other materials or injecting pure mana?" He rubbed his temples, deep in thought. Sure, a magician could pull that off, but it'd only be a temporary buff. It wouldn't permanently alter the equipment's core functions. And yet, my blacksmithing instincts are screaming that it's not entirely impossible. He furrowed his brows. Unbelievable. To think that crazy kid came up with this. Before he could even finish his thought, a frantic, heavy pounding echoed from the door, instantly pissing him off. He marched over and yelled, "It's barely morning! What kind of jackass is banging on people's doors like a maniac?" Suddenly, as if sensing something, Hephaestus froze in his tracks. This presence. It isn't those bastards from Olympus. Stepping out from behind a veil of dust, a figure slowly walked inside. "What the hell is this dump? This is really where you live, old man." Hephaestus cursed furiously. "You damn monkey. Just looking at that pathetic state of yours, I can tell this is just a clone. What the hell are you doing here? Is your main body too busy picking fights with the heavens again?" The great sage equal to heaven chuckled softly. "Why so grumpy? It's been ages since we last saw each other, man. Loosen up those facial muscles a bit, would ya?" The great sage let out a long sigh. "Damn, it's hot in here. Looks like you're still doing well for yourself, old man." Hephaestus demanded, "Where the hell is the weapon I forged for you? And what's with that rusty stick on your back?" He replied casually, "I found something way better, so I chucked it. This thing used to belong to the Dragon King. I heard it wasn't even meant to be a weapon in the first place or something like that." Hephaestus groaned in frustration. You chucked it?" The great sage continued. "Yep, but I didn't come here to talk about that. I'm looking for someone. Hey, old man, do you happen to know a guy named Kim Yuan?" Catching Hephaestus's shifting expression, the great sage instantly figured it out and cheered excitedly. "Aha! So you do know him," Hephaestus thought to himself. "Those golden fiery eyes can pierce through one's very soul to tell truth from lies. Sure, the power might be diluted since this is just a clone, but it's still a clone of Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. If I lie, he'll see right through it in a heartbeat. But if it's about that kid, that's a whole different story." The great sage tilted his head. What's so funny? Making up his mind to cover for the kid, Hephaestus answered flatly, "I have no idea who that is." The great sage gasped in shock. "What? You're lying!" Hephaestus grumbled, "I already told you I don't know him. Why do you keep making me repeat myself?" The great sage's face darkened, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. "Listen here, old man. I really didn't want it to come to this. But if you don't spill it, I will seriously kill you." Hephaestus unleashed his own furious aura. "Even if you threaten me 1,000 times, how the hell am I supposed to confess something I don't even know? Let me say this one last time." Gritting his teeth in absolute rage, he spat out every single word. "I don't know him. Do you understand me, you little brat?" The scene shifted to a cavern where players were buzzing with endless whispers. "Is that really him? Look, see that red cloak? That item costs a whopping 60,000 points. Who else could it possibly be? But I heard rumors that he was already dead. Is he seriously planning to keep climbing the tower?" His expression darkened as he called them out directly. "Got some nerve whispering about someone when he's standing right in front of you. Are you all tired of living?" One of the guys swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear. "Is he really Kim Yuan? He's got such a pretty face, but his tongue is pure poison." So, this was a player named Renha. Right then, the system announced that the 21st floor test had begun. "A crystal core has been generated. Protect it from the incoming monster hordes. Dali." There is an unknown number of doppelgangers hidden within the team, plotting to destroy the crystal. If the player count drops to 0 or the crystal is destroyed, the trial will end in failure. Find the doppelgangers and eliminate them. The trial will conclude once all doppelgangers have been eradicated. The players panicked. "Doppelgangers? Is the system saying there are imposters hiding among us?" Chaos erupted as they pointed fingers. "No way! It can't be him, right?" Yuan scoffed in sheer contempt. "What a bunch of idiots! You're terrified over a pathetic trial like this?" Gripping his sword, he stepped forward confidently. "Are you really that scared of a few fakes?" A second later, he stopped dead in his tracks right in front of someone in the crowd. The two locked eyes in dead silence. What the hell is his problem? The player wondered. At that exact moment, a twisted, uncanny smirk crept onto Yuan's lips. Without uttering a single word, he swung his blade in a ruthless, flashing arc right at the guy's neck. But then, something bizarre happened. The moment the severed head hit the ground, it turned chalk white, crumbling like a cheap wax sculpture. The other player stood there, utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, that was a doppelganger?" Yuan finally spoke up. "I'll stay right here and guard the crystal so those fakes can't lay a finger on it."
The rest of you deal with the monster wave. Keep them away from this spot, and whatever you do, don't get in my damn way.
A collective shiver ran down their spines. Holy crap, look at that bloodlust. That is definitely the real Kim Yuan. There's no way in hell a doppelganger could fake that aura. He flashed a dark, sinister grin as he watched the terrified players. All right then, let the slaughter begin. Instantly, massive hordes of frenzied monsters stampeded toward Yuan and the party. Players screamed in pure terror. "Incoming! They're right on top of us!" "Damn it, there are twice as many as the last wave! Everyone get ready! Form up, now!" One of the frontline fighters charged forward, struggling against the tide. "Does anyone have buff skills?" "Tanks, push the front line right now! I'll cover you!" Another player panicked entirely. "Look over there! Another swarm is coming!" Meanwhile, a guy tried to calm his panicked teammates. "Hey, everyone just pull it together and calm down. All we have to do is focus entirely on the monster wave. Yuan is already handling the imposters." The guy fighting next to Renha looked absolutely thrilled. "Hey, Renha, I've actually got a really good feeling about this trial." The team's morale was skyrocketing, shooting straight through the roof. Then, suddenly, he flinched. "Hey, don't drop your guard," Renha thought to himself in pure awe. Just his mere presence is having this massive of an impact. Kim Yuan truly lives up to his legendary reputation. Lost in his thoughts, he accidentally bumped hard into another player's back. Renha quickly apologized. My bad. I was too focused on the fight and wasn't looking." The person replied in a low, heavy voice. "It's fine. I don't mind." Recognizing that chillingly familiar tone, Renha jolted and took a closer look. "Wait, is that Kim Yuan?" But as Renha stared, he realized something. They look exactly the same. I can't believe two people could be this identical. He nervously spoke up. "Oh, sorry. I mistook you for someone else."
But the figure slowly turned to him and whispered, "Don't you think something is terribly wrong here?" Rena blinked, thoroughly confused.
"What do you mean?" the other guy pressed. "That Kim Yugan guy. He hasn't hunted down a single doppelganger since he took out the first one."
"Well, obviously it takes a bit of time," Rena shot back.
"Isn't it already insane that he managed to spot one right out of the gate?" "You really think so? You don't think it was just dumb luck?" The guy couldn't shake his suspicion. How the hell did that look like a coincidence? But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder. Maybe it's some kind of broken skill? What a freak. Why was he doubting Kim Yugan in the first place? Honestly, it was a total waste of energy. Realizing this, Rena spoke up again. "Look, whatever the truth is, as long as Kim Yugan is standing guard, nobody's getting anywhere near that crystal core. So stop wasting time second-guessing him and just focus on the monsters right in front of you." The fake wearing his face smirked to himself. This feels weird, but it's kind of thrilling. He shot the real Yugan a look dripping with twisted envy. "Let's just see how far this almighty Kim Yugan everyone worships can really go." The system flashed a glowing red warning. Time remaining, 25.2 seconds. But the other players were already hitting their limits, gasping for air after endless waves of monsters. "Damn it, I'm gonna die out here," one of them choked out. "How much longer do we have to keep this up? We have to hunt down every last one of those damn doppelgangers if we want this nightmare to end." One of the players scowled, shooting a bitter glare toward the center of the battlefield. "But look at Yugan. He's just been standing in the exact same spot this whole time. Is that bastard even pulling his weight?" "Hey, at least nobody dares to go near the crystal core because he's there," the player next to him argued. Hearing that, the angry guy just gritted his teeth in frustration. "So what? At this rate, we're gonna get slaughtered by the monster horde first." The fake Kim Yugan couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. He strolled over to the huddled group, his voice echoing smoothly. "These rats sure know how to hide. After watching me ruthlessly execute the first one, they're probably planning to blend into the crowd and wait until we're completely bled dry." Hearing the fake Yugan say that, the crowd exchanged panicked, confused looks. "Wait, what? What are you talking about? Are you saying you can't track down the rest of the doppelgangers?" The fake brushed right past him with a cold stare. "No, I am going to clear this trial, no matter what it takes." He slowly raised his blade. Oh, dark suggestion rolling off his tongue. "I have an idea. Everyone, point to the one person you find the most suspicious." A chilling smile crept onto the fake's face. "If we just execute the most suspicious person one by one, this little trial of ours will be over in no time." A wave of absolute terror rippled through the crowd. "Are you out of your damn mind? What kind of sick plan is that?" Someone else chimed in, voice shaking. "How can you expect us to just murder people based on a hunch? We don't even have any solid proof." But suddenly, a trembling hand shot up from the back of the crowd. Excuse me. I actually saw someone acting really weird during the fight earlier." Immediately, the guy next to him scrambled to speak up too. "Yeah, me too." Hearing that, the player standing in front of them whipped around, absolutely livid. "Have you all lost your freaking minds? Why the hell would you say that?" The crowd instantly erupted into a vicious shouting match. "If you want to die, die by yourself. I'm doing whatever it takes to survive," others roared, tearing into anyone who tried to be the voice of reason. The monster horde was swarming in thicker by the second. "At this rate, we're all going to be slaughtered before we even sniff out the doppelgangers. Round up everyone who looks suspicious and throw them in the center." The terrified players ruthlessly shoved each other apart. Some screamed in protest, "You guys are crossing the line." Do you seriously think everyone huddled right here is a mimic? Is this sick witch hunt really necessary? The fake Kim Yugan's loud voice cut cleanly through the chaos. "Well then, since the majority has so graciously agreed to my plan, I suppose it's time to play Find the Imposter. Wouldn't you say?" The moment the words left his mouth, he stalked straight toward a cowering player. "Whoa, wait, stay the hell away from me." The fake didn't hesitate for a split second, swinging his blade in a ruthless arc. "Ah!" the player shrieked. But right at that very moment, the real Kim Yugan materialized out of nowhere, stopping the blade dead in its tracks. The fake whipped his head around, his eyes blowing wide in sheer disbelief. "He caught my sword with his bare hands?" The real Yugan locked eyes with the pathetic imitation wearing his face, his voice dropping to a dangerously low, chilling register. "So, you finally crossed the line." He tightened his grip. "You seemed pretty harmless at first, so I was just going to turn a blind eye and let you play around. But trying to sabotage my trial? Yeah, that's a completely different story." The surrounding players' jaws practically hit the floor. "What the? Wait a minute. Why do they look exactly the same?" One of them gasped in absolute shock. "No, it's not just that they look alike. They are literally identical down to the last detail." Suddenly, a sickening sense of dread washed over the fake Yugan. "Wait, does that mean this guy's the real Kim Yugan?" But Yugan didn't even give the imposter time to process. He just gave a dark, arrogant smirk. "I'll deal with you in a second." In the blink of an eye, Yugan's pupils flared crimson red. Skill activated, Eye of Truth. The imposter's body instantly began violently glowing, his human disguise melting away as he was forcibly reverted to his true form. The creature threw its hands over its melting face, letting out a wretched groan. Ugh, damn it! Watching the two face off sent the players into a state of total whiplash. Hold on, so that guy was the doppelganger the whole time? But wait, isn't that super weird? When the first doppelganger got caught, it literally melted into a puddle of mud. Then what the hell is this thing? Is it just a cheap mimic? The grotesque fake still stubbornly pointed a trembling finger. He's the fake! I'm the real Kim Yugan! Yugan just rolled his eyes, totally unfazed. Yeah, whatever you say, buddy. But the second the words left his mouth, Yugan delivered a brutally swift kick, sending the imposter crashing hard into the dirt and completely exposing its monstrous face. Yugan looked down at it coldly. You asked for it, I delivered. The fake was launched through the air, skidding across the ground while hundreds of terrified eyes watched in awe. Just like that, the imposter Kim Yugan had been completely dealt with. Yugan casually cracked his neck and glanced back at the crowd. All right then, while I'm at it, I might as well clean up the rest of the trash. The player who happened to catch Yugan's deadly glare instantly went pale as a ghost, stammering frantically. It's not me, I swear. I don't even know what that thing was. The others started panicking and backing away too. Same here. I'm just a normal low-rank player. I swear. I can prove it. My name is Mize, and I live at... Kim Yuan paid them no mind, walking straight up to where Renha stood. Renha immediately went on the defensive. So, you're the real Kim Yuan? Then who am I? Yuan didn't hesitate, pressing his blade right against the man's throat. Doesn't really matter. Renha flinched. Are you suspecting me of being a doppelganger? Renha kept his cool, explaining, My teammates can vouch for me. We haven't split up a single time since this trial started. I am the real deal. The teammate quickly stepped up to back him. He's right. I swear on my life, this is our captain. Hearing that, Kim Yuan let out a cold smirk. So, you're not a doppelganger just because you guys stuck together? Without warning, his hand shot out, seizing Renha by the throat. Renha choked out the word, struggling to breathe. What the hell do you think you're doing? His teammates instantly panicked, raising their voices at Kim Yuan in a frenzy. Let him go! What the hell do you think you're doing? Suffocating, Renha's face began to warp and distort. Gritting his teeth, he used every ounce of his strength to swat away the hand crushing his windpipe. But it was too late. Renha's disguise melted away, revealing the grotesque true form of a doppelganger. The teammate who had just defended him stood paralyzed, stammering in absolute terror. Captain? Why would you... But before he could even finish his sentence, Kim Yuan's blade violently pierced straight through his head. The teammate only managed to choke out, What the damn it? Before instantly reverting into his own doppelganger form. The surrounding players watched in absolute horror as the guy who had just passionately defended his friend morphed into a monster right before their eyes. Wait, he was a doppelganger too? Kim Yuan feigned surprise, shaking his head. Wow, you doppelgangers really go all out when playing pretend, don't you? Talk about method acting. Gaslighting yourselves into believing your own lies. I've got to admit, that's a whole new level. He raised his voice, throwing down the gauntlet. All right, enough beating around the bush. Let's end this right here, right now. Come at me, you fakes. A sinister chorus of growls echoed from nowhere in particular, and within seconds, multiple players in the crowd melted away, exposing their true doppelganger forms. Seeing this, Kim Yuan's lips curled into a dangerously cocky grin. Bring it on, all of you! With an explosive surge of power, he ignited the fearsome aura of the heavenly demon. You have successfully cleared the 21st floor trial. You may now proceed to the next floor. The loud mechanical blare of the system notifications finally forced Mamas to open his eyes. Ugh. He groaned groggily, his blurry vision barely making out the silhouette of a person standing over him. The trial. What happened? Kim Yuan, who was sitting casually right next to him, flatly replied, If you're awake, sit up. Mamos nearly jumped out of his skin, scrambling backward in pure terror. Unfazed, Kim Yuan offered a surprisingly friendly smile. So, what's your name? Still utterly disoriented, Mamos blinked in confusion. Wait, what? In response, Kim Yuan casually raised a clenched fist. Are you still half asleep? Want me to wake you up? That snapped him right into reality. Mamos flinched violently and blurted out, It's Mamos, sir! Yuan narrowed his eyes, studying him with deep suspicion. Seeing as you didn't dissolve into smoke when the trial ended, I guess you're not a doppelganger after all. But I'm not totally convinced just yet, so tell me, what exactly are you? Mamos lowered his head, answering with absolute honesty. I am a doppelganger. But I'm also a regular player. Kim Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you're a pureblood demon then? Which demonic bloodline do you belong to? Because you definitely don't look like some low-level grunt. He hesitated for a second before finally dropping the bomb. My father is... well, it's Belial. Kim Yuan quickly pressed him. Wait, who did you say? Mamos gulped. Demon King Belial, the ruler of all doppelgangers. Kim Yu-won processed the information. The monarch of deceit and one of the 7 demon kings ruling the demonic cult. This kid is the son of a high ranker like Belial. See. A system prompt chimed in, his fiery eyes confirming the statement as absolute truth. Yu-won couldn't help but think back to the grand palaces and Hargan's absurdly high status. Well, looks like he isn't lying. Given that the power and sheer scale of the demonic cult can rival even Olympus, this guy's standing is basically on par with Hargan's. Curious, Kim Yu-won continued his interrogation. So, what's a VIP like you doing slumming it down here? Mamos rubbed his forehead, looking exhausted. Honestly, it's a really long story. He awkwardly cleared his throat, adding, plus, this isn't exactly the best place for a heart-to-heart, you know? Kim Yu-won tilted his head, genuinely baffled by the sudden shift in tone. After a brief, awkward silence, Mamos started stammering again. But, Though slightly taken aback by the kid's weird behavior, Yu-won stayed perfectly quiet, patiently waiting for him to spit it out. Suddenly, Mamos' entire demeanor did a total 180. With actual stars in his eyes, he blurted out, I am your absolute biggest fan. Seriously, Yu-won, sir. I am a hardcore fanboy. Kim Yu-won completely froze, his brain rebooting for a solid 3 seconds. What? Unable to hide his explosive admiration, Mamos rambled on in pure excitement. Ever since I saw you completely shatter the rankings on the first floor, I've been totally obsessed. But I officially became a diehard fan after watching your insane performance at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Oh, but please, you don't have to go easy on me just because I'm your fan. Everything that happened just now was entirely my fault. I deeply regret it, and I swear on my life I'll never pull a stunt like that again. Still extremely skeptical of this bizarre confession, Kim Yu-won quickly fired up his fiery eyes to fact-check the kid one more time. Holy crap, he's actually telling the truth. I definitely didn't see this coming. So, the only reason he copied my appearance was because I'm literally his idol? Yu-won thought to himself, well, whatever. Being on good terms with Belial's son can only bring me benefits anyway. There's no downside here. He slowly got to his feet and looked down at the demon. All right, kid, I'll let you off the hook. Just this once. Hearing that, Mamos' face instantly lit up. Wait, really? Thank you. Thank you so much. But before the fanboy could even finish his sentence, Kim Yu-won cut in with a sudden proposal. He stared blankly at the sphere that suddenly popped up right in front of him. Then a smirk crossed his face as he said, Since I spared your life, you owe me a favor. Give me your number. A month later, Kim Yugan received a message from Mamos. I'm joining the next trial too. Semper Fidelis, Latin meaning always loyal. Kim Yugan was lying on his bed, tapping the message he had just finished reading. Semper Fidelis, huh? He muttered to himself. He never expected to hear a phrase like that inside the tower. Thinking about the kid who just sent the message, he figured the boy must be pretty outgoing. Kim Yugan pondered this while his fingers kept scrolling through the data. Whatever. I should be able to clear floors 22 through 24 in the next 10 days, he thought. They're just lower-level trials around the 20th floor anyway. Kim Yugan looked up, deep in thought. Unless Olympus interferes, it's going to be a piece of cake. For now, climbing the tower wasn't an issue. But suddenly, his train of thought was cut short by a new message from Hargan. He frowned, wondering why on earth this guy was suddenly messaging him out of nowhere. Kim Yugan read the text glowing on the sphere. I'm already on the 22nd floor. Let's meet up. Up on the 22nd floor, at an outdoor cafe, Hargan was already waiting at their meeting spot. Kim Yugan walked over, casually picking up a teacup. You're here early. Hargan seemed so lost in thought that he only snapped back to reality and looked up when he heard Yugan's voice. Taking a sip of his tea, Kim Yugan nonchalantly glanced at the table. Judging by your empty cup, I'd say you've been here a while, huh? Hargan didn't really care about the teasing. You made it, he replied simply. Then he shrugged. I didn't have anything else to do, so I came early to enjoy the breeze. Kim Yugan took the seat opposite him. After a moment of thought, he asked about Hargan's progress. What floor are you on now? The 34th floor, Hargan answered honestly. Kim Yugan looked at him, unable to hide a hint of admiration. That's pretty fast, Yugan noted. Hearing that, Hargan sighed. But I'm running into problems now. Climbing the tower is starting to get a lot harder. Kim Yugan looked at him like he had just heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. Wow, since when did you learn how to be humble? I definitely don't want to hear that from you of all people, Hargan scowled. What the hell are you babbling about? Then he got straight to the point. Hey, Yugan! Kim Yugan nodded back. It seemed Hargan had caught wind of some wild rumors. He leaned in and asked, I heard you're the one holding the sea stone. Seeing Yugan's completely indifferent reaction, Hargan knew the rumors were true. He continued, Thanks to you, Olympus is practically in a state of absolute chaos right now. The relationship between my uncle and my father has gone entirely to shit. Things have been really bad lately. He narrowed his eyes, adding his own guess. But I bet you already knew that. Because of their internal conflict, Olympus doesn't have the time to deal with you right now. But that's only temporary. Seriously, Yugan, you could actually die. Hargan then gave him two options. Either you bow down to Olympus and hand over the Sea Stone, or you find a faction like Asgard or the Heavenly Realm to back you up and protect you. But Kim Yugan didn't seem to care about his warnings at all. He stood up, completely unbothered, and asked, "Are you done?"
"If you're done, I'll be going now." Hargon froze, entirely caught off guard. He blurted out,
"Wait, what? I haven't even gotten to the main point yet."
"Hold on, that's not what I meant." He couldn't believe Yugan was actually about to walk away.
Hargon panicked. "Hey, are you seriously leaving?" Kim Yugan shot back. "Who told you to keep repeating the same boring question?" Then Yugan turned to the tables. "What about you? Have you finally decided which path you're going to take?"
Hargon literally flared up in anger, shouting at him, "Of course I have. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you if I hadn't made up my mind. If I keep meeting you like this, I'm going to lose all my dignity as a son of the gods."
Hargon glared at him, but then simply sighed and gave him a final warning. "Huh, whatever. Just be careful when you reach the 25th floor." He emphasized the danger, especially the heart of Britain. "That place is a trap set specifically for you." After Kim Yugan left, Hargon's sphere lit up with a new message from Apollo. "How did it go?" Seeing the message, Hargon angrily recounted his entire conversation with Yugan. "Damn it, that guy is way too stubborn," Apollo replied with a question. "So, he really plans on dying?" Hargon snapped back in frustration. "Who the hell knows what's going through his head?" Then, he asked about Apollo's current situation. "How are things on your end?" Apollo's reply showed he was still weighing his options. "You know how it is. This matter is incredibly serious, so making a decision won't be easy." Hargon asked earnestly, "Brother, are you sure you won't regret this?" But it seemed Apollo had already made his choice a long time ago. "I am certain, but that doesn't mean I can just stand on the sidelines and do nothing." Apollo then reminded him, "For now, you need to focus everything you have on becoming a ranker. Now is the time for you to build up your strength." That was exactly what Hargon had in mind. "I know, that's exactly what I'm going to do." He then voiced his lingering worries. "I warned Yugan to be careful about Britain, but it looks like my advice went straight out the other ear." Apollo let out a cynical laugh. "This isn't some game where a lowly player can just do whatever they please. It's foolish." But Hargon had a different opinion of Kim Yugan. "Who knows? But look at Chryser and Hypnos. Nobody saw those endings coming." Hargon chuckled softly to himself. "It might sound a little delusional, but I've got a feeling he won't let us down this time either." At that exact moment, Kim Yugan initiated the 24th floor trial. The objective was simple. Players had to stop the charging giant bulls. The system then provided additional details. With each passing wave, the number of summoned bulls would increase. You will earn the wave number multiplied by 10 points at the end of each wave. You will earn 5 points for every giant bull killed. You can summon a giant bull to attack the opposing team by spending 10 points. Teams must remain within their designated zones. Stepping out of bounds or surrendering will result in immediate elimination. The last team standing claims victory. Stage 1 begins in 5 minutes. Mamos dashed right up to Kim Yugan, absolutely beaming.
"It's a defense trial, and we're on the same team, Boss Yugan."
Kim Yugan just gave a cold, dismissive, "Yeah," before immediately cutting him down. "We're splitting up on the next floor. Don't forget that." Mamos blinked, completely blindsided. "Wait, what? Why?"
"That's such a waste. Why can't we just stick together until the very end?" But Kim Yugan instantly shattered his little fantasy.
"No," Yugan said flatly. "Besides, you're going to change your mind anyway, once you hear the task I'm about to give you." Mamos tilted his head, utterly clueless. "What exactly are you planning to do on the 25th floor?" Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice chimed in as glowing boundary rings materialized around every single team. Zone boundaries are now active. Crossing the line will result in elimination. Distributing starting points. Total balance, 10 points. Yugan thought to himself, "So, everyone gets 10 starting points, just enough to summon one giant bull." Seeing this, his teammates immediately let their guard down. "Haha, looks like this trial is a free win." Knowing they had Kim Yugan on their side, the squad started chatting excitedly. "Man, we are so lucky. With Kim Yugan here, we're totally getting carried. Damn, I can't even remember the last time I felt this safe during a trial." Hearing all this praise, Mamos put his hands on his hips and smirked at the man of the hour. "Looks like everyone's completely depending on you, boss." Yugan's reply was chillingly vague, leaving Mamos utterly confused. Let's just hope they don't regret it. Right on cue, a massive flood of system alerts exploded in the air, each one announcing the summoning of a giant bull. Hundreds of massive, enraged bulls materialized out of nowhere, draining the color straight from his teammates' faces. They panicked, stammering in sheer terror.
"What the hell? Why are there so many? You call this stage 1? Unnecessary."
"How many of those things are there? There's too many to even count." Mamos' mouth twitched. It finally clicked. He realized exactly what Yugan meant earlier. The other teams, they must have blown all their points just to send these monsters right at us. I get it now. "Boss, they're trying to wipe out the team with the highest win rate, aren't they?" He gulped, finishing his thought. "Which means this is a 1 versus 9 deathmatch." Mamos suddenly fell dead silent. Surrounding Yugan were countless glowing mana orbs. He had already unleashed his skill, Mana Burst. Mamos stared in absolute awe.
Are you insane? Just how deep is your mana pool? How the hell can you fire that many magic projectiles at once?
Save the chatter for later, Yugan interrupted sharply. With a single motion, he sent the barrage of mana orbs crashing right into the stampeding horde of bulls. The beasts roared, charging fiercely straight at him. But the moment the glowing orbs struck their flesh, the monsters disintegrated into dust. In the blink of an eye, the entire horde was completely wiped out. Witnessing Yugan's monstrous power firsthand, a cold sweat broke out among the teammates. They couldn't help but feel a sudden wave of dread. How is that even possible? I swear, we're just dead weight here. Someone finally spoke up, offering a very nervous suggestion. Maybe it's best if we just stand completely still. Stand. But before they could even finish that thought, Yugan shot it down. Just try to survive for as long as you can. Since you've decided to tag along, you might as well clear this trial with a decent score, right? The rest of the squad instantly caught his drift. Wait, does he mean if we don't fight, we're basically dead meat? But to Mamos, Yugan just looked insanely cool. Boss, you're amazing! Meanwhile, over in Team 3's zone, someone scoffed. Man, this game is way too easy. They watched with absolute glee as Yugan's squad was swarmed by hundreds of raging bulls. They smirked at each other. Notice how we haven't seen a single bull yet? Yeah, you're right. The other teams definitely had the exact same idea we did. Over in Team 5, an even bolder plot was brewing. Let's push Kim Yugan's team out of the picture first. We're all on the same page here, right? In Team 9, their leader furiously tapped away at the glowing system interface. You have spent 300 points. 30 giant bulls will be summoned in the next stage. The man barked orders at his crew, absolutely hellbent on wiping Yugan's team off the map. This trial doesn't truly begin until Kim Yugan's team is dead, the system's mechanical voice chimed in once again. Stage 9 will commence in 5 minutes, reinitializing the combat zones. Back in Yugan's zone, his teammates were finally catching on to the massive target on their backs. What the actual hell? One of them panicked. I swear we've already fought off 1,000 of these things in a single wave, and you're telling me not a single team has been eliminated yet? We're completely screwed. It really looks that way. I haven't seen a single elimination alert pop up. Guys, I think we're the only ones taking all the aggro right now. Who knows how many they'll throw at us in the next round? Mamos gritted his teeth. At this rate, it's never gonna end. Just as Mamos was about to recklessly charge into the stampede, Yugan grabbed his shoulder, holding him back. Just hold the line until stage 10. Mamos whipped his head around, completely frantic. Stage 10? Boss, I seriously don't think we're making it that far. Sweating bullets, he stared at Yugan. Are you absolutely sure we can even survive this trial? Yugan just gave him a cool sidelong glance. Didn't you say earlier that 100 bugs are still just bugs? I was actually starting to think you finally grew a spine and acted like a real demon. Mamos broke out in a nervous sweat, desperately trying to backpedal. Hey, that was different! The relentless blare of the system alarms pierced the air once more, making everyone in the squad jolt in fear. A giant bull is being summoned. A giant bull is being summoned. A giant bull is being summoned. Kim Yuan's teammates started groaning in despair. Oh, I'm so sick of this. Why the hell are they multiplying like crazy? Stop sending them our way. I'm begging you bastards, please. If this keeps up, I won't live to see tomorrow. When is this ever going to end? Don't say. Kim Yuan stepped forward and addressed his exhausted team. All right, you guys take a break. Leave the rest of this to me. Mamos flinched in shock. Wait, all by yourself? Are you sure you're going to be okay? He couldn't help but worry. Seeing this, Yuan simply replied, For now, yeah, I'll manage. Mamos stared at him in awe, silently counting the newly materialized mana orbs. He was absolutely terrified. 1, 2, 3. There were way too many, even more than before. Yuan's skill window popped up. Mana Bear, a core power of a mana controller. Rank, S+. Proficiency, 21.49%. Mana recovery rate, plus 10%. Magic resistance, plus 10%. Increases mana sensitivity and command over magical energy. He thought to himself, thanks to this skill, controlling mana is a whole lot easier. But this is still nowhere near enough. Countless mana orbs floated gracefully all around him. His mind drifted back to his past life. Before I regressed, I could summon 50 of these without even breaking a sweat. I wonder how many I can pull off right now. Just then, the system chimed, announcing the start of Stage 9. Yuan was already locked in. He whispered softly, All right then, let's get started. In the blink of an eye, the mana orbs rained down, obliterating the charging herd of minotaurs. Dozens, no, hundreds of notifications flooded in. You have slain a minotaur. The completion rate of Heaven-Cleaving Star has increased by 0.001%. You have slain a minotaur. You have slain a minotaur. The completion rate of Heaven-Cleaving Star has increased by 0.001%. You have slain a minotaur. You have slain a minotaur. The completion rate of Heaven Cleaving Star has increased by 0.001%. Stage 11 is beginning. Stage 12 is beginning. Resetting the area. The system blared once more. Stage 13 is now beginning. As Yuan expertly commanded the mana orbs, the completion rate of his Heaven Cleaving Star skyrocketed. Rank A+. Completion rate 99.994%. A massive wave of kill notifications flooded his vision. The completion rate of Heaven Cleaving Star has increased by 0.001%. Yuan thought to himself, 10 should be enough. Now that I know my current limit for summoning them at once, I need to focus entirely on controlling them. He then called out to Mamos. The demon quickly replied. Yes, sir. Yuan gave his order. Use our points to summon the Minotaurs and send them over to the other teams. The sudden command caught Mamos completely off guard. Wait, what? Weren't you planning to save up points and launch an all-out attack later? Yuan smirked. We should send them a little return gift. To get a lively reaction out of them. But Mamos was frantic. But there are already thousands of them charging straight at us. Are you seriously going to be okay?
Do you even know what fatigue is?
Yuan brushed it off with total indifference. Not yet. Even if I push past my limits, I'm holding my ground until the bitter end. The others watched Yuan's display of power in absolute disbelief. They whispered among themselves. Just how high is his mana stat? How the hell is he controlling all those orbs at once? He's a total monster.
He's on such a completely different level that I don't even feel jealous anymore. How is he not a ranker yet? But Mamos was the only one who truly grasped the gravity of the situation. That's right. He's overwhelmingly strong. So superior it defies all logic. Even as a pure blood demon.
I grew up witnessing countless players who shattered common sense. And yet, watching Yuan's power firsthand like this, I'm still left breathless and completely overwhelmed. He thought to himself, his destructive power might be lower than a high ranker's, but has there ever been a rookie player with this kind of infinite potential? The more Mamos analyzed it, the deeper his admiration for Yuan grew. He's even more badass up close than when I was watching from afar. This is incredible. Yuan mercilessly slaughtered the endless tide of Minotaurs. The completion rate of Heaven Cleaving Star has increased by 0.001%. You have met the conditions for Heaven Cleaving Star. Heaven Cleaving Star, rank A+. Completion rate 100%. Heaven Cleaving Star will now be removed. The next sequence of notifications lit up the air.
You have fulfilled the conditions for Star of the Heaven Slayer. Star of the Heaven Slayer, rank A+.
Completion rate 100%. Star of the Heaven Slayer has been removed. Yuan couldn't hide his surprise. The system flashed. You have acquired Demonic Body. A new stat, Demonic Power, has been unlocked. Your Demonic Power has increased by 20 points. Demonic Body. The physique of a demon, capable of wielding Demonic Power. Rank S-. Proficiency 0.00%. Can acquire exclusive demonic skills. Demonic Power plus 20. Special note, Demonic Power cannot be increased by leveling up. It can be applied to all skills. Yuan clenched his fist tightly, feeling the surge of his newly acquired skill. To think the final stage of the Heaven Cleaving Star would unlock a high-tier skill like this. Let's see. He raised his hand high, commanding the sphere of mana. Demonic energy was a power completely unique to the demon race. It was somewhat similar to mana, but fundamentally different. Its destructive force was exponentially more terrifying. Kim Yugan unleashed his newly acquired skill, and in the blink of an eye, he wiped out every single remaining Mad Bull in one devastating strike. Everything happened so blindingly fast that everyone in the squad was left standing in stunned silence. Oh my god. Bro. Mamos turned deathly pale. He trembled as he asked Kim Yugan, Bro, do you possess some kind of demon relic? How on earth can you use demonic energy? Kim Yugan just chuckled. I am not really sure myself, he casually explained. I just picked up a new skill, and suddenly I could use it. Simple as that. Hearing that only terrified the group even more. How could that even be possible? So he really is a demon. No wonder he doesn't feel human at all. But is he seriously okay with just casually dropping a secret like that? Kim Yugan turned back to the group. All right, now that I have got what I wanted, let's wrap this game up. Mamos blinked in sheer confusion. Wait, what game? Is there something else we have to do? Kim Yugan told him to look at the quest panel floating in front of them. This damn trial, of course. Total points, 24,355. The number on the screen plummeted in an instant, followed by a system alert. You have spent exactly 24,350 points on summoning. 2,435 Mad Bulls will be summoned in the next stage. Please, select the target team for your summons. Meanwhile, the other teams had absolutely no idea about the massive payback Kim Yugan had just prepared for them.
They were yawning and sighing, groaning in annoyance. Screw this. Why the hell is that Kim Yugan guy dragging this out for so long?
The guy next to him propped his chin on his hand, totally bored.
What wave are we even on right now? Man, beats me.
Resting his head on his arms, he muttered, "Why even bother holding out this long? They should just give up and save us all the headache." Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Huh? Team 2 just used their summoning right? He shot up, snapping irritably at the others. They still have the energy to fight back? But then, thousands of system alerts practically spammed their screens, announcing an army of mad bulls being summoned. Their jaws dropped in sheer horror. Huh? Wait a damn minute. What the hell is this? In the blink of an eye, they were completely swarmed by an endless sea of massive mad bulls. Pure panic set in. Did Kim Yugan send all of these? The group started to question their entire existence. They never imagined Kim Yugan could pull off such an insane counterattack. Just how many points did that absolute monster save up? Someone quickly shouted, "Grab your weapons now! I will hold the front. You guys cover the back."
The guys behind him practically burst into tears.
Which way is even the back? They are charging at us from literally every direction. Then defend from every damn direction. The system's cold voice echoed. Team 1 has been eliminated. Team 4 has been eliminated. Team 7 has been wiped out. One by one, the rival teams crumbled under Kim Yugan's ruthless onslaught. Perfect, the other teams are already dropping like flies. He did the math in his head. Every summoning wave spawned about 200 more beasts. Since these players had managed to climb all the way to the 24th floor, maybe, just maybe, one or two teams would barely survive. The real problem here was time. Kim Yugan's piercing, ice-cold gaze stared off into the distance. A wicked smirk crept onto his face. Let's see if they can survive this endless tide of monsters, or if they will get slaughtered before the timer even hits 0.
I am going to play with you all until I get bored. Kim Yugan's ruthless aura right now was so overwhelming that even his own teammates were shaking in fear.
Are you entirely sure he is not actually a demon? Thank God we are on his team. Otherwise, I would be pissing my pants right now. Ding! A fresh system alert popped up. You have cleared the 24th floor trial. You have earned 50,000 points. The whole squad jumped for joy, cheering their lungs out. It is finally over! Thank you so much, Kim Yugan. One of the teammates stepped forward. Seriously, thanks to you, we breezed right through that brutal trial. Thanks for totally hard carrying us. I mean, you were freaking badass out there. We will be heading up first. As they left, the system panel updated again.
You have earned an additional 54,360 points. You have acquired the skill Cloud Step.
Cloud Step. Upon activation, your footsteps become weightless, allowing you to tread upon an invisible path in the air. Kim Yugan's eyes widened in surprise. Wait. Isn't this the exact prerequisite skill for Head's footwork? Even though he got a rare skill, he still clicked his tongue in slight disappointment. I would rather just use my old skills, but hey, at least I bagged over 100,000 points. Before stepping through the portal to the next floor, Mamos hovered nearby, looking incredibly reluctant to leave. Sob, bro, is this where we have to say our goodbyes? Man, what a shame. But to his surprise, Kim Yugan's stern attitude softened. No, let's stick together until we reach the 25th floor. Mamos' eyes lit up in shock. Wait, seriously? He immediately grabbed Kim Yugan's hand with pure joy. All right, let's get moving. Mamos instantly activated his teleportation ability, warping them to the next stage. The two of them were instantly transported to the 25th floor of the tower. They touched down in a bustling hub packed with other players. Faint murmurs echoed through the crowd. So, this is Britannia, a player standing nearby muttered slowly, staring in awe. They say this place is the grand capital of Britannia. Seeing it with my own eyes now, it definitely lives up to the legends. I heard it was even a famous tourist spot back in the day. Someone else immediately chimed in, pointing ahead. Hey, are those statues the Knights of the Round Table? Kim Yugan immediately shifted his gaze to where the crowd was whispering. He quietly sized up the Knights of the Round Table and the King of Knights. A colossal statue of a knight mounted on horseback with a drawn sword loomed before them. It was Arthur. Residing within Kim Yuan's gauntlet, the true Arthur couldn't help but feel a pang of wistful nostalgia. Spot on. That is exactly what I looked like, Arthur chimed in proudly. Hearing this, Yuan smirked and asked, Are you still clinging to your past glory? Arthur furiously snapped back. Clinging my ass! Is it really that damn hard to just get me a human body? Yuan deadpanned. Well, if you're not too picky, how about possessing that Minotaur corpse from earlier? Are you shitting me right now? Arthur roared in sheer indignation. Meanwhile, Mamos, who had just finished eavesdropping on the crowd, trotted back to report his findings to Yuan.
I heard the current king of Britannia is Lancelot, but they haven't bothered changing the statue, Mamos whispered.
Yuan replied to him with a frigid, icy tone. He is nothing but a temporary stand-in. Mamos let out a mischievous chuckle at Yuan's bluntness. A temporary stand-in, huh? But it's been literally centuries since Arthur vanished, Mamos pointed out. Mamos kept prying, curiosity burning in his eyes. I gotta admit, I'm actually pretty damn curious about this Lancelot guy myself. Arthur led Britannia to its greatest golden age in history. Meanwhile, Lancelot has just been ruling this place for thousands of years. Yuan replied softly, You'll see him soon enough. The round table I know would never just sit quietly on their hands. While they were talking, a menacing figure approached them. The man was riding a horse carved of solid stone, heavily clad in the armor of a knight of the Round Table. "We have arrived," he announced. This was Percival, the 31st Knight of the Round Table. Seeing the bustling crowd swarming around Arthur's monument, Percival glanced at his retainer and asked, "Are those the ones who cleared the trial?" "Yes, sir," the retainer confirmed. As the players suddenly registered his imposing presence, they scrambled over each other to introduce themselves. "I'm Tua." "I'm Orin. It is an absolute honor to meet you, sir." "I am Eli Rosamund." Despite their desperate eagerness, Percival's eyes remained completely indifferent. Yuan let out a quiet sigh. Every single knight of the Round Table has an insatiable greed, don't they? But thinking about it, it actually makes sense, he pondered. No guild has ever expanded as rapidly as the Round Table. They could comfortably stay on this floor for the rest of eternity. Mamos blinked innocently at the armored men and asked Yuan, "Are those guys the knights of the Round Table?" Yuan replied, "No, just that one." Out of the massive crowd, the only ones who had managed to catch Percival's eye were Yuan and Mamos. The knight flashed them a warm, highly approachable smile. "May I have the honor of knowing your names?" The two exchanged a brief glance before answering, "Kim Yuan." Mamos. After learning their identities, Percival continued speaking. The two hadn't said much, but the sheer aura they exuded was entirely on another level. "I am Percival, the 31st Knight of the Round Table." He offered them an incredibly welcoming, bright smile. "It brings me immense joy to welcome new blood here." Yet, when Percival fully opened his eyes, they were utterly dead and completely devoid of any emotion. "I am here under direct orders from His Highness. To the newly arrived players, we are currently seeking a candidate to fill a vacant seat at the Round Table. But I will spare you the tedious details for now. I am sure you are all thoroughly exhausted from the trial, so please get some rest first." Turning back to the crowd, Percival announced, "This area is the border with other nations. Britannia's royal capital is not far from here. Follow me." Mamos furrowed his brows, leaning in to whisper urgently to Yuan. "Something is shady as hell about them. I think they're trying to lure you into a trap." Yuan casually slung an arm around the young demon's neck and murmured, "Listen, Mamos, I'm just playing along as a precaution." Mamos flushed bright red, stammering out a question. Hey, are you sure about this? I never expected the knights to be such despicable scumbags." Glancing up at Yuan, he added, "But if you say so, I'll keep my guard up." Yuan patted him on the shoulder. "All right, for now, let's just follow their lead." It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the colossal gates of the capital. Gazing up at the towering, sky-piercing walls, Percival spoke with overwhelming, arrogant pride. "Beyond this wall lies Camelot, the grand capital of Britannia." The players gasped in absolute awe. "So tall! This city is way bigger than I ever imagined." Suddenly, Percival's voice cut through the chatter. "However, before we proceed inside, I have one requirement." The crowd's excitement instantly dissolved into nervous confusion. "A requirement? Is there something you need to inspect?" Percival lowered his gaze, his voice dropping to a terrifyingly flat, emotionless tone. "It is nothing major." Percival paused slightly before continuing. "It is simply that Britannia enforces extremely strict laws regarding the demon race. Therefore, it is highly forbidden for any unidentified demons to freely enter or leave these grounds." Mamos blinked, utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, what did you just say?" Within seconds, his bewilderment ignited into furious outrage. "What the hell are you talking about? What era do you think we're living in to still be pushing this racist crap?" Yuan stepped in, asking the knight directly, "Does Britannia actually have a law like that?" Percival offered a smooth explanation. "It is a strict decree that we debated and passed shortly after our first king disappeared. As this is a highly sensitive political matter, I ask for your utmost understanding." Don't be so. His hollow gaze then shifted back to Yuan, throwing out a calculated offer. "However, if you, Kim Yuan, are willing to personally vouch for the boy, that would be an entirely different story." Yuan's expression darkened. "Are you saying—" Beside him, Mamos was literally burning up with pure rage. "What the hell is that supposed to mean? Who needs to vouch for me? My very existence is all the proof I need. Do you have any idea who my father is?" Percival couldn't have cared less, brushing him off coldly. "How on earth would I know? Regardless of who your father is, when in our territory, you follow our rules." Mamos was so completely unhinged with rage that he looked ready to incinerate Percival into ashes. He roared at the top of his lungs. "My father is Belial, you senile old bastard. One of the 7 demon kings who leads the demonic faction. A high ranker in the top 100 of the entire tower. And I am his son, Mamos, and you seriously have the nerve to question my identity?" Hearing this absolute bombshell, the surrounding retainers instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "Belial? Does he mean the Demon King?" Mamos shoved his finger aggressively in Percival's face. "You just wait. I'm going straight home to tell my dad about this." "Humph. And who the hell is your dad anyway to give you the right to act all high and mighty?" A retainer quickly stepped forward, urgently reminding Percival. Sir, letting this situation escalate any further is a terrible idea. We've verified his identity now anyway, so please, let's just let them pass. Ahem, very well. The massive city gates groaned open, revealing the breathtaking scenery of the royal capital before their eyes. Suddenly, a private system message popped up from Mamos. He violently complained to Yuan, Bro, I seriously can't fucking believe those absolute bastards tried to lock me out just because I'm a demon. They actually had the nerve to ask who the hell I was, but the moment I dropped my old man's name, they clammed right up. How hilarious is that? Wait, how did you even know about that? Did you study British law or something? New message from Kim Yugan. I just had a gut feeling. A few people gazed around, completely awestruck. So this is Camelot. It's absolutely massive. Is that the royal palace over there? Kim Yugan had barely taken a few steps when a system alert popped up. Your egg has sprouted teeth. Your egg is hungry. Your egg is throwing a massive tantrum. Your egg is squirming. Yugan sighed. He completely understood. I knew it. There are remnants of the outer gods lingering here. He quickly weighed his options. I've already perfected the Heaven Cleaver technique. Now, this egg is my only loose end. He made up his mind. He had to accelerate the incubation process and figure out exactly what was growing inside it. Still, Kim Yugan couldn't help but feel a gnawing anxiety. Would this thing actually fight alongside him against the outer gods? Or would it stab him in the back the moment he showed weakness? Ding! Another alert. Your egg is urging you to hurry up. Kim Yugan kept walking, trying to soothe the needy creature. All right, I get it. Just quiet down already. Your egg is urging you to hurry up. Your egg is urging you to hurry up. Annoyed by the constant spam, he muttered, Ugh, is it acting up because the hatching rate went up? Why is it being so whiny all of a sudden? Meanwhile, deep within the grounds of Camelot, standing on a grand balcony, dressed in immaculate royal attire, Kim Yugan was having a quiet chat with Arthur. You haven't said a single word since we crossed into Camelot's territory? Why so quiet, old man? Arthur's soul fragment materialized from the gauntlet, his voice laced with deep nostalgia. Camelot has changed drastically, yet somehow the heart of this place remains exactly as I remember it. The glowing spirit drifted fully out of the gauntlet, floating a slow lap around the grand room. Yugan tracked him with his eyes, deadpanning. You mean this palace? Honestly, it just looks like a dusty old fortress to me. Arthur let out a soft chuckle of agreement. You are not wrong. These stone walls are far older than I ever was. His tone shifted, laced with genuine curiosity. But truly, what possessed you to come all the way to this place? They could have already reported your movements to Olympus, you know. Yet, Kim Yugan didn't look bothered in the slightest. You heard exactly what Percival said on our way over. He told me to tag along because Lancelot specifically requested an audience with me. Earlier, right after they had stepped foot in the capital, Percival had made a formal request. Sir Kim Yugan, His Highness wishes to speak with you. Won't you and your companion accompany me to the royal palace? But Mouse had flat out rejected the offer. Are you sure about this? A filthy demon like myself has no place dirtying the halls of an esteemed royal palace. So, Yugan had no choice but to go solo. Arthur, however, sounded completely unamused. You know damn well that is not what I was asking. Yugan just shrugged at him. Look, you were the one who told me you had someone important you needed to see. Arthur paused, stunned. You mean Merlin? You came all this way just to help me reunite with my old friend?
Well, he clearly wants a favor from me, Yugan replied casually, so I figured I might as well hear the guy out. Arthur was so touched he practically burst into ghostly tears.
Sniffling with emotion, the legendary king confessed, When you shoved my soul into that disgusting orc body, I truly thought you were just a heartless bastard with 0% emotion. Don't spite you. Kim Yugan burst into laughter. Wow, is that really how you saw me? Arthur shook his head. Oh, it does not stop there. He went on to psychoanalyze the young man's behavior. You constantly overcalculate the purpose and reasoning behind every single thing. You act exactly like a master schemer who plots 10 steps ahead. And terrifyingly enough, you actually have the skills to back it up. Arthur paused, his glowing form hovering closer. Wait, are you honestly doing all of this just for my sake? Yugan leaned his head down toward the glowing spirit, answering with brutal honesty. Look, I don't just do things out of the goodness of my heart. Arthur sighed sagely. Perhaps it is merely your lack of experience. No matter how much iron will you possess, you are, at the end of the day, still a low-level player. The ancient king launched into another lecture. If you ever wish to become a true ranker, you must cast aside those fragile, messy emotions. You must forge an unyielding mind as hard as diamond and maintain a steady, pure heart. Yugan sharply cut him off. No, you've got it all wrong. He furrowed his brows, a cunning spark in his eyes. I came here because I already have a master plan. Just sit back and watch closely. I'm about to turn the entirety of Britain completely upside down. Meanwhile, out in the lush royal gardens, a young servant girl was frantically bowing in gratitude to someone.
Thank you so much for stepping in earlier. I had no idea he would fly into such a blinding rage just because a tiny twig fell on his head.
As it turned out, she had just been viciously threatened by an arrogant knight. How dare you soil the sacred armor of a knight of the Round Table? You will pay for this insolence with your very own hands. Bringing herself back to the present, the girl clutched her trembling hands tight. If you hadn't intervened, sir, I would have been in terrible danger. The man simply waved it off. Ah, the Round Table has always had its fair share of bad apples. The girl's savior was a gentle old man sporting long, flowing white hair and a grand silver beard. Flashing a warm smile, he kindly warned her, "You know, if you keep letting them walk all over you for such ridiculous things, the stress will break you sooner or later." The servant girl bowed furiously. "Yes, thank you so much, my lord." While the old man peacefully admired the blooming flowers, she hovered nervously behind him. I haven't been working at the palace for very long, but that knight looked absolutely terrified the moment he saw you. You must hold a very high, prestigious rank. If it isn't too bold, may I ask your esteemed name?" "I truly hope I haven't caused you any trouble." The old man reached out, gently caressing the soft petals of a nearby rose. His voice was incredibly soothing. "Oh, so you wish to know the name of this old fossil? If you truly wish to repay my kindness, simply pour your heart into caring for this beautiful garden." And as if responding to his very words, the flowers around them instantly burst into vibrant, dazzling bloom. He offered a soft, wistful smile. "I often take strolls out here, whenever my mind is a bit too clouded." He paused. "It's Marcello." Leaving the tranquil garden behind, he muttered to himself as he descended the stone steps. "These modern knights. I swear, they've completely sold off their chivalry to the highest bidder." He shook his head, letting out a heavy, disappointed sigh. The noble pride of the Round Table is utterly dead and gone. It was never like this back in my day. Suddenly, his sharp eyes flicked toward the shadows. "Wouldn't you agree? Kim Yugan?" The young man stepped out into the light, shrugging indifferently. "Hell if I know." Stepping closer, a confident smirk danced on Yugan's lips. "The legendary great mage who founded Britain alongside the King of Knights." You go by the name Merlin, right? "True, but I don't believe we've crossed paths before." Merlin cast a sideways glance at Kim Yugan. "You've been tailing me for a while now, haven't you?" He stood right in front of the old mage and calmly introduced himself. "My name is Kim Yugan." Merlin blinked. "Huh?" Surprised, the old man muttered, "Why just blurt out your name like that? Kim Yugan, was it?" "Kim Yugan. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere." Kim Yugan replied honestly, "I'm just a newly arrived player." Merlin raised an eyebrow, still suspicious. "Is that so? Lancelot must have invited you here. So, what business do you have with me?" Instead of answering, he reached into his inventory and drew a sword. As he presented the blade of King Arthur, Merlin flinched in shock. "That's Excalibur!" The old mage's eyes instantly darkened. Where the hell did you get that sword?" "It's a long story," the young man replied. Resting his hand on the hilt, he added, "Besides, I don't think we should be discussing something this important out in the open. Could I trouble you for a cup of tea?" Later, inside Merlin's quarters, the old mage poured the tea and finally broke the silence. "All right, out with it. Explain to me right now. How did you get your hands on my friend Arthur's sword?" Kim Yugan replied with absolute calm. "You could call it fate. That's how I stumbled upon this relic." Merlin muttered the word back to him. "A relic?" Hearing that word triggered something within him, and he began to recount his past with Arthur. Merlin drifted into his memories. I never knew if he simply vanished, or if he truly turned his back on Britain. After 1,000 years with absolutely no word from him, all I felt was anger and an overwhelming, endless sorrow. Arthur was a friend I could never just forget. I miss him terribly. To me, Arthur meant the world. After a quiet moment of tea and pastries, Merlin spoke up again. "At the very least, I'm relieved to know his will has been passed down." He then voiced his lingering doubts. "But what exactly is your connection to Arthur? How do you know about our friendship, and why did you seek me out?" Kim Yugan simply stated, "The first time I met Arthur was just a few months ago." Merlin's posture immediately straightened. "A few months ago? Was he still alive?" But the young man held up a hand. "No, not exactly." With that, he channeled his power and summoned Arthur straight from his gauntlet. Merlin flinched, staring in utter disbelief at the towering figure before him. "Necromancy? That's a highly valuable skill you've got there, but how did it come to this?" Standing before a massive, hulking ogre, the old mage remained surprisingly composed. "Did you summon this beast to kill me?" Kim Yugan just gave a cool, detached response. "Of course not. Rather than making me explain every little detail, I figured it'd be much faster to just let you two talk face to face. You expect me to have a chat with that thing?" Right on cue, the giant ogre, housing the soul of King Arthur, suddenly spoke up. "It's been a long time, my old friend." The room instantly fell into a heavy, stunning silence. Merlin let out a choked gasp. Tears welled up in his eyes as he called out to the soul trapped inside that monstrous shell. "Arthur? You recognized me just like that?" Merlin leapt out of his chair, storming over to the giant brute, half crying, half yelling. You absolute blockhead. You're the only idiot in the world who calls me that. You never show me a shred of respect. Even though I'm literally older than you, Arthur quickly tried to calm him down.
Whoa, easy now, old friend.
You're acting like you just saw a ghost come back from the dead. Merlin wiped his eyes, staring up at the massive, hideous body. But why do you look like this? What the hell happened to you to end up in that form? I see. It bothers this, so. Hearing that, Arthur shot a fierce, glaring look right at Kim Yugan. You can blame that little brat over there. Arthur quickly shifted the topic. Anyway, there's something important I need to tell you. Merlin's face darkened. Is it about the bastard who killed you? Seeing the absolutely terrifying aura radiating from Merlin, Arthur swallowed the words he was about to say. Hey, your eyes are looking a little too murderous right now. You look like you're about to hunt down whoever killed me and tear them limb from limb. I'm fine, really. You don't need to avenge me. There's something far more important. His massive voice dropped to a grim rumble. The one who murdered my son is right here in this palace. The shock hit Merlin like a physical blow. His face went dead pale as he choked out, "What did you just say?" Arthur looked down at his old friend and spat out the name like venom. "Lancelot. He's the one who killed my boy." An eerie, deadly silence fell over the old mage, but his mana was violently surging, ready to explode. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Please, keep your composure." Kim Yugan warned him firmly. "If you lose control and make a scene now, you'll only draw more unwanted eyes to us." Why? Merlin's face twisted in pure rage. "How the hell am I supposed to stay calm after hearing that?" "Even so," the young man replied coldly. "You have to endure it." Merlin took a sharp, deep breath, forcibly shoving down the boiling fury inside him. He glanced back up at the towering figure of Arthur. "So, Arthur." He hesitated for a split second before asking, "Was Lancelot the one who killed you too?" Arthur let out a scoff of pure disdain. "In his wildest dreams. Do you really think I'd let myself get taken down by trash like him?" Merlin exhaled. "I suppose so. Back then you were leagues above him. But things have changed. He's a high-tier ranker now." The old souled mage, Von Mug, gripped his staff, his voice tight. "Even if it's only temporary, he holds the title of King of Britain. If we just strike him down without a solid plan, both the kingdom and the Knights of the Round Table could completely collapse." "That's exactly why I think you should be the one to step forward and handle this yourself," Arthur said. But Arthur just looked at Kim Yugan, who was sighing and clenching his fists in frustration. "I could do it if I really wanted to, but if I show up in this rotting undead body of mine, he'll just use it as an excuse. He'll claim I'm being mind-controlled to assassinate him, since a zombie is bound to obey its master's commands." And just like that, their plan had seemingly hit a dead end. "So what exactly are we supposed to do now?" Merlin asked. "It is not completely impossible," Kim Yugan replied, then curiously pressed Merlin further. "When exactly is the next roundtable meeting happening, sir?" "In about 10 days, Merlin answered. Yugan immediately followed up. "Are outsiders allowed to attend?" Merlin hesitated for a moment before sighing. "Normally, absolutely not. But if I pull a few strings, it wouldn't be completely out of the question." Yugan smirked. "Perfect." He then revealed his true intention. "On the day of that meeting, we are going to turn the round table completely upside down." Meanwhile, inside the Grand Castle, a knight draped in a crimson cloak strode toward the throne, with two figures rushing to keep pace right behind him. They called out respectfully, "Have you finished your business, Your Highness? We are deeply relieved to see you return safely." "Your Highness," they added. The knight casually unfastened his cloak and replied, "It is all thanks to you two. I have been away for quite some time now. Did anything happen while I was gone?" "Nothing at all, sir," one of them answered. The Crimson Knight reached out, gently trailing his fingers across the throne. "I see. Remember, we must always prioritize the welfare of our people above all else." With that, he took his seat upon the throne. "That is the very will of the King of Knights, an ideal we must forever carve into our hearts." Hearing this, the two followers immediately dropped to their knees in absolute reverence to receive his orders. "We understand perfectly, Your Highness." As the light hit his face, it revealed Lancelot, the acting King of Britain. The two knights, Lawlet and Tho, then looked up to give their report. "That player named Kim Yugan, Percival has already brought him into the palace under your orders. What should we do next?" They waited intently for Lancelot's command. "Would you like us to summon him to the Great Hall right now?" Lancelot pondered. "Yes, it is always better to meet someone face to face." Saying that, he tightly gripped his own hands together.
While I was away handling my affairs, I heard some interesting things about him through Asgard. While most mid-tier guilds are scrambling to recruit Kim Yugan, Asgard, a massive powerhouse, is remaining suspiciously cautious.
Leaning back on the throne, Lancelot recounted what he had learned. A player with no faction backing him, an absolute nobody with an unknown background, yet he is climbing the tower at a terrifying speed.
They found his rapid rise far too suspicious, so they began investigating him in the shadows. And that investigation is still ongoing as we speak.
Then, Lancelot began his masterful game of twisting the truth. And I happened to hear a truly shocking piece of information. The mastermind backing Kim Yugan is directly connected to the death of King Arthur. He deliberately emphasized the words, "the master of the round table in the very backbone of Britain." Down below, Lollet and Tho physically recoiled, their eyes widening in sudden violent fury. What? They clenched their fists so hard their knuckles turned white. Is that true? But Lancelot intentionally played coy, sighing deeply. There is no concrete evidence just yet, however. Considering this intel came straight from Asgard, its credibility is undeniably high. Their eyes overflowed with raw, burning hatred. Gritting their teeth, they demanded, "So that is the real reason you summoned him to the palace. As Knights of the Round Table, we absolutely cannot sit back and do nothing. Please, Your Highness, give us the order." "Your Highness," they pleaded. Lancelot feigned a tone of profound sorrow, lamenting, "Believe me, when I first heard the news, my rage was just as fierce as yours. However, as the acting king of this nation, I fear that if this truth is exposed to the public, it will plunge all of Britain into utter chaos." He put on an act of being completely tied by his duties, refusing to directly intervene. Not to mention, we would completely lose the favor of the administrators if a native resident actively attacks a player. Furthermore, it could severely damage Britain's diplomatic ties with Asgard, since they are our informants and are still conducting their secret investigation. His grand performance continued gracefully. But of course, we cannot simply let him run wild in our home. The murderous fury radiating from Lollet and Tho was palpable as Lancelot spoke. "I am certain you both understand exactly what I am implying. As Knights of the Round Table, not a single word of this can be leaked to the outside. No matter what happens in the dark," the knights bowed deeply. "We hear and obey." Lancelot, sitting proudly upon the throne, declared with a booming, majestic voice, "Your loyalty and sacrifice will be remembered for all eternity. With myself, the one currently sitting on this throne, and the late King Arthur as your witnesses, never show mercy to anyone who dares point a blade at King Arthur and our beloved Britain." Later, still inside the grand hall, Lancelot's despicable, villainous laughter echoed through the empty palace. He slapped the armrest of the throne, mocking them viciously. "I cannot believe it! Those idiots are still blinded by a grudge from 1,000 years ago!" Ha ha ha! His vile, pathetic nature was on full display now that he was entirely alone. What an absolute bunch of meatheads. They are so blind with rage they did not even bother to check if the boy is a friend or a foe. A twisted, euphoric grin spread across his face. "This rush, holding the fate of an entire kingdom in the palm of my hand, commanding these powerful natives like mindless hunting dogs. The taste of absolute power is just too damn sweet. Arthur, you used to drown in this sweet sensation all by yourself. But now, it belongs entirely to me. All of this is for the glory of Olympus." Meanwhile, inside a quiet guest room, Kim Yugan had been using his clairvoyant skill, observing every single one of Lancelot's pathetic actions. "I have not even been in the palace for a single day, and they are already making their move," Kim Yugan muttered to himself. He then channeled his fiery vision, letting it pierce straight through the solid wooden door. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Showing up at someone's door late at night in a full set of combat gear looks like they are absolutely dying to get rid of me. Through his skill, he could see 2 intense waves of mana practically tearing through the door.
Their magic power was screaming, looking as if it would detonate at any given second. Kim Yugan quickly analyzed the situation. A boiling suppressive rage was forcefully compressing their mana.
Lancelot must have said something to completely set them off, he deduced. Right on cue, the 2 figures outside the door finally spoke up. "Mr. Yugan, are you in there? Can we have a little chat?" Cut to the knights' training ground, shrouded in the dead of night. The 2 knights stared at Kim Yugan, their eyes totally devoid of any human emotion. "Thank you for coming with us." Kim Yugan replied with a nonchalant shrug. "Don't mention it. It is not like we could swing our swords around inside the royal palace anyway." Tho's expression darkened drastically. He swiftly drew the blade in his hand and sneered at Yugan. "Your conscience must be eating you alive. Is that why you couldn't sleep?" He pointed his sword directly at Yugan's face and continued. "Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions. If you refuse to answer or if you dare to lie, I will hack off one of your limbs." Tho's voice dropped to a lethal growl. "Who murdered King Arthur?" Kim Yugan frowned, genuinely baffled. "Why the hell are you asking me that?" Just as the words left his mouth, his instincts flared. He swiftly dodged a lethal slash aimed right at his neck. Yugan scoffed, reprimanding them. "Wow, is this really how a ranker treats a mere player?" Tho, radiating pure bloodlust, roared back, "I am going to ask you one more time, who killed King Arthur?" Kim Yugan leaped back to create distance. He tilted his head and asked, "Did Lancelot put you up to this?" Tho exploded in absolute fury. "How dare you!" he roared, his voice shaking the ground, leaving Kim Yugan slightly taken aback. "Who do you think you are to speak His Highness's name so casually?" Driven by insane rage, Tho charged. Yugan instantly pulled his sword from his inventory, barely blocking the knight's brutal strike. The 2 sides instantly clashed, fists and weapons flying in the dark. However, in response to such a reckless, unprovoked action, Tho was immediately struck by the tower's penalty system. Seeing the knight grimace in sudden pain, Kim Yugan fully understood the situation. Taking a penalty right off the bat, they aren't just here to scare me. Lancelot had deliberately ignited the fiery vengeance of his subordinate knights, manipulating them into doing his dirty work in the shadows. It seemed his little trick was actually working. Yugan then stepped toward the man, thinking to himself, "First things first, I need to take him down." His hand shot out before Tor could even put his guard up. In the blink of an eye, Tor was kicked flying across the field. The knight furrowed his brow, thinking, "What the hell was that just now?" His vision went dark for a split second, and a bone-chilling sensation gave him goosebumps all over. Then, Arthur's voice echoed in Yugan's mind. "Don't kill him, he's just being used." Yugan thought to himself, "I know. This is all just stemming from his blinding knightly loyalty." Kim Yugan let out a faint chuckle. "What should I do? Maybe I should just let them see Arthur?" But then he quickly reconsidered. "No, forget it. Merlin and Arthur go way back, so Merlin would definitely trust me. But these two knights are completely convinced that I'm the one who murdered their king." Yugan stared deeply at the two knights for a long moment. "No way. Until the Round Table Conference officially begins, I have to keep Arthur's existence an absolute secret." Just then, one of the knights stepped forward without a single ounce of hesitation. A system prompt echoed, "The 42nd Knight of the Round Table considers you a severe threat." The 42nd Knight of the Round Table has requested a one-on-one duel. Kim Yugan was left with absolutely no other choice but to face them in combat. The duel must be strictly one-on-one. The skill's effect will be instantly cancelled if any third party interferes. The duel began. Yugan glanced at the other knight and asked, "Are you not going to fight too?" Lawlet replied with an overwhelming sense of righteous pride. "My honor simply does not allow me to use numbers to overwhelm a single player." Hearing this, Yugan couldn't help but crack a smile. "Ah, true knightly spirit," he mocked playfully. "But are you really so sure you can take me down all by yourself?" "You really shouldn't underestimate your opponent," Lawlet scowled, glaring daggers at Kim Yugan. "This is how we have always claimed our victories. The Round Table has always been this way." Yugan furrowed his brow, scoffing inwardly. "Oh, please, acting like this Round Table of yours is so damn noble. Before the era of Britain and the Round Table, this country was drowned in endless bloody warfare for hundreds of thousands of years. And yet, these guys have the nerve to shamelessly claim the glory built on the backs of others." "You really think that's acceptable?" Kim Yugan challenged him coldly. "You're never going to win like this. Let me show you." He pointed his sword straight at Lawlet, ready to give them a brutal reality check. Then, Yugan immediately activated his skill, focusing the terrifying power of the giant directly into his arms. A prompt appeared. "Your endurance stat will temporarily be converted into strength." Seeing this massive surge of energy, Arthur couldn't hide his panic. "I told you not to kill them," he yelled. Yugan quickly reassured him. "Relax, I'm not going to take it that far." With those words, Yugan exploded forward, instantly closing the distance to Lawlet. A massive shockwave erupted on impact, sending dirt and shattered rocks flying in every direction. But the knight was no pushover either. He quickly raised his shield of the Round Table to defend himself. Yet, behind that heavy shield, Lawlet's face contorted in agony. "Just as I thought, this guy is a monster," Lawlet realized. He desperately used his shield to block every single one of Yugan's vicious strikes. "I really can't afford to underestimate this player." But a few seconds later, Yugan noticed something was off. Tor had used his shield to violently shove him backward. Yugan was no newbie when it came to combat, so he smoothly flipped back to create some distance. After gracefully dodging Lawlet's counterattack, a newfound sense of respect for his opponent sparked in his eyes. He really lives up to the title of a ranker. His fighting style is heavily focused on defense, yet he packs the terrifying raw power of a charging battle tank. After taking such a heavy blow, the knight just stood there, completely unfazed. "If it's a pure test of strength you want, I am more than happy to oblige." Hearing the challenge, Yugan didn't hesitate for a second and charged right back in. "All right then, take this. Let's see how well you can block this one." A prompt echoed. Endurance stat is temporarily converting into strength. The system announced, "You have sufficient endurance. The power of the giant is now enveloping your entire body." Yugan smirked. "Perfect. Full body giantification is a success." Yugan then slammed a devastating punch straight into the shield. The sheer force of the blow made Lawlet's entire body violently tremble, forcing a painful grimace onto his face. "What the hell is this absurd strength?" Yugan smirked inwardly. "It's not just raw strength, buddy. This weapon was forged from adamantium, the absolute hardest metal in existence, crafted by one of the top blacksmiths in the entire tower." He then raised another glowing fist. "You're going to pay for this." With a roar, Yugan hammered another brutal punch directly into the shield. This time, a sharp crack echoed as the metal began to fracture. Then came another earth-shattering blow, followed by a relentless, high-speed barrage of fists. The shield was clearly reaching its absolute limit, webbing with more and more deep cracks. Lawlet gritted his teeth so hard they bled, his eyes completely bloodshot with desperate rage. "Damn it all, he doesn't even have any crazy special skills. How the hell is he backing me into a corner with just one basic ability?" In a panic, Lawlet activated a targeting skill, blasting a strike right at Yugan. The attack actually managed to make him stagger for a split second, but Yugan instantly regained his balance and lunged right back in, hammering away at the shield. This time, he unleashed a punch with even more devastating, terrifying power than the last. Despite its heavy magical defenses, the mighty shield cracked violently once again. Staring at his precious shield that was now on the verge of totally shattering, Lawlet began to panic. How on earth can he do this? He's not even a ranker, he's just a normal player. But before he could process it, a massive explosion erupted, blasting debris and dust high into the air. From within the thick, blinding cloud of smoke, Yugan's voice cut through the chaos like a knife. If you guys seriously think I had anything to do with the bastards who assassinated King Arthur, and if you truly want your revenge, then drop this fake, self-righteous knight act right now. At that exact moment, the system announced, the one-on-one duel arena has been dispelled. The duel effect is no longer active due to third-party interference. Tor had instantly rushed in to shield Lawlet from the blast. I really don't care how many of you I have to fight at once, Yugan said coldly, reaching up to touch his torn shoulder. Fighting solo out of pride, he then aggressively ripped the ruined fabric right off his body. This is nothing but pure foolish stubbornness. Tor quickly shot back defensively. I already know I'm being stubborn. He leveled his heavy blade straight at Yugan. But if you're seriously saying you want to take on the both of us at once, you'd better not regret it. With a fierce battle cry, Tor activated his skill, drastically enlarging his sword into a massive giant blade. Yugan smoothly drew his own sword from his inventory and charged fearlessly straight at him. In response, Tor swung his colossal greatsword down, smashing it into the earth with terrifying, earth-shaking force. Yugo burst through the blinding smoke, launching himself into the air. He locked onto his target and unleashed Sky Kick. Dodging a flurry of airborne sword strikes, he instantly triggered Airwalk. System alert, your speed will increase by 100% for 5 seconds. You can now maneuver freely through the air for 5 seconds. Activating the fiery golden eyes to map out the path. All 5 senses, fully enhanced. Closing in on Tor, Yugan instantly brought his sword crashing down. The two blades violently clashed, sending both of them flying backward. Even though he dodged that strike, he couldn't escape the penalty. In the next breath, they charged at each other again, triggering a massive shockwave. The longer Yugan fought, the fiercer he became, their clashing swords sparking wildly in the air. In stark contrast, Tor was now barely able to hold his ground. His eyes were bloodshot, lips dripping with blood. Damn it, the penalty is getting heavier. Dragging this out is suicide. I have to take him down in a single strike. But looking at the kid's terrifying stance, he just couldn't. Yugan then ruthlessly blasted Tor away, which ironically gave Tor a desperate opening. He quickly yelled to his comrade, Lawlet, let's move. Got it. But before retreating, Lawlet made sure to slam his mighty shield straight into the ground. Instantly, a colossal spectral sword materialized, barricading Yugan away from them. Lawlet cursed under his breath. Bastard, just defending triggers a penalty this severe? Tor gritted his teeth. But even if this body is utterly destroyed, even if I die, I will do everything for Britain. Yugan also paused, sharply assessing the situation. This is getting dangerous. If I don't handle this right, I'm done for. He focused all his remaining power into his free hand. I can only hold this for 1 minute at most. Then he violently flared his demonic aura. But if it's enough to stop him, burning every last drop of this demonic energy to charge in is totally worth a shot. After a moment of intense focus, Yugan locked onto Lawlet standing right behind that barrier. I see it! There's a focal point where I can shatter the magic flow. The judgment of the round table descended, and the protective barrier vanished. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. I have to pour absolutely everything into this. And just like that, an apocalyptic explosion erupted. Even from afar, the blast was so massive it looked like a nuclear detonation. Lawlet and Tor, having taken the brunt of that strike, immediately collapsed to their knees. He turned to look at Tor, gasping, Are you okay? Lawlet muttered to himself, Is this guy knocked out cold? Thank goodness he's still breathing. There's no mistaking it. His final attack was overflowing with demonic aura. He couldn't help but wonder, and he actually combined it with magic. How can those two opposing forces even coexist? But there is no way he survived his own explosive blast, which means we can't extract any more information. At least we got a slight lead. In Lawlet's eyes, Yugan was still the prime suspect who murdered King Arthur. We have to track down the true identity of the demon tied to his aura. Through the blinding clouds of dust, a silhouette suddenly emerged. Seeing the figure stepping out from the smoke, it was Yugan, Lawlet stuttered in absolute horror. How are you still... Then, a completely different voice coldly interrupted, This place is utterly ruined. Yugan glanced over his shoulder just as Lawlet cried out in reverence. Your Majesty! Yugan gritted his teeth. Did he really come here in person? That traitorous knight, Lancelot! Lawlet hurriedly fell to his knees at Lancelot's feet, pleading endlessly. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I am so utterly sorry. Lancelot spoke with a slow, chilling drawl. That is right. It is good that you know how to repent. However, for the crime of ruining the prestige of Britain and the Round Table, I sentence you to death. In a flash, Lancelot swung his blade, cleanly decapitating both of them right before Yugan's eyes. Fresh blood splattered across Lancelot's horrifyingly calm face. As if nothing had happened, he nonchalantly turned to Yugan. These pathetic fools were a total disgrace to the nation. Arthur, witnessing the entire slaughter, was so enraged he wanted to tear Lancelot apart with his bare teeth. Yugan desperately tried to calm him down. Hold it in! For now, we have to bite our tongues and endure. He warned Arthur that if Lancelot died right here, the world would still remember him as an honorable, respected king. He played the hero who protected Britain's peace in your place. You definitely don't want his legacy to end like that, right? Meanwhile, Lancelot wiped the blood off his cheek, shooting a sideways glance at Yugan. Right at that moment, Yugan's mysterious egg began to react. It was fiercely baring its fangs, as if giving him a deadly warning. That vicious glare. Could there be an outer god lurking inside his body? This absolutely has to be a direct order from Olympus. Otherwise, there's zero reason for him to attack me when Arthur's existence hasn't even been exposed yet. The more he thought about it, the more twisted it felt. Olympus, did those bastards figure something out? Or did something force their hand into making a move? If this isn't connected to the outer gods, then what the hell is it? Lancelot strutted right up to Yugan, putting on the act of a wise and generous king. He actually had the nerve to apologize on behalf of Tor and Laolet. He smiled. These knights were simply in an unstable state of mind due to the recent tragic passing of the King of Knights. Please forgive my sudden intrusion. Then, Lancelot smoothly proposed, I imagine chatting under these bloody circumstances is a bit uncomfortable. I suggest we arrange a proper meeting so we can have a civilized talk. As the King of Britain, it is my responsibility. Yugan sharply cut him off. Now or tomorrow, it doesn't matter. Just let me know when you're done setting it up. He coldly brushed past Lancelot, leaving the man completely stunned. That arrogant, defiant attitude made Lancelot's eyes twitch with annoyance. A wave of regret started to wash over him. What a mistake. I really should have dispatched more men. Suddenly, a bizarre, chilling sensation enveloped Lancelot. As Yugan walked away, he seamlessly used a skill to restore the shattered ground. Since when did he catch on to us? What the hell happened to the people inside the castle? They were supposed to be keeping a close eye on Yugan. Out of nowhere, a mysterious voice whispered right into Lancelot's ear. What brings you here at an hour like this? The very next morning, at the training grounds, a group of guards stood together, curiously poking their spears into the dirt. Someone scratched their head. This ground feels, well, kind of weird. Did they do some repairs or maintenance out here yesterday? Nope, I don't think so. Weird. Hey, cut the chatter and focus. They murmured among themselves for a moment before a sharp assembly order rang out. Squad, fall in. Yu sliced into his steak, lost in thought. Even this far from the castle, with mana surging like that all night, it is way too quiet out here. Lancelot must have pulled some kind of trick. He dropped his fork and scoffed. This is garbage. It reeks of blood. Lancelot sneered at him. Not used to fine dining, are we? This is what we will be eating from now on. Don't you think this is exactly what you deserve? He repeated himself, his tone flat. No, I told you, I don't like it. Seeing this, Lancelot quickly changed the subject. How exactly do you know Merlin? I never paid him much mind before. The old man only ever cared about his gardening and trivial little hobbies. But ever since you showed up, he has been acting a lot more proactive. Hell, after you left yesterday, he even showed up at the training grounds. What brings you out here at this hour? It is so loud, just a few knights getting a little too fired up and throwing punches, that is all. Don't worry about it, you replied nonchalantly. Just a coincidence then, Lancelot brushed it off casually. Is that so? Seeing Lancelot beat around the bush, you called him out. Cut the crap and get straight to the point. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two turned suffocatingly tense. Lancelot narrowed his eyes. Straight to the point, you say? You frowned, glaring at Lancelot. The guy had already blanketed the entire room in his mana. Clever trick. Now I won't be able to send any messages or contact anyone outside. Lancelot then laid bare his true intentions. Hugo, I hear you are holding on to the sacred ocean stone. An acquaintance of mine wants it, so I suggest you cooperate. Hugo scoffed. Let me guess, Poseidon needs the stone? Lancelot scowled. Don't go throwing that name around so casually. He then revealed what he had originally planned to do. I originally planned to take it from you by force, the very second you set foot in Britannia. Like slaughtering you and burning your corpse to ash. I have plenty of methods. You had already considered everything Lancelot was saying. Just as I thought, his plan was to push Mamos into a corner. But to let a knight handle it, he probably doesn't know Mamos is Bello's son. Lancelot then laid out an ultimatum for Hugo. It seems the power of the sea has been quite useful to you. Hand over the stone, ally with me, and I will overlook everything. I will even back you up in the future. Hearing this, you let out a dry, mocking laugh. Just yesterday, you drew your sword to kill me. Why the sudden change of heart? Hugo stood up, showering the knight with utterly sarcastic praise. You really are generous. It warms my heart, truly. What? Lancelot snapped. You continued. Maybe I should just bow down to you right now. With a sugar daddy this generous? Who knows? Maybe I will strike it even richer. Lancelot's face twisted in sheer fury. Unable to hold back any longer, he snapped at Hugo. You little bastard! Just who the hell do you think you are? Before walking out the door, you tossed back one final remark. Oh, I know exactly who I am. You are the only one here who doesn't realize what kind of monster you have turned into. Yu left the dining hall, his mind racing over the fact that Poseidon had actually reached out to him first. With his status, he could crush me whenever he wants. For his attitude to suddenly change like this, there has to be a hidden motive. Don't tell me he is gearing up to rebel against Zeus. As a player possessing the Sacred Ocean Stone with the potential to become a high ranker, he wants to use my power. He is overestimating me. There is no way I can take on Zeus alone. The more you thought about it, the more complicated it got. Or maybe he has a failsafe plan already? Whatever, let the big dogs fight it out. Works for me. I will just quietly reap the benefits in the shadows. Just then, Arthur's voice echoed in his mind. Don't let it get to you. I am not exactly thrilled about this either. He continued, but we are running out of time. Hold on just a little longer. I have already set the stage. Suddenly, a new system message popped up. Don't forget about tomorrow. Be ready. The very next day, inside the round table chamber in Camelot, Yu, with Merlin's backing, secured a seat among the elite. Even though he wasn't a knight, piercing gazes quickly locked onto him. So, that is Yugo. It is good to see Lord Merlin at a meeting after so long, but why did he bring that guy? The knight's eyes then drifted toward the two empty seats. There was an undeniable, heavy tension in the air. This meeting was anything but ordinary. 2 knights are missing. Where did they go? Present at this meeting were Lancelot's 2 most trusted enforcers, Arthur's right-hand man and the #1 knight of the Round Table, Gawain. Next to them, another knight of the Round Table, Geraint, leaned in and whispered to Gawain. Look at him. That guy looks completely unhinged. He then glanced nervously toward Lancelot. I have a really bad feeling about this. Gawain nodded grimly. I know. Swallowing his simmering rage, Lancelot stood up and addressed the murmuring hall. Normally, anyone without a formal title is strictly forbidden from sitting at the Round Table, but this time, I will make an exception for Lord Merlin. Because, as it happens, I have some business to discuss with this boy. He shot a venomous glare at Yugo. No one has any objections, I assume. The grand hall descended into absolute suffocating silence. Lalot continued with a sneer. But even if everyone else agrees, it doesn't change the fact that you're just an outsider. Yugan, do you even grasp the weight of sitting here? Do you have any idea whose seat you're occupying? Yugan deliberately rested his arm on the empty chair beside him, brushing him off casually. I have no idea about the weight of it, but as for the seat, it's probably Thoth's or Lancelot's. The entire round table erupted into absolute chaos. What insolence! Have you lost your mind? Lancelot spat out. Then you should know exactly what happened to them. Yugan fired right back. Of course I do. I watched you murder them both with my own eyes. The knights immediately flared up in anger. Your Majesty, this is an outrage. We cannot let him stand here and spit such blasphemy. We need to drag him out of here, right now, Lancelot agreed. Quiet down. Yes, I am the one who took their lives. He locked eyes with Yugan. But I believe everyone here understands exactly why I had to do it. Just tell them the truth, Yugan. Yugan shot back without a hint of fear. Don't get it twisted, Lancelot. This trial isn't about me. We're here to make you pay for your sins. Murmurs rippled through the ranks of the knights. How could he stay so perfectly calm, walking alone straight into the lion's den? Lancelot clenched his fist tight. What the hell are you plotting? Yugan casually stood up, leaving everyone stunned. You've got a visitor. He pushed the grand doors open. And I have a feeling you're going to be thrilled to see who it is. The heavy doors slowly creaked open, revealing the silhouette of a man. The sheer shock on the knights' faces quickly melted into tears of overwhelming emotion. The King of Knights, King Arthur, you've been gone for 10 whole years. In an instant, the knights dropped to their knees, bowing in absolute reverence. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Arthur turned his warm gaze to Juan. Juan, my friend, how is that boy of yours doing? Is he still swinging that sword I gifted him? But the old knight could only choke out his words. Your Majesty, where on earth have you been all this time? Arthur's eyes then shifted to Jidrak. Look at you, just a snot-nosed brat yesterday, and now you've earned a seat at the Round Table? Jidrak wept. Your Majesty, do you have any idea how long we've waited for you? While the entire hall was overcome with emotion, Lancelot was completely losing his mind. He couldn't even hide the violent shaking of his hands. What the hell is this? Arthur is dead, I made sure of it, so why? If that's really him, and he takes back the throne, I am a dead man. I cannot let this nightmare happen. He scrambled for a plan. Think, how do I clean up this mess? Think, damn it, think, Lancelot snapped. Driven by pure panic, he aggressively jabbed a finger straight at Yugan. Yugan marched right into Camelot with a demon, someone with the blood of Belio, he desperately screamed to the room, declaring the king a fake. The knights of the Round Table immediately began muttering in confusion. Belio? A fake king? Lancelot pushed harder. That's right. The last time I brought the players here, it was obvious he was allied with the demons. What the hell are you all talking about? A knight shouted back, Are you blind to the mark of the king? That is the holy sword Excalibur. There is absolutely no doubt. But Lancelot gritted his teeth in fierce denial. No, that bastard is an imposter. He wildly drew his blade. The knight beside him yelled, "Have you lost your mind? What are you trying to do?" Lancelot glared at Yugan. "Your little scheme is pathetic, Yugan. I don't care what kind of illusion you cast on him. I will rip this impostor apart." Lancelot lunged forward, swinging his sword straight at Arthur to prove his point, but Merlin flashed in front of him, effortlessly blocking the deadly strike. Suddenly, the Arthur standing behind Merlin began to literally melt away. "Phew, nice reflexes, old man." In the blink of an eye, the illusion shattered, revealing the demon Mose. A cheeky grin spread across his face. "Damn, I really thought I was going to lose my head for a second there."
He really is a fake!
The knights instantly turned hostile, shouting orders to capture the intruders. Mose taunted them with a smug look. "Hold on a second, aren't you all a little slow on the draw? It's almost as if you already knew he wasn't the real deal. Because the one you're really looking for is right here." Yugan, standing calmly behind Mose and Merlin, flashed them a knowing smile. From the shadows behind him, a massive, terrifying demonic figure emerged, sporting 2 razor-sharp savage fangs. The sheer bloodlust was suffocating. It was none other than the true King Arthur, reborn in the monstrous body of an orc. A deafening roar shook the hall. "Lancelot! Oh yes, Lancelot, tell me, how exactly did you know I was dead?" Lancelot froze in absolute terror. Every single cell in his body screamed in primal fear at the overwhelming aura crushing down on him. This monster was the real deal. It was Arthur. Seeing Lancelot paralyzed with shock, the Orc King slammed his foot down. "Answer me right now!" Merlin raised a hand, stopping the other knights from rushing in. "Stand down. Let them have their chat. Do not interfere." Gawain stared in complete disbelief. Meanwhile, Lancelot was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. "What are you talking about?" Lancelot stuttered. "This is absurd. I merely exposed that cheap illusion. I don't know anything else." Arthur's low guttural growl vibrated through the room. You have the audacity to call something fake?" The monstrous king took a heavy step forward. "Lancelot, you claimed that I passed the royal seal down to you, didn't you?" He held out his massive hand, and Yugan immediately dropped a glowing ring into his palm. "You told them that by giving you the seal, I crowned you as the next king. Yet, I am standing right here, holding one of the only 2 royal seals in existence. So tell me, Lancelot, where exactly did you get yours?" Tears of pure blood began to stream down Arthur's monstrous face. "That seal belonged to my son, Mordred Pendragon." Cornered and suffocating, Lancelot desperately darted his eyes around the room. He couldn't possibly confess to murdering the king's own flesh and blood. "The seal! The seal!" Lancelot stammered, sweating bullets. He shot a frantic glance around the round table. Every single knight was staring right back at him, demanding the truth. The fierce, piercing glares of the most powerful warriors in Camelot were completely locked onto their false king, judging his every breath. Lancelot cursed under his breath. "Bastard!" Arthur instantly launched a fierce strike at him, but Lancelot had already bolted, muttering frantically, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!" He dove out the window to escape, leaving the royal knights completely dumbfounded. Whispers erupted through the ranks. "Damn it, what the hell is going on here? Who are we even supposed to believe? Is that even a question? Didn't you see Lancelot tuck his tail and run? After him now." Arthur quickly stepped in to block them. "Wait, stand down, everyone. If the entire round table mobilizes, it will cause mass panic among the citizens. Isn't the safety of the people our absolute priority? There is no need to give chase. He won't be able to take a single step out of Camelot. His immediate goal is to escape the city, but he would never just abandon Britain. He's definitely going to lay low and plot his next move." Meanwhile, Lancelot was running for his life toward the city gates. As he pushed the heavy doors open, the guards looked at him in sheer bewilderment. "Your Majesty?" But he had no time for explanations. The moment the gates cracked open, Lancelot bolted right through. Suddenly, something caught his eye, making him flinch. He was just a hair's breadth away from total freedom, but out of nowhere, a glowing golden barrier materialized, blocking his path. Watching him get blasted backward, the panicked guard screamed, "What was that? Your Majesty, are you all right?" Right on cue, a system alert flashed before his eyes. "Warning! This area has been converted into a prison. You cannot leave this zone." Lancelot gritted his teeth in pure fury. "Damn it all! Merlin, this has to be that old geezer's doing."
"Everyone, get away from the castle!"
Suddenly, heavy chains erupted from thin air, crossing over one another and binding Lancelot's limbs in a vice grip. The guards charged forward. "How dare you lay hands on his highness!" Merlin's voice boomed across the courtyard. "Step back, unless you want to be caught in the crossfire." That man is no longer the king of Britain. He is a traitor. He recalled Kim Yugan's exact words. "Even if you shapeshift a clone to look exactly like Arthur, the round table will sense that the mana signature is fake. So, we have to coat Mose in Arthur's aura. That's the only way to fool the round table." Snapping back to reality, the wizard addressed him. "Confess your disgusting sins to the people right now, or be torn limb from limb." Merlin glared down at the despicable Lancelot with absolute disgust. "But first, I have one question for you. Why did you do it?" By now, Lancelot's entire body was heavily bound by the thick chains. He fell silent for a moment,
Suddenly, dark, sinister veins bulged across his face, and a twisted grin crept onto his lips. Did you really think I had some kind of grand, noble motive? He paused. Suddenly, his voice, no, his very physical form, began to warp and mutate. It's simply because I wanted to be the king. Lancelot's eyes were swallowed by an overwhelming dark energy. The moment his transformation took hold, the space around him violently exploded, as if a massive bomb had just been detonated. Merlin stared at him intensely. Kim Yugan had warned him that the demonic entity inside Lancelot wasn't using standard demonic power or mana. The wizard hypothesized it was a completely new breed of energy, born the moment Lancelot betrayed Arthur. The system's voice echoed out. Announcement: the King of the Round Table has claimed sovereignty over this territory. You will face severe penalties if you assault the king within his domain. Merlin roared, raising his staff high into the air. I will never let you leave Camelot! Cheap parlor tricks! With a powerful sweep, the wizard unleashed a devastating blast at Lancelot, completely obliterating the ground where the traitor stood. But the dark energy didn't target Merlin. Instead, it ricocheted in the opposite direction, instantly vaporizing everything in its path. Merlin gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. That bastard! He redirected my attack straight into the city! You spineless coward! Merlin screamed at Lancelot. Have you lost your damn mind? He immediately surged his magical power, casting a massive barrier over the city to shield Britain from the fallout. Utterly appalled, he demanded, You claim you want to be the king, yet you take the very citizens as hostages? Where is your honor? A massive rift had now split the battlefield, separating the two of them as another system alert chimed in. Cracks detected in the prison barrier. Lancelot sneered wickedly. No matter how mighty of a wizard you are, you can't possibly defeat a high-tier ranker. Merlin cursed internally. Damn it, the prison barrier is patching itself up. Lancelot clicked his tongue. His plan from the very beginning was to drain the prison's energy. The barrier was now trapped in an endless loop of cracking under pressure and forcing itself to repair. Lancelot's eyes were completely unhinged now, making him look like an absolute demon wearing human skin. Seething with rage, he launched a savage full-power strike at Merlin, but the shield of the Round Table flared to life, absorbing the impact and keeping the wizard safe. At that exact moment, Yugan's demonic egg began pulsing erratically. The system echoed with a disturbing sound of drooling. The egg is starving. The egg is starving. The egg is starving. Yugan's mind was racing. This is a mess. If we let that bastard escape now, it's game over. Even though taking on a high-tier ranker is still a bit out of my league right now, he steeled his nerves. At last, the traitor was completely surrounded. You absolute bastards, I've been waiting a long time for this, Arthur roared with blinding fury. Lancelot, I'm going to take your head myself. Without a second's hesitation, Arthur and Yugan charged in, launching a synchronized, devastating assault against Lancelot. But the evolution had monstrously amplified his power. Using only his bare hands, Lancelot caught both Arthur's and Yugan's blades mid-air. He sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. Fools, do you really think you can defeat me using the decaying body of a ghoul? Look closely, Arthur. I am no longer the Lancelot you once knew. Hearing this, Yugan instantly revved up his monocore to the absolute limit. The system rang out. Skill activated, full-body gigantification, summoning the abyss. Suddenly, dozens of massive, unblinking eyes ripped open in the space around Lancelot, all staring dead at him. The eerie sight actually made the traitor falter in panic. Yugan capitalized on the opening and instantly ignited the sacred flame. Lancelot recoiled in sheer panic. What the hell is this? His instincts screamed danger. He was on the verge of losing his mind. What is happening? Where the hell were these voices coming from? He is just like us. A fragment of mine. A piece of us. Run away. Run. He's nothing but a player. We'll feed on your fear later. Just run. Lancelot screamed into the void. Shut the hell up. I have the body of a high-tier ranker. There is absolutely nothing for me to fear. But a chilling whisper replied, No, it is already too late. Your flesh, your soul, and every single fiber of your being will be entirely devoured. Right on cue, rows of razor-sharp, jagged teeth materialized slowly out of thin air. It was the egg, and it was time for it to feed once again. In a flash, those razor-sharp teeth viciously tore into Lancelot's body. Bit by bit, his flesh was being brutally devoured. The egg finally revealed its true form, ravenously feasting on the greedy and treacherous Lancelot. Agonizing pain coursed through his entire body, completely blinding him as he let out a blood-curdling scream, glaring viciously right at the boy. You go, you little brat, he roared, as everything around them crumbled into absolute ruin, looking like a long-forgotten wasteland. Watching him slowly get swallowed whole by the egg, Merlin couldn't hide his utter disgust. How pathetic. Pure terror finally gripped Lancelot. Save me! He shrieked. But of course, absolutely no one was going to lift a finger for a two-faced traitor like him. He just kept begging and begging. Please! I'll do anything you want! Arthur couldn't hold back his anger anymore and snapped. Tolalit, and Mordred too! They are the exact reason you have to die!
So much for the great Lancelot. By now, the egg had completely gnawed his body away, leaving absolutely nothing behind but a charred, blackened skeleton. Finally, those hollow bones collapsed to the ground, and a system prompt instantly popped up. You have defeated the greedy and treacherous Lancelot. The throne of Britain is now vacant. The selection process for the new king has 10 days remaining. If a candidate secures the majority of trust votes, they will be crowned the king of Britain. You have leveled up. Agility increased by 2. Focus increased by 1. You have received 200,000 points. Yugan pondered for a moment. So killing Lancelot gives me points too, huh? Just like Orochi's head, he was actually classified as a boss monster. Plus, his name wasn't just Lancelot anymore. It was tagged with all sorts of titles like Greedy and Treacherous, Foolish Calamity, Sky-Piercing Despair, and Gloomy Swamp. Oh, and the Unborn. It seemed like all these outer gods carried specific titles that perfectly matched their unique traits and twisted abilities. The seed that the Foolish Calamity had planted inside Lancelot was definitely fueled by sheer greed. Having completely stuffed its face, the egg cheerfully patted its swollen belly in pure satisfaction and even started humming a happy little tune. Hatch rate remaining, 70%. Yugan watched it closely. Unlike when it devoured Orochi, it ate much slower this time around, probably because it was trying to digest a massive amount of food. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. What in the world is that thing? Merlin stepped closer, his eyes narrowed. It's radiating the same vile energy as Lancelot. No, it's actually way more terrifying than that. Tell me, is that thing the true source of your power? Yugan just looked back at him. Does it really look like it to you? He tilted his head back, gazing up at the sky. An outer beast. Let's just go with that for now, since honestly, I don't know much about it myself. Merlin couldn't hide his absolute shock. An outer beast? What a bizarre name. Do creatures like that even exist in this world?
Yugan went dead silent for a moment, his senses suddenly tingling. Yeah. I don't think we can breathe a sigh of relief just yet.
Lord Merlin, Yugan warned, his tone dead serious. I'm guessing a ridiculously massive blast of energy is about to drop right on our heads. The scene abruptly shifted to a grand celestial palace, where a man's voice was shaking uncontrollably. Lord Poseidon, he stormed into the hall, absolutely furious. So you don't even bother coming out to greet me anymore, huh? Zeus replied with maddening calmness. Well, I did open the gates for you to walk right in, didn't I? Poseidon scoffed coldly. Even if you hadn't, I would have just smashed my way in anyway. How boring. Look, I'm not here to waste my breath on you. Let's get straight to the point. Right now, over in Britain. Zeus instantly cut him off. Lancelot has been killed. That's what you came to whine about, isn't it? Poseidon was genuinely taken aback. Damn it, he really does have everything in Olympus resting in the palm of his hand. He quickly recovered and pressed on. So, what exactly are you planning to do about it? Zeus leaned back, completely unfazed. The best move right now is to make sure this doesn't blow up in our faces. We'll just have to swallow this minor loss. We absolutely cannot afford to leave a single shred of evidence linking us to Britain. So, the most logical solution is to just wipe the whole board clean. The second those words left his mouth, he ruthlessly began charging up a devastating lightning strike to annihilate the city. Exactly as Yugan had predicted. Poseidon gritted his teeth, knowing damn well that if Zeus dropped that attack, the entirety of Britain would be wiped off the map. But catching himself, he quickly warned. The administrator isn't just going to sit back and let you do this, you know. But Zeus had already calculated every single variable. I've already had a little chat with them. One single strike is well within the permitted rules. Meanwhile, down below, Yugan and Merlin stood their ground, intensely monitoring the chaotic sky above. Merlin still couldn't wrap his head around it. What exactly do you mean by one blast? It's Zeus, the god of thunder, Yugan explained grimly. Looks like that bastard is getting ready to smite this entire place. Right on cue, the system chimed in, blaring an emergency notification across Camelot. A catastrophic lightning strike will hit Camelot in 10 minutes. Objective? Survive and defend against the lightning. Yugan scoffed, eyes filled with absolute disdain. So that's how you want to play it, huh? If a trial notification popped up, it meant that cowardly god had already struck a dirty deal with the administrator. What an absolute scumbag. Going through all these loopholes just to dodge the penalty, Yugan muttered. Merlin, however, was in pure disbelief. Even if Olympus really is the mastermind pulling Lancelot's strings, why go this far? Why would someone as arrogant as Zeus unleash that level of godly power just to wipe us out? The old wizard stared up at the roaring clouds. Zeus isn't an idiot. If he outright annihilates Camelot, Olympus will be hit with a massive, devastating penalty from the system. And taking a hit like that would leave them incredibly vulnerable against their sworn enemies in Asgard. While he spoke, Yugan's interface flashed an urgent red warning. Lightning will strike Camelot in exactly 5 minutes. Yugan couldn't argue with that logic. You're right. No matter how high and mighty Olympus acts, they're still terrified of Asgard, especially Odin. But honestly, that's exactly why they're so desperate to erase every last trace right now, even if it costs them dearly. Merlin quickly cut in, gripping his staff. It makes no damn sense, but we don't have time to stand around debating. We can analyze their politics later. With a fierce shout, Merlin slammed his staff hard into the ground. instantly casting a massive glowing barrier over all of Britain. Yugan couldn't help but be completely awestruck. Incredible. He really lives up to the title of the great wizard who mastered tens of thousands of spells. But even so, he knew this flimsy shield wasn't going to be nearly enough to stop a god's lightning. So, seeing the boy just standing there, Merlin barked, "Hey, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, now is the time. Don't just stand there staring at the damn clouds like an idiot." Yugan smirked. "Oh, trust me, old man. I'm doing a lot more than just looking." In that very split second, he activated his fiery eyes. Yugan's mind quickly flashed back to a few days before arriving at Camelot, when he had received that mysterious message. He was genuinely shocked that the guy had managed to track him down so fast, and honestly, he wasn't entirely sure he could keep up the act of pretending not to know him. That's why I ignored that message completely. But at this point, I can't just brush it off anymore. And very soon, a lightning strike will hit Camelot in 3 minutes. Yugan used telepathy. You're watching right now, aren't you? Lend me a hand here. At that exact moment, the great sage's fiery golden eyes were locked right onto Yugan. He scoffed playfully. The hell should I help you for? Yugan remained completely serious. So you just want us all to die then? The great sage still looked like he couldn't care less. And what if I do? Yugan shot back. Then all that effort you spent tracking me down would go to waste, wouldn't it? He feigned ignorance. Oh, tracking you down, you say? Yugan exposed him instantly. You've been stalking me for days now. You obviously have something to ask. As time kept ticking away, the system chimed again. A lightning strike will hit Camelot in 2 minutes. The great sage asked curiously, You seem pretty damn good at running away, so why just stand here and take the hit? Yugan answered honestly. I just can't stand by and watch this place get destroyed. Just help me out this one time and I'll owe you one. He fell silent, pondering for quite a while. Finally, the great sage accepted his request. Fine then. Just this once, you hear me? The moment the words left his mouth, he plunged down rapidly from the sky. Merlin couldn't help but marvel. Absolutely incredible. Wukong smirked proudly. You got that right. He introduced himself, even though everyone already knew. I am the one and only, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Time was slipping away once more. A lightning strike will hit Camelot in 1 minute. He looked at Yugan cheerfully. Finally got to meet you face to face. Kim Yugan cut him off. Save the chit-chat for later. Let's deal with the crisis in front of us first. Wukong tilted his chin up at him. Remember this, just this once. There won't be a next time. Yugan replied calmly, I have no intention of asking for any more favors anyway. The great sage smiled in satisfaction. Good, nice and fair. And finally, time was up. The doomsday of Camelot had begun. At that exact moment, he pulled out his magical staff and shouted, Extend! In a flash, the staff stretched all the way up to the heavens. High above, Zeus was already blasting a direct strike down upon the city, but Merlin's shield and the magic staff managed to block it just in time. The old wizard pushed himself to the absolute limit, holding the line until he coughed up blood. Yet the lightning only grew fiercer by the second. The sheer force of the thunderbolt shattered Merlin's shield completely. Now, only the magic staff was left holding back the raging storm, and the situation was incredibly grim. The great sage affectionately patted his weapon. Oh, not bad at all. Yugan thought to himself, this staff is just a replica created by a skill anyway. It seems this clone of Wukong still isn't strong enough to completely fend off Zeus's lightning. Suddenly, his gauntlet reacted strangely. Its eye slowly began to open. Yugan immediately felt the bizarre shift in its energy. He raised his hand, carefully observing Kini. He suddenly looked up high, lost in thought for a moment. My intuition. It wasn't clear what he was referring to, but right after, Yugan shouted, Just hold on a little bit longer. The great sage was totally baffled. Huh? What the hell are you saying? Hold on to what? Yugan didn't answer. He just kicked hard off Wukong's shoulder, using the momentum to launch himself straight into the sky. His eyes had now flashed a glowing red. Yugan soared upward in silence. The great sage couldn't help but yell in panic. Hey, where the hell are you going? Good lord, I know the kid isn't weak, but just diving headfirst into that? That's straight up suicide. As he spoke, he used his fiery golden eyes to track him. But completely shattering his expectations, the great sage was left utterly stunned. He had no idea what the kid just did, but up in the sky, the massive cluster of lightning was actually dissipating. Over on Yugan's side, the system was ringing with notifications. The 4 great elements shell is resisting the voltage. Kini is reacting to the lightning. The true Dark Starstone is reacting to the lightning. The true Dark Starstone is reacting to the lightning. Yugan smiled in satisfaction. Just as I thought. This reaction is exactly the same as when the Dark Starstone was near the Sea Starstone. This lightning bolt is one of Hephaestus' masterpieces, forged from the Heavenly Starstone. This reaction is definitely being triggered by the Heavenly Starstone. Everything makes perfect sense now. Kini is made of the Dark Starstone. The lightning is made of the Holy Heavenly Starstone. And finally, the Sea Starstone. These 3 starstones were originally one single entity. Otherwise, the reaction between them wouldn't be this intensely violent. At that moment, an eerie voice echoed from the gauntlet. Mine. It's all mine. Kini devoured the lightning's power. and in just a few seconds, it was overflowing with raw, crackling electricity. Yugan couldn't hold it back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Even after being dispersed by the magic staff, the power is still absolutely terrifying. Right now, he was suffering from the electrocution effect. The 4 great elements. Shell is resisting the electrocution status. Failed to resist the electrocution status. Hovering in mid-air, he thought to himself, I've put in so much blood and sweat to gain my current power. And yet, it's still not enough to face Zeus head-on. This really pisses me off. The system warned. Electrocution status increased to level 2. The 4 great elements shell is resisting the electrocution status. He forced himself to endure the agonizing pain. But fine, this just makes my resolve even stronger. The system chimed again, failed to resist the electrocution status. Electrocution status increased to level 3. Failed to resist the electrocution status. In just a few moments, the electrocution status spiked to level 5. Yugan muttered to himself, I'll catch up to you soon enough. As for Kini, it was greedily and relentlessly absorbing every single bolt of lightning that Zeus unleashed. In the blink of an eye, the sky slowly returned to its original clear blue. Zeus's devastating attack had been completely nullified. Yugan pushed through the agony, letting Kini drain every last drop of that lightning. But because of that, his own body was absolutely fried from the shock. Seeing that everything was finally safe, he could finally let go, and passed out. Yugan instantly plummeted from the sky. The great sage jumped in shock. That crazy bastard is in freefall! The Monkey King panicked. The kid wasn't moving. He was out cold. Launching himself into the air, he grumbled in frustration, I freaking knew it! But luckily, the kid was falling slower than Wukong could fly, and the great sage managed to catch him in time. Finally, the worst was over. The purge of Camelot had stopped. It looked like everyone was going to get a brief moment of peace. Back at Olympus, the scrying pool Zeus was using to watch the battle violently shattered. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Who would have thought the great sage equal to heaven would actually show up? Turning to his brother, Zeus muttered, It's a bust. Poseidon stepped closer, utterly baffled. Wait, what? Damn it, why the hell would that monkey interfere? He has absolutely no reason to pick a fight with Olympus. Zeus scoffed. The great sage has always been a wild card. He doesn't give a damn who he pisses off. Even the massive Heavenly Realm faction couldn't put him down. It is best we don't make an enemy out of him just because he stuck his nose in our business. Poseidon frowned. But considering the sheer power of that strike, his true body must have taken some serious damage, right? How could a mere clone block your lightning? Zeus's eyes narrowed. Kim Yugan, that kid is an anomaly I didn't see coming. Poseidon was stunned. For Zeus to give him such high praise, just how strong was this Kim Yugan? He was already a massive headache for the Valkyries they sent, but was he really on par with high-ranking Valkyries now? Growing anxious, Poseidon pressed, So what is our move? Word of what happened in Britannia has definitely reached Asgard by now. You must have already thought of a... Before Poseidon could even finish his sentence, Zeus cut him off. Yeah, there is one way. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power blasted straight toward Poseidon. Luckily, the god of the sea had his guard up. Poseidon roared in fury. You bastard! I freaking knew you would pull something like this! Trying to make me your scapegoat? Zeus flashed a sinister grin. Sorry, brother. It is all for the sake of Olympus. Without missing a beat, he unleashed a devastating bolt of lightning. A blinding light engulfed the entire palace. Poseidon's enraged scream echoed, Zeus, you little shit! Once the purge of Camelot officially ended, Yugan received a massive haul of rewards, massively boosting his lightning resistance. The Monkey King, holding him tight, could not hide his panicked scolding. Are you actually stupid or just pretending? If you had a death wish, why the hell did you ask for my help? Yugan weakly chuckled. Stupid, huh? Never thought I would hear that coming from you. The great sage blinked, utterly confused. Wait, you... But before he could get another word out, Yugan passed out again. When Yugan finally woke up, he found himself lying in a massive lavish bed inside the British palace. He quickly sat up.
What happened? I vaguely remember hearing something. Did I pass out?
He gripped his sword, the Fang of the Night, feeling its passive effect. A 200% boost to health recovery under the cover of darkness. Merlin hurriedly walked in. It has been 5 days. I honestly thought you kicked the bucket. What on earth was that back there? Right when it looked like that lightning bolt was going to blast you into ash, it just vanished. Yugan stared at Kaini thoughtfully. Lightning... Let's see. I think I picked up a new skill. He activated the lightning fragment. Suddenly, violent arcs of electricity erupted from his gauntlets, sparking wildly in all directions with overwhelming power. Merlin smirked, teasing him. We went through all that trouble to stop that lightning, and now you want to use it to blow up my castle? Yugan's face dropped as he awkwardly cut the power. My bad, it is a new skill. Still haven't quite gotten the hang of it. Out of nowhere, a booming, familiar voice rattled the entire room. You little brat, if you are awake, have the damn sense to stay in bed. Stop breaking things. Merlin snapped his fingers. Ah, right. We have had a guest waiting for you for days now. He has been pacing a hole in the floor waiting for you to wake up. The man storming in was none other than Hephaestus. Seeing Yugan sit there in stunned silence, the grumpy god barked again. Ha!
Did I say something wrong? If you can hear me, say something, you little punk.
Yugan just stared blankly. Why the hell is this old man here? Needless to say, what followed was an absolute earful of ranting and cursing from Hephaestus. Both Yugan and Merlin were completely defenseless, forced to sit there and endure the scolding. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Hephaestus ran out of breath.
The three of them finally sat down properly, and Yugan filled the blacksmith god in on everything that had happened.
So yeah, that is how I managed to absorb a fraction of the lightning. I am absolutely certain the three divine stones can be fused together. Then, Yugan suddenly looked around. By the way, where is he? Hephaestus, still slightly annoyed, grumbled. Him? You mean the damn monkey? Probably sleeping in a ditch somewhere. Yugan cut straight to the chase. Spit it out. What is the real reason you are here? If it is about Wukong, you probably cannot do much to help him. The old god lied through his teeth. What? I cannot just come here to sightsee? Yugan did not buy it for a second. Really? Yugan deadpanned, mercilessly calling him out. Or were you just worried about me? Hephaestus turned bright red with embarrassment and yelled, I came here to sightsee! The room went dead silent. Merlin desperately slapped a hand over his mouth to stop himself from laughing. Feeling the awkwardness and his glowing red face, Hephaestus coughed loudly into his fist to change the subject. Do you still have the Sea Star Stone? Yugan nodded. Of course. Merlin's eyes widened in surprise. The Sea Star Stone? You actually have that on you? Hephaestus got down to business. About the gear upgrade we talked about before. After giving it some thought, I figured out a way. It would be great if Kaini could wield two types of power simultaneously, but right now, each piece of gear can only merge with one type of fragment. So the alternative is to fortify Kaini itself. I have already tracked down all the necessary materials. So, is there a decent forge around here in Camelot? You wouldn't mind if I borrowed it for a bit, right? Merlin smiled graciously. Who in their right mind would refuse the greatest blacksmith in the entire tower? Please, make yourself at home. Watching the two of them interact, Yugan thought to himself, come to think of it, these two old guys actually get along pretty well, and they managed to meet up so early this time. Look at this composition. 2 kilos of adamantium is absolutely perfect for drawing out the power of those two crystals, and the durability will be incredibly high too. Yugan said, 1.25 million, including the crafting fee. How does that sound, old man? He looked a little disgruntled. You little brat, you brought the materials yourself, yet you're still trying to scam an old man? 1.5 million? Yugan flashed a flattering smile. Then let's settle on 1.4 million, deal? The old man glared at him in annoyance, thinking to himself, if this kid wasn't injured, I'd wring his damn neck. But despite those thoughts, whether in this life or the past one, Yugan was always the person he cared about the most. In the end, Hus gave in. He let out a heavy sigh. Fine, it's a deal. It will take me about 4 days once I start working on the item. Come find me after that, and don't you dare be late this time. Yugan beamed. Okay, old man. Having just recovered a little, he immediately headed out for a stroll. Merlin said, after the king vanished, the entire country plunged into absolute chaos. Yugan guessed that the round table must be having a massive headache right about now. The wizard replied, exactly. There's no way they can sit still when the news of this betrayal spreads. You saw how fiercely they argued at the council over whether Arthur was real or fake, and if Lancelot was truly the traitor. Lancelot's influence is no small matter. The round table is deeply divided right now, so reclaiming their former glory is going to be incredibly difficult. Yugan asked if he felt any regrets. Merlin answered decisively. No, this should have happened a long time ago. Purging the rot so that new life can bloom. That is the law of nature. And for that, I am truly grateful to you. Thanks to you, we were finally able to fix our past mistakes. Yugan looked at him with a gentle gaze. That's because you believed in me. Merlin. The old wizard gave him a sideways glance. You dare call me Merlin directly? Are we really that close? He looked at the young man and continued. I see your injuries have healed quite a bit. Come with me somewhere. Could you summon Arthur out here? Shortly after, the two of them headed to the place Merlin had mentioned. Merlin explained, after Lancelot's death, I found this place while clearing out his estate. Perhaps he couldn't bear to destroy it, so he hid it in the most secret place, one that only the king could reach. Arthur's entire body trembled uncontrollably, with intense emotion, his breathing turning ragged. When he spoke, he couldn't stop his voice from going completely hoarse. Mordred Pendragon. My son. My beloved son. Merlin stepped forward. I also wish for your son to rest in peace soon, but a prince still deserves a proper funeral. If we made a big scene out of it, Britain might fall into even greater chaos, so I've been keeping him safely hidden here for now. Yugan gazed down at Pendragon's lifeless body, a crazy and audacious idea suddenly sparking in his mind. Without hesitation, Yugan pitched his suggestion. Why don't you use his body? Arthur was stunned. What?
Absolutely not. His death is entirely my fault. If I did that, how could I ever live with whatever scrap of conscience I have left? Merlin agreed. He's right. Doing something like that is far too cruel for Arthur. Even I feel that it's highly inappropriate. Yugan saw right through them. Are you thinking that if your son's body becomes an undead minion under my command, his honor will be tarnished? Arthur admitted. Of course, I'm the only one who deserves to bear the disgrace of being an undead. Yugan explained, You've got me completely wrong. Let me explain what I plan to do in the future. Do you really think any of my actions will bring harm to Britain? Arthur quickly fired back. Absolutely not. Thanks to you, my fallen kingdom is finally returning to its rightful path. Yugan continued. Then just think of it this way. By doing this, you and your son will be working together to forge a much brighter future for Britain. This is the son you hoped would inherit your throne, right? If so, I'm absolutely certain he would trust you and proudly follow the exact same path as his father. Hearing the boy's words, Merlin didn't argue back, only feeling a deep wave of sorrow washing over him. Arthur looked down tenderly at his little boy. My son truly cherished Britain, even if I tried to stop him. For the sake of Britain's future, he would gladly do as you say. Yugan smiled faintly. I promise I won't let you regret this decision. He swiftly raised his hand, guiding Arthur's soul to fuse directly into his son's physical vessel. Infused with life force, the corpse rapidly regained its vitality, moving just like a truly living person. A sacred pact was forged. I swear that I shall never betray you, and I dedicate my absolute loyalty to you from the very bottom of my heart. Arthur looked up at Yugan with profound reverence. You are my king. System notification. You have received the sacred oath of the Death Knight, Arthur. The power of the Underworld King has increased. The power of the Death Knight, Arthur, has been fully restored. You have earned the absolute loyalty of the King of Knights, Arthur. The scene shifted to the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. He was reminiscing about a specific memory of Yugan. Are you actually stupid or just pretending? If you want to die so badly, why the hell are you asking for my help, you fool? I never thought I'd actually live to hear those words coming out of your mouth. Wait a minute, you know me? Have we met somewhere before? Hey, wake up. Wukong stared intently at his own hand, lost in endless thought. It was as if that guy had known him for ages. No matter how gutsy someone might be, meeting the great sage equal to heaven should spark at least a tiny bit of fear. Yet, the kid wasn't scared at all. He even spoke with such casual intimacy, exactly like two old friends. Those two words, old friends, kept echoing around in his head, making the great sage feel incredibly irritated. Back in the present, Kim Yugan asked Arthur, how does the new body feel? Arthur replied, it's certainly much more comfortable since it's a vessel that has already reached the level of a high-tier ranker, though I still need a little more time to get fully used to it. Also, my liege, you really don't need to speak so formally to me anymore. You are my king now, Yugan cut him off. All right. Right after that, Arthur vanished into thin air around Yugan, leaving behind nothing but a lingering shroud of black smoke. Suddenly, a deeply familiar voice rang out of nowhere. I seriously can't believe my own eyes! The Grand King of Knights is actually taking someone else as his king. Yugan looked up at the sky as the voice echoed once more. Don't you forget, if I hadn't stepped in to help, you'd be a dried up corpse by now. Still, it's so incredibly weird. What on earth made you think that I would actually step in to save you back then? I just can't wrap my head around it. But when I really think about it, everything makes perfect sense. You know me inside out. Hearing this, Yuan fell silent, staring intensely at the great sage heaven's equal, standing right in front of him. He thought to himself, I assumed he only came to help me because of the fiery golden eyes. Is there another reason? Everyone only knows the golden eyes as Sun Wukong's signature skill. But to be exact, it's the innate divine ability of his lineage. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain. At first, I thought he'd save me just to interrogate me about the golden eyes, to find out how a nameless player with no monkey bloodline could possess this skill. Yuan replied casually, is there any player out there who doesn't know your legendary name? Sun Wukong, the great sage heaven's equal, a high ranker who once caused absolute chaos in the heavenly realm. I heard you've been in hiding for a long time. The great sage snapped, yelling out, cut the crap. He growled in frustration. Stop playing dumb. Are you deaf or do you just not understand what I'm saying? Do I really need to repeat myself? Yuan shot back coldly. Idiot. If anyone else said that, I'd get it, but I never expected those words to come out of your mouth. He scoffed, annoyed. See? You're doing it again. You just called me an idiot not once, but twice. The more I talk to you... The great sage sounded increasingly certain. You definitely know me. I can see things that your half-baked eyes can't. Don't even try to pull a fast one on me. The system suddenly chimed in. Golden eyes attempting to cancel the effect. Fiery golden eyes cancellation failed. Yuan spoke up. So, what exactly do those premium eyes of yours see? He replied sharply. You know me. I see my true body standing right next to you. You know my original self, and you two are damn close, aren't you? Yuan let out a heavy sigh. How am I supposed to answer this? No matter what excuse I come up with, his fiery golden eyes will see right through it. Guess there's no bullshitting my way out with this meathead. Realizing this, Yuan reluctantly confessed. Yeah, you're right.
We know each other from a world I used to live in. The great sage tilted his head, confused. A world you used to live in? Then how the hell do we know each other? Yuan continued softly. We were friends. Hearing that word, the great sage couldn't help but flinch in surprise. The golden eyes were resonating now. Yuan went on. We were friends, but honestly, calling us bitter rivals would be much more accurate. The past suddenly rushed back. The vivid image of a fiercely arrogant monkey standing with his hands on his hips and glaring down at him flashed clearly through Yuan's mind. He used to just lay there on a giant boulder, and the great sage would always march up to him aggressively, demanding, "What the hell is this?" "Hey, are you sleeping, punk?" Back then, Yuan would just reply lazily. "Hey," he would scream fiercely. "Then get the hell out. That's my spot." But Yuan just kept his eyes closed, totally unbothered. No way. The sunlight hits best right here. Without a second word, the great sage thrust his hand forward, blasting a surge of raw power straight at him, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He glared at Yuan with cold, furious eyes. "I said get lost." But Yuan had already leapt off the boulder in a flash, dodging the strike. Now, he was starting to get pissed off too. In an instant, a massive wave of internal energy slammed right back into the great sage. The force actually made him stagger back a few steps. The next second, they charged at each other, clashing in a brutal all-out brawl. They looked way more like blood enemies fighting to the death than actual friends. Still, Yuan couldn't match the great sage's terrifying speed. He unleashed a relentless barrage of heavy blows, leaving Yuan completely dizzy and overwhelmed. And finally, the great sage delivered a crushing finishing strike. A deafening boom echoed through the forest, sending flocks of terrified birds scattering into the sky. Sprawled out on the ground, Yuan scowled as he listened to the monkey trash-talk him. "Just as I thought, you're completely weak. With those garbage skills, you'll never become a ranker in your entire life. You're lucky I didn't just kill you right there." But suddenly, for some reason, Yuan burst out laughing. The great sage furrowed his brows. "You think this is funny?" Still chuckling, Yuan muttered, "Man, this is actually pretty fun." The great sage looked at him like he was staring at an absolute lunatic. A split second later, they threw themselves right back into the fight. Hours dragged on, but neither of them was willing to back down. Explosions roared, sweeping across the mountains and forest, violently shaking the lakes and rivers. They kept dragging their battle everywhere, from tearing up the ground to plunging deep underwater. Two silhouettes streaked through the sky at the speed of lightning. By now, Yuan's entire body was covered in deep purple and black bruises. He gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, "The score is currently 0 wins and 9 losses. I have to win this time." The great sage was genuinely caught off guard. This brat, he's actually adapting pretty fast. Right as that thought crossed his mind, Yuan's fist swung fiercely toward him. The punch connected solid, sending the great sage flying backward. Yuan's speed was noticeably increasing with every single strike. The sky began to pour down with rain. Yuan walked forward, panting but looking incredibly proud. 1 win and 9 losses. The great sage was absolutely speechless at that flex. He stared at Yuan, whose eyes were swollen shut and clothes completely shredded. Looking closely, it was obvious that scoring just one victory against a monstrous ranker like him had drained every single drop of Yuan's energy. Sun Wukong's own body was covered in dirt and scrapes too, but instead of getting mad, he flashed a wide, genuine grin. "All right, fine, you got me." Then, Yuan reached his hand out, pulling the great sage up from the ground. It was a surprisingly warm and quiet moment between them. This beautiful, chaotic memory was shared directly with the present great sage, who watched it unfold in total shock. "It really looks like we were both having the time of our lives." Yuan recalled softly. "It wasn't that fun in the beginning, though, probably because I was always so used to living my life completely alone." The great sage asked curiously, "Then why did you tag along with me? You like being alone, but you're actually just scared of being lonely?" Yuan answered casually, "I ran into a guy I couldn't beat. What else was I supposed to do? I had no choice but to follow you around, but honestly, that time we spent together really is unforgettable. I actually opened up to you." The memory of the two of them laughing and joking around after their bone-breaking spars began to fade. Yuan continued, "And later on, I found out about the outer gods, the gods that exist outside the tower, and because of that, I made the decision to step inside." At this point, he couldn't help but recall that dark, haunting day. The great sage, equal to heaven, stared at the memories he was just shown, asking in absolute disbelief, Are all of them gods?" You replied, "Their power certainly lives up to the title." The great sage quickly caught on. "So that's why you were fighting alongside me." You answered, "It wasn't just you. Our whole group stood up to fight, and we were utterly crushed." As he spoke, a furious aura relentlessly poured out of his body. Even after being reborn, across both his past and present lives, he could never forget that horrific day. The blood of his comrades had formed literal rivers, their bodies scattered everywhere. By the time Wukong and Yugan found them, it was already too late. The few survivors gathered together,
desperately trying to come up with a countermeasure to salvage the situation, and that was when the reason for his return to the past was revealed. Back then, Odin had spoken up. Now, we must decide. Who among us will return to the past? Who has the potential to grow their strength the fastest to lead us in wiping out those outer gods? He looked around the room, then locked eyes with him. Kim Yugan. It has to be you. You must go. The memory faded, violently pulling them both back to the present. Unable to hold back his grief, Yugan covered his face with his hand to hide his welling emotions. The great sage broke the silence. I get it now. You came back from the future. At that moment, his mastery over the fiery golden eyes surged significantly. Yugan continued. One of my missions upon returning was to protect you, Wukong. Because in the future, that bastard Lancelot becomes a massive threat to the tower. The great sage asked him, So, making any progress on that? You sighed. Barely anything. Against those outer gods, everything I've achieved so far is just a drop in the ocean. The great sage pressed further. Then what are our odds of winning if we fight them right now? Yugan replied with chilling calmness, Who knows? Right now, it's probably around 0.1%. Hearing that, the great sage jolted in shock, screaming at the top of his lungs. What? That's it? Yet, Yugan remained incredibly optimistic. The important thing is, there's still a chance. The great sage scratched his head in sheer frustration. Are those monsters really that insanely strong? Damn it, I absolutely hate complicated crap like this. If only I could get my real body back. Yugan immediately chimed in. You mean your body that's trapped on the 40th floor? Hearing those words, the monkey froze in pure shock. The great sage's jaw dropped as he demanded, How the hell do you know about that? Yugan glared at him. Are you deaf? Yep, confirmed stupid monkey right here. The great sage stammered, Oh, right, you came from the future. He scratched his cheek, looking utterly embarrassed. Unbelievable. So, if you already know the whole situation, are you going to help me out? Yugan didn't skip a beat. Of course, but nothing comes for free. The great sage blinked. Say what? I literally just saved your life, didn't I? You let out a soft chuckle. This is about helping you get your true body back. Just saving my life once isn't nearly enough to cover that. The great sage protested, trying to argue back. Hey, don't you try to hustle me, you sly bastard! Let's keep it a fair trade. Suddenly, right in the middle of their haggling, an entire army riding war horses materialized high above, darkening the sky. These warriors rode upon the clouds, radiating an absolutely majestic and intimidating aura. The great sage's jaw dropped again. What the? It's the Vanir, he muttered in confusion. Did something happen in Asgard? Why did so many of them show up? Yugan made a quick guess. They're probably here to assess the situation. The Round Table is a guild under their direct protection, after all. Lancelot was the only one secretly colluding with Olympus. This surprised the great sage even more. They mobilized an entire Vanir legion here just for that? Yugan explained, It's not that simple. If the leader of the Round Table turned out to be an attack dog for Olympus, things are going to get incredibly messy. The Great War of Ragnarok, which leads to the absolute ruin of Asgard, actually originates right here with the Round Table. Thinking back, he muttered to himself. It was all a massive conspiracy by Olympus. They used Lancelot to backstab Asgard, but now that Lancelot is dead, I can finally breathe a little easier. Still, I can't let my guard down yet. The great sage paced around restlessly. Ragnarok? So the Vanir are here because a massive war is about to break out? Hey, where are you going? Aren't we going to meet them? Yugan didn't even bother turning his head. Making contact with Asgard right now won't do us any good. Wukong called out after him. They have this one core rule. They never start a war unless absolute victory is guaranteed. Yugan shot back. But when exactly is that war going to happen? Long before the war starts, there will be intense internal conflicts. The seeds have already been planted. Hearing this, the great sage's face darkened. You really are a scheming bastard. You're giving me goosebumps. Terrifying. Yugan reminisced silently. On the day he returned to the past, the strongest rankers of the tower had gathered together. They passed down their lifelong knowledge to him, forging a master plan to save the tower. But even if he followed every single step of that plan perfectly and told everyone he was from the future, would it actually work? There were still countless unpredictable variables ahead. In terms of pure strength, he was still miles away from his goal, but regardless, this was the ultimate mission entrusted to him by the tower's greatest rankers. They had poured all their hearts, their desperate wishes, into this one final hope. Right as he tapped the system interface, he declared, Don't worry, we'll reach the 40th floor soon enough. Yugan activated a skill. You have invited the administrator for a private meeting. Cost 1,000 points. Accept? Accept. The great sage cheered up instantly. The administrator. That's right. With this trick, we can skip straight to the upper floors. But at that moment, the system's voice chimed in. The administrator is contemplating. The administrator is contemplating. The administrator has fallen into deep thought. After a brief tense pause, the administrator finally agreed to the private meeting. The scene shifted. Yugan was standing lost in thought atop a massive towering fortress wall, completely alone. Yugan thought to himself. This is the border of Britain, the edge of the world. All around him, the overgrown vegetation was suffocated by a bleak, desolate aura of absolute death. Story time with Yugan, a lecture by Professor Yugan Ragnarok. Once upon a time, in the distant future where Yugan used to live, the commander of the Round Table launched an all-out assault on the demon race. Naturally, this pissed off both the giants and the demons, sparking a brutal quest for revenge. As a result, Olympus, the powerhouse backing the Round Table, couldn't just sit back and watch their pawns get wiped out. And Asgard? Those so-called peacekeepers decided to jump right into the bloodbath the moment they saw their rivals making a move. Just like that, endless wars ravaged the lands. The tower took massive damage, and our overall combat power plummeted. So, I figured, hey, instead of killing each other, why don't we just kill the gods? And that's exactly why Kim Yugan decided to stop the Ragnarok. It was such a simple plan, yet the great sage of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit was still spinning his wheels, completely lost. Yugan shot him a side eye. Got it now? The great sage grimaced. I don't understand a damn thing. Ugh, my aching head, a voice echoed through the air. In this place, high risks are heavily rewarded, but you do realize it's going to cost you a massive chunk of points to take the test directly through me, right? Yugan casually replied, no worries. Thanks to you hyping up the trial and catering to Zeus's demands, I've racked up a ton of points anyway. The administrator sighed. If I didn't do that, that crazy old man would be throwing lightning bolts everywhere. As an administrator, my top priority is maintaining the tower's order, followed by deploying the trials. That is both my duty and my very reason for existing. Yugan looked right at him. If that's true, then prove it. Immediately, the system announced, the personal tower climbing trial has been generated. Do you accept? Entry fee, 30,000 points. The objective this time is to cross the forest and pioneer a new path within 1 year. You may receive assistance from the Vanguard during this test. Additional rewards will be granted if you finish ahead of schedule. Yugan stood in silence, carefully reading through the guidelines. The trial will begin the moment you jump off the city wall. He smirked to himself. A long-term trial lasting a whole year? Looks like they're actually playing for keeps this time. A voice rang out from thin air. I heard everything, you know. The brave Vanguard. Yugan glanced up at the glowing cloud radiating a majestic aura above him as the voice spoke again. Need a hand? The great sage stuck his tongue out playfully. Just kidding. Like hell I'd ever help a guy like you. Yugan brushed him off coldly. Whatever, just get lost already. If I use your help and the system flags me for cheating, my massive entry fee goes straight down the drain. The great sage feigned disappointment. Oh, really? What a shame. I actually wanted to help out a bit. Suddenly, the Monkey King tilted his head in curiosity. So I really have to wait a whole year for you? Yugan replied with absolute calm. Of course not! He pushed off, kicking fiercely against the massive stone wall. 1 month is more than enough. I'll call you when I'm done. See ya! The moment the words left his mouth, Yugan launched himself off the towering wall. They bid their farewells, and with that, the trial officially began. Time remaining. 8,759 hours, 23 minutes, and 59 seconds. Scene shift to the 25th floor at the edge of the world in the unexplored forest. The crowd immediately started whispering the moment they saw him. Hey, isn't that Kim Yugan? I thought he was supposed to be back in the city right now. It takes 4 whole days just to travel out here. How the hell did he... Looks like he bypassed the normal route and took the trial directly from the administrator. He just flashed his player card to prove his identity. You can actually do that? The first player to approach him was Wallach, the vice captain of the Vanguard's 3rd squad and an elite ranker. He looked at Yugan, a bit skeptical. Having a prodigy like you help us is more than welcome, believe me, but aren't you underestimating this trial just a little bit? To clear this forest, my squad estimated it would take at least 1 year, maybe even up to 3 years. How on earth can you casually claim you'll finish a massive run like this in just 1 month? Yugan just kept walking, leaving the dumbfounded captain staring at his back. He replied coldly, It's fine. I've got this. Wallach felt a chill run down his spine. He's taking the front line all by himself? I thought a top prospect like him would be a lot more cautious. Man, I really hope this doesn't end in a disaster. Meanwhile, Yugan completely ignored them, focusing all his monstrous power. A violent burst of golden light erupted from his body. The surrounding players flinched, utterly terrified by the overwhelming killing intent radiating from him. What the hell is that? They screamed in panic. What are you doing all of a sudden? Over on his side, Yugan was deep in thought. I still feel a little sluggish, but man, this explosive energy surging through my veins totally makes up for it. Is this the side effect of my stats leveling up? Yugan turned to Wallach, his voice deadpan. Is this your first time leading a Vanguard squad? Wallach stammered. Well, yes. Yugan's gaze hardened. Even a single second of hesitation or panic from you will cost your teammates their lives. If you're the captain, keep your damn head cool, no matter what kind of nightmare you're facing. Right on cue, a deafening, monstrous roar shook the very mountains. Yugan instantly unleashed his power, crushing the tidal wave of dark energy, surging toward them. Simultaneously, the system pinged. The lightning shard is reacting to the Keeney Black Godstone. The Keeney Black Godstone is reacting to the lightning shard. Activating skill.
Lightning Shard. Due to low proficiency, casting time will take 30 seconds. He stayed completely silent, his eyes locked on the target. Yugan's expression morphed into something utterly ruthless. Gripping his sword tight, he unleashed a devastating, bone-shattering slash. Blazing arcs of fire erupted from the strike, scorching the air and lighting up the entire sky. He stood there like an absolute war god, unshakable, fearless, and ready to slaughter. The raw, oppressive energy he gave off was so massive that the other players didn't even dare to breathe near him. The aggressive flames locked onto the monsters, crashing into them with brutal force, leaving absolutely nowhere to run. The crowd murmured in shock. Warlock let out a heavy breath. Man, this is insane. I really don't think he was kidding when he said he'd clear this trial in a month. Suddenly, Yugan called out to him. What are you just standing there for? Let's move! Warlock's face was still etched with pure disbelief. By day 4 of the Vanguard expedition, the knights were completely exhausted, every single one of them battered and covered in bruises. One of the men running beside Renha panted heavily. Captain, you're going way too fast. At this rate, we won't be able to keep up with Kim Yugan. Renha fired back. The Vanguard push ends at sundown. I know you're all dead on your feet, but push just a little harder. As the soldier gritted his teeth, he couldn't help but think of Yugan's terrifying strength. That guy is an absolute monster. I've heard rumors about a high ranker with similar skills. A divine being wielding the power of heaven. The one who calls himself the absolute ruler of the tower. He silently acknowledged Yugan's overwhelming strength. Of course, Kim Yugan wasn't quite on the level of a high ranker yet, but his sheer power was definitely already in the realm of the standard rankers. But just like any other player on the 25th floor, he's being completely naive. At this pace, there's no way we can speed up our progress over the next 2 weeks. No matter how incredibly gifted he is, this place is just way too massive. How the hell is he supposed to clear this trial in half a month? Suddenly, the knight's path was blocked by a massive monster, instantly cutting his train of thought short. A sudden splash of thick purple venom splattered across Wallach's face, making him go dead pale. In a split second, a colossal serpent loomed right in front of them. It unhinged its massive jaw, bearing razor-sharp fangs, its glowing eyes glaring at the knights as if ready to devour them whole. Wallach stood frozen in terror, his mind screaming, "Damn it! It's too late!" But in a flash, Beck Lim dashed forward, completely decapitating the beast and sending blood spraying everywhere. A few Vanguard members rushed over to Wallach in an absolute panic. Captain, are you all right?" Wallach stammered, "Yeah, I'm fine." He turned toward the man. Thank you for the save, Beck Lim." Still reeling, he bowed his head respectfully. "Thank you again for saving my life, sir, but if I may ask, who exactly are you?" Beck Lim finally spoke up, his voice booming with authority. "Are you the Vanguard unit? I am Pung Beck Lim, the Azure Skyfist King of the Heavenly Demon Cult." He glared at Wallach, a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura radiating from his imposing figure. "I am here under the strict orders of the young lord. Where is he?" Wallach completely froze. The Heavenly Demon? The Heavenly Demon Cult? One of the 4 heavenly venerables representing the cult is here? And not just him, but the young lord himself, the one who stands above 10,000, second only to the cult leader? He swallowed hard and asked cautiously, Why would you be looking for your young lord out here?" Beck Lim barked back, "Because I was told he'd be in this exact spot." Wallach blinked in pure shock. "What? Excuse me? But it's just our squad out here. You can only enter this zone if you have explicit permission from the Vanguard unit." Then, who could have possibly... Wallach stood dumbfounded before the image of that young man from earlier suddenly flashed in his mind. Wait a second. Don't tell me. Just then, a solitary silhouette emerged from the deep shadows of the forest. Beck Lim's fierce expression instantly melted into absolute joy. "Ah, there he is." "So you were nearby this whole time?" Yugan said smoothly as he approached. "I had to circle back because it looked like you were interrogating the wrong guy." He looked at the older man with a dead serious expression. "Please, don't tell me you came all the way out here by yourself," Yugan added. "Of course I didn't come alone, my lord. It was your strict command, after all." Wallach's jaw practically hit the floor. "Wait, what? Kim Yugan is the young lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult?" He mentally kicked himself. Damn it, I completely underestimated him. Holy crap, at this rate, the trial really might be cleared in just 2 weeks. Suddenly, a massive army of cultists materialized from the shadows, their voices booming in unison. "We offer our lives and undying loyalty to the young lord. We humbly pay our deepest respects to the young lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult." Hearing the massive uproar, Yugan quickly raised a hand. All right, that's enough." He crossed his arms, deep in thought. "This trial specifically requires me to solve it on my own. I can't rely on outside help, unless it's from the Vanguard unit." A blue system holographic window popped up in front of him. "Sender, Kim Yugan, requesting immediate combat reinforcements for the Vanguard unit on floor 25. Beck Lim loudly declared, "Please, my lord, mobilize as many of our forces as you see fit." Yugan smirked internally. Well, if I'm using my authority as the Heavenly Demon's young lord, technically, it still counts as using my own inherent power. Mind made up, he spoke with absolute authority. As your young lord, I command you. From this exact moment forward, you will assist the Vanguard unit in pushing through this forest as fast as humanly possible. The cultists immediately bowed, roaring with fierce devotion. Understood, my lord! Dawn had slowly begun to break, the heavy white clouds finally parting to reveal the morning sky. After a grueling march, the exhausted Vanguard had finally found a safe clearing to set up camp and catch their breath. Just then, a faint notification light sparked from Yugan's wrist. New message from Merlin. I was wondering where on earth you went. So, you're out there? Yugan blinked. Huh? The Vanguard unit? Wait a second. Why the hell is the Heavenly Demon Call out there with you? Yugan quickly typed out a reply. It is what it is. I just figured I needed to flex my title as the demonic cult's young lord to pull in some extra muscle. I heard you're acting as the king's official proxy right now. Can I officially request some backup from you too? Almost instantly, a new message popped up in response. Keep dreaming, kid. The kingdom is an absolute wreck right now, so I probably can't spare many men. Suddenly, brilliant streaks of blue light erupted across the forest sky. A scout reported loudly, Spear King, we've fully secured this sector. The Spear King nodded sharply. Excellent work. Now carve open a path forward. He turned to Yugan with a respectful bow. Young lord, the honor of the final blow is yours. Instantly, fierce arcs of golden lightning violently crackled from Yugan's hands, completely vaporizing the remaining monsters in the blink of an eye. The transparent system screen illuminated the air once more. Day 14. You have successfully cleared the world's brave Vanguard trial. You will receive bonus rewards based on your clear time. Distribution of subsequent bonus rewards will be temporarily suspended. You are now permitted to ascend to floor 26. Just as he stepped through the portal to the 26th floor, a final pleasant system chime rang out. You have acquired an additional 50,000 points. Eki. Total points collected right now. So I have all spoken. Son, 5,450. You'll receive a reward based on your clear time score. The system's voice chimed in once again. You have acquired 150,000 points. You have transferred 50,000 points to the Fist God. And well, what had to happen, happened. A handshake to seal the deal. The system chimed in with that familiar tone. You have transferred 50,000 points to the Spear God. The Spear King raised his hand, laughing joyfully. That's a lot of cash. Thanks a ton. Yuan watched the scene unfold right in front of him, grumbling inwardly. There is seriously nothing more annoying than a stingy boss who holds back on rewarding his subordinates. If I didn't have the cult of the Heavenly Demon backing me up, I could never have pulled this off. I guess it's time to head back to Camelot. They've been rushing me like crazy. An image of a furiously yelling middle-aged man popped into his head. He could almost hear the old man roaring those familiar words. You've been gone way too long. What on earth is taking you so long? Not that... Oh, sus, very dumb. I'm not letting you off the hook this time. Suddenly, Becklim stepped forward, his voice completely cold. Vice Cult Leader, if this counts as a reward, then I want something else. While Yuan was still trying to figure out what was wrong with this crazy guy, Becklim grinned in pure excitement. He clenched his fist tightly and declared, Let's put our ranks aside. Please, fight me. The Spear King couldn't stand watching this. He yelled out in frustration, What kind of attitude is that? But of course, Yuan was already way too used to Becklim's ridiculous antics. He waved his hand to calm the Spear King down, then spoke up. All right. Letting his actions speak louder than words, he added, Shall we begin then? As for Becklim, he was absolutely thrilled. Snatching the opportunity, he answered without a second thought. You really mean it? Thank you. Yuan replied generously. Don't mention it. He then turned his gaze to a guard nearby. Hey, you over there, clear out this area so no one interferes with our battle. Becklim was practically burning with fighting spirit, a fierce grin spreading across his face as he prepared to strike. The system chimed in again. The battle has been initiated by mutual agreement. Penalties will be temporarily lifted. Yuan thought to himself, the power of the Fist God, the final person to achieve the title of king among the four, holding the highest rank in the Heavenly Demon cult, a master of martial arts whose very symbol is the fist. Yuan lightly raised his fists and warned, I won't be using the Heavenly Demon skill. Honestly, it'd be hard for me to unleash 100% of my power in this fight anyway. But inwardly, his mind was racing as he watched the blue lightning crackling from Becklim's body. He could feel everything surging inside his own body. Let's see just how much I've grown. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of blue lightning bolts sizzled around Becklim, looking as if they wanted to burn Yuan to ashes. He roared out, Aren't you holding back a little too much for this fight, Vice Cult Leader? The two of them clashed like massive, towering waves. Fist met fist, triggering a furious shockwave that ripped the ground apart, tossing dirt and rocks into a violent tornado. Becklim laughed. Weren't you going to use the Fire God? Yuan smirked. Oh, I've actually developed a completely different move. That simple sentence struck right at Becklim's pride. He gritted his teeth and growled, "You're going to regret saying that." And with that, countless bolts of terrifyingly powerful lightning blasted straight at Yuan. The climax was his ultimate move, the destructive Thunder God, a truly terrifying sight to behold. But Becklem looked utterly shocked when he saw Yuan smoothly block that strike. His mind reeled in disbelief. How did he just block that attack? I mean, sure, a lot of time has passed, so of course he's gotten stronger. But did he really improve this much? Yuan took the full brunt of Becklem's lightning punch, yet a faint smile still rested on his lips. The system chimed in once more. The power of the giant is flowing through you. Stamina stats are being converted into strength stats at a higher ratio. Right after that, Yuan gave an excited grin. All right, I'm going all out now. He unleashed his full power, triple dashing at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, before throwing a devastating punch right at Becklem. Becklem clenched his teeth in pure terror, agonizing internally. My arm bones, they feel like they're going to shatter. He's way too strong. He was absolutely astonished. After his unexpected defeat back then, this player had continuously charged through 10 floors of the tower. Becklem had trained relentlessly, day and night, just for this very match against him. He had wanted a fair and square rematch, without any barriers or restrictions. Seeing just how terrifyingly strong he had become, Yuan's eyes stared back at him, burning with an unyielding determination. Even though Becklem was losing ground, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His wish had finally come true. Holding nothing back, Yuan landed a brutal direct punch right to his face, making Becklem cough up a mouthful of blood. But right then, his fighting spirit only burned hotter. Don't think it's going to end this easily. Without missing a beat, Becklem gritted his teeth and began circulating his internal energy. He launched himself into the air, causing the ground beneath him to violently shatter and send debris flying everywhere. Becklem's hands moved in a relentless flurry through the air, sending powerful blasts of lightning raining straight down on Yuan. This was his ultimate technique, the Heavenly Thunder Fist. But suddenly, a deep, ominous voice echoed through the air. Becklem! He had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, an overwhelming purple aura swirled wildly around him, and that voice roared out once more. Becklem! Speak, Becklem, tell me, can you see me? That chilling face and that imposing voice, it was none other than the heavenly demon, Mujin. He glared at Becklem with absolute fury, but Becklem didn't care. He brought his devastating attack crashing down anyway. Under the sheer force of the impact, the ground began to fiercely crack open. Becklem gasped heavily for air. What in the world did I just see? Such an overwhelming oppressive power? He has actually been acknowledged by the heavenly fire. Right as Yuan swung his strike, he asked, "What did you just see?" Becklem couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. The heavenly demon. I saw the cult leader. Yuan gave a faint smile. I see. You people from the heavenly demon cult really do revere the heavenly demon above all else, don't you? Instantly, Becklem dropped to his knees. The force was so heavy that the rocky ground cracked under him once again. Looking up at Yuan, he shouted, "I admit defeat! Thank you so much for accepting my incredibly brazen request." Yuan replied casually, "It's nothing." The scene shifted to the palace, where Merlin scolded Yuan. "You've been out on the front lines forever. Why are you only coming back now? You better mentally prepare yourself to run some serious errands over the next few days. Did the great sage drag you away or something?" Yuan, who was finally sitting down to take a breather, furrowed his brows in pure annoyance. It was exhausting. I honestly thought I wasn't going to make it back here alive. Looking back, those two had caused absolute chaos the entire way here. "Hey, slow down a bit." "You crazy bastard," Merlin grumbled, then continued. "You really owe the heavenly demon cult big time. No, actually, you owe the entire martial world. To think the heavenly demon cult would actually join forces with the orthodox sects. The martial alliance can finally stand on equal footing with the major guilds now." Yugan nodded in agreement. "Yeah, exactly. And what about the round table?" he asked. Merlin let out an irritated sigh. "Don't even get me started. After clashing with Asgard, some of those arrogant fools actually had the nerve to try and leave the guild. I still don't know exactly who's involved, but this is all because of that bastard Lalot." Yugan chimed in. "More accurately, it's Olympus pulling the strings. We're caught in the middle of a massive storm right now, but everything will work out in the end. I promise you that." Merlin relaxed a little. "Well, if you say so, I'll trust you. Whatever happens, happens." Suddenly, the old mage channeled his mana. A surge of brilliant blue aura instantly enveloped Yugan. "If you want to pull that off, you're going to need this. Take it and keep moving forward. I named it the Trident. Make damn good use of it. I don't know exactly what you're trying to save down there, but I believe you'll accomplish whatever it is you set out to do." Yugan thought to himself, "Sea stone. If I could get my hands on it and forge it, it would have to be used for armor, not a weapon." Right then, Yugan thought of Hus. "Uncle, you won't have to live with regrets this time." Merlin explained, "I figured you'd prefer something comfortable over heavy, clunky armor, so I forged this instead." Yugan slipped it on and nodded. "Yeah, it's a perfect fit." He took a moment to feel it out. It's so light, yet it covers almost my entire body. If Keeney compressed the adamantium, this thing actually spreads it out evenly. To break it down, the trident isn't just clothing. It's a combat suit woven entirely from pure sea stone and adamantium. It holds the raw power of the ocean, granting attributes like armor of the deep, ocean manipulation, water mana conversion, and call of the tides. Without warning, Yugan drew his blade. Merlin just stood there, completely baffled. Yugan didn't hesitate. Shocked, the old man couldn't help but yell out, "What the hell? What are you doing?" In a flash, Yugan mercilessly slashed at the hem of his new tunic, sending scraps of loose fabric flying into the air. Merlin jolted, screaming, "Are you out of your mind? What are you doing to it?" Yugan ignored him. Instead, he swung the blade down hard, slicing right across his own arm. Fresh blood instantly began to spill. Merlin stared in absolute horror. "Have you completely lost it? Why the hell would you do something so crazy?" Yugan just laughed it off casually. "Relax. I was just testing the defense and the special effects of this gear. Works as expected." Merlin was speechless. "How could you just casually hack at your own arm with your own sword?" Yugan tried to calm him down. "I'm fine, really. Stop worrying." He evaluated the gear again. "It looks just like a normal piece of clothing. But since it's laced with adamantium, the durability is insane. Even when I tried to cut it full force, it didn't even leave a scratch on the fabric. Even though it's as thin as paper, it won't tear easily." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. "Looks like wearing this has attracted the attention of a certain entity." Snapping out of his thoughts, he immediately warned Merlin. "Things might get a little dangerous. You should step back, old man." Merlin stared at Yugan in pure awe. "Wait, is this blue magic?" As he watched the boy's back, he couldn't help but wonder, whose shadow was he seeing? At that exact moment, the system chimed in. "The mysterious egg is resonating with you. The egg is bearing its fangs." Thinking about the egg, Yugan couldn't help but wonder, was this creature something like those massive, eerie eyes he had seen inside the tower before? It had its own ego, its own consciousness, and it radiated a deadly, terrifying pressure. "What exactly are you? You don't even have a name. You're not a monster, and you're definitely not human. So what the hell are you?" Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed out of nowhere, making him flinch. For the second time, a violent burst of azure light engulfed them both. Swelling outward like a miniature ocean, Merlin gasped. "What in the world is that?" "It's cloaked in extremely unstable magic. I was honestly debating whether I should blast it or not." Yugan muttered, "I have absolutely no idea what kind of entity this is." A wave of unease washed over him. He was certain he had seen its face somewhere before, but the memory was completely blank, as if it had been forcefully erased from his mind. Could it be scheming for the Thunder God orb that Zeus currently possesses? The one I knew about from before? I want to interrogate it. I need to know how it managed to usurp the power of an outer god to become this strong, and why on earth it's manifesting as a piece of gear. The egg's incubation rate had already gone up significantly. Merlin looked at him. "Are you heading out right now?" "Yeah, I should probably get going." The old maid shook his head in amusement. "In such a rush that you can't even rest for a second, huh?" He chuckled warmly. "Make sure to drop by next time you have a moment. By then, there might even be a grand statue of you built in here." Yugan smiled and agreed. "All right, I'll definitely swing by when I get the chance. I'm off." The system interface swiftly popped up. World exploration rewards have been distributed. Strength has increased by 1. Stamina has increased by 1. The trial for the 28th floor is now commencing. You have successfully cleared the 28th floor trial. You have acquired 20,000 points. You have successfully cleared the 27th floor trial. And just like that, the endless trials continued to unfold, and he was ready to conquer them all. Time flew by while he cleared his quests. Just like that, half a year had already passed. Up on the 41st floor of the trial zone, Yuan sat completely relaxed, casually roasting a delicious fish. Suddenly, the sound of strange voices drifted from afar. He was here. The one-eyed guy sneered, "I already popped a silent skill, so that punk won't hear a damn thing. Just make sure you don't step outside the magic zone." The bald guy scoffed. 50 summoning stones at once, huh? That's a massive haul for a solo collector, but it's absolutely nothing compared to our stash. The mob muttered among themselves. You didn't see his name on the 25th floor rankings either, right? That means this guy is a total nobody, huh? Word is, a lot of people cheat their way up the tower, like those spoiled rich kids getting hard carried by major guilds. All right, everyone get into position. We strike together, just in case things go south. Meanwhile, Yugan was casually pulling out his stones, sitting there and counting them without a care in the world. In the shadows, the thugs gave each other the signal. Weapons were instantly drawn and ready to strike. It was impossible to tell if Yugan had noticed them or if he was completely oblivious. Suddenly, he mashed all of his stones together, fusing them into one massive chunk. At that exact moment, the leader roared, and the whole gang lunged at him for the kill. But in a flash, Yugan was already on his feet. 3 of them swung at Yugan simultaneously. He barely had time to turn his head, but the moment the one-eyed guy caught a glimpse of the numbers floating above Yugan's head, he bit his lip in absolute terror. Yugan turned completely to face him, flashing a wicked, arrogant smirk. His score was currently sitting at 817. The thug couldn't believe his own eyes and screamed in a panic, "No way! He only had 50 stones a second ago!" Right after his raging flame swept across the ground, there was absolutely no one left standing. And just like that, Yugan's world returned to dead silence. He couldn't help but scoff in disgust. Pathetic. They were the last surviving party, so I thought they'd at least put up a fight. I mean, they had a mountain of summoning stones on them. He weighed the stones in his hand, calculating. If I split the summoning stones up like this, the collection count changes. Using them as bait worked like an absolute charm. Thanks to those idiots, I easily farmed over 1,000 of these things in no time. Now that's what I call efficient farming. Even if I don't go out hunting monsters for stones, the prey just delivers them right to my doorstep. Well then, time to start the main trial, isn't it? With that, he clenched his fists tightly together, anticipation and burning in his eyes. I've been really looking forward to this. At the same time, the system sounded an alert. You have used one summoning stone. How many would you like to consume? Yugan let out a soft, confident chuckle. All of them. Immediately after, the system announced, you have consumed 1,020 summoning stones. You have summoned the Demon King, Diablo. All around the massive bridge, crimson sparks materialized out of thin air, slowly converging into flowing streams of pure fire. Even Yugan couldn't hide his surprise. Diablo? Wait, the Demon King Diablo that's supposed to appear in the 41st floor trial? This is a trial set up by an alliance between the tower administrators and the Demon Clan specifically for climbers, so triggering it is pretty easy. But I never expected a high-ranking Demon Lord from the top 20 to actually show up here. He's an existence far too terrifying for any normal player to handle. The balance of this floor's trial is completely shattered. Who the hell messed up the system this badly? Suddenly, a terrifying, echoing voice boomed through the air. I was in a deep slumber. Which wretched insect dared to disturb me? I never imagined some deranged, lowly pest would actually blow 1,000 summoning stones at once, you filthy, inferior humans. Do you even know who I am? Despite the roaring threat, Yugan faced him with absolute indifference. You're Diablo, right? Yugan replied. If you know exactly who I am, you should be on your knees begging for mercy. In a flash, Yugan drew his blade. Isn't my answer obvious enough? I'm going to butcher you and strip you of every single point you have. Even facing a Demon King, his expression didn't show a single ounce of fear. Immediately, the beast swung a massive, crushing fist straight at him. Big words, mortal. You know my name, yet you still have the sheer audacity to challenge me. The system chimed in urgently. You have entered Diablo's abyssal domain. The Demon King continued to roar his threats. I will burn every last bone in your pathetic body to ash. Your senses are currently being paralyzed. You are resisting a domination status effect. Objective, defeat Diablo. Yugan calculated his next move. A debuff right off the bat, huh? Doesn't sound like a fun time. Guess I'll start by breaking this dark domain first. At that precise moment, his mystic eye fought back against the abyssal domain's effect. Resistance successful. His holy fire erupted, incinerating the dark energy. It was a complete dead heat. Yugan's sacred flames and the Demon King's hellfire clashing furiously against each other. Both of them lunged forward, launching violently explosive fire attacks at one another. As Yugan unleashed his strike, he quickly analyzed the situation in his head. Is this actually doing any damage to him? Out of nowhere, a hideous crimson hand smashed brutally toward him. Rocks and debris exploded into the air, but thankfully, Yugan managed to narrowly dodge the lethal blow. The Demon King glared down at him and let out a sinister, booming laugh. Now, this is entertaining. He grinned, revealing rows of monstrous, razor-sharp teeth. Seeing Yugan charge right back at him, the demon was absolutely thrilled. That's more like it. Show me some fight.
It would be utterly boring if you went down that easily. With a ferocious roar, he blasted another massive wave of hellfire straight at Yugan.
Yugan swung his blade with explosive force, slicing toward the Demon King, at a speed so blinding the beast couldn't even flinch. The Demon King was momentarily stunned. He staggered heavily before crashing into the dirt, sending violent tremors through the entire ground. The shockwave was so intense that even Yugan lost his footing. He was blown back several yards, and right in that split second, the demon's massive spiky tail whipped ruthlessly toward where he stood. Yugan instantly vaulted into the air to dodge the lethal sweep, simultaneously hurling a vicious flaming slash back at the Demon King. Their fiery attacks collided midair with an ear-splitting boom. His destructive power was every bit as savage as the Demon King's. For the first time ever, it was a pure clash of fire against fire, with neither side giving an inch to claim victory. As the battle raged on, the Demon King grew increasingly frustrated. I utterly despise that filthy fire you're wielding, mortal. Right after, the beast gathered a terrifying amount of flames in its maw and blasted a scorching inferno straight at Yugan. Constantly dodging these massive area attacks was starting to drain his stamina. He ran the numbers in his head. The holy fire isn't doing any real damage. Well, obviously, the almighty Diablo isn't going to get burned by standard flames like this. After all, his spiritual defense is just as freakishly tough as his physical body. Even so, it looks like that lightning strike using Keeney's power actually did some real damage. The demon's body was radiating blistering heat, looking like a monster that just crawled straight out of a magma pit. You cowardly little rat! Where the hell are you hiding? Yugan smirked. Bingo. Now I know exactly what kind of attack works on this big guy. When it came to raw, explosive firepower, Yugan was admittedly completely outmatched by the Demon King. So he made the tactical choice to keep dodging, biding his time to find the perfect opening for a lethal counterattack. Unable to track his movements, the demon shrieked in absolute fury. You gutless rat! Where are you hiding? Having studied the beast's movements this whole time, Yugan had finally figured out exactly what could pierce his defenses. Without a second of hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly and launched himself high into the air. I'm ending this battle right now, faster than lightning. Activating Sky Step. The system immediately verified. Your movement speed has increased by 100% for the next 5 seconds. You are granted the ability to walk on air for the next 5 seconds. The moment the Demon King caught a glimpse of Yugan's shadow in the sky, he let out a wicked, bloodthirsty sneer. This is it. Right on cue, a massive explosion ripped through the area, sending violent shockwaves in every direction. The ground wouldn't stop shaking. It felt like a straight-up natural disaster. The Demon King was stunned. He had thrown everything he had, yet this guy was still breathing? Is he really still trying to fight back? Yu's face was completely locked in. Then the system chimed in. System alert! Your entire body has been imbued with the power of a titan. A wave of pure terror washed over the Demon King. No, he's not just holding his ground. He's charging right at me. He let out a furious roar, gritting his teeth in sheer, bitter denial. No, my body is... Before he could finish, Yu lunged forward, swinging his blade with brutal force and slicing the Demon King's arm clean off. You absolute bastard, the demon shrieked in agony. Right then, another system alert echoed. Your entire body is now overflowing with the power of a titan. Boom! Another massive explosion rocked the battlefield, engulfing everything in raging flames. Yu didn't waste a single second. He pushed the advantage, driving his sword straight toward the Demon King before the monster could even blink. The Demon King sneered. Well, color me surprised. You have to be a player. The only way you could pull this off is if you're a player. And I really, really hate that. Join the Demonic Guild. I'll personally grant you the right to become the next Demon King the moment you hit the Vanguard tier. Yu scoffed inwardly. I'm literally human. How the hell would a demon-only guild even accept me? As if reading his mind, the Demon King explained, You may be immortal, but you are also a demon. That vile, dark energy pulsing through your veins is proof enough. You have the ultimate potential to rule over the demons, just as I suspected. Hearing that put Yu on edge, so he actually sensed my dark energy. Yu narrowed his eyes, sizing up his enemy. Well, Demon King, I've got to admit, I've never gotten a guild invite quite this intense before. Looks like he's seriously interested in recruiting me. But Yu wasn't having it. Gripping his sword tight, he charged forward for another strike. Hard pass. I'm human, and I'm absolutely not joining any of your damn guilds. The demon let out a deafening roar. You refuse to join any guild? Wait, I get it now. You're him. You're that Kim Yugan. The moment those words left his mouth, a final catastrophic explosion blew everything away. It was over. Yu had finally defeated the Demon King, Diablo. The system flashed. You have earned 1 million summoning points. Maximum points reached. The trial will now conclude automatically. Congratulations, you have conquered the 41st floor. You have been awarded 100,000 points. You have acquired the item, Horn of Diablo. You have received the blessing of Diablo, the Demon King of Hellfire and Ruin. This item grants you maximum favor with the demonic race. Your dark sacrifice proficiency has increased. Dark energy has permanently increased by 20 points. Welcome to the 42nd floor. Yu started walking forward, keeping his eyes peeled. He couldn't help but cringe. Ugh, this place is just as miserable as always. The air is so damn moldy and suffocating. Just then, a familiar voice echoed through the gloom. Tell me about it, right? I seriously have no idea how my uncle manages to live down here. Plus, isn't it way too damp? Yu stayed quiet, just squinting through the dark to see if it was who he thought it was. A second later, Han stepped into view, holding up a torch. He looked right at Yu and smirked. Welcome to hell. The two of them started walking down the pitch-black tunnel together. Han couldn't hold his tongue for long. Now that I think about it, you're still so dramatic, man. Welcome to hell. We're not even deep into the 42nd floor yet. I was just excited to see you, that's all. Yu gave him a deadpan look. Oh, so being all edgy is your way of saying you're happy to see me? Han cleared his throat awkwardly. Yeah, well, welcome to hell. It's literally the nickname of the 42nd floor. Yu just stayed quiet, lost in thought. I absolutely hate the 42nd floor, Yu thought. I hated it even before I reversed time. Forget about finding food or supplies. Just breathing in this tight, suffocating space is a nightmare. Han broke the silence again. Hey, so I heard about what went down on the 33rd floor. Man, you are seriously something else. I bet Olympus has never had to deal with the absolute chaos you dragged them into. You looked genuinely surprised. Wait, you already know about that? Han chuckled. Well, since I've climbed higher and shot up the leaderboards, a lot of the Olympus vanguards have been trying to kiss up to me. Let's just say my info network is a lot better these days. Ah, that makes sense, Yu replied. Han's rank is definitely way higher now than in his past life as a player, Yu thought to himself.
I bet the guys trying to get on his good side are lining up around the block.
Staring out into the gloomy expanse, Yu asked, "Hey, are you absolutely sure this is the right way? We've passed like a dozen tunnels that look exactly like this one." Han nodded confidently. "I'm positive. This place is practically a landmark for Olympus. Besides, I've been down here a few times already." "All right, let's keep moving then, because this is where hell actually begins." The two of them stared deep into the pitch-black abyss below. They walked and walked and walked, but the tunnel just kept going. Yu couldn't help but sigh. This is way deeper than I thought. It feels like we've been descending for over 10 minutes already. Suddenly, a chilling sensation made both of them stop dead in their tracks. Yu immediately turned to his partner. Without a word, Han flared his aura, casting a bright light that illuminated the entire cavern. Across the massive pit, something was staring right back at them. Yu narrowed his eyes, tracking the movement in the dark. There's a lot of them, he thought grimly. He didn't know exactly what Han had been warning him about, but his gut told him it was bad news. A heavy unease settled in Yu's chest. I can feel it. Something is glaring at us from the shadows, sizing us up. I guess this is the local lord's twisted way of saying welcome. Hiding behind the jagged rocks, a whole pack of three-headed hounds crouched in the dark, growling as they stalked Yu and Han. Not taking any chances, Yu immediately flared up his internal mana, ready for a bloodbath. Oh, I have no idea if this is going to work against them, but there's no harm in trying. The hellhounds must have sensed his killing intent. Realizing they'd been spotted, they stepped out of the shadows, dropping the act entirely. One of the beasts lunged forward with a vicious snarl. Yu unleashed a devastating punch, slamming right into the three-headed hound and sending it flying. He glared fiercely at the pack. I don't have time to play games with you all. Let's end this, fast. The moment Yun finished speaking, the entire pack erupted into deafening barks, charging at him with sheer ferocity. These were the hounds of hell. Their raw power was absolutely terrifying. But why would he ever be afraid of some mutts? Yu Quan didn't hesitate, unleashing another explosive strike right at them. It was safe to say no human had ever inflicted this much pain on them. Panicked, they howled in sheer agony. He ruthlessly clamped both hands over one of the beast's jaws, shutting it up completely.
The three-headed hound was completely stunned by his sheer audacity. It was trembling slightly, yet there was a glimmer of curiosity in its eyes.
Right then, a system window popped up. Cerberus is questioning your true identity. Cerberus feels sheer terror before the power of the giant. Yu clicked his tongue in annoyance. What's your deal? Did I just bring up some bad memories? The terrifying image of Hercules flashed right before the massive hound's eyes. He remembered how, back in the day, Hercules had absolutely brutalized hundreds of these hounds for days on end. That sheer trauma must be carved deep into their very bones. Why else would they be trembling like this just from feeling a giant's aura? Right then, his observation eye tried to analyze their true nature, but failed. Yugo weighed his options. Yeah, I guess this is far enough. Suddenly, a chilling, abyssal voice echoed from the very depths of the underworld, making the vicious hounds flinch in fear. Just what exactly is going through your head? Hearing that chilling tone, he ruthlessly tossed the giant hound aside. So, you finally decided to show up. One glance was all you needed. The second in command of Mount Olympus, the most dependable, and arguably the highest ranking of the big three gods. He was the absolute key to saving Kronos from Zeus's imprisonment on Olympus. The moment Hagen saw him, he immediately bowed his head in deep respect. Greetings to the ruler of the underworld and keeper of knowledge, Lord Hades. The towering god stood in silence, gazing down at the two young men with an utterly unreadable expression. Shortly after, they were escorted into Hades' grand sanctuary. He didn't say a single word. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the room as they waited for the tea to be poured. The teacup was swiftly filled. Yu politely picked it up, ready to take a sip, but hesitated. The liquid inside was pitch black. Seeing his hesitation, Hades finally broke the silence. Drink it. It is exceptionally good for your health. It will instantly replenish your mana and bring perfect balance to both your body and soul. Without another word, the god of the underworld lifted his own cup and took a slow sip. Trusting his word, Yug took a drink. Instantly, a system alert chimed. You have consumed the underworld's green tea. Mana recovery rate will skyrocket for the next 1 hour. Your consciousness has reached absolute clarity. His eyes widened in genuine shock. The underworld's green tea? Holy crap, that's a seriously rare item. To think he'd casually serve me something this insanely valuable. Seeing him empty the cup, Hades finally spoke. I still find it utterly impossible to believe that a mere brat like you actually managed to block that arrogant lightning bolt from Zeus. From now on, you really ought to work with this kid, he replied with absolute nonchalance. Fine by me, I'll do what I can. This guy is incredibly dependable. Hell, if it means riding this out with him to the bitter end, I'm all in. Hades looked genuinely taken aback. You answered without a single shred of hesitation, didn't you? He then locked eyes with Yugan. I get the distinct feeling that you were holding back when you fought me, though I can't fathom why. I do not place my trust in those who keep secrets. A man who conceals his true heart is absolutely not worthy of my faith. Yugan observed the god's rigid demeanor, thinking to himself, man, just as I thought, this guy is incredibly stubborn to deal with. However, you have somehow managed to keep a truly reliable comrade by your side for the last 7 years. Hearing that, Yugan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Hades continued, his voice heavy. Hephaestus, when I asked him about you, he simply told me to trust you. He stated, with absolute undeniable confidence, that I would never regret putting my faith in you. Yoon's face completely deadpanned as he muttered, so it all just came down to pulling strings and personal connections. Seriously though, why the hell did he unleash that thing on me then? Hades leaned in, his tone growing sharper. As the supposed leader of the heavenly demon cult, what is your take on all this? Do you truly believe Cheon Mujin is going to make a move? Yugan didn't even blink. I honestly have no idea. Hades' expression instantly darkened at that answer. Sensing the tension, Yugan quickly explained. That man's influence strictly extends only as far as his authority as the cult leader allows. Besides, we are currently walking on thin ice. We can't afford to be shaken just because of a single word from the heavenly demon. So, giving you a perfect, guaranteed answer right now is practically impossible. However, hypothetically speaking, even if Cheon Mujin stays put, there's a very high chance someone else will make a move. Hades' eyes narrowed in surprise. A chance, you say? From what I see, that man holds zero intention of doing anything, he shot back. No, you've got it all wrong. Taking action doesn't necessarily mean the heavenly demon cult has to formally interfere. The reality is, this entire war only truly ends the moment they manage to overthrow the king. Exactly. This entire conflict needs to stay contained as a localized battle, not escalate into a full-blown war. If the cult openly intervenes and forms an alliance with you, Lord Hades, it's basically a declaration of absolute war. We can secure the best possible outcome with minimal casualties, but only if we keep this from spiraling out of control. The impending bloodbaths of Ragnarok and Gigantomachia will follow that exact same logic. Hades finally spoke up. So, it only ends when we directly confront the king? You dare make such a bold claim, fully knowing the absolutely monstrous power that being possesses? Yugan suddenly looked up, his expression dead serious. Lord Hades, do you think I'm being way too greedy here? I'm going to do whatever it takes to claw our way to the absolute best outcome. Hades stared at him, his eyes filled with profound doubt. Boy, you only managed to deflect that lightning bolt a single time. Do you honestly believe you could pull off a miracle like that twice? Yugan's gaze didn't waver for a single second. He stared dead straight into Hades' eyes. No, it won't be me. The Lord of the Underworld was completely caught off guard. What did you just say? What exactly do you mean by that? Yugan calmly began to explain. Out of the big three, I know for a fact that Poseidon's total absence has completely shattered the balance of power. Hades stood in silence, unable to deny a single word. So, you knew everything all along? Yeah, I did. Zeus has had his eye on Poseidon, and I've been involved in throwing him into the underground prison. It's been half a year already. Yugan continued. It's the same on Olympus. The balance of power doesn't actually come from Zeus, does it? Pausing for a moment, Yugan went on. It's all because of Hercules. What do you think about bringing him here? Hearing that, Hagen couldn't help but flinch. He shot up from his seat, clearly frustrated. Hey, what the hell are you thinking? Hades cut straight to the point. What are the odds of this gamble? Yugan replied with absolute confidence. About 70%. Hagen was so stunned he could barely speak. That high? Yugan didn't beat around the bush. He looked right at Hades and asked the real question. Now give me your answer. If we bring Hercules over to our side, do we stand a chance at winning? Hades stared at the fiery young man before him. Kim Yugan, the man who had single-handedly flipped Olympus upside down. He had saved Hephaestus and crushed the administrator of the trials set by Olympus. Not only that, but he had even claimed the divine sea stone. He was the one who had actually managed to bind the almighty Zeus. There was no way the crazy crap he just spouted was just the liquor talking. He carried a kind of absolute certainty that even the most accomplished beings lacked. Realizing this, Hades finally spoke. It's not entirely impossible. Fine, let's do it. Hearing that, Yugan immediately stood up. Hagen looked totally confused. Hey, where the hell are you going? Yugan answered casually. To the 40th floor. If I want to lure Hercules out, I've got a few things to take care of first. Hagen's face darkened. The 40th floor? But that's... Hades swiftly cut him off. Let me make one thing crystal clear. What you showed me in battle might be enough to stand against Olympus, but it's still not nearly enough to destroy it. I'm letting this play out not because of your skills alone, but because I'm investing in everything you've achieved and the history you are about to forge. Because you intervened, Zeus's plan to use the giants and demons to wipe out Asgard completely fell apart. Now, even Zeus himself will be pushed into a corner if it comes to an all-out war with Asgard. So, he's going to have to play it safe and lay low for a while. It seems like now isn't a bad time to have a little chat with Odin. I will head to Asgard. Hagen, go meet with Apollo's sisters. Hagen looked completely lost. Wait, what? Right now? Hades firmly instructed him. It's getting late. Wait until the sun comes up. You can leave tomorrow. You too, Kim Yugan, Hagen muttered in confusion. The sun? He blankly glanced over at Yugan. Where exactly does the sun rise in the underworld? He didn't get it either. He figured Hades was just messing with them. The two of them were quickly set up in a spacious, decent room. Yugan looked around, quietly analyzing the place. This is supposed to be the underworld, but they've actually made it feel pretty homey. Yugan stepped outside alone, taking in the surrounding scenery. The word underworld kept echoing in his mind. Yugan stared at his gauntlet. Ever since he saw Kaine's skill, it had been stuck in his head. A skill that shared the exact same name as the world of the 42nd floor. Should I give it a try? The eyes on Kaine began to glow faintly. It seemed like it was sensing something. Yugan looked at the artifact, totally intrigued. Is it scanning the area around the house? Suddenly, a system prompt popped up in his vision. You are being summoned from the underworld. This caught him completely off guard, making him gasp out loud. What the hell? In a flash, he was dragged deep underwater by a fierce current. It was pitch black all around him. The only thing glowing was his gauntlet. The sheer force of the water left him thrashing for a moment, but then Yugan just went limp, letting the violent current sweep him away. But what really shocked him was one simple fact. I'm deep underwater, but I can still breathe? Right on cue, the system rang out again. You are facing the underworld for the first time. The Death King is now facing his own domain. Yugan felt a wave of surprise. Is this a river or an ocean? No, this is all pure mana, he muttered, answering his own question in the dark. Soaking in the swirling currents, he could feel that everything here was absolutely bottomless. Kaine, is the vessel meant to unleash this infinite power? Finally, everything clicked in Yugan's head. So that was it. This was the true source of that mysterious black crystal. The system kept chiming with new alerts. The dead are kneeling before you. Submerged in the pitch-black water, he looked like a glowing ethereal god. Yugan couldn't hide his awe. Are they worshipping me? And just like that, he kept sinking into the unknown abyss. Suddenly, the scenery warped, dumping him into a vast, wide-open space. Bright sunlight poured down, and fluffy white clouds drifted around like an absolute paradise. This place was the 40th floor. A man looked around in confusion, asking himself, where the hell did you wander off to? He then turned to Yugan. So, you weren't even taking in the view on the 40th floor? You were just totally lost in your own head, huh? Yugan asked him, do you remember anything at all? As it turned out, the man was none other than Arthur. He sighed, speaking to Yugan. Right after I died, I got chained up by Susanoo, somewhere between the boundary of life and death. Honestly, I have no clue what happened after I passed. Yugan deadpanned. Well, you're absolutely useless to me. Arthur looked completely deflated, his voice tinged with melancholy. I'm sorry, but thinking back on it, I think I did see something. Something like an ocean. Yugan blinked in surprise. An ocean? Arthur nodded. Yeah, but it flashed by so fast, I can't say for sure. Yugan glanced around the area. I get it now. He stared down at his gauntlet. Just as I thought. The dead are probably what's lingering inside that water. Kaine, this item is way more crucial than I realized. Arthur pointed into the distance, his voice steady. I can see it right over there. Yuan looked up, curious. Have you ever been here before? Arthur's gaze grew distant. A very long time ago. Long before Britain was even founded. I stopped by here briefly to meet a ranker from Olympus. The preparations are complete, my liege. Awaiting your command. My king. Suddenly, strange objects materialized high in the sky, plummeting straight down to the base of the tower and sending a light tremor through the ground. A voice laced with sheer contempt rang out, making the soldiers flinch in surprise. What the hell are you staring at? In a flash, Yuan hurled his weapon straight at the man, sending the soldier flying through the air. The impact was so brutal that his heavy armor couldn't do a damn thing to protect him. Yuan casually strolled inside. Staring down the trembling soldiers, he let out a scoffing sigh. Olympus sure has deep pockets, huh? Building this massive fortress for a guy who just scraped his way to high ranker? Or maybe it's just because he's a direct descendant of Zeus and Hera. Talk about being born with a silver spoon. Hearing this punk blatantly mock their master, the soldiers exploded in rage. Shut your mouth! How dare you insult his grace! State your name and your rank right now! But Yuan didn't even flinch. He just kept talking. If your master hates being insulted so much, you should go up there and cry to him about it. Tell him Kim Yuan is here to challenge Ares, the god of war. Meanwhile, deep inside, a dark-skinned man with striking platinum hair caught the faint sound of the uproar outside. Irritated, he kept polishing his sword and barked, "What's all that damn noise out there?" But the soldiers outside were too far away to hear him. He growled, raising his voice, "Are you deaf?" Then came the unmistakable sound of clashing blades and spilling blood. Ares' face darkened instantly. Glaring toward the main hall, his eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent as he growled in a chilling tone. "Who dares?" A panicked subordinate burst into the room, screaming his report. Lord Ares, a man named Kim Yuan is here. Ares frowned, the name feeling utterly alien on his tongue. Kim Yu? Who? Back outside, another guard roared furiously. How dare some nobody challenge our great god Ares? But before the words even left his mouth, Arthur and Yuan crashed through the defense. With brutal force, Arthur swung his blade, cleaving right through the loudmouth guard. The soldiers stared at the glowing weapon in pure terror. That frosty aura. That sword is Excalibur. It must be King Arthur. Is the Round Table declaring war on us? But the Round Table serves us. Why the hell would he... Ares quickly stepped out, cutting off the panic. Fools, look closer. That's just an undead. Arthur has been reduced to a mere corpse. Take him out separately. Ares quickly deduced that this reckless punk was just making a scene. But surely someone else was pulling the strings. Yuan simply gripped his sword and stepped closer, offering a slow, mocking clap.
You catch on pretty fast, huh? Ares sneered down at him. So you're Kim Yuan. You really think you have what it takes to beat me?
The guards here are high rankers, boy. They aren't the useless trash you've been beating on the streets. Yuan didn't care in the slightest. Skip the boring warm-up, just you and me. Let's settle this directly. One of the loyal soldiers, stunned by the sheer disrespect, snapped, How the hell can a lowly player be this arrogant? Yuan simply smirked. Obviously, I'm not just here for a brawl. Winner takes all. The loser gives up everything they own. Ares let out a condescending scoff. What did you just say? His tone dripped with the arrogance. I don't want a single damn thing from a nobody like you. Yuan fired back with equal disdain. Seems you're not as sharp as they say. You have absolutely no idea what I'm holding, do you?
Right as the words left his mouth, he held out his hand, revealing the item for all to see. The moment Ares laid eyes on it, he instantly recognized the overwhelming aura of the very treasure he'd been hunting for. Is that the Ocean Stone?
One of his elites stepped forward eagerly.
My lord, you need not soil your hands. Let us rip this brat apart for you. But Ares immediately threw an arm out, stopping them dead in their tracks.
Everyone, stand down. Nobody interferes in my battle unless I give the word. You all know exactly what happens to those who ruin my fun. He then locked his burning gaze onto Yuan. Bringing the Ocean Stone straight to my doorstep. You must be awfully confident that you can beat me. Yuan didn't bat an eye. Damn right I am. With a wicked grin, Ares summoned his massive weapon, his voice booming across the hall. Fine, I accept your challenge. Claiming the spoils of war is a victor's absolute right. He glared down at Yuan as if looking at a mere insect. I'll tear you apart, and that Ocean Stone will be mine. Unbothered, Yuan gave his order. Arthur, keep those grunts busy. And with that, he launched himself forward. At once, my liege, Arthur replied. In a split second, Yuan surged his mana, rocketing straight toward the god of war at a blinding speed. The explosive pressure radiating from Yuan was absolutely on par with the elites of Olympus. The two titans clashed instantly in furious close-quarters combat, violent shockwaves ripping through the air with every strike. Ares was completely in his element. A bloodthirsty grin stretched across his face as he rained down relentless heavy blows. Their devastating clash tore the battlefield apart, the very ground shattering and exploding outward, utterly unable to withstand the sheer destructive force. Ares swung a massive strike, but Yuan swiftly flipped backward, landing smoothly to keep a safe distance. The war god raised an eyebrow in amusement. Fighting with an undead pet? What, are you some kind of necromancer? Right at that moment, the system penalty descended upon the area. Yet Ares remained completely relaxed. Whatever, this is actually pretty fun. Though bringing King Arthur as your lackey, that's practically cheating, isn't it? Yuan rolled his eyes, utterly sick of the guy's rambling. Quit running your mouth and just attack already. Ares let out a dark, condescending chuckle. You really are way too full of yourself, kid. Without another word, both warriors blasted forward, colliding once more in a shower of sparks. This was completely unprecedented, a mere player going toe-to-toe with a high ranker. All the while, Yuan's flame eyes were locked onto the exact trajectory of his opponent's blade. Every single sense was pushed into absolute overdrive, the immense power of the giant surging violently through his veins. Ares launched himself into the air, bringing his weapon down with earth-shattering force. But Yuan held his ground fearlessly, clashing head-on in a brutal contest of strength. Yuan seamlessly sidestepped, narrowly dodging a devastating swing from Ares as the blade tore through the air right beside him. But the god of war was completely relentless. Unfazed by the miss, Ares vaulted straight up, driving his blade right down for a lethal plunge. The entire palace grounds had already been reduced to absolute rubble from the sheer scale of the battle. It seemed the god of war was actually struggling this time. He couldn't hold it back, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Right at that moment, a system notification flared up. Stamina was temporarily being converted into raw power. Yugan quickly channeled his aura and surged forward. Clenching his teeth, he brought a devastating punch down on Ares, who barely managed to raise his sword in time to block. The raw power of the kid's strike caught him completely off guard. Ares glared at him, a flicker of genuine dread creeping into his chest. Giantification. His attacks actually hurt, and they're damn fast too. Yugan flashed a smug, challenging smirk. This is the power you've been so jealous of, isn't it? Naturally, Ares' pride couldn't stomach the disrespect, but even he couldn't deny the kid was a terrifying opponent. Grinding his teeth in pure rage, Ares snarled, "How dare you speak to me like that? Shut your mouth, you bastard!" Without wasting another breath, Yugan launched a vicious assault, refusing to give him a single second to breathe. Ares' blade suddenly elongated, thrusting violently toward him, but Yugan smoothly spun out of the way. Glaring back, Yugan taunted, "I get that you're pissed because I struck a nerve, but you really ought to watch your head."
Ares had no idea what Yugan meant until a massive bolt of lightning violently crashed down from right above him. It was Yugan's lightning strike skill, but the war god shot straight up into the air, barely dodging the blast. Watching the billowing smoke, Yugan thought with satisfaction, "Nice, it worked." But suddenly, a voice echoed from within the dust cloud, catching him totally off guard. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but that flash of light is the exact same power my father wields." Ares smirked down at him with ultimate arrogance. "Did you honestly believe the blood of Zeus could be taken down by a parlor trick like that?" Over on Arthur's side, an utterly terrifying wave of power was unleashed. The once gorgeous battlefield had already been reduced to an unrecognizable wasteland. Massive chunks of debris smashed straight through the grand windows, shattering them into a million pieces. The terrified soldiers screamed at each other, "We're getting pushed back! Get out of the way before it's too late!" "The magic output is insane!" one of the knights gasped, completely paralyzed by the sheer destructive force of the clash. "Is this seriously a fight between players? It feels like we're up against high-tier bosses." Absolutely no one dared to step foot near the deadly zone where Yugan and the god of war were clashing. Yugan bit his lip, boiling with disgust. "Ares, you absolute piece of trash. He doesn't even give a damn if his own men die. To think a scumbag like him was worshipped as the god of war and courage." Looking at the unhinged, manic grin plastered on Ares' face, Yugan scoffed. The guy looked no different from a bloodthirsty psycho. Ares was practically losing his mind. Kim Yugan, the wielder of the ocean stone, giantification, fiery eyes, and even the lightning that symbolizes his father Zeus. If I slaughter him and steal just one of those powers, I'll finally surpass the old man. Fueled by blinding greed, Ares lunged straight at him, determined to rip Yugan to shreds on the spot. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed inside Yugan's mind. "How much longer are you going to just stand there? If you can't finish the job, then step aside and let me take his head myself." Yugan blinked in surprise. "Is that Arthur? Man, he is absolutely furious." Makes sense. He upholds the code of chivalry more fiercely than anyone else alive. I can only imagine how deeply disgusted he must be to want Ares dead this badly. Well, I think I'm finally getting the upper hand anyway. It's time to end this little game. In a flash, Yugan unleashed his fiery eyes, blasting a devastating attack right at the god of war. The real battle was only just beginning. Ares flinched, his eyes widening. "What the hell?" For a split second, I saw my father's shadow. Before he could process it, Yugan emerged like a demon right out of the roaring flames. Yugan looked down at him with pure contempt. "You said lightning is the power Zeus wields?" he mocked. "Then what about its exact opposite?" The moment the words left Yugan's lips, a suffocating monstrous aura exploded from his body. It was pitch black, feeling as though it had been dragged straight out of hell itself. The sheer fury of his energy tore the ground apart, sending rocks and debris wildly levitating into the air. Cloaked in shadows, Yugan looked like the literal Grim Reaper. Right on cue, the system's cold voice chimed in. "Hell bows down to the king of the underworld." Ares stared in absolute horror, realizing with a sinking feeling that the kid's mana pool was practically infinite. He knows exactly where that artifact came from, and he's drawing out its true, terrifying authority. Who would have thought the power gap was this massive? Ares finally realized that if this fight dragged on any longer, he was completely screwed. He's aiming for a one-hit kill. Realizing Yugan's plan, a sickening, sly grin spread across Ares' face. "Still struggling to the bitter end, huh?" Ares mocked. "I'll admit your skills are impressive, but if you can't even get close to your opponent, how exactly do you plan on beating me?" "Winning by stalling for time completely shatters my pride as a war god," he justified to himself. "I'm done wasting time. I'm going to rip you apart right here, right now." With that, Ares let out a sinister laugh. But in the face of all that arrogance, Yugan simply offered a faint, mysterious smirk. In a blink, the two titans violently clashed together, fighting tooth and nail as suffocating bloodlust flooded the entire battlefield. Suddenly, Yugan's overwhelming dark aura coiled tightly around the god of war's entire body, leaving him stunned. What? Why can't I move my body?" Yugan openly sneered at him. "Turns out, you're pretty garbage at actually fighting. I left an obvious opening, and I honestly can't believe you were dumb enough to charge straight into it." Panic finally set into Ares' eyes. "What the hell are you talking about?" In that horrifying split second, it finally dawned on Ares. Yugan had been pretending to lose ground from the very start. His only goal was to lure Ares close enough to trap him in dark magic. The system chimed, announcing that the Kini was resonating with the lightning shard. Without missing a beat, Yugan delivered a point-blank, devastating strike. Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the god of war's grand palace, sending catastrophic shockwaves echoing across the realm. A massive, gaping hole had been blown completely through the roof of the tower. Down below, the soldiers stood frozen, too dumbfounded to even process what had just happened. One of Ares' elite royal guards went pale as a ghost, stammering out in pure terror. Lord Ares? Snapping out of it, the entire army of soldiers roared in panic and charged forward, but instantly, a gleaming broadsword slammed into the ground right in front of them, making them flinch back in fear. "Get out of the way!" they screamed. "We have to protect our master!" Arthur coldly cut them off. "Unfortunately, you won't be doing that, and neither will I. Let the two of them settle this." The soldiers were boiling with rage, but Arthur's overwhelming aura was legendary. Completely paralyzed by his pressure, all they could do was grind their teeth and curse the arrogant brat. Meanwhile, on the other side of the crater, it looked like it was game over for Ares. Yugan swiftly snatched the glowing pendant right off the fallen god's chest. The war god wasn't breathing anymore. A chilling, pitch-black mist began to swirl violently around the two of them. Right then, the system flashed a chilling alert. The Sovereign of Death is extracting the soul of Ares. Gripping the pendant tightly, Yugan calculated his next move. This guy's power is insane enough to turn high-tier bosses into absolute dust. Once I get used to handling it, I can exploit this ability in so many different ways. Witnessing the horrifying aftermath, the soldiers wailed in total despair. "Lord Ares!" But Arthur stood like an iron wall, refusing to let a single one of them slip past. Standing victorious amidst the smoldering ruins, Yugan was completely untouchable, leaving the chaotic, buzzing swarm of soldiers completely powerless to stop him. Yu stared up at the sky in silence, muttering to himself, so he really did know. Right then, breaking through the clouds, brilliant golden chariots were rapidly swarming toward the palace of Ares. A freezing, utterly apathetic voice echoed through the air. "Is that the truth? Are you the one who murdered Ares?" The woman speaking down to him was none other than the high ranker of Olympus, the goddess of war, Athena. Meeting nothing but dead silence, she pressed on. "Answer me! Did I hear that right?" The surrounding soldiers immediately dropped to their knees, roaring in absolute reverence. "Long live the goddess of war!" Crushed by the sheer, suffocating aura of the goddess, every single soldier was too terrified to even breathe. She demanded again, "Is it true that my brother Ares is actually dead?" Yi remained completely silent, totally unfazed by Athena's raging fury. Seeing his refusal to speak, she drew her own deadly conclusion. "Then it's true. You are the enemy of my brother." At that exact moment, his eyes rapidly shifted color. Yu instantly dropped into a lethal battle stance. Right on cue, the system alerts rang out for both sides. The Gorgon has answered the call of Olympus. The purge will now begin. Sacred Flame is resisting the petrification effect. Fiery Gaze is resisting the petrification effect. Resistance successful. Yu quickly analyzed the situation. The Aegis and the Gorgon. This was the ultimate shield of Olympus, an artifact that could trigger its devastating power with just a single wail. Facing the crushing pressure of the goddess of war, Arthur faltered nervously. "This is bad. Master, what should we do?" Yu quickly held him back. "Hold on. It's not our turn to step up just yet." He let out a deep sigh, fully understanding the situation. "You're way too slow," he muttered, just as the system's voice continued to chime. "Fiery Gaze. The 12th eye of the great sage equal to heaven is watching you." The moment he finished speaking, a painfully familiar staff came crashing down from the heavens. Yu glanced up with a smirk. "Took you long enough. The stage is yours." The great sage laughed boisterously. "Well, the main character always makes his grand entrance right at the climax, you know." Yu helplessly rubbed his temples. "Whatever." Across the battlefield, the forces of Olympus erupted in sheer panic. "It's the great sage! The Monkey King is here!" Athena took one look and immediately barked at her troops. "That monster is his ally." The great sage flipped gracefully to the ground. "Hey now, I am definitely not his ally. So, what's your next move, goddess?" Yu shot him a cold side glance, completely unbothered. "Makes no difference to me, just don't get in my way." The Monkey King smirked. "Besides, everyone is only talking about Kim Yugon right now. You'd better focus on keeping your own head attached." Over in the enemy ranks, a soldier shouted in disbelief. "Great sage, are you truly declaring war against Olympus?" Without missing a beat, Athena roared her deadly command. "Strike them down! Punish the enemies of Olympus!" The great sage sneered with sheer contempt. "Get out of my face!" In a flash, his massive staff smashed brutally into the goddess's shield, unleashing an ear-shattering shockwave. He gritted his teeth in fierce annoyance. "Hephaestus makes some seriously tough toys. Just how much adamantium did you pack into that thing?" "Still, it's nothing compared to my staff." Suddenly, his eyes lit up with wild excitement as he turned to Yu. "This is getting way more fun than I thought. Hey, Kim Yugon, you go babysit the weaklings. I'll take care of the heavy hitters." "You can handle that much, right?" Yu gave a faint, chilling smile. "Why would you even ask such a pointless question?" Without hesitation, he commanded Arthur, "Focus on protecting the weak. Leave the rest of them to me." Arthur instantly snapped to attention. "Understood, my liege." Seeing the brutal efficiency in Yu's demeanor, the great sage couldn't help but look incredibly satisfied. "Now that's what I'm talking about. I actually like you, kid."
In the blink of an eye, both of them surged forward, charging straight at the goddess Athena. The great sage's blood was practically boiling with the thrill of battle. So, how should we play this game? Just then, the system flared to life once again. The blessing of the Gorgon has been activated. The aura of war is now enveloping the shield. Without a single second of hesitation, the great sage slammed his staff directly into the barrier at point-blank range. For the first time, a flash of genuine terror crossed Athena's face. If he shatters my shield, it's all over for me! Pushing through her panic, she scrambled to blast the Monkey King back and regain a safe distance. Launching herself into the air, Athena balanced perfectly on the very tip of his expanding staff, then used the momentum to dive straight at him in a furious counterattack. But to him, this was nothing but child's play. He let out a scornful laugh and roared, "Take this!" A single devastating swing sent Athena flying backwards like a ragdoll. She gritted her teeth, utterly shocked by his monstrous brute strength. And he wasn't done yet. The great sage aimed his staff right at her, spitting out a vicious, "Get lost!" In an instant, the legendary pillar shot up into the sky, violently blasting Athena completely out of the battlefield. The Monkey King admired his handiwork for a brief second before using his cloud-stepping arts to launch himself high into the air. Down on the ground, it was just Arthur and you left to tear through the enemy lines. To be completely honest, with Athena out of the picture, there wasn't a single decent threat left on the field. As he fought, you couldn't help but wonder. I heard Ares was one of the core gods of Olympus, but his power really wasn't anything special, was it? Were the rumors completely exaggerated? I never expected him to go down that easily. Suddenly, a stark red warning flashed across his vision. The Eye of Insight is resonating. Combat senses have been critically enhanced. You quickly assessed his own condition. It looks like my body already hit its limit back when I was fighting Ares. I can't drag this fight out much longer. With that grim realization, he dashed forward, intent on making quick work of the remaining Olympian grunts. "The blessing of the sea is now enveloping you," Arthur shouted over the clash of weapons. "Master, if our main goal right now is escaping, should I just knock them back instead of trying to kill them all?" Yu replied sharply, "Do whatever you have to in a pinch, but the only thing that matters right now is making a run for it." He let out a breathless sigh, muttering to himself, "One day, I'll be strong enough to crush these outer gods. But for now, a tactical retreat is our best play." Arthur's eyes went wide. He honestly couldn't believe the word retreat had actually come out of his master's mouth. Shaking off the shock, he nodded firmly. "I understand." Desperate, the enemy soldiers started screaming, "Block them! Do not let them escape!" You flashed a dangerously cold smile. "Tell me, have any of you ever experienced the absolute terror of dual magic?" The man yelled out in pure frustration. "What the hell is this? Shut up! You're the enemies of Lord Ares." Right after that, he summoned the holy fire using his mana. At the same time, an attack grazed past him. Yuan continued, "You have no idea what's going on, but whatever. I'm exhausted, so get the hell out of my way." In his mind, he was just thinking about getting out of there as fast as possible to catch a break. Yuan's eyes glowed a fierce red. His demonic eye and the Holy Spirit were both sustaining the holy fire. A split second later, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire tower. He stood there, watching the absolute destruction the holy fire had unleashed. It incinerated all the soldiers, leaving them screaming in sheer agony. Yuan marveled. The holy fire really is overpowered. Anyone who isn't a high ranker gets turned to ash in an instant. Wukong can only hold Ares back for a little while longer. It sucks that I ran into the goddess Athena here, but the loot I got makes it worth it. You Olympus bastards. I've been through absolute hell because of you. Now, it's time to make you pay back every single drop. He smiled to himself, a dark, satisfied smirk on his face. My revenge tour is just getting started. Just you wait. Meanwhile, back on Athena's side, she was fighting tooth and nail against the great sage. Right above the great sage's head, countless golden swords materialized, ready to rain down on him. He glanced down and suddenly looked surprised. "What's this?" he muttered to himself. "Kim Yuan got away. Guess I don't need to fight anymore." Looking down at Ares' territory, which was completely laid to waste by the boy's demonic eye, almost all the soldiers had been burned to a crisp. The great sage couldn't help but cheer in excitement. "Damn, that's pretty badass." Athena demanded suspiciously, "Were you and Kim Yuan working together this whole time?" He replied casually, "Well, the kid didn't want things to go off script, so I just gave him a little hand." She grew wary. "What's up with that attitude? Did the great sage get involved because he knew I'd show up?" A massive question echoed in Athena's mind. But why? The great sage stuck his tongue out playfully. "My job here is done." He gave Athena a mischievous, wicked grin. "Playing around here was actually pretty fun. I'm taking off now. See you later." The moment those words left his mouth, he hopped on his cloud and vanished into thin air. Athena stared blankly at his fading silhouette and muttered to herself, "See you later?" Cutting to floor 38, the air here felt incredibly fresh, with lush green trees blooming everywhere. Yuan arrived quickly, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. "It's a bit hot here," he noted, "probably because it's surrounded by volcanoes. Who would have thought such a powerful entity would be hiding in such a peaceful place?" Without wasting time, he headed deeper inside, keeping a sharp eye on his surroundings like he was tracking something. Suddenly, Yuan stopped in his tracks. Imprinted clearly on the ground were massive, heavy footprints. These footprints looked a bit bizarre. Found him! He followed the trail, carefully using his sword to push aside the thick jungle foliage blocking his path. As Yuan walked, he wondered, if I just keep following these prints, will he even be nearby? Suddenly, he looked around in slight bewilderment and froze. There he was. A towering man with bulging, rippling muscles was striking heavily at the tree right in front of him. It looked like he was venting all his rage onto that massive trunk, but nobody knew exactly why. The man was entirely focused on the tree, completely ignoring anyone nearby. Yuan didn't say a word. He just walked up quietly and watched the man work. His entire body radiated an incredibly strong, yet somehow pure and refreshing aura. The man didn't look back, but he could clearly feel someone standing right behind him. Without even turning around, he asked bluntly, "Are you lost, kid?" Yuan replied calmly, "Not really. What are you doing in a place like this?" The man answered indifferently, "I'm chopping trees." Yuan pressed on, "So what? Are you a lumberjack now?" The man nodded. "Yeah, for now at least." Piquing his curiosity, Yuan added, "Then you must live around here, too." The man kept up his relentless chopping and simply replied, "That's right." Yuan went quiet for a moment. Then he spoke up again. "As you can see, I'm a little worn out. Can I crash at your place for a few days?" He stared at the man, thinking to himself, "It's been a long time since I last saw this face. But the feelings are still exactly the same." As it turned out, Yuan had been looking for his old friend, and the striking man standing before him was none other than Hercules. Looking at him, Yuan mused, "He's easy enough to approach. Even if he doesn't say it, he knows I just have to beg a little, right?" "Yeah, he definitely knows." Yuan stayed silent, just staring intently at Hercules while his mind raced with calculations. "He's the high ranker I need to tear down Olympus. I absolutely have to make him my ally. Since he's too good-natured to say no, he won't have any choice but to agree to my ridiculous request." With that thought, he continued, "Am I not allowed to? I'm completely exhausted. I seriously feel like I could drop dead at any second." In the end, Hercules really couldn't bring himself to refuse. He turned back around to his work. "I haven't chopped enough wood yet. If you can wait, then follow me." Yuan put on a touched expression. "Thank you. I'll definitely pay you back." Deep down, he let out a massive sigh of relief. "I definitely pushed the boundaries there, but his personality isn't like Wukong's." He silently assessed the man. It was almost impossible to imagine that a guy like him had earned the title of Giant Slayer. As soon as he finished chopping those massive trees, he kept his word and led the boy back to his cabin. Yuan stood in silence, observing the scenery. It looked exactly the same as before. Hercules dropped the massive pile of wood onto the ground and called out to Yuan, "The door's unlocked. Go on inside." Yuan asked curiously, "What are you planning to do with all that wood? With this weather, you don't even need a fireplace." Hercules replied, "Someone out there will need it. Players are the only ones who don't feel the cold." Yuan followed up, "Are you shipping them somewhere?" "You really are a good guy." The man replied coolly, "Not exactly. I will sort out this pile of wood first, then whip up something for you to eat. Just hang tight for a..." Before he could even finish his sentence, Yugan cut him off. "Don't sweat it. You are letting me crash here, so the least I can do is make us a meal." Hacken looked a bit surprised. "I thought you said you were exhausted." Time flew by in a flash. Before long, Yugan had a hot meal ready. Hacken's eyes lit up a little. "You actually know your way around a kitchen." "Do you cook often?" Yugan replied. "Just every now and then." Hacken couldn't help but be impressed. "You have got some real skills." "Anyone would think you have been living in this cabin for months," Yugan replied casually. "No way." The stoic man looked right at Yugan, cutting straight to the chase. "What is your name?" Yugan let out a soft sigh. "Straight to the point, aren't you? I am Kim Yugan." Hacken was taken aback. "Kim Yugan? I can't say I have ever heard that name before." "Guess you are not a ranker, huh?" Yugan noted. "I am still just a regular player, though I am actually pretty famous out there." "You really haven't heard of me?" Hacken shrugged. "I have been living out here by myself for quite a while now." Yugan couldn't help but offer some advice. "You should get out more sometimes. Being completely cut off from the world isn't good for you." Hacken bluntly fired back. "Maybe, but it is not like you look all that attached to the outside world either." Yugan didn't even try to deny it. "Is that so?" "You are totally right about that." Hacken quietly observed Yugan's every move. He didn't bother hiding his thoughts. "Even though this is our first time meeting, I feel this strange sense of familiarity with you. And it is not like you seem like the open and friendly type. It is weird." Yugan immediately shot back. "Look who's talking." Yugan continued. "Well, birds of a feather flock together, I guess." Hacken replied coolly. "Is that so?" After all, the two of them had been absolute best friends in their past lives. Looking at his old friend, Yugan couldn't suppress a warm smile. A moment later, the man spoke up. "Come to think of it, I never told you my name. I am Hacken." Yugan feigned surprise. "Oh, I have actually heard that name before." "So you are a high-tier ranker, huh?" Soon enough, the dark night faded into morning light. Hacken got right back to his routine of chopping wood. only this time he had Yugan lending him a hand. The two of them worked together and rested together. Everything felt completely normal, and by the time dusk settled in, they were getting ready to enjoy some grilled fish. Yugan focused on cooking dinner over the crackling campfire. Glancing up, he could see Haken still hard at work, hauling the massive logs they had chopped during the day. Lost in thought, Yugan simply watched his old friend in silence. The night sky was completely blanketed in stars. Down below sat Haken's humble wooden cabin, hidden deep within the forest. And right there with it, the quiet presence of Yugan. Morning came in the blink of an eye. Yugan was busy helping Haken chop down trees, groaning through the strain. "Damn it, why is this stuff so heavy?" Haken replied nonchalantly. "You are doing all right. The trees on this floor are denser and tougher than solid steel. That is exactly why they are considered top-tier materials." Yugan instantly understood. His face darkened as a thought crossed his mind. No wonder the guy has absolutely monstrous physical strength. He spends every single day carrying these insanely heavy logs barehanded. Haken suddenly asked, "By the way, why are you still hanging around?" "I figured you would leave the second you recovered." Yugan shrugged. "I just realized that living out here really isn't all that bad." Haken pressed on. "You still have plenty of time before you have to face your trial, right?" Yugan nodded. "Yeah, I do." Suddenly, Haken's expression shifted. "Even so, you need to leave today, before night falls. I am dead serious." Yugan narrowed his eyes, noticing the sudden shift in the man's gaze. That is his battle face, the look he gets right before a fight. Yugan questioned him. "Why today of all days?" Haken laid it out plainly. "Because this place is about to become incredibly dangerous." Yugan stubbornly stood his ground. "I can take care of myself." Haken wasn't backing down. "Just listen to me and go. Please, I am begging you here." His face was dead serious as he pleaded with him. Yugan thought to himself, "He looks like he's caught in a really tough spot. I know he is worried about me getting hurt, but the real reason is probably that he just doesn't want anyone watching him fight." In the end, Yugan decided not to make things hard for him. "Fine, but before I head out, there is just one thing I want to ask you." Haken stopped and looked at him. Yugan held his gaze. "You are completely different from all the rumors. Why do you hate the giants so much?" His eyes flared with a fierce, burning rage. "I don't know where you've been hearing these rumors, but you better watch your mouth." Yuan remained completely unfazed. "You guys used to get along so well, though. You, Surtur, and the Gigantes." Suddenly, a massive, violently raging aura erupted from the man's body, making the boy flinch in surprise. Yuan was taken aback. The mana was so overwhelmingly dense that his body felt like it was going to explode. Hercules forced himself to calm down. "Stop asking pointless questions. We aren't close enough for you to be poking around in my business like this. Leave. This floor is completely different from anywhere else you've been before." Yuan watched his retreating back. "I've only known him for a few days in this timeline, so getting close to him right now is probably going to be incredibly difficult. This is really frustrating." Still, he tried to reassure himself. Once he learns the truth, maybe things will change. Hercules didn't answer, decisively grabbing his beast pelt hood. Deep down, Yuan genuinely wanted to hear the story straight from his mouth. An idol, a friend, the legend of the greatest hero. The system announced the start of Day 16, initiating the pact between humanity and the giants. The master of this world is shifting. Foreign races within the sector will now face far more severe penalties. The rulers of this world were now the giants. Down below, grotesque hands began clawing their way out of the earth. They took the horrifying shape of some kind of demonic race, their bodies a terrifying pitch-black color. Hercules ordered him to stay put if he didn't want to get dragged into the bloodbath. The moment the demons spotted him, they aggressively breathed fire and charged straight ahead. The peaceful, lush green forest was rapidly consumed, painted in the blinding colors of a raging sea of flames. Hercules swiftly dashed forward, taking them all on single-handedly. His strikes were so devastatingly powerful that even the frantic demons were forced to back away. Amidst the sea of fire, he stood unwavering, like a flourishing green tree endlessly sprouting with life, completely ignoring the demons violently lunging at him. At this moment, the system was flashing warning signs, but he remained utterly focused on slaughtering the horde. Yuan had been standing perfectly still the entire time, sitting out of the battle while the demons were already being brutally battered to a pulp. Without a single bladed weapon, Hercules relentlessly smashed them using nothing but his bare hands and a massive tree trunk, radiating an absolutely suffocating aura of dominance. A massive explosion echoed out, shaking the entire forest as the raging inferno continued to spread wildly. Even though he had already slaughtered a huge number of those demons, they just kept swarming up from beneath the earth in endless waves. But Hercules didn't show a single ounce of fear. Clenching his jaw, he resolutely charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of devastating blows. Yuan suddenly recalled the advice Hercules had given him in the past. Once you raise your fists, you must have a clear purpose. Fighting without an ideal is nothing but a mindless massacre. Back then, he had listened to those words in utter confusion, completely failing to grasp their meaning. Just two words had kept echoing in his mind. Purpose? But right now, it seemed Yuan finally understood the true weight of the words spoken all those years ago. It was hard to believe, even while witnessing it with his own two eyes. The mindless massacre he had talked about back then was exactly what Hercules was doing at this very moment. First, let us choose the ruler of this world. For half a month, that ruler shall be humanity. For the remaining half, it shall be the giants. Invading each other's territory is an absolute taboo. This was a decree between Gigantes, the king of the giant race, and the gods at the peak of Mount Olympus. Zeus, swear the oath now. Those were the exact words spoken by the giant race. Back in the present, Hercules was still fiercely engaged in a bloody battle with the demons. Yuan couldn't help but stare in sheer astonishment. Even seeing it firsthand, it was simply unbelievable. A mindless, purposeless massacre, and coming straight from Hercules himself. Was this his ultimate fate after the great giant war? Throwing his life away alone, fighting like a madman for thousands of years. He was carrying the agonizing weight of a massive war that had already long ended. On the other side, Hercules' hands were gripping the tree trunk so tightly that deep jagged cracks splintered across its surface. The sky was dyed a blistering fiery red from the aftermath of the blaze. The lush green forest was long gone. After finishing the slaughter, he turned to Yuan. This sector is clear now. If you want to live, head somewhere safe. Or just stay right here and don't move a muscle. Thoughts swirled endlessly in the boy's mind. He is enduring a punishment far beyond what any normal ranker could ever withstand. This level of power is truly nothing to scoff at. Yuan silently trailed behind Hercules without uttering a single word, which actually took the older man by surprise. Suddenly, he spoke up. You don't even know where I'm going. Why are you following me? Yuan replied with total composure. It's true that I don't know where you're going, but I do know what you're trying to do. You're going to wipe out every last giant, right? Hercules didn't deny it. Not just some low-level giants, kid. I'm hunting Gigantes, one of the 3 absolute strongest giants in their entire race. This path is insanely dangerous. I cannot guarantee your safety once I start throwing down with him. Yuan quietly repeated the name. Gigantes. Then, looking straight at Hercules, he said in a deadly serious tone, I know where he is. The lingering aftermath of their brutal battle still hung heavily over the forest. Flames continuously spilled over the charred earth, forming what looked like a literal river of fire. Yuan didn't even wait for Hercules to agree. He simply stepped forward to lead the way. Need a guide? Hearing this, the man's fists immediately clenched tight, trembling with raw emotion. What did you say? How? Hercules muttered. Highly agitated, he demanded, How the hell do you know that? Faced with this intense outburst, the boy remained completely unbothered. Yuan tapped the massive fury-filled hand that was gripping his shoulder. Let go first, you're going to break my bones. Realizing he had lost control, the man instantly backed away. My apologies. Did you just say you know the way? Where is he? He demanded, desperation lacing his voice. Inside the lava river? I've already searched down there, but he was nowhere to be found. Yuan simply replied, No, he's much deeper than that. Deep below lay the molten core of scorching red lava, hot enough to instantly incinerate anything that dared to fall in. Hercules looked at him with genuine concern. Step back a bit, kid. Put this on. Yuan stood there blinking, quietly letting the older man wrap it around him. Right after, those sturdy feet stepped directly onto the scorching lava without showing a single sign of burning. Yuan stood perfectly still, watching Hercules as if the man were scanning for something hidden beneath the surface. Suddenly, Hercules crouched down and delivered a devastating punch to the ground, sending massive chunks of volcanic rock flying. Those boulders quickly crashed down, completely damming up the roaring flow of lava. Yu thought to himself, this should be enough to cover me up, but I'd better throw this on and wait for him here just in case. Hein looked at him in surprise and asked, Does it go even deeper than this? Are we there yet? Yugan calmly pointed further down. Just do what you did earlier. 3 more times. Without hesitation, Hein followed his instructions and slammed his fist into the earth, causing molten rock to spew out from within. He struck the ground again and again, sending massive cracks spiderwebbing across the surface. Soon enough, a brilliant light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the entire cavern where the two stood. Hein stared in absolute awe. Is this really underground? A lush canopy of greenery stretched out below them, carrying a refreshing, cool breeze. Together, the two of them descended into the hidden realm. Hein asked in sheer disbelief, How the hell did you know a place like this existed? Yugan simply shrugged. I have my sources. Hein narrowed his eyes. Your sources? Yugan's expression darkened. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. And even if you wanted to, you couldn't meet them anyway. Hein's curiosity was piqued. What is that supposed to mean? Is it someone from a higher realm that I haven't reached yet? Let's just go with that, Yugan replied smoothly. But in his mind, he chuckled. I heard it straight from your mouth in the future. Of course, you two will eventually meet, but it's way too crazy to explain right now. Yu quickly brushed the thought aside. All right, enough with the 20 questions. Just follow my lead, he said firmly. That is, if you really want to know the truth. Staring at Yugon's back, Hein fell into deep thought. I really thought that after all this time, I had finally found someone I could just talk to, maybe even call a friend. But what if this is a trap? Could he actually be a spy working for the Giants? No, my mother wants you on my side. And what exactly is this truth he keeps talking about? Have I been living a lie this whole time?
Whatever. Even if this is a trap, I'll just smash everything to pieces. Sensing the tension, Yugan glanced back over his shoulder.
You're being awfully cautious, aren't you? No need to stay so far back. Hein stayed completely silent. Realizing that Yugan had stopped walking, he frowned. Why are we stopping? Do me a favor, Yugan suggested, pointing ahead. Throw the absolute hardest punch you've got right at that spot. Just do it, and you'll see. Hein was utterly confused. There's no path there, and I don't sense a single soul around either. What's the point of punching a dead end? He muttered. Screw it, whatever happens, happens. The moment Hein threw his fist, the sheer explosive force of his punch violently shook the massive mountain. His eyes widened as a terrifying presence washed over him. This vibration, this immense power. There you are. It was Gigantes. Yugan recalled how, in the original timeline, Gigantes was brutally slaughtered by Hein's own hands right here in this very spot. The Second Great Giant War had ignited entirely because of this one event. That war had caused a massive, senseless loss of life, completely crippling their forces against the Outworld invaders. I have to stop this from happening, no matter the cost. Yugan glanced sideways at Hein. Getting excited, are we? Does the thought of finally getting your revenge make you feel alive? An overwhelming, suffocating bloodlust erupted from Hein as he glared dangerously at him. Revenge? How the hell do you know about that? Why exactly did you bring me here? Just who in the world are you? I was wondering who dared to disturb this place. Before Hein could even finish his sentence, a monstrous, bone-chilling voice echoed through the cavern. So, the infamous giant hunter actually dragged himself all the way down here. The giant roared, flexing its terrifying aura as it locked its fiery gaze straight onto him. Hein, I know exactly why you've come. You filthy enemy of the giant race. The blood of my countless brothers and sisters that you've butchered has stained every single corner of this land. I'm going to rip your head off and toss it straight to that bastard Zeus. You arrogant humans will pay the ultimate price for breaking the ancient pact. Seeing that all hell was about to break loose, Yugan quickly stepped in. Whoa, let's calm down for a second. Is violence seriously the only language you muscleheads know? He pulled out the necklace he had taken from Ares and held it up. Do you two even know why you're actually fighting right now? Gigantes scoffed. And who the hell are you, insect? That man right there is the giant hunter. He's butchered far too many of my kin, and he will never stop. What other reason do I possibly need? Yugan turned his gaze toward Hein. And what about you? Hein gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with absolute rage. I will avenge my mother, who was brutally murdered by the giants. Without another word, Yugan tossed the necklace straight to him. The second Hein laid eyes on it, he instantly recognized who it belonged to. His eyes widened in shock. How did you get this? I snatched it from Ares, Yugan replied casually. Hein looked at him with deep suspicion. Why the hell would he have this? Why don't you see for yourself? Yugan suggested. Hein flinched in utter surprise as a system prompt suddenly chimed in his head. User authentication confirmed. User confirmed as Hein, son of Alkmene. The necklace's memory sequence activated, projecting a warm, hauntingly familiar voice that made his entire body freeze. My sweet boy, I am so sorry for bringing you into such a cruel world, a place where everyone only seeks to use you. But even so, I pray that you will grow up to be a kind-hearted man, and that you will always use your immense strength for good. The tragic memory of his mother began to unfold before his eyes. In the vision, chaos ensued. Hein, it's too dangerous. Let go of him, please. My child is innocent. He hasn't done anything wrong. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hein, run. Get out of here, now. Apologize to her this instant. You mustn't use your powers like that, sweetie. As he grew older, he grew incredibly strong. Mom, I cleared the trial. My rank is even higher than father's. Back then, she was overflowing with pride for her little boy. Look at Hercules. He's mastered so much already. Warm, happy flashes of him and his mother quickly swept by. Those were probably the happiest days of his entire life. But then, a heavy voice echoed from right behind her. I heard the boy has finally become a ranker. Alkmene looked pained. But he's still just a child. Far too young for war. The man coldly continued. The time hasn't come just yet. Let him focus on climbing the ranks for now. But that peace won't last much longer. Her heart sank in despair. Do you really intend to turn our own son into a weapon of war? The man's voice was pure ice. He is my blood. She broke down, falling to her knees in tears. No, even if your blood runs through his veins, he is still my baby. He callously forced her chin up. Oh, Alkmene, you poor pitiful woman. Even though you never wanted to bring him into this world, just one look into your eyes tells me everything. You adore him, don't you? You love him deeply. At that moment, Zeus's face twisted into a vicious, sickening smirk. Alcmene spat back in absolute fury. You're insane. You don't see him as your flesh and blood at all. He's just a tool to you. Zeus didn't even flinch. Exactly. He is the ultimate invincible weapon.
How could you say something so monstrous?
She screamed. He simply kept talking. I have countless children, countless women too, and all of them are more than willing to bear my heirs. As long as I reign supreme at the absolute pinnacle of this tower, I can always forge a second or even a third Hercules. The memory then violently shifted to a blood-soaked battlefield. Amidst the carnage, a lone silhouette stood watching from afar. Then, a chillingly familiar voice cut through the air. For a guildmaster and a ranker, you're pitifully weak. The one mocking them was none other than Ares. He sneered in absolute disgust, and here I was, wondering exactly how he planned to drag Hercules away. So this was the grand plan, exactly what I'd expect from a pathetic, treacherous coward like him. Did you honestly think my son would just let this slide? Judging by how frantically he was rushing, it was obvious. A massive war was about to break out. You poor miserable kid. What number are you supposed to be? The second Hercules? The third? What did Zeus name his brand new hunting dog anyway? Ares stood over her coldly. None of it mattered to him. As long as absolute loyalty was given to Zeus, nothing else meant a damn thing. Then, with sickening casualness, he muttered, Alcmene, you were slaughtered by the giants. That's the only truth Hercules ever needs to know. Watching the brutal memory unfold, Hercules let out a devastating, agonizing roar. Stop it! No! Make it stop! His broken screams echoed into the void, utterly helpless. His massive hands shook violently. He couldn't accept what he was seeing. He never could have imagined that Olympus was hiding such pure, unadulterated evil. Hercules desperately tried to lunge forward, just to hold his mother one last time. But he was trapped as an observer. Her frail, dying voice echoed once more. Helena, I'm probably not going to survive this. He's trying to forge a living weapon. He'd never let a child like that live peacefully under my care. Zeus is going to kill me. He's going to make sure my sweet boy drowns in absolute hatred. Her older sister desperately pleaded with her. Alcmene, please listen to me. You have to run away from Hercules. Just leave him behind. Alcmene's face twisted in maternal agony. I can't. Even if his cursed fate is to become a weapon against this entire world, I will never turn my back on him. How could I ever let go of those tiny, precious hands just to save my own skin? Helena trembled in tears.
Alcmene, are you doing this just out of a mother's duty?
She gently squeezed her sister's trembling hand. No. It's just, whenever I close my eyes, I see my sweet little boy. She choked on her words, hot tears streaming down her face like rain. I just love him so much. Speaking across time to her son, she whispered, there was never a single second where I didn't love you with all my heart. Every moment we spent together brought me so much joy. Just watching you grow up day by day gave me such perfect peace. As she lay there taking her final breaths, her last thoughts were entirely of him. My dearest Hercules, thank you for being born as my son. With those final words, Alcmene's gentle soul slipped away. The memory shattered. There she lay in a cold pool of blood, never able to hold her beloved little boy ever again. Every single memory acted like jagged shards of glass, brutally stabbing into his psyche. Hercules' voice violently trembled. I never knew. I never. Yuan watched him closely. He was hesitating. What was he trying to say? At that very moment, the giant suddenly spoke up. Did you actually risk your life coming all the way down here just to clear up this wretched misunderstanding between Hercules and us giants? Yeah, Yuan didn't even try to deny it. That's exactly it. And deep down, you already knew that, didn't you? The colossal being already knew about the bracelet's power, so he wasn't shocked in the slightest. The giant stroked his chin and thought, ah, right, now that I think about it, Hephaestus did mention you before. You're Kim Yuan, aren't you? Yuan tilted his head in confusion. Wait, haven't you been dead asleep this entire time? The giant let out a low rumble. Not entirely. I do wake up from time to time, just to keep an ear out for how things are going up there. Hearing that, Yuan couldn't help but feel a lingering question. He had to ask, then why didn't you step in and stop Hercules back then? The towering giant simply pointed a massive finger at his own chest wound. This agonizing scar was left by a lightning bolt from that utter bastard Zeus. Recovering from this takes a hell of a long time, so I've been biding my time in the shadows, silently preparing for the great war to come. Yuan's mind began racing. So the giants had been actively preparing for war this whole time. The second Gigantomachy was going to explode on a scale infinitely more terrifying than the first. Many great guilds were wiped off the map, and even a mighty faction like the giant race shared that exact same fate. It's all because of that bastard Zeus. He's the reason everything went straight to hell. Gigantes let out a low rumble. You really dealt Poseidon a crushing blow, didn't you? Seems you've got no love for those Olympus bastards either. So, whose side are you really on? Yugan stayed silent, his quiet smirk saying it all. Gigantes couldn't help but look at the human with genuine admiration. You're a sharp one, the giant chuckled. When you sit at the very top like I do, even a single choice can shake the entire world. You've got more than enough power to wipe out an entire floor of the tower. Yet here you are, standing before me, trying to talk things out. Never thought I'd be this hospitable. A tiny human like you is out here rewriting history. Yugan didn't even bother hiding his smugness. Honestly, I think so too. Gigantes just shook his head in amusement. And you don't know the meaning of humility, do you? If you were born a giant, I would have made you a high-ranking commander by now. Yugan waved him off, completely unimpressed. Save your breath. I've already got way too much on my plate. The ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Gigantes shifted his massive gaze over to Hercules. All right then, Gigantes muttered. Let's see what choice this one makes. At that moment, Hercules was still drowning in absolute despair, shattered by the memories unlocked by that necklace. It was a horrifying secret buried in the dark for so many years. He had actually been serving the exact same monster who brutally murdered his own mother. Now, the guilt was eating him alive. It was an agonizing pain that words couldn't even describe, as if someone was viciously twisting a jagged blade right into his heart. Unable to bear the overwhelming agony, he violently punched himself in the face. His massive body gave out, and Hercules collapsed to the ground, utterly broken. The agonizing truth about his mother tore through his mind, trapping him in a nightmare he couldn't escape. Feeling completely disgusted with himself, he mercilessly hammered his own face over and over until it was bruised and bloody. Seeing the man spiral into madness, Yugan stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Stop! That's enough. Fortunately, a tiny thread of sanity managed to pull him back. Still kneeling in the dirt, Hercules gritted his teeth. Ares! That absolute bastard! Where is he? Yugan replied with cold indifference. He's dead. I killed him. Hercules slowly forced himself to his feet, his eyes burning with vengeance. Then, Zeus is the only one left to pay. He immediately turned and dropped to his knees before Gigantes. I am deeply sorry. Blinded by lies, I slaughtered your people. I will offer up my very life to you to atone for my sins. Do with me whatever you wish, but please, not right now. Gigantes saw right through him instantly. You're going after Zeus, aren't you? Hercules lowered his head, his voice heavy with grief. Yes, I will tear my own father apart, and then I will return here to pay for my crimes. Gigantes glared down at him, his voice echoing like thunder. Do not expect my forgiveness. Do you have any idea how many of my kin died screaming by your hands? Listen. He paused, letting the heavy silence linger before softening his tone just a fraction. But you and your mother were nothing but pawns in Zeus's sick game. I will not punish you. However, if you truly want to atone, even just a fraction of it, then listen closely. Wipe Olympus off the face of this world. Hearing those words, a massive weight seemed to lift off Hercules' shoulders. He stood tall, tightly clasping his mother's final relic, the seashell necklace, around his neck. Done, he swore with absolute conviction. In my mother's name, I will burn it to the ground. Finally returned to its rightful owner, the seashell necklace began to radiate a warm, gentle light. Hercules turned his gaze to Yugan. Thank you. I owe you my life for this. If it weren't for you, this mindless slaughter would have never ended. Yugan cut straight to the chase. If you really feel like you owe me, let's talk business. Pistol. Are you planning to march straight into Olympus right now? Hercules didn't deny it. Yes. Yugan looked deeply into the man's unwavering eyes. In that case, let me give you a little parting gift. Immediately, a fierce, blinding golden aura erupted, spiraling wildly around the two of them. Hercules squinted through the intense light, spotting a shadow manifesting within. Wait, that silhouette, it looks so familiar. It looks exactly like my father. Unable to contain his curiosity, he stepped closer. What the hell is this? He demanded. Kim Yugan, who is that? Yugan tilted his head, flashing a dark smirk. What, you seriously don't recognize him? Right on cue, the system's cold voice echoed in the air. The god of death gleefully descends upon your world. Summoning the underworld. As the smoke cleared, Hercules realized it was none other than Ares. The moment the god of war laid eyes on Yugan, he shrieked in pure, unadulterated rage. Kim Yugan! You absolute bastard! Kim Yugan! Ares gnashed his teeth, glaring at him with venom like a sworn mortal enemy, ready to tear him apart. But then, another system prompt chimed in. The deceased is now bound in servitude to you. Yugan casually flicked his sword. They usually say the spirit is weaker than the flesh, but there are a few rare exceptions. You'd call that sheer willpower, right, Hercules? Yugan explained calmly. Back when he was alive, Ares was a top-tier ranker. A normal guy would be rolling on the floor sobbing in agony right now. But high-ranking rankers are built entirely different. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yugan pointed the tip of his blade straight at Ares and turned back to Hercules. So go ahead, beat the living hell out of him until you're satisfied. The moment those words left Yugan's mouth, Hercules' eyes turned ice cold. He locked onto Ares with a dead, unblinking stare. His massive fist began to violently shake, trembling with years of repressed fury. "Get on your knees and beg for my forgiveness," Hercules growled. Ares barked back, "In your goddamn dreams!"
The words had barely left his mouth before a monstrous fist smashed directly into Ares' face, instantly caving in his features. The sheer brutality of the strike even caught Yugan off guard. He winced, his face stiffening. He really hadn't expected Hercules to hit that hard.
After planning that punch, Hercules let out a long, heavy exhale, looking overwhelmingly satisfied. Damn, that really does take the edge off. But, of course, he wasn't going to stop at just one punch. Hercules lunged forward, unleashing a savage barrage of blows, each one more terrifyingly brutal than the last. Ares took the absolute beating of a lifetime, acting as a living punching bag for every ounce of Hercules' unbridled rage. Yugan just stood quietly on the sidelines, watching the bloody massacre unfold. He won't just fade away from a beating like this, right? Yugan mused to himself. Meanwhile, Ares was getting pulverized so badly that his face wasn't even recognizable as human anymore. He screamed in agony, begging for mercy. His battered face looked like an absolute walking corpse right now. "I'm sorry, all right, I'm sorry." Hercules glared down at Ares, his eyes dark with rage. "Sorry? All right then, keep going." Yugan watched him pummeling the war god so passionately he couldn't help but wonder. How much longer can I keep this skill active? I've never kept hell summoned for this long before. Over on the other side, Ares howled in absolute misery. "Just kill me!" Yugan bit his lip, feeling a chill of fear, but he made up his mind. He really had to stop him now. Finally, he managed to step in and halt Hercules' rampage. Ares lay flattened on the ground, looking utterly pathetic. Yugan turned back to Hercules. "Hey, if you're still not satisfied, just let me know. You can beat him up as much as you want." Hercules muttered, "That's enough. This bastard deserves a lot worse, but there are others who need to die first." Yugan let out a heavy sigh. "Fair enough. Need a hand? I actually have some pretty useful intel." Hercules looked surprised. "You know something else?" Yugan's expression darkened. "I know exactly who's plotting together. Who agreed to the murder of Alcmene, and who is a friend or a foe right now?" Hercules clenched his fist so tightly, his knuckles popped. "Hades, Hunkim, Yugan, and all of you, my mother was..." Yugan cut him off before he could spiral. "Don't rush in and alert Zeus. You can't take him down alone." Hercules scoffed. "Destroying Olympus, right? I know that's your goal, but you better not tell me to just sit back and endure this until your little plan is ready." Yugan replied smoothly, "Of course not. Aside from Zeus, you can destroy whatever the hell you want. I won't stop you. Just give me a call whenever you need me." Hercules looked satisfied. "Good, then I'll get started right away." Yugan nodded, "And I'll do things my way." Hercules didn't say a word, just gave him a quiet, intense glance. He suddenly leaped into the air and vanished completely. Ares coughed and cursed bitterly. "I forgot you were a damn necromancer, you bastard." Yugan shot him a look of pure disgust. "You better watch your mouth." Ares flared up. "How dare you!" Yugan immediately yelled out, faking a threat. "Hey, Hercules, looks like he's asking for another round." Ares instantly panicked and backed down. Wait, hold on." Yugan's face turned icy. He began leaking an intense killing intent, looking like he really would summon Hercules back to beat him to a pulp at any second. Ares cowered like a frightened little puppy. I apologize, Ares stammered. Yugan smirked, fully satisfied. "That's more like it. I could just wipe your mind and use you as a puppet like all my other undead, but keeping your free will is way better, right?" Ares found a scrap of bravery and snapped back. "You want me to serve you? I refuse. You're an enemy of Olympus. I could never point my sword at my father and mother, no matter how terrifying Hercules is." Seeing negotiations failing, Yugan pivoted straight back to threats. "Well, then I guess I have no choice but to force you onto the battlefield just like this. I don't care what you think. I'm going to use your power to get exactly what I want. And then I'll destroy it all, whether it's Olympus or Zeus himself." He looked straight into the war god's eyes, his expression dead serious. "But if you agree to help me, I won't force you to fight against Olympus. I swear it on the system's name." Ares blinked in shock. "What?" The real reason Yugan was trying so hard to coax him was simple. The soul of a high ranker like Ares was insanely rare. Even though the brainwashing was a bit of a headache, he really wanted to turn him into an undead with his own consciousness. Finally, Ares caved in. "Fine, make a pact with me. Just taking your word for it won't stop you from stabbing me in the back." Yugan held out his hand, thinking, wow, already talking about backstabbing. Deal. The two of them quickly formed the pact. A system prompt rang out. The pact has been established. This soul now completely belongs to the player. This soul cannot participate in battles against players aligned with Olympus. In the event the pact is broken, the soul will be set free. You have gained the absolute submission of the god of war. The power of the god of war has been restored. The scene shifted to the 77th floor, at the Temple of Hera. Everything here was incredibly magnificent. A voice echoed through the hall. "Is Hera still not here?" Another person replied,
Looks like it. She's been gone way longer than usual this time. Hector sighed in frustration. And what exactly are we supposed to be doing? The situation is getting more chaotic by the second. Just one player is turning everything upside down. Mantis couldn't help but shake his head. And on top of that, Zeus completely cut ties with Poseidon. How did one of the big three gods end up in this mess? Rumor has it that Hades and Poseidon are teaming up, so Zeus is trying to seize the upper hand. Yeah, I heard about that too. It's not like those two are pushovers. Suddenly, a blinding green light flashed, followed by a deafening blast that blew the wall completely to pieces. Hector and Mantis, who had just been chatting, stood frozen in shock from the massive explosion. They looked at each other in panic. What the hell was that? We're under attack! Suddenly, Hercules emerged from the smoke, roaring with pure, unbridled fury. Where is she? Where is she hiding? Hera! The crowd panicked. Hercules had barged in completely alone. You bastard! Which guild do you belong to? Mantis barked, stepping in his way. Wait a minute, is that the hero Hercules? The guards gasped in absolute shock. What the hell? Why is the hero of the great giant war here? Hercules' face was dead serious, radiating a terrifying bloodlust as he glared at them both. Don't make me say it again. Where is Hera? The crowd was paralyzed with fear, entirely clueless about what had happened to make his eyes burn with such furious hatred. One of them stammered out, She's not here! What do you want? Hercules was practically overflowing with murderous rage. Is that so? The moment the words left his mouth, he charged forward like a wild beast. Well, she'll have to come back once I tear this palace to the ground. One of the guards ground his teeth in sheer frustration. How arrogant. Being a war hero is just a thing of the past. Why should we, the rankers of Olympus, be afraid of an old relic like him? The guy next to him quickly tried to hold him back. Don't! If we can settle this with words, keep your weapons sheathed. Our opponent is Hercules. He hadn't even unleashed his full power yet, but the surroundings were already reduced to ruins. One of the soldiers fiercely gripped his weapon and lunged straight at Hercules, completely unaware that his attack would be dodged so effortlessly and gracefully. And of course, a devastating counterattack instantly sent that soldier flying. Hercules growled in a deep, menacing tone. If you want to stop me, then all of you, come at me at once. The terrifying sight sent violent shivers down the soldiers' spines. They weren't wrong to call him the giant butcher. Meeting his ice-cold glare, the crowd internally cried out in despair. We're completely dead! Hercules' eyes widened with fury. I said all of you, come at me! Meanwhile, Yuan was exchanging messages with Hargon. Hargon couldn't hide his utter shock. Oh my god, Kim Yuan, did you actually pull it off? Yuan replied, Hera's palace was just attacked by Hercules. Reading that, Hargon teasingly asked, did you secretly instigate this, man? Yuan was currently lounging on his bed, simply waiting for the news about Hercules to spread. Yuan chuckled inwardly. Damn, Hercules, you really didn't waste any time causing a scene, did you? He then casually typed back to Hargon, I merely suggested that he should start his rampage there. Looks like we're officially on the same side now. Hargon kept spamming his messages loudly. Wait, hold on a second. What exactly did you say to him to recruit a guy like that? Hey, don't just leave me on red. Are you seriously ignoring me right now? Yuan didn't bother replying, just casually rolling over to get some rest. Seeing no response, Hargon frantically texted again. Hey, don't tell me you actually fell asleep? But before Yuan could even close his eyes, another message popped up on his screen. It was from Hades. Everything is ready. The moment he saw those words, he immediately sprang out of bed. It looked like their grand plan was finally in motion. Yuan stared at the message with a deeply satisfied smirk. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Meanwhile, Hargon was still relentlessly bombing his inbox. Hey, Kim Yuan, I asked you what the hell you did. What floor are you on right now? Let's meet up, man. Yuan lazily stretched his arms. Everything was perfectly in position. He calculated that the only thing left to do was push the final domino and watch Zeus completely crumble. Right after that, he shot a text back to Hargon. Come to the 42nd floor. I have something I need your help with. It didn't take long for the two of them to rendezvous on the 42nd floor. This was the underworld, the absolute domain of Hades, guaranteeing that everything discussed here would remain strictly confidential. Hargon looked at Yuan with a confused expression, unable to hold back his questions. Say that one more time? Hargon asked. Yuan looked him dead in the eye and repeated, The war against Zeus, your father. I want you to join the fight. Hargon was absolutely stunned. A war? But why? Yuan instantly fired back with a question of his own. Haven't you already mentally prepared yourself to fight your old man? Hargon stammered nervously. No, wait, that is a completely different story. Hargon practically choked as he talked about his father. The undisputed king of Olympus, ruler of the skies, lord of lightning, and currently ranked number 9 on the ranker leaderboards. You probably know better than anyone what being ranked 9th in this tower actually means. Sure, I might be climbing the tower a lot faster than the other players, but in terms of pure raw strength, I'm not even a speck of dust compared to my father. With my current level of power, I really wouldn't be much help at all.
What point is there in me even joining in? Yuan firmly cut him off. A whole damn lot, actually. Hargan blinked in pure confusion. I know you're not the type to just spout out random nonsense, but I need to hear your exact reasoning first. Yuan leaned in and asked, There are 2 reasons. Which one do you want to hear first? Well, actually, the first reason is exactly what sets up the second one anyway. And fair warning, the first one is going to drop your jaw. Hargan. Hargan fell completely silent. When has this guy ever said something that wasn't totally earth-shattering? He thought to himself. Stop beating around the bush and just tell me already. Yuan answered without a second's hesitation. All right, Zeus only truly loves one single child. And that child is you, Hargan. Hargan's extreme reaction to this revelation was exactly what Yuan had predicted. Hargan. Hargan was so paralyzed by shock that he just stood there, completely frozen. It felt as if his entire world had just stopped spinning, while his mind was internally screaming in pure chaos. Hargan buried his face in his hands. Oh my god, I'm going absolutely insane. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to ask, And? So what if he does? All right, fine. If you put it that way, rankings mean absolutely nothing when the only son he actually cares about turns against him, but honestly, it still sounds like utter bullshit coming from you. His entire body trembled with rage. Why would father even care about me? Why did he even bring me into this damn world? Yeah, sure, I'm grateful and all, but my mother was the one who actually raised me. If anyone in this world truly loves me, it's her. Everyone already knows exactly what path my father is walking. Just look at Hercules. The Olympus I know only cares about the endgame and the results. They don't give a damn about logic or morality. They'll use whatever dirty tricks they have to get what they want. So what exactly are you trying to say? Yuan replied calmly. If you don't believe in me, I don't know what else to say. But I'm not lying to you. Yeah, Hargan sighed. I figured as much. Somehow, miraculously, every single thing you've said so far has come true. It's almost like you're from the future or something. I need to think for a second. Give me a few hours. No, just a few minutes is fine. It was incredibly cruel to lay this on him. Let's see if he makes the exact same choice he did in his past life. Suddenly, a message chime rang out. Hargan groaned in frustration. Who the hell is messaging me when I'm trying to think? Can I get a moment of peace? But his annoyance vanished instantly. Panicking, he turned to Yuan. We have a massive problem. My father just ordered me to attack the Heavenly Demon Cult. The message was from Apollo. Father just ordered an all-out assault on the Heavenly Demon Cult. I heard your friend is the vice cult leader there. Soon after, the blazing, fiery chariot, the signature of Olympus, was tearing across the sky. For the entire ride, Hargan didn't say a single word. Yuan glanced back at him, observing the tension, before finally breaking the silence. Are you ready for this? Hargan looked devastated. Not at all. Yet, he still gritted his teeth and declared, We have to stop this war, no matter what it takes. I can't just sit back and watch hundreds of thousands of people die for absolutely nothing. Yuan nodded in approval. I'm glad you see it that way. Have you contacted the cult yet? Hargan asked anxiously. This situation is a total nightmare. I just told them I'm heading up to the 10th floor and warned them to stay on high alert, Yuan replied. Qian Mujin is there, so they should be able to hold the line. Plus, they have other high rankers backing them up. He tried to reassure himself. Yeah, nothing too crazy should happen. He said that, but deep down, a heavy knot of dread was twisting in his stomach. Yuan couldn't shake the feeling. Then why do I feel so anxious? He calculated the odds. Apollo and his faction are currently targeting Hades. Zeus wouldn't deploy them for this, so it has to be Athena, Hermes, and Dionysus. Or maybe he called in other guilds for backup? No, I doubt any guild would want to get tangled up with Olympus right now. Pulling out of his thoughts, Yuan turned to Hargan. Wait, don't tell me Zeus is actually going to play that card. Hargan looked stunned. What card? Is this another one of those secret things only you know about? Yuan explained. There's a certain high ranker who has been imprisoned in Olympus for a very long time. Even within Olympus itself, you could count the number of people who know about him on 2 hands. Hargan snapped back irritably. Then how the hell do you know so much about this mystery prisoner? And what makes you think father would even use him? Yuan looked right at him. Because he's outlived his usefulness. The next Gigantomachia isn't going to happen. Hercules has already switched sides, and the big 3 gods are divided. Zeus couldn't even recruit Hephaestus, which means they've lost a massive edge in weaponry. A war might still break out, sure, but Olympus is going to need a few thousand years to rebuild its forces, so it's pretty obvious Zeus would unleash that prisoner now. Even if it's a double-edged sword, that guy is definitely his ultimate trump card. Hargan frowned. But even so, how would releasing him put father in any actual danger? Yuan simply replied, When it happens, you'll understand. As they flew, Yuan's thoughts raced. I need to move faster. We're running out of time. Meanwhile, the scene shifted. An imposing Olympus warship had successfully breached the airspace of the Heavenly Demon Cult. The one leading the vanguard was none other than Athena. She stood at the helm, glaring down at the battlefield, her face twisted in an undeniable, vicious sneer. Without missing a beat, she barked out her orders. Eliminate Kim Yu-won first, then wipe the Heavenly Demon cult off the map. Flashing back to a recent memory, Athena recalled her warning. Cheon Mujin and a clone of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, are siding with Kim Yu-won. We're going to need at least 4 high rankers to crush them. The figure from her memory had quickly agreed. Take Odysseus and Hermes with you. I'll send the 4th one tomorrow. Snapping back to the present, Athena's thoughts turned venomous. It's finally time to slaughter them all. And her too. Suddenly, a lazy voice dragged her out of her bloodthirsty thoughts. Ugh, what a drag. Why did we even get called out for this trivial garbage? She growled, "Stop being lazy and focus!" The man pouted in annoyance. But I absolutely hate fighting. This was Hermes, the god of freedom and thieves, a renowned high ranker of Olympus. But despite his complaining, he finally relented. Fine. We just have to finish this fast, right? That way I won't get covered in blood. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rocked the air. A blinding slash of energy cleaved straight through one of their escort ships, making Hermes flinch in shock. The massive warship violently decelerated. Even though they were inches from their target, they couldn't advance a single step further. A terrifying surge of power was radiating from the cult's stronghold, forming an impenetrable barrier around the entire area. Athena shrieked in panic, "Why didn't you teleport the ship out of the way?" Hermes threw his hands up. "Give me a break. It's not that I didn't try. I literally couldn't. I haven't seen power like this since the Gigantomachia. At least I managed to steer us into landing outside the gates instead of crashing headfirst into the cliff." Athena glared furiously at the stronghold. Cheon Mujin of the Heavenly Demon cult, I thought he was just wasting away as a mountain hermit, but his martial arts haven't dulled at all. No, he's gotten even stronger. Finally, the man who held half the absolute power of the martial world made his entrance. After today, the Heavenly Demon cult's ranking was undoubtedly going to skyrocket. Cheon Mujin casually strode forward, his blade resting in his hand. That was just a little welcoming gift. He locked his fierce gaze onto Athena and roared, "Cultists! Hear my command! Defend the Heavenly Mountain! Defend our cult!" With an explosive battle cry, every single member of the demonic cult swarmed forward, answering their leader's call without hesitation. They were fully prepared to bleed and die for their sacred ground. On the other side, Athena furiously channeled her divine energy. The twin serpent staff flared with a horrifying, oppressive aura. She was, after all, the goddess of war. Standing before that overwhelming pressure, even the Blade King and the Fist King couldn't hide their cold sweat. In an instant, a brutal barrage of attacks rained down on the Heavenly Demon cult's forces. But thanks to the sheer distance between them, the casualties were barely a scratch. Athena pointed forward and commanded, "Hermes! Take the 4 vanguard units and crush those arrogant cult elders." Hermes smirked, instantly flashing into action. "You got it." Right then, Athena roared out her command to the troops. "Move out! Forces of Olympus! Wipe the Heavenly Demon cult off the face of the earth!" Her steely voice echoed through the mountains, making the very earth tremble beneath them. Hearing her order, the soldiers charged forward in a bloodthirsty frenzy. In just a matter of moments, fresh blood painted the battlefield crimson. Corpses were already piling up in gruesome heaps. Over on the other side, Hem was taking on the 4 demonic warlords of the cult all by himself. B. Lim growled in frustration. "Those Olympus bastards have lost their minds, attacking our cult in broad daylight." Trondu snapped back, "This is all because we let some outsider join the Heavenly Mountain, Vice Leader." B. Lim immediately cut him off, yelling, "Are you out of your damn mind? Why the hell are you blaming the Vice Leader?" Right at that moment, Hem unleashed a massive surge of aura, slamming a heavy strike directly into their ranks. The Spear Monarch quickly stepped in. "Both of you, shut up. This isn't the time to bicker. What a complete mess of a guild." Meanwhile, right behind Athena, the strange object she had brought along was starting to crack open. A deep, eerie voice echoed from within. "What should I do?" She coldly ordered it to stay put until given the word. The voice inside pressed on. "If I listen to you, I get to leave this place, right?" She barely spared it a glance, brushing it off with a half-hearted reply. "Yeah, sure." The voice spoke again. "Are you Athena?" But in that brief moment of distraction, the Heavenly Demon, Cheon Mujin, had vanished from her sight. The voice kept pleading, "You'll let me out, right?" Athena snapped back, "Yes, Father promised. Just stay in there until I call for you." Suddenly, the entity inside grew frantic, endlessly muttering a single, chilling name. "Father! Zeus!" At that exact moment, a streak of blue light plummeted from the sky, crashing straight toward them as an intense, suffocating aura bled from the cage. The voice was now begging, "Zeus! I'm sorry! I'm so sorry! I was wrong! Please, let me out! Let me out!" It was then that Yugan landed nearby, catching every single word from the imprisoned entity. The pathetic begging continued as the energy grew wildly out of control. And even weirder, the mysterious egg in his system inventory was literally starting to grow teeth. The situation was at a boiling point. The all-out war had escalated into absolute chaos. meaning not a single soul was paying attention to the terrifying entity trapped on the sidelines. For some reason, the corpses around the cage had piled up into a gruesome mound. Suddenly, a pale hand slipped through the cracks of the prison, reaching out over the blood and dead bodies. A woman's incredibly gentle voice echoed out. She gazed toward the heavenly demon cult's stronghold and let out an awestruck whisper. Such beautiful light. She recalled a voice from long ago. This is my gift to you, but under no circumstances are you to ever open this box, no matter what happens. She remembered crying so hard back then, staring endlessly at that cursed box. It was a gift from the very monster who had murdered her parents, and that gorgeous, captivating glow, it was the exact same light that seeped from that box. Whatever had been locked away inside was finally creeping out. And yet, not a single fighter noticed the nightmare unfolding right behind them, too locked into their life or death battles to spare even a glance. Suddenly, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman slowly walked right up to the edge of the bloodbath. The soldiers immediately started whispering. What the hell? I think she's one of ours. From Olympus? Is she a support class? This stunning woman, locked away for countless years, was none other than Pandora. A soldier marched up to her as she strolled empty-handed toward the front line. Hey, are you completely tired of living? If you're a support, get your ass to the back line. But even as he yelled, a heavy blush crept onto his face at the sheer sight of her. Wait, do we actually have someone like her in Olympus? Where the hell did she even come from?
She's gorgeous, Olympus.
Gorgeous. Amidst the whispers, her soft, delicate voice broke the tension. You must be so terrified, she whispered. The soldier stared at her with absolute obsession, but at that exact moment, the light of sanity seemed to leave his eyes. Pandora's sweet voice continued. In just a few short minutes, you are going to die a gruesome death. There's no way the demonic cult will ever let Olympus walk away from this. Oh, the soldier's own mind began to spiral into her dark words. They'll tear us apart, just like the savages they are. My body, it won't even be buried in Olympus. I'm going to rot in this godforsaken place. I'm going to die a miserable death. I'll never make it back home. I'm going to die. It's going to hurt so much. All alone, we're all going to die. The despairing thoughts echoed endlessly in his crumbling mind. If I just die right now, it won't hurt as much. If they catch me, they'll torture me. Just like that, without any warning, every soldier standing near Pandora violently coughed up blood and dropped dead on the spot. She gazed down at their lifeless bodies with dark, empty eyes, the absolute freezing gaze of the Grim Reaper. Mugen watched the horrifying scene unfold and couldn't help but demand, what the hell kind of monstrosity did you bring here? I don't even want to know what you think that thing is. Athena gritted her teeth and thought, Pandora. She actually broke out on her own. If she enters the battlefield, we could wipe out the heavenly demon cult in one fell swoop. But our own forces will be totally annihilated too. Only me, him, and the heavenly demon will be left standing. Panic began to set in. What do I do? Why the hell did she have to come out right now? Suddenly, from the distance, a blinding streak of light shot straight toward Athena's side of the battlefield. She glanced over, a wave of dark satisfaction washing over her face. Finally, it's here. Over on Yugan's end, the closer he got to the chaos, the more ridiculously excited his egg became. It was literally baring its fangs and drooling like a starved beast. The damn egg kept aggressively nudging him forward, making Yugan completely flustered. He took one look and instantly knew it was reacting to Pandora. The second he landed, he shouted at the top of his lungs to draw her attention away from the slaughter. Hey, Pandora, where do you think you're going? Yugan yelled even louder. Just stay right there. There's no fun to be had over there anyway. But the moment he got close, he instantly felt the soul-crushing weight of Pandora's aura. He bit down hard on his lip and slapped his hands over his ears, a sharp, piercing ache tearing through his skull. What the hell? What is this messed up feeling? Staring at Pandora's blurry, faceless silhouette, the guy with the chopped ear asked, Who the hell is she? Yugan quickly warned him, Hagran, head up to the heavenly mountain and back up the cult leader. Stay far away from here. Hagran immediately nodded. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Something about this place feels way too dangerous. Kim Yugan, you better watch your back. Because he looked so much like his father, Pandora had actually mistaken him for Rust. Seeing Hagran leave, her temper flared. You know perfectly well that doing this won't help you win, right? It is totally useless. Every single one of you is going to die. Why haven't you given up yet? Why do you insist on suffering like this? Don't you realize your chances of winning are less than 1%? Yugan felt a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. She was amplifying every single negative thought, no matter how small. It was the first time he had ever felt this incredibly sick to his stomach. Just then, the egg started reacting. That meant this was also a seed sown by chaos. Yugan gripped his sword tightly and muttered to the egg, The table is set. Dig in. The moment he gave the order, it happily opened its massive jaws, getting ready to feast. But suddenly, it just stopped. It froze completely, refusing to move an inch. Frustrated, he glared at it and snapped, Hey, do you want me to spoon feed you or something? Be useful for once, damn it! Meanwhile, Pandora covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Why are you standing in my way?
Why? Yugan answered her with a deadpan tone. Because your very existence is a threat to us.
Pandora looked up, completely baffled. You people! Before she could finish, he launched a lightning-fast strike at her. But somehow, the attack couldn't even reach its target. Right then, the lightning fragment reacted with Kini. A massive explosion rocked the exact spot he had aimed for, yet Pandora stood there, completely unharmed. Yugan quickly calculated the situation. Just this much isn't going to cut it. I have to go all out. I can't leave a single opening. The moment that thought crossed his mind, a fierce, predatory glint flashed in his eyes as he locked onto his opponent. But the terrifying part was, she hadn't even done anything yet, and he was already sent crashing into the dirt. The ground beneath Yugan's feet was relentlessly shattering into pieces. Pandora was pushing him to his limits with nothing but her gaze. She was truly a monstrous opponent. Even so, Yugan didn't show a single ounce of fear. He let out a faint smirk. She's strong, but this is a fight I absolutely have to win. But as soon as he thought that, his face suddenly went pale. That sounds great in theory, but how the hell am I actually supposed to win? Refusing to stay down for long, he quickly sprang back to his feet after Pandora's sudden attack. Without missing a beat, Yugan gripped his sword and dashed straight at her, but Pandora didn't even flinch. She effortlessly dodged every single one of his strikes. He was pushing himself to the absolute brink, yet he just couldn't close the distance. It was as if her eyes harbored some kind of horrifying secret. Pandora only needed to glance at the surrounding rubble, and it would detonate endlessly like planted bombs. Yugan clutched his bleeding wound. Close combat is a bust. My stamina is draining way too fast. Taking his anger out on the egg, he yelled, "Hey, you stupid egg! If you have any conscience left, get out here and help me!" Only then did it finally poke its head out. Yugan's face darkened. "I swear to God, I am so close to boiling you alive right now." Yugan quickly activated his fiery eyes and pushed his combat senses to the max. He calculated internally. Pandora's rank is even higher than Athena's back when she was active. Things aren't much different now, so a head-on clash is going to be useless. At that moment, the lightning fragment reacting to Kini suddenly triggered its demonic aura. Panic started to set in. What do I do now? Right then, Pandora's tragic, weeping voice echoed out again. Why? Why are you trying to kill me? What did I do wrong? She seemed to completely lose control, her mouth muttering endlessly. No. I don't want this. As Pandora cried out, the entire area around her continued to be violently obliterated. Seeing the situation rapidly spiraling out of control, he forced himself to stay calm. There has to be another way. Think, run the numbers. Pandora's power scales based on her negative emotions. Bleh. In a chaotic fight like this, her power skyrockets alongside her feelings, so she's definitely gotten stronger. If I can just eliminate whatever is fueling her strength, I'll actually have a shot at winning. Wait, what if I still have something that can swallow negative emotions whole? That thing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Athena and Mugen were locked in a fierce duel with no clear winner in sight. Their relentless attacks and overwhelming pressure caused the earth to shatter, sending debris flying in every direction. This was truly a clash of titans. The mountains shook violently under their might, but for now, the gap in their actual strength seemed incredibly narrow. So far, neither warrior had taken any critical damage. And so, the heavenly demon and the goddess of war battled on without a second of rest as time slipped away. Mugen couldn't help but be impressed. She's fast. To be able to release that much mana at that speed, it's honestly incredible. On the flip side, Athena was equally surprised, silently praising him. He truly lives up to the title of the heavenly demon. Just as those thoughts crossed their minds, a massive explosion erupted, throwing the entire landscape into chaotic tremors and blinding the sky with thick smoke and dust. Having just fought an evenly matched opponent, Athena was starting to feel the fatigue setting in. She plotted in her head, Kim Yugan is going to collapse soon. There is zero chance he can beat Pandora. The real problem here is the heavenly demon. I need to conserve my stamina so I can heal Pandora later. But against an opponent this strong, she couldn't afford to be distracted. Mugen suddenly surged forward. You keep looking away! Mugen provoked her. Do you see something inside that shield? Like the cult leader's battle? Athena scoffed with pure disdain. How amusing. Both you and that little cult leader are going to die right here. Today marks the absolute end of the heavenly demonic cult. You're going to regret ever crossing paths with Kim Yugan, even in your next life. Mine flashed a wicked smirk. It seems the heavenly demonic cult has been keeping a low profile for a little too long. Now, even a third-rate guild thinks they can look down on us. Kim Yugan's skills are entirely on a different level compared to most rankers. That is exactly why he claimed the absolute title of cult leader. But that is not even the half of it. His true genius lies in his sheer willpower, his relentless drive to shatter every impossible obstacle, no matter how desperate the situation, without ever giving up. And a piece of trash like you will never understand that. The ones getting crushed today will be all of you. Meanwhile, Yugan had finally figured out a way to use the sacred flame to stabilize Pandora's shattered mind. Faced with his overwhelming fiery aura, she hugged herself, trembling in pure terror as a suffocating heat began to devour her senses. Yugan watched her reaction and smiled in grim satisfaction. It was faint, but it was enough to swallow her whole. The real reason he unleashed this specific flame was simple. The sacred flame feeds directly on the enemy's absolute fear. Every single drop of terror Pandora was feeling right now was a delicious feast for his flames. As long as her panic remained, the sacred flame would only burn hotter and fiercer. Suddenly, she lashed out with a devastating blow, catching Yugan completely off guard. Pandora's destructive power was still way too overwhelming. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Just die already," Pandora screamed frantically. But luckily for Yugan, the mysterious egg finally started to react. Thick, hungry drool was constantly seeping from its shell.
Yugan let out a soft, satisfied chuckle. "So, you're finally ready to hatch, huh? You're finally ready to devour them all."
In the very next second, terrifyingly sharp teeth burst out from the egg. It instantly swarmed around its master, viciously guarding him from any harm. This time, Pandora couldn't even react. She lay completely paralyzed, utterly helpless as the ravenous egg began gnawing away at her very existence. At the same time, the egg's incubation rate was wildly skyrocketing. It looked like it was going to burst open at any given second. Yugan watched closely. The hatching percentage kept climbing. It was gorging itself. He stared in sheer disbelief. Wait, is it actually swallowing Pandora's raw power? This was totally different from when it devoured Orochimaru and Lancelot. If this thing hatches right now, am I about to summon an outer god? Finally, completely stuffed to the brim, the egg began to crack. It slowly floated up into the air, radiating a blinding beam of light. A massive crack split right down the middle of the shell. From the dark void inside, two glowing eyes locked intensely onto him. The mysterious egg was finally hatching, and the very first person its eyes landed on was Yugan himself. Then, an incredibly cute, innocent voice echoed through the air. "Huh? Where is this place? Papa, did you bring me here?" Intrigued, Yugan immediately activated his eyes of fire to peek inside. "What? I can't see a single thing." But something was definitely emerging. In a final burst of energy, the monstrous egg successfully hatched. Instantly, a soul contract was forged between them. The creature hadn't fully developed any terrifying traits yet. Instead, it was just a tiny, angelic little figure, sitting right at level 1. Yugan blinked in total confusion, staring at it carefully. The thing that came out was completely different from what he had imagined. It wasn't some cosmic horror. It was just a tiny little boy. Wait, this cute little thing is an outer god? The little boy looked up at Yugan with eyes full of absolute adoration. "Papa!" But suddenly, the kid's eyes flashed. A dangerously wicked smirk crept onto his tiny lips, and boom! A massive blast of mana shot straight at Yugan, sending him flying backward. Yugan's eyes instantly ignited with his fiery gaze. A violent, dark purple aura instantly erupted around Yugan. He quickly grabbed his chest. He could literally feel something mysterious darting right into his own hands. He slumped onto the ground, staring over at Pandora in pure disbelief. She was now lying perfectly still on the dirt, radiating a gentle, soothing blue aura. Looking at her now, there wasn't a single trace of battle damage left on her body. Yugan frowned in confusion. Wait, is it really over just like that? Just then, a frantic voice shattered the silence. What? What the hell is that? What in the world did you just summon? Hermes stared at the bizarre scene unfolding before him, his eyes wide in absolute shock. His face was completely drained of color, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Hermes couldn't stop the horrific goosebumps breaking out all over his skin. Yugan glanced over, tilting his head in confusion. "Hermes? Is that you?" He was puzzled. He couldn't sense even a tiny drop of mana from him. Was it because he lacked murderous intent? Thinking about it, Yugan bluntly asked, "So, are we fighting or what?" Hermes scrambled back frantically. "Hey, hold on. I just got here. Look, you probably don't know this, but I absolutely despise pointless brawls." "Weren't you ordered to come here?" Yugan retorted. Hermes nervously glanced around. "Look, Pandora's energy is already scattering. What's the point of fighting now? And besides, those winged shoes you're wearing belong to me. Look, I'm not going to interrogate you. Keep it short. I've been wondering where they vanished to all this time, and it turns out you had them." Yugan kept a straight face. How the hell would I know? He thought to himself. It wasn't exactly a lie. He didn't actually know their origin. Hermes glared at him in frustration. "Oh, come on, really?" Suddenly, a fierce voice boomed from out of nowhere. "Step back, right now!" And just like that, a massive explosion violently rocked the entire battlefield. Bellum aggressively stepped in front of Yugan, radiating pure annoyance. "You sneaky little rat. Were you planning to circle back and ambush us after pretending to run away?" Hermes casually brushed himself off and stood up. "Man, you guys are brutally fast. Fine, I surrender." Bellum blinked, completely taken aback by how easily he gave up. "Huh?" Bellum muttered. Hermes let out an awkward, bright laugh. "Look, I really don't want to fight anymore. I already burned through way too much stamina. And what if that creepy little monster of yours comes back?" But just as he spoke, yet another massive tremor shattered the ground, throwing the entire area into absolute chaos. A heavy, imposing voice echoed from the dust. "Kim Yugan! You again!" Yugan rolled his eyes, groaning in utter exasperation.
Seriously? Why does everyone keep dropping out of the damn sky today?
Athena glared, her voice trembling with rage. You're the one behind the Hat Queen incident, aren't you? What the hell did you do to make an Olympian turn their back on Olympus? He just sat there, casually shaking his leg. Hey, don't pin this on me. This is all on you guys. I just laid out exactly what Zeus had been doing. Shut up! Athena cuts him off and her eyes flashing. Don't you dare insult my father. You are going to pay for throwing Olympus into chaos. Yugan just sighed, looking utterly done with this conversation. Talking to her was like talking to a brick wall. Wait, did Athena seriously not know about the relationship between Zeus and the Hat Queen? He immediately activated his fiery eyes to check her stats. Looking at her righteous fury, he figured she actually had no clue. He glanced over at Hermes' utterly bored expression. Yeah, this guy wouldn't care less even if Olympus burned to the ground. Yugan stroked his chin, lost in thought. If Athena found out the ugly truth, would she turn her blade on Zeus? After all, she was the goddess who led the vanguard in the Gigantomachia and countless other holy wars. She could be incredibly useful. Let's just take her prisoner for now. Making up his mind, he sharply gave the order. Cultists of the heavenly demon and gods, restrain Athena and Hermes. Yes, sir. The crowd immediately moved to carry out his command.
Your will, cult leader!
Athena gritted her teeth in absolute frustration. She glanced desperately at Hermes, but he just shook his head with a bitter smile. Sister, it's over. We lost. The heavenly demon cultists surged forward, quickly subduing the two gods. As for the survivors, they roughly herded them into a corner. Meanwhile, Pandora was slowly regaining consciousness, but the raging hatred in her eyes had completely faded away. The very first person she saw as she opened her eyes was him. Her voice was weak, barely a whisper. Save me. Yugan. Who knew what kind of living hell Pandora had been dragged through in her past? Looking at her now, the girl radiated nothing but pure, suffocating despair. The scene shifted to a grand, majestic castle, though the atmosphere inside was incredibly heavy and suffocating. Inside, two figures were kneeling on the floor, too terrified to even breathe too loudly. Apollo's mind was racing. Why the hell did Hephaestus choose Kim Yugan as his one and only friend? Artemis was completely lost in her own bitter thoughts. Why do we keep getting summoned like this? It makes no sense. What a horrible coincidence. Up ahead, Zeus was silently watching the battle unfold between Athena, Hermes, and the enemy forces. He watched his two children get completely crushed and dragged away, his mind coldly calculating the losses. I'll have to wait another 3,000 years. At that thought, his face twisted into an ugly, dark scowl. Forgive them? Please. 3,000 years. I'll have to breed more children, raise them up, and mold every single one of them into top-tier rankers. I just have to wait until Olympus regains its full power. Artemis glared at him, her heart burning with resentment. Just as I thought. That old bastard called us here to bind us to some twisted oath. Staring at her ruthless, power-hungry father, a cold shiver ran down her spine. Artemis quickly weighed her options. We need to run. Right now. If I can just get on the sun chariot, even our father wouldn't be able to catch up to us that easily. Without a word, she and Apollo exchanged a desperate, knowing look. Now! The blazing red sun chariot swooped down toward them, but in a flash of blinding light, Zeus ruthlessly shattered it to pieces with a massive thunderbolt. Both of them froze in absolute terror as his booming voice echoed through the hall. How utterly disappointing. It has been far too long since we had a family reunion, and yet, you children are already trying to leave. But he didn't stop there. He slowly aimed his crackling divine energy right at his own flesh and blood. You refused to participate in the holy war, and now who exactly are you sneaking off to meet? His tone sounded eerily calm, but underneath it all, Zeus was seething with pure, unadulterated rage. He lowered his voice to a deadly whisper. I will ask you one last time. Whose side are you on? The scene quickly shifted to nightfall, with everyone setting up their camp to rest. Inside the main tent, the usual chaotic bickering was already in full swing. Hephaestus was stammering, frantically pointing his finger at Pandora. Well, why the hell is this crazy woman in here? She won't leave. She won't even say a damn word. Just throw her out already. Yugan rubbed his temples, letting out an exhausted sigh. If it bothers you that much, throw her out yourself. Hephaestus shrieked in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? How am I supposed to throw out a high ranker? And with that, he immediately bolted out of the tent. I'm out of here. Unlike you, I actually want to keep all my organs inside my body. Yugan blinked in sheer disbelief. Wow, he actually ran away. He shook his head, thinking to himself, well, whatever. I actually needed some time alone to deal with this thing anyway. A little baby creature quickly reached out with its tiny paws and touched his face. Ah! The little guy affectionately rubbed its cheek against his, purring nonstop. Papa! Papa! Yugan smiled helplessly. Arthur! He called out, and instantly, a deep voice echoed from the shadows. I am here, my liege. Yugan continued giving his orders. Stand guard at the entrance. Don't let anyone in. Meanwhile, the little hatched baby was still happily babbling away in his arms. Papa! Arthur bowed deeply, accepting the command. Understood, my liege. Yugan shot a side glance at Pandora and muttered, I wasn't talking about you, you know? She stared back with a completely blank expression. But I heard you anyway. He could tell she was in a seriously bad mood, though he honestly had no idea what he had done to trigger it this time. Suddenly, a blue holographic system panel popped up in front of him, prompting him to give his new little hatched companion a name. Yugan blinked in surprise. He hadn't even thought about the fact that he needed to name this little guy. He glanced down at the baby monster, who was practically vibrating with excitement, happily chanting over and over again, Name! Name! Yugan stared at the kid's bright, cheeky little face, and suddenly, the words cunning little rascal popped into his head. Man, Yugan thought to himself with a smirk, he looks exactly like that one character from League of Legends I used to play all the time. Yugan grinned and tapped the creature's nose. Donpung, from now on, your name is Kim Donpung. The system screen immediately flashed, confirming the update. Name successfully registered. Donpung cheered, clearly absolutely in love with his new name. The system pinged again. Familiar contract has been completed. From now on, Kim... Donpung can now share certain abilities with his master. Pandora just stared at the whole display, utterly speechless. What a stupidly weird name. Her sudden voice cut through the silence, making Yugan jump. And that thing is terrifying, she muttered darkly. Yugan frowned, completely confused. Terrifying? What are you even talking about? He looked down at the tiny, fluffy Donpung sitting innocently in his hands. This tiny little guy, is she instinctively rejecting him because he was exposed to external dark energy for way too long? But just as he thought that, a bizarre, sinister purple light violently flashed inside the little creature's eyes, instantly engulfing the entire tent in an eerie glow. Yu looked around in a daze, observing his surroundings. Wait, is this the same kind of space as before? He wondered. These bizarre things, they have to be from Donpung. Did you do this? He asked. Donpung just let out a happy little sound. Pa, 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 pa. Yugan couldn't help but stare at the tiny creature, totally bewildered. Is this thing really calling me dad? But before he could process it, he suddenly found himself standing right between Donpung's massive, razor-sharp teeth. Yugan couldn't help but scoff sarcastically. Wow, little Donpung is already baring its fangs at its daddy, huh? Such a filial kid. It seemed he had just blacked out for a moment. Donpung let out a few soft cries. Pa! The sound made Yugan slowly flutter his eyes open. Laying right in the middle of those terrifying teeth, he thought he was a goner for sure. But Yugan quickly realized he was completely unharmed. Turns out the little guy had zero intention of eating his papa. Instead, those phantom teeth sank right into Yugan's body. And just like that, a system alert popped up. He had acquired the skill, Predator. The Predator skill contained the power of a Titan, an ancient and mysterious entity. It could summon a monstrous beast to devour a target whole, permanently boosting the user's stats based on the prey's size. Yugan was absolutely blown away by this new ability. Predator, huh? He muttered to himself in disbelief. He thought back to just a moment ago. He had given the little guy a name, which it clearly loved. And once their contract was sealed, Yugan inherited the very same power Donpung possessed. He held out his hands, staring at his palms in awe.
So those terrifying fangs, that was the Predator skill. He closely inspected his stats again, evaluating the enigmatic little Donpung.
Is it an outer entity? Its ferocious aura felt like a crushing tidal wave, holding the destructive presence of an absolute catastrophe. I can actually get stronger just by devouring my enemies? What the hell is this? It's literally treating them like dinner. He studied the system interface, calculating the details. Donpung's levels and stats didn't look like those of a divine beast at all. It looked way more like a player's status window. Yugan couldn't hide his satisfaction at having Donpung by his side. This was a game-changing skill. Something that could completely flip his original plans upside down. He recalled his earlier conversation with the great sage Equal to Heaven. What are our chances of winning? He had been asked. His answer at the time? Just 10%. Wukong had been utterly shocked back then. Wait, what? Only 10%? And you had replied, the only thing that matters is that we have a chance. But now, he couldn't hide his blazing grin. Like I said before, we've only just found the loophole. Suddenly, he envisioned all of his comrades standing right there beside him, ready for war. And now, what are our chances looking like now? Yugan stared down at his burning hands, a fiery passion igniting in his chest. It's not just a measly 1% anymore. We've pushed it to 10%. His spirits were soaring off the charts. Donpung, you little rascal, you're my absolute lucky charm, the tiny creature squealed in agreement. Papa! Yugan smiled warmly. Looking forward to working with you, kiddo. Sometime later, Han finally got the chance to meet the infamous Donpung. His eyes nearly bugged out of his head. What in the world is this? Han immediately started baby talking and petting the creature non-stop. Oh my god, it's way too cute!
Yugan watched him, quietly debating whether he should be relieved they bought his random excuse or if they were just flat out gullible. He remembered how he had casually bragged to Han earlier. Hey, that egg I've been hauling around everywhere, it finally hatched. And it's a divine beast. Thinking back on its true nature, Yugan quickly pushed Han back, stepping in with a warning. Whoa, back up. Don't get too close or it'll take a bite out of you. Han blinked, totally taken aback. Wait, this little thing could eat me. I couldn't help it. I got a bit carried away. I'm an only child, okay? Yugan immediately turned on his heel, rolling his eyes. Spoken like a true doting parent. He knew for a fact that Han was only touching it because he hadn't seen its true form. If he had, the guy would have run screaming for the hills. But playful banter aside, the two of them quickly shifted gears to the main event. Yugan's tone dropped, turning dead serious. Take a seat. I'm going straight to the point. He locked eyes with his friend. Tell me about your mother. Han's jaw practically hit the floor, completely thrown off guard. Whoa. Why the sudden interest? Seriously, why? Yugan calmly explained his reasoning. Roth is going to make his own moves soon, so I need to get a solid grip on every single trump card we can play in this upcoming war. But Han still looked thoroughly confused. Okay, but what the hell does my mom have to do with any of that? Suddenly, he put his hands on his hips, shooting Yugan a sassy glare. Hey, hold on a second. Don't tell me I'm your secret trump card. Yugan stared right back, his expression unreadable. You possess half of Roth's power. Han furrowed his brow, completely lost. Half? What are you even talking about? Yugan elaborated. Even though your power hasn't fully awakened yet, you've definitely inherited at least half of it by now. How you wield that exact power is going to be the absolute key to our victory. Han sighed, scratching the back of his head. I really don't get why this is so important, but you're the brains of this operation. If you say it'll give us an edge, I trust you. Taking a deep breath, he began his story. My mother. She was breathtakingly beautiful, always so composed, so graceful, and in her entire life, she only ever gave her heart to one single man. As he spoke, a vivid memory flashed in his mind, the terrifying image of his father, furious, striking the surface of that mystic well. Roth had glared down at the rippling water, growling to himself. You dare look at me and play dumb? This is the pool of truth. Thanks to this water, I can finally see it all clearly. Every single person who stands before me, the face they wear and the reflection they cast in this water are two entirely different things. He had scoffed, his voice dripping with bitter irony. Is it so hard to understand the simple human desire to be loved? Out of all the countless souls who have walked into my life, only two of them had a reflection in this pool that perfectly matched the face they showed me. Hera, who always looked down on me, was the only one who smiled. She must have been so bewildered. Probably thought I was losing my mind. But there I was, falling hopelessly in love again. I was so utterly captivated by her sincerity that I gave away half of my very soul. Hercules recounted the story, his face sinking into deep thought. Yuan couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity. So, she was the only woman who truly loved Zeus, huh? Hercules didn't deny it. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. He continued. I don't know if it was just the two of them, though. Nemesis was there, too. Ares, too, Yuan added. Did you hear that both of them have already sided with Hades? Hercules blinked, visibly caught off guard. Wait, really? Seriously? If it were my mother, even if the sky came crashing down, she would have stayed right by my father's side. Yuan spoke with blunt honesty. You really are nothing like your mother. Hercules nervously intertwined his fingers. Because to her, love was greater than everything else. Even if my mother knew what was actually right, she was still hopelessly, blindly in love. Yuan chimed in. Is it really okay for you to talk about your own mother like that? Hercules sighed. Those were her own words. That's exactly why she didn't want me to live the way she did. You know, Olympus was originally created to bring order to the chaos inside the tower. And I want to inherit that very foundation. Because that is the true Olympus. Yuan then called out loudly. All right, get up. I'm exhausted half to death after dealing with all that crap. Hercules jumped, staring at Danpeng. Whoa, when the hell did you climb up there? Shoo! Yuan checked the message popping up on his screen and immediately declared, time to move. Your guy, Hades, has already made his move. Hercules looked surprised. Wait, what? He gently patted Danpeng and placed the little guy back on top of his head. Now it's our turn to strike Olympus right where it hurts. My father will be making his move soon too. It's about time Olympus learned what true fear is. Hey. Hercules looked a bit uneasy. Do you think this will be the final battle? Yuan replied flatly, could be. The war with Olympus is going to be the absolute end of it. Hercules widened his eyes. Olympus, huh? Looks like you've already got a master plan for what comes after. Oh, that reminds me. Do you remember what I told you when we first met? I'm going to completely shatter the ceiling of this tower. Hercules stood there, stunned. I did say I was going to punch a hole through the ceiling, didn't I? I never thought I'd run into someone sharing the exact same goal as my father during the tutorial phase. Driven by burning curiosity, he asked, Kim Yuan,
What on earth is actually up there? What could possibly be so important that both you and my father are this obsessed with it? Yuan's expression darkened. That's not something you need to know yet. Hercules didn't push the matter any further. Right, just not yet. Hercules figured that when the time was right, Yuan would tell him himself. Meanwhile, on the 32nd floor, a supposed world of peace, Hercules was on an absolute blood-soaked rampage. The mangled corpse lying in the dirt belonged to Poseidon's third son. Orion sneered at the sight. Are you seriously using your own nephew as a meat shield now? Hercules recalled Yuan's exact words. Once you crush the second temple, nobody is even going to bother stopping you from the third temple onward. They know it's a lost cause anyway. But by the fifth temple, they're going to deploy the full might of the Olympus army just to grind your stamina down to the bone. Only when you're on the absolute brink of collapsing will you finally get to face Zeus. That's the sun seat. Yuan had given him a strict warning. You know better than anyone just how cunning and paranoid Zeus really is. Do not let your thirst for vengeance blind you. Stick to the plan. Stall for time. It doesn't have to be long. Just enough. At this point, Hercules was genuinely in awe. Everything was playing out exactly as predicted. It was as if Kim Yuan was playing chess leagues above Zeus, completely outsmarting his godforsaken father. Shaking off his thoughts, he charged forward, tearing through the enemy lines. But suddenly, a colossal blast of overwhelming power hurled straight toward him. From the distant shadows, a figure casually strolled out. He called out Hercules' name with the sly grin of an old friend. One look was all it took for Hercules to recognize the bastard. It was Dionysus. Dionysus smirked wickedly. Time to take your punishment from father, big guy. In the very next second, an ear-splitting explosion crashed directly down onto Hercules' head. The ground beneath them shuddered violently, tearing apart. Sending in high rankers like cannon fodder and now launching a direct strike, Zeus had finally stopped holding back. This is it, the opening act. Let's sing the grand anthem that will decide the ultimate fate of Olympus. High above the chaos, Zeus stared piercingly down at his fiercely powerful son. He couldn't help but muse to himself. Just how long has it been since I last stepped foot outside my temple? I honestly believed I wouldn't have to leave until the next Gigantomachia. Watching Hercules tank the devastation, Zeus couldn't hide a twisted sense of satisfaction. He's withstanding barrage after barrage of my lightning, and he's not even using any special skills or techniques. Impressive. As expected of the absolute greatest masterpiece I've ever created. But now, I'm genuinely curious. Just how many more of my lightning bolts can he endure before he finally breaks? Hercules, my boy, let's see just how far your desperate struggle to reach my absolute peak will take you. Suddenly, a cold, heavy voice echoed through the air. You still refuse to step out and show yourself, don't you? Getting a face-to-face meeting with you is never easy. Right on cue, Hades had finally arrived. Zeus didn't even bother turning his head, replying with a dry, flat tone. Could say the exact same thing about you, couldn't I? Hades, radiating the suffocating, deathly aura of the underworld, glared down at the so-called supreme god with absolute, unmasked contempt. Hades narrowed his eyes. So you've gone and sparked an all-out war. Zeus scoffed, completely waving off the accusation. A war? Oh, please. This is nothing but a petty little family squabble. Hades mocked his younger brother, utterly unsurprised by the audacity. Well, you certainly do have one hell of a massive family. Zeus's eyes flared with dangerous intensity. It seems this has officially escalated into a blood feud between brothers. But then again, wasn't this war destined to happen a long time ago? A sly smirk spread across Zeus's face. You've never been able to beat me anyway. Without warning, a vicious bolt of lightning blasted straight toward Hades. His entire body erupted with an aura of death. Yeah, I know that well enough. But you can't call this a family reunion without him. The moment the words left his mouth, a massive wave surged beside them, tearing open a path. There was something deeply familiar about this crushing tide. It was a brilliant crystal blue, yet practically boiling with rage. It was Poseidon, the older brother Zeus had betrayed long ago. The absolute fury in his eyes reignited the second he locked a deadly glare onto his precious little brother. I've been waiting a long, long time for this, Zeus! The mere sight of him brought all the agonizing memories flooding back. How dare you rot me away in that dungeon? He lunged, thrusting his trident with lethal intent, but Zeus smoothly dodged to the side. Watching from afar, Hades couldn't help but be impressed. Even though this was just part of the gamble, everything was playing out exactly as the kid had predicted. He recalled the boy's exact words. We must break Poseidon out of Asgard's prison. If they refuse to release him, we'll force a negotiation with Asgard. We need Poseidon to launch a united front against Zeus. Zeus is definitely a massive thorn in their side as well, causing the exact kind of internal conflict that Asgard fears the most. Besides, if this sparks a brutal civil war between the three pillars of Olympus, Asgard will have absolutely zero reason to refuse. Back then, Hades had warned, Odin has likely already foreseen the possibility of us three allying against Asgard. We can't waste too much time trying to persuade him, Yu had explained. If we can drag Hercules over to our side, they won't even suspect a united Olympian front. After all, everyone knows how incredibly toxic the relationship is between Zeus and Hercules.
At the time, Hades had been completely caught off guard. Can you really convince him to join us? Without a second of hesitation, Yu had replied, yes, I am absolutely certain. Back on the battlefield, the god of the sea and Zeus were locked in an explosive deathmatch. Crashing waves collided with roaring thunder. The sheer pressure radiating from the two gods was absolutely suffocating. Poseidon summoned a towering tsunami, violently hurling it at Zeus, who effortlessly sidestepped the devastating blow. Suddenly, Poseidon flinched, gritting his teeth in shock. Lethal arcs of lightning were slithering through his violent waves, catching him completely off guard. In a heartbeat, the deep blue currents were entirely swallowed by ferocious, crackling thunder. Poseidon's mind raced. Is he channeling his lightning directly into my water? A split second later, his own attack backfired, electrocuting him and paralyzing his entire body. Looking down at Poseidon's seething rage, Zeus sneered, "It seems you've forgotten, dear brother. You and I are polar opposites." The moment the words left his mouth, Zeus threw a savage punch straight at his older brother. The terrifying force of the blow sent Poseidon flying through the air like a rag doll. Zeus glared mercilessly at Poseidon, but his brother's expression made him pause in confusion. Is he smiling? Wiping the blood from his mouth, Poseidon cursed, "You annoying bastard, keep your damn eyes on me." At that exact moment, Hades materialized from behind, burying a devastating punch deep into Zeus's chest. Hades asked in a chillingly low voice, "If that's the case, then what's the compatibility between you and me, little brother?" Veins bulged violently across Zeus's forehead as his face darkened with pure malice, glaring back at Hades. Clever move, but it barely even scratched me. Hearing this, Poseidon's eyes flared with unrestrained, bloodthirsty rage. Zeus instantly erupted with immense energy, blasting Hades far away into the distance. Everything around them was blown to absolute pieces. Skidding backward, Hades' mind was racing. I couldn't even put up a defense. A counterattack is completely impossible. Is the gap in our power really this colossal? Zeus scoffed, looking down at his older brothers with utter contempt. It looks like you two have been neglecting your training. I haven't even started trying yet. With those words, a terrifying surge of monstrous power rapidly expanded toward them. This was the absolute authority of the sky's ruler. An attack that seemed so casual effortlessly wiped out everything in its path. An entire corner of the sky was swallowed by the blinding, destructive light Zeus unleashed. Hades crashed down from above, the crushing impact cratering the earth in an instant. Poseidon gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. "Zeus, that arrogant bastard, he's just playing with us." Zeus mocked them coldly. "You two are nothing but disappointments. After all this time, you haven't improved in the slightest." Poseidon snapped, completely furious. "Listen to the guy who does nothing but rot away inside his shiny temple talking big." Zeus actually found it amusing. "Doing nothing, you say? I suppose that's how it looks to you fools. But in reality, you two are the ones who became overly complacent. You completely stopped trying." Poseidon roared. "What the hell did you just say?" Zeus continued, his tone sharp. "Have you ever, even for a single second, thought about climbing higher than the peak of Olympus? Because I will use whatever means necessary to ascend to an entirely new summit. And when that day comes, I will truly become the absolute king who stands atop the tower." Hades looked at him in disbelief. "You are already the king of Olympus. Is that still not enough for you?" Zeus shot back, "A life without ambition is no different from being dead, especially here inside this very tower. Looking at you two, so pathetically satisfied with the present, it fills me with absolute disgust." Hades pressed on. "Is that why you want to ignite another Gigantomachia? Are you really doing all of this just to feed your bottomless greed? Listen to me. There is no higher summit. Stop spouting this absolute nonsense." Zeus simply laughed, completely unfazed. "It doesn't matter whether you pathetic fools believe me or not. A higher floor definitely..." Suddenly, a steady voice echoed through the air. "A higher floor definitely exists." Floating up above, Yu had finally arrived. He stared dead at Zeus. "I finally get to meet him face to face. That monster." Zeus slowly turned his head to look at the boy. "You say a higher floor exists. What exactly do you know, mortal?" Yu gently patted and praised Dan Peng. "You did great, buddy." The little guy happily babbled. "Ba ba 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 ba." Poseidon spotted him from a distance, his expression still completely hostile. But the god of the sea knew full well that this newcomer was none other than Kim Yugan. Strangely enough, even Hades, the terrifying god of the underworld, visibly relaxed the moment he laid eyes on the boy. He finally made it. Standing boldly before three absolute gods, Yu didn't flinch. His gaze didn't waver for even a single second. Zeus glared at Yu, clearly annoyed, and demanded once more, "What exactly do you know?" Yu didn't beat around the bush. "A lot more than you do." Zeus scoffed, clearly displeased. What a deeply underwhelming answer. "Tell me exactly what you know about what's happening here." But at that exact moment, massive ocean waves were silently rising right behind Zeus's back. Zeus didn't even move a muscle, yet the crushing attack couldn't even come close to touching his body. Hades watched intently. "At this rate, we won't even be able to get near him." Poseidon muttered Zeus's name in sheer frustration. Yugan couldn't help but feel a chilling dread sink deep into his stomach.
That man is an absolute monster. This overwhelming, suffocating presence, it's just completely absurd. But Yugan maintained his composure. You seem a little curious. You even went out of your way to set this grand stage just for me. Yugan stared him down, his gaze dead serious. Zeus, it's really not that much different from what you already know. The only difference is that you learned from them.
Well, I had to figure it all out on my own. Zeus raised an eyebrow, genuinely taken aback. Is that so?
I finally understand it now. Why a mediocre player, a mere pawn on the board, could turn Olympus and the world completely upside down. You aren't just talented. You're someone who sees the grander picture far clearer than I ever could. I apologize for underestimating you. In the very next breath, Zeus flared his overwhelming aura. From this moment onward, I shall acknowledge you as my equal. In a flash, a vicious bolt of lightning blasted straight toward Yugan, but instantly, a barrier of azure light erupted to shield him. Pandora glared at Zeus, her voice dripping with absolute venom. Because of that damn piece you forced onto me, I had to bear the crushing weight of the entire world. Do you have any idea what you did to me? Her sudden interference left the King of Gods utterly bewildered. Is that woman just another one of your little trump cards? Zeus asked. Yugan replied with a nonchalant shrug. Not at all. Pandora is the very karma that you brought upon yourself. Hearing this, Poseidon was left completely stunned. How in the world did Pandora end up on Kim Yugan's side? Poseidon demanded. Hades shook his head slowly. I am not sure. I have absolutely no idea. Hades quietly observed his younger brother. The tides of battle were shifting, and Zeus was no longer paying any attention to the rest of them. Like a grandmaster staring down a chessboard, his absolute focus was locked entirely onto Yugan. Hades couldn't help but feel that this war would only end when the enemy king finally fell. This very thought proved just how highly Hades rated Yugan's power, placing a mere mortal on the exact same pedestal as the king of the skies, his own brother. Meanwhile, Zeus was already clashing violently with Pandora. She didn't show even a single ounce of fear or hesitation while crossing blows with him. Two catastrophic waves of raw power slammed against each other, sending terrifying shockwaves tearing through the air. It had to be said, the number of beings in this world capable of going toe-to-toe with Zeus could literally be counted on one hand. At that exact moment, Poseidon unleashed a massive surge of divine energy, diving into the fray to assist. And just like that, Zeus found himself fighting off Pandora while simultaneously having to fend off his own older brother.
Without a doubt, this was the absolute grandest battle Zeus had ever experienced against a player. Raging waters and heaven-rending lightning violently clashed once again.
The surrounding atmosphere instantly grew suffocatingly dark and heavy. It was a terrifying manifestation of the sky god's boiling wrath. Just as Zeus had declared, his power and his brother Poseidon's were complete polar opposites. But Hades wasn't just going to stand by and watch. He immediately unleashed the pure abyssal power of the underworld, launching a devastating strike at his stubborn little brother. A terrifying glint of fury flashed across Hades' face. This was truly an all-out earth-shattering blood feud between the mighty gods of the same house. As the gods tore into each other with blazing intensity, the very depths of the underworld were summoned to the battlefield, and on the other side, the boundless roaring ocean manifested. The sinister effects of the mysterious black crystal were rapidly amplifying. Seeing Pandora suddenly stop in her tracks, Yugan called out in genuine concern. Pandora, you can still fight Zeus, right? She remained completely still, then softly replied, Yeah. Yugan's mind raced. His sole mission was to be the ultimate game changer in this apocalyptic war. Even if it was just by a fraction, his first step was to perfectly set the stage. One that could push Poseidon's and Hades' stats to their absolute maximum potential. Hades couldn't help but stare in confusion. What the hell are you doing? I can see you wielding the power of the mysterious black crystal, but it's messing with my own power. Yugan simply let out a faint, knowing smirk. Hades was clearly caught completely off guard, utterly unaware of the black crystal's true nature. Yugan playfully teased, Well, if I told you its secret, are you just going to snatch it away from me? Hades narrowed his eyes. And if I do crave it, are you going to hand Asgard over to me just like you did with Poseidon and turn me into a damn criminal? Yugan shook his head smoothly. Of course not. The Lord of the Dead pressed further. Then what exactly is your grand plan? Do you seriously think this is enough to take down Zeus? Yugan's eyes sharpened. No, but I can drag our chances of winning from 0% straight up to 1%. Hades couldn't hold back a dry scoff. That is way too damn low, kid. But they didn't have time to stand around and chat. A terrifying barrage of lightning instantly rained down from the heavens, blasting straight for Yugan. The surrounding landscape had already been obliterated, looking no different from a desolate, ruined wasteland. Amidst the shattered apocalyptic ruins, Yugan immediately activated his perception domain. His demonic skills surged outward in a flash, exponentially enhancing his domain's power. Ding! The system flashed a chilling alert. The golden eye is currently observing you. At that exact moment, Hades and Poseidon furiously charged back into the fray. By now, the lightning shard violently reacted with his innate power. Zeus was single-handedly taking on 4 god-tier fighters at once, yet absurdly enough, The scales of victory were still heavily tipping in his favor. Pandora gritted her teeth and pushed forward, shouting over the storm, "It's still not enough!" Yugan cursed under his breath. "Damn it! Is it really not doing anything?" Suddenly, Heracles' warning echoed heavily in his mind. The one thing my father truly fears is his invincible armor. That lightning isn't just a simple weapon. It acts as his spear, his shield, and his absolute armor. It is the living embodiment of my father's supreme power. Right now, enveloped in that storm, Zeus looked like an utterly untouchable sovereign lord. According to Heracles, if they couldn't shatter that lightning armor, they would never even lay a finger on the king of gods. Deep in his desperate thoughts, Yugan completely failed to notice a savage lethal strike rocketing straight toward his blind spot. But just a fraction of a second before impact, a rock-solid hand firmly gripped his shoulder, forcibly stabilizing him. It was Heracles. He had finally arrived on the battlefield, and now the ultimate clash between father and son was about to begin. Heracles' face was twisted in absolute burning rage. "I'm a little late. I had to deal with that little gift you sent my way." He stared dead into the eyes of the man before him, his heart having long since frozen over. "But we are here now, Father." And with an explosive boom, the two mighty figures rocketed straight into the sky. Down below, everyone could only watch as two catastrophic streaks of light violently crashed and twisted together in the heavens. Watching from afar, Han pondered, just as they always say, there is always a higher mountain. So this is a war between the absolute highest tier players? He pondered in deep awe. "Kim Yugan, what exactly do you want me to do?" Han recalled the boy's instructions. He had only one mission: secure Zeus's lightning shard. Hagen had questioned it. "Is that even possible?" Yu had firmly replied, "For you? Yes, it is. Honestly, you're the only one who can." The boy had emphasized it once more. "I told you, you are the true heir to half of Zeus's power." Back in the present, Hercules gripped his weapon and charged at Zeus, landing a vicious, heavy blow. A relentless surge of energy erupted, but he was instantly hurled away by his own father. Standing nearby, you couldn't hide his shock. Hercules glared, his eyes piercing and cold. At the same time, the system chimed in. "You have witnessed the power of the Titan. The Titan's might is roaring on the battlefield." Like hell, Hercules would just submit. He launched himself back up, his titanification violently reacting to his opponent's crushing aura. Yugan watched him warily. It was a skill capable of igniting a blazing warrior's soul. With such overwhelming absolute power, to think they were still this strong even after fighting the rankers Zeus had sent. It looked like they had to rely on the enemy exhausting his mana to find an opening for a counterattack. But playing the waiting game wasn't exactly looking hopeful. High above, two streaks of light clashed endlessly. Yugan scanned the area, calculating. Right now, Zeus might not be at his absolute peak. He must be relying on his near-infinite mana pool to suppress everyone. A blinding flash of Zeus's light soared through the sky. You weighed the odds. Our win rate is hovering around 30%. Looks like it's finally my turn. Meanwhile, Hagen stood in dead silence, observing the chaos. His heartbeat was accelerating, thumping violently against his chest. He furrowed his brows, the boy's warning echoing in his mind. He had exactly one job: seize Zeus's lightning shard. For him, it was possible. He was the only one who could pull this off. "I told you, didn't I? You are the heir to half of Zeus's power." Thinking back on this, Han stared deeply at his own trembling hands. Suddenly, he clenched his fists with fierce resolve. A surging aura instantly enveloped his body. Over on Zeus's side, the supreme god was entirely focused on the battle. The system rang out. The lightning shard is reacting to the other fragments. But the lightning shard desires to return to its primal form. The lightning shard has chosen its master. He had been so wrapped up in the fight that he hadn't noticed, but as Zeus glanced to the side, his eyes caught a painfully familiar silhouette. The man standing there was none other than Zeus's own beloved son. Just as Yugan had planned, he stood there in silence, staring down at his revered father. Zeus couldn't believe it. Hagen. But a split second later, he was forced to snap back and fend off the three attackers closing in. As they rushed him, Poseidon caught Zeus slipping and roared, "Are you getting distracted, little brother? Are you looking down on us?" Instantly, three distinct, massive auras surged from three different directions. Trapped in the center, Zeus unleashed a colossal wave of pure power. Suddenly, shattering the tension, a massive flaming sword swung down, aimed straight for Zeus. It was Hagen. From a distance, he unleashed a devastating blast of energy, causing a deafening explosion on the other side. Firing off such a massive attack clearly took a heavy toll on him. The entire chariot trembled violently. Feeling as if his body was about to tear itself apart, Han let out an agonizing groan. Yugan looked up, a satisfied smirk forming. "Perfect. We got him." Han was playing his role flawlessly as the bait to provoke their enemy. The boy gritted his teeth. But no matter how strong Hagen is, he can't maintain the output of a high ranker forever. If I miss this window, there won't be another chance. Chaos erupted around Zeus. Hagen's continuous barrage of energy blasts rained down on him, Zeus was already struggling to hold off the combined might of Hades and his brothers. Seeing the three of them struggle against him, Pandora immediately dashed in for backup. Her speed was blinding, completely fearless even when facing the strongest ranker. She spun gracefully, launching a fierce, twisting strike right at him. But of course, Zeus wasn't just going to stand there and take it. In a flash, Pandora's leg was caught. Channeling his aura, Zeus gripped her ankle with crushing force. Without missing a beat, he ruthlessly slammed her entire body into the ground, cratering the earth beneath her. Only then did a pang of bitter regret hit Zeus. He glared fiercely. I never should have given half of my power to that bastard. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be feeling this pathetic, useless sensation right now. Grinding his teeth, Zeus shifted his stance, planting his feet firmly into the ground. What's done is done. Regret is useless. I just need to keep fighting. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, Poseidon lunged at him with a vicious thrust. Zeus tried to dodge, but his movement was just a fraction off. He was still struggling heavily in this battle against his fiercely talented brother. Poseidon gritted his teeth, his eyes locking onto Zeus with lethal intent. A cataclysmic explosion tore through the air as water and lightning collided. If an ordinary person were caught in this clash, they would have been instantly obliterated. Poseidon's trident rapidly expanded, thrusting violently into Zeus's oncoming attack. And this time, the god of the sea's weapon actually pushed through. It slowly pierced deeper. Zeus couldn't dodge in time. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his arm. Zeus was completely cornered, surrounded on all sides by enemies screaming for his blood. Filled with absolute rage, the thunder god roared. Hagen! His eyes burned with unbridled fury as his compressed aura violently exploded outwards. The torrent of power Han was blasting at Zeus grew increasingly intense. It was clear he was pouring every last drop of his strength into this single strike. He had never done anything like this before. Hagen lowered his head, desperately pushing past his limits just to keep from collapsing. On the other side, Poseidon and Hades gritted their teeth. Their eyes flashed with feral intensity, radiating an endless, suffocating bloodlust.
Meanwhile, Hercules gripped his weapon with everything he had, desperately trying not to be blown away by Zeus's power. Zeus's hand was still occupied, forcibly blocking the attack from Han, his own beloved son. Taking on so many devastating attacks all at once, Zeus couldn't contain his wrath. How dare you! He bellowed. In that fraction of a second, the image of a little boy and a beautiful, gentle woman flashed through his mind, playing like a slow-motion film. That tender, warm smile. It had been meant only for him. He remembered little Han, listening to his mother talk about his father, hugging her with such pure, overwhelming joy. For a brief moment, the illusion of a normal, happy family of three appeared, only to shatter into a million pieces like a broken mirror. These were probably the only wife and son he truly cherished and held deep in his heart. The mere memory brought a sharp pang of grief. Zeus bit his lip hard, his massive frame trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a familiar hand thrust right in front of Zeus's face. Seeing the god distracted, Yugan seized the perfect opening. He dashed forward in a blur, aiming a brutal strike straight at Zeus's eye. Blood instantly gushed from Zeus's eye, yet erratic sparks of lightning kept violently spewing from it, like a malfunctioning toy. Yugan stared him down, his expression ice cold. A split second later, a massive explosion erupted, swallowing the area in thick, blinding smoke. Yugan leaped back, putting distance between them. Now missing an eye, Zeus glared at the boy with pure, ravenous murder in his gaze. A silent, furious roar echoed in his mind. Kim Yugan! Watching from the sidelines, Poseidon was utterly baffled. Why the hell would he aim for the eye? Was he seriously messing around at a critical moment like this? Amidst the smoking ruins and oppressive gloom, Zeus's once overwhelming aura was now flickering like a dying ember. Yugan recalled the secret Heracles had shared with him. Father never tried to hide the secret of his thunderbolt. If anything, he constantly flaunted its presence right in front of us. Baju. A triumphant smirk crossed Yugan's face. Golden eye. Just think about what that actually means. The divine stone of lightning. Who the hell would have guessed that the old man hid something like that right inside his own eyeball? Resting in the palm of his hand was none other than Zeus's gouged out eye. Gazing at the gruesome prize, Yugan finally explained. Now that we've snatched his almighty thunderbolt, our chances of winning just shot up to 70%. Hearing this, Hades was completely stunned. Wait, what? You're telling me that is the thunderbolt? Yugan then shifted his gaze toward the once supreme god, who was now trembling weakly in the distance. Your time is up. Zeus! Zeus was thrashing around like a headless snake, clutching his ruined eye socket while glaring venomously at Yugan. Without wasting a second, Heracles grabbed his colossal club and charged furiously at his father. Zeus desperately raised a trembling arm to block the incoming strike. Heracles looked down at him with blatant disgust. It was a pathetic sight, a complete 180 from just minutes ago. Look at you, old man. You look absolutely pathetic. With those cold words, Heracles leaped high into the air, bringing his weapon crashing down on his father with explosive force. The tables had completely turned. What was once an untouchable god was now an easy target, and Heracles was landing devastating blows effortlessly. Staggered by Heracles' raw power, Zeus slammed his foot into the ground to brace himself. His godly aura was rapidly fading,
but his stubborn pride absolutely refused to yield. With a feral roar, he gathered every last ounce of his divine energy and blasted it straight at Heracles. A deafening explosion ripped through the battlefield, shaking the very earth under Zeus's desperate counterattack. Watching the chaos, Hades couldn't wrap his head around it. Did that kid actually steal the Thunderbolt? That's the very core of Zeus's power. You can't become a high ranker just by relying on a single broken item, Yugan muttered, explaining the harsh reality of the system. He inspected the eye closely. Its energy was wildly unstable, completely different from a moment ago. Right on cue, a system alert flashed. The Thunderbolt rejects your command. The blessing of the sea has failed to suppress it. Yugan gritted his teeth in thought. Damn it, is it really impossible for me to control a fragment of the Thunderbolt? Does it absolutely need Zeus's mana to activate? He cursed under his breath. This is a major miscalculation. But then, a crazy idea sparked in his mind, making him freeze in his tracks. Wait a minute, Zeus's mana! Yugan immediately shot his gaze up to the sky, where wild lightning was violently tearing through the storm clouds above. A wicked plan forming in his head, he turned straight to Pandora. Throw me up there, he ordered. She blinked, caught completely off guard. Throw you? Are you insane? Yugan didn't hesitate. I'm dead serious. Use everything you've got and launch me straight into the damn clouds. Yugan quickly ran the math in his head. Using Sky Step to climb that high would take too long. A fastball pitch from Pandora is way faster. If she can knock me out in a single hit, her raw physical strength must be off the charts. Before he could blink, Pandora grabbed him by the arm. Her aura flared violently as her expression shifted into pure, deadly focus. Brace yourself. You're going up. Yugan suddenly felt a wave of panic. Wait, hey, not too hard. She ignored him completely. In the blink of an eye, Yugan was launched like a human missile rocketing into the stratosphere. For Pandora, tossing him felt as effortless as throwing a baseball. Her monstrous strength was seriously no joke. As he rapidly approached Hagen's sun chariot high in the sky, Yugan activated his fiery eyes, mapping out the chaotic energy paths around him. There it was! He finally locked onto his target. Mid-air, he instantly triggered his lightning step. With a thunderous crack, Yugan propelled himself forward. System alert, movement speed boosted by 100% for 5 seconds. Airwalking, granted for 5 seconds. Hagen, who had been laser-focused on the battle below, was utterly shocked when Yugan suddenly slammed onto his chariot. He shot the boy a serious glare. Are you done yet? Yugan just gave a nonchalant grin. Almost. You did great. Now go to sleep. Right then, a system notification chimed in. The Thunderbolt is resonating with its own lingering echoes. A fiercely satisfied grin spread across Yugan's face. Perfect! It's reacting exactly how I wanted. With fierce determination, he clenched his fists, forcibly gathering every shred of that chaotic energy together. From the divine chariot, an apocalyptic pillar of savage lightning blasted straight down to the earth at godlike speed. The sheer magnitude of the power was dangerously overwhelming. Yugan bit his lip until it bled, bracing against the shockwave as the system interface flared to life. The host's mana is fiercely resisting the Thunderbolt. Mana-induced damage has been mitigated. The Thunderbolt fragment is clashing against the core power of the Thunderbolt. Electrical resistance stat has vastly increased. Trembling under the immense pressure, he desperately tightened his grip around the hand of Dielkini. Just as I thought, trying to command the true source of the Thunderbolt is a whole different beast. Honestly, just managing to hold on to this thing is a damn miracle, but I have to push past the limit. I have to endure this. He forced both of his burning hands to lock together around the surging power. Yugan gritted his teeth, fueling his fiery resolve. I have to conquer this power right now. It's the only way I can crush Olympus to dust. A goal I once thought was impossible until I became a high ranker. His eyes narrowed fiercely. He raised his hand high, whispering to himself that his target was finally right in front of him. The system chimed back to back. You have created your first lightning web. The lightning blade acknowledges you. Just a little. Yugan couldn't help but smirk. This was getting interesting. Wait, this lightning web has a mind of its own? He let out a dry laugh. Even he hadn't known that. With his current stats, he could only unleash this move exactly one time. In that split second, a massive surge of lightning erupted. Yugan roared, "Take this!" Zeus! The moment the name left his lips, he launched himself straight down from the sky. So this is the power you've been using. Caught completely off guard, Zeus couldn't dodge in time. He took Yugan's attack head on. Zeus's face twisted into a mask of pure murderous intent, his entire body radiating a blazing, uncontrollable fury. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air. The ground quaked violently as the surrounding temperature spiked. As the dust cleared, a massive crater was left scarred deep into the earth. It looked like Yugan's strike had actually done some real damage. Poseidon stared blankly at Hades, completely caught off guard by what he just saw. What kind of insane power is this? The ruler of the underworld remained dead silent. This wasn't just a matter of being strong or weak. It was an ultimate tier weapon, going up against an ultimate tier ranker like Zeus. Suddenly, a sinister green aura exploded outward. Hades' eyes widened. He can actually push it to this level? Zeus's remaining eye flared with a piercing purple light. Emerging from the aftermath of the attack, He looked like a wrathful demon dragged straight out of hell. Hercules stood in heavy silence, muttering, "Strange." His presence just got even bigger. Hades flinched, genuinely taken aback. Nearby, Pandora stood frozen in place. Her body seemed to instinctively react the moment that sickly green light appeared. She was trembling all over, her eyes locked onto the terrifying energy. What is that? It's just like what came out of the box I opened. Poseidon, rapidly losing the last of his patience, roared out, "Your damn stubbornness is driving me insane!" Gripping his trident tight, he launched himself into the air, screaming, "I'll end you right here!" But suddenly, a terrifying pressure suffocated the battlefield, making Poseidon freeze midair. He looked down at his younger brother in absolute shock, one massive question burning in his mind. What the hell is that? Is that really Zeus? In a flash, Yugan dashed forward, intercepting Poseidon's strike. "Back off, he's my opponent." Poseidon stared at the fiery, fearless young man standing before him, utterly bewildered. "Kim Yugan?" Poseidon spat out the name, his voice dripping with annoyance. "With your pathetic level, what exactly do you think you can do?" Yugan just gritted his teeth. Without a word, he activated his fiery eyes to see right through the illusion. Knowing damn well the god of the sea wasn't going to step aside, Yugan shouted at the top of his lungs, summoning Danpung. He bolted straight toward Zeus and commanded his companion, "Devour every last bit of it." Instantly, the little creature materialized, its razor-sharp jaws snapping wide open to engulf the target. Right on cue, the system flashed a warning. The predator has bared its fangs. And just like that, those terrifying jaws clamped down, completely surrounding Zeus's body. A swirling torrent of purple mana surged forward, creeping up to swallow Zeus's sickly green energy whole. Confronted by this bizarre alien power, the king of gods was left standing in sheer disbelief. Then, as if he finally sensed the true danger, Zeus's massive frame gave a slight, involuntary shudder. He quickly raised a trembling hand, desperately trying to cast a counterattack, but another hand viciously slammed down, gripping his wrist like a vice. Zeus glared at the boy, his voice dark and heavy. "Kim Yugan, do you truly possess the ultimate power of this realm?" Yugan met his gaze with dead calm. "Not of this realm, old man. I draw my power from the outside." The moment the words left his mouth, Danpung unleashed its primal hunting instincts. An overwhelming surge of energy exploded across the battlefield. The system screens cascaded with endless alerts. "Danpung has leveled up!" Giant spectral jaws slowly unhinged in midair, while thousands of glowing eyes locked ominously onto their prey. As Yugan kept a sharp watch on his surroundings, a deep voice echoed inside his mind. "You've made a grave mistake." Yugan's eyes narrowed, his focus absolute. "I don't care what you used to be. Right here, right now, I am the apex predator." Zeus's vile green energy was being completely devoured, fading into nothingness. The sheer shockwave of that devouring force blasted the surrounding earth and shattered rocks into dust yet again. Danpung let out a sound of pure satisfaction, happily patting its perfectly round, stuffed belly. It wasn't just a meal, its holy power, growth rate, and total mana capacity had all skyrocketed. The system immediately chimed in. "You have defeated the despair that swallows dreams. Reward, 300,000 points." Yugan remained perfectly still. The victor had been decided, and the chaotic battlefield finally fell into an eerie, heavy silence. Hades simply watched him without a word. Truth be told, the Lord of the Dead had always respected Yugan's potential. Poseidon, who had been mocking him just moments ago, was now completely speechless, nervously watching how things would unfold. Hercules vaulted from his chariot, slamming into the ground at breakneck speed. Anyone could tell it was over. But no matter how twisted it was, he was still the son Zeus had favored the most. Seeing the Almighty Father broken and defeated like this left a bitter taste in his mouth. Hercules' mind was racing with conflicting emotions. He stared at the absolute ruin before him, a faint, almost ironic smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Yugan didn't celebrate. Instead, his demeanor was chillingly calm. "My part in this fight is over. The final act belongs to them." Stripped of his glory, Zeus stood frozen in place, his head bowed in silence. The sheer toll of that last attack had drained his life force, turning his hair completely snow white. Pushing his powers so far past their limits had destroyed him. Having been smashed violently into the dirt, the fallen god finally had a moment to just stare up at the endless sky above. "So, this is how high the sky looks from the absolute bottom." Zeus slowly turned his gaze toward Hercules, the very son he had treated as nothing more than a weapon of war for countless years. "Do you despise me, my son?" Hercules didn't say a single word. Zeus coughed, forcing his words out. "But I do not regret a single thing I've done." The father and son stood face to face, mere inches apart. Even now, at the bitter end, the king of gods refused to admit he was wrong. "If anything, you should be thanking me. I am the one who allowed you to live as a pure blood, the one who granted you the power of a sovereign." Hercules had harbored a deep-seated hatred for his father for ages, but hearing those sickening words directly from his mouth made his entire body tremble with rage. Hercules' knuckles turned white as he gripped his massive wooden club tighter and tighter. His voice shook with centuries of repressed pain. You never deserved to be a father." With a primal roar, he swung the colossal club directly at Zeus.
Exhausted and completely drained from the brutal clash with Yugan, just trying to block a single strike from Hercules was now an impossible task for the fallen king. Zeus's trembling legs buckled, desperately fighting just to stay standing. Hercules showed no mercy, mercilessly smashing the massive weapon into his father again and again. Every ounce of suffering he and his mother had endured. Today, they were going to pay for it all. With the battle finally over, the 1,000-year legacy of the tower's absolute strongest guild was shattered. The bitter irony was how quickly everything was swept under the rug, bearing countless years of history as if they never existed. Meanwhile, over in Asgard, the faction most heavily invested in this war, the Valkyries made their entrance. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy slammed straight into the earth, completely obliterating the ground beneath them. Stepping up to take the vanguard this time was none other than Thor. Poseidon glared at the young man with absolute fury, roaring, "Kim Yuan, hand over the ocean crystal, right now!" He just let out a tired sigh. "If you think you're strong enough, come and take it." Meanwhile, Zeus, whose remaining magical power was entirely sealed, was dragged away to the deepest, darkest prison in Asgard. The former king of gods looked absolutely pathetic. Yuan turned to Hercules, asking quietly, "You don't regret this, do you?" "About not killing Zeus, I mean. Be honest with yourself." A faint, satisfied smile crossed Hercules' face. "I just want to leave it at this. Right here, right now. After all, Zeus has already been stripped of everything. His power, his ambitions, his entire future." Yuan stood in silence, listening as the hero spoke of his new path. "From now on, I'm just going to live. No more thoughts of revenge. I'm just so tired of it all." Yuan nodded softly. "That's a good choice. It suits you." Yet Yuan could see the profound sorrow still lingering in Hercules' eyes. Beneath all that radiant glory, there had probably been a flicker of genuine happiness once. That brilliant castle had been built brick by brick from countless memories. Hades stood in utter silence for a long time, his eyes sweeping over the desolate ruins of the once magnificent fortress. Destroyed by Zeus's very own hands, the few surviving denizens of the castle could only find solace in their own quiet ways. Clenching his fist with unshakable resolve, Hades swore to himself, Olympus would rise from the ashes and be reborn in absolute glory. His face carried a new, heavy maturity, a fierce determination for a fresh start. As soon as the dust settled on the battlefield, Yuan stripped off his cloak and gloves, setting aside the eye of Zeus. Down in the blazing forge, Hephaestus stared intently at the materials the young man had left behind. He couldn't help but recall Yuan's words. "Even if the crafting fails and they're completely destroyed, it's fine. Just go wild and forge it however you want, old man." Yuan had smiled so brightly back then, saying that taking risks was the only way to forge the ultimate artifact. Snapping back to the present, the blacksmith slammed his mug of beer down onto the table with a heavy thud. A wild spark of inspiration ignited in Hephaestus' mind. The enigmatic dark crystal, the fathomless ocean crystal, and the boundless sky crystal, the absolute greatest artifact, forged from the fusion of all three. The sheer thrill of a new beginning steeled their resolve, giving them the comfort and courage to turn the page to the next chapter of their lives. And Yuan, he was no exception. Resting in the palm of his hand was a gleaming golden insignia, shaped like a radiant tower. This was it, the entry ticket to the sacred grounds of Valhalla. Yuan stared at it, lost in deep thought. He remembered how Poseidon had reluctantly tossed it to him the moment the fighting ceased. "This is a gift from my father. Just take it." Yuan blinked in genuine surprise. "Wait, a gift from Odin?" The god offered a surprisingly cheerful explanation. "Think of it as a formal invitation. He said that if you managed to survive this war, he wanted to meet you face to face. He promised to welcome you with the utmost hospitality as an honored guest." Yuan tightened his grip around the token. As for Asgard, it was better to put that on the back burner for now. Meeting Odin would just have to wait. Yuan's thoughts shifted to his sworn brother. "Hold on, Wukong. It's finally time to bust you out." Suddenly, he scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "Ah, right. There's somewhere else I need to drop by first." The scene abruptly shifts to a desolate, jagged mountain peak, entirely swallowed by a suffocatingly thick fog. At first glance, the village hidden within seemed incredibly peaceful, with quaint little houses huddled closely together. But that illusion was quickly shattered by the frantic pounding of heavy footsteps and loud, rowdy shouts. "The guy isn't even a ranker. What the hell is he supposed to do against us?" As the mob frantically debated, one of them cut in, "No way! He's using some kind of weird skill. But look at him! He's still a sitting duck. Let's rush him all at once." Boom! Before they could even move, the stone wall behind them violently exploded outward with a deafening shockwave. The thugs panicked, throwing their arms up to shield their faces as they were blasted onto their backs. Trembling on the dirt, they stammered, "What? What the hell was that?" "It's him! The monster is here!" Amidst the chaos, a cool, casual voice echoed through the dust. "Hey, don't run away. I'm not here to beat you up. I just want to ask a few simple questions." Every single one of them shivered violently, screaming the same thought in their heads. "Liar!" Yuan casually cracked his knuckles, his tone suddenly dropping to a freezing chill. "I heard one of the three great treasures is hidden around here. Anyone care to spill the details?"
Welcome to the 44th floor, the territory of the three young masters. The scene immediately cuts to a guy getting his face absolutely caved in. Seconds later, a whole mob of thugs is sent flying through the air, groaning in a dizzy haze from the sheer, brutal physical trauma. Bang! Two more grunts were blasted backward by an invisible shockwave of aura. Their faces hilariously warped from the impact, and standing right in the center of the carnage was Yugan. One of the surviving thugs shrieked at the top of his lungs. "Don't kill him yet! Steal his system points first!" Another yelled back, I know! The mob's leader desperately barked orders. "Corner him! Force him to the edge!" But the moment Yuan shot them a single piercing glare, a symphony of agonizing, blood-curdling screams instantly echoed across the entire mountain. The battered leader gritted his blood-stained teeth. Why the hell would a supreme treasure be in a dump like this? If I actually knew anything, I would have dug it up myself by now. Unfazed, Yuan stared him down and asked the question one more time. "So you really don't know a single thing?" The thug screamed back in absolute desperation. "I've told you 100 damn times. I don't know." Yuan's expression darkened with disappointment. "Figures." But then, the beaten man stammered out, "Wait, you're Kim Yuan, aren't you?" "A mere player. Someone who hasn't even become a ranker yet. How can you be this monstrously strong?" Hearing that, the brightest, most terrifyingly cheerful smile spread across Yuan's face. Needless to say, the poor guy's fate was utterly sealed. He was beaten to an absolute pulp. The scene shifts once more to a dimly lit in-room, where Yuan comfortably flopped down onto a cheap mattress. He couldn't help but smirk in satisfaction, renting a whole private room for just 12 system points. The cost of living here is ridiculously cheap. This was the lawless zone governed by the three young masters, a territory officially granted to them by the tower's administrators. Letting out a heavy sigh, he muttered to himself, "A chaotic dump that's even worse than the hellscape on the 42nd floor, left completely unchecked under the guise of freedom. I guess some things never change." It was precisely because it was such a headache that he had actively avoided coming back to this place in his past life. Security in this sector is absolutely non-existent. Thugs will jump you at every corner just to strip your points and items bare. A sly grin crept onto his face. In other words, it's the perfect place to go fishing for bait. He let out an exasperated sigh. "You guys attacked first. I was just defending myself." By now, the rumors that Kim Yu was hunting for the three sacred treasures had probably spread like wildfire. Among the three sacred treasures, the only one currently held by the three noble divines was Amaterasu's Yasakani jewel. He slowly raised his blade, and one of the remaining two they were so desperately looking for was right here in his hands. Yugo closed his eyes, a faint smirk on his face. If that guy found out the relic meant for Susanoo was actually sitting right here, he'd absolutely lose his mind. Just then, little Dan Peng poked its head out. Dan Peng wouldn't stop squeaking, starting to get on his nerves. Annoyed, Yu slapped a hand over the creature's tiny mouth. The little guy immediately threw a tantrum, but Yu was way too used to this routine. "No," he said flatly. "Begging isn't gonna work." Dan Peng dramatically bowed its little body, practically pleading for mercy. Yu couldn't hold back a soft chuckle. "Honestly, whenever I look at you now, I never know what you're gonna try to eat next. It's actually terrifying." Looking down at Dan Peng's pouting face, Yu continued, "Back where I'm from, there's this thing called the marshmallow test. Let's say I put a delicious piece of candy right in front of you. If you can hold back from eating it until the person comes back, you get rewarded with 2 candies instead of 1. So just hold on a little longer, okay?" The little guy crossed its arms, clearly still holding a grudge. Yu paused for a second, staring intently at Dan Peng. "When the time comes, I promise you'll get a candy way bigger than this." The scene shifted to a rundown tavern. It was dead silent, without a single soul in sight. Suddenly, crash! The silence shattered as heavy wine jugs were violently hurled to the floor. It was Yugo. He was in the middle of a fierce brawl, though his sword hadn't even left its sheath. His massive opponent charged in like a raging bull. Yu smoothly sidestepped, letting the enemy's weapon smash into the floorboards with a deafening thud. Without missing a beat, Yu activated his skill, Giant's Might. A devastating heavy fist rocketed straight into the attacker's chest. Boom! Just a single punch sent the massive guy flying across the room. The entire tavern was reduced to absolute rubble, with unconscious bodies scattered all over the floor. The last 2 thugs standing nearby were shaking like leaves, completely overwhelmed by his terrifying aura. He took down a high-level ranker in a single strike. Yu dusted his hands off casually. "Let's stop causing trouble, yeah? Finish your drinks and get out of here. Have a good night." The surviving thugs stared at him like they were looking at the devil himself. Screaming their lungs out, they smashed through the doors and bolted. Yu calmly adjusted his messy collar, speaking to the empty room. "Man, it's a total mess in here. Should we move somewhere else to chat?" A low, commanding voice echoed from the shadows. "There is no need for that." Yu glanced over from the corner of his eye, a hidden smirk forming. Hook, line, and sinker. The bait worked. The figure sitting at the back table radiated the intense aura of a top-tier powerhouse. The man stared at him in dead silence. Yu felt a surge of smug satisfaction. Perfect catch. It was none other than Amaterasu, rank 52, master of the Yasakani jewel, and the absolute core of the three noble divines. He glared sharply at you. I assume I don't need to explain why I tracked you down, do I? Where's the Yada mirror? You shrugged carelessly. Beats me. If I knew, I wouldn't be out here looking for it. You tilted his head, his tone mocking. Is that really all you wanted to ask me? The man responded coldly. No, there is more. Amaterasu leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. How exactly do you know the sacred treasures are hidden in this realm? I got a tip, you answered smoothly. It was a reward for clearing the 43rd floor's trial. The info came straight from the administrator, so yeah, I'm absolutely certain. Amaterasu scoffed, clearly not buying it. Fascinating, but it seems you have zero intention of giving me a straight answer, boy. The man was shrouded in an imposing, mysterious aura, but you didn't back down. He looked him dead in the eye. Look, when it comes to the sacred treasures, you probably know a hell of a lot more than I do. The deity raised an eyebrow. Do you even know who you are speaking to? You answered at a slow, deliberate pace. Amaterasu, a high ranker, one of the three noble divines and the current wielder of a sacred treasure. The god remained completely silent, letting him finish. I heard rumors that you never show your real face. Guess the rumors were right. That face you're wearing right now? It's a fake, isn't it? Amaterasu stared at you, quietly sizing him up. I heard a nasty rumor that you defeated Ares. Looking at you now? I suppose it wasn't a lie. Or perhaps you're just acting tough because you have the heavenly demon cult backing you. Your arrogance is truly astounding. Suddenly, system alerts flooded his vision. System prompt. Sacred flame, eyes of fire, and garments of the four great spirits are resisting the mark of the sun. But then came the dangerous warning. System prompt. Resistance to the mark of the sun has failed. Inflicting abnormal status. Burn. You didn't even flinch. Wow! Throwing out killing intent right off the bat. Don Pung aggressively poked its head out of his collar, ready to fight. But you quickly sent it a telepathic warning. No, Dan Pung, stay back. We actually have to lose this one. Yo was dead certain. As long as I hold the clues to the sacred treasures, this guy can't actually kill me. Brushing off the heat, he asked aloud, why attack me like this? Are you planning to just rob me blind once I find the relic? Right on cue, another vicious system warning flashed. System prompt, abnormal status warning. Burn level has increased to level 2. Amaterasu slammed his hand onto the table. Rob you? Those relics belong to the three noble divines by divine right. In a split second, the god vanished and reappeared mere inches from Yu's face. Hand over every clue you have. Cooperate, and I might just let you live. Yu kept his cool, totally unbothered. Look, I'm down to cooperate, but if I just hand over everything for free, I'm getting completely scammed here. Amaterasu's voice dropped to a lethal growl. You are deeply mistaken, boy. Even if you secure the mirror first, I will annihilate the entire heavenly demon cult just to rip it from your cold, dead hands. You didn't even blink. Is that so? He let the threat hang in the air for a second before smirking. What makes you think the heavenly demon cult is the only faction backing me up? With a flick of his wrist, he pulled a glowing golden tower from his system inventory. The moment Amaterasu laid eyes on it, a flash of pure shock crossed his face. The token of Valhalla? The god's mind raced. That is not an item just anyone can obtain. It had to be given to him directly by the Valkyries. A bead of sweat formed on Amaterasu's temple. Damn it. If the gods of Asgard are involved in this, things are going to get incredibly messy. Amaterasu glared at the boy. I can't just force his hand now, not with Asgard watching. Swallowing his pride, the god sighed. Even so, I cannot compromise when it comes to the Yada mirror. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Bingo. Step 1 complete. You smiled like a shark. Well then, are you willing to offer me something of equal value to a sacred treasure? Amaterasu fell completely silent, genuinely weighing the demand. It was clear the deity was taking this negotiation deadly seriously. After a heavy pause, the god spoke. I will slaughter 100 people of your choosing. Essentially, I will act as your personal blade until the mirror is found. Yu's mind immediately went into overdrive. Being able to wield a supreme level high ranker as my own personal weapon? That is one hell of a god tier offer. You really are desperate to get that mirror back at any cost, huh? He leaned back, testing the waters. But what if I don't want you to kill? What if I want you to save a life instead? Does the deal still stand? Amaterasu scoffed with absolute disgust. If it's saving lives, it counts as 10 kills per save. I absolutely despise playing the savior. You grinned, sealing the deal without a second thought. You've got yourself a deal. All right, the two of them quickly shook hands, sealing the deal from that very moment. Suddenly, a voice rang out in pure astonishment. Are you seriously trusting Amaterasu's words? I don't, he replied flatly. Susanoo could not help but feel bewildered. And you're still teaming up with him? You continued. I didn't exactly have a reason to say no. Both he and I are just wearing the exact same mask. He couldn't help but wonder. Oh, is this Tokuri? It's been a while. What a sly fox, Susanoo asked. Are you really using the 3 sacred treasures as bait to lure people in? Isn't that the whole reason you keep sparking these meaningless wars? What the hell do you want? Are you plotting something massive again, just like when you destroyed Olympus? His expression darkened as he explained. You're not wrong, but there is one thing you're mistaken about. Fishing without bait is just begging to fail. Susanoo was stunned. Don't tell me! The Yada mirror is actually on the 44th floor? A faint smile crept onto his face, and in the end, you didn't deny it. That's right. It's here. Susanoo couldn't wrap his head around it. The Yada mirror is really on the 44th floor? You don't even have it, yet you can still use its power? Yu checked his messages as he spoke. Exactly. It's the perfect bait to hook Amaterasu, and the numbers are already showing up. Susanoo stared at him, genuinely appalled by his cunning, both in how he fought and how he spoke. I absolutely loathe people like you, Yu calmly shot back. And what kind of person am I? He explained. We are perfectionists. We only fight battles we know we can win. Combat is meant to be a gamble with your life. Only then does the blade become its sharpest and strongest. Yugan fired back. That doesn't sound very convincing. Didn't you end up dying because of that exact fighting style? Susanoo argued back. No, my greatest shame is that I didn't get to fight to the bitter end. Yugan couldn't help but wonder, what kind of bullshit excuse is that? Susanoo scoffed. It was all Amaterasu's scheming. He began to recount the past. He instigated the fight with Yamata no Orochi, promised to fight by my side, and then completely vanished. I knew it was a trap. He wanted to steal the Kusanagi sword right out of my hands. Meanwhile, Amaterasu was seething with frustration. Why? I have the sacred Magatama, so why can't I surpass Susanoo? He glared at the rankings, consumed by a bitter sense of injustice. He just couldn't accept it. The ranking administration must have made a mistake, Amaterasu calculated in his head. If I can gather all 3 sacred treasures, I will rise to the very top, in power, in rank, and in absolute authority. At that thought, a dark, treacherous smirk spread across his face. It's almost mine. Just a little further. The scene shifted. The weather today was incredibly gloomy, and deep within the forest, the ceaseless rustling of leaves echoed through the trees. Yugan sensed something off. He swept his gaze across the surroundings. Suddenly, losing any desire to play dumb, he called out loudly, Just how far are you planning to follow me? Footsteps emerged from the underbrush as a figure spoke up. These are the orders of the 3 noble gods. One of their representatives stepped forward. We aren't planning to attack, so don't get so tense. Just go about your business. Yugan scanned the group, thinking to himself, looks like Amaterasu sent them. The coward is nowhere to be seen, but he deployed all 300 of his subordinates. Realizing this, he muttered, That's a massive crowd. I really don't need this kind of popularity. Susanoo scoffed. Amaterasu is as pathetic as ever. Agreed, Yu quickly chimed in. That is the very first time I've actually agreed with you. The stalkers raised their voices. What the hell? What is with that attitude? Are you planning to defy the 3 noble gods? Yugan remained completely unfazed. I don't work under the 3 noble gods. I'm just a collaborator. And yet you think you have the right to monitor me? What a joke. He was starting to lose his patience with these annoying pests. A suffocating, powerful aura instantly erupted, wrapping around Yugan. Dropping his friendly facade entirely, he glared at the irritating mob in front of him and demanded, Choose your next move carefully. Do you want to live, or do you want to die? Moments later, a massive pool of crimson blood stained the ground. Yugan felt a tinge of disappointment. Other than Kini, the rest of these items are basically useless. How inconvenient. High-tier gear really is crucial. In the blink of an eye, the earth was littered with mangled corpses. A message notification popped up from Amaterasu. What is the meaning of this? Didn't we agree to work together? Yugan replied coldly. I have no intention of getting involved with scum like them. Amaterasu hastily explained, They were my men. I sent them. Yugan simply stated, I know. Amaterasu flew into a rage. You knew and you slaughtered them anyway? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Yugan remained dangerously calm. Robbery, murder. Those filthy lowlifes. Use them however you want, but keep me out of it. Amaterasu was entirely caught off guard, completely shocked that Yugan knew about his dirty work. He stammered, Whoa! What are you? But Yugan had zero interest in arguing with a snake like him. He instantly closed the chat. Susanoo couldn't hide his thrill. You actually cut off a scheming bastard like him just like that? You've got some serious guts. Hearing Amaterasu sound so utterly panicked was absolute music to my ears. Hilarious. He couldn't hold back his excitement. This is the very first time I've actually found you entertaining. Yu thought to himself with deep contempt. Amaterasu hasn't changed a bit, gathering a random mob of lackeys and crowning himself king. He remembered that the combined power of the 3 sacred treasures was on par with Olympus itself. He absolutely could not let a faction like that rise to power. Calculating his future moves, Yugan decided it's best to start wiping them out right now. Even Odin had ended up regretting letting things go that far. Seeing the old ghost constantly making a racket, Dan Peng grew visibly annoyed.
Knock it off, your king is getting tired, Susanoo shot back.
He's your king, you little brat, not mine, Susanoo angrily scolded Dan Peng. You insolent little punk! The little guy just stared at the god's spirit, drool endlessly dripping from his mouth. Papa? Yu let out an exhausted sigh. Dan Peng, he is not food. Both of you, just stop it. Susanoo turned his curiosity back to him. So, what's the game plan now? Are we going after the Yata mirror? Do you even know where it is? Dan Peng mumbled, still pouting. It is not that I lost to you. I am only leaving because my king ordered me to. Yugan suddenly spoke up, cutting off the chatter. I have a few clues, he said. First, we need to find a cave. A cave? Susanoo echoed, clearly surprised. Which cave exactly? He went on to explain. The Yata mirror is hidden inside a cave. Susanoo let out an audible gasp of surprise. His curiosity instantly piqued. How on earth do you know that? Yugan pulled his weapon from the system inventory and smirked. I have my ways of knowing everything. A moment later, he gripped Susanoo's sword tightly. A surging aura of power engulfed Yugan. His eyes flared a brilliant red as he activated his mystic eyes of flame to light the way, simultaneously triggering his sensory domain. Almost instantly, he pinpointed the direction, far off in the distance. Yugan ventured deep into the dense, gloomy forest alone. Raising the legendary sword, he ruthlessly slashed through the overgrown branches, blocking his path. He was honestly amazed that just the raw sword intent alone could slice through them so easily. This demonic sword truly lived up to its terrifying reputation. Watching him, Susanoo quickly barked, "What the hell are you doing? You are using such a magnificent blade to clear out some pathetic bushes?" The old god was utterly outraged. A sword was born to cut down living, breathing things, and this very blade was the absolute pinnacle of that philosophy. Yugan kept hacking away at the foliage without a care. Susanoo yelled, "Are you even listening to me, boy?" Without missing a beat, he kept walking and replied, "Well, these trees are alive too, aren't they? So technically, I am using it for its exact intended purpose." Susanoo was completely speechless. "You absolute lunatic!" Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind whipped through the area, sending leaves violently rustling and swirling through the air. Far across the cliffside, the dark mouth of a cave seemed to materialize before them. Yugan spotted it immediately and slowly stepped closer to investigate. In no time, Yugan was standing right at the entrance. Susanoo could not help but feel on edge. Wasn't it way too easy to find? The entrance is a bit too obvious. He stood before the dark opening, carefully analyzing the area before drawing his conclusion. But the real problem is what lies inside. Suddenly, the sword began acting strange. Susanoo glanced over. What is going on? The blade is trembling. He gripped the hilt tighter. It is reacting to the Yata mirror. He spoke as he ventured deeper into the shadows. The three sacred treasures take on different forms, but they are fundamentally one entity. Only when all three are united can their true, absolute power be unleashed. Amaterasu knows this too, which is exactly why he has been searching for them like a madman. Hearing him explain it so flawlessly, Susanoo could not help but mutter in awe, "You really know a lot, don't you?"
It was baffling enough to make anyone give up trying to understand him. After a brief pause, Yugan asked, "Have you never encountered Amaterasu since obtaining the Kusanagi?"
Susanoo scoffed in pure disdain. "Exactly. If we had crossed paths, I would have definitely been dragged into his filthy little schemes and lost the Kusanagi." By now, the two had ventured quite deep into the cavern. He continued, his voice dripping with venom. "I would rather die twice over. I will absolutely never let this blade fall into his filthy hands." Yugan asked, "Is that why you hid yourself away so thoroughly?" "I went through hell just to find it, you know." Suddenly, Susanoo spoke up, his tone shifting. "Kim Yugan, you better not screw this up. Both the Yata mirror and the Kusanagi sword, if you let either of them fall into Amaterasu's hands, I will kill you myself." A look of absolute resolve hardened on the young man's face. "That is never going to happen. I am going to claim them with my own two hands." The ancient warrior was taken aback. "To think there would actually come a day where I would find myself cheering for you." Yugan stopped in his tracks. "Just cheering? Why don't you do something a little more practical?" He looked directly at the spirit and spoke with total sincerity. "If a chance to defeat Amaterasu arises, lend me your power. Just this once. After that, I will never force you to do anything again." Pausing there, a heavy thought crossed his mind. The undead summon can only reach its perfect form when the soul is completely and truly subjugated. I already possess both Susanoo's body and soul, but if I force his hand, I will never be able to draw out his maximum power. And because of that, Susanoo has to accept this entirely on his own free will. On the other side, the ancient warrior fell into a long, deep silence. Finally, Susanoo gave in. "Fine, but it is only going to be this one time, got it?" Yugan nodded firmly. "Just one single time. That is more than enough." Without a second's delay, he raised his hand and summoned his surging power. "Perfect. Now I hold the ultimate trump card." Right at that moment, raw mana began swirling wildly, condensing into a massive mana sphere. A colossal shockwave of internal energy instantly erupted outward. Yugan channeled his raging aura and unleashed a devastating strike straight ahead. But strangely, the entrance to the cave maintained its eerie, undisturbed silence. Yugan quickly calculated his next move. Well, all that is left now is to comfortably smash our way through the labyrinth hidden inside this mountain range, Susanoo replied. Yeah, sure, very comfortable. And just like that, the very first day of the hunt for the Yata mirror began. The sheer destructive force unleashed by Kim Yugan was terrifyingly brutal. Massive boulders surrendered to the pressure, shattering into dust. The entire face of the colossal cliff blew outward from the explosive impact, plunging the cavern into violent tremors and absolute devastation. A few seconds later, Kim Yugan stepped out of the rubble, looking utterly majestic, his roaring aura still swirling around him like a raging storm. This was the expedition for the Yata mirror. Day N. Sheathing his blade with a crisp click, he stood there in the dust, silently scanning his surroundings for a long moment. The vast expanse was dead silent. Nothing moved but the swirling dust in the wind. Sensing the eerie stillness, a seed of doubt took root in his mind. I haven't seen a single soul for days. No monsters, not even a single bug. The monsters on floor 44 barely give any experience points now. It's not annoying, but it's not comfortable either. Still, when things that are supposed to be here just vanish, that's a real problem. He looked perfectly calm on the outside, but inside, impatience was eating away at him. Where the hell are they hiding? Suddenly, the sword in his hand violently trembled. This kind of reaction, it has to be close. Do a good job as my compass, will you? Kim Yugan's footsteps suddenly skipped a beat. Danpung's eyes went wide. It seemed the little guy had spotted something. He darted forward, his face dead serious. Ah! The little guy fluttered around him, chattering nonstop. Papa! Papa! He was completely baffled. What is it? You've been so quiet until now. As Yugan's eyes shifted to a glowing red, realization struck him. Wait a minute. If he's reacting this wildly all of a sudden, the system should have sent a notification. Fiery eyes are grasping the truth. Sensory domain activated. Plunging his sword into the ground, Yugan noticed the earth felt entirely different. Demonic energy surged, his power fluctuated wildly, and his fiery eyes were enhanced. At that moment, the ground beneath him transformed into a thick mirror-like surface reflecting the blade of his sword. Sensory domain enhanced. It turned out this entire colossal space was exactly what Yugan had been searching for. And just a second later, he received the notification. The Yata mirror has been discovered. Standing in this boundless realm, Yugan felt incredibly small. He was slightly bewildered. This entire dimension was the Yata mirror. Staring into the distance, he asked himself, can a mirror really be this massive? Within the void, a colossal ethereal barrier slowly materialized. Yata dungeon activated. The trial of Yata begins. The system suddenly issued a prompt, leaving him momentarily clueless about what would happen next. Defeat your true self. Taking slow, deliberate steps, Yugan recalled the very figures who brought him a deep sense of dread at this exact moment. The great sage. Equal to heaven, Hercules, the absolute monster standing shoulder to shoulder with Odin, or the rankers dominating the top 10 spots. His gaze darkened, his expression more serious than ever. It's my future self. Suddenly, a chillingly familiar voice echoed from behind. You are Kim Yugan, aren't you? The Yata mirror didn't just reflect mere physical appearance, it pierced straight through to the soul. Does that mean this is my true form? A faint wry smile tugged at the corner of Yugan's lips. Something is definitely wrong here. The Kim Yugan standing before him was not his current self. Facing that imposing figure, a fierce internal struggle raged within him. If the trial demands that I defeat myself, yet my future self appears, doesn't that mean I can't even accept who I am right now? I was on a completely different level back then. This is a massive headache. Staring intently at the entity, Yugan asked, Are you a doppelganger? His power system immediately triggered the sensory domain to analyze the entity across from him. Taking a closer look, he confirmed it. No, it doesn't seem to be a mere doppelganger. The clone spoke up, his attitude dripping with pure arrogance. Who the hell are you? Before Yugan could even answer, he gripped his sword tight and issued a cold threat. Answer me, or I'll cut you down. Yugan felt the exact same way. A surge of pure irritation flared up in his chest. I knew it. He's going to draw his sword right away. Things are playing out exactly as I predicted. What a bizarre feeling. Yugan hesitated, weighing his options for a long moment. All right, what's the play here? The best move is to give an answer that will shake his confidence. Finally, he decided to speak, and Yugan's answer caught his clone completely off guard. I am Wukong. The clone let out a scoff and fired back. Wukong? You're telling me you're a clone of that damn monkey? However, he clearly didn't buy a single word Yugan said. Fiery Eyes? If you were truly that monkey's clone, there's no way in hell I wouldn't recognize it. He delivered a brutally accurate conclusion. Instantly, Yugan's gaze grew heavy with intense pressure. Besides, no matter how I look at it, you are not a clone. You're the real deal. Without wasting another breath, Yugan charged forward. High-grade monoblade activated. Holy fire activated. Since neither of them was holding back, the shockwaves from their clash tore through the surroundings with devastating force. The clone gracefully dodged, causing their blades to grind past each other. He even had the nerve to calmly lecture him. A sneak attack? Not your brightest move. Suddenly, out of nowhere, 2 more fighters materialized and launched a fierce assault on the clone. He leapt backward, but a shallow cut had already graced his cheek. The super regeneration skill instantly healed the wound. He threw a quick glance and recognized the new threat. Ah, so it's a necromancer. Undead Ares smirked with sheer confidence. I was only going to fight Amaterasu. Standing behind him, Yugan chimed in. Well, he is a ranker after all. Just cherish this opportunity. Arthur has been in this exact situation before, right? Undead. Arthur merely stared at the clone in solemn silence. Yugan turned his head, asking the lingering spark of Susanu's power resting on his shoulder. Aren't you going to help? It replied with chilling indifference. That isn't Amaterasu, is it? Looks entertaining, but I simply don't care. Tisk. Since this isn't my real body, judging the distance is incredibly annoying. It even had the audacity to stubbornly threaten him. If you die here, the 3 sacred treasures will be buried forever, which actually works out perfectly for me. Yugan grew even more intrigued by its attitude. It seems you absolutely despise having your soul bound, don't you? Finally, he questioned it with dead seriousness. What will it take for you to accept me? And it replied with blunt honesty, become stronger than me. Then I shall acknowledge you as my master. Rank 57. Yugan gave a faint smile, his eyes filled with absolute confidence. That's not too hard. Looking at his past self standing across from him, his mind was surprisingly at ease. My rank will naturally go up as long as I just survive. He lowered his stance, bracing himself for the fight, and let out a heavy sigh. Isn't this a little unfair? It's literally just like looking in a mirror at my pre-regression self. So why did the difficulty level suddenly spike this much? But before he could even make a move, his past self vanished. Wait, when did he get right next to me? What the hell are you muttering about? Yuan's eyes widened in sheer panic. This was completely beyond his wildest imagination. It was on a completely different level. In the blink of an eye, the clone swung his blade in a flawless basic arc, but Yuan reacted just in time, throwing his sword up to block the strike. Seeing the critical danger, Ares desperately charged in. Sweeping his massive spear, he managed to forcefully break their clash, knocking them both back, though Yuan definitely took the brunt of the impact. Ares roared, launching a frantic full-force punch straight at the clone's face, but his past self wasn't going down that easily. With just a single casual flick of his sword, he sent Ares crashing into a cloud of thick dust. Suddenly, a sharp noise from behind grabbed the clone's attention. Seeing his comrade in peril, Arthur threw himself into the fray without a second thought, landing a direct heavy strike right on the clone's back. But reality hit hard. Arthur instantly felt that his attack did absolutely 0 damage. Meeting the furious, glaring eyes of the clone, Arthur gasped. Did he just block my blade using only his raw mana? A split second later, a massive shockwave of volatile mana erupted from the clone, reducing the entire area to absolute rubble. He tilted his head back, his voice dripping with pure arrogance. Ah, I get it now. You've got the eyes of a beast, but you're no mere clone, are you? He sneered, relentlessly pressing his interrogation with a menacing glare. It seems you have 0 intention of revealing who you really are.
Do I need to beat the answer out of you? Yuan gritted his teeth, his frustration boiling over. God, his way of talking is so damn annoying. I used to think I was so cool back then. I can't believe I used to act like such an edgy loser.
Yuan slowly lowered his blade, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. Well, one thing is crystal clear now. My mana drains in direct proportion to the damage Ares and Arthur take. If I calculate this right, that projection can't possibly be as strong as his true original form. Even with a divine artifact, it's impossible to perfectly replicate a top 10 ranker. Catching Yuan's subtle movement, his past self raised an eyebrow. Lowering your sword? Does that mean you're giving up, you pathetic fake? Across from him, Yuan swiped open his system interface, letting out a soft, amused chuckle at the arrogant taunt. Not a chance in hell. Reaching into the glowing void of his inventory, he pulled out a completely different blade. I'm just switching my gear. Gripping the new hilt tightly, Yuan could feel its vicious aura. Are you that desperate for blood that you're going crazy? This is exactly why I hate using the demonic sword. Stop acting up. I am the main character of this fight, not you. The clone scoffed, his mouth still running with endless arrogant trash talk. A demonic sword? Ha! How utterly disappointing. I actually expected more from you. Turns out you're just relying on a cursed toy to artificially inflate your own pathetic strength. No matter what parlor tricks you use, I am still the absolute superior here. As those words echoed, Yuan blasted forward, moving at the speed of light. I won't deny it. My win rate is still dangerously low, but when the dust settles, I'm the one who's going to walk away alive. With a thunderous boom, the first explosive strikes collided.
Yuan was practically overflowing with rock-solid confidence. Why? Because I know every single one of his habits. The terrifying slashes of the demonic sword tore through the air, devastatingly heavy and razor sharp.
Yuan unleashed an unrelenting barrage of strikes, not giving him even a fraction of a second to breathe. Yet, the clone parried with terrifying coldness, scoffing, "You look like you're struggling over there." Yuan furrowed his brows, clearly pissed off. "Stop acting so damn arrogant." "I'm not acting," his past self smirked, utterly convinced of his own supremacy. "I am simply better than you." That smug tone was pushing Yuan straight past his breaking point. Seriously, before I met Arthur, I didn't have a single ounce of humility in my body, did I? A blue holographic window flashed before his eyes. Monostat at 118. The blood-red demonic sword and the clone's shining blade were violently deadlocked in a brutal test of raw physical strength. Sparks flew everywhere as Yuan cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it. Even with my mana stat past 100, I'm still getting pushed back by sheer brute force. But right in the heat of that desperate struggle, he made a dangerously bold call to use a skill. The raw, primal might of a giant surged violently through his entire body. Channeling all of that tremendous power directly into his sword arm, he successfully triggered the perfect state of partial gigantification. For the first time, a look of genuine shock flashed across the clone's face. Wait, gigantification? Having finally dragged themselves out of the rubble, Ares and Arthur threw themselves back into the bloody fray with everything they had. Seeing them, the clone instantly began channeling a terrifying amount of mana straight into his blade. Before Ares and Arthur could even land a hit, they were completely overwhelmed by a lethal storm of razor-sharp slashes. Tearing past the two summons in a literal blur, the clone instantly closed the gap to Yuan, sending a spike of pure panic straight through his chest. He had activated his haste skill. Every single movement, every deadly thrust was suddenly multiplied in speed. Yuan was pushing his body to the absolute breaking point just to track the incoming strikes. I can't hold out like this much longer. Yuan bit his lips so hard it bled. Even if I know his exact attack patterns, I just don't have the raw speed to keep up. I can't keep playing defense, he roared, throwing his hand forward to ignite his core technique. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in his blazing aura, the holy fire of protection. Standing at the epicenter of the inferno, Yuan snapped his eyes open, instantly activating his fiery eyes to completely dominate the roaring flames. A fierce, burning determination flared in his glowing pupils. I have to stick to him like a shadow. Through his enhanced vision, the entire world shifted into a deep burning orange, and the clone's godlike speed suddenly began to slow down. In this fight, time is the only thing that matters. Forcing his eyes to track the movements for agonizing seconds, he finally caught a glimpse of the clone's afterimage. Exploding off the crushed earth, Yuan rocketed toward his past self at breakneck speed, activating Heavenly Steps. Movement speed increased by 100% for 5 seconds. Igniting his high-grade mana blade, the two collided mid-air, sparking a catastrophic, high-speed dogfight that the naked eye couldn't even process. A split second later, they both smashed back into the cratered ground, their blades still violently deadlocked. The muscles in Yuan's arm bulged, vibrating with terrifying, escalating power. System alerts spammed his vision. The might of a giant courses through your body. Demonic aura activated. Gigantification enhanced.
The two of them clashed as blinding flashes of lightning, shockwaves of pure destruction echoing out endlessly. But for the first time, a flicker of genuine anxiety cracked the clone's gaze. With every single clash of their blades, the gnawing doubt in his mind was slowly turning into a terrifying certainty.
He was rapidly realizing that he was being completely read like an open book. His skills, his attack patterns, his exact next moves, this so-called fake was flawlessly predicting everything. As the deathmatch grew bloodier by the second, a cold, creeping fear began to claw at the clone's soul. Why? He thought frantically. His stats are barely keeping up with mine. So how the hell is he dragging this fight out for so long? Every stance, every parry, every strike was identical to a horrifying, skin-crawling degree. We fight exactly the same way, but he's not a doppelganger. So is he? Slash! A trail of crimson blood flew through the air. Feeling the stinging cut on his own cheek, the terrifying truth finally hit the clone. His trembling eyes locked onto Yuan. He is me. Yuan was dead serious, his piercing gaze completely devoid of any hesitation or stray thoughts that could break his absolute focus. The clone's mind was spiraling into utter chaos. He couldn't stop questioning his own reality, completely losing his grip on the flow of the battle. If he really is me, then why am I losing a mind game against myself? Meanwhile, as Yugan pushed his sensory amplification skill to the absolute limit, his doppelganger began to lose its mind, consumed by frantic rage. If that guy is really me... Staring dreadfully at the demonic sword in Yugan's grip, the imposter finally realized just how terrifyingly formidable the man standing before him truly was. The very truth he just realized was exactly what was slowly killing him. This had to be the only way out. Seizing the perfect moment, Yugan decisively swung the demonic sword, unleashing an absolutely lethal slash. At the exact same time, his free hand surged with raw mana, and in a split second, he slammed a devastating strike right into the imposter's chest, giving him zero chance to fight back. The blazing energy erupting from his palm felt like it was incinerating every single cell in the doppelganger's chest. The strike detonated with terrifying ferocity, blasting the imposter violently across the room. He gritted his teeth in bitter frustration, completely unable to counterattack. Yet, his eyes still burned with a desperate obsession to destroy Yugan. But Yugan was the same. In fact, his resolve was 100 times fiercer. Like moths drawn to a roaring flame, the two of them clashed again in an absolute frenzy. The brutal battle dragged on for a painfully long time. But total dominance belonged to Yugan, ending when he landed a crushing blow right into his opponent's ribs. Blood spurted violently from the gash. He frantically triggered his hyper-regeneration system, but to his absolute horror, a glowing warning flashed before his eyes. Recovery failed. Writhing in agony, he collapsed to his knees, his grip on his sword slipping away. Yugan merely reached out his hand, and the fallen sword instantly levitated into the air. Seeing the blade effortlessly controlled by Yugan's invisible force, the imposter couldn't hide his shock. A deep, cold dread washed over him. Telekinetic sword control? For the uninitiated, this was an absolute masterclass technique in the martial world. It uses mana to command the blade to float and move entirely at the user's will. Yugan looked down at him and asked calmly, "You know exactly what this move is, don't you?" Standing in this vast expanse, his mission was finally coming to an end. At this very moment, Yugan didn't hesitate to lay bare the truth. Because it drains so much mana, the efficiency isn't great. But for an assassination, it's absolutely perfect. That's why I always kept it as my final trump card. The imposter hung his head in bitter self-reproach. At this point, he had no choice but to accept reality. If I lose a deathmatch against myself, then that means I'm the fake. Deactivating his telekinetic control, Yugan let the sword drop lifelessly right in front of his defeated counterpart. The imposter reached out with trembling hands and grabbed the hilt. What he did next made Yugan's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Without a second thought, the imposter plunged the blade straight into his own chest, ending his own life. Right before his avatar dissolved, the imposter left him with one final, earnest warning. "I don't know what you're planning, but you'd better win." As the doppelganger's body turned to glowing ash, a system notification chimed in Yugan's ears. Yatta trial cleared. Sheathing his demonic sword, he stood there, completely stunned. Is it really over? Staring down at his hands, covered in gashes and scars from wielding the cursed blade, he let out a heavy sigh. It really is a sword that drains its master's lifespan. But for mine! Its killing intent didn't distinguish between friend or foe. Suddenly, the words Kronos had spoken to him in the past echoed in his mind. Once you leave this place, there is no turning back. So live your life to the fullest out there, and leave your attachments behind. He stood there in heavy silence for a long time, his heart weighed down by memories. Even though my time here was much shorter compared to before I reversed time, I thought I was solely focused on the present, but it seems I'm still clinging to the past. Man, this isn't easy at all. Suddenly, from the empty void behind him, the Yatta mirror slowly descended. Only then did Yugan let out a long breath of relief. So I finally found it, huh? The system officially notified him that the Yatta mirror had been acquired. Meanwhile, far away, Amaterasu was gripping his crystal ball so tightly, his knuckles turned white. He paced back and forth slowly, but his insides were burning with frantic anxiety. It had been days, and there was absolutely no news from Kim Yugan. Thinking back to their last encounter, he pondered darkly. Could he be dead? No, absolutely not. That bastard has the potential of a high ranker. And then a sudden terrifying realization flashed through his mind, filling him with intense dread. Did he already find the mirror? Just the mere thought of it made his blood boil with sheer rage. He aggressively tried to rationalize it. No, he's just a mere player. There's no way he could betray me so easily. Unless he trusted Asgard right from the start and planned to stab me in the back all along. The pitch black space around him seemed to cast a sickly yellow glow, highlighting the absolute venom in Amaterasu's eyes.
Does he really think he can just waltz through this and get everything he wants? His mind was entirely consumed by toxic, paranoid delusions about Yugan.
He's definitely going to try and climb to the top of the tower. With that kind of monstrous power, there's no way he'll just sit still. Pumping his divine energy into the crystal ball, he issued an absolute command to monitor the entire arena area. Do whatever it takes. Do not let Kim Yugan reach the next floor. But to his utter bewilderment, the system reported back. Kim Yugan is still on the 44th floor. The water in the wooden cup rippled slightly as someone bumped the table. Yugan brought the cup to his lips but paused, not taking a sip. The intense stare coming from right beside him was making him a bit uncomfortable. Pandora remained completely silent, but her eyes were absolutely glued to him. After a moment, he finally noticed something different. Wow, she actually has a bit of expression on her face now. Hacken walked over right at that moment. She's been like that ever since you dumped Pandora with us and vanished. Looks like she's slowly getting better, Yugan replied, a satisfied smile on his face. It's great to see her making progress. Hacken sighed and gave him a piece of advice. Try to drop by when you have the time, man, even if it's just for Pandora's sake. Honestly, I don't know if it's you or that little kid who always clings to you. That's her real healing potion. But the point is, she needs you. She needs. Hearing that, Yugan fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Hacken casually changed the subject. So, what brings you back here anyway? Weren't you planning to head to the 44th floor? Yeah. Yugan shrugged and explained. I had a little match to take care of, so I came down for a bit. Hacken immediately raised an eyebrow in curiosity. A match? Yugan didn't elaborate. He just let out a soft sigh. Anyway, I'll be staying here for a while. Hacken's tone suddenly dropped, sounding slightly annoyed. Oh, is that so? Here we go again. Yugan instantly caught the attitude in his words. What do you mean, here we go again? He shot back defensively. Is there a problem with me staying? Come on, you're loaded. Is feeding one extra mouth really that big of a deal to you? Even Pandora is backing this up. So, what's the big issue here? Sweating under their intense pressure, he quickly waved his hands. That's not what I meant at all. The two of them honestly looked quite similar in that moment. After a heavy pause, he finally voiced his real concern. Aren't you planning to keep climbing the tower? I heard your sights were set straight on the very top. The sword of Kusanagi and the Yada mirror were suddenly pulled straight from his inventory. Hein stared at them, completely baffled. What the hell are those? Yugan just shrugged casually. Part of the 3 sacred treasures. Somehow, they just ended up in my hands. That answer only made Hein more suspicious. Those weren't things you just somehow stumbled upon. But as Yugan gave a slow nod, the horrifying realization hit him. Wait, don't tell me you've got the 3 great demon kings hunting you down now. Hakwin started to genuinely panic. You seriously always find the worst possible ways to piss off the high rankers. Out of the 3 of them, aren't Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi the only ones left? Ugh, I don't know much about Tsukuyomi, but Amaterasu is a terrifyingly high ranker. He shot Yugan a dead serious look. Do you need my help? Meanwhile, Yugan was already running the calculations in his head. This guy is a total battle junkie, Yugan thought. Hakwin clearly trusted him, but he needed to stay here. And honestly, Yugan didn't need any backup for something like this. No need, Yugan replied warmly. I really don't want to drag you into my mess. Still, Hakwin wasn't convinced. Going at it alone is going to be hell for you, man. Sensing his deep concern, Yugan quickly reassured him. Don't worry, I actually have a plan. Hearing that, Hakwin couldn't help but mutter his thoughts out loud. Normally, a matchup like this wouldn't even be worth watching, but for some crazy reason, I actually think you're going to win. To Yugan's surprise, Pandora nodded right along in agreement. You really think so? Yugan chuckled, then began laying out bits of his wild strategy. Regardless, I need a bit more time before I can face off against those top-tier monsters. I dropped off a few items at the forge. I have to lay low until the crafting is completely finished. Hakwin blinked, visibly surprised. You dropped off items for forging? Yugan gave a firm, confident nod. Exactly. That's why I'm crashing here for a while, and while I'm at it, I need you to help me test something out. Pandora, who was quietly watching them, suddenly received a message. What is Hakwin up to? Meanwhile, Yugan had followed him out to an empty dirt clearing. As you already know, my Titan form is still completely unstable. So, wouldn't it make perfect sense to learn from a massive guy like you? The giant man scratched his head, replying honestly, Look, I'm really not the best when it comes to teaching. Yugan was quick to correct him. Oh, you don't need to formally teach me anything. I'll figure it out and learn with my own body. Hein decided to cut straight to the chase. Right, so you want me to help you train your Titan form. Before they started, Hein double-checked, just to be absolutely sure. So, you're saying we're doing this bare-handed? Yugan didn't even blink. Pretty much, just try not to kill me. Once they were on the same page, Hein slowly raised his massive fists. Don't worry. The raw, explosive power in his muscles surged the moment Hein clenched his hands. The terrifying pressure radiating off Hakwin erupted like a bomb. Even Yugan was blasted several steps backward. They were just warming up, and Yugan was already coughing up a heavy mouthful of blood. Gripped by agonizing pain, the young man dropped to his knees. The sheer force of the aura shattered the environment around them. Yugan felt like he was being crushed into the dirt, the ground beneath them completely obliterated by the shockwaves. Standing tall above him, Hein's booming voice echoed down. You said, just try not to kill me? Sorry, kid, but that's going to be pretty damn hard. Wiping the blood from his mouth, a wild, thrilling smirk crept onto Yugan's face. Yugan just let out a breathless, defiant laugh at the warning. The battle instantly reignited as Hein threw a devastating, earth-shattering punch. Yugan barely managed to dodge it, but the terrifying shockwave still tore through the air. Seizing the split-second opening, Yugan launched a fierce counterattack. Every single strike he threw was a deadly, heavy blow. He aimed a fatal strike straight at his opponent's face. Yet, as his knuckles connected, Yugan's mind frantically assessed the terrifying reality. Even after taking a direct hit right to the jaw, Hein didn't even flinch. Hein glared down at him, clearly annoyed. Those eyes of yours, they really piss me off. Yugan lunged again, trying to grapple Hein's wrist, but the giant violently shook him off and launched a vicious uppercut, leaving Yugan completely off balance. Yugan's body was sent flying, crashing heavily back down into the dirt, but his opponent had zero intention of letting him breathe. Heen drove a brutal punch dead center into Yugan's torso. Yet, the more chaotic and agonizing the battle became, the more wildly Yugan's eyes burned with madness and determination. The two of them clashed relentlessly, tearing the battlefield apart with exploding mana and pure, unadulterated physical strength. Yugan's flesh twisted and warped under the agonizing strain. His titan form was screaming at its absolute limit. Even the ancient trees of the forest were ripped apart by the sheer gale force winds of their collision. Moments later, Yugan felt his consciousness slipping away into the dark. Just how absurdly high is this monster's strength stat? This is completely insane. How can a player be this strong? Completely drained of every ounce of stamina, Yugan's vision went black and he collapsed heavily into the dirt. Yet, even as he hit the ground, his lips kept trembling, violently muttering to himself. Forcing out every single syllable through the crushing pain, Yugan gasped. Not yet! It's not over yet! Heen just stood there, staring down in disbelief at the boy who was still trying to fight while completely unconscious. Pandora let out a sigh, suddenly stepping into the clearing with a massive medical kit in hand. You simple-minded brute, she scoffed. Heen blinked in surprise, immediately defending himself. Hey, it's the other way around. He's the simple-minded brute here. Rolling her eyes, she quickly and expertly began treating Yugan's mangled body. And with that bloodbath, the brutal titan training had officially begun. Under the bright blue sky, deep within the heart of the shattered forest, the deafening sounds of two monsters clashing echoed once again. Yugan grit his teeth, fiercely clenching his fists. The two of them continued their fierce clash. System alerts flooded in. Giantification proficiency has increased. Giantification has evolved to a whole new level. He was panting heavily as the notifications rang out. Giantification proficiency has increased. Giantification proficiency has increased. Nearby, the pot of water was still bubbling fiercely. The giant spoke up. You're using your own muscles to boost the giantification? Yugan was puzzled. My muscles? How am I supposed to do that? The giant explained. Channel your strength like this, and boom, then absorb it. Just like that, the cheerful chirping of birds echoed through the air. Pandora held out a seed for the little bird to eat. Her eyes never left the two of them as she watched their spar. The moment the bird swallowed the seed, it suddenly underwent a rapid evolution. It was as if that burst of power had been transferred straight to Yugan. The system screen flashed. Your body has been imbued with the power of the giants. Your right arm has absorbed the might of the giants. You have materialized a giant's arm. The giant figured it out. You concentrated the entire giantification into a single spot. That's pretty clever, but the sheer strain it puts on that arm of yours is massive. Yugan fired back. It's going to be different this time. Bring it on. The two of them clashed once more. Later, inside a wooden cabin by the river, Pandora was busy wrapping bandages around Yugan's wounds. You absolute idiot. So simple-minded. Yugan looked confused. Wait, aren't you saying that a bit backwards? The giant watched them with a deadpan expression. She's saying it backwards on purpose, kid. She strictly ordered him, do absolutely nothing for the next 3 days. Yugan was taken aback. Wait, what? 3 whole days? She shot back immediately. That's right. Just go to sleep. Yugan. Meanwhile, just outside the room, the giant was frustratedly scratching his head. Maybe I went a little too far with him. He winced as he looked down at his own scraped and bruised hands. Pandora stammered, looking at his injuries. Your hands? He quickly brushed it off. I'm perfectly fine. Scratches like these will heal on their own. She still looked hesitant. But the giant gently reassured her. I told you I'm completely fine. She finally gave in. Fine then. The giant stared down at his battered hands again. I never thought I'd get this banged up, even back when I was fighting actual giants. He muttered to himself. I seriously wonder, am I in the process of creating an absolute monster? Pandora looked at him, confused. A monster? The giant spoke in a hushed, serious tone. What I mean is, even though I'm terrible at teaching the giantification skill, he's figuring it out entirely with his own body and constantly raising his proficiency. An ordinary player could only ever dream of reaching a certain level, even if they spent the exact same amount of time in the tower as him. He's climbing higher and forcing himself to learn every single thing by literally throwing his life on the line. Pandora asked softly, Are you scared of him? The giant let out an honest sigh. Just a little. She pressed further. Of what? He pondered deeply. Of Yugan's true objective. He's looking at a much bigger picture. Olympus and those 3 precious golden children, they're nothing but stepping stones in his way. But he never breathes a word about what he's actually preparing for, or the true enemy he wants to fight. And he's not just trying to get stronger for the sake of it. I don't see the typical greed of a player who just wants to level up. He has a goal so unimaginably massive that it won't even let him rest for a single day. I just can't fathom what it is he's really chasing. Suddenly, Yugan popped out. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of wondering what it is myself. Pandora instantly scolded him. I already told you! 3 days of bed rest. Yugan let out a long sigh. Come on, walking around a little bit isn't going to kill me. It's only my arm that's messed up anyway. She glared at him. But wouldn't actually resting be much better for you? Yugan replied bluntly. Look, I'm not heading out to pick a fight, and honestly, this was way easier than I expected. I just need to head down to floor 1 for a bit. The crisp, clear blue sky of the early morning blanketed the small village. In that misty atmosphere, a wooden door remained tightly shut. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind the door. What's going on with everyone? The giant was still gripping a massive iron ring in his hand. Pandora stayed completely silent, not saying a word. Dan Pung let out an excited chirp. Baby! An absolutely chaotic party consisting of the god of destruction, the almighty player, the lady of ruins, and Cute suddenly made their grand entrance, leaving the old shopkeeper utterly dumbfounded. What in the world is this party composition? Did you folks just drop down from the tower? Yu shot back. You didn't even answer when we knocked, you know. You're pushing yourself way too hard, old man. The old man scratched his head. Yeah, well, those two you brought along are giving me an even bigger headache. Yu asked, Did you even sleep? The old man chuckled. I was way too excited to sleep. I just had this burning urge to get it finished as fast as humanly possible. Follow me. It's right in the back. Yugan thought to himself, finally, I get to see the true identity of that item, the one I never even caught a glimpse of inside the tower. The artifact forged from merging those 3 stones. They made their way down the steps as the old man led the trio into a hidden basement. The old man explained, I've always been the one to name new creations, and this one, I gave it a name the second it was finished. He placed his hand on the reliquary, and it erupted in a blinding, radiant light. The old man sighed casually. As you can see, it's got a mind of its own. It's been rejecting me ever since I finished forging it, almost like it already knows who its true master is. I heard you commanded lightning during your battle against Zeus, he said. That power, combined with the Mystic Ocean Crystal and the Mystic Dark Crystal, those were all the materials you brought to me. This is the ultimate result of merging those 3 magical stones together. You are its rightful master. Yugan glanced over at him. So, what's its name? The old man's voice grew heavy. The heart of Uranus. Yugan froze, staring blankly into space. He stood there in dead silence. Finally, he let out a dry breath. Oh, fascinating. The blinding light began to shift, coalescing around the silhouette of a man. Yugan narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Suddenly, Uranus covered his face and chuckled. Zeus, my grandson, have you really grown this much? It seems the boy grew up to look quite a bit like me, hasn't he? Hearing this, Yugan suddenly recalled what Kronos had once told him. Uranus, my father. My father was an absolute butcher, Kronos had said. He devoured his own kin, feeding on their flesh just to gorge himself on power. He absorbed my uncle, Pontus, and even devoured the giants imprisoned down in Tartarus. I had absolutely no choice. I had to fight just to survive. Odin of Asgard, Vishnu of Veda. I rallied the absolute strongest warriors from the ancient eras. All of it. Just to kill my own father. A voice filled with doubt echoed in Yugan's memory. Did we win? Well, eventually, yes, but half of the high-ranking players who fought in that war were wiped out. Zeus, he couldn't even hold a candle to that monster. Kronos' words echoed in Yugan's mind. My father was the most ruthless being in existence, and undeniably the strongest in all of history. He truly was the very sky of Olympus. Snapping back to reality, Yugan's voice sliced through the heavy tension. So, you're Uranus? The ancient being replied, Is this truly your first time seeing me? Strange. I feel as though we've crossed paths countless times before. Well, there's no way you'd know, considering this is the first time my true incarnation has appeared before you. But since my grandson is practically my spitting image, I suppose you're already used to this face. Go on, take a seat. You're my guest, after all. What's wrong? Did I startle you? Don't make such a big deal out of it. I'm just an old ghost trapped in this tiny room. Yugan stared at Uranus in total silence. At the very least, he doesn't seem hostile, he noted inwardly, before finally speaking up. Uranus, do you remember Kronos? The entity tilted his head. Kronos? Yugan realized it then. Because of the side effects of the Clockwork's rewind, the very existence of Kronos had been completely wiped from this world. He remembered the moment Kronos triggered the time slip. Turn back the clock, start everything over, Kronos had told him. But know this, I won't exist in the world you're returning to. This is the only way. It's the ultimate price for meddling with the flow of time. So don't even waste your breath trying to find me. Yugan had asked him if that meant his entire existence would just vanish. Yeah, Kronos had replied with a hollow laugh. Hell, even I don't know what's going to happen to me. Yugan was deep in thought. But still, could he really just completely forget the son who actively tried to murder him? Meanwhile, Uranus casually remarked, Well, you certainly went through a lot of trouble to gather all those scattered fragments. I honestly never expected anyone to actually pull it off. Yugan kept his gaze fixed on him. Just as I thought, Yugan realized. He really has been erased from Uranus's memories. Even from the mind of his own father. He pulled out the glowing artifact. I was told this is your heart. Uranus let out a soft sigh. A thing like that. It actually used to pump blood through my veins when it rested in my chest. Yugan raised an eyebrow. A thing like that? Care to explain what you mean? Yugan pressed. A distant look crossed Uranus's eyes. Well, it used to be my absolute everything. The ancient god reached out, gently taking the glowing core into his hands. Because of this very heart, he reminisced, his voice tinged with regret, I devoured my own flesh and blood, and the more I took, the more I craved. Greed truly is a terrifying monster. I always thought, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. And in my blind pursuit of absolute power, I had twisted into a monster before I even realized it. Yugan glared at him, his eyes swimming with suspicion. Just what exactly are you trying to say? He admitted it. I've come to realize I'm turning into a monster. Anyone can become a monster. Go ahead, try using it if you're that curious. A blinding light flared. System notification. You have obtained the heart of Uranus. You have obtained the yearning of Uranus. Yugan fell into deep thought. It felt familiar, yet distinctly alien. It was far too volatile and raw to be a seed planted by the gods. Like a child force-fed just to grow in size. He scoffed in disbelief. So, the monster you were talking about is just this? Danpeng popped out excitedly. A triple system notification rang out. The apex predator has revealed itself. Uranus stared at him intently. Have you already received the blessing of that thing? You've got something pretty amusing there. Suddenly, Yuan's voice cut through, startling him. Oh man, looks like I was worried for nothing. Are you really asking if this little guy is protecting me? Uranus was stunned. Little guy? Does that thing look little to you? Yuan was genuinely confused. What do you mean? The system notifications began flooding in.
Danpeng has leveled up. Danpeng has leveled up.
Danpeng's divinity has increased by 8. Growth potential has increased by 9.12%. Your arcane power has increased by 2. You have defeated the yearning of Uranus. Yugan asked out of curiosity, what does he look like to you? Suddenly, Uranus stood up and walked toward him. Startled, he looked up at the man. Uranus? He muttered under his breath. We will meet again soon. Then Pandora's voice echoed. He's awake. The old man hurriedly asked, Han, are you all right? Yu gathered his senses. Yeah, I'm fine. He looked down at the heart of Uranus in his hand. The holographic screen displayed Heart of Uranus. A heart perfected by a high ranker through endless predation. Other rankers can harness the immense power contained within this heart. Yugan thought to himself, the description is way too short. Usually, items like this were either completely useless or packed so much power that the system struggled to define them. There was no way this was the former. Odin's staff was exactly like this, which meant this thing had to be on par with it. Since it mentioned contained power, this was definitely acting as an energy source. I guess there's only one way to find out just how much juice is in this thing. The giant stared at him with suspicion. Pandora and the old man sat off to the side, eagerly watching the impending clash. The giant bellowed, worry about your own arms. I can block anything you throw at me, no matter how strong it is. Those two over there won't get a scratch. You nodded in acknowledgement. Well, I suppose you aren't the type to get hurt by light taps anyway, huh? He stared down at his hands. I've been calling this training, but honestly, it's just been a one-sided struggle. Even after giving it everything I had for a whole month, I couldn't leave a single serious scratch on that body of his. But this time, things are going to be different. System notification, using the heart of Uranus. The blessing of the ocean empowers your physical body. Summoning Tartarus. He mused to himself. The name changed from hell. So this is the ocean that swallowed me whole on the 42nd floor. This unbearable agony. It actually makes me thrilled. Holographic screens popped up rapidly. Under the influence of status effect, corrosion. Corrosion status has leveled up to 2. I muttered through gritted teeth. Just a little more. Just a bit more. And then in a flash, he launched himself straight at the giant. The giant was blown backward by the sheer force of his strike. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, forcing the old man to cover his head and duck for cover. So this is the power of Uranus, the old man thought. I figured I'd forged a masterpiece with my own hands, but this power is way beyond what I imagined. Beyond what... And yet, that kid is actually withstanding it. Man, this place really is just full of monsters. The giant analyzed the situation. I was dead serious about blocking that, yet it still pushed me back. What the hell did you do to get that kind of power? Yu just kept his piercing gaze fixed on him. Bandages were meticulously wrapped around Hargan's body. She just couldn't hold herself back whenever she saw an injury. You know medical skills? You patched me up pretty fast. Pandora replied softly. I do. Get some rest now, he told her politely. Thanks. After that, his attention shifted to the opposite side of the room. Are you holding up okay? Yu, who was sitting over there, called out. Well, as you can see, one of his arms was heavily wrapped in thick bandages. Not at all. He tried clenching his fist. Perhaps because dark attribute mana was mixed into it, the wound just wasn't healing very fast. He glanced over at Hacken, and it seemed he was in the same boat. Hacken spoke up with a warning. Judging by how you're handling that power, it looks like straight up poison to your body. Yet you keep insisting that failure breeds success. He looked baffled.
even if it's literally eating away at your flesh. Meanwhile, Don Peng was lounging comfortably inside him, completely unfazed. That's just a risk I have to take. I can't afford to stay in my comfort zone. Yu's resolve was absolute, leaving Hacken with no choice but to drop the subject. I just need to figure out exactly when and how to use it. Hacken's gaze quietly shifted, studying Don Peng. Good fuss, good grief. This kid only ever gets tangled up in the most bizarre, fascinating messes. It was a creature completely unlike any standard holy relic, an artifact of an entirely unprecedented tier, and yet he was keeping it under perfect control. Ultimately, Hacken decided to let it slide for now. All right then, let's get moving. The gleaming golden wheels, blazing with sacred fire, finally rolled to a halt. They had stopped right in the heart of a dense, overgrown forest. So, we're heading straight up from here? Hacken nodded in agreement. Yeah, drop us off at the 36th floor. Earlier, they had been unceremoniously kicked out by the blacksmith. If you manage to survive, you'll be just fine. Now get out. Just like that, you and the other two were tossed outside. All right, catch you later, old man. As usual, there were no fond farewells from him. Hacken turned to you, checking his intentions. You've trained enough with your giantification, and you even scored the item you needed. Are you going to keep climbing the tower?
Just as he was about to answer, Pandora nervously tugged at his sleeve. Yeah, I am.
She looked up at him, her voice barely a whisper. Yugan, are you leaving? He hesitated for a second before replying. I suppose so. But the moment the words left his mouth, Yu caught himself. I should at least let her know I'm not gone for good. Realizing this, he quickly added, I'll still drop by the 38th floor pretty often. I don't know exactly how frequent it'll be, though. Hearing that, the anxiety in Pandora's eyes melted away. Okay, I understand. With that settled, the three of them quickly resumed their journey. All right, let's hit the road. While riding in the carriage, Yu took the chance to dig up some intel on what had happened to the Apollo siblings. Rumor had it they went missing right before the battle with the boss. Hacken decided to share what he knew. Zeus busted them out to the underground prison at his temple. Since he's stepping up as the new guildmaster of Olympus, getting them out was a walk in the park. I'm not sure about Artemis, but Apollo is in critical condition. Yu's tone was heavy, laced with quiet frustration. I see, so they took some serious damage, Hacken noted, then softly added, they both put their literal lives on the line for that fight. Seeing the shadow on Yu's face, Hacken tried to offer some comfort. I always pegged you as cold-blooded and totally heartless. But look at you, actually stressing over other people. Seriously, though, you don't need to worry about them. His voice was grounded and surprisingly sincere. They stepped into this tower way before you did, and they've climbed all the way to the top. They're strong, Yu. Strong enough that a setback like this won't break them. Stop trying to carry the whole damn world on your own shoulders. Yu just stared at him, caught completely off guard. Even though he knows I'm completely alien compared to everyone else here, he's still trying to ease my mind. A faint smile suddenly broke across Yu's face. He hasn't changed at all. He's exactly the same man I knew in the future. Yu tightened his grip on the reins. It was a kind of warmth, an unwavering kindness that simply never changed. Pulling himself together, he focused on guiding the horses. It was just for a split second, but it really felt like I was back in the future with you again. Thanks. Up on the 44th floor, the entire landscape was suffocated in a grim, oppressive twilight. The massive trees here had been violently uprooted and smashed to splinters by some unknown force. The rooftops were dead silent, devoid of even a single bird's song. The branches were bone dry and barren. The only things left in this wasteland were warring soldiers. This absolute chaos. It was all because of that bastard. Blades and axes clashed endlessly in the distance, but the bounty was too sweet to pass up. If we can just capture him, we won't have to worry about cash until the day we hit ranker status. The battle axe ultimately overpowered the sword, forcing the swordsman to pay the ultimate price. Damn it, I'm done for. The victors glanced down at the fallen body, nudging each other. Hey, loot his gear. His partner just scowled, visibly irritated. You trigger-happy bastard, can't you just stand still for 2 seconds? Blood pooled from the unlucky victims, flowing together to form a morbid crimson stream. Time is money, man. Instead of wasting my whole damn day, I might as well make some quick cash like this. I mean, it's not like there's any law stopping me from slaughtering people out here. Hovering right in front of Amaterasu was a glowing orb. We're heavily backed by the 3 sacred treasures, he declared. The man had orchestrated everything perfectly. Criminals with nowhere left to hide. Stray players banned from joining any legitimate guild. Broken climbers who had given up on the tower because they couldn't form a proper party, desperately clinging to their lingering ambitions. Now, thriving under the dark shadow of the 3 sacred treasures, these desperate, pathetic creatures would do absolutely whatever it took. They were united for one single purpose. The more power they amassed, the more this twisted organization would grow. Kim Yugan, you are never making it off the 44th floor. A fresh notification chimed from his glowing orb. The message was crystal clear. Kim Yugan had just appeared, and he was carrying the Yata no Kagami. The sacred mirror was securely strapped across Yu's back. They've been tailing me for quite a while now. He had hunkered down in an abandoned house, planning to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. I stepped into the open just to bait all the enemies into one spot.
I've been running around for days just to set this up. I feel like a damn sheepdog.
You peeked out through the shattered window. A few thousand... No, wait, that's pushing 10,000 now. I never expected this many criminals to swarm into one city. This is exactly why Odin warned me. Every piece of trash on the 44th floor is working together. But he was actually holding out for something else entirely. Still, I don't see the main mastermind Amaterasu anywhere. Taking advantage of the momentary lull, you pulled out a few strips of beef jerky and started chewing. Actually, maybe it's a blessing he's not here yet. I need to save my strength for the real fight. But he barely choked down a few bites before something made his blood run cold. A hazy silhouette was standing right there in his rundown shack. The figure flickered in and out of the shifting mist. It wasn't Amaterasu. The voice echoed with sharp reproach. What the hell are you thinking? You've already turned the 44th floor completely upside down.
Do you have a death wish? The blade of his sword trembled for a split second. You're too slow to answer. Rank 86, Tsukuyomi swiftly stepped out of the shadows. What's going through that head of yours? Her sudden appearance caught him totally off guard. Tsukuyomi, what is she doing here? I didn't see this coming at all. She mumbled something under her breath, but the Kusanagi sword in his hand suddenly reacted violently.
Wait, she's not after the Yada no Kagami.
She wants the sword? The blade rattled fiercely in its scabbard, refusing to be drawn.
Susanoo,
a battle-crazed maniac who only cares about bloodshed, is reacting this strongly? You immediately spoke to the sword through his mind. What's gotten into you? Are you just that thrilled to see an old friend after thousands of years? Tsukuyomi's face suddenly twisted into a look of deep frustration. What's with that look on your face? Hold on a second. You turned his focus back to Susanoo. Hey, do you have a crush on her or something? The deity instantly fired back. Absolutely not. But you saw right through him. Yep, he totally does. Susanoo's weak denial meant nothing. I said no, Susanoo snapped defensively. But before you could argue back, Tsukuyomi made her move. Who do you think you're fooling? Tsukuyomi lunged straight at him, desperate to snatch the sword. When her hands grasped nothing but air, she scowled in heavy annoyance. Seeing this, a brilliant plan flashed through Yu's mind. Looks like Susanoo's feelings aren't entirely one-sided. If Tsukuyomi actually cares about him, she could be the perfect wild card to help me take down Amaterasu. A fierce tug of war broke out between them. As they struggled, Yu threw out the bait. Amaterasu used the Yamata no Orochi to kill Susanoo. An icy aura poured out from the sword, growing heavier by the second. Tsukuyomi, between your two closest allies, whose side are you really on? As they dodged and clashed, he repeated it to her. Amaterasu used the Yamata no Orochi to murder Susanoo. A dark, furious shadow crossed her face. So, Tsukuyomi, which of your dear friends are you going to side with? She froze in her tracks, her voice trembling. What exactly do you know? Did Amaterasu really kill him? You didn't miss a beat. He didn't deal the finishing blow himself, but he pulled the strings. She stared at him in utter confusion. What is that supposed to mean? You laid out the cold, hard truth. The Yamata no Orochi, Amaterasu, is the one who set Susanoo up to fight that monstrosity. They made a pact to fight it together, you continued grimly. But when the time came, Amaterasu never showed up. He left Susanoo to die alone. Even so, Tsukuyomi's eyes were full of doubt. Susanoo might be a battle-crazed idiot, but he wasn't stupid enough to blindly walk into a death trap, she snapped. Tell me, how could you possibly be so sure about this?
That was when you dropped his absolute proof. Because he told me himself. She gasped, her eyes widening. What?
Personally, right on cue, the soul sealed within the blade surged out. If you don't believe me, ask the man yourself. The imposing phantom of Susanoo materialized right before her very eyes. Tsukuyomi was so utterly shocked that the words died in her throat. Susanoo, however, just gave a relaxed, carefree smirk. What's with that terrified look? He chuckled. Is it really that shocking to see a dead guy walking? Well, technically, I'm not alive. Tsukuyomi struggled to choke out a greeting, tears pricking her eyes. You look as utterly stupid as ever. But it's been a long time. Before they could share another emotional word, a massive crash shook the outside of the shack. Yu gritted his teeth. Looks like they've figured out I'm hiding here. Susanoo's expression instantly turned sharp. Guess this reunion is getting cut short. He turned back to Tsukuyomi, urging her. Ask me one question. We have just enough time for that. Tsukuyomi lowered her past head, her voice dropping to a somber whisper. All right. Given everything, is it true? Did Amaterasu really have a hand in your death? Susanoo didn't hesitate for a single second. He pulled the trigger, all right. Tsukuyomi's voice shook with lingering doubt. So, what this boy said is the truth? He didn't force you to say this? Hearing this, you couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She really doesn't trust me at all. But then again, who would want to believe their last surviving best friend is a traitor? We were comrades, Tsukuyomi cried, her voice cracking with pure heartbreak. We stood by each other for thousands of years. Why would he do this? Susanoo's ghostly eyes narrowed as the bitter memories flooded back. You felt it too, didn't you? That bastard changed the moment he got his hands on the Yasakani no Magatama. At first, I honestly believed he was coming, just like we promised. But as the fight dragged on, I knew something was wrong. He kept making up pathetic excuses about being delayed, and in the end, he never showed up at all. His voice grew deadly serious, absolute conviction in his tone. That thing is not the Amaterasu we knew. I told myself I was just being paranoid, just a fleeting gut feeling. But then, I knew for sure. Tsukuyomi desperately pressed him, demanding to know how the rest of the tragedy unfolded. The moment my body hit the ground, that traitor finally showed his face. He came to me right as I was drawing my last breath. The look on his face, it was pure, terrifying malice. He came for one reason only, to find the Kusanagi sword. His eyes were burning with sickening greed for this blade. He didn't even glance at me as I bled out. All he cared about was finding the Kusanagi. And why wouldn't he? I had just laid my damn life on the line to tear that sword out of the beast. So, I hid it. I buried it somewhere that bastard would never find it, making sure it couldn't be stolen, and obviously, he never figured it out. Suzanu's phantom gave a gentle, solemn smile, placing no pressure on her at all. Whether you choose to believe me or him, that's entirely up to you. But know this, I would never lie to you. Tsukuyomi remained silent, her eyes trembling in sheer disbelief. Outside, the aggressive shouts were drawing closer. He disappeared somewhere around here. Search everywhere. He and Yoon both glanced back at the commotion. It's time to go! His body began to dissolve into pure spirit energy. See you around. We'll definitely meet again. She hesitated, clearly wanting to say something. Maybe we have to... But before he completely vanished, she just gazed after him, her eyes full of lingering attachment. They parted ways after a final goodbye. Yugan faded into the spatial rift in a flash, leaving behind a faint, "See you later." Looks like I've secured a solid ally. Having someone that powerful on my side is definitely a win. It didn't take long for the hunting dogs to close in on his position. Found him. It's Kim Yugan. He wasn't the least bit anxious about the impending clash. Instead, he just let out a defiant smirk. Why does it feel like their numbers just keep multiplying? All right, time to keep moving. Amaterasu's scrying orb pulsed, shrouded in a blazing red aura. That bastard was watching his every single move. He just keeps running around in circles. What the hell is his endgame? He concealed himself behind the thick canopy. I've searched this entire area, but there's absolutely no trace of Asgard. Was the signal from Valhalla a fake? Swarming across the lush green plains were legions of condemned players. Even so, the sheer number of players gathered here was insane. They might not be the absolute elite, but this mob could rival any major top-tier guild. His hand tightened around the pendant, causing it to violently vibrate as Amaterasu's divine power erupted across the battlefield. A system alert suddenly cascaded from the sky. The aura of the Yasukani no Magatama has been activated. All stats increased by 15. All stats decreased by 15. Pain sensitivity reduced by 90%. Pain threshold increased by 1000%. Inflicting status, confusion. Inflicting status, bloodlust. Driven into a frenzy, the criminals raised their weapons with a roaring battle cry. The Yasukani no Magatama, one of the 3 sacred treasures, the relic of the noble deities, was in play. But at that exact moment, the hidden skill within Yugan's eyes flared to life. His fiery eyes immediately countered the Magatama's suppression. He swung his sword with lethal precision, unleashing his predator trait against the Magatama's curse. Resistance successful. Resistance successful. The massive horde of hunters charged at him from all sides, screaming, "Die, you bastard!" But the young man simply blurred right through their ranks, slicing them into absolute ribbons. With every enemy that hit the dirt, his stats spiked even higher. The Kusanagi blade was actively devouring their blood and draining their mana. Moving at blinding speed, Yugan effortlessly wiped out the first wave of criminals. System alert. Kusanagi is absorbing blood. Stats temporarily increased by 10%. He couldn't hold back a dark-thrilled smirk, even as the system warned. Warning, this is draining a portion of your stamina. System alert. You have slain 100 enemies. The stamina drain isn't even that bad, he thought. But I really hate the fact that I'm actually starting to enjoy this slaughter. What am I? The god of destruction, Susanoo. Crimson blood sprayed through the air with every vicious swing of his blade. But more importantly, when is that coward Amaterasu finally going to get off his ass and fight? He should have recognized the Kusanagi by now, yet he's still just sitting there, hiding like a rat in the shadows. Yugan opened his spatial inventory and pulled out a completely different weapon. Fine, I'll just have to force him out into the open. He gripped the sleek pitch-black blade, carelessly letting go of the Kusanagi. The legendary sword spun through the air a few times before embedding itself deep into the dirt right next to him. The surrounding criminals froze in absolute panic. What the hell is he doing? The divine sword was suddenly sinking straight into the earth. What is that maniac planning? Right at that exact moment, a voice trembling with absolute fury boomed through the air. Kim Yugan! The DST crashed down onto the battlefield with violent, crushing force, blasting the entire forest apart in the blink of an eye. Amaterasu snarled, his voice dripping with venom. Kim Yugan! Where exactly did you just send the Kusanagi? Standing calmly amidst the choking, thick smoke, Yugan thought to himself,
I figured he'd throw a tantrum. Everything around them was instantly incinerated to ash. But damn, I didn't expect him to make such an insanely dramatic entrance. The terrified, surviving criminals weakly cried out, "Lord Amaterasu, please, we're on your side!" Just then, a heavy system command descended from the sky. Alert! Divine penalty activated due to an aggressive attack from a high-tier Vanner. A divine penalty, huh? Yugan just shrugged and replied with infuriating calmness. I didn't send the Kusanagi anywhere. It just went right back to where it truly belongs. Amaterasu immediately snapped back. Cut the bullshit! I can sense that blade was teleported to some hellhole filled with nothing but magma and barren rocks. You'd better hand it over, along with the Yada mirror. Do it right now, and I might just be merciful enough to pretend this little stunt never happened. Yugan let out a mocking laugh. Pretend it never happened? Really? He casually flipped the god off, though he mockingly added out loud, "Oh, no disrespect intended, just had an itch on my chin, you know."
You've sent practically an entire army to hunt me down and kill me. Put yourself in my shoes. Would you actually buy that garbage? Amaterasu instantly lost his mind with rage, summoning a massive roaring fireball right in the palm of his hand.
The enraged deity blasted his explosive magic straight at Yugan, completely obliterating the spot where he stood. But as the choking dust and debris clouded the air, a shadow suddenly blurred right past Amaterasu. Yugan was already perched effortlessly on a high branch, casually holding an artifact in his hand. The legendary Yata mirror. He had just yet used it to perfectly deflect that explosive magic. System alert. The Yada mirror has successfully reflected the attack. System alert. You have been instantly teleported to your designated coordinates. Down below, absolutely furious, Amaterasu began manifesting a terrifying cluster of fireballs swirling all around him. He rained them down like a meteor shower. The earth was violently ripped apart by deafening chain reaction explosions. In the midst of that devastating barrage, the remaining criminals were completely incinerated as collateral damage. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light pierced through the heavy smoke. A vicious bolt of lightning had just been cast. The thunderous strike slammed directly into Amaterasu's body, violently crushing him straight into the cratered earth. Pure, unadulterated rage blazed within the god's eyes. How dare you, you little rat! His patience completely shattered, causing his divine magic to flare up into a towering inferno. You think this is a game? But Yugan's skills instantly moved to protect him. System alert. The veil of the ocean is now enveloping your body. Extreme fire resistance has been fully activated. Yugan looked down at him with a taunting smirk. Is that all you've got? Did you seriously summon a power that breaks the system's baseline limits just for this? Were you planning to gather everyone up just so you could burn them all alive in one go? He muttered to himself. I guess he feels confident pulling a stunt like this because we're on a higher floor now, so the system's penalty damage is practically a joke to him. The monstrosity he conjured raised its jagged claws high into the air. Still, Amaterasu relentlessly demanded that he hand over the Kusanagi. Yugan smirked, taunting him. If you want it so bad, come and get it. He also threw in a sharp warning. And don't go using your friends like you did last time. The man's legs suddenly trembled. What? Thick, impenetrable scales slithered out from the shadows, catching the fire beast completely off guard. With a single devastating whip of a massive tail straight to its face, the monster was sent flying. The fiery beast crashed backward, triggering a massive tremor. A violent tornado of dirt and shattered rock completely swallowed it whole. Countless serpents poured out from the dead of night. The great eight-headed serpent, Orochi, had finally awakened from its ancient slumber. This was Odin's tactic. Yugan stood tall atop one of the massive serpent heads. I can't let those criminals on floor 44 join forces and build an empire. I have to use Orochi to wipe them all out. He furrowed his brows slightly. That had been the plan anyway. But why does it feel like you're just tagging along with me? Are you only here to cause absolute chaos? Orochi suddenly turned the question back on him. You are the master of the Kusanagi, are you not? Yugan was caught slightly off guard. The Kusanagi. The serpent raised its massive head and explained, the Kusanagi was born of me. I am the Kusanagi. There is no difference. Yugan tilted his head, intrigued. Orochi, are you helping me just because I wield the blade? The serpent's glowing amber eyes locked intensely onto his. No, I am not helping you. Suddenly, something darted out from behind Yugan's back, letting out an excited little cheer. Yugan blinked in surprise. It was Dan Peng! The little guy beamed with pure joy. Great job! A mischievous spark flashed in the boy's eyes before he pointed a tiny finger straight at the blazing monster. Orochi seemed to understand him perfectly. Your enemy is that guy right there. All right, I'll take care of him. It seems that was my original purpose all along. The serpent casually shared a glimpse of its past. But that is all. Now, my mind and my heart are long gone. A sudden sense of dread washed over Yugan as he whipped his head around. Down below, Amaterasu was desperately bracing himself against the onslaught. Kim Yugan, you planned to use the Kusanagi for this from the very beginning. The god's hand slowly molded a ball of fierce flame, but before he could unleash it, a cold, ruthless sword strike slashed through the air. Susanoo had taken human form, delivering a devastating blow right to him. Amaterasu immediately recognized his old rival.
Susanoo flashed a condescending smirk. I've been dying to clash with you. I'm absolutely thrilled to finally get this chance. Both warriors instantly lowered their stances, keeping a tense, calculated distance between them. Susanoo's first words cut straight to the bone.
Why did you do it? Why did you do that to me?
Amaterasu's face instantly darkened. Why? They see. The memory of Susanoo's old words echoed in his mind. Amaterasu, you are afraid. If you weren't so consumed by fear, you could have been so much stronger. It's too dangerous. Stay behind with Tsukuyomi. Susanoo had confidently marched ahead. I will carve out the path for us. The mere thought of it made Amaterasu grind his teeth in pure hatred. Why? Amaterasu let all his boiling fury explode. Because I don't need you anymore. Amaterasu's mask shattered. He reverted to his original form, his face and divine robe shifting back to their true, glorious state. A series of tiny, violent explosions erupted around them, popping with an ear-piercing screech. Susanoo, however, looked rather satisfied. I see. Thank you for making that clear. Because of me. The two relentlessly measured every single swing of their blades. There will be no more hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, Amaterasu blasted razor-sharp shrapnel directly at him. Susanoo instantly sliced every single fragment out of the air. Reclaiming the momentum, he launched himself straight at the sun god. The deafening roar and crushing pressure of their clash nearly blew away everything in sight. Amaterasu thrust his hand forward, ready to blast him with a lethal spell.
That fearless way you would charge in, it's exactly the same as when you were alive. I am so sick of your fighting style.
He had fiercely clenched his fingers into a tight fist. It might have worked in the past, but not anymore. His punch unleashed a torrent of scorching crimson flames, but they all narrowly missed their mark. Still, he pressed the attack, striking relentlessly. Unlike you, someone trapped forever at the exact moment of his death. He flooded the entire battlefield in an absolutely blistering heat. I have never stopped growing stronger. Extending 3 fingers, swirling black smoke engulfed his hand. But Amaterasu couldn't react in time to the microscopic yet incredibly fatal sword strikes coming at him. Blood slowly began to trickle down his face. From behind, Susanoo was struck with a clean, decapitating slash, but it only phased through an illusion. Amaterasu roared furiously. A sneak attack from behind? How cowardly! Susanoo just calmly replied, Didn't you know? I will do absolutely whatever it takes to win. What happened next was completely beyond the sun god's expectations. That is exactly why I do things like this. Without warning, a colossal bolt of lightning tore through the sky, crashing down upon the battlefield with terrifying absolute power. A system notification popped up. Amaterasu's flames are absorbing the lightning, he said in astonishment. Kim Yugan, the remnants of that lightning are fading away. This lightning is weird. Is there dark magic mixed into it? Being able to control 2 elements at once? This lunatic, he calculated carefully. However, Susanoo was even more dangerous because he was a true master. Yugan wouldn't be able to maintain an undead of that caliber for long. Both of them fiercely fought while dodging the lightning bolts. Amaterasu's flames absorbed the lightning. He'll run out of energy soon, so I'll just ignore him. Susanoo knew this all too well, so he threw out a warning. You'll deeply regret it if you only focus on me. That guy is way craftier than I am, so his first attack was probably just to test your reaction. Just as he finished speaking, lightning and shadows fiercely rained down in front of them. The system notification repeated. Amaterasu's flames failed to absorb the lightning. The unabsorbed lightning has dealt damage. Over here, Yugan effortlessly manipulated the 2 elements. Are you really planning to tank such heavy hits? He was still probing the guy. Maybe it's because Amaterasu also uses the dark attribute, but I'm not dealing the damage I expected. Down below, it was pure chaos from the sheer destructive power of this skill. I need to decide whether to fall back for now and use Orochi to drag out the fight, or try to end it all right here with this opening. I'm burning through a ton of mana to maintain Susanoo, but he's definitely draining a massive amount to keep up his fire giant too. As long as Orochi stays enraged under Dan Peng's command, my chances of winning will only go up as time passes. He clenched his fist tightly, but for some reason, his next skill activated. Uranus's heart trembled, opening Tartarus. Yugan's fingers shook uncontrollably. I didn't want to do this! Magic radiated intensely all around his body. Somehow, I feel like I can pull this off. I don't know where this confidence is coming from, but I have proof. He drew a new weapon in his hand. You have created a lightning bolt. Yeah, this spear once managed to wound Hen's body. After a brief struggle, Amaterasu finally noticed him. He turned his head in shock, biting his lip hard. What? While he was still panicking, something blasted right into the battlefield. How the hell does he still have so much mana? This time, Yugan leaped high into the air himself, wielding the blazing spear. He hurled it downward with all his might, aiming dead straight at the guy. Amaterasu looked completely caught off guard by his sudden attack. He gritted his teeth. What the? Why does he still have so much strength left? In a moment of desperation, he hastily threw his hands up. That attack is lethal. I need to dodge it. But someone else grabbed hold of him, stopping him from doing so. Countless other swords flew around him. The Tatsuka no Tsurugi slashed right through the flames. He roared in fury, "Susanoo!" Meanwhile, Susanoo just smiled with smug satisfaction. I'm already dead. Even if I get struck by that lightning, he'll just resurrect me anyway. He held Amaterasu down tightly with one arm. So, I'm taking you to hell with me. The spear plummeted straight toward them with absolutely terrifying force. After the earth-shattering impact, his pendant fell off, and the Yasukani no Magatama was retrieved. His entire lower half had been completely crushed into the rubble. Your health is rapidly recovering. Your wounds have been partially healed. In stark contrast to his miserable state, Susanoo casually mocked him. Looks like you were pretty terrified of that snake over there. You only used the Yasukani to control your giant, leaving you too slow to protect yourself. Amaterasu could only growl in pure agony. Susanoo, you bastard! Suddenly, Tsukuyomi appeared out of nowhere and stomped right on him. You look absolutely pathetic. The guy's face immediately lit up with joy. Tsukuyomi, perfect timing. Kim Yugan lied to us. That bastard was targeting us from the very beginning. But the only response he got was sheer disgust. Not us, just you. Amaterasu stared at her in utter disbelief. What? She then continued her harsh interrogation. Why did you kill Susanoo? The foot pressing down on him trembled with burning rage. Why would you kill your own friend? Answer me. Amaterasu let out a bitter, painful laugh. Did you really have to go this far? Just to ask me that?
What? Did you think I had some glorious, noble reason to justify my betrayal?
It shouldn't even be called betrayal. Only now did he finally reveal his true, twisted feelings. From the very start, there was no one here I could call a friend. Amaterasu spat out bitterly. Because one of you was the woman I loved. Seeing her beautiful figure beside Susanoo made me burn with jealousy, and the other one was my rival in love. Between the two of them, he felt like an utterly useless third wheel, and from that very feeling, an unconcealed hatred was born. Ending that flashback, a piece of scrap metal struck his head. Susanoo said coldly, Don't worry, you're not going anywhere nice, but dying isn't as bad as you think. With the sharp blade pressed right against his opponent's shoulder, he muttered, Goodbye. He decisively severed the guy's life with a single strike, sending a trail of blood splattering all over the ground. Yugan walked over to join them. Now that this place has been dealt with, there's only one problem left. The Orochi suddenly went completely berserk, tearing and snapping endlessly. Its razor-sharp jaws gaped wide open, as if wanting to swallow its prey whole. Its massive tail slammed into the ground with violent, raw power. Yugan and Danpeng soared high into the sky. Danpeng, you still remember the marshmallow experiment, right? The little guy nodded in perfect sync. You wanted to gobble it up right then and there, didn't you? Give me a hand. He signaled the little guy, igniting a trail of brilliant purple flames. Blend the divinity from every single fingertip right into it. Sacred flame, but I didn't even activate the skill yet. Danpeng had triggered it all on its own. The system's notifications were ringing non-stop. You have absorbed divinity. Your mana has been partially restored. You can now wield a fraction of this divine power. This brought back a few old memories. The sacred flame was always an external power to begin with. Yet, Danpeng was having an absolute blast controlling it. The flame had its own pride, after all. It outright refuses to obey anyone it deems unworthy. Wait, could the true master of the sacred flame actually be? Yuan clenched his fist, a confident smirk crossing his face. This won't take long. He instantly called out to the little guy beside him. Come on, let's go. Danpeng. The smile stretching across Danpeng's face turned even more wicked. The scene shifted to a vision of another location. There isn't much left. Just what exactly is that tiny creature? It looked like a completely different forest. Not much left? Is that really what he said? As his senses stabilized, the system quickly chimed in. The 7 eyes are watching you. The 6 eyes of the mysterious figures in that room have reached a consensus. All right, is everyone gathered here? They asked. Good. The great sage, heaven's equal, narrowed his eyes. Perfect. The moment Kim Yuan wraps things up, we're storming the heavenly realm. The 3 eyes of the great sage are looking at you. Tsukuyomi's hand gently grazed over Susanoo's wounds. Yuan had already passed out. It seemed his master was severely drained. Susanoo replied matter-of-factly, Well, controlling someone of my caliber would obviously suck his mana dry. A sudden wave of suspicion washed over her. What on earth was that thing earlier? Its form was so bizarre. I've never seen a living creature quite like it. Tsukuyomi shuddered as she recalled its grotesque shape. Countless eyes locked onto Orochi, endless rows of teeth devouring everything down to the bone. It chewed through its prey as if it had been starving for an eternity. She couldn't believe even Susanoo was willing to follow a guy like him. Just where did a monster like him come from? Meanwhile, Yuan was clutching his face with a massive headache. Either way, he'd probably reach the top of the tower without breaking a sweat. Inside him, Danpeng was completely stuffed. The system chimed. Melee has leveled up! Melee has leveled up! Divine power has increased by 7. Growth rate increased by 10 to 11%. Mana increased by 4. He let out an exhausted sigh. Of course, the support from Susanoo and Maple played a massive role. but even Tsukuyomi was a force to be reckoned with. Slowly, his eyes began to glow a piercing gold. All right, time to summon the guy who's been spectating this whole time. He squeezed his eyes shut, letting the fiery golden eyes resonate. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, instantly materialized as a ghostly projection. He tilted his head, his tone dripping with arrogance. So, you're Kim Yuan, huh? Yuan stared right back at him. He didn't recognize me right away. Is this not the same clone I met before? Yuan decided to test the waters. Which number are you? You mean, which clone of the great sage? I'm number 3. He casually dropped some intel. Number 12 is currently tied up. You're the one who told him to gather the rest of the clones, right? He's been running himself ragged all over the place to get it done. Yuan nodded, everything clicking into place. The great sage suddenly looked intrigued. Are you really planning on rescuing our true body? Aside from 3 of us, the rest of the clones have already grouped up. You sure you're ready for this? Yuan looked at him, puzzled. Ready for what? The clone was quick to explain. You're going on a direct collision course with the Heavenly Court. The very people who locked up our true body, even with all the clones fighting together, breaking him out won't be a walk in the park. Do you even have a plan yet? Yuan muttered under his breath. Seems like number 12 really is the smartest clone out of the bunch. Hearing the insult, clone number 3 stomped his foot in a fiery rage. What did you just say, you little punk? But he quickly brushed it off, his tone growing serious. Listen, we don't have much time. It looks like the Heavenly Court is starting to catch on to our little reunion. Yuan replied with absolute calm. Of course I have a plan. Don't sweat it. The great sage raised an eyebrow, leaning in to listen. We'll talk details later. For now, just focus on gathering the rest of the clones. The more firepower we have, the better our odds. He crouched down, sifting through the aftermath. But I'll promise you this, as long as we manage to rescue the true god, we won't even need to wage an all-out war with the Heavenly Court. The clone tilted his head in confusion. Huh? What do you mean? Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain further. I already told you. We'll talk about it later. He completely brushed past him. Climbing the tower won't take long. Just make sure you guys don't get busted by the Heavenly Court before we hit the 50th floor. Number 3 let out a low grunt, deep in thought. What is with this guy? He's stirring up this massive storm, yet he acts like it's just a stroll in the park. Was it because he came from the future that he was so unfazed? The scenery had already shifted into a desolate wasteland. Barren rocks jutted out in every direction, shrouded in an eerie, hazy mist, with countless shattered stone pillars littering the ground. For that reason, this exam will now be converted into a solo test. Welcome to the 44th floor of the Tower of Victory, the Trial Hall. As you all know, there was an unfortunate incident on the 44th floor recently. Normally, this place would be packed with candidates. But right now, there is nothing we can do. The instructor clicked his tongue in sheer frustration. Damn it, if the player count is off, they should at least adjust the difficulty. How the hell does this make any sense? Must be nice being a solo player, huh? Candidate Kim Yugan. The manager of the 44th floor, Polaris, threw his hands up in the air. Regardless, I hope you all can understand. The command was given. Now then, gear yourselves up, push forward, and carve out your own path. The system's notification panel flashed into existence. The victory trial of the 44th floor will now begin. Boom! A shockwave shattered the sound barrier. While everyone else was caught in a panic, he just stood there, casually watching the show. Just how many monsters are in here? Where do we even start? But his palms thrummed in rhythm with the chaos. Well, I mean, this is technically my fault, so I guess it's fair. I honestly don't even know what to say anymore. I absolutely hate sticking my nose into other people's business, but I'll make an exception just for today. A blinding radiant light suddenly erupted from where he stood. The surrounding chaos violently escalated, freezing the manager dead in his tracks. He stared in absolute despair and muttered, My workplace.
A massive water wheel was instantly buried under an avalanche of dirt and debris. Monsters were violently swept up into the fray, shrieking in pure agony as roaring flames engulfed the area like a literal natural disaster.
The players immediately scrambled in every direction across the 44th floor of the Tower of Victory, or at least what was left of it. Faint sparks of lightning still crackled playfully around Yugan's fingertips.
Given the absolute state of the trial hall, it looks like we can't even host the next exam. So, I guess everyone passes?
High up in the heavens, the great sage equal to heaven furrowed his brows in deep displeasure. Down on the 45th floor, a few players were already getting punched so hard their teeth were flying out. Yugan didn't show a single ounce of mercy, kicking a guy away like a useless sandbag. The great sage's clones continued to watch in mounting dread as the 46th and 47th floors were completely obliterated by a barrage of lightning in the blink of an eye. Even the monsters down there were clutching their heads and wailing, My livelihood! Meanwhile, the clones managed to gather yet another member to their peanut gallery. Crashing into the 48th floor, his overwhelming power was still running completely wild. The entire forest swallowed the brunt of his raging thunderstorms, blasting every creature in sight into oblivion. At this point, Yugan had literally mutated into the final boss, striking pure terror into everything on the floor. Even the great sages strapped on a pair of badass sunglasses just to enjoy the show. By the time he reached the 49th floor, a steaming, perfectly brewed stream of warm water was elegantly poured out. He sat there with absolute composure, waiting for the other person to fill his teacup. A young man in a sharp, elegant suit held the teapot, gracefully serving him. The entire room was carpeted in fresh roses, looking exactly like a lavish high-class tea party. But the illusion shattered in an instant, dragging the room right back to its dull reality. Yugan immediately blew a fuse. Why the hell do you guys keep multiplying? Every time he cleared a floor, more of them would pop up out of nowhere. The clones just grimaced right back at him. Well, we don't exactly have a player system interface. If we want to chat with you, we've got to come find you in person, another clone chimed in. Exactly. He stood face to face with the swarm and sighed. I'm exhausted. Just spit it out. What exactly are you all so damn curious about? The clones instantly started talking over one another. We want to know about you. I'm literally dying to know. Every single detail. Give us everything. Oh! Yugan immediately snapped. Speak one at a freaking time. Thanks to his shouting, they finally settled down and started taking turns. I heard the gist of it from number 12, but I don't have the full picture. Aside from the fact that you're from the future, I don't know a damn thing. Yugan's headache was only getting worse by the second. Were they seriously planning to interrogate him in sequential order like this? I'll tell you guys later. The trial is about to pop up any second now, so do me a favor and get the hell out of here. The great sages tilted their heads in confusion. When exactly is later? And when is this trial starting? So we should probably take turns visiting him, right? Hey, who wants to go first? Let's just go by our clone numbers. They immediately broke out into a heated argument. In your dreams, let's go by whoever met Kim Yugan first. Yugan's far out. Eyebrows were twitching so hard they were practically merging. These absolute pests. Right at that moment, yet another great sage dropped in out of nowhere. You absolute idiots. How many times did I tell you not to gather like this? What the hell are we going to do if the Heavenly Court finds out? He's got some pursue. Yugan muttered under his breath. He's literally yelling at himself. Hearing that, the clone furiously snapped back. I am built completely different, okay? Yugan recognized him almost instantly. Wait, you're number 12, aren't you? He shot back without missing a beat. You bet I am. Clone number 12 hurriedly steered the conversation away. Anyway, all of you step aside right now. Kim Yugan, I'm here to deliver the exact news you've been dying to hear. Yugan tilted his head in sheer curiosity. What news? But a split second later, a wave of pure shock washed over his face. Everyone had finally assembled. The shared vision from his shadow clones suddenly snapped toward his tightly chained arm. A sudden jolt of agony forced a low, breathy groan from his lips. Meanwhile, far away at the Five Elements Mountain, the great sage, equal to heaven, began to roar in absolute rage. Humph! So they really did push things to the breaking point. Damn them to hell. His eyes remained squeezed tightly shut, still struggling to adjust to the overwhelming sensation. They're insane. Honestly, I never thought I'd see this place again. His patience was wearing dangerously thin. Just when are you going to get here? Kim Yugan. Before that, we had a brief look into Instructor Yugan's program. The fewer of Wukong's clones there are, the stronger they become. Plus, thanks to the fiery eyes, they can somewhat communicate just by looking at each other. Have you ever seen anything like this before? Number 12 and Yuan stood there, completely speechless. Are you two seriously chatting about this right now? All around them, the clowns they had just beaten to a pulp lay groaning on the ground. The administrator threw in a casual compliment. I never doubted you'd make it through, but you're still pretty terrifying. Yun replied with total calm. Taking down a few speedsters wasn't exactly hard. The admin suddenly leaned in. This is the 50th floor, the seat of the heavenly realm. So, what exactly are you planning to do here? He looked up, shooting the admin a genuinely confused look. What do you mean? The admin deliberately pressed for details. I saw a massive swarm of clones gathering over there, and it looks like they have something to do with you. Yugan scoffed inwardly. He already knows everything, yet he's still fishing for information. Still the same old sly fox. He finally spoke up to explain. Please keep this between us. As an emissary, you really should stay out of mortal affairs. The administrator's eyes narrowed. Are you telling me to just be a figurehead? Despite the sharp tone, he didn't push the issue, offering a word of advice instead. Even so, do not defy the laws of nature. Administrators like us really don't want to see this world collapse. He fired back without hesitation. The laws of nature? That doesn't mean we should just turn a blind eye to the parts that are rotting away. Around them, the bodies of the fallen monsters slowly dissolved into dust. There's probably a lot of that rot being kept safely hidden in the shadows, but it's not my place to point fingers. He then made a proposition. So, I hope you understand, depending on the situation, if some justified trouble happens to break out, I'll handle it. And if it's not justified, I will gladly accept the penalty. The administrator immediately shot back, but there are no penalties here for non-rankers. Soft, glittering lights began to float around them. The ones up here are incredibly stubborn, you know. If this is just a simple power struggle for profit, you'd better watch your back. With those words, the administrator's body began to rapidly fade into the glowing light. Even among us, there are disagreements, but I'm still on your side. Yugan was slightly caught off guard by that final, unexpected reassurance. On my side, a gentle breeze carried the sparkling motes of light up into the gloomy sky. Yugan just stood there, dazed, until a sudden voice snapped him out of it. Player Kim Yugan! By then, the scenery had completely shifted to somewhere else. Player Kim Yugan, welcome! Player Kim Yugan, how does it feel to finally reach the 50th floor? The reporter swarmed him relentlessly. You shattered another record this time, didn't you? There are a few floors where your records completely vanished. Care to explain? The young man felt completely suffocated by their overwhelming enthusiasm. Just as I expected, absolute chaos the moment I arrive. The response he gave was entirely half-hearted. My answers are probably going to fall short of your expectations. Honestly, I don't feel anything special about reaching the 50th floor. He continued, his tone flat. This floor was never my end goal. It's just a pit stop on my way up. However, what actually shocked the crowd wasn't his answer, but the simple fact that he responded at all. Kim Yugan is actually answering questions? Last time, I literally cried, and he still ignored me completely. Smelling blood in this water, the reporters immediately pounced. Player Hgan called you his rival. What are your thoughts on that? Yugan's reply was painfully simple. Ridiculous. Right on cue, another question was fired off. We heard you made an enemy out of Olympus. What exactly happened? His voice instantly cut through the noise. Next question. A female reporter frantically read from her notes. Are there any rankers or guilds you're looking forward to meeting? And if so, do you have any words for them right here, right now? A reporter standing nearby was already predicting his usual dismissive response. Meaningless question. I've said many times I have no interest in that. That was what everyone expected him to say. But Yugan calmly delivered a very different answer. Actually, yes, there is. He didn't hesitate to call them out by name. The guild I want to meet is the Heavenly Realm, and the ranker I want to see is the Great Sage, equal to heaven. Before long, the afternoon rolled in, painting the entire world in a deep golden hue. The city center of the 50th floor was absolutely bustling with life. A skewer of small strawberries coated in a sweet, glossy layer of sugar suddenly appeared in his hand. He took a crunchy bite and let out a quiet sigh. Finally managed to shake them off. These damn reporters even have tracking skills now. What a pain in the ass. Looking up a bit higher into the distance, his eyes locked onto a towering peak. Is that the Five Elements mountain over there? The sheer, impossibly high cliffs completely blocked out whatever lay behind them. The forbidden zone where the Demon King is sealed. Or was it the handsome Monkey King? Man, that guy has way too many titles. The Great Sage. Equal to heaven. The victorious fighting Buddha. Demon King just doesn't suit him at all, Yugan muttered. He kept strolling down the main street. I've been trying to keep a low profile to avoid drawing attention, but after 3 days of this, I'm bored to death. There's literally no one fun to hang out with. The figures of the Great Sage and the Administrator flashed through his mind. What did I even used to do with those guys back in the day? The more he thought about it, the more nostalgic he felt. Just picturing it makes my head ring. By now, I should be throwing hands with the Sura in a duel. As he walked past a small bakery, a wooden sign caught his eye, painted with a big, plump dumpling. Instantly, it reminded him of the Great Sage. Come to think of it, that monkey was absolutely obsessed with the dumplings from this place. His strawberry skewer had been polished off at some point while he stood there, lost in thought. A moment later, Yugan pushed the door open and stepped straight into the shop. This place used to be absolutely packed because it was so famous. Why is it a total ghost town now? The young man looked around carefully. Glancing toward the kitchen, it looked like they were still open for business. Right at that moment, the sound of liquor pouring from a jug echoed out, followed by a deeply familiar voice. The food here is actually pretty damn good. On the guest table sat a steaming basket of buns. The food was absolutely incredible. They even served dishes from entirely different worlds. He asked coldly, "Were you waiting for me?" The man across from him didn't even try to deny it. "I was. Why else would I be sitting here drinking all by myself?" General Erlang smiled warmly. He was a master of the celestial realm, the heavenly warrior who had clashed with the Great Sage more times than anyone else. "I've been waiting for you, player Kim Yugan. So, what exactly is your relationship with that monkey?" What followed between them was a conversation kept completely in the dark. Meanwhile, Yugan returned to his familiar quarters. You gathered them incredibly fast. He stood next to the clone and said, "If your true self was as smart as you are, things would have been a lot easier when we got that 10th order. But having the rest of the clones return to base is definitely a good thing." The Great Sage's clone tilted his head in confusion. "How is my true self, anyway?" Yugan paused for a moment before replying. "Wait, you don't know your own true self?" The clone nodded immediately. Nope, I was locked away right after I was created. I only caught a quick glimpse of him, so I really don't know much. A clone only inherits a fraction of the original's memories, so I only have tiny fragments of his past. The rest of me is just pure loyalty to him, and a burning hatred for the celestial realm. The great sage chuckled casually. Because of that, I honestly have no idea who I really am. Yugan's mind suddenly flashed back to a conversation from his past life. Wasn't cloning supposed to be just a simple skill? He had asked curiously back then, are they really just other versions of you? The real great sage had just shot back, why the hell do you want to know? Yugan had sighed heavily. Because if they are, those clones must be just as incredibly stubborn as you. A vein had popped on the monkey's forehead. Look who's talking, you arrogant brat. Then the sage had explained. Even so, there's a reason why even the most stubborn guys can work together. The great sage had suddenly thumped his chest hard, confidently declaring that, while there might be many bodies, their soul was one and the same. Looking at the clone now, the resemblance was indeed uncanny. Yugan finally understood. So, for someone as endlessly curious as you, what does it feel like to live without knowing who you truly are? The great sage looked up in absolute surprise as Yugan made an offer. Tell me everything you know about your true self, and I will tell you everything I know. Hearing that, the clone's eyes instantly lit up like blazing stars. Deal. General Erlong sat at the tavern table, crossing his arms as he welcomed him. I've been waiting for you. Player Kim Yugan, what exactly is your relationship with the great sage? He said he wanted to meet you, Yugan thought to himself. Those reporters spread rumors way too fast. He replied with utter indifference. What does that guy have to do with me? It's been years. He's not even active anymore. General Erlong slid a glass of liquor toward Yugan, pressing for details. Then why would he say he wanted to meet you? Yugan used the monkey's sheer fame as his answer. Is there anyone in this entire tower who doesn't know the great sage? There are countless legends about him, and everyone knows exactly why. Erlong guessed curiously. Honor, perhaps? Yugan downed his drink in one angry gulp. Yeah, honor. Seeing Yugan's sour expression, General Erlong caught on. Ah, it seems I misunderstood. I thought the two of you might share some common ground. Come to think of it, hasn't it been only a short while since you entered the tower? That theory didn't make much sense to begin with. Well then, shall we move on to what we actually need to discuss? Yugan raised an eyebrow at the strange phrasing. We? General Erlong brought up a past event to explain. You said the guild you were most interested in was the Celestial Realm. Wasn't that an open invitation for us? I've heard people call you the ultimate player. I wanted to witness your power for myself, so I tracked down your location. I simply couldn't hold back my curiosity. Compared to when the great sage was a player, just how strong are you right now? Yugan finally took his time answering the general's questions. I've heard plenty of stories about the era when the great sage was still a player. There was once a battle between the trial guide and the Chimera Maker, wasn't there? General Erlong couldn't hide his shock hearing that deep secret come straight from Yugan's mouth. How in the world do you know about that? Instead of answering right away, Yugan casually revealed the outcome. That incident caused the Chimera Maker to get disciplined by the administrators, forcing him to become the final boss for the beginner's tutorial. Only then did Yugan drop the truth that absolutely no one knew. And I was the one who defeated him. General Erlong muttered blankly. The Chimera Maker? He rubbed his chin, lost in deep thought for a long while over these mysteries. Suddenly, General Erlong grabbed Yugan's hand tightly, clearly plotting something. He made a bold, absolute offer. Do you want to come to the Celestial Realm with me? Yugan looked completely baffled, his eyes narrowing in fierce annoyance at the sudden physical contact. Erlong quickly let go, defending himself. Whoa, it's not like that. Don't look at me like that. I just really like strong people, all right? So, you don't want to join us right now. Fine, we'll save that conversation for another time. The general let out a long sigh of relief and stood up. Well then, thanks for the meal. Yugan glanced down at the 2 remaining steamed buns in the basket. Next time, then. Right after Yugan left, General Erlong analyzed the encounter. Even in such a brief moment, every single word the boy spoke was precise and calculated. He was nothing like that loud-mouthed monkey. Yet strangely enough, their presence seemed to overlap perfectly. Or at least, that was what his godlike instincts were screaming at him. Will this man be a blessing to us? Or an absolute disaster? Now that that's settled, I can go back to receiving guests. Before long, time slipped away and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Someone was standing on a wooden training block practicing martial arts with intense focus. He thrust his spear forward, executing a series of breathtaking, razor-sharp strikes. From below, a frantic figure rushed in, screaming at the top of his lungs. General! He was being crushed under the weight of something unseen as he yelled, violently interrupting the training session. Hold on a second. Erlong Shen paused his movements, his gaze questioning. What is it? The subordinate thought, watching him in secret awe. Is the pressure in the training hall always this insane? How does he endure it while swinging around a weapon that huge? Shaking off his shock, the guard reported. A guest has arrived. They are looking for you, General. Erlongshen's eyes immediately lit up, a spark of realization flashing across his face. Looking for me? He echoed, leaping down in a swift, graceful motion. Kim Yuan, where is he right now? The subordinate bowed deeply. He is not here, my lord. Erlongshen tilted his head, repeating the words in confusion. Not here? The guard quickly clarified. Yes, General. I heard he is currently taking a tour of the heavenly realm. Someone from the lower ranks is guiding him. This right here is the ultimate pride of our heavenly realm. Plump, luscious peaches seemed to welcome them along the path leading to the legendary peach orchard. The guide chattered endlessly about their divine benefits. The peaches growing out here by the roadside are purely for decoration. Eating them won't give you any special powers. But if you look closely, you'll spot the real treasures hanging from those towering trees just past the main gate. Yuan simply nodded along. Right, he thought. Deep down, he couldn't help but scoff. Why make such a huge fuss over a bunch of leftovers that the great sage, Heaven's equal, didn't even bother eating? Still, it was a place worth scouting out. After all, he would have to come back here soon enough. Wrapping up the orchard tour, the guide eagerly asked, All right, where to next, my lord? Is there anywhere specific you'd like to see? Please, just say the word. As long as it's within my clearance, I can take you anywhere. The guide was practically vibrating with joy. If I can just convince Kim Yuan to join us, I'll be a hero to the heavenly realm. I could get a double promotion, win the boss's favor, strike it rich, and finally buy that dream estate. But suddenly, a massive shockwave echoed from the distance as something slammed into the ground, instantly grabbing their attention. The moment the guide saw who it was, his face drained of all color in absolute terror. The towering figure spoke. Kim Yuan, you finally arrived! Trembling, the guide scrambled to bow. General, I respectfully greet His Excellency. Erlongshen waved him off, tossing him a rare compliment. Enough! Save the formalities. You did well bringing him here. Yuan met his gaze calmly, his tone casual. Well, look who it is. We meet again. The general leaned in, his curiosity burning. So what exactly changed? I thought you had absolutely zero interest in the heavenly realm. Yuan shrugged, clarifying his stance. Of course I care. It's the heavenly realm, after all. Erlongshen immediately spun this into his own logic. I see! So it wasn't a lack of interest, you just needed time to think it over. Yuan gave a flat, indifferent reply. Sure, let's go with that. Erlongshen looked deeply satisfied. Makes perfect sense. A man of your caliber has the right to be picky. He gestured grandly. Then come with me. If it's the heavenly realm you want to see, I'll give you the grandest tour possible. That entire morning, Erlongshen dragged Yuan all over the realm to sightsee. They strolled past the shores of a crystal-clear, refreshing lake, walking along a beautiful stone-paved pavilion. Erlongshen was so passionately invested in playing tour guide that his eyes practically sparkled. Meanwhile, Yuan just trudged silently behind him, his brain totally zoned out. He stared at the general's back, lost in thought. Erlongshen, huh? The guy's a total lunatic. Memories from his past life suddenly flooded his mind. He remembered the great sage pointing his staff at Hercules, trash-talking Erlongshen. Fighting that three-eyed freak was even worse than fighting this meathead. He never gives you a single inch. He might not be a brainless wall of muscle like this guy, but his raw power... Hercules had furiously interrupted back then. Did you just call me a brainless wall of muscle? The great sage had just lowered his weapon and groaned. And once that psycho locks onto a target, he never ever lets go. Do you have any idea how many years he hunted me down? Boss, done still. He's absolutely relentless. Erlongshen's obsession stemmed entirely from his extreme perfectionism. He simply couldn't tolerate anything less than flawless execution. Yuan remembered being a bit curious back then. Coming from an arrogant punk like you, he must really be a nightmare to deal with, huh? Recalling their epic clashes, the great sage had just brushed it off. I don't know, man. Don't ask me. Opinions on Erlongshen had always been incredibly divided. I haven't interacted with him much myself, but he definitely seems fiercely loyal and insanely hardworking. The kind of man who would rather break into pieces than ever bow his head. This chat's dragging on. Should we kill him or take him alive? Let the guy who's healing make the call. All right, let's just leave the Erlongshen topic at that. Cut to the present, and Yuan now had more than enough proof of the general's endless stamina. The rumors were totally right. This guy is a relentless, exhausting perfectionist. Erlongshen suddenly turned and waved him over. This way! So, what do you think of the heavenly realm so far? Even though Yuan hadn't been listening to half the tour, walking non-stop from dawn till dusk led him to one simple conclusion. It's ridiculously huge! Erlongshen beamed with excitement. Of course it is, and we still have so much more to see. Follow me. Later that night, Yuan slipped on a heavy dark veil. Staring down the pitch-black corridor ahead, he mentally mapped out his route. It should be this way. His path led to a gloomy, isolated shrine, ancient yet spotlessly maintained. Inside, a guard viciously rapped the pommel of his sword against an inmate's head, barking orders. Hey, you lots, put on a show. Do something entertaining right now. The voice belonged to the head warden, Jin Harak. You morons call yourselves high rankers? You can't even follow a simple damn order. Disgusted by their lack of reaction, he kicked them away. Get the hell out of my sight. Go scrub the lower levels. Damn it all. Do you idiots even know who I am?
This is not a reciprocal law.
Am I really stuck rotting in this dump with you useless trashes for over 10 years? Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from down the hall. Frowning, Hirek stepped forward to investigate. What the hell was that? Where is that noise coming from? Who's there? This is a restricted zone. Unless you're a floor administrator. Before he could finish, Yuan stepped silently from the shadows, calling out the warden's name. Hirak.